You, busy at your workstation, see the message from the wealthy system selling today's price is only 3 dog heads. Although your rational mind tells you this sounds like a plot from a novel, you can't help but feel tempted. Thinking it wouldn't hurt to give it a try, you immediately sent 3 dog heads and followed the video blogger. Soon after, a system voice came through, stating that from now on, you will receive a cash reward of 100,000 yuan every day, along with 3 daily refreshed opportunities for flash sales on items like luxury homes, limited edition watches, and even hot stocks, all of which could become yours. You don't know when it happened, but you are lying in the suite of the Hilton Hotel. Next to you is a young and stunning beauty sleeping. You never dreamed that such a thing would happen, and after trying to recall, you remember it was because your girlfriend Lu Bingbing sent a message saying, "Let's break up." Lu Bingbing was your classmate in high school and your first love. She is beautiful and cute, but very materialistic. You dated for a few years, but never even held hands, let alone kissed or engaged in more intimate behavior. You always thought she was innocent and wouldn't act recklessly. Until her senior year, just before graduation, she met a wealthy heir who was hundreds of thousands of times richer than you, and decisively abandoned you. Stimulated, you ran to the bar to get drunk, and under the influence of alcohol, you quickly ended up in a room with the beautiful woman in front of you. However, an unexpected situation soon occurred, and there was a bleeding incident during the process. In the morning, you wake up earlier than the beautiful women. Suddenly, a ding sounds in your mind, and the God-level system is activating, informing you that you can earn a bonus of 100,000 yuan for every day you are alive, and the system is binding. You are stunned, thinking that 100,000 a day means 3 million a month, and 36.5 million a year. You will never have to work again, and with the system, you can reach the peak of life. At this moment, another notification comes in, congratulating you on receiving a beginner's gift pack, asking if you want to open it. You choose to open it and receive a universal scanning system, which will generate 3 flash sale gifts every day, from which you can choose one, and as your level increases, more and higher level services will be unlocked. The system asks whether to activate the universal scanning system, and you immediately respond to activate it. The universal scanning system is activated. Starting to gather information about the other party, you learn that her name is Lu Bingxian, 24 years old, 168 centimeters tall, with a beauty score of 92. After one deep conversation, the intimacy value can reach 60. Just then, a pair of delicate arms wraps around your waist, and a fair little hand randomly strokes up and down. Lu Bingxian smiles and says, "I didn't expect to find a treasure." You look at her, and beneath her slender willow leaf eyebrows are thick long eyelashes, along with a delicate slightly upturned nose and slightly closed tempting red lips, and you can't help but marvel at her maturity and dominant charm. Lu Bingxian turned her head, propped her chin on her hand, and looked at you charmingly, jokingly saying, "Last night when you were drinking, you said how much you love your girlfriend, and now you're with someone else. Indeed, there are no good men in the world, only scumbags." You replied, "Who wouldn't take advantage of a bargain? That person is a fool." Then you added, "You're drunk and not quite clear-headed, I'll give you an injection to sober you up." Lu Bingxian responded, "Sure, who's afraid of whom?" At that moment, a system prompt sounded in your mind, and due to your excessive speed, you were rewarded with stock market and futures market cards, allowing you to predict the stock and futures market trends 15 days in advance. The next afternoon, you woke up, rubbed your swollen head, and found that no one was beside you. Lu Bingxian had already gotten up. You found your phone on the table and discovered a thick stack of 100 yuan bills underneath it. The system prompted that the 100,000 yuan gift had been credited to your bank account, and the gifts had been refreshed, allowing you to choose one of 3. Gift 1 is a set of a large flat in Thompson Riviera, worth 172 million yuan. Gift 2 is a Porsche 918 Spider, priced at 15 million yuan. Gift 3 is 10% of the original shares of CATL, worth 300 million yuan. You have chosen Gift 3. The system prompts that the equity transfer document from CATL will be delivered to your residence within 8 hours, so please pay attention to check it. After washing up, you checked out of the room and returned to your 12 square meter rental. Your phone received a text message, notifying you that 100,000 yuan had been credited to your bank account. At that moment, there was a rapid knocking at the door. The delivery guy had brought a package for you to sign for. Unable to contain your excitement, you signed your name with trembling hands. After the delivery guy left, you closed the door, opened the envelope, and took out the documents. Seeing the share transfer certificate for CATL, which had your name, Chen Wei, on it, indicating that you own 10% of CATL shares, you asked the system in disbelief, "Am I already a shareholder of CATL? I now have 300 million yuan in wealth, Am I a billionaire? The system immediately gave a positive response. You asked the system again whether it can really refresh gifts every day. And after the system confirmed, you continue to ask how to upgrade the system level. The system informs you that if your wealth exceeds 10 billion, the system will automatically upgrade to level 2 and enable mall mode. When your wealth doubles, the system will also automatically upgrade to the next level. You think to yourself that it seems necessary to shop or invest every day to level up. Because of what happened last night, you haven't eaten yet. So you walked out of the community and took a Didi to Haisheng Dumpling Shop. You told the driver, "Master, go to Haisheng Dumpling Shop." It took less than 10 minutes to arrive. You walked into the shop and shouted, "Boss, give me a pound of shrimp dumplings, and a pound of squid dumplings." Boss Lu asked, "Chen Wei, why are you ordering so much today?" You replied, "I just started my first meal today. I've been starving." Soon, the boss brought over the shrimp dumplings. You just picked up a dumpling and ate half of it when your phone rang. After you answered, a gentle voice came from the other end. "May I ask who you are?" "I am Lu Fengfei, the assistant to the president of CATL in East China." You asked in confusion, "What does CATL want with me?" Lu Fengfei inquired, "Have you received the stock certificate from CATL?" You cheerfully replied, "Yes, I have." She asked again, "Are you free this afternoon? Can you come to the company for a visit? I can come to pick you up." Sure. Add me on WeChat. My phone number is the same as my WeChat number. I'll send you the location again. Come pick me up. After you finished your meal, you sent your location to Lu Fengfei. After Lu Fengfei received the location given by Chen Wei, she immediately drove her car and rushed this way. As she drove, thoughts of this new Ningda Times shareholder ran through her head. It's very hard to buy the original shares of Ningda Times, a world-class power battery brand. When the original shares go public, what was one share may become 10 shares of money, or even 20 shares of 30 shares of money. Who is this mysterious new shareholder? It can't be any one of the mysterious rich kids, Lu Fengfei thought as she drove. She was still a bit curious. There is a movie in China called Curiosity Killed the Cat. I don't know if it's a good movie. Now, there are a lot of internet bigwigs in the country. Dama Xiaoma de Chun Lao Wang Xiao Wang. It would not be surprising if these bigwigs came to buy shares of Ningda Times. However, it is also possible that the people who hold shares in Era Times are nominees. The real owner probably won't come forward. Is this Chen Wei a surrogate? Lu Fengfei drove the car, unknowingly for several minutes, to the location given by Chen Wei. Chapter 5, A Gift from the Chairman. Lu Fengfei quickly drove to the vicinity of the location given by Chen Wei. She stopped the car and quickly got out. She saw a boy wearing a dress she got from Taobao. He was holding an ice cream and eating it. Is it this boy? Lu Fengfei couldn't be sure. She immediately took out her cell phone and dialed Chen Wei's number. Only the boy with the ice cream picked up the phone. There was a quick hello on the phone. Lu Fengfei quickly determined that the boy holding the ice cream was Chen Wei. Lu Fengfei thought that he should be that Ningda Times surrogate owner. If he was the real owner, he wouldn't be wearing such poor clothes. Lu Fengfei quickly approached Chen Wei's position. "Boss Chen." "Hello." Lu Fengfei immediately shouted. Chen Wei was taken aback when he heard this. When he turned his head, he saw a girl wearing a small black suit and a wraparound skirt. This beauty's face was clear, her body was slim, and she was also very tall, so it could be said that she had the beauty of a sunken fish and a closed moon. Hello, are you Lu Fengfei?" Chen Wei immediately asked. "Are you Lu Fengfei, the secretary of the president of Ningda Times East China?" "Yes, Boss Chen," Lu Fengfei immediately affirmed. "It's good to see you. May I ask what's the matter with you?" Chen Wei asked curiously. "Of course there are good things. It's like this. You are now a director of Era Times. Mr. Zhang Ning, the boss of our Ningda Era group, wants to meet you." Lu Fengfei immediately replied. "Are you saying that you want me to go to Fujian Ningda to meet him for a bit?" Chen Wei immediately asked. No, it's just a video call between you and him. The boss of our group is very eager to get to know you, and he has carefully prepared a gift for you. You just need to go with me to the East China Company for a bit." Lu Fengfei explained again. "Oh, that's how it is. That's fine. Let's go." Chen Wei immediately agreed. Lu Fengfei hurriedly took Chen Wei to her Mercedes. "You've got all the right cars. Do you still lack a boyfriend?" Chen Wei immediately asked. "I haven't yet," Lu Fengfei hurriedly said. Hey, I don't have a girlfriend yet either. How about the two of us make a pair?" Chen Wei immediately flirted. "Boss Chen, you're telling jokes. You're so rich. Will you still lack a girlfriend?" "I think, men's mouths, deceiving ghosts. I'm horribly gullible." Lu Fengfei also immediately said something. Quickly, she started the car. The two didn't talk anymore as they drove. Lu Fengfei had been watching Chen Wei. This is the same person who just graduated from college, who took the shares of Ningda Times and managed to pocket them despite the siege of so much capital. This guy is really something. What kind of person is Chen Wei? Is he the illegitimate son of some big shot in the country? Or is he the rightful successor of any rich generation? It's not like he earned it on his own. Guessing all the way, Lu Fengfei didn't find a definite answer either. After 30 minutes, we finally arrived at the East China branch of Ningda Times. This East China branch didn't have many people either, just about 20 people. For the time being, this company was in charge of Lu Fengfei. Chen Wei was led by Lu Fengfei to the president's office. Lu Fengfei quickly logged into WeChat on her computer. Then it hit up the WeChat video call of the group's old boss, Zhang Ning. Chen Wei was still a bit excited in his heart. Zhang Ning was a legend in the battery and automobile industry. He was a business wizard and could be pivotal in business. Later, he also became the richest man in China. The other party quickly answered the video call. At this time, a middle-aged man in his 50s appeared on the computer screen. He was not yet 60 years old. Born in March 1967, Zhang Ning is a native of Ningda, Fujian province. He graduated from the Institute of Physics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences with a doctorate degree and is currently the vice chairman of the All China Federation of Industry and Commerce. Zhang Ning founded Ningda Times New Energy Technology Company, Ltd, ATL, in 1999. Together with Liang Kong and Manhwa, and his team solved the world problem of battery bulging, so that the polymer lithium batteries were formally put into production. Around 2007, Zhang Ning founded Ningda New Energy Technology Company, Ltd, in Ningda, and presided over China's largest polymer lithium e-battery project. Under his leadership, Ningda Times became the world's leading power battery system provider. Now, Ningda Times leads the world. Mr. Zhang was young and strong, with an energetic look, especially his eyes were sharp, as if they could penetrate everything. Hello, Mr. Chen. Mr. Zhang immediately said. Chairman Zhang, hello, I can't imagine you're still so young. It looks like you're only 40 years old. Chen Wei was a bit surprised. When it comes to truly being young, you're the only one who's young, and you only look 20. Chairman Zhang immediately said. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Chen Wei laughed, then said. I just graduated from college this year. You, young and promising. This time, the main thing is to welcome you to the Ningda Times family. As the chairman of the board, I'll give another small gift. Chairman Zhang immediately spoke up. You're so thoughtful, and I'm glad to know a big boss like you. Chen Wei immediately said. Ha ha ha, let's not beat around the bush between us. Originally, I was still considering where it would be good to build the East China branch of Ningda Times. Since you are in Shanghai, I just want to build the branch in Shanghai well. And what's more, you're coming to be the president of the East China branch. I don't know what you think about it? Chairman Zhang immediately spoke up. Since the chairman has given his word like this, then I'll respectfully follow your orders. I'll listen to you. Chen Wei immediately agreed. However, I want to be free, and I won't insist on going to work every day. This can be had. As long as the work is organized, everything is possible. Chairman Zhang immediately agreed. The two chatted a little more about small talk and talked for a long time before hanging up. After hanging up the phone, Chen Wei looked at the beautiful Lu Fengfei. Then in the future, I'll be a secretary if I have something to do, and a secretary if I have nothing to do. What's your opinion? Chen Wei teased again. As soon as Lu Fengfei heard this, she immediately blushed. Her face flushed like a red cloth. President, why do you always like to joke? If I love someone, I'll be good to them for the rest of my life. Then he must be good to me for the rest of his life as well. Can you be good to me for the rest of your life? Lu Fengfei immediately asked back. This is possible. Chen Wei immediately said. President, look at you swallowing. I can tell at a glance that this is indecision on your part. Lu Fengfei spoke again. Okay. If there's anything, let's talk about it later. I'm leaving. Chen Wei said. President, let me see you off. Lu Fengfei said again. Chen Wei immediately refused. Right now, he needed to be alone and quiet. The events of the past 2 days had been too sudden. Chapter 6, the system gives a set of unrivaled riverview rooms. Lu Fengfei was also thinking about it for a while. Who is this President Chen Wei fooling when he says he doesn't have a girlfriend? He is so rich, so young, so handsome. He would still not have a girlfriend. Rich people like that are mostly playboys. He also said that if there is something for the secretary to do, there is nothing for the secretary to do. It looks like it's not going to be easy for him, and he may have to commit himself to him. Should I resign? Or take a step and see? Lu Fengfei thought a lot. And so did Chen Wei. 2 days ago, he was a poor boy, so he was dumped by his girlfriend. He himself is nothing but handsome, good-looking, a little smarter and better educated. No money, no car, no house, not even parents. But as a result of being bound to the system, life has changed radically. He himself went from being a beggar with nothing to a person who could talk to the big brother of Ningda Times on an equal footing. This life is also really up and down. All of a sudden changed from underground to heaven. Just a day or two. The tragic comedy of life. Chen Wei walked down the street and used his cell phone to call a drop. The drops came quickly. He soon returned to his rental house. And when he got back, he laid down on his bed and soon tossed and turned. One's life is so dramatic. He's still too excited. I also want to enter the system again and see what's going on. After saying that, he immediately entered the brain interface. Now that he had entered this system, he could go in and out as he pleased. Welcome back, host. The system immediately said. I'd like to ask the system, when will the 3 gifts interface be refreshed? I'm so looking forward to it. Chen Wei asked. Daily at 0 o'clock in the morning. The system answered immediately. But, I really want to get the gift for day 2. Chen Wei said anxiously. I'm sorry to tell you that the system is set up that way. No one can change it. The system replied stiffly. Alright, as long as there's a good gift, I can wait. Chen Wei immediately said. He thought for a moment. I'd better go to bed. Wealth doesn't come through the door in a hurry. Soon, Chen Wei retreated from the system. Chen Wei then began to sleep. After a couple hours of sleep, it's nighttime again. He should eat, drink and sleep. Life was as usual, and there's not much to think about. He could sleep all day until he woke up naturally. Of course, he can count his money until his hands cramp up. He's got 200,000 bucks in his account now because 100,000 comes in every day. He opened his eyes and it was 8 a.m. He didn't wash his face or brush his teeth. He immediately got up and quickly accessed the system interface in his head. There was a quick ding. Today's spike item has been refreshed. Please host make your choice quickly. When Chen Wei heard this, he immediately looked at the interface. Today's refreshment gifts are: Gift number 1, Porsche Grants 911 Turbo for $21 million. Gift 2, Thompson's Grand Flat, valued at $172 million. Gift 3, Richard Mille Watch, worth $20 million. Chen Wei looked at it and immediately said, I see. System, you are my dad. You are my mom. My dad, my mom, isn't as good as you. I can't believe I can pick such expensive things here. System, you're so awesome. I won't be some kind of heavenly choice. Chen Wei said to himself. Ding! The system immediately spoke up. Please don't be ignorant of the heavens. Host, make your choice quickly. Okay, I'll go with the Townsend Grand Flat. Of the 3 gifts, it's the most expensive. Plus what? I'm still renting a house to live in. Chen Wei immediately said. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a house. The relevant documents for the house will appear next to the host's pillow at noon today. Okay, thanks system dad. Chen Wei immediately said. He then exited the system. He immediately brushed his teeth and washed his face, then went outside and got some breakfast and ate it. After eating his breakfast, he returned to his room. He found the red book of the real estate license already sitting by his pillow. Great! I'm a homeowner too. I can live here with my girlfriend too. Chen Wei said a few sentences in succession. He immediately opened the real estate license. He saw the real estate certificate reads, 39th floor, Building 1, Thompson Epine, Pudong District, area 903 square meters, owner, Chen Wei, issuing organization, Shanghai Pudong District Housing Authority. Great, got myself a 172 million renminbi house. I'm so happy today. Willing, do STH? I'm so happy today. I'm really happy today. Chen Wei sang as he opened the door to his room and walked out. Where is he going? Definitely to check out the house. He took out his cell phone and called another drop. The drop he had called quickly pulled up next to him. Master, go to Thompson's, Chen Wei said. Okay. The dropshipper agreed immediately. It took him another half hour to get to the Thompson. Drops can't enter the neighborhood, the guard said immediately. Chen Wei had to get off the drip, and then paid for it right away. Excuse me, do you have an appointment with the owner? The security guard asked. I don't have an appointment, Chen Wei said. For the safety of the owner, no one will be allowed in without an appointment with the owner. Please notify the owner, and we can only let you in if the owner lets us. The security guard immediately spoke up. Owner's access control system can be called to the security office. Oh, let me show you this thing. Chen Wei immediately took out his own red book real estate license. This security guard immediately looked at it. Yo, this real estate license is real. Excuse me, honorable owner. 9981 at your service. The uniformed security guard gave a quick salute. Can I go in now? Chen Wei asked. Can. You can go in now. Welcome homeowners. 9981 reporting to you, the security guard exclaimed and raised his hands in salute right at the same time. Chen Wei then walked in. He quickly arrived at Building 1 and took the elevator to the 39th floor. He hurriedly opened the door with the key and at the same time recorded his fingerprints on the lock. After opening the door to the room, the first thing Chen Wei saw was a very large living room. It was richly decorated like a palace. Standing on the bund, looking across the river is the Jinmao Tower and the Shanghai Center. This place can be said to be an inch of gold place. Not far from this place is the Pearl of the Orient. Also, Thompson Epine is next to the Pearl of the Orient. Chinese people know about the Oriental Pearl Tower, but they may not know about the neighborhood of Thompson Epine, which is an unbeatable river view house in Shanghai. This location is too good. Chen Wei stood in his house and looked across the bund. Suddenly, Chen Wei's phone rang again. Chapter 7 Lu Fengfei spills water all over her body. He was looking at Chen Wei in his new house when his cell phone suddenly rang. He took a look, but it was a call from Lu Fengfei from Ningde Times. What's the matter with her? Chen Wei still gets a call right away. Secretary Lu, what's your business? Mr. Chen, your appointment letter has come down. I wanted to send it over to you right away, but I didn't know your exact location. Hence, I'm calling to ask you about it. Lu Fengfei immediately spoke. Okay then, you can bring it to me. I'm on the 39th floor of Thompson's Building 1. Chen Wei immediately said. Hearing this, Lu Fengfei's heart was very unsettled. As long as one was in Shanghai, who didn't know about Thompson's first class? The houses here were selling for around 200,000 yuan per square meter. A house that doesn't move costs $100 million. The houses here are 270-degree dead-angle river view houses. People who live here are either rich or noble. This young man, who has just been appointed as the president of Ningde Times East China, has a large flat in Thompson. Lu Fengfei came to Thompson with a long time to calm down, because Chen Wei had already called to inform. Lu Fengfei smoothly arrived inside the Thompson's neighborhood. As she walked, she toured the neighborhood. This neighborhood is prettier than a park. I can't afford to buy a house like this even if I work for 10 lifetimes. Lu Fengfei thought in her heart. She rode the elevator quickly to the 39th floor of Building 1. Lu Fengfei immediately rang the doorbell. Ding dong. Chen Wei, who heard the doorbell, immediately opened the door. Mr. Chen, this is the appointment letter from Chairman Zhang. Please sign for it. After you sign off on this, you'll immediately be the president of the East China division of Ningde Times. I'll be your soldier. Lu Fengfei immediately said. As soon as they met, Lu Fengfei handed Chen Wei the appointment letter. All right, bring it over. I'll sign for it. Chen Wei immediately said. Then you are truly my presidential secretary now. If there's something to do, the secretary does it. Nothing to do. Secretary to do. I'm just kidding you. Don't take it seriously. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Really then? That's great. No, not so good. Lu Fengfei Luan said breathlessly. Do you mean too good? Or not so good? Chen Wei immediately asked. Lu Fengfei immediately blushed this time. She didn't know what to say. She immediately said, President Chen, your house is wonderful. Unrivaled river view house. The opposite side of the house is the Bund in Shanghai. Next to it is the Jinmao Tower, and the Oriental Pearl Tower. Lu Fengfei looked at the window and immediately spoke. Yeah? Then look around more. Chen Wei immediately said. Mr. Chen, the whole of Shanghai is under my feet. Looking at it like this, Shanghai is so beautiful. However, your house is also beautiful. Can you show me around? No problem. Chen Wei said immediately. Lu Fengfei was worried earlier that Chen Wei was a love cheat. She now thought again that Mr. Chen was young and handsome, and also so rich, which was the dream girl of many girls, or the national husband of many girls. Is it time to offer to leave? Or stay a little longer? If he hadn't gone, would he have made excessive demands? Do excessive things? Lu Fengfei thought a lot, decided to stay a little longer. Can I visit your house? Lu Fengfei asked. Sure. I'm not familiar with my house yet either. I just came over as well. Chen Wei immediately agreed. When Chen Wei led Lu Fengfei to the master bedroom, Lu Fengfei immediately looked at the bathroom. She was immediately shocked by the bathroom. This bathroom was bigger than the one she stayed in. The bathroom also had a very large bathtub, so two people could bathe together with no problem. As soon as she saw the bathtub, she imagined a young man and woman bathing there. Her face was a little red again. Wasn't she a little horny? Ever since she met Chen Wei, she's been a little horny. Man is a contradiction. Lu Fengfei is worried that Chen Wei is a love cheat and now she hopes that Chen Wei will fall in love with herself. Let's go. Let's look elsewhere. Chen Wei said. No, I'll keep looking. Lu Fengfei said. Alright, I'll listen to you. Chen Wei was indifferent. Lu Fengfei then curiously touched here and pressed there in the bathroom. Suddenly, Lu Fangfei didn't know what she had pressed on, and the shower above her head started spraying water. Lu Fangfei was startled and immediately took a step. Her right foot then broke and she stumbled. Ouch! Lu Fangfei shouted. You're okay. Are you going to be alright? Chen Wei rushed over and held her up. I broke my foot on my back, and I'm also a little injured, Lu Fangfei said. Chen Wei was also covered in water. Chen Wei had just arrived and didn't know how to turn off the shower. He helped Lu Fangfei sit down on the edge of the bed. Then, looking around, he found the switch and finally turned off the shower. After turning off the shower, he ran to Lu Fangfei again and realized that Lu Fangfei's body was also wet. Lu Fangfei was wearing white clothes that were a bit translucent when they got wet. The snow-white mountains loomed up. Chen Wei's eyes were fixed there. Ha! When else do you want to see it? Lu Fangfei said sharply and shyly. Sorry, you're too charming, Chen Wei said. Little pervert, do you have any clothes here? Do you have a hair dryer? Hurry up and find it, Lu Fangfei said anxiously. I don't have a hair dryer here, towels, clothes, toothbrushes and so on. Nothing. Chen Wei spread his hands. How could there not be? Don't you live here? Lu Fangfei would be a bit confused. I just got here this morning as well. I came 30 to 40 minutes before you, Chen Wei immediately explained. I don't care. Just hurry up and get me some clothes. And get a hairdryer. Okay, I'll get it right away. I can't be held responsible if you catch a cold. Chen Wei immediately ran away as if he was running away. His appearance a bit wretched, because he had just looked at parts he shouldn't have too. Seeing Chen Wei's messy appearance, Lu Fangfei giggled and laughed. This Mr. Chen is pretty cute. He might still be a new driver. Lu Fangfei immediately muttered to herself. Lu Fangfei looked at her own proud figure while doing so, because the white top was wet. The proudly erect F cups were clearly visible. No wonder he couldn't stand the test, Lu Fangfei added. After Chen Wei ran out of the room, he immediately came to the street. He was still a little shy just now. He'd been in a relationship for a few years though, with little hand holding and nothing else intimate at all. To say that there is also, just the night before and Lu Bingqian fought all night. Chen Wei is still a novice. He is a newbie. Chen Wei was really dumbfounded once he saw that tantalizing scene. The view of mountains like that is so mesmerizing. Anyone would be mesmerized. Chapter 8. Stay here for the night. Mr. Chen, there's another bottle of medicine for bruises, such as safflower oil. Lu Fangfei spoke up. Okay, I'll remember to buy it. Chen Wei immediately agreed. After 20 to 30 minutes, Chen Wei finally came back. He bought back the clothes that Lu Fangfei wore, and he also bought the clothes that he wore. He also bought safflower oil. Why don't you change your clothes in this room? I'll go to another room to change my clothes, Chen Wei immediately said. A few minutes later, both men were changed. By this time, Lu Fangfei had already opened the door to her room. Chen Wei immediately walked into this room. Secretary Lu, the safflower oil is here. Apply it yourself, Chen Wei immediately said. Chen Wei was looking at Lu Fangfei, who was wearing new clothes and was sitting on the bed. From above, from the angle he stood, he could just see her snowy white. He was a bit pressed and really wanted to put Lu Fangfei on the spot, but he still averted his gaze. He was rich now. What kind of women couldn't he pick up? He didn't want to break the law. He handed Lu Fangfei the safflower oil. Mr. Chen, my back is also a bit injured and I can't bend over. Can you help me apply it? Lu Fangfei said softly. This beauty's voice was really sweet. Alright, I'm happy to serve a beautiful woman. Chen Wei had no choice but to agree. He was worried that he would make a mistake later. There were times when people lost their rationality. He gently rubbed the oil on Lu Fangfei's feet. This leg is so pretty. Her snow-white ankles and long legs. Then, another hand gently rubbed over her injured area. Mr. Chen, be gentle. I'm in a bit of pain. Lu Fangfei said a little. Alright then, I'll be gentle. Chen Wei gently rubbed it. After a few minutes, it was finally massaged. Secretary Lu, do you want that injured lower back of yours rubbed? Chen Wei asked again. No. If I apply medicine on my waist, I'll have to take off my top. It might make you will commit a crime. Lu Fangfei immediately refused. Won't. Promise not to. Chen Wei said. Wait, I'll go home. I'll have someone else rub it on me. That's fine. It's almost time to eat, so eat here. Go back when you're better. Chen Wei immediately said again. Can you cook? Lu Fangfei expressed her skepticism. Then I'll fry up a couple dishes at the restaurant and pack them back. Or order a couple takeouts. That's fine. Chen Wei hurriedly went to the restaurant outside and fried a few dishes, then packed them back. A steamed pork chop, a sweet and sour fish, a sautéed broccoli, and that chive blossom stir-fry. The color is so bright and pretty. I just don't know if it's good. Come eat. Chen Wei helped Lu Fangfei sit on the dining table. I'm hungry too. Lu Fangfei said a little too. Come on. You're injured. I'll help you serve your food. Chen Wei said. Then thank you, Mr. Chen. Afterward, the two men feasted on the food. I can't believe these dishes are so delicious, Lu Fangfei said immediately again. Alright, don't talk during dinner. We're bent on just being dry eaters, Chen Wei said. Okay, Mr. Chen. I'll listen to you. The two of them quickly wiped out all 4 dishes in one soup. It's so delicious. I'm so full. I'm bursting, Lu Fangfei said as she rubbed her stomach. You're pregnant. You're 3 months pregnant, Chen Wei teased. Which is true. I don't even have a boyfriend, and I've never slept with a man, Lu Fangfei immediately defended with a red face. Why don't I take a little loss, and we'll partner up for the rest of our lives, with you as the baby's mom and me as the baby's dad, how about it? Chen Wei asked. That's not good enough. We don't know each other well enough. You look like you always want to eat me, Lu Fangfei immediately spoke up. Chen Wei lay down on the sofa in the living room. Lu Fangfei also limped onto the sofa, not caring about the image of a lady at all anymore. The two started talking. Mr. Chen, are you the stock proxy of any rich generation, or are you the offspring of any rich man? Lu Fangfei asked. Why did you say that? Chen Wei was a bit confused. Look, you have $300 or $400 million in assets at a young age. Relying on yourself, you definitely can't earn this much money. Lu Fangfei spoke up. I got lucky and bought the double color ball and won $200 million. Then I bought stocks and chased the stops. 200 million turned into 300 or 400 million. Chen Wei immediately explained the reason. But of course, he was talking nonsense. Right, Mr. Chen, I forgot to tell you something else. Lu Fangfei suddenly sat up. Say, what's your business? Chen Wei asked. It's like this, Mr. Zheng said that since he's given you the branch, he'll let you be in charge of the whole thing of the branch. You take a look at which location would be good to put our branch factory. Then you'll choose the site. Lu Fangfei immediately spoke. Are we going to buy land to build a factory? Chen Wei asked. Definitely, Lu Fangfei immediately said. And has the head office prepared the funds? Boss Zhang has already transferred the startup funds over, and now a total of 1.5 billion has been allocated for the first phase. The latter 2 phases will also transfer funds over. Lu Fangfei immediately spoke up. That's good. Then, let's come together to prepare this factory. Let's see where it's better to choose for the factory. Chen Wei spoke calmly. Alright, we'll work together. Lu Fangfei agreed. The two got a little sleepy and started to fall asleep on the couch. Usually after a good lunch, Chinese people are a bit sleepy. The two slept for 2 or 3 hours at a time. Each slept for the other. Of course, the two woke up one after the other. Actually, it was Chen Wei who woke up first. When he woke up, he looked at this beautiful beauty beside him. What a charming beauty. It's a pity that you can only look but not move. If only that Lu Bingqian was there. The two could use some exercise again. And I wonder where this beauty is now? Chen Wei thought back to that night again. What a wonderful memory it was. It didn't take long for Lu Fangfei to wake up as well. She saw that Chen Wei was awake early. Mr. Chen, why didn't you wake me up? Lu Fangfei asked. You're like a sleeping mermaid. I can't afford to wake you up. Chen Wei immediately added. Mr. Chen, you're too good at joking. I'll just go back first. I've disturbed you for so long. Lu Fangfei said as she stood up. How's your foot? Can you drive now? Why don't you stay here tonight? Chen Wei asked with concern. No. I'm afraid you'll eat me up tonight. Lu Fangfei quickly refused. She knew she was pretty, and if she didn't leave here, she would probably draw fire. That's fine. Why don't I carry you down? Chen Wei asked. I'm almost good. Lu Fangfei said immediately. Don't you know it takes 100 days to hurt? But we're alone together all the time. Something will definitely go wrong. Lu Fangfei immediately refused. Chapter 9, Honey, why are you messing around? Are you kidding me? If I wanted to eat you, I would have eaten you just now. I'm a person who is very good at feeling sorry for flowers. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. No, I can't sleep even if I stay at a stranger's place at night. Lu Fangfei added. Well then, if you can drive, then you can go back. Why don't I send you back? Chen Wei also stood up. No, I don't need a ride. Thanks, I'm almost better. Okay then this bottle of safflower oil, you take it back and you apply it yourself. Chen Wei then sent Lu Fangfei away. Chen Wei returned to the sofa and lay down again. He took out his cell phone and looked at Baidu map. Where was this factory address chosen? Better go with Pudong. The only place that really has land is Pudong. It's no good if you put it on Shongming Island. You have to cross the sea, and there is only one bridge across the sea. Picked in Pudong. Definitely pick a more remote place. In a couple days, Go look for one. If you go looking, you still need to buy a car. Otherwise, the president of several $100 million, can't keep taking drops. The secretaries are already driving. The president doesn't have a car. He is a bit bitter. Now living in a big house. But there is not much money in the bank card. Just $200,000 or $300,000. Couldn't afford to buy a luxury car even if he wanted to. The time soon came for dinner. Better go ahead and eat. Out the door. He thought about something as he walked. He quickly came to a barbecue restaurant. Young people nowadays like to eat barbecue. No barbecue. No fun. He walked into this barbecue place, ready to get something to eat. Boss, grill 6 skewers of pork loin, 6 skewers of lamb, and 6 chicken thighs. Brought a bottle of beer. Chen Wei shouted. Okay, handsome. Find a seat first. I'll be ready in a moment. The boss immediately agreed. After about 20 minutes, the owner served steaming hot barbecue. Chen Wei was drinking heavily and eating meat at the same time. Suddenly, someone called out to himself. Chen Wei, you're here too. Chen Wei turned his head to see that it was his college roommate Wang Chang and his girlfriend Lu Xiuli and 3 other people. The 2 of them were from Shanghai. In addition, there was a beautiful woman from somewhere. Wang Chang graduated and Lu Xiuli is still in college. But they were in college, and somehow the 2 got into it. It's you guys, come over and drink some. Chen Wei greeted warmly. Chen Wei and Wang Chang were on good terms. After all, they slept in the same dormitory. Good. You kid is all alone here eating good food without calling us classmates, Wang Chang said. The 3 of them then sat together next to Chen Wei. I came out here for a walk, and I haven't finished eating yet, so I'll eat a little here. Chen Wei explained. Are you staying over here? Wang Chang asked. Yeah, I moved over here, Chen Wei said. You can't have gotten over it yet. You want to drown your sorrows in alcohol, don't you? If you ask me, Lu Bingbing doesn't deserve you. She is a scum girl. Forget about him. There's no grass under the sun, Wang Chang advised as he ate. No. A man can have all the wives he wants as long as he has the money. She laughed. I can find a better one. I'm eating barbecue for dinner here, Chen Wei defended again. Che, my knees don't believe it. Wang Chang added. Boss, some more pork loin, lamb kebabs, and have chicken wings 20 of each, Chen Wei shouted. Wang Chang is a local. His family is very good. He is also handsome. By the time he was a sophomore, he had a girlfriend. The girlfriend is also now this Lu Xiaoli. Wang Chang was one of the first in the dormitory to get off the hook. He hadn't had much to show off in the dorms in the 2 years he'd been there. From Chen Wei's perspective, Wang Chang's girlfriend Lu Xiaoli was indeed very good looking and could be described as a beauty. Now, Chen Wei looked at Wang Chang and Lu Xiaoli again. He looked again at the beautiful woman next to him. Chen Wei took a closer look at this woman so beautiful, properly a school flower. Lu Xiaoli, who was next to her, would definitely be directly compared to her. This beauty is not only good looking, but she knows how to dress up when it comes to clothes. This beauty is wearing a tight t-shirt on top and has great curves. The hem of the t-shirt was tucked into the jean shorts underneath, revealing a pair of big white legs, which were long and straight. It's better than the legs of many beautiful women on Jitterbug. And this beauty is a real beauty with no beauty face and no filters. A real beauty. A real beauty. All in all, this beauty is sunny and good looking. Chen Wei looked at it 2 or 3 times before withdrawing his gaze. Why don't you 2 sit down? Sit down too. This schoolboy hottie is my roommate. Today, he treats us to food. Wang Chang immediately spoke up. Old Chen, I forgot to give you an introduction. This is my girlfriend's roommate. Her name is Lu Ruyan. After vacation, the 2 of them are renting a room together outside. Li Chang immediately said a bit. What? You 2 don't live together? Chen Wei was a bit disbelieving. And her parents are against it. Because her family is better than my family. Wang Chang immediately explained. Wang Chang pointed at Ruyan Lu and introduced him. How about my girlfriend's roommate? She's good looking, isn't she? Ruyan Lu isn't without a boyfriend right now. Yeah, she doesn't have a boyfriend. If you want to chase after her, I can help you. Chen Wei. Lu Xiaoli also spoke up. Their 2 beauties sat down as well. Although Lu Xiaoli said so on her lips, she didn't think that Chen Wei would be able to catch up with Lu Ruyan. After all, Ruyan Lu's face value, body is here. No one can compare. People are all properly big school flowers. He himself was much worse than even Lu Ruyan. I remember the year before last, not long after school started, a lot of boys wanted to chase after Lu Ruyan. And there are a lot of sophomore and junior seniors. Each of these people have good conditions at home, but Ruyan Lu didn't agree to any of them. Chen Wei is in such poor condition. He must have no chance at all. Chen Wei is handsome. He is a schoolboy. But handsome cannot be eaten. In the end, life has to come down to oil, salt, tea, rice, sauce and vinegar. Chen Wei's family is in poor condition, and she knows that Chen Wei doesn't have parents anymore. Overall, Chen Wei has no advantage. She felt that Ruyan Lu definitely couldn't look at Chen Wei. However, one still needed to be able to speak well and act. Honey, you're just messing around. Wang Chang laughed a bit from the side. He looked at Chen Wei as he spoke. Frankly speaking, Chen Wei and Wang Chang, are not on the same level. One is underground, the other is in the sky. Why do you say that? Because Wang Chang he is a local. His family has 2 houses. Each house is over 100 square feet. Each house is worth tens of millions of dollars. His family fortune would be 20 million. Therefore, he definitely had a superiority complex in front of Chen Wei. Chapter 10 easily can't let Wang Chang get himself. Wang Chang felt that if he didn't dare to go after Lu Ruyan, then it was even more unlikely that Chen Wei would go after him. 2 people go after it, and neither one might catch up. As soon as he thought of this, Wang Chang couldn't help but look at Lu Ruyan. He eyed Lu Ruyan's beautiful features, her proud capital. Then, he took a look at her long legs. When he first met Lu Xiaoli and Lu Ruyan, Wang Chang wanted to chase Lu Ruyan. However, he also considered the conditions of his own family. He did not dare to go after. So he went after Lu Xiaoli. Because chasing this Lu Xiaoli is also easier. I'm not messing around. I think Chen Wei is quite good. Ruyan, what do you think? Do you think so too? Lu Xiaoli looked at Ruyan Lu. Lu Ruyan looked at Chen Wei. In her heart, she thought, eat your meal. You can't even plug your mouth with your meal. However, Ruyan Lu didn't say it either. She said something like, I don't know him very well yet. We've only met for the first time. Plus I'm still young. I haven't had enough fun yet. Lu Xiaoli naturally heard this layer of meaning. That is, don't worry about it. I haven't looked at him yet. Lu Xiaoli felt that this was to be expected. If Ruyan Lu could look at Chen Wei, it would be a big surprise to her. However, anything is possible because women in love have 0 IQ. In reality, there are also a lot of mismatched marriages. What ugly men with beautiful women? Handsome men marry ugly women. However, it would be nice if she really looked at Chen Wei. Then the boyfriend one finds is a bit better than Ruyan Lu's boyfriend. Women are competitive, but it's clear that the 2 of them can't. But it doesn't matter. If it's not possible between you and Ruyan Lu, I can also introduce you to other girls. Chen Wei, I promise to get you off the hook. This matter is on me. Lu Xiaoli said what was on her mind. Of course, she wouldn't really introduce a girlfriend to Chen Wei. She's just saying pretty things to make things look good. Anyway, it doesn't cost anything to say nice things. It's just people saying some nice platitudes and acting out. Old Chen, don't be in a hurry. We are still young. You can definitely find a girlfriend like my girlfriend. But it's still a bit difficult for you to find one as beautiful as my girlfriend. Wang Chang casually said the same. He was still a little smug in his heart. Although he didn't dare to go after Lu Ruyan, he only dared to go after Lu Xiaoli. That Lu Xiaoli was still a beautiful woman anyways. His own girlfriend Lu Xiaoli was still beautiful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to go after Lu Xiaoli. Wang Chang was sure that even if Chen Wei could find a girlfriend, she would definitely not be as pretty as Lu Xiaoli. At the thought of this, Wang Chang was overjoyed. Chen Wei's girlfriend must not be as pretty as his own. That's 100% certain. Hubby, you're so sweet-mouthed. Love you mwahaha. Lu Xiaoli patted Wang Chang's arm. Then she kissed Wang Chang on the cheek. Lu Xiaoli's heart was really very sweet. I'm not being sweet-mouthed. In my mind you're the prettiest girl under the sun. I'm being honest. Wang Chang took the opportunity to grab Lu Xiaoli's hand and then touched it. But Wang Chang's heart couldn't help but glance at Lu Ruyan. He ate from the bowl and looked at the pot. His heart's full of pity. If only the family had $1 billion or so, he could go after Ruyan Lu. That Lu Ruyan's long legs, he could play with them for the rest of his life. Unfortunately, it can only be seen but not touched, and even looking at it is not daring to look at it squarely. Hubby, there are people everywhere here. Don't move your hands. Lu Xiaoli beat away Wang Chang's hand. Although she and Wang Chang are in a relationship, the 2 really haven't held hands yet. Lu Xiaoli thought the same thing. Take a step first and see what happens. What if you can pick a better one? She could never let Wang Chang get himself easily. What's wrong with that? We will get married sooner or later. We still need that. Wang Chang said a bit cheekily. What that? We're still early. I haven't even graduated yet. Lu Xiaoli immediately ferociously attacked Wang Chang. Lu Xiaoli knew what Wang Chang meant by that. Men and women in love nowadays all run to this end. Chen Wei ignored both of them. Instead, he ate his own barbecue. Now that he was carrying the system, he no longer had to look at people's faces and act. No longer had to bend over for 3 or 5 buckets of rice. He now had the backbone to be a man. He'll never run out of money now. If you want girlfriends in the future, you can have as many as you want. Ruyan Lu didn't look at Wang Chang and Lu Xiaoli either, but looked at Chen Wei. Why isn't this person very talkative? The man is quite handsome, but handsome doesn't make a meal. She knew from Wang Chang's tone that Chen Wei's family was not well off. However, she couldn't see that Chen Wei's family was poor, nor could she see that Chen Wei would lower his eyebrows. This Chen Wei doesn't quite look like a poor man. Ruyan Lu saw Chen Wei like this. She was still a bit confused in her heart. Why was Chen Wei so confident? How was it so confident? Chen Wei, where do you get your strength from? Lu Ruyan and Lu Xiaoli are roommates. It's inevitable that classmates will chat about gossip. Lu Xiaoli had introduced a few of her boyfriend's housemates. In this way, Lu Ruyan knew about Chen Wei's family situation. Ruyan Lu once again looked at Chen Wei. After taking a look, she ate the barbecue. Alas, what happens to Chen Wei has nothing to do with himself. The two can't be knocked together. Boss, order some more. Chen Wei shouted again. Okay, the boss said. Another 20 skewers of each. Not bad. This tastes okay. Chen Wei, have you really gotten over your lost love now? Wang Chang still asked. That's for sure. Chen Wei immediately said. I'm still a little less convinced. Wang Chang added. What am I lying to you for? I just wanted to get out and drink a little. I got out of the middle of a breakup a long time ago. Looking at Chen Wei's serious face, Wang Chang had put his heart down. Come on. 4 of us. How about a little drink today? Wang Chang opened a bottle of beer. I'm not drinking it. Lu Xiaoli said a little. She knew what Wang Chang meant. I don't drink either. Ruyan Lu spoke up as well. Okay, if you guys don't drink, just the 2 of us. Chen Wei, how's your job search going? Wang Chang spoke a bit as he drank. How about a bottle of milk for you 2 beautiful ladies? Or a bottle of some kind of drink? Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Okay, let's drink a bottle of Coke. Lu Xiaoli said. Yeah, I'll have a Coke too. Ruyan Lu chimed in. Boss, bring 2 bottles of Coke. Chen Wei immediately said. The boss immediately brought 2 bottles of Coke and handed them to the 2 beauties. 1 for each of them. For work, I'll find one right away. Chen Wei immediately said. Chapter 11, Reunion in a few days. Don't forget. For work, I'll be able to find one soon. Chen Wei immediately said. After all, he himself would soon be the president of the East China division of Ningde Times. Of course, right now, he wouldn't tell anyone. If he told them, others would treat him as a lunatic. You, get a job and do it. Then find a good job while you're at it. We ride to buy a horse. Wang Chang said a little. If you can't, come to us at Huawei. Our monthly salary is 25,000 yuan. There's 5 insurance and 1 pension for everything. We have 6 days off per month. My girlfriend Lu Xiaoli and her classmate Lu Ruyan are both interning at this company. They get paid $5,000 a month for their internships. A lot of their classmates are interning there. Wang Chang immediately said. This time, I understand why your girlfriend doesn't live at home? Chen Wei immediately said. It's a long way from our company to her home. They have dozens of other students interning at Huawei. Why don't you come too? Wang Chang added. Forget it. I'm also going to be hired by the company soon. If I really can't make it one day, I'll definitely go and join you guys. It's just that you guys will have to accept me at that time. Chen Wei chuckled a bit. Okay, I won't say much more. You kid are so handsome, so capable, and so excellent in your studies. You can definitely succeed. You can even surpass us. Then thank you for the compliment. Chen Wei added. There are so many rich sisters and rich women in Shanghai. In case one day you are a kid being looked at by others, you'll be able to soar to the sky, and we'll still have to rely on you to lift us up. Wang Chang joked. Would I be that kind of person? I would never be a rich woman. I would never be a soft touch. Oh, I almost forgot. Old Chen. In a few days, we'll have a class reunion. You kid can't forget about it. Nor can you be late, let alone absent. Wang Chang suddenly said. There's a class reunion? Well then, when the time comes, you tell me the location and time. I will definitely go. Chen Wei immediately replied. I did tell you in advance that Lu Bingbing will be there too. Might even bring that chubby boyfriend of hers. When the time comes, you can't be impulsive. I heard that this boyfriend of hers is a supplier of some battery brand, and it's a black and white character. Wang Chang added. Don't worry, I won't be impulsive. I'm not a 3-year-old anymore. Besides, Lu Bingbing, I can't even look at her now. It was me who was blind when I looked at her in the first place. Chen Wei said. Okay, let's both drink. Don't talk about sad things. Wang Chang said as he picked up his wine glass. The 2 men took a sip of wine. Old Chen Wei for the barbecue and we'll go shopping together. I'm going to buy 2 dresses for my girlfriend Lu Xiaoli. Anyway, it's still early. Let's go together. That's just for fun. Wang Chang immediately said. Yeah, Ruyan, you go along too. Lu Xiaoli pulled Lu Ruyan's arm and said. Her face and figure and temperament couldn't compare to Ruyan Lu. The only thing she was better than Ruyan Lu was that she now had a boyfriend while Ruyan Lu didn't. So she wanted to show off a little right now. I'm not going. I still have things to do in the evening. Chen Wei immediately shook his head and refused. Right now. He had to think about what was behind him yet. I'm not going either. I didn't rest well last night, so I'll go to bed earlier later. Ruyan Lu also said something. She and Chen Wei both said the same thing almost simultaneously. Ruyan Lu froze for a moment after she finished speaking. She hadn't thought that Chen Wei wouldn't go either. She was beginning to think that Chen Wei would also go after hearing Lu Xiaoli's words inviting her. She thought that Chen Wei would follow along on his ass as well, and that Chen Wei would definitely want to get in touch with himself a bit more as well. That's why Ruyan Lu excused herself from going shopping by saying that she didn't sleep well last night. In fact, Lu Ruyan wanted to go shopping, but she didn't want to give Chen Wei a chance. Didn't want to give Chen Wei a little hope. What? You'll refuse to go shopping with me? Ruyan Lu looked at Chen Wei again. Chen Wei saw Lu Ruyan's somewhat surprised gaze, but he smiled faintly. Ruyan Lu was indeed a schoolgirl. Pretty, flirtatious and generous. There was also a pair of long legs that could be used for a lifetime of fun. The face value was at least 92 points or more. But so what? What's so rare about it? I've got the divine hero system. And that ticker system. Am I going to be short of girlfriends? Beauty is indeed a scarce resource nowadays. But with money, what resources can't be bought? What resources can't be exchanged? I'm leaving. Chen Wei got up and immediately settled the bill. Wang Chang, I'll leave first. Chen Wei gave a quick greeting and immediately left. Lu Ruyan was still sitting in her seat, watching Chen Wei leave directly. This schoolboy hadn't even looked at himself for a moment the entire time. Could it be that she was ugly and unattractive? Ruyan Lu thought for a moment. She looked down at her pair of legs and took out her cell phone to take a picture of her face. This beauty in the picture is very pretty. Ruyan Lu thought for a moment. Could it be that Chen Wei was? Ruyan, why don't you come with me? It's okay to sleep a little later. We'll go shopping together. And you'll be able to help me with my counseling. You have a good eye. Lu Xiaoli wrapped her arms around Lu Ruyan and pampered her. Yeah, let's go together. You help Lu Xiaoli with her counseling. Wang Chang also said something. Although he didn't quite dare to go after Ruyan Lu himself, but he also wished to spend more time with Ruyan Lu. Any man who was normal would like to stay with a beautiful woman. Not to mention, Ruyan Lu was a school flower level beauty. Her legs are really too long. The face was also too beautiful. He would never get tired of playing with such a beautiful woman for the rest of his life. Wang Chang looked at Lu Ruyan, then Lu Xiaoli, and sighed softly in his heart. How is it that his own family is going to have so little less money? If there was a little more money, he would never have gone after Lu Xiaoli. If Ruyan Lu isn't here, then his girlfriend Lu Xiaoli is quite pretty to look at. But Ruyan Lu was here now, and Lu Xiaoli wouldn't be enough. No, I really didn't rest well. I'm all very sleepy now. I'll go back to my room to rest first. Lu Ruyan immediately refused and then directly left. Lu Ruyan is 1.75 meters. This height is quite high. Completely can be a model. The body is very tall. The face is good. And the person is thin. Boys just don't like fat women. She could obviously eat off her face later on. But she wanted to eat off her talent. Ruyan Lu was very pretty. So there had been a lot of boys secretly looking at Ruyan Lu during the barbecue. After Ruyan Lu left the barbecue stand, many of the boys sighed. Shanghai is full of people. College students and young people. In fact, many of the boys had finished the barbecue long ago. They purposely didn't leave and stayed here just to see Ruyan Lu. Now that Ruyan Lu was gone, they naturally left as well. Chapter 12, 5% of Tesla. Honey, we shouldn't have invited Chen Wei just now. Let me guess. Ruyan Lu is the reason why she didn't agree to go shopping with us because we invited Chen Wei. She doesn't want to be with Chen Wei. She doesn't want to give a little hope. Wang Chang immediately said a bit. Wang Chang said with a bit of regret. Yeah, really shouldn't have invited you as a classmate. Lu Xiaoli nodded. She was also a bit regretful. Originally, she had wanted to take advantage of the fact that Ruyan Lu didn't have a boyfriend right now to show off. Because Wang Chang had agreed with her that he would buy her clothes today. And buying clothes today is considered another $2,000. Spending $2,000 on clothes is a lot. In the past, he had not been so generous because now Wang Chang had joined the workforce. Honey, if she doesn't go, she doesn't go. Forget it, we'll go by ourselves. Wang Chang said. Lu Xiaoli nodded. She was agreeable. Although he himself couldn't show off in front of Ruyan Lu, after he bought back the clothes, he would wear them in the house where the two of them lived together. And it would be the same to show them off that way. When the time came, she hinted at the price of the dress, and the effect was the same. Alright, we'll go too. Lu Xiaoli said. She turned her head to look at Wang Chang, and she immediately kind of blushed a little bit. She also saw that Wang Chang was still looking at the direction Lu Ruyan had gone. Soon, her face turned ironic. What's wrong, Lily? Wang Chang was startled and immediately asked. You always look at her. Are you sad to see her go? Lu Xiaoli said with a bad face. How is this possible? What am I looking at her for? What am I not shedding her for? You are my girlfriend. Wang Chang did not hesitate at all and immediately went to pull Lu Xiaoli's hand. I know the way. Lu Xiaoli didn't let him take her hand. It's useless for you to look. It's useless for you not to give up. You won't be able to catch up with her. The boyfriend she will find in the future will definitely be a super rich second generation. Without a few $100 million in family assets, people won't be able to look at them. Lu Xiaoli said with an ironic face. She wasn't blind, so she could naturally tell what Wang Chang was thinking. Eating from the bowl, looking at the pot. So she was very angry. Very, very angry. I would still go after her? If I just chase after her, it will be a basket case. You are the right girlfriend for me. In my heart, you are the prettiest. You are Shishir. You are Yang Guifei. Wang Chang said with a pleasing face. Lu Xiaoli then blushed much better. Of course, she also knew that Wang Chang was trying to please her by saying nice things. Lu Xiaoli knew her own conditions. She definitely could not compare to Lu Ruyan. This self-knowledge, she still had. In fact, Wang Chang was self-aware. You're quite smart. Let's go. Let's go buy clothes. Lu Xiaoli immediately said. Okay, I'll definitely help you buy clothes that cost more than $4,000. Wang Chang nodded, although he was a bit egg-conscious. To make up for his mistake, he said a little more about the budget. $4,000. That's a lot. 1/6 of his salary. He was still very heartbroken, but give up the child to catch the wolf. For the sake of the happiness behind, what should be spent should still be spent. As he said these words, he saw some joy on Lu Xiaoli's face. There you go. Pay for peace. Although Lu Xiaoli wasn't as pretty as Lu Ruyan, she was still a big beauty. Being with Lu Xiaoli by herself made a lot of boyshoes jealous and envious. At the thought of it, he felt that the $4,000 had to be spent. I just don't know how long I'll have to wait for the meet. That's about right. If you lie to me I won't talk to you. You also know that I'm also very sought after. Lu Xiaoli immediately said. There are a few people chasing after them, but their conditions are worse than Wang Chang. Otherwise, why would she choose Wang Chang? I know. I definitely won't lie to you. Wang Chang immediately said a bit before trying to pull Lu Xiaoli's hand with his hand again, but Lu Xiaoli dodged her hand again. Don't move your hands. There are so many people here. You buy the clothes first. Lu Xiaoli also stood up and the two started walking. They left the barbecue, because Lu Xiaoli refused to let him hold her hand. Wang Chang was a bit disappointed, but he would definitely still insist, because his own conditions were there. He was sure that if he persisted and stalked, he would be able to get his meat and make it to the last step. Lu Xiaoli's family is in much better condition than her own. If two people get married, it's already better than a lot of people. Wang Chang hemmed and hawed in his heart. As soon as he thought of Chen Wei, all of a sudden, a great sense of superiority welled up in his heart. Wang Chang felt that Chen Wei would have a hard time chasing a beauty like Lu Xiaoli in his life. It would be even more difficult to chase after Lu Ruyan. That's the gap. Wang Chang, what are you giggling about? Lu Xiaoli looked at Wang Chang. She was still more or less angry. I'm thinking about getting married to you and we have a baby. Let's go. Let's go buy clothes. Wang Chang immediately said. On this side, Chen Wei returned to Thompson alone. He had talked to Lu Bingbing for 3 years. How could he easily let go of these 3 years of feelings? He thought of his girlfriend, Lu Bingbing, who had abandoned him because he had no money. He still had a little hidden pain in his heart. How could he have been blind enough to look at her? After a little drink, he fell asleep right away. While asleep, he and Lu Fangfei ate together, shopped together, and then returned home together. Again, it seemed like he was going home with Lu Bingqian. Then the two lay down on the bed together and began to move. All night he was fastidious, but it also tired him out and made his back ache. Then he fell into a deep sleep. Ring 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 ring. By 8 a.m. He was being alarmed by his cell phone alarm clock. He stretched in a hurry, then turned his cell phone alarm off and prepared to go back to sleep. Then he seems to have forgotten something. Oh, I forgot about that. That spike system has been refreshed. I'll go. Almost forgot. Chen Wei said a couple sentences to himself. As soon as he thought of this, he immediately accessed the brain system interface. He immediately saw the 3 gifts that the system had swiped out today. Gift 1. $40 million in cash. The source is legal and compliant, can be credited to the host's bank card. You can use it without fear. Gift 2. Jiangnan Commercial Street in Pudong. Worth 500 million renminbi. Gift number 3, a 5% stake in Tesla, worth 5 billion yuan. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Brother comrade system, you are my dad. You're better than my dad. Ignoring Chen Wei's words, the system calmly prompted. Please make your choice quickly. Host, I'll take 3. I have to take 3. $5 billion of wealth. My wealth is almost 6 billion all of a sudden. Chen Wei shouted happily. Ding, the host has made his choice. The transfer of 5% of Tesla's shares will be sent to you immediately. The system immediately spoke. Chapter 13, You're not Lu Bingqian? Chen Wei ate well, then returned home. At this time, a phone call came in. Mr. Chen Wei? A young woman's voice spoke up. Yeah, I'm Chen Wei. Chen Wei immediately said. I'm Xiao Lu, the secretary of the president of Tesla. The president instructed me to deliver the 5% equity transfer certificate to you. May I ask if you are at home? Xiao Lu immediately asked. Me I'm at home Chen Wei immediately said. And where is your home? Lao asked sweetly. I'm on the 39th floor of Thompson 1. Alright then, I'll send it right away. Goodbye, Mr. Chen. The two men then hung up. After about 50 minutes, Secretary Xiao Lu smoothly arrived at the 39th floor of Building 1. Of course, Chen Wei had notified the doorman beforehand. Secretary Xiao Lu immediately rang the doorbell. Chen Wei immediately opened the door. It's you? Chen Wei was taken aback. Mr. Chen, do you know me? Little Secretary Lu was a bit surprised. Didn't we just meet the other night? Aren't you Lu Bingqian? Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Ha 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 ha. I understand. Secretary Xiao Lu immediately said. What did you understand? Chen Wei was a bit baffled and puzzled. You probably saw my sister. Me and my sister are twin sisters. Secretary Lu immediately explained. No way no way. You're just lying to me. Chen Wei was very disbelieving. Okay then, I'll let you see if I'm telling lies. I'll make a video call with my sister. Secretary Xiao Lu immediately said something, then opened WeChat and made a video call. It didn't take long for the other person to pick up the video call. Lu Bingqiang, what are you doing calling my phone? A woman in the video asked angrily. Here, sister, take a look. Who is this person? Little Secretary Lu immediately spoke up. The one on the other side quickly looked away. She panicked, but quickly played it cool. Sister, it's a friend I know. The other said immediately. I know all the friends you know. This one, how come I don't? Little Secretary Lu, also known as Lu Bingqiang, expressed her skepticism. We just met a few days ago. We don't know each other very well yet. I'm hanging up. I don't have time. Lu Bingqian quickly hung up the phone. If she didn't hang up again, something might go wrong. Mr. Chen, now, you believe it. I have a sister, right? The one you know is my sister. Lu Bingqiang said. You two are too much alike. Chen Wei said immediately. Well, let's get down to business. I've brought the certificate of transfer of 5% of Tesla's shares. Would you please sign it? It means you signed for it. Lu Bingqiang said. She took out a pen and asked Chen Wei to sign. Where do I sign? Chen Wei asked. It's here. Lu Bingqiang pointed. Chen Wei quickly signed. And Lu Bingqiang quickly handed Chen Wei the transfer certificate. Alright, Mr. Chen, my business is done. I'm leaving. Lu Bingqiang said. Slow down. Slow down. I still have to ask you something. Chen Wei immediately said. Mr. Chen Wei, what is your business? Can you tell me your sister's phone number? Chen Wei asked. Yeah. What? You don't have her phone number? Lu Bingqiang spoke up. That day, she had something very urgent to do and left in such a hurry that she didn't tell me. Hey, what's the relationship between you two? How do you know each other? Lu Bingqiang asked curiously. If they weren't lovers, then one could chase this Chen Wei. This Chen Wei is so handsome, so much gold, and so young. On the road that day, she bumped into me and I bumped into her and that was it. Chen Wei made up a random excuse. Chen Wei thought that he would never see Lu Bingqian for the rest of his life. Lu Bingqiang and Chen Wei added WeChat to each other. Then, she told Chen Wei her sister's phone number as well. Lu Bingqiang couldn't refuse this request from Chen Wei. She still wanted to chase Chen Wei herself. Later, Lu Bingqiang took his leave. With nothing much to do, Chen Wei came to the Ningde Times branch. Lu Fangfei immediately brought him to the president's office. He officially takes office today. Secretary Lu, arrange for someone to go around and look for plots of land to see which few places are suitable for a factory. Chen Wei explained. Okay, President, I'll arrange it right away. Lu Fangfei immediately went to find someone. When you are a leader, you just need to grasp the general direction. Just move your lips. It's still up to the staff to do the specifics. He's been here all morning at the Nintendo. It was almost 12 noon now. Time for lunch. He was going to go out for lunch and buy some clothes on the way. Mr. Mr. Chen, where are you going? Lu Fengfei asked. I'm going to eat Chen Wei said. I'll go with you too. Do you think it's okay? Lu Fengfei immediately asked. Can. I also still dreamed about you last night and was with you all night. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. As soon as she heard this, Lu Fengfei immediately blushed. Thinking of me at night. What are two people doing at night? This is too embarrassing. Mr. Chen, why are you talking nonsense? You just can't say such a thing even if you dreamed it. Lu Fengfei chided Chen Wei. Then excuse me. You don't want to think too much. Let's go. Men and women go together and eat with flavor. Chen Wei said. Okay then, today at noon, you treat me to dinner. I'll forgive you if you treat me to dinner. Lu Fengfei immediately said. The two walked out of the office one after the other. It's right next to Wanda Plaza. They then came to the Wanda Plaza for dinner. Secretary Lu, what do you think is good to eat? You're more familiar here. I'll listen to you. Chen Wei asked. I know a noodle shop that has great noodles. I wonder if you like them. Lu Fengfei asked. I'm from Qingdao, Shandong province, and we traditionally eat noodle buns. Chen Wei immediately said. Alright then, let's go to the noodle house. Lu Fengfei immediately said. After walking for 5 or 6 minutes, the two came to a noodle shop. Boss, you give me 2 crab meat noodles plus 4 crab meat. Lu Fengfei immediately said. Okay, beautiful. You're so generous today. So extravagant. The boss's wife immediately said something. Someone's treating us today, so we definitely need to rip him off a bit. Lu Fengfei immediately said. Okay, you guys sit down first and wait for a moment. The boss's wife said. Watch as this side is completely covered by a thick layer of large crab meat. Really good. This noodle, Chen Wei said. That's natural. I often come here to eat. Otherwise, I wouldn't come so often. Lu Fengfei said. The two stirred, then picked up their chopsticks and ate. It's so delicious. This is the first noodle in the world. Chen Wei marveled. The two had just finished eating when Lu Fengfei's cell phone rang. Secretary Lu, someone from the company is looking for you. Someone on the phone said. I know someone is looking for me. I'll be right back. Lu Fengfei said. Mr. Chen, I'll go back first. Lu Fengfei said. Originally, I was going to ask you to go clothes shopping with me, but you're going back. Sorry about that. And the two parted ways. Chen Wei then went to buy clothes alone, and could not imagine that when buying clothes, something unexpected happened. Chapter 14, Why don't you go work for my boyfriend? He was already a billionaire, so he couldn't always wear ground floor goods. Chen Wei thought for a moment, and he immediately walked into a clothing specialty store. Welcome, a pretty, beautiful shopping guide lady said enthusiastically with a smile on her face. Chen Wei nodded and immediately wandered through the clothing store. After looking around for a while, he finally spotted a suit. He was about to go get it and try it on when suddenly a voice came. Pretty girl, wrap this suit up for me. I'll take it. Which one is it? You want to steal my clothes? Chen Wei looked up and realized that it turned out to be his class president from college. What bad luck today? Chen Wei grunted. This could be a deliberate attempt by the squad leader to pick a fight. When the two were in college, this so-called class president in his class, just because there were some female students giving Chen Wei love letters, this class president was jealous of him and then always found fault with Chen Wei. So, for 3 or 4 years, the two of them were on very bad terms. I never thought that I would meet each other here today. This class president was definitely also up to no good, so Chen Wei wasn't polite either. You beggar. What are you talking about? The clothes here are so expensive. Can you afford them? Wang Yang also disliked back nonchalantly. I've fallen on 8 lifetimes of bad luck seeing you. My good mood for the day is gone. Chen Wei also did not show any weakness. Don't steam buns to fight for your breath. Humph. It's really bad luck for me to see you too. However, what did you rely on to have such guts to enter this luxury store? Do you have that much money? You don't seem to have a job yet. Can you afford this suit you're looking at? And for $29,000, how long do you have to work? At the very least, a month or 2. Wang Yang scoffed. I'm sorry, but since I've got my eye on this outfit, I'm going to buy it. I'm going to buy 2 more sets. This set and that set. Pretty girl, help me wrap up these 2 sets of clothes. Chen Wei spoke to the shopping guide lady watching from the side. Okay, sir, I'll wrap it up for you right away. The shopping guide lady said in a hurry. No, absolutely not. I'll take this suit. Wang Yang, who was standing at the side, also spoke up. Chen Wei looked at Wang Yang who was arguing with him. There's always a first come, first served. What I see first, I buy first. Chen Wei reasoned a bit more. Sir, these clothes, we have several sets here. I'll wrap up a set for each of you. the beautiful shopping guide lady said again. Hearing the words of the beautiful guide, the two arguing people also froze for a moment down. Chen Wei also felt very embarrassed. It was unthinkable that the two people would talk again over a small matter. A little impatience makes a big mess. Immediately afterward, these two guide beauties one helped one person to wrap up 2 sets of clothes. Wang Yang was also upset and then walked away. He also let out a harsh word on his way out. You'll be waiting for me at our reunion. You big school bully who got dumped by his girlfriend. We'll see the real thing on that day. Alright, I'll wait. Chen Wei also returned nonchalantly. Chen Wei's side also paid the money, took the clothes and was ready to go back to the company. Where did this money for clothes come from? The Divine Hero system would give him $100,000 in funds every day. He had just walked out of the store to Wanda Plaza. He was ready to go back, when suddenly he met another familiar person. Chen Wei. What a coincidence! Chen Wei heard someone call out to him, and he hurriedly turned his head to look. Who called me? Turns out it was his ex-girlfriend from a previous life calling him. Seeing Lu Bingbing, Chen Wei asked coldly. We're not enemies. What's the matter with you calling me? It's fine. It's fine. I want to talk to you when I see you. I want to laugh when I see you. Lu Bingbing said. There's nothing for you to do, so I'll be off. Goodbye. No, never again. Chen Wei looked at his beautiful ex-girlfriend in front of him. At the thought of having a fat man in his 40s or 50s gallivanting all over her like that, Chen Wei only felt a wave of nausea. He was blind in the beginning. How could he look at Lu Bingbing? It's really true that you can't tell a person from his face. Don't you go away. I care about you. Have you found a job? If you haven't found one, go work at my boyfriend's company. I'll have my boyfriend set you up with an easy management position that pays $10,000 a month. This is also considered to be right for you. To give you an explanation, Lu Bingbing said arrogantly. Hearing Lu Bingbing say this, Chen Wei was furious. He was also quite speechless. In order to have a good life, she went so far as to find a man about her dad's age as a boyfriend. He now completely despised Lu Bingbing. Chen Wei just wants to get away from this ex-girlfriend of his now. This ex-girlfriend will now defile him. No, I found a job on my own. I'm already working. I don't need you to worry about me. You take the time to chat me up. You should still spend this time on your boyfriend. Chen Wei immediately refused. Baby, what are you doing here? Chen Wei had just finished speaking when an obese middle-aged man ran over. This middle-aged man was a bit semi-bald. Wow, this guy is so fat. On this Lu Bingbing's small body, can stand this chubby boyfriend of hers? Won't be squashed and crushed. Honey, I just had a chat with my ex-boyfriend. Lu Bingbing kissed the fat man on the cheek. Your ex-boyfriend? The one you just dumped? After hearing this fat man looked Chen Wei up and down. It's very handsome. But handsome can't be food. Still wearing such clothes, he can't catch up with me in his whole life. The fat man said disdainfully. Yeah, I didn't know any better when I was in school. Too childish. And he was stalking and chasing me. So I reluctantly agreed. But, honey, he and I are clean. And you know that. I didn't even let him hold my hand. Lu Bingbing hurriedly explained to the fat man, fearing that her boyfriend would become suspicious. Of course you're innocent, darling. On the first day we met. That is, the first day of going to bed. I knew it. This fat man laughed out loud on the spot when he heard Lu Bingbing say something like that. On that night, I hit the nail on the head. The fat man added. Hate it, honey, you're too bad. Lu Bingbing pretended to be a bit shy and slapped the fat man. Honey, men aren't bad. Baby, you guys broke up. What else do you have to say to him? The fat man gives a bad smile. Didn't say anything, just asked him if he got a job. Just looking at him poorly. I want you to help him. Let him go to work in your company. After all, he is also my first love. Lu Bingbing said a bit. Okay, honey, I agree. That, who? You'll come work for us. I see you look good. You come over to our company as a security guard. Monthly salary of $6,000 and 5 insurance and 1 gold. How about it? The fat man had a disdainful look on his face, then said a little. Chapter 15. You two are rotten fish and shrimp. You two are perfect for each other. Just you. You deserve to be my boss? I'm not going to be blue collar, white collar, for the rest of my life. I won't work for the rest of my life. I'd rather sleep on the floor than be the boss. If I'm not the boss, I'll at least be a shareholder. Just the two of you. You deserve to be my boss's wife? You are definitely not worthy. You guys also don't look at yourselves in the mirror. However, you two are that stinky fish with rotten shrimp. A perfect match. Chen Wei disliked a few words back. Hearing these words, that bald fat man and Lu Bingbing were both taken aback. They both froze there for a moment. Chen Wei, on the other hand, turned his head and ran. If you don't run, Are you prepared to be beaten by the several big men behind the fat man? It was only when Chen Wei had already run out of sight that the smelly pair reacted. You guys, give me chase. You guys find him and break his legs for me. The bald, fat man roared angrily. The few pugilists hurriedly chased after the boss when they heard his words. They are like a dog that bites whoever the boss tells them to. Honey, don't be angry. Lu Bingbing comforted the fat man. It's not worth it to get angry with a beggar like that. Pop, it's you that's bad. How can you fall in love with someone like that? Are you blind? The bald, fat man slapped Lu Bingbing's face. Little pig's hoof. I'm going to clean you up again tonight. By the way, are you going to a class reunion? I'm going too. I'm going to make him eat his words. I'm going to give him a good look. The bald, fat man spoke again. Hey, relationships are still all about the right family. On this side, Chen Wei then returned to the company to continue working. Actually, there's not much going on. The factories haven't even found a place to be built yet. It's the same whether you come to work or not. By 5 p.m., he was off the clock. He went to the street and called a drop. In less than 2 minutes, the drop came. He quickly got on the drop and was home in less than 30 minutes. As soon as he got home, he took a shower. Soon it was time for dinner. Alas, it's still not good to not have a hostess. How about hiring a beautiful nanny? Better order a takeaway today. He opened his phone, then ordered a takeout and had saved the address of Townsend's. After doing that, he swiped through the Shakeology videos. 20 or 30 minutes later, his doorbell rang ding dong ding ding dong. He opened the door and the security guard immediately said something. Dear owner, 9981 at your service. Here's your takeout order. Why you? Didn't the delivery man deliver it? Chen Wei was a bit confused. In order to protect the safety of the owners, all takeouts to the entrance of the neighborhood will be delivered by our property staff again. 9981 immediately spoke up. You guys did a great job. Hard work. I'll give you a $50 tip then. Thanks boss. Chen Wei then scanned 9981's WeChat QR code and paid. It's my honor to serve you. 9981 then handed the takeout to Chen Wei. He immediately left. It's worthy of being a Townsend. The house is expensive for a reason, Chen Wei said to himself. Chen Wei quickly ate it. Not bad. This flavor is okay. Chen Wei evaluated it in his heart. After a good meal and not much to do, he swiped the jitterbug again. It took him until 11 o'clock to brush up, and then he started to go to bed. He wouldn't wait until 0 o'clock a.m. to look at the system interface. Now that he's financially free, he's not paying attention to that anymore. It's only when he has to run out of money that he's nervous about this money, that he's nervous about those assets. He slept until 7 a.m. As soon as he woke up, the one thing he did was go into the system interface. Ding! Today's limit of 3 gifts has been refreshed. A system beep soon came to Chen Wei's ears. Chen Wei hurriedly looked at the system interface. This gift is listed below. Gift 1, 1 Wanda Plaza. Worth 2 billion renminbi. Gift 2, Mercedes-Benz G63 AMG. Worth $5 million. Gift 3, a luxury cruise ship. Worth $300 million. Chen Wei looked at the 3 options. He was based on the principle of only choosing the expensive ones, not the right ones. System, I'll go with the first gift. Ding! The host has made his choice. Choose gift 1. Wanda Plaza worth 2 billion renminbi. The relevant documents will be delivered by courier at 9 o'clock this morning. Please wait at home. This makes Chen Wei's worth over $7 billion. He immediately brushed his teeth and washed his face. Suddenly, there was a ding-dong, 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 ding-dong doorbell from outside. Chen Wei hurriedly opened the door. Hello, your courier. Please sign for it. The courier boy immediately said something. Okay. Chen Wei took the pen and signed his big name. The courier quickly handed the document bag to Chen Wei and then immediately left. Chen Wei immediately closed the door to the room. Immediately, he opened the paper bag and then pulled out his credentials. I can't imagine that I have a store. Ha ha ha. One store raises 3 generations, Chen Wei immediately said. He giggled with his credentials. Why is God so favorable to me? Did I do a lot of good things in my past life? Suddenly, Chen Wei's cell phone rang. Chen Wei immediately picked up the phone. As soon as he connected the phone, he heard a very nice female voice coming from the phone. Hello, how are you? Are you Mr. Chen Wei? The other party asked. Yeah, may I ask who you are? Chen Wei asked. I'm the property manager of Wanda Plaza. My name is Wang Yan. The other party introduced herself. So what did you want to see me about? This way, the rent for the Wanda Plaza under your name is also going to be collected this month. We'd like to ask you to come over for a moment to see if the rent should be adjusted for the next quarter. We'll ask for your permission. Wang Yan immediately said a bit. Then what? You give us your bank card account number. And after we collect the rent, we will transfer it to your account. Wang Yan added. Alright, I will go over later, Chen Wei immediately said. The two men then hung up. Once he heard that there was money coming in, of course Chen Wei was happy. Right now, he was worth $5 to $6 billion. But he didn't have much cash on him. Who doesn't love the yuan? Even 2-year-olds love the yuan. The billions of dollars on Nintendo's books have little to do with him. It's not time for Tesla to pay dividends either. So, Chen Wei didn't have much cash on him. Chen Wei quickly went to the street and swiped a shared bike. After 30 minutes he arrived at Wanda Plaza. He put the bike share farther away. As soon as they arrived at Wanda Plaza, they saw the entrance with several people in suits. Mostly women. These are probably people from the Wanda Plaza property. These people are waiting for Chen Wei. Chen Wei quickly came to them. Hello guys, I'm Chen Wei. Chen Wei immediately introduced himself. You're Chen Wei, aren't you? Would someone worth billions of dollars still walk over here? One person whispered. Chapter 16. The system sends a Wanda Plaza worth $2 billion. Welcome, you're Mr. Chen. You're so young and you're so handsome. I'm Wang Yan. When Wang Yan saw Chen Wei, she immediately complimented him. You guys are doing a good job with sanitation. The security is also doing well, Chen Wei complimented. All she was thinking about now was how to please Chen Wei. In order to welcome Chen Wei's arrival, she moved in a hurry at 8 a.m. Arranging her staff to go one by one to notify the merchants inside the plaza to pay attention to their image and improve their hygiene. She immediately arranged for cleaning. To clean the public health in the square, the requirement is to be spotless. Which one doesn't have good hygiene? Then let him get out immediately. Now, with a new boss in town, it is definitely important to leave a good impression on your new boss. First impressions are very important. After explaining all this and getting it right, she took the property staff and waited for Chen Wei's visit at the entrance. Why is Wang Yan so grand? There was no way around it because Chen Wei was now the new owner of Wanda Plaza. In case Chen Wei was unhappy, he would replace himself as the manager and replace himself as the property company. If that happens, when the time comes, they will have no tears to cry. They people will have to roll up their sleeves and leave. What's more, Wang Yan climbed to the position of general manager with great difficulty. Wang Yan cannot give up the property company, cannot give up this general manager position. With trepidation, she waited there with the crowd for half an hour. All this dedication finally paid off, and Chen Wei complimented them. It's all worth it. Wang Yan again kept praising Chen Wei. Boss, you're amazing, earning such a big industry at such a young age. Boss, you're loved by everyone because you're so handsome. Chen Wei was the one who strolled through this square amidst Wang Yan's incessant compliments. Mr. Chen, are you satisfied with Wanda Plaza? Wang Yan asked carefully from the side. Well managed, Chen Wei complimented again. At this time, Chen Wei was sitting on the general manager's seat reading a report. When Wang Yan hears Chen Wei say just one thing, she thinks that her boss thinks that she is not doing a very good job and has made her new boss unhappy with her. So her boss is deliberately cold. Her heart dimmed. Maybe she would have to find a new job soon. In fact, Chen Wei didn't think that much about it. He didn't even want to change the property manager. Now this property company is doing well. He's also too lazy to use his brain. But he was shocked by this rent situation. Shop number 1 rents for $40,000 a month. Store number 2 rents for $30,000 a month and store number 3 rents for $50,000 a month. Like Wanda Plaza, there are almost 300 of these stores. All of them can collect more than $10 million a month. He was in a particularly good mood after reading this. What's the point of being president in the future? Just collect the rent and lie down. Chen Wei finally finished reading the report. Wang Yan is still a little uneasy. When you are a leader, you are afraid that the higher-ups will come to inspect. Wang Yan is of the same mentality. Alright, I'm still happy with Wanda Plaza. This rent for Wanda Plaza, don't raise the rent next month. These bosses can make money so that we can make money and we can open Wanda Plaza. If each of these merchant owners collapses, we will have. Here, who else will open a store? As for when the rent will rise in the future, I will inform you. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Mr. Chen is wise. Mr. Chen is great. This makes our job much better. Wang Yan gave another compliment. Alright, don't keep kissing my ass. I'm not the emperor in the emperor's new clothes. I know how you think. You still want to be the general manager? Chen Wei asked. I'm not kissing ass. I'm telling the truth. Wang Yan instantly panicked, because Chen Wei saw her trick. Don't be afraid. You're managing well. I have seen all of this in my eyes. If you manage poorly, I will replace you. You guys keep up the good work. I'll still be running around checking in any time. Boss, we will definitely do a good job and do better in the future. After hearing Chen Wei's words, Wang Yan's heart finally relaxed. People in general want to be leaders. If Chen Wei removed them as a company, then Wang Yan wouldn't be able to be the general manager. I have great faith in your abilities. You can definitely do a better job. Chen Wei also spoke up. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for the compliment. We will definitely do better in the future. Wang Yan said happily. Then I'll give you my bank card account number. When you guys collect the rent at the time, just call me directly. Chen Wei stood up and immediately left. Okay, we will definitely transfer it to you on time. Wang Yan said hurriedly. Alright then, I'll leave first. Chen Wei said. Boss, I'll see you off. Wang Yan hurriedly opened the door for Chen Wei. No need to send. Oh yeah. In the future, your salary will be doubled. And the other employees' salaries will go up by 30%. These you notify down. Wages can start rising from this month. Chen Wei said. For these increased expenses, you can just deduct them from my cash. Chen Wei added. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it. Old man Ren Zhengfei said. As long as the money is given in place, if it's not a talent, it can become a talent. Another way of saying this is that the vast majority of jobs can be done well by someone if the money is there. After Chen Wei left, some property owners gathered around Wang Yan. Mr. Wang, what did that Mr. Chen say? He won't be replacing our company. There were still people who were worried. Yeah, Mr. Wang, how's the situation? Another person asked. It's over. Mr. Wang hasn't said anything yet. I'm going to lose my job soon. I see that he is so handsome and must have a very good heart. How would I know that he's going to fire us? These employees were chattering away. Some worried, some fretting now. Wang Yan finally spoke. Quiet. You guys, don't talk nonsense. Mr. Chen is very satisfied with our work. He didn't fire us. That's great. I know the new boss won't fire us if we manage so hard. Then I'm relieved that I won't be unemployed. It's not easy to find such a good job. Such a good Sister Wang. Such a good Mr. Chen. Everyone jabbered on again. Be quiet. You guys. Next, I'll tell you all the good news. Mr. Chen has given everyone. What? A 30% increase in salary every month. Are you all happy? Wang Yan spoke again. Everyone jumped up as soon as they heard this. Like a little kid. I'm so happy. The new boss is wonderful. May the new boss get more handsome and richer. Everyone cheered. Alright, everyone get to work. Boss Chen has given us such a big raise, so everyone should repay him. Wang Yan spoke up. On this side, Chen Wei walked on Wanda Plaza. He was using his cell phone to record a video of what the Wanda Plaza in his name looked like. Suddenly a familiar face is spotted, and this familiar face stirs up a troubling situation. Chapter 17, A Classmate Meets a Bumper. Wanda Plaza is so big and beautifully designed. Chen Wei records video on his cell phone. He found a beautiful woman in front of him. This beauty was tall and she was walking in front of him. As this beautiful woman was walking, she suddenly saw an old man fall down in front of her. She rushed over and helped the old man to his feet. She immediately asked, Granny, are you okay? The grandmother looked up and saw that the person helping her was a beautiful young woman. Her mind whirled and she immediately screamed ouch, 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 ouch. You young girl knocked my wife down. You can't run. You can be responsible. This old woman cried out in pain while pulling the young girl in a deadly fashion. Chen Wei continued to shoot the video. He thought for a moment. Could it be that this beautiful woman had run into a bumper sticker professional? He immediately heard the young girl's words. How can you be like this? I was kind enough to help you up. So why are you blackmailing me? The young girl asked angrily. Where are your words? You are the one who bumped into me. Otherwise, why did you help me? You have to compensate me. You hurry up and pay. I'm an elderly lady. Is it easy for me? The old lady was playing a rascal, and said unreasonably there. Hearing this old woman's words, this young beauty finally understood. She had run into a professional who had touched the porcelain. I never thought that such a farce would come across her. You are really unlucky. You can't just go and do good deeds in the future. Old lady, you can't slander me. There are surveillance cameras everywhere here. It was you who brushed yourself. I kindly helped you up, and here you are spitting blood. You hurry up and leave. Otherwise, I'll call the police. That young beauty immediately said. She looked around and a lot of people were looking at them. If you want to call the police, just call the police. You bully me, an old lady, no justice. Ladies and gentlemen, come over and judge. In broad daylight, this young beauty bullied my old lady. She even threatened to call the police to arrest me. This old lady became even more reckless, and in the spirit of I am an elderly person. Who am I afraid of? She became even more unreasonable. This young beauty looked at the crowd that had gathered around and immediately pulled out her cell phone and called the police. This old lady called the police as soon as she saw a beautiful young woman. She immediately laid down on the floor again, and had called her son. A short while later, her son arrived. Her son was the bald man with a dragon tattooed on his arm. This tattooed man said as he walked away, "Which one has eaten the leopard's gall and dares to bully my mom? Wanting to find death." This young girl looked at the bald man who came to her. She was still a little scared. "I was the one who saw your mom fall down, and I kindly helped your mom up, and your mom bit me back, saying I knocked her down. She told me to pay for it." This young beauty immediately said, "Why did you help her if you didn't hit her? Why didn't my mom blackmail anyone else but you?" This human man said in a brutal way, "It's really not a family, not a door." This one young beauty immediately said. Seeing this, Chen Wei couldn't help himself. "According to you, sir, isn't it true that your mother fell to the ground and didn't need someone to come and help her? Doesn't she need someone to help her? Whoever helped is the one who knocked her down?" Chen Wei immediately said. The tattooed man heard the voice and immediately said, "Which nosy one is it? Believe it or not, I'll break your legs. Try hitting it. I took a video." Chen Wei immediately said. Chen Wei also took another look at the beautiful woman who was helping the old man. It was a beautiful woman in a short white dress, revealing a pair of long legs. This beauty was slim and tall. She had a goose-egg face with a jade-like complexion and was very playful, and eyes as clear as autumn water. Chen Wei looked dumbfounded. He had never seen such a beautiful girl before. "Yo, isn't this his own classmate?" Chen Wei did not immediately identify with the school, but he immediately said something like, "I'm the one who said it. What's the matter? Are you not allowed to say anything if you slander a good person?" At this time, the beautiful young woman spoke up. "Why you, old classmate, Chen Wei?" That young beauty immediately said, "Yeah, it's me, old classmate, Zhou Xian." Chen Wei immediately greeted. "Long time no see." Zhou Xian immediately said, "Long time no see." Chen Wei said, "Who could top such a beautiful girl giving herself a greeting?" His heart melted at the sight of a beautiful girl's smile. When Chen Wei was about to say a couple more words, the tattooed man spoke again. "Yo, you two dogs are flirting here." This tattooed man was very angry. Seeing the girl talking so affectionately with Chen Wei was even more unbearable for him. After saying that, he was about to slap Zhou Xian. As soon as Chen Wei saw that the other party was going to hit him, he hurriedly pulled Zhou Xian behind himself. He himself was ready to fight the man hard. Zhou Xian was secretly touched in her heart when she saw that Chen Wei was able to protect herself. "You're going to hit someone, aren't you? I've recorded the video. I've captured the entire process just now. It was your mother who fell on her own, and at that time, this young beauty was still several meters away from your mother." Chen Wei immediately spoke up. "ICNM. I'm going to break your legs. I'm going to get you killed." The tattooed man was even more pissed off as he arrogantly said, "What for what for what? Are you lawless?" Just as the tattooed man was about to strike, the police arrived. The old woman who had fallen to the ground saw that the police were coming and was immediately wicked. Comrade police! Comrade police! It's them two young men who knocked me, a 70-something-year-old man, to the ground and beat my son. You guys hurry up again and arrest him." Zhou Xian was happy just after the old man finished speaking. "I can't imagine that this person is really shameless, and he can still backtrack and make something out of nothing." Seeing the old lady say that, the policeman looked at Zhou Xian. "What do you have to say for yourself, beautiful?" a young policeman asked. "Uncle police officer, you can ask the people around. There's also this classmate of mine who also took a video, so I can show you his video." Zhou Xian immediately said a little. Now that the police were here, she wasn't afraid at all. "Alright, young man, show me your video." The police officer immediately spoke to Chen Wei. Chen Wei quickly took out his cell phone and opened the video. The police saw that the old man had fallen by himself, and the girl was still a few meters away from him. Then, the girl was kind enough to help this old woman, who bit back. In the back, his son was ready to hit someone. "Lad, you send me your video," a cop said. The two then took out their cell phones and friend each other on WeChat. Chen Wei immediately sent this video to his police comrades. The old lady and her son were then taken away by the police comrades. When she was leaving, the old lady still refused to go. She was still there shouting, "It was that girl who ran into me. You can't wrong a good man. You can't let a bad man go." Chapter 18. Who is this president? The two policemen were really speechless once they heard the old lady say so. The two of them quickly took the mother and son who had touched the porcelain away. The Wanda Plaza onlookers and eaters are slowly leaving. Only Zhou Xian and Chen Wei were left at the scene. "It's so good to see you. It's so good to see you." Both men said this. This time, Chen Wei's ears reddened, and Zhou Xian shyly lowered her head. "Zhou Xian, why are you here?" Become asked curiously. I had some business. Got here, passed by, and then saw this, then thought I'd go and help out a bit. Thank you for speaking up for me, Zhou Xian said. No need to be polite. We're classmates. If we're not classmates, or passers-by, I'll help. Chen Wei immediately said. Have you had breakfast yet? I'll treat you to breakfast, Chen Wei said. Hearing that his old classmate wanted to invite him to dinner, Zhou Xian smiled happily. I haven't eaten yet. I won't disturb you if you invite me to dinner, Zhou Xian said happily for a moment. She hurriedly lowered her head again, afraid that Chen Wei would notice. No, no, no. I'm honored to be able to dine with big schoolgirl Zhou. I can't wait to be happy, Chen Wei immediately said. This Shanghai Jiaotong University schoolgirl, Chen Wei doesn't know much about it. It was because Zhou Xian had only transferred in the first semester of her junior year. She wasn't originally from her major. I also heard that she transferred from another school. She had just arrived at Shanghai Jiaotong University and was named the new school flower by all the boys on the basis of her looks. Zhou Xian was named the school flower. It caused the envy and jealousy of all the girls in the school. After hearing the news that Chen Wei had invited him to dinner, Zhou Xian took out his own cell phone and sent a Weibo message. She then put her cell phone back in her small bag. So, Chen Wei, where are you taking me for dinner? Zhou Xian asked with a smile. I'll take you to a dumpling store where the dumplings are especially good. I don't know if you like them. Anyway, I like it very much, Chen Wei immediately said. Alright then, we'll listen to the arrangements of fellow student Chen Wei. If you say it's delicious, then it must be delicious. I really want to eat it too. Zhou Xian immediately spoke up. When Chen Wei heard this, he immediately used his cell phone to call a drop. 2 or 3 minutes later, the drop top arrived. The two immediately got into the car and headed to the dumpling store. 10 minutes later, there it was. This is the store. Chen Wei immediately introduced it to Zhou Xian. Can such a small store have any good food? Zhou Xian was skeptical. As soon as they went in, Chen Wei immediately shouted, Uncle Lu, 2 pounds of shrimp dumplings, 2 pounds of Spanish mackerel dumplings. Okay, Chen Wei, you guys sit down. I'll be right there, Boss Lu said immediately. Yo, is this Xiao Wei's girlfriend? You're so pretty, Boss Lu flirted after seeing Zhou Xian. Uncle Lu, this can't be a joke. It's not even my girlfriend. We're classmates and just happened to meet today. Otherwise, she would be unhappy, Chen Wei immediately explained. I don't believe it. You haven't even brought girls over for dinner before. Boss Lu immediately spoke up. It's really not Uncle Lu. Hurry up and cook the dumplings. Chen Wei was afraid of Zhou Xian's misunderstanding and hurriedly asked Boss Lu to cook the dumplings. Seeing that Boss Lu had gone to the back kitchen to cook the dumplings, Chen Wei was relieved. He led Zhou Xian and found a seat. Zhou Xian, the boss is joking. Don't get angry, Chen Wei immediately explained. It's fine, Chen Wei. I won't be angry, Zhou Xian immediately said. That's good. Otherwise, none of us classmates would have anything to do. Chen Wei took a long breath of relief. In fact, he didn't know Zhou Xian's heart. Zhou Xian was very happy to hear the boss words instead. The two men began to talk for a few moments. The dumplings are here, Boss Lu said. He quickly brought 2 pounds of shrimp dumplings. Looking at the somewhat crystallized shrimp dumplings, Chen Wei and Zhou Xian drooled. This dumpling must be delicious. Thank you Uncle Lu, Zhou Xian said to Boss Lu. You're welcome. You guys try it quickly. The mackerel dumplings will be served soon. Hearing Zhou Xian's thanks to him, the boss was also very happy. The two of them, Chen Wei and Zhou Xian, scooped a bit into their bowls with a spoon. Then they ate it. Zhou Xian, is it good? Chen Wei asked and answered. It's really so delicious. You'll have to bring me here to eat again in the future, Zhou Xian said wryly. That's good. As long as big schoolgirl Zhou is willing, I'll be happy to accompany you for breakfast every day, Chen Wei immediately said. Zhou Xian looked at Chen Wei with a face full of happiness when she heard this. This time, the owner walked over again. The owner was holding a small plate with crayfish. Your crawfish is also ready. The owner put a plate of crawfish on the table. Uncle Lu, we didn't order crayfish. Chen Wei was a bit confused. I know. This is from me to you. You boys brought your girlfriend over for the first time today, and this is from me to you. I'm happy for you, Uncle Lu immediately said with a smile. Uncle Lu, you're really wrong. We are just classmates. Chen Wei was a bit flustered at the sound of this. He was afraid that Zhou Xian would scatter his legs. Thank you Uncle Lu. Zhou Xian didn't get angry and didn't scatter her legs as she spoke softly. The boss was also happy to hear Zhou Xian's words. Chen Wei was a bit confused when he heard Zhou Xian's words. What was going on here? Uncle Lu has served it all up. We must be too embarrassed not to accept it. Let's eat, Zhou Xian hurriedly explained, because she saw Chen Wei looking at himself. Okay, okay, Chen Wei said. The two of them then began to gorge themselves. Of course, Zhou Xian looked very svelte. Mackerel dumplings were served in the back. This is also very good. Qingdao's chicken and fish dumplings are very good. A meal that took almost 40 minutes to finish. Had enough, Zhou Xian? Chen Wei asked. It's so full. It's so good. So full. I still want to come here to eat, Zhou Xian immediately said. Then if there's a chance in the future, I'll bring you here to eat. Chen Wei immediately said. That's what you said. No cheating? Zhou Xian immediately said. Of course I won't. Bye Uncle Lu. Bye Uncle Lu. After saying goodbye to the owner, Chen Wei and Zhou Xian walked out of the dumpling restaurant. It's a good thing there are big trees here. There was thick shade under the tree, and the two walked on this wooded path. Thank you, old classmate. I had a great time today. Zhou Xian, who was about to get into the car, said with a smile. Old classmate, I'm happy today too. Chen Wei also said. Men were all fond of spending time with beautiful women. Chen Wei was no exception. Be safe on the way back. Chen Wei closed the car door for Zhou Xian. As the cab drove further and further away, Chen Wei felt as if he was a bit sad. What's going on here? Forget it, don't think too much. It's better to go back to work. Chen Wei also took a drop and went back to the company. Chowhound in a cab had just gotten in and the car hadn't been going for long when she told the cabbie to pull over. The driver muttered what was going on, but the driver also quickly pulled over and stopped. The driver had just stopped when an Audi A8 pulled up next to the drop top. Soon a female, secretary-like, opened the door of the cab. President, I've come to take you back. Who is this president? The cab driver wondered for a moment. Chapter 19, the first luxury car of my life. Could it be that this president is the pretty girl in the back seat? The cab driver thought for a moment. Just as the driver was messing with his thoughts, Zhou Xian got out of the car. The female secretary opened the back door of the Audi A8 for her. Zhou Xian quickly sat on it. As soon as he sat in the car, Zhou Xian seemed to be a different person. She was now becoming very high-strung, very condescending, so desperate to shut people out. Don't you forget to pay the fare, Zhou Xian explained. The secretary didn't say anything as she quickly pulled out two $100 bills and handed them to the cabbie. The driver quickly took the money. What's going on here? It's only been 200 or 300 meters. The cab driver mumbled a bit. President, Master just called. The secretary said something to Zhou Xian. What's the matter with your lordship? Zhou Xian asked coldly. Master asked when you're going back to Beijing. He and Madam miss you. If you don't go back, they will come to see you. The secretary immediately spoke up. You tell them one thing, I will go back to see them after a while. Zhou Xian immediately said. By the way, I want you to keep this incident today a secret. It can't be said to anyone. Otherwise, Zhou Xian said coldly again. I know, President. The secretary rushed back. The secretary is caught in the middle and can't offend either one. After saying those words, Zhou Xian closed his eyes again. Thinking back on the time he spent with Chen Wei today, the heart looked especially happy. Chen Wei, I'm going to capture you. I'm going to make you my man, Zhou Xian said faintly in her heart. Then she smiled happily and sweetly. Chen Wei returned to work at Ningda Times Company. As soon as she saw Chen Wei coming, Lu Fangfei immediately came over. Mr. Chen, you're here, Lu Fangfei immediately said. Yeah, I missed seeing you for a day, so here I am. Chen Wei immediately said. Mr. Chen, don't laugh at me. I don't deserve you, Lu Fangfei said in a hurry. So how's the land search going? Chen Wei changed the subject. A piece has been found. I don't know if it will fit. Then look again. See if there's a better one. And then, compare them. You should also have at least 2 sets of plans for everything you do. Chen Wei said. Yes, President. I'll arrange it. Then get out. Lu Fangfei hurriedly walked out. Chen Wei doesn't have much to do, so he swipes Jitterbug and Snapchat. If Lu Fangfei was always here, Chen Wei would inevitably think about it. You can only look. You can't touch. Chen Wei won't be able to stand it. Chen Wei had eaten meat twice and was already addicted. Therefore, he called Lu Fangfei out in a hurry. Or look at the beautiful women in the Shake Shack. You can see them, and you can't touch them, and they don't lead to crime. By the afternoon, Chen Wei had skipped work again. He went ahead and checked out of the rental house and shipped his stuff to Townsend. After all that, it was already afternoon. The day passed quickly. After dinner, he showered and then lay down on his bed. He either swipes Jitterbug or reads novels. He read up on the novels, and he was especially fond of reading the Divine Magnate novels now. This God Ho novel was just like his life. He got a little sleepy when he saw 10:30 p.m. He just went to the bathroom and started sleeping. He slept until 7 a.m. As usual, you enter the system interface as soon as you wake up. As soon as he thought of this, He immediately accessed the system interface in his brain. He immediately saw the 3 new gifts that the system had swiped out today. Gift number 1. A Mercedes Big G. Worth $6 million. Gift 2. 10 sets of LV clothing. Worth $1 million. Gift number 3. A Rolex watch worth $900,000. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Brother system, you're so nice. I love you, mwahaha. Ignoring Chen Wei's words, the system prompted calmly again. Please make your choice quickly. Host, I choose one. I have to choose one. I'm missing a car right now, and I'll only choose the expensive one, not the right one. Chen Wei shouted happily, because the clothes he had already bought 2 sets, so this time there would be no choice of clothes. A watch? You can wear it or not, so he doesn't choose either. Ding, the host has made his choice. The certificate of title of the Mercedes-Benz Big G will be sent to you immediately. The origin of the vehicle, legal and compliant. You can use it with confidence. The system immediately spoke. Chen Wei immediately got up and brushed his teeth and washed his face. After doing so, Chen Wei realized that he already had a certificate of title registration for the Mercedes-Benz Big G on his bed, as well as a key to the Mercedes-Benz Big G. The license plate number was 3 9s. As soon as he saw the key, he jumped for joy. This is great. I have a house and a car. System, wahahaha, I love you. Chen Wei said. Haven't eaten yet. Just going to have an early dinner and then go to the grocery store to buy some stuff. He immediately took the car keys and went to the underground garage. He quickly spotted his car. He immediately remote controlled it with the key. He then opened the car door. Chen Wei immediately got into the car, then fastened his seatbelt and started the car. Chen Wei had a driver's license and had used his summer vacation to take the test 2 years before. A moment later, he was in front of a breakfast place. He pulled into the parking space. Many cities paint spaces on the street and of course charge for parking. Chen Wei doesn't care about the $10 or $8. You don't even have to pay the fee if you drive away in 20 minutes. He was at the store and quickly finished a couple of buns and a bottle of milk. Still have to go to the gas station first to fill up a tank of gas. He quickly made his way to the gas station and filled up with 98 gasoline. Almost a full tank was filled and it showed that it cost almost $800. Chen Wei quickly took his cell phone and scanned the code to pay. Payment was made quickly. He quickly left this gas station and prepared to drive to a supermarket. This supermarket is very close to the barbecue restaurant where we had barbecue last time. It's also very close to Thompson's, where Chen Wei lives, at the Rainbow Supermarket. At this time, Ruyan Lu was shopping on the first floor of this supermarket. She is interning in a company. Today happens to be Saturday and there is no need to go to work, so she went to the supermarket to do some shopping. A lot of people in their program are interning here at Huawei. They rent apartments and basically rent together. Ruyan Lu didn't have much toothpaste left, so she was going to come and buy one. Among other things, the toothpaste and toothbrush are in the northeast corner of the first floor. After Lu Ruyan picked a toothpaste, she simply bought a little snack, as well as paper towels. She was going to go to the cash register to check out. Classmate, it's you. What a coincidence that I met you in the supermarket today, a boy said happily. Hearing this voice, Ruyan Lu turned her head to look. After seeing this boy behind her, she frowned. The boy was a classmate of hers, but in a different class, in the same major, several classes, sometimes in the same classroom. In this way, before class, students inevitably tweet each other. This classmate came to add WeChat, and Lu Ruyan was not able to refuse. Later, this classmate often looked for her to chat on WeChat. It also asked her to have dinner a few times on WeChat. Of course Lu Ruyan knew what this classmate had in mind, but Ruyan Lu didn't have anything else in mind for this classmate. In fact, many male students have a little idea about Lu Ruyan, because Ruyan Lu was too beautiful. But Ruyan Lu didn't understand why Chen Wei didn't have any thoughts about himself. Was it a deliberate pretense? Chapter 20, You're Not My Type. Life is still a little less than ideal. Ruyan Lu kept politely rejecting this classmate because this classmate was not her cup of tea. She thought that slowly, this classmate would break this kind of mind. I can't imagine running into her here. And the male student immediately had that in mind again. Ruyan Lu was a bit unhappy. She frowned a little, trying to pretend it wasn't there. It wasn't possible. Obviously the other party was a big living person. Ruyan Lu had no choice but to nod her head towards the other party. She immediately wanted to leave, but this male student called out to him. Classmate Lu, you came to buy toothpaste and snacks? This male classmate was called Zhang Wen walked over and came to a stop beside Ruyan Lu. He used his eyes to look at what Lu Ruyan was carrying in her hand for a moment and then asked. As he said this, his eyes looked towards Ruyan Lu. There was a bit of a strange look in his eyes. Ruyan Lu was now wearing a short skirt, revealing her long legs. Look at man's eyes staring at Lu Ruyan's long legs. His eyes seemed to be nailed shut. The first time they had class together, He had a crush on Ruyan Lu at first glance. In fact, many male students had such a heart. This mind of his never changed. Those legs are so long and beautiful, could be enough to last me a lifetime. In addition to the big long photo, Ruyan Lu's bright and beautiful face and moving looks were also all imprinted in his heart. Therefore, in the past 1 or 2 years, he hadn't looked for Ruyan Lu to chat, but Ruyan Lu basically ignored him. Yes, she has that capital. She is very arrogant. Zhang Wen knew that Ruyan Lu was politely rejecting himself, but he did not die, because Ruyan Lu was too good looking. Maybe, by stalking her, he would be able to chase her into his hands. If he could catch up, Zhang Wen would wake up smiling in his dreams. If he chases it, his friends around him will surely envy him. Therefore, as soon as he saw Ruyan Lu, he was really excited in his heart, as if he had won a $5 million jackpot. Yeah, I came to get some stuff, bought toothpaste and snacks. She looked at Zhang Wen for a moment, then replied coldly, "Classmate Zhang, why don't you continue shopping at the supermarket? I've bought something, I'm going to check out." After saying that, Ruyan Lu prepared to leave, but it was so hard for Zhang Wen to run into Lu Ruyan. He really wanted to spend more time with her. The magic of this love is just big. It radiates great energy and can overcome all difficulties. As a male classmate, Zhang Wen knew that a good girl was afraid of being stalked by a groom. Two people chatting a lot might develop feelings. As long as he was bent on pursuing Ruyan Lu, he couldn't believe that the other party wouldn't be impressed. Besides, his family is not bad, and he's still handsome, and he's a student council officer. One's living expenses are 4 or 5,000 a month. So, he was still confident in himself. Originally, I was going to buy something too, and then I forgot what to buy for a moment. I'll go too, classmate Lu, let's go together, Zhang Wen said curtly, a bit like a slave, a bit like a lackey. Right now, he's a slave. In the future, he's going to be a general. Hearing Zhang Wen say that, Lu Ruyan became even more annoyed in her heart. She wasn't trying to have a bit of scandal with Zhang Wen. No, you go your way and I'll go mine. I'm afraid of people gossiping. Ruyan Lu spoke up. What's that? It's not like we have anything to hide, Zhang Wen immediately said. Ruyan Lu didn't speak anymore, not bothering with him. The two men walked forward and back toward the supermarket checkout counter. Because Ruyan Lu was really pretty, the gazes of the men here looked at the two of them. Many of the boys were a little envious and jealous of Zhang Wen. Zhang Wen took another look at Lu Ruyan's beautiful face, and the more he looked at her, the more beautiful he felt. Another thought welled up in his mind. I will not marry her in this life. Ms. Lu, it's not too early now. It's almost time to finish lunch. In a while, I'll treat you to a lunch. I know that there's a hot pot restaurant open next to this supermarket, and it tastes quite good. Can I treat you to a meal? Zhang Wen immediately spoke up. I'm so sorry. I have a lunch date with my roommate today. There's really no time today. Ruyan Lu was a veteran in dealing with this aspect. She hadn't been pursued by many boys since she was in middle school. She was naturally very experienced in dealing with this. That's no big deal. Just call your housemates together. There are more of us, and it's more lively when we eat together. Zhang Wen deliberately pretended not to hear what Lu Ruyan meant. Anyway, what was always on his mind right now was to take down Ruyan Lu. This was the biggest thing in his life now. No. Those roommates of mine aren't very willing to go out with people they don't know very well. We'll make a date another day when we have time. Ruyan Lu had already arrived at the cash register. She put the items on the register one by one. The cashier scanned each one as well and then said, $35. Okay. Ruyan Lu had just taken out her cell phone to make the payment when Zhang Wen next to her had already taken out his cell phone to help pay off the payment. Classmate Zhang, I don't need you to pay for me. Lu Ruyan immediately said something. She didn't want to have anything to do with Zhang Wen. It would be bad for one's reputation if the story got out. Ruyan Lu knew that she had a beautiful face and a tall body, so she wanted to find a great boyfriend here in Shanghai on her own terms. If she finds a well-endowed boyfriend, she can make the class leap. She was not willing to give herself a bad name in order to live a better life. Once a girl has a bad reputation, there's no way she can make the class leap. The better the guy is in every way, the more he cares about his girlfriend's reputation. Who doesn't want to lose face? This is something she still understands. For this, she had rejected Zhang Wen and countless others like him. Many of the men's families are okay, but not good enough for her to make the class leap. Ruyan Lu's vision was still very high. Mr. Ru, a little bit of money. Something like this is too small. It's okay. Zhang Wen shook his head and said, there are no small things between a man and a woman. We're not at that point either. Ruyan Lu said immediately. Lu Ruyan looked at Zhang Wen for a moment and took out her cell phone to directly send Zhang Wen a 35 yuan red envelope. Classmate Zhang, you claimed the red packet. Ruyan Lu spoke coldly. She wasn't going to put herself on the line for a small amount of money. Ryu-san, what are you doing? It's only $35. Don't get so rusty. Zhang Wen froze for a moment and immediately said, do you accept it or not? If you don't accept the red envelope, I don't want these things, and I'll immediately delete you and blacken you. Lu Ruyan immediately said coldly. Her face was particularly unsightly. This. Okay, I'll take it. Seeing that Lu Ruyan was angry, Zhang Wen could only accept the red packet. This red packet had $35. That's a good girl. Zhang Wen thought for a moment. I must take Ruyan Lu. He had a heavier mind like that. I can't imagine that something more interesting happened behind the scenes. Chapter 21. Fortunately, Ruyan Lu and that person don't know each other. Ruyan Lu didn't bother with him, picked up these few things and walked out of the supermarket. Mr. Lu, Zhang Wen followed him out. He was like a follower. As he spoke, he suddenly saw a brand new Mercedes Big G trying to park in his face down the street. This Mercedes Big G is backing up. Ruyan Lu also looked at the brand new Mercedes-Benz Big G with her good-looking eyes. She couldn't say what model the Mercedes was, but she also thought it was nice and sleek. Mercedes-Benz Big G, or top of the line. I wonder what kind of person can be so rich and drive such a nice car. Zhang Wen said enviously. Boys still know more about cars. Is this car expensive? Ruyan Lu couldn't help but ask. She didn't really know much about cars. She only recognized this Mercedes-Benz logo. She didn't know exactly what model this Mercedes was. So, after she heard Zhang Wen say that, she asked. Of course it's very expensive. This is a top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz Big G. All kinds of options also pull full words. All buy down to more than 2.5 million to 2.6 million. Zhang Wen said a bit, his words full of envy. He looked at this already parked Mercedes Big G. 2.6 million. Ruyan Lu immediately froze after hearing this figure. So expensive. Immediately, she couldn't help but look at this Mercedes Big G again. She really didn't expect the car to be so expensive. This man is so rich. I'm afraid I won't be able to drive such a nice car in my life. $2.6 million. Where on earth can I make so much money? Zhang Wen sighed. Then reluctantly, he withdrew his gaze. At this time, he realized that Ruyan Lu was still standing here. As soon as he thought of it, he immediately said a little more. Although, I have no hope of driving such a nice car. But my parents promised to buy me a car of over $200,000 up front once I graduate from college and join the workforce. After I've worked for 3 or 5 years, after I've gotten a promotion and a raise, after I'd become a general manager, then I won't have to afford the Mercedes-Benz Big G for a few moments. Zhang Wen drew a few big cakes. Ruyan Lu didn't say anything, because she was still looking at the Mercedes Big G, after she saw such a nice car already parked. She also wished to see what kind of person got out of the car. She was also a little curious. In less than 2 seconds, her beautiful eyes immediately widened. The eyes were filled with less than belief. What? He can afford to drive a Mercedes Big G? What? Chen Wei can afford to drive this Mercedes Big G? That's too hard to believe. But right now, that's the truth. Didn't Lu Xiaoli say his family was in bad shape? Lu Ruyan stood at the entrance of the supermarket. She looked at Chen Wei who came down from the car. Her heart was really pounding. She never dreamed that Chen Wei would get off the Mercedes Big G. It was too hard to convince her. You call that a bad family situation? Driving a $2.6 million Mercedes Big G right out of college. Anyone whose family is in poor condition would be. Ruyan Lu seemed to be dreaming. Student Lu, do you know him? Zhang Wen saw Lu Ruyan so shocked and surprised, then casually asked. Then, he also looked at Chen Wei who had gotten down from the Mercedes Big G. He too was immediately startled, for he saw that the man was not too old, only 22 or 23. It seems like it's still a college student. Someone so young driving a Mercedes Big G again. Is it a rich kid? Driving a $1 million limousine just out of college or while attending college is of a completely different nature than driving a $1 million limousine at age 30. If this person knows Lu Ruyan, then I, Zhang Wen, don't have no hope at all? Zhang Wen immediately thought for a moment. Compared to this rich second generation who drove a top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz Big G, Zhang Wen was not at all confident. Both Liang and you were born. Zhang Wen's heart was very hard anymore. Ruyan Lu didn't answer, because at this time, she was looking at Chen Wei, waves rolling in her heart. She saw Zhang Wen standing next to her again, and finally chose to immediately turn around and enter the supermarket. Even if she didn't have the slightest relationship with Zhang Wen, she didn't want Chen Wei to see this scene and see her standing with Zhang Wen. This girl is very thoughtful. Once she turned around and went into the supermarket, this made Zhang Wen breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Wen thought so. This shows that Ruyan Lu and this person driving the car don't know each other. If they knew each other, they both would have said hello to each other. As soon as Zhang Wen thought of this, he was relieved and much happier. Mr. Ryu, is there something else you want to buy? You give me a word and we'll go together. One more person. One more strength. Zhang licked his face and said a little. After he took a look at the car, he also turned around and went into the supermarket, then spoke to Ruyan Lu. No, I don't want to bother you. I'll find anything I want to buy on my own. Don't follow me. It's not a good influence for the two of us to be together. Lu Ruyan refused very dryly. Classmate Lu, what are you being polite to me for? It's fine. I'll help you. Zhang licked his face and said it again. But before Zhang could finish his sentence, Ruyan Lu directly interrupted him. Not when I say no. I said I'll find it myself. Please don't follow me and stop chatting with me. I don't like you. Lu Ruyan blackened her face very dryly. While holding her cell phone in front of Zhang, she said, I deleted your WeChat. I've blacked you out. She operates live. The round was so quick that Zhang couldn't react in time. This, Mr. Ryu, what are you doing? Which part of me did wrong? You tell me. After you tell me, I can change it right away. Zhang immediately spoke up. By this time, he was still a bit confused, because he wasn't clear at all. Why did Lu Ruyan, who had been so nice just now, immediately blacken and delete his WeChat? Is a woman's face like a June day? It changes at the drop of a hat. Obviously 1 second the two were chatting together. Now they're flipping out right away. Why is that? Why? Classmate Lu, if I've done something wrong, I'll correct it right away if you say so, but you don't want to delete my WeChat. Zhang immediately acted like a slave as he spoke in a low voice. Before that, he had 2 or 3 girlfriends, but during the relationship, he was always the dominant one. But at this time, he was always like a slave when facing Ruyan Lu. There was no way around it. Ruyan Lu's face value and figure were top-notch. In order to take Ruyan Lu, one had to do this. Zhang really can't get enough of Ruyan Lu. He had already put his posture so low. Why is Ruyan Lu still like this? You didn't do anything wrong, but I just don't like you. There's no way. Zhang was so low and low, but Lu Ruyan said this. I can. Chapter 22. How come Lu Xiaoli isn't back yet? Without waiting for Zhang to finish, Ruyan Lu immediately left. Zhang is still trying to catch up. Ruyan Lu might have considered this and immediately twisted her head to look at him. Zhang immediately stopped his steps. It was because of the sight of Lu Ruyan's murderous eyes. Zhang was taken aback for a moment. He never dared take another half step forward. He waited until Ruyan Lu turned the corner behind the other shelves and could no longer see Ruyan Lu. Zhang dared to take 2 steps. Zhang Kai knew that there was no hope for him at all. In the Rainbow Supermarket, Ruyan Lu stood behind a row of shelves with various instant noodles. This time of year, she hides here. I can't imagine that Zhang is always sticking to her like a dog skin plaster, and can't get rid of her no matter how hard she tries. For the sake of a better outcome later, she had already blacked out and deleted Zhang. She didn't want to have any contact with him anymore, because Ruyan Lu finally has a target candidate for a boyfriend. That candidate is Chen Wei. Chen Wei just graduated from college and is driving a luxury car of more than $2.6 million. It is obvious that his family is in a very good condition. A $2.6+ million car that he bought right out of school that the average nice family couldn't afford. Ruyan Lu knew that she had to seize this opportunity. The opportunity would never come again. Willow has an average family and therefore understands things early. When she first started junior high school, she knew that she had to change her fate and live a clothed life on her own terms. That is, her looks and figure. Of course, she was smart. If she wasn't smart, she wouldn't have gotten into Shanghai Jiaotong University. The good thing is, she has a pretty face and a very nice body. When she was 13 or 14, she had boys chasing her. She refused them all because she knew that she only had one chance at life. Therefore, she especially treasures this opportunity. She just wants to find a boyfriend in college with a very good family. Talk about it for a while and then marry your boyfriend after college, thus making the class leap. Never worry about your livelihood again. Luckily, I was very lucky to come to this supermarket today. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll never know that Chen Wei is a rich second generation. No wonder the other day, at a barbecue, he seemed particularly calm and collected. At the time, one was still very confused. In hindsight, there was a reason he was stoic and grounded. After all, he was driving a $2.6 million luxury car right out of college. Ruyan Lu stood here at the shelf, and soon, she had already figured it out. Later, she thought back to the day of the barbecue. A moment's thought followed, and soon, she was relieved. At that time, she didn't know that Chen Wei was a rich second generation, and she didn't behave well or badly. It was good that she didn't dislike him, didn't scold him, and didn't cold shoulder him. That's good. That's good. When you put it that way, what comes next is much better. In the future, Create more opportunities for yourself to spend time with him. Slowly, with a little bit of skill yourself, you can become his girlfriend yourself. That's a solid year or two down the road on its own. Ruyan Lu thought about it, then immediately walked out of the supermarket. Returned to the house she was currently living in. A couple of the housemates are away. She waited for Lu Xiaoli to return and asked her for Chen Wei's micro-signal first. Lu Ruyan waited a little anxiously, afraid that another woman would get there first. Such quality men were still very rare. After waiting for several minutes, Lu Xiaoli didn't come back. Better wash your hair first. Wash your hair while you wait. There was no need to rush when there was a target candidate. She was so pretty and had such a good body. She would definitely take Chen Wei. Ruyan Lu thought for a moment. This room had a bathroom, and Ruyan Lu took a towel and prepared to walk into the bathroom. This time the door opened. She looked up and saw that it was her roommate Guo Qianqian. She started to think it was Lu Xiaoli. Qianqian, you're back? Ruyan Lu greeted. Ruyan Lu was narcissistic about her looks. Since she was a child, she hadn't seen many people whose looks could compare to hers, but this Guo Qianqian is not similar to her. This point, Lu Ruyan had to admit. This Guo Qianqian is still very beautiful. The two people cannot distinguish between the two. One was bright and generous, and the other was delicate and fair. Both were schoolgirl-level beauties. Well, I'm back. Guo Qianqian nodded. Are you going to wash your hair? Yeah, I'm going to wash my hair. Willow went into the bathroom and closed the door. She was still a little disappointed. Guo Qianqian took the book and read it. Suddenly, her cell phone beeped. This is from Mom. Daughter, you're a junior in college. Are there any boys in your school with good families? If you do, you take the initiative to pursue it. Make the first move. You know, relationships talked about in college are still more pure. Mom doesn't want you to be like me. For love but without bread anymore. Love needs to have a little material foundation. Guo Qianqian looked at WeChat. She didn't reply. She knew what Mom meant. Mom was afraid she'd make the same mistake. Mom married Dad for love back in the day, but ended up with a mess and worried about money all day. That's what her mom meant. Is love or money important? It is impossible to choose both. Reality is always not so rosy. After Chen Wei parked his car, he also bought some household items. Then, it was lunch at the supermarket. After a good lunch, he drove home to rest. First he went back to the bathroom and washed up. Then it was time to lie down on the bed. It wasn't hot in the room because the air conditioning was on. In July and August, Shanghai certainly can't get by without air conditioning. After playing with his cell phone for a while, he took a break. He slept until 3 p.m. After he woke up, he started to swipe Jitterbug. Fast. After playing until about 6 p.m., he ordered a takeout. It was hot and he didn't want to go anywhere, unless a girlfriend called. After 9 p.m., he started playing Jitterbug again. In the rented room, Wang Chang was lying on the bed. He took out his cell phone and prepared to chat with Lu Xiaoli. Lily, have you gotten to your dorm yet? We've only been apart a short time and I miss you again. Wang Chang sent 2 messages by text. After 10 minutes did not see Lu Xiaoli reply. He then grabbed his toothbrush and got ready to go brush his teeth. While brushing his teeth, he thought of the last time he spent over 4,000 on clothes and dinner. He immediately thought of an idea. Mom, I spent $4,000 on a girlfriend, so transfer the money to me. Wang Chang said. Really? I'll transfer $4,000 to you right away. This is my love funding for you. Mom immediately said something. Within 2 minutes, Mom sent $4,000. Wang Chang immediately nodded to receive it. In the girls' rented room, Ruyan Lu was sitting on her bed. She anxiously waited for Lu Xiaoli's return. She looked at the door of the dormitory from time to time. Why isn't Lu Xiaoli back yet? She knew Lu Xiaoli would definitely come back, because she also understands that Lu Xiaoli is using Wang Chang as a spare tire. There's no way Lu Xiaoli would stay out at night. Why isn't she back yet? Why isn't she back yet? Chapter 23. You asked your boyfriend to push Chen Wei WeChat to you, and then you pushed it to me. Once a person has a mind, the mood is more impatient. Why isn't this Lu Xiaoli back yet? Ruyan Lu waited anxiously. She and Lu Xiaoli were different. Ruyan Lu would never treat a boy as a spare tire. After she sees one, she will give her heart wholeheartedly and be good to her boyfriend for the rest of her life. If this is an investment, then she'll only make it once. If life was a gamble, she would only make this one gamble. Ruyan, your legs are so beautiful. I haven't seen anyone with legs as nice as yours. Roommate Huangjin said enviously from the side. Huangjin's looks are average, but likes to sing. She opened a number on Jiayin and has quite a lot of fans. Already has 300,000 fans. Is it really pretty? Rio smiled a little. Of course, if I were a boy, I'd fall in love with you too. Huangjin nodded. But, Ruyan, this we're all about to be juniors. So many guys are chasing after you. And a few of them are in good condition. And you haven't even agreed. What kind of boyfriend do you want to find? Huangjin asked curiously. She was really curious about Ruyan Lu's criteria for choosing a boyfriend. How can someone so pretty not have a boyfriend? A schoolgirl like that is a hot commodity. Guo Chanqian next to her also heard it, and she subconsciously looked at Lu Ruyan. Guo Chanqian was also very concerned about Ruyan Lu. Guo Chanqian grew up with very good looks and a very good temperament as well. But after going to college, she realized that Lu Ruyan in the same dormitory was not worse than her, even a little better than her. The two would more or less compare. She was now especially curious about Ruyan Lu's criteria for choosing a boyfriend. My criteria for finding a boyfriend. Before Ruyan Lu could finish, the door of the dormitory was pushed open. Lu Xiaoli came back from outside. Shopping is so tiring. It took 2 hours to walk. Lu Xiaoli, who had just returned, then looked at a few of her roommates. She was very happy to see several people afterward. That day, Lu Xiaoli didn't buy any clothes, because that day, she was a little angry. Today, Wang Chang finally coaxed her to go clothes shopping. Lu Xiaoli finally a little reluctant to buy. In fact, she has long wanted to buy clothes. Today, her moment to show off had finally come. Lu Xiaoli has recognized Lu Ruyan and Wei Chanqian both look beautiful, but they do not have a boyfriend. No boyfriend to help them buy clothes. And Lu Xiaoli got there first, and that's what she deserves to brag about. This Wang Chang, he's really something too. He had to buy me clothes. I refused to buy it, but he said I'm her boyfriend. I need to dress nicely. This way, when he takes his girlfriend out, he looks respectable. Today's clothes cost more than $4,000. Lu Xiaoli opened her mouth and said, as if she had suffered a bit. In fact, she was clearly showing off. It's like a peacock opening its screen. Ruyan Lu looked at Lu Xiaoli, then looked down at her cell phone. Guo Chanqian didn't say anything and played with her cell phone as well. Huangjin said a little, really? Then Wang Chang is really good to you. And spending $4,000 on you. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. If only I had a boyfriend like that. It's true that it's quite a lot, but to him this amount of money is nothing. He and I are both Shanghai locals. His family has 2 houses. The conditions are good. My family's condition is even better than his. But my dad favors boys over girls. Lu Xiaoli said. In fact, right now she especially wanted to hear what Ruyan Lu and Chanqianghua had to say. It's what these 2 guys say that carries weight. There's no point in showing off in front of Huangjin. Ugh, you Shanghainese are good. Huangjin was a little envious. It's okay, it's just okay, it's better than the top. Lu Xiaoli nodded, but she was still a little disgruntled inside. She was trying to show off in front of those 2, but those 2 were slow to speak. The only reason she went and showed off like that was to brush up on her presence. She was also well endowed and was pursued by well endowed guys. She's no worse than those 2. Well, without further ado, I'm going to take a shower first. I'm also tired of shopping. Go to bed early today. Lu Xiaoli packed up her clothes, took a towel, and prepared to enter the bathroom. Lily, wait a moment. At this time, Ruyan Lu spoke up. Ruyan, what's the matter with you? Lu Xiaoli immediately asked. She brought a bit of questioning, a bit of curiosity. She knew that Ruyan Lu would not envy herself, because Ruyan Lu's own conditions were very good. She could definitely find a better boyfriend than Wang Chang. It's not a big deal. That day, well, we weren't having a barbecue. I met your boyfriend's roommate, Chen Wei. I want to add his WeChat. Trouble you. You asked your boyfriend to push Chen Wei's micro signal over. Ruyan Lu wasn't shy in the slightest and said it directly. What do you mean? Lu Ruyan said this and Lu Xiaoli froze for a moment. What's going on? You can look at Chen Wei? His family is in a very bad situation. He doesn't have a mom and dad anymore. You're out of your mind. You actually want to add Chen Wei's WeChat. And so proactive. What the hell are you up to? Lu Xiaoli wore a questioning look. Ruyan Lu, you and Chen Wei can't even get together. So, Ruyan Lu, why did you take the initiative to add Wei Chen's WeChat? There's a problem. There's definitely a problem. And there's definitely a big problem. Lu Xiaoli she didn't believe that Lu Ruyan would add Chen Wei's WeChat for no reason. This is too counterintuitive. There must be some kind of ghost. Why would Ruyan Lu take the initiative to add Chen Wei's WeChat? Chen Wei had studied at this university for several years. His own boyfriend, Wang Chang, knows Chen Wei well. Everyone knows that Chen Wei's family is penniless and he is an orphan without his mom and dad. What's wrong with Ruyan Lu? Could it be that Chen Wei is a boy from a very good family? Is Chen Wei a hidden rich kid? Is it possible that what everyone sees is only superficial? Was everything we saw before a lie? What the hell is Ruyan Lu doing here? Lu Xiaoli frowned, and in just a few minutes, she thought of a lot. Her brain raced so fast that she almost pulled a cylinder. Guo Qianqian sat on the bed. She raised her head and looked at Lu Ruyan. She also felt that there was something wrong here with Ruyan Lu. There must be a name here. Ruyan Lu would not ask for Chen Wei's WeChat for no reason. Guo Qianqian knew the name Chen Wei long ago, because she had heard Lu Xiaoli say that Chen Wei was Wang Chang's roommate. Chen Wei's family was very poor. Ruyan Lu shouldn't have taken the initiative to add Chen Wei's WeChat. It's a little counterintuitive. It has nothing to do with himself. It is better to hang high. Guo Qianqian thought for a moment. Ruyan, what are you adding him to WeChat for? Do you want to be friends with him? Lu Xiaoli asked. In fact, people are so curious that curiosity killed the cat. Chapter 24. If she has anything, she can ask me too. Don't ask Chen Wei. Ruyan, what are you adding his WeChat for? Lu Xiaoli asked tentatively. Lu Xiaoli looked at Lu Ruyan's beautiful face. Although her own face was also pretty, it was still a notch behind compared to Ruyan Lu. I'm not doing anything. I just have something I want to ask him about. Lu Ruyan looked at Lu Xiaoli for a moment. Then he immediately said. Ruyan Lu's tone was very normal, making Lu Xiaoli feel like she was overthinking things. Also, taking the initiative to add Chen Wei's WeChat doesn't necessarily mean you have a crush on him. After all, Chen Wei was not good in all aspects, except for his good looks. But handsome can't be a meal. If he himself couldn't look at Chen Wei, other people would be even more unable to look at him. Ruyan Lu was even less able to look at Chen Wei. No problem. I'll immediately ask Wang Chang to push Chen Wei's WeChat over. Lu Xiaoli said. Thanks La. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. Ruyan Lu gave her a heart. No need to be so polite. Who are we sisters with? I'll let Wang Chang push it now. Lu Xiaoli immediately took out her cell phone and started preparing to send a WeChat. Then, she first looked at the WeChat sent by Wang Chang. Lu Xiaoli felt that she was still being used. Although Wang Chang's condition is not very good, but with himself, it can be said that he is a good match. If she didn't find a better boy in the future, she wouldn't mind marrying Wang Chang. I just got back to my room and was about to take a shower. Lu Xiaoli returned a message first. Then you take a shower first. Wang Chang returned. He seemed to have seen Lu Xiaoli in the bath, and a fire immediately came to his little stomach. Young people's fire is just strong. Then Lily, just take a shower first. We'll talk when you're done. Wang Chang added. Okay, then I'll take a shower first. By the way, you push your roommate Chen Wei's WeChat to me first. Lu Xiaoli said. Originally, Wang Chang was still thinking freely about Lu Xiaoli's bathing appearance. After he saw this message, his entire body froze for a moment. His face immediately darkened. What's going on here? Your own girlfriend asking for another guy's cell phone number? Why? What does this mean? Wang Chang was very uncomfortable in his heart anymore. At that time, when she thought that she wanted Chen Wei's WeChat, she felt that there was no need for her to be concerned. What aspect of Chen Wei can compare to himself, other than his appearance? Handsome couldn't be a meal. People still need to be realistic. Lily, what do you want Chen Wei's WeChat for? Is there something going on? If there's something, you can totally look for me. If this is something that I can't even solve, he can't solve it even more. Wang Chang said. What do I need Chen Wei's WeChat for? I'm asking for Ruyan Lu. I don't know what she thinks either. Ruyan Lu said she had something to ask Chen Wei. I can't afford to fail in this matter. You remember to push his WeChat to me. Lu Xiaoli said a couple more words. Of course these are written in words. Ruyan, I'll take a shower first. I'll push Chen Wei's Weibo to you later. Lu Xiaoli said. No problem. Okay. Ryu nodded, then spoke up. Lu Xiaoli then walked into the bathroom with a towel and clothes. In the boys' rental house, Wang Chang was originally lying on the bed playing with his cell phone. However, he immediately braced himself from the bed and sat up after seeing the WeChat sent by Lu Xiaoli. What's going on? An earthquake? Geng Chao said. That's right. You make such a big move. Li Jun also spoke up. Wang Chang, however, was a bit dark and ignored the two of them. His eyes were straight. He looked at his cell phone. He had an incredulous look on his face. He himself couldn't believe what he was seeing. Is this sun coming out of the west? This Ruyan Lu actually wanted Chen Wei's WeChat. What's wrong with this Ruyan Lu? Lily, if Ruyan Lu wants to ask old Chen about anything, she can actually ask me as well. Whichever aspect. I know more than old Chen. Wang Chang returned. He didn't want Ruyan Lu to add Chen Wei's WeChat, even to ask for a little something, because even he didn't have Lu Ruyan's WeChat. Plus, he also misses Lu Ruyan. If you can't get Ruyan Lu yourself, you can't let your classmates get Ruyan Lu either. Chen Wei can't be a better mixer than himself. Crap, are you pushing or not pushing his Weibo over? Lu Xiaoli was a bit angry. She took her cell phone into the bathroom. Don't think she didn't know that Wang Chang had peeked at Ruyan Lu several times during the barbecue that day. Alright then, I'll push it over right away. He saw Lu Xiaoli getting angry and immediately didn't dare to object. After Lu Xiaoli grunted, She immediately put down her cell phone, immediately took a shower. Although Wang Chang was a bit uncomfortable in his heart, he had no choice. His girlfriend's words still had to be listened to, and he still pushed Chen Wei's WeChat to Lu Xiaoli. After pushing WeChat, Wang Chang's face was a little less happy. If the two of them were in love, Wang Chang would be even more uncomfortable in his heart. Even if he asked a little something small, something that could not happen in a relationship, Wang Chang was still not happy. What's wrong? Du Quan, why are you so upset? Li Jun spoke up. Nothing. It was something he wouldn't talk about. He immediately got out of bed and then went to the dormitory balcony for a bit. Nerve, as if anyone has offended him, Li Jun muttered. Li Jun just cannot get used to Wang Chang. Wang Chang, he is a local. From time to time outflow of superiority. He thinks he is superior. Okay, stop it. We're all classmates. No big deal. No need to bother with him. Geng Chao also said. Honey, I sent it over. Wang Chang held back his anger and sent a WeChat to Lu Xiaoli. There's no way around it. You have to bow down when you have to in order to catch up with your girlfriend. After Lu Xiaoli finished her shower, she used a hairdryer to dry her hair before walking out of the bathroom. I feel especially refreshed after a shower. Lu Xiaoli, people look really good, is a small beauty, and looks particularly youthful and beautiful. Ruyan, I pushed Chen Wei's WeChat over to you. Did you see it? Lu Xiaoli said. Pushed it over? I'm swiping Shakeology. I didn't look at the tweets. I'll look right away. Lu Ruyan immediately clicked on WeChat and saw the WeChat business card that Lu Shirley pushed over. The avatar is that of the Jin Mao Tower. And the name is, A Bright Moon on the Sea. This name is easy to remember and has a lot of character. Ruyan Lu looked at Chen Wei's WeChat business card on her cell phone screen. She clicked on it and then added her friend. She wrote on the notes of her friend request. I'm Ruyan Lu. A few days ago, we had a barbecue together. And I had something I wanted to ask you about. Ruyan Lu quickly sent the friend request over. Would Chen Wei pass? She was still a little apprehensive. Although she was confident in herself. What if Chen Wei only liked men? At the thought, she put down her own cell phone. By the way, that day when we were having a barbecue, Chen Wei looked toward his long legs several times. Now there's no fear. Chapter 25. Lu Xiaoli didn't believe what Ruyan Lu said at all. Chen Wei is swiping Shakeology in his own home. Suddenly, he saw a WeChat alert message appear on the screen. Who sends messages to themselves? Chen Wei immediately clicked on this WeChat. Then, he realized it was a friend request from Ruyan Lu. What? Chen Wei still froze. He never dreamed that Ruyan Lu would take the initiative to add himself. The two of them don't even go together. Why is that? Ruyan Lu said she had something to ask herself. What could be wrong with her? Chen Wei was suspicious for a long time. But still, he nodded in agreement. Soon, he saw Lu Ruyan's WeChat avatar. A beautiful selfie of her. It's a pretty good picture. Pretty face, slender legs. Another message came in on the cell phone. Ruyan Lu sent an emoticon of a little cutie saying hello. Seeing this, Chen Wei also posted a greeting emoji. Ruyan Lu saw that he returned it and returned another. After a long time, neither one was talking. Why did you add me? Chen Wei asked anyway. I have something to ask you all. Ruyan Lu said immediately. Then tell me. What is it? I'll know everything. I'll tell you everything. Chen Wei was still a bit curious. Why was this schoolgirl so proactive to add his WeChat? He or she is an average college graduate. What does that add up to? Of course, that was before. Now, he is a college graduate who got a system. Now, he is a billionaire himself. This was also the reason why he didn't have a bit of mental pressure when he talked to Ruyan Lu. So what if you're pretty? It's not like I'm begging you. You're not the only pretty girl either. Yes, Ruyan Lu is indeed very pretty and has a good figure, with a convex front and a curved back, and is loved by all. You're pretty. So what? With billions of dollars of wealth of his own, could he be short of women? It's a very good mindset because you know there's no shortage of girlfriends. If it was before there was no money. Chen Wei felt that he was still very surprised and would be very excited inside. At night would be so excited that he would not be able to sleep. At the end of the day, it's the money itself that brings some of the bottom line. Because he had a bottom line. Even if he faced Ruyan Lu, he could have a normal mind. So what if you're pretty? It has nothing to do with me either. It's not a big deal. I heard Lu Xiaoli say that you are studying very well in the software engineering department. My laptop can't turn on right now. I wonder if you can take a look for me. Lu Ruyan told the reason for adding WeChat. Of course, I won't let you fix it for nothing. Whether you can or not, I'll buy you dinner. What do you think? Ruyan Lu said. She immediately sent another please emoji. This emoji is so soft and cute that you won't be able to say no. Of course, that's just an excuse. In order to meet Chen Wei, she deliberately downloaded several software with viruses. Her laptop finally wouldn't open. If you can't give up the child, you can't catch the wolf. She would do anything to take Chinwei. Just graduated from college and drove a $2.6 million limousine. The family assets at the very least have been many hundreds of millions of dollars. Alright, I'll take a look at it for you. I can't promise to fix it for you. Of course Chinwei didn't know about these thoughts of Ruyan Lu, but he had more or less guessed what it meant. Without fixing the computer, I'll treat you to dinner as well. Ruyan Lu smiled happily when she saw Chinwei agree. The fish finally took the bait. So do you have time tomorrow? Tomorrow. You can look at it for me. I need the computer urgently. Is it okay? Lu Ruyan had said again. I'm free in the morning tomorrow. So where can I go to help you look? Chinwei asked. Chinwei also liked to look at beautiful women, especially schoolgirl level beauties. I'll do as you say. What place did you say to meet at? Ruyan Lu asked. How about at the Upper Island Cafe? Chinwei asked. This place is close to where he lives. Maybe where Ruyan Lu lives is close too. Yes. Ruyan Lu immediately returned. Then it's a deal. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. Chinwei spoke again about the time of the meeting. Okay, then still don't see you there. Chinwei was ready to exit WeChat and go brush Shakeology. He thought Ruyan Lu would quit chatting as well. By the way, I was looking at your friend circle and saw that you have a bunny. I like bunnies too, but my family won't let me have one. Bunnies are white and fluffy. So cute. Ruyan Lu added. Of course, both are typing what the text says. Seeing the message sent by Ruyan Lu, Chinwei was a bit surprised that Ruyan Lu would go to see his circle of friends. What does she mean? Yeah, I raised a white rabbit. Chinwei immediately said back. How old is the white rabbit? Willow asked. It's been over a month. The two talked for a long time around the white rabbit. Unexpectedly, Ruyan Lu was good at chatting and would also curry favor with Chinwei. It made Chinwei very happy. The more the two talked, the happier they got. So it was an hour or two of chatting, and it was almost 12 o'clock. At Ruyan Lu's rented room, Lu Xiaoli was lying on her bed. After she had caught up with an episode of the TV series, she realized that it was getting late and was ready to go to the bathroom and go to bed. As a result, she found Ruyan Lu still playing with her cell phone. What's going on here? Turns out she goes to bed earlier every day. She looked and realized that Ruyan Lu was chatting on WeChat. She's chatting away, and she's got a smile on her face. Which person is this chatting with? And chatting so happily and cheerfully. It's 12 o'clock at night. Did she have a boyfriend? Men and women are not tired of chatting. Lu Xiaoli thought a lot. She couldn't help but ask. Ruyan, who are you talking to? It's so late and you're still not sleeping. So you're chatting so happily. Do you have a boyfriend? Lu Xiaoli was very curious and asked. Lu Ruyan held her cell phone and frowned after hearing Lu Xiaoli's words. Should I say it? Ruyan Lu thought for a moment. It's better to say it directly. It's not possible to hide it. After all, Lu Xiaoli still helped her. I'm talking to Chinwei, Ruyan Lu said. What? Ruyan, who did you say you were talking to? Lu Xiaoli thought she had heard wrong. Chinwei, how is that possible? I was talking to Chinwei. What am I lying to you for? Ruyan Lu looked at Lu Xiaoli. After she said this, she continued chatting with Chinwei. Ruyan Lu could see Lu Xiaoli's shock. That's because Lu Xiaoli doesn't know about Chinwei. Lu Xiaoli won't be shocked when she finds out. If she, Lu Xiaoli, saw Chinwei driving a $2.6 million luxury car, she would have understood it all. Lu Xiaoli immediately walked into the bathroom. After thinking for half a day, she didn't figure it out. She thought Ruyan Lu was lying to herself. How could Ruyan Lu chat with Chinwei? Unless the sun had come out of the west. Think I'm a 3-year-old. Lu Xiaoli thought for a moment. Chapter 26 System. You're my golden father. You gave me $60 million. I was talking to Chinwei, Ruyan Lu said. However, Lu Xiaoli didn't believe it at all. How could Ruyan Lu possibly chat with Chinwei? Which one to fool? Chinwei is not good in any way, shape or form. But, fear not. Fear not. What if Ruyan Lu was really chatting with Chinwei? What the hell? Let's sleep first. Lu Xiaoli walked out of the bathroom and then went to bed. However, before going to bed, he still talked to Wang Chang. Did you sleep? I haven't slept yet. What's wrong? Wang Chang asked. Let me ask you something. How is Chinwei's family condition? Lu Xiaoli asked. She was now a bit skeptical that Chinwei's family conditions wouldn't be bad at all. Otherwise, when they were having a barbecue a few days ago, Ruyan Lu and Chinwei hadn't talked about anything at all. But this all of a sudden, Ruyan Lu took the initiative to ask for Chinwei's WeChat, and the two of them had been chatting for such a long time. So Lu Xiaoli was still a bit skeptical. She wanted to confirm it now. Lily, why are you asking about his family's condition? He just doesn't have parents anymore and grew up in his grandmother's house. The condition of the family is very poor. This is what he said himself. Wang Chang immediately said. He thought that the reason Lu Xiaoli asked this was because she wanted to introduce Chen Wei to a girlfriend. Do you want to introduce him to a girlfriend? Then I asked him today what kind of girls he likes. He said he would find a girlfriend on his own and didn't want my help. Wang Chang immediately said a little. If he says so, we'll leave him alone. Let's see what kind of good girlfriend he can find. Wang Chang said a few sentences in a row. He still looked down on Chen Wei a bit. Lu Xiaoli didn't reply, but looked at the WeChat sent by Wang Chang. Is Chen Wei's family really bad? She suddenly no longer believed that Chen Wei's family was in poor condition. Is he a hidden rich kid? Lily, why aren't you talking again? Is it because you want to sleep? Seeing that Lu Xiaoli didn't reply, Wang Chang spoke again. Yeah, it's after 12. I'm sleepy. I'm going to bed. Good, you go to bed early. Don't stay up late. Staying up late is very bad for your body. It hurts your liver, sadness and skin. I'm also going to bed. Wang Chang sent a message. I know. I won't stay up late. You go to sleep. Good night, have a good dream. Wang Chang added. Good night then. Lu Xiaoli returned a message before getting ready for bed. She looked up to find Ruyan Lu still chatting. Ruyan Lu definitely has a problem. No, Chen Wei definitely has a problem. Lu Xiaoli was lying on the bed. She thought back to the few times she had met with Chen Wei. Each time, it was Wang Chang who took her there. Her impression of Chen Wei wasn't good or bad. Her looks were okay, but her family's condition was very poor. Other than that, it doesn't ring a bell. Is it possible that you are not observing carefully enough? Did you miss something? Ruyan Lu was actually able to chat with Chen Wei so happily, so gladly, and for such a long time. Willow Ruyan definitely found something new? What's new about that? Lu Xiaoli frowned. Not even sleeping for a while. It's almost 12:30. So late. I should go to bed. Ruyan Lu looked at the time and then returned the message. She wasn't sleepy right now because she wanted to chase Chen Wei, so she was very excited. She wanted to talk to Chen Wei more now, but she also knew there was a degree to be grasped. Anyway, we'll meet tomorrow at 10 a.m. The day is still long. Alright then, you start sleeping. I'm going to sleep too, Chen Wei said. Well then, you go to bed early too. I won't see you tomorrow, Ruyan Lu added. Then sent another please emoticon. Okay, bye. Chen Wei returned. Ruyan Lu put her cell phone away, but there was no sleepiness as she thought about the 2 hours of chatting she had just had. Honestly, she was happy with Chen Wei. Handsome and rich. Personality is also good. He was the perfect candidate for a boyfriend. Ruyan Lu thought about it a lot. Tomorrow's meeting was important. What to wear tomorrow? One has to make Chen Wei feel like a bright spot tomorrow. Chen Wei's home. Chen Wei took his cell phone and looked at his chat with Ruyan Lu. It was nice chatting just now. He thought for a long time. Why did this Ruyan Lu want to find himself? It could be that she saw herself driving a car. Saw herself driving a $2.6 million luxury car. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Otherwise, it was impossible for Ruyan Lu to take the initiative to add her WeChat. And chatting, one chat for more than 2 hours. And chatting, she doesn't appear to be condescending. Her posture is lowered. The two people talk to each other. Chen Wei is well aware of his condition. Himself except for being a little bit handsome. Before that, he had no money. Ruyan Lu did not look at herself highly. Himself as a passerby. Without a car of her own that day, Ruyan Lu didn't even chat with him. After she got her own car, Lu Ruyan immediately added his WeChat. Most likely, that is, he was seen by Ruyan Lu when he was driving. Most likely, because Ruyan Lu and the others live over here too. Otherwise, it doesn't explain this current situation. This time, Chen Wei figured it out. Then when did Lu Ruyan see the car he was driving? Money is really very important. The water comes to the earth. The soldiers come to the army. Look at a step. Take a step. Better get some sleep. It's almost 1 in the morning. He started to sleep. After Chen Wei fell asleep, Wang Chang did not. He posted a photo in his circle of friends. The photo was a selfie of Lu Xiaoli. He wrote 2 sentences. I will guard you forever. You are my everything. After Wang Chang sent the circle of friends, his heart was happy. He thought, after Lu Xiaoli sees it tomorrow, she will definitely be touched. Maybe we can hold hands later. Then kiss. Then, Chen Wei slept until 7 a.m. I'll go. Today's spike system gives a refresh. As soon as he thought of this, he hurriedly entered the brain system interface. He immediately saw the 3 gifts that the system had swiped out today. Gift 1, $60 million in cash. The source is legal and compliant, and it will be credited to the host's bank card. Gift 2, a Patek Philippe watch, valued at $20 million. Gift 3, a Vank house worth $15 million. System, please accept my knees. You are my golden father, Chen Wei said exaggeratedly. The system ignored becomes quirkiness as it immediately prompted. Please make your choice as soon as possible. I pick gift one. I have to pick one. I still go by the principle of only choosing the expensive one, not the right one. Chenwei immediately said, okay, wait for the $60 million and it will be credited to your account soon. The system immediately replied back. This system is so good that one doesn't have much cash and now the cash comes right away. System, I love you. Chenwei's cell phone soon had a beep, your bank card account into the account of 60 million yuan. Chapter 27, Lu Xiaoli follows Ruyan Lu. Chenwei went outside to have an early breakfast at the breakfast place. Then it's home. On the way home, the phone suddenly vibrated twice. Took out his cell phone to see to it was WeChat sent by Lu Ruyan. Are you up? I just got up. Are we meeting at the Peninsula Cafe at 10? I just tried my computer and it still won't turn on. Chenwei saw the WeChat sent by Ruyan Lu. Then sent that. Okay. A moment later, he saw another emoticon sent by Ruyan Lu. In the girl's rented room, Ruyan Lu sat on the stool and saw the good message from Chenwei. She laughed a little right away. They meet at 10 o'clock. Fix the computer. And must be close to lunch. When the time came, it was time to invite Chenwei to dinner. That is, to thank Chenwei for fixing the computer. In short, she was going to take this Chenwei sooner or later. She herself was going to become Chenwei's girlfriend, thus realizing her own class leap. At that thought, she immediately put down her cell phone and then brushed her teeth and washed her face. Once that's done, it's time to put on your makeup. Without makeup, Ruyan Lu is beautiful. After putting on makeup, Ruyan Lu became even more beautiful. Lu Xiaoli also got up and she then saw Lu Ruyan putting on her makeup at the table. Seeing some of this, Lu Xiaoli froze for a moment. Ruyan, are you going out later? Lu Xiaoli asked. A girl who wore makeup was definitely going out, and it was even likely that she was going on a date. Yeah, I'm going to go up the street a bit too. Lu Ruyan nodded a little, then traced her eyebrows with the eyebrow pencil. She is the kind of thin willow leaf eyebrows. A little stroke. The whole spirit of the person is much better. The whole that is even more clean. Which man can't stop seeing it? Where are you going to play? Lu Xiaoli asked again. She was very curious and wanted to know very much who she was playing with. In addition, she was also a bit envious and jealous, because Ruyan Lu's face was too beautiful. She felt that if she had the face of Ruyan Lu, she would definitely not be able to look at Wang Chang, definitely looking for a boyfriend whose family is very, very rich. I'm not going anywhere, just a little shopping. Ruyan Lu smiled faintly before continuing to paint her makeup. Alas, a woman is a woman. Which one is she doing her makeup for? Ruyan Lu looked at herself in the mirror and she felt very satisfied. Then she opened her locker and took out a white short sleeve and a small white pleated dress. She was going to have a black and white match. It was something she had thought about for over an hour last night. Add white sneakers and black high-waisted socks and you're good to go. Definitely a look of youthful beauty. A lot of guys eat that up. After Ruyan Lu changed her clothes, it was already half an hour later. She tucked the hem of her white blouse into her skirt. This instantly showed off her slim waist, her A4 waist. The hips do not appear to be large. There are two long legs under the hips that are quite striking. The whole thing looks charming and beautiful. Ruyan Lu looked up and down in the mirror left and right again, and she was very pleased. Then the next step is to meet with Chenwei. She looked at the time, it was already 9:30. She took her computer with her. Lu Xiaoli watched as Lu Ruyan prepared to go out. This Ruyan Lu has put some effort into this outfit. Where is she going? Lu Xiaoli frowned a bit as she looked at Lu Ruyan several more times. Lu Ruyan was probably dating a boy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have put so much effort into her makeup. Is that Chenwei worth it for Ruyan Lu? It's not, is it? Lu Xiaoli then became curious. Ruyan, are you dating a boy? A boyfriend? Lu Xiaoli asked offhandedly. No boyfriend yet, or maybe soon. This thing is anyone's guess. Ruyan Lu immediately said. You have a favorite boy so soon? Who is that boy? Is he from our school? Do I know him? Lu Xiaoli became even more curious as she asked several questions in a row. She thought her guess was not wrong. There was definitely something wrong with Ruyan Lu. Chenwei may also have a problem. You'll find out which one he is when he and I are confirmed boyfriend and girlfriend. We'll treat the housemates to dinner then. Ruyan Lu added. Honey, just tell me about it now. I'm just so curious. Tell me. Lu Xiaoli begged. It's a no-show, so why would I say anything about it now? You'll know by then. After saying that, Lu Ruyan immediately left the dormitory. Lu Xiaoli froze in place. Or you can follow up yourself and see which boy it is. As soon as this thought popped up, Lu Xiaoli immediately began to act. She also grabbed her own cell phone and then walked out of the dormitory. Ruyan Lu quickly arrived at the school entrance. At the school entrance, many girls couldn't help but cast envious and jealous glances when they saw her. This girl was too pretty. Her body was too good. Ruyan Lu took out her cell phone and called a drop. A moment later, the drop came. She got into a drop. It took less than 20 minutes to get to the Ujima Cafe. When Ruyan Lu arrived, Chen Wei hadn't come yet. I'm at the coffee shop. Ruyan Lu sent a Weibo message to Chen Wei. I just left the house. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Chen Wei immediately returned one. Don't be in a hurry. I'll wait for you here. I have time anyway. Ruyan Lu sent another. Okay. Sent Chen Wei. Lu Xiuli was also quietly following Lu Ruyan, and happened to look at a cab, so she called it and arrived here at Upper Island Coffee as well. However, she was hiding behind a big tree. She didn't want Lu Ruyan to see it. Lu Xiaoli saw that Ruyan Lu had arrived and the boy had not. She immediately thought that the boy must be in very good condition. How else could a woman wait for a man? Which one is this man? Need Lu Ruyan to wait? Lu Xiaoli is very curious. Who is that boy? It is worth waiting for Ru Yan. When she and Wang Chang were dating, it was always only Wang Chang who waited for her and not her who waited for Wang Chang. There are now fewer women and more men, and there are more wolves than men. Generally, girls don't wait for boys. After thinking for a moment, Lu Xiaoli was ready to poke her head out and look over at Ruyan Lu's side. Suddenly, she realized that Lu Ruyan was looking her way. Lu Xiaoli hurriedly shrunk back. So close, almost discovered by Ruyan Lu. Ryu frowned a little as she felt someone following her and looking at her. When she looked back over her shoulder, she didn't notice anything again. Was that a hallucination? Forget about it. Don't think about it much. Within a few minutes, she saw Chen Wei. Chen Wei walked towards her. The clothes Chen Wei wears are very upscale now, too. This shows that Chen Wei does have money. Chapter 28, Coffee Shop Date. At this time, Chen Wei came face to face. Lu Ruyan looked at it. This Chen Wei has a much better temperament now, looking confident and appearing calm. A marked contrast from before and after. Ruyan Lu took the initiative to walk forward. There you are, please look at my computer. I don't know anything about computers. I can't get away from this computer. Ruyan Lu immediately said. She's obviously a big beautiful schoolgirl. Okay, I'll take a look at it. I can't always fix it for you. If it can't be fixed, you'll still have to go to a computer store to get it fixed. Chen Wei immediately said. Then he looked at Ruyan Lu's face again. Beautiful, just beautiful. In fact, when he first arrived, he saw Ruyan Lu from afar. Ruyan Lu was 1.75 meters tall and had a pair of 1 meter 1 long legs under her skirt. She looked youthful and beautiful. It doesn't matter if you can't fix it. I'll be satisfied if you promise to take a look for me. Ruyan Lu immediately spoke up. How about if you can fix it or not? I'll even buy you lunch? That's fine. I'm willing to eat with a beautiful woman. With you, I'm showy. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Okay, then how about I treat you to noodles? Ruyan Lu winked mischievously. Between the conversations, things got better and the two were able to joke around. Chen Wei looked at Ruyan Lu. He once again confirmed the guess in his heart. That was that Ruyan Lu saw him driving the Mercedes Big G. Otherwise, it doesn't explain what's going on. That means that money is really attractive. And it's not that you're a big charmer. Even such a Lu Ruyan school beauty, after seeing her driving a Mercedes-Benz Big G, will take the initiative to ask for WeChat, and then take the initiative to contact him. Of course, he didn't resent having contact with Ruyan Lu, because Ruyan Lu was so beautiful. Her face and body were top-notch. He wouldn't lose out or be fooled anyway. Wouldn't mind having a little something with this beauty. Money, one has plenty. Come on, let's go into the coffee shop and we'll help you with your computer while we drink coffee. Chen Wei opened his mouth and spoke. Okay, I'll listen to you. Ruyan Lu immediately said before following Chen Wei into the coffee shop. The two men each ordered a cup of coffee, then found a seat and sat down. Not far away behind the big tree, Lu Xioli froze there for a long time. At first, when she saw Chen Wei walk up to Ruyan Lu, she thought they had met by chance, thinking that Ruyan Lu couldn't have waited for Chen Wei. Whereas, the reality quickly hits you in the face. She saw Ruyan Lu talking and laughing with Chen Wei and entered the coffee shop. She finally held back, because it was so obvious now. Ruyan Lu was just waiting for Chen Wei, although Lu Xiaoli didn't quite believe it. But this is the truth. It's unchangeable. The reason why Ruyan Lu drew such beautiful makeup and came here to wait was to wait for Chen Wei. What the hell is going on here? Is Chen Wei really the invisible rich kid? Lu Xiaoli's entire body was confused. She couldn't figure out what was going on as far as this was concerned. It couldn't be. How could Ruyan Lu wait for Chen Wei? Obviously Chen Wei's family is very poor and he is an orphan. Even she couldn't look at Chen Wei. But Lu Ruyan would even look at Chen Wei. This is outrageous. Is this a movie? What secrets did Chen Wei have on him? It was something she hadn't discovered, but Ruyan Lu had already found out. Ruyan Lu had already discovered that Chen Wei was a treasure. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoli's cell phone rang. It was a call from Wang Chang. Lily, what are you doing? Did you see the circle of friends I posted yesterday? Are you touched? Wang Chang asked. I'm too busy to pay attention to you right now. There is something to say in the afternoon. Lu Xiaoli immediately hung up the phone. Lu Xiaoli now just wanted to figure out why Chen Wei had someone chasing after him. She thought for a moment. She still sent a tweet to Wang Chang. Are Chen Wei's family's conditions really bad? Of course it's bad. He said it himself. He said he didn't have parents anymore. He grew up in his grandmother's house. Didn't you ask about that last night? Why are you asking again today? Wang Chang answered for a moment. Then he immediately frowned a little. Then think again. His family's condition should be good. Lu Xiaoli said a little more. What am I lying to you for? I went to school with him for a few years. Don't I know his situation? His consumption level is so poor. Wang Chang added. He is in poor condition. Will Ruyan Lu take the initiative to chase him? Yesterday, she took the initiative to add WeChat. And today she took the initiative to meet. In order to meet, she even dressed up carefully. Lu Xiaoli typed the words halfway and deleted them all again. It's useless to ask Wang Chang. What was Chen Wei's family condition? He still had to investigate it himself. It looks like you don't need to investigate to understand it. Chen Wei's family conditions must be very good. Otherwise, Lu Ruyan would not have taken the initiative to pursue. So how well off is Chen Wei? What are the family's assets? Chen Wei's family's conditions are definitely better than Wang Chang's, and it's not in the same class. Thinking about this, Lu Xiaoli got very annoyed. How could Ruyan Lu find a boyfriend better than her own? How did he not realize that Chen Wei's family was well off? To think that Chen Wei was taken down by someone he had only met once. This world. It's so godless. Regret. Regret. If I had found out that Chen Wei's family is in good condition, I would have taken the initiative to pursue Chen Wei. If I had taken the initiative to pursue Chen Wei, I would have been the one to take him down. Lily, let's not talk about Chen Wei. We don't have classes this afternoon. Let's watch a movie together. Or go shopping. How about it? Wang Chang spoke again. Seeing that Lu Xiaoli didn't reply, so Wang Chang immediately sent an invitation. While watching a movie, in the dark, you can always take her hand, and when the mood strikes, you might be able to kiss her, too. Wang Chang thought beautifully, but the reality was cruel. No go no go. I have things to do this afternoon. There's no point in being free. Lu Xiaoli immediately refused. Wang Chang saw that Lu Xiaoli refused so dryly, and his entire body wilted. He immediately returned it again. Let's just go to the movies, and after that, we'll go to a barbecue. Wang Chang sent a few more tweets. Lu Xiaoli saw the tweets but didn't reply. She wanted to walk closer to the coffee shop, but was afraid of being discovered by Ruyan Lu and Chen Wei. It's not good if you find out on the spot, and don't be friends in the future. You can't go after Chen Wei yourself in the future. She hesitated for a moment, but thought better of this one. She turned and headed for the rental house, but she decided that she must find out how much strength Chen Wei had. This matter is important for the rest of your life. In the coffee shop, the two of them, Chen Wei and Lu Ruyan, leaned shoulder to shoulder. Look, this is my computer. How can I turn it on and it won't turn on? Ruyan Lu took out her laptop. Ah, show me, Chen Wei said. You are a new computer. How can you have problems? Computer stores also realize 3 packages. Or, Chen Wei said a little. If you can get it right, why would I bother with them? I want to be near the water. I'm too lazy to go far away. Ruyan Lu added. Alright, I'll try. Chen Wei, using the techniques reserved for computer repairers, finally turned the computer on. Chapter 29 admits to dating Chen Wei. The computer finally turned on. Chen Wei used antivirus software to check the poison, and after more than 20 minutes, he found that there were 3 software with viruses in it. He immediately removed the software with the virus using antivirus software. This took another 10 minutes or so. Then he turned off the phone. After a minute, it came back on. This computer is finally booting up properly. Chen Wei, you're so powerful. You fixed my computer in 2 clicks. Ruyan Lu's pretty face was filled with surprise. Then, she had an admiring look on her face. And then, she was a little shy. It was the first time she had approached a guy so actively. No, your computer. It's just infected with a virus. In the future, your computer should be antivirus frequently, Chen Wei said. He turned this computer off and on again. Turn it on, turn it off. Tried it over and over again a couple times without a bit of a problem. You're really good, Ruyan Lu added. Her big white legs were long and white and really attractive. Chen Wei couldn't help but look twice. Well, there's no problem with the computer, so go ahead and use it. If the computer has problems again, we'll talk about it. Chen Wei handed the computer to Lu Ruyan. Thank you so much this time. Ruyan Lu said a thank you. Thanks for nothing. I just killed the poison for a bit. Chen Wei waved his hand and prepared to leave. I'll leave first then. Are you leaving? Chen Wei added. Don't be in a hurry to leave. I've told you that I'll treat you to dinner whether you can fix my computer or not. Now that the computer, you've helped me fix it, I definitely have to treat you to dinner. Lu Ruyan immediately said. Let's have some coffee and drink for a while, and then we'll go to the restaurant for dinner later. Ruyan Lu added. Ruyan Lu said this now, seeming a bit generous and not squirming. Alright, let's have some coffee and chat first. Chen Wei glanced at her and immediately spoke. Beautiful women are so beautiful. As long as it is a normal man, anyone loves to see. As long as you see a beautiful woman, almost every man has more or less a little idea. But it's a waste of time to think about it. Ruyan Lu's face and body were top-notch. So which boy could refuse? There was no need to refuse either. Even if Ruyan Lu saw him driving a Mercedes-Benz Big G, it didn't matter. Anyway, if a man and a woman are dating, no matter what, the man will never lose out. Hearing Chen Wei promise to eat together, Ruyan Lu cheered up and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Today, finally, she got off to a good start. She managed to familiarize herself with Chen Wei, and later on, she had to go to dinner together right away. His own plan was still successful. He used the beauty plan again. He took the initiative to chase. The next thing will definitely be successful. How many men can withstand the temptation? Not to mention that Chen Wei is exactly a young man who was full of blood and vigor. It wouldn't take more than a few tries for her to take down Chen Wei. The more she thought about it, the happier she became, and the corners of her mouth, then, quirked upward slightly. The time quickly came to about 11:50. Let's go to a restaurant to eat. Ruyan Lu immediately said. I know there's a restaurant in front of us. It tastes so good. How about we go there to eat? Sure, I'll do as you say. If you say where to invite them, you can invite them wherever you want, and you'll pay for it anyway. Chen Wei agreed. Chen Wei paid for the coffee. Then the two of them walked out of the coffee shop. After walking a couple of 100 meters, we reached a restaurant. This is the place. The food tastes so good. The food here is delicious and not expensive. I don't know if you would mind the environment here? Ruyan Lu asked. Won't. Wherever you say to eat, just eat wherever you say. Looking at you, a big beautiful woman. The meal can also not be eaten, Chen Wei said. Later, Ruyan Lu ordered a few signature dishes. One was stir-fried pork with chili peppers. One was pork ribs with hibiscus. There was also a gongbao pork belly, and a steamed osmanthus fish. After 20 minutes or so, the food began to be served. Come and eat. See if it's good, Ruyan Lu said. It's so delicious. It's really sweet and fresh, tender and smooth. Delicious on earth. Chen Wei said a bit. This fish melts in your mouth. The meal lasted over an hour. Ruyan Lu took the initiative to settle the bill. She was totally going to behave herself now. Come on, I'm going back, Ruyan Lu said. Do you have time this afternoon? Chen Wei asked. You're not going to ask me to get a room. Ruyan Lu thought for a moment as well. If you open a room, you open a room. If you open a room, you can take Chen Wei yourself right away. Do you have something to do? I have time, Ruyan Lu said right away. I want to buy a few sets of clothes, so help me with a reference. Chen Wei immediately said. Yes, I'll put the computer away and you can wait a few minutes for me. Okay? Rent a house that place to hear it. Less than 300 meters. Lu Ruyan immediately said. Alright then, I'll wait for you. The company of a beautiful woman is a pleasant mood. You go back and put the computer away. Chen Wei said. Okay, I'll go ahead and I'll come back later. Ruyan Lu quickly left the restaurant. Soon she was back in her room. She looked around the room and realized that Lu Xiaoli was the only one in the dormitory. Ruyan Lu immediately put the computer on the table. Then she looked in the mirror again and realized that there was nothing wrong with her makeup. Just get ready to leave the room. Just then, Lu Xiaoli immediately said. Ruyan, wait, is something wrong with you? Ruyan Lu stopped and looked at Lu Xiaoli. Lu Xiaoli sat on the stool. She kind of wanted to say it, kind of didn't want to say it. She was in a happy mood when she saw Ruyan Lu enter the room. So, Lu Xiaoli was still prepared to ask. Who did you just meet with? Lu Xiaoli asked directly. I met with Chen Wei. Ruyan Lu spoke directly. Now, she wasn't hiding it anymore, as she was likely to succeed. Really dating him? Why? Lu Xiaoli pursued. I think he's handsome, that's all. Ruyan Lu smiled a little. Anyway, sooner or later, it would have to be made public. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. Where are you going again? Lu Xiaoli asked curiously again. Chen Wei said he wanted to buy clothes and asked me to help him as a counselor. Ruyan Lu opened the door to her room and then said this. Immediately afterward, he closed the door to the room and left the place. Lu Xiaoli was a bit disoriented now. This meant that it wasn't a misunderstanding between Ruyan Lu and Chen Wei anymore. This also showed that Chen Wei's conditions were very good. Otherwise, How could Ruyan Lu have looked at Chen Wei? What the hell is going on here? Didn't Wang Chang say Chen Wei's condition was poor? After Lu Ruyan closed the door to her room, she immediately headed down the stairs. Ruyan Lu actually saw that Lu Xiaoli was a bit confused. No one thinks that they have gone mad. No one thinks they are not leaving anything to chance. Life itself is a gamble. Why should one stay back? Chapter 30, You're so honest. Ria smiled a little. She wanted a rich man, but tried to find a young man. Look for young people with more in common. Chen Wei is young and rich, and his person has class. Chen Wei is the best choice for himself. During the barbecue, Chen Wei had looked at her legs several times. As soon as she thought of this, Ruyan Lu was much more relieved. She soon went back to the little restaurant. She smiled and said to Chen Wei, "Come on, where are we going to buy clothes? I've been thinking about it and I'd better get a haircut and some clothes. I'm not very good at picking out clothes, so please help me counsel." Chen Wei immediately spoke up. "No problem. I can't have someone else counseling you. I do have requirements. At the very least, you have to treat me to a meal. Do you think it's okay?" Ruyan Lu joked with Chen Wei. "Yeah, no problem. 2 meals are fine. It's fine to invite all of your housemates." Chen Wei immediately said. "That won't do. That's too early." Lu Ruyan immediately refused. Both of them hadn't even finalized their relationship yet. But you really should get a haircut too. Your hair is too long now, and it doesn't have a look. Ruyan Lu said a little. If the hairstyle is cut well, one's mental outlook will be changed. Chen Wei's hair is a little long now and his haircut is terrible. And what's more, the clothes on the body don't match. Leave it to me to cut your hair and buy your clothes. I'll make sure that this afternoon, I get you right. Make you look extra stylish. Make you look new for old. Ruyan Lu said with a smile. She was very good at matching clothes. She already had a few sets of Chen Wei clothes matching programs in mind. Alright, you're so pretty. You definitely have another set of skills when it comes to clothing and grooming. Seeing that Ruyan Lu was so confident and happy to help, Chen Wei was much more relieved. How much are you going to spend on a haircut and clothes? You tell me so I can help you get a program. Ruyan Lu asked. Even if she knew that Chen Wei was rich again, she still wanted to see how much money Chen Wei actually had through the aspect of buying clothes and getting a haircut. How is the strength really? Buying clothes and getting a haircut are daily necessities. What does this tell you about the condition of his family? It's okay to spend $100,000. It's okay to spend $200,000. I don't care. Even if it's more than $300,000. It's nothing. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Now that you have money, changing your image is a big deal. One can't afford to wear ground floor goods anymore. Ruyan Lu was immediately startled when she heard this. 200,000? Or even 300,000? That much? Too defeated. Ruyan Lu also didn't hold back and muttered in her heart. She felt that she had underestimated Chen Wei. The fact that he can spend $200,000 to $300,000 on clothes shows that he has far more money than he thinks. Now, Chen Wei has become so generous. It's true that Ruyan Lu didn't even dream of it. Did you not make a mistake? Did you put an extra zero after it? Ruyan Lu asked anyway. Indeed, there is no mistake. 200,000 is fine. 300,000 is fine too. Chen Wei immediately affirmed. Alright, I'll follow the 200,000 yuan money plan to transform your image. Ruyan Lu said immediately. No problem. No problem. Today, I'll give myself to you. Chen Wei said. Okay, let's start at the top. First we'll get a haircut. Then we'll buy you clothes. We still have to hurry. Time seems like a lot, but in fact, it will pass in 2 strokes. The 2 people walked. Ruyan Lu said as they did so. Okay, let's go then. My car is parked next to it. I'll go drive it. Chen Wei immediately said. Then he looked at Ruyan Lu. He wanted to see how Ruyan Lu reacted after she heard that he had gone to the car. He immediately saw that Ruyan Lu was very calm and had no reaction. Why aren't you curious about the fact that I already have a car? What kind of car do I have? Chen Wei immediately asked. I'm not surprised. Ruyan Lu said immediately and graciously. I saw you parking your car yesterday when you went to the supermarket. I was at the supermarket at the time, too. So it is. He figured out why Ruyan Lu was suddenly so nice to him. So proactive? Last night, he had guessed this possibility as well. And it was true. He also didn't expect Ruyan Lu to be so honest. He thought that Ruyan Lu would pretend not to know about this. Do you know why I'm so open to admitting it? To admit that I saw you driving? Willow spoke up. Yeah, I just want to know why you admit it. Chen Wei said. I'll be honest with you. In fact, I think you guessed it. You have your good points and I have mine. It's safe to say that I have my eye on you. If you can look at me, we can also just fall in love. Ruyan Lu was also honest. saying whatever she thought. If you don't think I'm good enough for you, that's fine. I have nothing to lose anyway. There's a chance. I've got to take it. You're also very honest. Chen Wei laughed a little. He could not have imagined that Ruyan Lu had not covered up a bit. Indeed, that's how people have to be. Yeah, I think I'm being honest too. Ruyan Lu looked prettier and prettier. Soon arrived at the car. Chen Wei took out the Mercedes-Benz key and gently pressed it. Soon, this Mercedes Big G rattled twice. Chen Wei opened the door. Get in. Chen Wei pulled open the main driver's door and sat directly on it. Okay. Ruyan Lu agreed as she opened the passenger door and sat in it as well. You have a very beautiful car inside and out. It's the first time I've been in such a nice car. Ruyan Lu was very surprised and she immediately told Chen Wei about it. Ruyan Lu sat down, then got up again. That's a nice car seat. Ruyan Lu added. To tell you the truth, I've never been in such a nice car before I bought this one. Chen Wei fastened his seatbelt as he spoke. You fasten your seatbelt too. Okay, I'll be right there. I'm not going to believe your words. You bought a car like this as soon as you graduated from college. Your family must be rich. You must have ridden in a luxury car. Ruyan Lu said a little. What am I lying to you for? If you don't believe it then forget it. Chen Wei laughed a little. He was telling the truth himself. And this woman didn't believe it. This car is all systems go. Ruyan Lu took out her cell phone and searched for the car. 2 minutes later, she spoke up. I read on the internet that this Mercedes-Benz Big G of yours, the top version lands at $2.6 million. Is it true? Lu Ruyan asked. You're not wrong, counting everything down. $62 million. Chen Wei said, then looked at Ruyan Lu again. He just couldn't help himself. This beauty is just too much of a charmer. Chapter 31, Noble for a good reason. Bought $62 million. So expensive. Ruyan Lu sighed. If I'm on a paycheck, I'll make $62 million in monkey business. I can't imagine that Chen Wei spoke so calmly when he said the car cost $62 million. As if it cost $262. It didn't cost $62 million. Right. She was just about to speak when she immediately saw Chen Wei's gaze. His gaze was on her breasts. Ruyan Lu also immediately blushed. There was nothing she could do but pretend she didn't see it. I found a barber store for you. The netizens all commented that this barber store is good. Then we'll go for a haircut first. Is it to get a haircut here? Ruyan Lu asked. Sure. I'll do as you say. At this time, Lu Xiaoli and Wang Chan walked out from the school cafeteria. Lily, why are you upset? Something on your mind? Wang Chang looked at Lu Xiaoli and spoke. Lu Xiaoli heard his words but was indifferent. What's the point of telling you? Is Chen Wei's family condition really bad? Lu Xiaoli asked, suppressing her anger. Of course it's true. I've been going to school with him for 3 or 4 years. We already know each other well. You've asked me this question many times. Wang Chang was a bit puzzled. He couldn't understand Lu Xiaoli now, always asking this one question again and again. Then think about it. In the past few years, has he ever spent a lot of money on anything expensive? Lu Xiaoli reminded again. He's got some big money for expensive stuff. He's all but an orphan from a small county with no mom or dad left. He said a little more anxiously. Then think about it again. Undeterred, Lu Xiaoli spoke again. That's all I know. It's the same if you ask again. Wang Chang smiled bitterly. After Chen Wei's Mercedes drove out, it merged into the traffic. Chen Wei, this barber store I found for you is very famous. Some big stars cut their hair with them. You can have them design a beautiful hairstyle for you. A haircut that suits you. Ruyan Lu said as she sat on the co-pilot. However, there is a downside, which is that haircuts are very expensive. Getting a design from them plus a haircut costs $1.988. Ruyan Lu added. It's okay, it's a small amount of money. Right now he didn't care about the amount of money. The system would keep giving him money anyway. It was at least 100,000 every day. After you get your hair cut, we'll go clothes shopping. There's still $18,000 or $90,000 left, so I'm sure we'll buy top name brands. Do you have a particular favorite luxury brand? Ruyan Lu asked again. No, I don't really understand. Chen Wei immediately said. Of course brands like Chanel, LV, Gucci, he still understands. Then today we will go to a French brand store to buy clothes. This store of theirs focuses on the high-end market. Their clothes are really good looking and very stylish and textured. Ruyan Lu introduced it. I'll listen to you, and I'll buy it wherever you say. Everything is up to you today. I only have one request, which is to become there more handsome, more temperament. Chen Wei explained something. Don't worry, it's all wrapped up in me. Everything will be arranged properly. Ruyan Lu was very confident, then laughed a little. I'm an expert in dressing up. Ruyan Lu immediately bragged a little. However, the payment you promised to give me, Treating me to dinner. Should be honored, right? Ruyan Lu asked. Don't worry. I'll treat you to dinner tonight, Chen Wei immediately said. The two men soon arrived at the barbershop. Just as she was entering the barbershop, Ruyan Lu's cell phone rang. Ruyan Lu looked at her cell phone and realized that it was a Weibo message from her sister. Don't think about it. It must be the same old habit. It must be asking for pocket money. She clicked on it, and there it was. What's up, dear sister? I'm a little short-handed. Ruyan Lu was speechless, but still immediately transferred $60 over. The other party quickly took the money. One has a debt collector. My sister is the debt collector. They quickly went into the barbershop. There happens to be a parking space in front of the entrance here. There are a couple other spaces that are empty. Haircuts are so expensive. Surely there won't be many customers. Chen Wei drove his car and parked it in the parking space. Alright, let's get out of the car. Chen Wei immediately unbuckled his seatbelt and then got out of the car. Yes, Ruyan Lu unbuckled her seatbelt as well, then got off the field. The two men then walked into this barbershop one after the other. The store was richly decorated and very stylish. There was also a large TV screen inside with videos of several celebrities getting haircuts here. Chen Wei looked around, and there were indeed quite a few celebrities who had gotten their haircut here. It's not too crowded because it's only like 2 or 3 o'clock. A lot of people are on their lunch breaks or at work. A beautiful staff member saw Chen Wei and Lu Ruyan come in and immediately greeted them. Sir, pretty girl, do you want a haircut? The pretty girl asked immediately. Yeah, Mr. needs a haircut. Get the best designer, Ruyan Lu immediately said. Okay, just a moment, that pretty girl immediately said. She quickly got the store manager. The store manager quickly designed and cut the hair. That beautiful staff member brought Chen Wei to the shampoo area again. The hair was washed by another person. A pretty girl. This beauty was also very pretty and could score 7 or 8 points. Her hands were especially gentle when she washed Chen Wei's hair. This hair-washing beauty looked at Lu Ruyan sitting next to her. Her eyes filled with envy and jealousy. This sitting pretty girl got such a beautiful rich boyfriend. And this boyfriend drives a Mercedes Big G. Of course, this sitting beauty was also particularly beautiful. With a body that had a body. A temperament that had a temperament. And a face that had a face that was even more beautiful than that of some celebrities. The pretty girl washing her hair had a look of envy on her face. The same beautiful woman. How come her fate is different? After washing his hair, Chen Wei was brought to the chair again. Or the store manager cut it for him. It took about 50 minutes to cut. Well, the haircut is done. Do you see if you are satisfied? If you're not satisfied you can bring it up. The store manager spoke. Chen Wei looked at himself in the mirror. Ha, one is so handsome. At this look, Chen Wei was surprised. It seemed like he was even more handsome than that Wang something or other male star from Taiwan. It's really surprisingly good. This haircut is expensive for the money. It really is value for money. It raised the entire face value of the person by a lot. Now Chen Wei can score at least 95 points. Turns out it's only good for 89 points. Well reasoned indeed, Chen Wei said immediately. Chapter 32, Ah, you look much more handsome in these clothes. It is indeed good. I'm very satisfied, Chen Wei said. I'll trim your eyebrows again, so it'll be even better. The store manager saw that Chen Wei was satisfied, so he said a little more. Chen Wei nodded. The store manager picked up the eyebrow trimmer and began to gently trim it. Fixed it in 3 or 2 tries. Chen Wei looked in the mirror. After trimming his eyebrows, his features were more harmonized. Spending that $1.988 was well worth it. After getting a haircut, one becomes more handsome. At this time, Ruyan Lu also walked over. She looked at Chen Wei for a moment, feeling a bit awestruck. She never dreamed that Chen Wei would be so effective after changing his hairstyle. A proper high roller. Well, am I handsome? Chen Wei looked at Ruyan Lu for a moment before asking. You are indeed quite handsome. Just like that Taiwanese actor Wang. Ruyan Lu nodded her head seriously. Okay, I'll pay. Chen Wei asked. Sir, you scan this QR code to pay. The store staff said. After making the payment, Chen Wei and Lu Ruyan walked out of this barbershop. Chen Wei, you're so handsome. You can attract a lot of girls this instant. Ruyan Lu said. Yes, can I attract you? Chen Wei snickered. Of course, Ruyan Lu admitted graciously. System, what is my current face value score? After sitting in the driver's seat of the Mercedes-Benz Big G, Chen Wei asked the system. After getting a haircut and changing his hairstyle, he wondered what his face looked like now. The host's current face value is 90 points. The system immediately sounded off. The system gives a very high score. I can't imagine that a good haircut can be as effective as a facelift. 90 points. This face value is already very high. Chen Wei is very satisfied. The next step was to buy clothes, because one only has 2 outfits that fit. A good horse with a good saddle. That's not a wild statement. Where are we going to buy clothes? Chen Wei asked Ruyan Lu after he fastened his seatbelt while starting the car. Let's go to Wanda Plaza. There are all kinds of luxury boutiques there. That French brand is also there. Ruyan Lu immediately spoke up. Then she looked at Chen Wei. Because the original clothes didn't match that well. Because there was no counselor at the time for the white dress. Okay, let's go. Chen Wei drove and drove for about 30 minutes. Soon after, he arrived at the Wanda shopping center. Soon one of the security guards saw Chen Wei, their current boss. The security guard quickly made a report to manager Yan Wang. Manager Wang Yan immediately came down with a group of people to greet Chen Wei. Mr. Chen, you're here. Why didn't you say so first? So that we can come and greet you. Wang Yan immediately said. I've been looking at the hygiene and you guys are doing a good job. I don't have anything to do. So you guys go. I'll just buy a few clothes. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. Alright, Mr. Chen. We won't bother you anymore. Wang Yan immediately said. She looked at Lu Ruyan next to Mr. Chen again. Oops. The pretty girl next to Mr. Chen is so pretty. Wang Yan immediately left with a group of people. Seeing someone call out Chen Wei as the boss, Ruyan Lu was even more surprised. She thought in her heart for a moment. I must take Chen Wei. Chen Wei parked his car and later came to the elevator. Chen Wei, that French store is on the second floor. Ruyan Lu spoke for a moment and then pressed the second floor. She hadn't been here either, except to hear people talk about it. She had just searched the internet. Today a short-sleeved top and these pants. I think they fit you quite well. And this pair of shoes. You can try them on first. See the matching effect. In this store, Ruyan Lu picked out some for Chen Wei. Okay, I'll listen to you. Chen Wei nodded, then entered the fitting room inside. In less than 3 minutes, he was dressed and walking out. Ruyan Lu immediately brightened up after seeing Chen Wei. Because Chen Wei was even more handsome after he put on his clothes. The person looks fresher and more elegant. It's a really attractive look. Lu Ruyan's heartbeat sped up a bit after she saw Chen Wei. It was really a bit heartwarming. Sir, your girlfriend is really good at picking out clothes. This suit fits you perfectly. You look especially handsome now. The shopping guide lady immediately said. As soon as the beautiful guide's words were said, Lu Ruyan's pretty face immediately reddened a bit, but she didn't bother to explain. Ruyan Lu, however, glanced towards Chen Wei. After Chen Wei heard this, he certainly didn't bother to refute it. Chen Wei walked to the mirror and realized that he was really more handsome again after wearing his new clothes. This Ruyan Lu really knows how to pick out clothes. I'll take this outfit. You pick a few more. Chen Wei immediately spoke to Ruyan Lu. Okay, don't worry. I'll pick 3 more very good sets of clothes for you. After spending a couple minutes, she picked 3 more sets of clothes out for Chen Wei. After trying them on, I realized that each outfit was perfect for becoming. They immediately scanned the checkout. Ruyan Lu picked a total of 4 outfits and 3 pairs of shoes. It cost a total of 129,000 bucks. Clothes are still more expensive. And one outfit cost over $20,000. Chen Wei was very calm when he made the payment. Anyway, the payment was given by the system. And it was not the money he earned. Buy your own stuff and have it all paid for by the system. Ruyan Lu was next to Chen Wei. And she realized that this man Chen Wei was really too rich to have a Wanda Plaza. A Wanda Plaza has $2 billion. This Chen Wei is really unfathomable. Ruyan Lu helped herself. She should give Ruyan Lu a gift. What kind of gift to give her? Suddenly, he saw the LV store next to him. Next to it is the LV store. Let's go shopping. Chen Wei said a bit before looking at Ruyan Lu. Yes, I have no problem with that. Ruyan Lu immediately nodded her head. The two then went into the LV store next door. The beautiful shopper inside the store only saw Chen de bag small bag, and are next to the French store to buy. She immediately came over with a smile on her face. Mr. Beauty, what would you like to choose? The beautiful guide immediately spoke up. Her smile was especially eager and her attitude was especially good. Lu Ruyan saw the attitude of this beautiful guide. That heart is a little uncomfortable. Having money is different. She had been to this home store before, and the beautiful guide was not as enthusiastic. Ah, that's normal. After all, a lot of people are people watchers. Lu Ruyan lowered her head and looked again at the bag Chen Wei was holding. Both of them strolled. After 10 minutes, which bag do you like? Chen Wei asked. He noticed that Ruyan Lu always stared at an LV bag. So, Chen Wei asked, what's the point of me liking it? It's not like I can afford it. Ruyan Lu immediately said a little. Then, looked at the bag again. Chapter 33 Ask whatever you want. Ruyan Lu did like the bag. But is liking it useful? She didn't have the strength. This is a new model that just came out this year and this one is very pretty. It doesn't help that you like it. This is a bag that retails for a whopping $78. 888. If you like it, Chen Wei immediately said. Ruyan Lu didn't have much of a reaction. Is it useful to like it yourself? But after a couple seconds, she quickly froze. I bought that bag. Where is the payment code? Chen Wei immediately said. The beautiful guide froze for a moment, but quickly responded. Scan here, scan here. The beautiful guide quickly pointed to the payment code. Chen Wei took his cell phone and quickly swept the code to pay. After the payment was successful, this store rang a bit soon after. Payment of $78, 888 on so-and-so. Sir, I will immediately take this bag of yours and wrap it for you. The beautiful guide immediately went to wrap that bag. She looked at Ruyan Lu very enviously. This handsome guy is so generous. This bag must be for this beauty. This handsome guy is really high-flying. A 78, 888 bag is said to be bought and given away. It's the same as selling turnip cabbages. That pretty guide lady thought a lot. Here, this bag is for you. Chen Wei handed the bag to Lu Ruyan. No, I don't want it. This bag is too expensive. If you sold me, I wouldn't be worth this much money. I can't take it. Lu Ruyan quickly refused, and waved her hand. She wouldn't have the bag. She didn't expect Chen Wei to be so generous. Directly a bag of more than $70,000. It's hard to understand the world of the rich. Okay, I bought it for you. So take it. This bag cures everything. If it wasn't for you helping me pick out my clothes, I wouldn't have looked so handsome. Chen Wei laughed a little. Anyway, his money was sent by the system, which was equal to not spending any money. Between the two talking, the guide had come over and wrapped the bag already, and put this bag in the bag with the LV logo on it. Sir, this is your bag, the beautiful guide immediately said. Chen Wei took it over and handed it directly to Ruyan Lu's hand. Take it. You've had a busy afternoon, and you can throw it away if you don't want it. It's fine for you to throw it away, and it's fine for me to do it. Chen Wei joked. It would be a shame to throw it away. It's so expensive. It's nearly $80,000. Ruyan Lu immediately spoke up. If you don't throw it away, then you can keep it. Chen Wei waved his hand. Ruyan Lu lowered her head and didn't say anything. She was now confused. She didn't know whether to take it or not. It would be too raw to go for a rejection. In the future, the two should not interact. And this one bar, she does like it very much. It was her dream bag. Alas, how many people can resist temptation? Couldn't say no enough. If you're embarrassed, if you think it's too expensive, you can continue to help me pick out clothes in the future. Chen Wei added. Hearing Chen Wei say that, Ruyan Lu considered it for a moment and still nodded her head in agreement. Alright then, if you buy clothes in the future, I'll help you pick them out. Ruyan Lu immediately said. Come on, we're going to dinner. Didn't you say you wanted me to treat you? And the two walked out of this LV store. Do you have any recommendations on what stores are good to go to for dinner? Chen Wei asked again. Don't go to dinner. You already sent me a package. Lu Ruyan immediately refused. I thought you said you wanted me to buy you dinner? This is one time. This is another time. Ruyan Lu immediately said. That's fine. I'll send you back. Chen Wei had to say something. That's good. Thank you then. Ruyan Lu said with a smile. What's the trouble? A kick of the gas. Chen Wei laughed a little. Today, he was still happy. After all, he had become handsome. A haircut and new clothes, all of which have made him look good. Ruyan Lu smiled back, but she hadn't done what she needed to do, because after she saw Chen Wei driving a Mercedes-Benz Big G, she made up her mind to take the initiative and become Chen Wei's girlfriend herself. Originally, she had planned that this was going to be slow and watered down, but things changed so fast. Chen Wei was too rich and too handsome. If he didn't take Chen Wei earlier, he would become someone else's. In the beginning she planned that she would give herself to Chen Wei little by little, slowly. After all, it was too easy to get her hands on it, and she was afraid that Chen Wei wouldn't cherish herself. But where did I expect Chen Wei to be so handsome and rich? It's a high roller. So, she wanted to adjust her plan. Otherwise, someone else would have gotten the jump on her. Thinking about it, she decided to be a little more cheeky. She looked at Chen Wei who was driving. After looking at Chen Wei, this kind of rich and handsome man, there was no need to even think about it. He definitely wouldn't lack women around him. There will be no shortage of pretty women, even at the schoolgirl level. Now there's an opportunity, and you should definitely take it yourself. If he didn't take the initiative himself, someone else would surely take him. If she was slower to do so, and after others knew about Chen Wei's situation as well, she would definitely be snatched up by other girls. Everyone is not a cutie. Every pretty girl will go down on a high roller when she sees one. One had to do it as early as possible, and it was best to become Chen Wei's girlfriend right away. It was no big deal to even get married. It was the only way to. Well, break the little minds of the other girls who were going to pounce on them. Of course, the two are just married, and there are sure to be girls who will still jump all over him. Now, the first order of business is to finalize the relationship between the two. What's wrong? Why don't you say anything? What are you thinking about? Thinking so intently? Chen Wei looked at Ruyan Lu and asked. At this time, it was also a red light. Chen Wei's car then stopped. Didn't think anything of it. Ryu said for a moment, but immediately blushed. She's a girl. She's still thin-skinned. Should I say this out loud? If you don't say it now, it will be harder to find an opportunity later. Well, it's okay if you don't. Soon the red light turned green. Chen Wei immediately drove. I have a question for you that I'm quite curious about. Is it convenient to ask you about it? Ruyan Lu still decided to take the initiative. So asked a bit. Asking questions about me? Chen Wei asked. Yeah, Ruyan Lu said right away. It's a bit inconvenient. Chen Wei answered directly. Ruyan Lu froze. How could he say that? And so dry. This time, Ruyan Lu was a bit embarrassed. I'm teasing you. You can ask whatever you want. I'll know everything and say everything. Chen Wei immediately joked a bit. He saw Ruyan Lu confused at the moment, quickly laughing out loud. Chapter 34. I'd like to ask, what kind of girlfriend do you like? Not to mention, this Ruyan Lu is quite cute. You agreed. So I'll ask. Ruyan Lu said immediately, as if a little offhandedly. I just want to ask what kind of girls you like. Is it convenient for you to reveal it? This one I'm quite curious about. Ruyan Lu immediately asked. That's okay, and I'm not keeping it a secret. The first thing I like in a girl is that she's pretty. Most guys think that way. Secondly, it's also important to have a slim, well-built body. Every man thinks that way. There's still the most important thing I haven't said yet. Chen Wei said it step by step. Ruyan Lu compared Chen Wei's conditions step by step. The first one fits by itself. The second one fits the bill itself. Among the students in the school, one can say that he or she stands out from the rest. But there was one thing he hadn't said, and the most important hadn't been said yet. And what do you think is the most important thing? Ryu asked immediately. The most important thing is that she wears white short sleeves and a little black pleated dress. She'll get a black and white ensemble. Chen Wei said immediately after taking a look at Ruyan Lu. Why? Ruyan Lu wondered. She froze for a moment. Could it be that Chen Wei was talking about himself? She looked at the white short-sleeved blouse she was wearing on top and then at the black pleated skirt she was wearing underneath. Is he talking about himself? Whatever. There are only two people here anyway. No outsiders. Ruyan Lu was ready to ask directly. Aren't you? Do you like the way I dress? How about the two of us try it out as boyfriend and girlfriend? Ruyan Lu asked directly. Because she wants to finalize her relationship with Chen Wei as soon as possible. Who cares who initiated it first? Ask only for the result, not the process. As long as the result is good, everything is okay. Chen Wei, who was driving, also froze for a moment after hearing Lu Ruyan's words. He immediately twisted his head to look at Ruyan Lu. Is there such a thing as initiative? No wonder it's been said that there are now women who are women and men who are baby mamas. Now it's reversed a bit. Ruyan Lu directly said she wanted to be her girlfriend. Now Chen Wei is clueless. He didn't know what to choose. The reason why Ruyan Lu took the initiative was that she knew he had the Mercedes Big G and the Wanda Plaza. It's good to be rich. If you have money, the school beauty will chase you too. Why don't you say something? I haven't been in a relationship yet. I still have my first kiss. This is the first time I've ever volunteered to say something like this to a guy. Say something. It doesn't matter if it works out or not. Anyway, you have no loss and I have no loss. Ruyan Lu added. Chen Wei nodded his head once and immediately added. Yes. Why don't you say yes? Ruyan Lu has such a high face value and such a good figure. Anyway, one can choose widely and focus on cultivation. Isn't it just a little more money? You kind of said yes. Then I'm your girlfriend. Ruyan Lu smiled. I never imagined that things would go so smoothly. No problem at all. I'll be your boyfriend. Chen Wei also nodded his head in agreement and spoke. Chen Wei continued to drive as he looked at the smiling Lu Ruyan. He knew that the stone in this Ruyan Lu's heart had finally landed. The car continues to move. Ruyan Lu sat in the passenger seat, talking about some of the funny things she did when she was in high school and college. Chen Wei responded at times. One spoke excitedly and the other listened half attentively. How to put it? After confirming a romantic relationship with Ruyan Lu, he himself was a bit excited. After all, Ruyan Lu had a good face and body. If he had been able to fall in love with Ruyan Lu before he got the system, he would indeed be very excited. Now that he's rich, will he be short of girlfriends? In the future, he definitely won't be short of beauties like this one with a score of 90 or more either. So, Chen Wei wasn't a bit excited. After all, he or she is also a person with a system, and has already seen great wealth and great scenes. He wouldn't fill his eyes with Ruyan Lu now. In the future, he would definitely not have only her as his girlfriend. Chen Wei, I'm at the place, Ruyan Lu immediately said. Alright then, I'll stop, Chen Wei said, then immediately stopped the car. Ruyan Lu immediately undid her seatbelt, but she didn't get out of the car right away. Instead, he looked towards Chen Wei's side. What's wrong? You're not getting off? Chen Wei was a bit confused. You bring your face over, Ruyan said a little, and her face immediately turned a little red. Could it be that she was going to give herself a kiss? Chen Wei thought for a moment. Good thing too. A kiss wouldn't hurt. Chen Wei immediately turned his face sideways. Ruyan Lu's face became even redder. Ruyan Lu immediately printed her lips on Chen Wei's lips. You're my darling now, and this is my first kiss. You are my first boyfriend and my last. Ruyan Lu's face went very red. She herself hadn't expected to give up her first kiss so soon. There's no way around it. If you don't do it yourself now, someone else will get it first. Opportunities come and go. Opportunities like this come along once in a lifetime. Soon, Chen Wei got the car going again. Where are we going? I haven't gotten out of the car yet. Ruyan Lu froze for a moment. Chen Wei didn't say anything and drove the car to a very remote place. The car's glass is exceptionally dark. Inside you can see outside. Outside you can't see inside. The two of them were mushy in the car for 30 or 40 minutes. Only then did Chen Wei drive the car back to where Ruyan Lu had rented the house. After Ruyan Lu got off the bus, her entire face was red, as if it was a red cloth. Just now, Chen Wei touched indiscriminately with one hand, where he shouldn't have touched. He touched. Also, he stamped on her. Well, after I've put my seal on it, you're mine. To you, only I have the right to exercise rights anymore, Chen Wei said a bit at that time. Now if you don't look closely, you can see Ruyan Lu's lipstick flowers. When you return, be safe. After getting out of the car, Ruyan Lu said, okay, I'll drive slower, Chen Wei said, then immediately drove off. Ruyan Lu then walked into the dormitory building. The big event in life had finally landed in stone. He himself had finally become Chen Wei's girlfriend. The redness on her face had faded by the time Ruyan Lu walked into her dormitory. Ruyan, you're back. Where did you go this afternoon? In the dormitory, Huang Jin asked. Several people were in the dormitory. Lu Xiaoli, who was lying on the bed, immediately sat up from the bed after hearing Lu Ruyan come back. She was also very concerned about how it was going back there. Me well, I went shopping with my boyfriend. Ruyan Lu immediately said a little. There wasn't the slightest concealment, because sooner or later they would all know. It was better not to say it than to say it late, and it was better to say it late than to say it early. Anyway, she's going to spread the word. What? You have a boyfriend? When did you start having a boyfriend? Huang Jin froze for a moment. Chapter 35. Did your boyfriend Chen Wei buy this bag? You have a boyfriend. Huang Jin was shocked. What Qianqian was also shocked. She looked at Ruyan Lu full of surprise. Lu Xiaoli was also shocked. However, she wasn't that shocked that much, because she more or less knew the situation. She guessed that this boyfriend of Ruyan Lu's would be Wei Chen. She just didn't expect them to settle into a relationship so quickly. Is this real, or is it fake? I'm not lying. I did go shopping with my boyfriend, and we finalized our relationship this afternoon, Ruyan Lu added. This is surprisingly true of you, Ruyan. This is rocket speed for you guys. Lu Xiaoli couldn't help but say just a little. So is your boyfriend Chen Wei? Lu Xiaoli asked. Then she stared at Lu Ruyan. Yeah, she wanted to make sure if Ruyan Lu's boyfriend was Chen Wei. Chen Wei. Lily, is he your boyfriend's roommate? Isn't his family in poor condition? Chen Wei can't be Ruyan's boyfriend. Huang Jin spoke up. Lu surely didn't say anything as she waited for Lu Ruyan to answer. Lily, yes, Chen Wei is my current boyfriend. What's the problem? Ruyan Lu immediately spoke up. Chen Wei, it's really Chen Wei. How is that possible? Is Ruyani crazy? It was only last night that she took the initiative to ask for Chen Wei's WeChat, and today she became his girlfriend. What's so attractive about this Chen Wei? What about his family? No, Ruyan, I just can't figure out why you're in love with him. What kind of magic does he have? How come you got the LV bag? Did he help you buy it? Lu Xiaoli was surprised. She looked at the LV bag in Ruyan Lu's hand in surprise. How is this possible? How come Chen Wei is so rich? LV stuff is so expensive. It's at least tens of thousands of dollars. It's a luxury item. A very expensive luxury. Not something the average person can afford. Ugh, it's really an LV bag. Ruyan, did you go to the LV store? Huang Jin also saw this LV bag. She also couldn't help but ask. In fact, Wei Qianqian had already seen the LV bag in Lu Ruyan's hand, but she did not say. She's a matter-of-fact person. She more or less knew why Ruyan Lu had taken the initiative to ask for Chen Wei's WeChat yesterday, and had become Chen Wei's boyfriend today. There's a reason for everything. People don't have profits. Chen Wei's condition is definitely good. Yeah, we went to the LV store and did a little shopping. Ruyan Lu immediately said. Chen Wei bought it for you, isn't it? Lu Xiaoli couldn't help but ask. Although she was 100% sure that this was what Chen Wei had bought for Lu Ruyan. This is because the spending levels of several students are known and understood by all. So Lu Xiaoli was sure that the LV bag was bought by Chen Wei. Chen Wei's family situation must be very good. Not as ordinary as Wang Chang said. People are buying LV bags. She could think with her toes that Chen Wei and Lu Ruyan had only added WeChat yesterday. And today the two of them had confirmed their romantic relationship. And today, Chen Wei had bought each other LV bags. Chen Wei's family conditions must be extraordinary. He could be a hidden rich kid. Can I see the bag? Lu Xiaoli asked. Ruyan, I want to see it too. It's an LV bag. This one is very rare. Huang Jin spoke up. Well, as you can see, it's a handbag. Ruyan agreed and she took the handbag she had bought out of the bag. It's so beautiful. This LV bag. Huang Jin looked at it and immediately said something. Lu Xiaoli stood next to her and also looked at it. She recognized the bag. It was the new model that just came on this year. And she knows the handbag retails for $78. 888. Because she followed the bag. How come Chen Wei is so rich? Buy it when you say you'll buy it. Give it away when you say you'll give it away. Lu Xiaoli was now full of envy and jealousy. What's going on? How come he didn't realize that Chen Wei was so rich? That he was a rich second generation? All know Chen Wei first themselves. Ruyan, did Chen Wei buy this bag for you? How much did you buy it for? Huang Jin carefully touched the LV bag. Then asked curiously. Yeah, he's the one who bought it for me. How much did it cost? 78. 888. Ruyan Lu said. So expensive. An average person's salary for a year. Huang Jin was shocked for a moment. 78. 888. My dad's yearly salary isn't even this. Huang Jin added. It's so expensive. This $80,000 is enough for my 4 years of college tuition plus living expenses. What a rich man. Ruyan Lu. You're so lucky. Huang Jin said again. No more touching. I'm afraid I can't afford to pay for it if I break it. Huang Jin said again. Ruyan, is Chen Wei's family so rich? Huang Jin asked. I don't know how much money he has, but he did buy this bag. Ruyan Lu said. I really envy you. God, can you grant me a rich boyfriend like that too? Huang Jin joked. She really envied Ruyan Lu. I'm going to the bathroom, Ruyan said before putting her bag on her bed. She then went into the sanitary. Lily, didn't your boyfriend say that Chen Wei's family conditions are poor? It's obvious that Chen Wei's family condition is very good. Huang Jin came next to Lu Xiaoli and whispered. I don't know what's going on. If you ask me, who do I ask? That's what Wang Chang said anyway. Lu Xiaoli said. If she knew Chen Wei was so rich, she would have gone after him. It's not like she's a little cutie herself. She definitely wants the best. I'm not going to chat with you guys. I'm sleepy. I want to sleep. Lu Xiaoli returned to her own bed and lay down. Wo Qianqian also looked at the bag on Lu Ruyan's bed. She knew that LV bags were expensive, but she didn't expect it to cost nearly $80,000 apiece. She thought about it in her mind for a moment, and then didn't think much about it later, since it had nothing to do with her anyway. It's not like he could just go and fight with Ruyan Lu for a boyfriend. If the two go at it, the relationship will surely be strained. At this time, she saw the tweets coming up on her cell phone. It's from Mom. Daughter, you're about to be a junior in college. Are there any boys with good family conditions? If there are also, you can take the initiative to chase after them. Looking at the WeChat sent by her mom, Guo Qianqian did not reply. How many such boys are there in the school? Such boys are also a rare breed. Inside the bathroom, Ruyan Lu stood in front of the mirror. She saw that her lipstick had turned blotchy and her fair face was still a little red. She immediately thought of what had happened in the car. Another thought about the car driving to a very remote location. And then, Chen Wei had moved his hand, where he shouldn't have touched. He did. Ruyan Lu picked up a tissue and wiped her lipstick. Still, she was in a good mood and felt very happy inside. She herself had caught a treasure. Chapter 36, with 10% of the shares of Tianlong Real Estate. It's you who are bad. My lipstick is spent. Ruyan Lu picked up her cell phone. She sent a Weibo message to Chen Wei. Chen Wei drove back to Thompson. Once he returned to Townsend, he ordered a takeout. It didn't take long for the takeout to arrive. He quickly finished his takeout. He played Shakeology for a while, then took a little shower. Shanghai in July is a furnace. Northerners are unaware of how hot it is in the south in the summer. After taking a shower, suddenly his cell phone rang. He realized it was Lu Fengfei calling. Hello, what can I do for you? Secretary Lu? He picked up the phone. Our company received an invitation from the Pudong Chamber of Commerce. There's a charity auction party tomorrow night. and they invited our company to send a representative to attend. Should you go and participate? Lu Fengfei asked. What am I going to do? Chen Wei refused a bit. If you don't go, will I go? Do I go as a secretary? We always have to send someone to go and represent our company. We have to show the world that our company is not bad. It's best to make a name for us. Lu Fengfei said. Well then, I'll come to the office tomorrow to pick up the invitation. How about the two of us go together? Chen Wei asked. I won't be there. My mom is sick. During the day, I wanted to take time off. With you out of the picture, I had to not take time off. Lu Fengfei found a reason to excuse herself. Alright then, if you don't go, I'll go. Chen Wei had no choice but to nod his head and agree. The two men then hung up. He was just about to put away his cell phone when he saw a Weibo message from Ruyan Lu. It's your fault. You're the one who's bad. My lipstick is all spent. Seeing this message, Chen Wei thought again about what happened in the car earlier. Ruyan Lu has a really sweet mouth. Your mouth is so sweet. I still want it next time. Chen Wei sent. He thought for a moment about himself and how he might be scum later. I had a crazy night with Lu Bingqian the other day. We may meet again in the future. Because her twin sister works as a secretary at Tesla, Chen Wei will probably get in touch with Lu Bingqian. There was nothing much to do, so he swiped Shakeology again. And there were times when he would check out Racer. It was almost 11 p.m. When he started to go to bed, slept until 7 in the morning. Chen Wei's sleep quality has traditionally been very good. He immediately thought of the one thing he should do every day. It's about going to the system and looking at it. The Spike system was refreshed long ago. As soon as he thought of this matter, he immediately entered the system interface. He immediately saw the 3 gifts that the system had swiped out today. Gift 1, 10% of the shares of Tianlong Real Estate, worth 2 billion renminbi. Gift 2, a Patek Philippe watch worth 30 million renminbi. Gift 3, a set of Jinjiang Villa, worth 600 million renminbi. System Dad, you're amazing. Do you want me to find you a system mom? Chen Wei teased. Ignoring Chen Wei's quirkiness, the system indifferently prompted. Please host, make out your choice as soon as possible. I'll take one. For sure. $2 billion now. My fortune is almost $10 billion all of a sudden. Chen Wei immediately said. Ding. The host has made a choice of 10% of the shares of Tianlong Group. This share transfer certificate. Please go to Tianlong Group to pick it up. The system immediately spoke. System Dad, why wasn't it sent directly to me? Chen Wei asked. Ding. Each time the item is delivered in a different way. It's all randomized. The system immediately replied coldly. Alright, I know. I'll go after breakfast. Chen Wei immediately dressed and got up, then wash up, and then it was off to breakfast outside. On the other hand, Sky Dragon Realty has been in chaos. The general manager of the company suddenly received a call from the chairman of the board. The chairman told him that his investment had failed, so he sold 10% of the company. If you don't sell your shares, your own financial chain will be broken and you may even go to jail. Hearing this, General Manager Deng Shuang immediately froze. The chairman quickly hung up. It looks like the company is in trouble. Deng Shuang said. Little did he know the company's bigger troubles were ahead. Just as he was rambling, his computer made a beep. Deng Shuang looked down and saw that it was a document sent by the chairman of the board. This has the names and photos of the new shareholders written on it, along with some information. Little Wang, come over here, Teng Shuang shouted. The secretary quickly pushed her way in. There's a new shareholder in the company. Here's his name and picture. Go to the front desk and make arrangements. He'll be coming by today to look at the company. He will also come to get the relevant information. General Manager Deng said. Okay, manager. The secretary immediately took the information and went to the front desk to arrange the work. At this time, Chen Wei drove his Mercedes-Benz Big G towards Tianlong Real Estate side. After 20 or 30 minutes, he drove here. This building has the 4 big words Tianlong Real Estate above it. It can be seen from afar. This company has a market capitalization of $20 billion. If nothing goes wrong, he quickly made his way to the front desk, where a receptionist beauty quickly took him to the general manager's office. As soon as they left in front of them, the 2 front desk ladies behind them started talking. Wow, this handsome guy is so handsome. This one is still our new director. There's a 10% stake, worth $2 billion. This high roller would be great if he was my boyfriend. You, ugly-looking thinker, can't get it, can't even think about it? The 2 little beauties were still talking. Soon, Chen Wei arrived at the general manager's office. Hello, I'm Chen Wei. Chen Wei introduced himself. Hello, I'm the general manager of Tianlong Real Estate. My name is Deng Shuang. General Manager Deng also introduced himself. Then the 2 men shook hands and exchanged phone numbers. That's why he sat down. Hello, Mr. Chen. I've been notified that this is the share transfer certificate. After saying that, he took out a document from the drawer and handed it to Chen Wei. Chen Wei took the document, then looked at it carefully. The document clearly states that Chen Wei holds 10% of the shares of Tianlong Real Estate. Mr. Deng. Thank you, Chen Wei said politely. That's what I should do. I'll show you around our property? Deng Shuang asked. After all, I have a share. Chen Wei agreed. Deng Shuang led Chen Wei out of this office. He made introductions as he walked. Mr. Chen, our company started out as a real estate company. Now we are involved in many industries. Today the company's market capitalization has reached $20 billion. But it seems like our company has a little problem. General Manager Deng introduced himself. Chen Wei asked, "What's wrong with the company? I'm not sure exactly what the problem is. I just vaguely heard it." General Manager Deng spoke up. The two soon reached one of the company's sandbox simulation rooms, on which stood a tall building. Dong Chen, this is the neighborhood property developed by our group. General Manager Tang spoke up. Nice, beautiful house. The neighborhood is also beautiful, Chen Wei exclaimed. We're pretty much done shopping, and our company is ready to have a meeting to welcome you. After all, we still have a lot of executives, and a lot of employees who don't know you. What do you think? General Manager Deng spoke again. Chapter 37 Richard Miller watches. Chen Wei looked at the corridor, and he noticed that a few employees were looking at him curiously. All the way they walked, all the way people looked at him, they talked about him. Who is this man? What is the identity? Why is the general manager accompanying him? Okay, GM, make the arrangements. Let's meet for a while. Chen Wei agreed. Alright, please ask Dong Chen to come to my office and wait a little. General Manager Tang immediately said. Chen Wei then went back to the general manager's office and waited. On this side, General Manager Deng hurriedly summoned the executives and the managers of each department and asked them to notify them. The company will meet immediately, and the middle-level cadres and above will meet. A few minutes later, Chen Wei was pushed up to the conference podium table by the general manager. Chen Wei hadn't seen any big battles, so he was still a bit flustered. He coughed twice. Hello everyone, my name is Chen Wei. I'm the new director of our Tianlong Real Estate. Many of you probably haven't heard of me, much less seen me. I am also a small person. Never mind. Today, we'll get to know each other. Once we're together, we'll get acquainted. In the future, I'm going to grow and develop together with the company. I hope our company will be even better in the future. Chen Wei said a bunch of platitudes. Chen Wei stood on the podium and spoke for more than half an hour. Then below that, it's time to make introductions to each other. Of course it's mainly the top and middle leaders who introduce themselves. A meeting took about an hour. Dong Chen, have a good meal here before you leave. General Manager Tang immediately said. No. I still have to work at a company. Chen Wei immediately refused. What? You still have to work? General Manager Tang was a bit skeptical. However, he didn't continue to ask. Chen Wei quickly walked out of the Tianlong real estate building and headed towards his Mercedes-Benz Big G. He got into his car and drove to the Nimrod Times branch. After a couple of minutes, he arrived at Nintendo. He immediately went into the office. As soon as he entered the office, Lu Fengfei knew. President Chen, you're here. If you don't come, I'm going to send this invitation to your home. Lu Fengfei immediately spoke up. You didn't say so. If you had, I wouldn't have come and made you send it. The weather is so hot. I'm too lazy to go. Chen Wei immediately said. As soon as she talked about his house, Lu Fengfei blushed. She thought of Chen Wei staring at her breasts that day, almost all of which he had seen. When are you coming to my house to play? Chen Wei asked. What's so funny about your house? I'm afraid you'll eat me up. Lu Fengfei immediately spoke up. No. This is something that has to be between you and me. Don't worry, I will never break the law, unless you agree. Chen Wei immediately said. I'm not going to agree. Lu Fengfei immediately blushed. She was a little girl, still a bit shy. President Chen is so rich. I'm afraid he'll have his foot in two boats. It would be nice if he could be single-minded. Many women say don't want when they really mean I want. However, who can tell what is in people's hearts? Especially a girl's mind. You don't guess. You guess and guess. You can't guess. Unless you have mind reading skills. Can I scan it with a universal scanning system? It's better to forget about it. The rabbit doesn't do anything until the grass on the edge of the nest. Chen Wei thought for a moment. Suddenly, Chen Wei's cell phone rang. Boss Chen, we've collected the rent for the Wanda Mall, and I've already credited it to your bank card account. You check and receive it. General Manager Wang Yan said. Okay, I'll take a look. Chen Wei immediately said. The two men then hung up. Chen Wei took out his cell phone and found that he had indeed received a message. Your bank card account to 15 million yuan. Time passes quickly. It was 7 p.m. in the blink of an eye. Chen Wei drove his car quickly to the charity auction location. Outside of this auction, there stood several security personnel in black suits. Chen Wei entered this auction site with his invitation. As soon as he walked in, he heard the voice of the hostess shouting the price. It is evident that this auction has begun. As soon as he stepped into the hall, he saw a huge crystal chandelier hanging in the center. The entire hall was also richly decorated. Only a beautiful hostess in a red dress stood on the stage. This beautiful host is selling a piece of green emerald. 2 minutes later the bidding started. The reserve price for this jadeite is $6 million. Everyone can go out and bid for it. And the highest bidder will win. The female host added. $5 million. Someone else opened the bidding. $7 million. There was an immediate bid. $7.5 million. $8 million. This time there was no one to chase after. $8 million first. $8 million second. $8 million third. Sold. Congratulations to the lady. The hostess said something and it was a quick deal. Chen Wei slowly looked at his surroundings. It was found that everyone was looking at the auction items on the stage. And only the auction items were more appealing. After looking around, he found a seat. This seat of his was relatively backward. Today's auction is still a grand one. Which one of the bigwigs in the Chamber of Commerce doesn't have money? So there were quite a few hands up for bidding and the place was buzzing. Next, the auction was still for a piece of jewelry. And that price and very high. After several rounds of shouting, Chen Wei felt a bit bored. Suddenly, he heard the auction. Next up for auction is this watch. This watch is called Richard Miller. Our national son Wang Song also wears a watch like this. The Richard Mille RM067 we're auctioning off today is even more valuable. This is the king of their watches among the kings. The starting bid is $16 million. Each increase must not be less than 500,000 yuan. The bidding will now begin. Hearing that this price was so high, Chen Wei was dumbfounded. You can buy a house in Shanghai for that price. $16. $5 million for Mr. 12. A man raised his sign first. Mr. No. $317 million. Is there anyone else bidding? In addition, there was a person who also raised his hand. No sooner had the host finished speaking than a young redhead raised his card again. $18 million for Mr. 22. $19 million for Mr. 12. Number 12 raised his hand again. Chen Wei looked at him. $20 million for Mr. 22. The redhead raised the sign again. Number 12 $21 million. No. 12 raised the price again. That redhead raised his hand again. After Chen Wei saw redhead raise his hand, he raised his own. $22 million. Chen Wei shouted. Number 45. $22 million. $22 million for the first time. Anyone else raise their hand? No. 22 also looked at no. 45 and realized that no. 45 was Chen Wei. He immediately got angry. 22 $23 million. No. 45 $24 million. Chen Wei wasn't shy anymore. Chapter 38 You're the one from the other night. Number 22. $25 million. No. 45. $26 million. Chen Wei was unwilling to show weakness again. No. 22 frowned a little. Unable to imagine someone competing with him. It was unthinkable that there was someone who looked at the watch the same way he did. Chen Wei entered the universal scanning system. System, how much can this watch be worth? It's worth $30 million now. 2 years from now it will be worth $40 million. The system answered immediately. After hearing this sentence, Chen Wei decided to go ahead and bid. I have money today, so I'll be capricious for once. Number 22. $27 million. In fact, in the end, only 2 of them were raising their hands. No one else had any intention of participating. There were some people on the scene, too, who knew more about the Richard Mille brand. These people are the second-generation rich and some tycoons from Shanghai's upper-class circle. This watch is a billionaire's ticket to the top rich generation. Chen Wei raised his hand 2 more times and added $2 million. Mr. 45 $29 million. Does anyone want to bid now? $29 million. First, $29 million. Second, $29 million. Third. Sold. The beautiful hostess struck the auction hammer and finally sealed the deal. The redhead spoke towards a white-haired male student next to him. I see. This 45. Do you recognize it? So fierce. Then he looked at Chen Wei, who was number 45. The white hair next to him saw him stop shouting and said, Why did you admit defeat? Brother Wang, are you not going to lift? TMD. How do you talk? You're the one who's not lifting. The red-haired man didn't have the good sense to say it. Brother Wang, let's not talk about lifting or not. Don't you have that much money? White hair spoke up. It's not a matter of money or not. The point is that $30 million to buy it is not worth it. It's not like I'm a little cutie. With this money, I might as well buy a Patek Philippe. Or a Rolex. Red hair spoke up. It's a nice watch, but it's not as famous as Patek Philippe. And it's not worth $30 million to buy it. However, I heard that Wang Song bought a watch like this, so I want to buy a watch like that too. Red hair spoke up again. But 45 argued with me. Wang Song is the national husband, the JW director of the entertainment industry. Brother Wang, do you recognize this 45? White hair spoke up. I don't recognize it, but the man has good taste. Like me, he has his eye on this model watch. You're killing me with laughter. He robbed you and you're still praising him. I didn't realize that you are so broad-minded. Brother Wang. White hair spoke up. People have money, that's because they have what he has. That's something I still have to admire. I'll just praise him for being awesome. What am I jealous of him for? I'm awesome too, okay? Redhead spoke up. I'm impressed. You, worthy of being Brother Wang. I'm impressed by the height of your perception. I'm not even holding up the wall. I'm convinced of you. You badass. Get lost. The redhead got a little angry. Next, the auction wasn't anything special and didn't cause a stir. Chen Wei was bored and playing with his cell phone. Suddenly, the two red-haired and white-haired people said a few words before walking towards Chen Wei. The redhead said a little, "Hello buddy." Chen Wei heard these words and then looked up. At this time, he saw two more young men beside him. This redhead was wearing Armani and looked as if he was a bit immodest. But he had a Patek Philippe watch on his hand. Obviously, he's a rich cockney. All of this shows that he's not a street punk. Chen Wei quickly recognized him as the one he was competing with. And, is this the same person who often swipes at Jitterbug? Money fun? In this big Shanghai, he is known as the first rich second generation in Shanghai. Why do people say that about him? Turns out he crashed his $40 million Ferrari supercar one night. He was still sitting in the car playing with his cell phone like a nobody's business. And, instead, he posted a friend, small thing, buy another one. From this time he was known as the first rich kid in Shanghai. You are the first rich second generation in Shanghai. Chen Wei immediately said, No, there are many people in Shanghai who are better than me. This title is all blindly pressed by netizens. I'm kind of regretting posting my friend's circle like that now. Now, I'm a bit shy when I hear it. And look at you. You're much better than me. Xianfen immediately spoke up. I just happen to like that watch. Chen Wei explained. You like to play with watches too. Xianfen was a bit interested. It's been said that poor people play with cars. Rich people play with watches. The car kind of works. What does the watch do? I'm not a favorite either. It's the first time I've bought a watch like this. Just now the mind got hot. Chen Wei explained. Xianfen looked at Chen Wei. He realized that Chen Wei really didn't wear a watch. Now that everyone used cell phones, how many people would bother to wear a watch? But Xianfen was even more surprised. The first time you bought a watch you bought almost $30 million. You're also too luxurious. To be honest, in Shanghai, I know a lot of people in the circle, but I haven't met you. Xianfen spoke a little more. This is my friend, Xiao Chang. I just graduated from college. Still just entered society. Before, a mind to read holy books. No wonder. I said how come I don't recognize you? Are you planning to develop in Shanghai in the future? Xianfen asked again. That's natural. The more a few people talked, the better they got acquainted. That watch of yours should be the grand finale of the night. Why don't you go look at that watch of yours? Xianfen said. What you can't get is good. It's okay. Chen Wei nodded in agreement. After that, the three of them went over to the notary's office together, then filled out the information and credited the final payment into their account. Chen Wei quickly got the watch. When the watch came, he graciously placed it on the table for both of them to see. The two of them looked at the watch on the table and couldn't help but sigh. That's a nice watch. Its entire band is sapphire through and through. This watch allows you to look clearly at the gears inside so you can see them clearly. I can't imagine it's so precise and well crafted. This watch is futuristic, technological and stylish. But it's just too expensive. Why did Chen Wei buy it? Because it's not like it's his own money. It's money given by the system. It's the same as not spending money, so it doesn't matter if he buys it or not. There was such an opportunity anyway, so he bought it. Hearing them say that, Chen Wei also took a serious look at the watch. The three men watched and made small talk. They look around every now and then. Chen Wei scanned the beautiful women around him. He suddenly saw a familiar figure sitting by the corner. I can't imagine that fate will arrange for them to meet again. Chen Wei couldn't help but smile happily at the corner of his mouth when he saw that familiar figure. After he added Xianfen and Xiao Chang's WeChat, he immediately left the place. And of course, he took the watch away. Lu Bingqian, Chen Wei shouted. Only Lu Bingqian slowly raised her head, then immediately frowned. After a second, She panicked a little. Then she immediately covered her mouth with her hand. She pointed to Chen Wei. "You're the one from the other night." Chapter 39, Renewal of Previous Relationships. Lu Bingqian quickly panicked. Chen Wei immediately laughed. Facing Chen Wei's expression, Lu Bingqian immediately clenched her long legs. She quickly remembered the scene of that night, and her heart panicked even more. What's going on? Will she run into him again? Looking at Lu Bingqian's reaction, Chen Wei immediately remembered the happy time that night. He saw Lu Bingqian wearing a short-sleeved shirt on top tonight. Underneath, she was wearing a tight wraparound skirt, as well as 2 car headlights in front of her, which were really, really big. He looked down at the peak in front of him. It really was kind of like that Mount Everest. It was so upright and had so much depth to it. He stared at Lu Bingqian's necklace for a moment, wondering what was dangling from the pendant, whether it was an onyx or a gemstone, because that pendant was hiding between 2 headlights at this time. That pendant was so heavily obscured that you couldn't see it clearly. Looking at Lu Bingqian's exquisite face near her eyes, as well as those snow-white legs, Chen Wei had a bit of a heartbeat, as if he couldn't hold back a bit. Lu Bingqian looked at Chen Wei as if he was looking at himself naked, and flirtatiously blanked Chen Wei. "This is your own bad karma. Shanghai is such a big city, how can I still meet him? Stinky brother, are you still watching?" Lu Bingqian asked. Didn't see enough. That Lu Bingqian, I thought it was you. Why don't you come to my place later for another good look? Or I'll go to your place for another good look. Chen Wei was a bit playful. "You're ugly, but you think quite beautifully." Lu Bingqian immediately spoke up. "That's for sure. With a pretty girl like you by my side, I'm having a good time and there's money to be had. Why wouldn't I want it?" Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Lu Bingqian saw Chen Wei mention this. Her face immediately turned red, like a red cloth. "I saw that you're only 22 years old and thought you were still a student, so I took care of you. After all, that day, you also contributed. I can't imagine that you're still a rich second generation. If I had known, I wouldn't have given you the money. Today, everyone who comes here is rich or powerful." The reason why Lu Bingqian was here today was because she was the operations manager of Haitian Entertainment. Today, their boss wasn't available, so she came on his behalf. Haitian Entertainment was very large. Therefore, the company also received an invitation. "You're overthinking it. I'm a recent college graduate and I'm still short of money. I still need your special care," Chen Wei added. "I could have asked your sister and gotten your phone number, but I didn't do that. I never thought we'd meet again. We're really destined." Chen Wei spoke up. "We only have sins." Lu Bingqian looked away. However, the rest of her eyes saw the Richard Mille watch that Chen Wei was wearing on his hand, and a bag he was holding in his hand. A special bag for Richard Mille. Is the 45 just now? Lu Bingqian had a bit of time. Chen Wei immediately nodded. "Well, we're destined to meet each other in 1,000 miles. Wait, let's go for a drink and a late-night snack," Chen Wei asked. Lu Bingqian was immediately interested in Chen Wei after she knew that he was a super rich second generation. The two are really meant for each other. Lu Bingqian felt that a rich second generation like Chen Wei would like nothing more than to take what he wanted and not disturb each other's lives. And this is what Lu Bingqian wants the most. Happy, everyone, and don't talk about feelings. So, after she met with Chen Wei, she didn't leave her contact information. It's best to leave each other alone from now on, just as it comes and goes lightly, without taking a cloud with it. Although the reason between them was because they had been drinking. After waking up, Lu Bingqian did not regret it at all. Lu Bingqian immediately looked at Chen Wei, and said with a big smile, "Good, I kind of wanted to. Let's go now." He looked at Lu Bingqian. He was a little puzzled. He wasn't supposed to be the kind of woman who was casual. According to the tips given by the system, Lu Bingqian's privacy value is 1. The intimacy value of the two people was only 60 points. This figure is all relatively low. Yet she would promise herself. Why would she promise herself? What the heck? Today's the day. By this time, Lu Bingqian had already taken Chen Wei's hand. As a man, he certainly wouldn't turn down such a beautiful woman. The two walk out intimately to the auction location. Chen Wei brought her next to his Mercedes Big G. "To your place, or to mine?" Chen Wei immediately asked. "It's better to go to your place," Lu Bingqian immediately replied. Chen Wei took the initiative to pull open the car door for Lu Bingqian. Lu Bingqian quickly sat up. Chen Wei opened the main driver's door himself and got in as well. Lu Bingqian looked at Chen Wei driving a Mercedes-Benz Big G, and did not ask anything more. What's the point of asking? People can afford to check Richard Mille watches. Chen Wei quickly started the car. The car quickly merged into the traffic. After driving for 30 to 40 minutes, we finally arrived at the Townsend. The two then came to the 39th floor of Building 1. This is Chen Wei's house. Chen Wei opened the door and the two of them walked in. As soon as he entered the room, Chen Wei took out a bottle of red wine and 2 wine glasses from the wine cabinet on the side. He opened the wine and filled the glass. He handed one of the cups to Lu Bingqian. Lu Bingqian had looked at the wine glass that Chen Wei had handed over and immediately said, "Stinky brother, you want me to drink again? Do you want me to get me drunk? I remember you can drink much better than me. Last time, you could drink more than me. You were not even drunk from 1,000 cups, Chen Wei said. Lu Bingqian shook her wine glass, then slowly began to drink. The two men talked as they drank. After an hour of drinking, the bottle of red wine was finished by the two men. By this time, Lu Bingqian was already scarlet, already looking like a peach blossom. Chen Wei also drank almost as much. Both of them were half a caddy. Are you drunk? Let me carry you to your room, okay? Go back to your room and rest, Chen Wei asked. Lu Bingqian listened for a moment, her body still trembling. Are we really just going to rest? Lu Bingqian asked. You're still quite sober, Chen Wei said. Looking at Lu Bingqian, her eyes were glowing, and her pretty sexy lips. Chen Wei was even more pressed. Rest? Of course. However, I'll give you a sobering shot first, and then we'll rest, Chen Wei immediately said. Only one shot is allowed? Lu Bingqian asked. She remembered the last time it had taken several shots and her bones felt like they were falling apart. I'll do as you say. If you say a few shots to wake up. How many shots? As soon as he finished speaking, his lips were plastered on Lu Bingqian's sexy red lips. A few minutes later, Lu Bingqian let out an emotional sound, and she quickly took the initiative to wrap her arms around Chen Wei's neck. Chapter 40, the system gave away $20 million. The two of them, Chen Wei and Lu Bingqian, were entwined together, again and again. Finally, both fell into a deep sleep. Wake up at 8 o'clock the next day. Lu Bingqian again without saying goodbye. Looking at the empty spot on the right side of the bed, Chen Wei recalled last night's situation, and another smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. He made a mental note that he had a great day yesterday. Worth recalling. After last night's night of lingering, Lu Bingqian's favorability towards him directly soared to 85 points. Lu Bingqian on their own intimacy value soared so fast. The main thing is that she saw her condition is good. Suddenly, he remembered that he had forgotten that the time for the system's 3 gift seconds had long since arrived. He immediately entered the system interface. Ding! The system seconds interface has been refreshed. The system has prepared 3 gifts for the host. Gift 1, $20 million in cash. Gift 2, a piece of jadeite, worth $12 million. Gift number 3, a Shanghai house worth 10 million yuan. Please make your choice quickly. Host, I only picked the expensive ones, not the right ones. I'll choose gift 1. Chen Wei immediately made his choice. Okay, the system will credit $20 million into your bank card account for you. Please check, the system immediately said. A few minutes later, Chen Wei's cell phone received a message. Your bank card account arrived 20 million yuan. It's still good to have money and a car. It shows that some pretense is still very useful. Even Lu Bingqian looked at herself differently. It's not enough to have a Mercedes Big G for yourself. You need to buy a supercar. The Mercedes Big G isn't luxurious enough to pretend. He hurriedly brushed his teeth, washed his face, and went to the bathroom. Then, went out for an early dinner. After eating breakfast, he used his cell phone to call a drop. 3 minutes later, a white BYD New Energy car stopped in front of Chen Wei. He looked at the license plate number of the car and knew it was a cab he had called. He immediately opened the back door and got in. The driver was a middle-aged man about 45 years old. After seeing Chen Wei come up, he asked Chen Wei to report the last 4 digits of his cell phone number. After checking and realizing it was correct, the driver then started the car and walked away. Handsome, by the looks of you. You've only just graduated from college. Are you planning to go to Porsche to look at pretty girls? Or are you going to buy a car? This driver master said while driving. Drivers are generally very articulate. Yeah, I'm going there to check out the babes. He didn't say he was going to buy a supercar. This is a sports car that is usually seen by many and bought by few. Also, it's not bad to look at beautiful women and get a long insight. Porsche, this brand of car, not ordinary people can afford to buy. The cheapest are $40,000 to $50,000. An ordinary person's month's work is nothing more than about $10,000. In our great Shanghai, it's going to take us at least 5 or 6 years to buy one if we don't eat or drink. Not to mention that gas, maintenance, insurance, those are big spenders. The driver added. In Shake Shack, many people say that there are not many luxury cars under 2 million. And of course, in the lives of the people at the bottom, many people can't even afford to buy a 100,000 car. This master is very able to talk. But then, Chen Wei didn't respond much. When the master saw that no one was paying attention to him, he didn't say anything else. After 40 minutes, The car finally arrived at the Porsche 4's store in Pudong. The driver stopped the car. Chen Wei pushed open the door and got out of the car, and walked into this Porsche 4's store. Chen Wei immediately paid for the cab on the app. This Porsche 4's store covers a very large area and is very luxuriously decorated. It deserves to be rich and powerful. The floor, too, was spotless and clean. He was more or less nervous when he entered this 4's store. After all, one hadn't seen any big scenes yet. Not enough seniority either. This is the first time he has seen a Porsche 4 store. Now, the car driven was a gift from the system. Anyway, with tens of millions of dollars left, he decided to get himself a luxury car. It's not like the money is your own. It's from the system. It's the same as not spending the money yourself. Many of us Chinese like to buy Mercedes, BMW, Audi, and Porsche. Many Chinese people are like to worship foreigners. Of course, our oil-burning cars are generally not as good as others, except for new energy vehicles. After a few minutes, his nervousness quickly disappeared. He had adapted. Little handsome, are you here for a test drive? Just as Chen Wei was about to find a salesperson, a girl in uniform walked over. She came behind Chen Wei and smiled. Looking at the age of this beautiful woman, she should also have just graduated from college not long ago, probably about the same age as herself. This beauty is very pretty. He is also quite a bit prettier than that Lu Xiaoli, but compared to Lu Ruyan, there is a bit of a gap. No matter what, put her in college and she'd be a proper schoolgirl. And, in this uniform, she looked spectacular in that top button of her blouse that was not fastened. That wave, it appeared to be bulging inside, making the man's eyes stare there involuntarily. It seemed to have that magnetism. Here's where this girl's charm comes in. Chen Chuchu stood in front of Chen Wei, her white and beautiful face more or less helpless. She thought in her heart that Chen Wei was also here to test drive the car for free. Many people just try and don't buy, costing her a lot of labor. Some people just come here to get over the luxury cars. Of course, you can't tell which one really wants to, by which one really doesn't. After all, one doesn't read minds. Anyway, dead horse in case he'll buy it after the test drive. This person is not very old. He should have just graduated from college, and is most likely a rich kid. The clothes he was wearing were also name brand. Handsome boy. Little brother, do you have a driver's license? If so, I'll register you. Then line up for a test drive. Despite being somewhat helpless, there was no way out. Chen Chuchu asked with a smile. There's no choice but to do this in order to sell to get out of the car. She also just graduated from college last year. In order to make more money. In order to make a lot of money. That's why she came to the Porsche 4 store as a salesperson. At that time, it was not expected that the turnover was very sparse, so to speak. After all, there are still very, very few rich people, but it receives a lot of test drives every day. Every day myself, I come in hopeful and go home disappointed. There are also some male customers in their 40s and 50s who, after adding her WeChat, often harass her at night. They asked her to come outside to dance and drink. Some even said they would guarantee her a Porsche here if she stayed with them for one night. When she thought about this, she felt a little regret in her heart for coming here to be a salesperson. She was trying to make more money, but wasn't trying to make it on her good looks. If I had known, I would have been better off going to work with my classmate and best friend in the company peacefully. The two of them go to work together and leave together. It doesn't make a lot of money, but it's not harassed. Oh, Chen Wei looked at Chen Chuchu, knowing that she misunderstood herself. It's not unusual for her to think that way. After all, one is only 22 years old and very young. The average young person can't afford a Porsche. But the thing is, he's not just anyone. He's already someone with a system. He's not here to test drive. He's here to buy a car. I'm not here for a free test drive. I'm here to buy a car. Chen Wei immediately said. What? What did you say? You want to buy a car? Chen Chuchu listened for a moment and immediately froze. She looked at Chen Wei and wondered if her ears were hallucinating. I'm really here to buy a car, Chen Wei added. Chapter 41, the $18 million car. I'm really here to buy a car, Chen Wei added. Don't be ridiculous, little brother. You're so young, just graduated from college. Right, the Porsche here goes to at least $1 million out. Chen Chuchu kind of wanted to laugh, but hadn't finished yet. I really didn't lie to you, Chen Wei said again. And did your parents come? If you swipe your parents' bank card, your parent must come, Chen Chuchu said seriously. I swiped my own bank card. Here's my ID, and I'd like to buy a Porsche 918 Spider. I love cars this expensive. Do you have one here? Chen Wei spoke again, but she definitely still thought that Chen Wei was still joking. After all, this kind of Porsche was a limited edition, with only 918 units worldwide, and it sells for a whopping $18 million. How could this little handsome guy in front of me, who hadn't long graduated from college, But the other party had a serious and earnest look on his face, as if he wasn't joking. Rather, the eyes were full of confidence and very much in the air. This time, Chen Chuchu didn't know what to say. We do have a Porsche like that here, but the asking price is as high as $18 million. Are you sure you want to buy it? Chen Chuchu asked cautiously. Of course, I really want to buy it. Seeing that Chen Chuchu didn't believe what he said, Chen Wei had to say another sentence. Okay, then bring your bank card over here and we'll swipe it and sign the contract. Please come with me. Chen Chuchu finally came back to her senses, and she looked at Chen Wei. She was a bit flustered in her heart. It was a good thing that she didn't slack off on Chen Wei. If Chen Wei really wants to buy it, and really buys this Porsche, it's definitely a mega customer. If she runs to someone else to buy it herself, that's a big loss. He had actually called the other man his brother several times. He wouldn't complain about himself. If he complained, one vote would be enough. Alright, I'll go with you. Chen Wei nodded. He's wishing more now that he had bought that Porsche and gotten that $18 million Porsche. Fortunately, he didn't say that he wanted to complain about himself. Chen Chuchu thought for a moment. Chen Chuchu walked in front, then came to a computer, then checked how much exactly this Porsche cost. This Porsche is priced at $17.99 million. Handsome guy, give me your bank card. Chen Chuchu immediately said. Chen Wei handed your own bank card to Chen Chuchu. Chen Chuchu immediately put her bank card into the POS machine and entered the figure of $17.99 million. Handsome man, please enter the password. Chen Chuchu said respectfully. Chen Wei immediately entered the numbers. As a result, this POS didn't respond at all. Handsome, do you have any money on this account card? Chen Chuchu asked again. She was worried that Chen Wei couldn't afford it. If that's the case, one is empty again. Oh, sorry, I seem to have entered the wrong password. Try again. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. He had gotten the passwords for his two bank cards mixed up. Alright then, one more time. Chen Chuchu was still a bit unconvinced that this Chen Wei could afford this Porsche. Chen Wei this time to enter the password again. The POS machine quickly spit out a note. Deduction successful. Deduction 17.99 million yuan. Chen Chuchu's pair of good-looking eyes were soon a bit lost in thought. After she looked at Chen Wei for a moment, she immediately withdrew her gaze. She looked at Chen Wei's ID card again. Chen Wei's ID card was still in her hand. The name of the bank card and the name of the ID card are the same. Wow. He's only 22 weeks old. A year younger than his own age. He's so rich at 22. He's got tens of millions of dollars. I'm 23 and have only saved a few $1,000s. You can't compare people with people. People are more dead than people. 22 years old, driving an $18 million Porsche. Obviously, this is a rich kid. Chen Chuchu couldn't help but look at Chen Wei again. This Chen Wei is so handsome. He's a high roller. She's been doing this BMW sales for 12 or 13 months now. The store has not sold a Porsche over $5 million. But who are the people who buy cars like this? All in their late 40s and early 50s. There are very few people under 30. Like Chen Wei. 22 years old, only graduated from college. Buy 18 million yuan of luxury cars. Such a person, Chen Chuchu were the first time to see. So, Chen Chuchu was still a bit surprised. And after the surprise had passed, she was a little envious and jealous. When she first went to college, she imagined everything to be wonderful, thinking that she could make a lot of money later on, or even be a boss or a boss's wife, making over 50, 000, 100, 000 a month is nothing. However, when you graduate from college, you realize that it's so hard to make money on your own. Base salary of 6,000, paid 5 insurance and 1 gold. How can you live in big Shanghai with only 6,000 if you don't sell your car? For several months, she literally didn't sell a single car. So Chen Chuchu was very envious of Chen Wei. This kind of family must be very rich to drive an $18 million Porsche right out of college. Soon, a receipt was issued. Am I allowed to pick up the car? Chen Wei said for a moment. It was because he saw that Chen Chuchu hadn't said anything since just now. Ah, yes, you can pick up the car, right away. Follow me. Chen Chuchu came back to her senses and hurriedly said. A few minutes later, Chen Wei followed Chen Chuchu to the warehouse, arriving in front of the phantom purple Porsche. This warehouse was lit as bright as day. This Porsche glows in the light. It also looks that very stunning. Take a look at the car, and if there's nothing wrong with it, you'll sign the contract. You can then drive the car away. Chen Chuchu stood next to the car. She had nice eyes and a pretty face. She couldn't help but look at the Porsche. It's a beautiful car. She also sighed a sigh in her heart. Even if I make a salary of $15,000 a month, it is only $180,000 a year, and it will take me 100 years to afford it without eating or drinking. One may never get to ride in a luxury car like this in one's life. Not many people can afford an $18 million car like this. Can we really drive away? Chen Wei asked again. Of course, the car is yours. If you sign it. Chen Chuchu immediately said. No problem. I'll sign right away. I've already taken a look at the car. Chen Wei spoke to Chen Chuchu. Alright, you come with me. Chen Chuchu nodded her head and led Chen Wei to sign the contract. 2 minutes later, he had signed the contract and was back in the garage. It's a temporary license plate, only good for 30 days. If you want to get a license plate, you can tell me anytime. We'll arrange for someone to go with you to get a license plate. Chen Chuchu spoke from the side. Then she looked at the Porsche again. Okay, let's add WeChat. Chen Wei said. The two added each other on WeChat. Back there, what happens to the two? Chapter 42 Choo Choo. Push that rich kid's WeChat to me. You can contact us when it's time to get your license plate. Of course, you have to auction the license plate first. Chen Chuchu spoke up. Shanghai is a first-tier city. It's not hard to get a license plate, if you have the money. As it happens, Chen Wei won't be short of money. Luckily, there was still a few days before he could get his license. And for now, he wanted to drive the car for a while. After all, this is an $18 million car, not a $2 to $3 million car anymore. He looked at Chen Chuchu once again. The more he looked, the more he felt that this Chen Chuchu was very pretty. The delicate and beautiful skin of her features was fair, and under the uniform, it was obvious to see that she had an extremely good figure. Put in the university, it can definitely be rated as the department flower or the house flower. He decided to enable the universal scanning system for a moment. System, scan Chen Chuchu for me. Chen Wei's head heard a ding sound. The universal scanning system is acquiring information about the other party. Name, Chen Chuchu. Age, 23. Height, 167 centimeters. Face value, 91. Stature, 91. Privacy, 0. Intimacy, 50. Almost ready for intimacy status. What? Haven't been intimate with anyone yet? Because the privacy value is 0. It didn't occur to me that she had kept her first kiss. It stands to reason that such a beautiful girl would certainly have no shortage of suitors. But she still has her first kiss. It means that the other person has not been in a relationship. She wouldn't dislike men. Chen Chuchu saw that Chen Wei hadn't said anything and hadn't started the car. She immediately asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the car?" "No problem. No problem," Chen Wei replied. Chen Chuchu was afraid that there is something wrong with this car. Otherwise, the basket will be empty. Chen Wei looked at the somewhat nervous Chen Chuchu next to him and asked, "Do you have time tonight? Let's have dinner together." Ah, dinner? Chen Chuchu's entire body froze for a moment. Growing up, she hadn't had dinner with a boy, though she was no stranger to invitations from boys. But they were all rejected by her. Chen Chuchu subconsciously wanted to refuse, because the two had only met for the first time. The words of refusal were about to reach her lips, but then she looked at the Porsche parked next to her. Immediately she hesitated. She felt the words turn into words of agreement. But tonight we dine together as a company. Is tomorrow night okay? Chen Chuchu was shy and blushed. Her eyes didn't quite dare to look at Chen Wei. Okay then, tomorrow night will be tomorrow night. Tomorrow afternoon. I'll pick you up when you get off work. Chen Chuchu nodded in agreement. Then I'll go, Chen Wei immediately said. He quickly started the car and it sped away. After just a short drive, he looked at the gas tank. He realized that there was only a small half tank of gas in the tank. It was better to refuel first. Soon we arrived at the gas station and filled up with $500 or $600 worth of gas. Inside the Porsche 4 store, looking at Chen Wei driving away, Chen Chuchu touched her face. Her face burned a little. Should I go to dinner with Chen Wei tomorrow night? Should we go back now? Her face was still a little red now. Why red? Because she agreed to go to dinner with a strange man for the first time. By now, she was feeling a little shy. Am I being too unreserved? She asked herself. She did have a Porsche reason for agreeing to go to dinner. And more than that, she knew that Chen Wei was rich and young. Only just a year younger than herself. She wouldn't have said yes to a man in his 40s, even if he drove a nice car. Chen Wei's invitation to dinner was an opportunity for himself. So, one must give oneself a chance. It's been 12 months since she graduated from college and she's learned the importance of money. It's hard to be a man with money, but it's hard to be a man without money. This is also true for women. She was alone here for a while thinking. Choo Choo, what are you thinking about? I saw you gawking and fuming here for a while. A female coworker suddenly walked over and spoke to Chen Chuchu. Didn't think of anything. Didn't think of anything. Chen Chuchu immediately shook her head. She didn't want anyone to know what she was thinking. Choo Choo, it's been over a year. How am I treating you? this female coworker said as she intimately took Chen Chuchu's hand. This female colleague is also a college graduate just last year. She came in at the same time as Chen Chuchu as a saleswoman. You're quite good to me, Chen Chuchu immediately said a little. In fact, the relationship between the two was average, right? The two people had just had a meal together once. The meal money was still paid by Chen Chuchu. Now what? I'm going to ask you for something. Will you say yes? The coworker immediately spoke next week. What is it? Chen Chuchu froze for a moment. As you know, I'm not familiar with the area, and I don't have much power. Don't worry. This matter, you can definitely do it. With a show of your hands. This female coworker spoke again. Then you say it. Chen Chuchu breathed a sigh of relief. Just tweet me the tweets of the boy you just hosted. The female coworker said immediately. What do you need his WeChat for? This is a personal privacy. After hearing the female coworker's words, Chen Chuchu frowned. What else can I do if I want his WeChat? Of course, I want to chase him. Buy him dinner. Just graduated from college and can buy a top-of-the-line Porsche of more than $18 million in full payment. Must be a rich second generation. And an extraordinary rich second generation. And the watch he's wearing is a Richard Mille watch. The female coworker said a whole lot. Are Richard Mille watches expensive? Chen Chuchu was a bit confused. People's national husband Wang Song wears a watch like this. The watch is even more expensive than the car he bought, costing $20 to $30 million. People say, poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. He's worth at least a few $100 million or more. Choo-choo, push his micro signal to me. When I chase him, I'll definitely treat you to dinner. Then, I'll give you a red packet of $200,000. The female colleague added. No way, no way. Chen Chuchu subconsciously refused. The female coworker was a bit upset, and frowned as she looked at Chen Chuchu. As you know, our company has a rule that we can't pass out our clients' microsignals. Microsignals are personal privacy. Chen Chuchu said a reason. Regulations are regulations. Why are they so rigid? Regulations are dead. People are alive. As long as you don't say anything and I don't say anything, who knows? Choo-choo. Let's say I'm begging you. Rich kids like him are rare, and tall and handsome. He's highly sought after. The female coworker spoke again. Before the female colleague could finish, Chen Chuchu immediately refused. No means no. I'm going to work. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately walked away from her female coworker. Chapter 43, Class Reunion. It really is a supercar. It just feels different when you drive it. Starting speed is fast. Chen Wei drove the Porsche and quickly merged into the traffic. The $17.99 million car was driven by him and it didn't cost him a dime of his own money. Soon arrived at an intersection, which had the exact red light. Chen Wei looked at the drivers next to him on the left and right, and they all cast envious gazes at Chen Wei. Soon the green light arrived. The other two sides of the vehicle are afraid to drive first. They let Chen Wei's go first. In case his car touches Chen Wei's car, this will be a problem. It was already almost an hour after Chen Wei returned to Thompson. He's been driving for the last hour and really kind of loves it. It's such a beautiful car and drives very smoothly and fluidly. Chen Wei, who had just returned home, had just laid down when his cell phone rang. Old Chen, tonight, we have a class reunion. Don't be late. Classmate Li Jun spoke up. Is it tonight? Chen Wei immediately asked. Yeah, the place to eat is the Jinjiang Hotel. Li Jun added. Good. Such a luxurious place. Will the students' wallets hold up? Chen Wei asked after hearing that it was the Jinjiang Hotel, because it used to be AA. You know, Jinjiang Hotel is very famous in Shanghai. A random table of food should not cost more than $30,000. This is still a very ordinary box. If it's a luxury high-end box, any table of food will cost more than 100,000 yuan. It's fine. We don't have to pay for it. Class President Wang Yang pays for it all. It's fine if we bring our mouths. Li Jun immediately said after hearing Chen Wei's question. Alright then. I know. I'll be on time. After listening to Li Jun's words, the doubts in Chen Wei's heart were solved. Chen Wei heard about it. Class President Wang Yang's family is very rich. His family's worth more than $2 billion. The two men then hung up. Chen Wei took out his cell phone and prepared to swipe Shakeology. Played until almost dark. Chen Wei put on a better dress and prepared to go out for the class reunion. The sun had gone down in the west, but it was still hot. It's still like a big fireplace out there. Considering the possibility of drinking, Chen Wei took a drop. The drop came quickly. Chen Wei then got into the car. Chen Wei also arrived at the entrance of the hotel right on time. Old Chen, over here. Li Jun shouted after seeing Chen Wei. Seeing Li Jun call out to himself, Chen Wei immediately walked over. You boys are coming in so late, like big bosses. Everyone is almost here. Li Jun put his arm around Chen Wei. Next to him stood his college friend Geng Chao. Li Jun, Geng Chao and Chen Wei are still very close, and they all like to call each other their sons. Swiping Jian. This beauty is so charming that I accidentally overplayed it. Chen Wei explained. What's the use of a beautiful woman on Shake It Off? You can only look at it. You can't touch it. You talk about one in reality. Li Jun immediately said. Okay, let's stop talking and talk later. Let's go in first. Geng Chao spoke. With the sound of a clicking door opening, Chen Wei and the three of them walked into the private room. As soon as Chen Wei went in, his classmates immediately shouted, "Isn't this big schoolmaster Chen? How come he's become handsome again?" A pretty girl flirted. "Yeah, with big school head Chen's talent and looks, he should find a good job." A boy wearing glasses continued. "Big schoolmaster Chen, do you have a girlfriend?" Another person asked. Actually, Chen Wei already has a girlfriend, but Wang Chang won't tell everyone. Of course Chen Wei won't tell everyone either, because Wang Chang knew, and everyone was clear that Wang Chang had once wanted to chase after Lu Ruyan. If he said it, he would disgrace himself by saying it. Ha ha ha, classmates, long time no see. Chen Wei gave a greeting. Alright, just sit down, Li Jun said. Li Jun pulled Chen Wei and made him sit down. How come we haven't seen class president Wang Yang? Chen Wei asked Li Jun. The squad leader went to see the hotel manager. Going to say something about tonight's dinner, Li Jun said immediately. Since it's only been a short time since graduation, just over a month, everyone is still familiar with each other. This box was soon buzzing with activity. People started chatting in groups of 3 or 5. Some say they got a good job. Some say they got a girlfriend. Everyone was chatting happily. And at this time, Wang Yang, the squad leader, walked in. He saw Chen Wei at a glance. Yo. If it isn't the big schoolboy who got dumped, have you become a big boss? How come you're only here now? I thought you wouldn't even dare to come. Wang Yang immediately scoffed. Chen Wei Wang Yang laughed at himself. He immediately said something like, "What's so great about you? You're not relying on your old man? Otherwise, you are nothing." The students on the sidelines saw them go toe-to-toe. They went quiet right away. Chen Wei and Wang Yang were both popular figures in college. One is rich. One studied very well and had a good face. These two have been at odds since they were in college. Che, what's so great about you? You're just a dumped loser. Wang Yang just loved to reveal other people's scars. Wang Yang, don't bully people too much. This matter, Chen Wei is also a victim. At this time, the pretty girl on the side couldn't stand it anymore and immediately said something. The students next to him saw that someone had spoken for Chen Wei. They were also not surprised to see it. After all, Chen Wei has face and talent. Or many girls are appearance association. Now is the era of looking at faces. And of course the era of looking at money. Some girls just like handsome guys. Who asked Chen Wei to be so handsome? So many of the girls in the class were on Chen Wei's side. Wang Yang, what else can you say besides taking about this matter? You're just a punk who relies solely on his father. What are you capable of? You still have the nerve to talk about me. Chen Wei immediately shot back. This smell of gunpowder in the box is getting stronger. Okay, don't argue. We've been in the same class for 4 years. What do people say? Having been in the same window together, having carried guns together. Such friendship is the most ironclad friendship. How come it's come to the point where you guys don't have friendship? Instead you only have hate. Everyone advised. This went quiet. This quickly split into 2 gangs. Some gathered around Chen Wei. Some around Wang Yang. Of course the people on Chen Wei's side were far less numerous than those on Wang Yang's side. After everyone has gone out into society, they all understand one thing. You have to be rich to be useful in society nowadays. Handsomeness can't be a meal. It's the money that makes the power. It just so happens that Wang Yang's family is rich. So everyone surrounds Wang Yang. Wang Yang used to be in the class and could be said to have the wind at his back and the rain at his back. On Chen Wei's side, there was only Li Jun, Geng Chao, and 2 or 3 other girls. Among them was the pretty girl who helped Chen Wei. Wang Chang didn't even bother to help Chen Wei. Yu Yan, our big schoolmaster Chen. He's single now. A female classmate said something to that pretty girl. Who's going to help Chen Wei in the back? Chapter 44, Ex-Girlfriends Looking for Trouble. I also want to try. It's just that I don't know if Mr. Chen Wei is willing. Wang Yuyan spoke for a moment. Hearing a few girls talking, Li Jun and Geng Chao were also coaxing from the sidelines. Old Chen, let's try it then. How long do you still want to be a single dog? Yeah, old Chen, try it. Chen Wei shook his head in a hurry when he heard them speak. I have a girlfriend now. I can't have my foot in 2 boats. Chen Wei immediately said. Che, who are you kidding? Are you that fast? It's only been a few days. Li Jun said a bit. Hearing these words, a trace of disappointment also flashed in Wang Yuyan's eyes. Immediately after Chen Wei said this, the shadow of his girlfriend Lu Ruyan flashed through his mind, as well as the shadow of Zhou Xian, and the shadow of one of his buddies, Lu Bingqian. Just as Chen Wei was thinking about this, the door clicked open again. Sorry, I got it. A pleasant voice came. Our big school girl Zhou Xian came. Ouch. Big school flower Zhou Xian is finally here. A few male students soon cheered. The school bully, Chen Wei, came and made the female students a lot happier. It was the turn of the male students in the class to be happy, because the school beauty Zhou Xian came. After all, that's what everyone thinks. Everyone wants to eat the swan. How do you know if you don't try? In case it works? Lots of male students out there thinking, Zhou Xian, come sit over here. Big school girl, come sit over here. A lot of male students are extending invitations. Everyone wants to sit against the schoolgirl. There are even people thinking about getting a kiss. Chen Wei also revealed a smile. Speaking to Zhou Xian, schoolgirl beauty, come sit on my side. There just happens to be an empty seat here. Where do you know that once Zhou Xian heard this, she immediately walked towards Chen Wei's position. The boys' hearts broke at the sight. Could it be that this big schoolgirl is also from the Appearance Society? Many male students thought of this reason. Chen Wei, can I sit here? Zhou Xian smiled for a moment, then said gently. At this time the male students all have a knife in their eyes. Which wants to kill Chen Wei? Welcome, welcome, welcome. You can certainly sit here. Chen Wei looked at Zhou Xian and immediately said something. Zhou Xian then immediately sat down next to Chen Wei. Wang Yang, who was sitting on the other side of the room, also had a murderous look in his eyes when he saw this scene. He was also fond of circumlocution. At this time, Wang Yang was also very puzzled. When they were in school, the two weren't that close. Wang Yang thought for a moment. Zhou Xian just transferred to Shanghai Jiaotong University on the second day. The school held a special meeting like this. They called all the parents of these sons of the school to come to the school for a meeting. Soon, all of these males were called home by their parents for a lecture. Son, this Zhou Xian of yours must not just be messed with, much less offended. Otherwise, you will die without knowing how. Not only will you die, but it will also affect our family. After Wang Yang heard his father's words, he immediately became honest and didn't dare to mess with Zhou Xian. But if his father had said so, it would have been the greatest opportunity of his life if he had been able to pursue Chocho squarely. Wang Yang immediately asked where Zhou Xian came from. The father said something that scared Wang Yang into a cold sweat. She's one of the daughters of a big tycoon. This tycoon is in the top 10. After hearing this, Wang Yang no longer dared to mess with Zhou Xian. If he can really get Zhou Xian's heart, he will definitely be able to take off. Wang Yang thought for a moment, but as soon as he saw Zhou Xian chatting with Chen Wei, his heart to chase Zhou Xian died. However, he still wanted to make a fool out of Chen Wei. At this time, the door of the compartment was pushed open again. Good evening everyone. Sorry, I'm late. A voice came through the door. Hearing this voice, Chen Wei and Zhou Xian also looked up. Just a girl in a white super short dress walked in on the arm of a Mediterranean man. This girl is Lu Bingbing, Chen Wei's first ex-girlfriend. As soon as Lu Bingbing entered the box, then she looked around. Suddenly, she realized that Chen Wei and Zhou Xian were sitting together. You really came, Lu Bingbing said angrily. If it wasn't for Chen Wei, he wouldn't have been beaten by his boyfriend or ridiculed. The culprit for all of this was Chen Wei. At this time, the Mediterranean man also discovered Chen Wei. However, his eyes immediately stared at Zhou Xian next to him. This beauty was too beautiful. It's so beautiful. If she could stay with me for one night tonight, I would be willing to live 10 years less. This Mediterranean man thought for a moment. What? You can come and I can't? Is this your home? Chen Wei immediately disliked it. Lu Bingbing was speechless at being disliked, so she could only look at the Mediterranean man with her eyes, signaling for him to help. Honey, look at him. He's the one who scolded you last time. The Mediterranean man reacted when he heard this. Brat, I've caught you today. If I don't break your legs today, I'm your grandson. The Mediterranean man immediately clamored. Chen Wei saw this Mediterranean man talking like this and was ready to say something back. But Wang Yang immediately said something. Bing Bing, how about you give me face? Today is a class reunion. Anything can wait until after tonight. You don't want to spoil everyone's fun, okay? Hearing Wang Yang's words, he considered that Wang Yang's family had billions of dollars in assets. Lu Bingbing also pulled the Mediterranean man to sit down. Prepare to settle the score with Chen Wei outside after dinner. This time, the battle finally stopped. Soon the food began to be served. Wang Yang looked at the time to arrive. He immediately stood up, then raised his glass and began to say, Dear classmates, today is our first gathering after graduation. Before we eat, I take this opportunity to wish all of you to find a good job, to find your beloved objects, and to wish all of you to live a better and better life. Come on, let's have a toast. When everyone heard that, They also stood up and raised the glasses in their hands. The place was very lively by this time. Everyone had a drink. Then everyone went off to toast each other. However, there was soon a discordant atmosphere. Lu Bingbing came next to Chen Wei. This cup of wine. I want to toast Chen Wei alone. When everyone heard Lu Bingbing say this, everyone was ready to watch the show. Everyone knew that Lu Bingbing definitely didn't have any good intentions. Lu Bingbing raised the wine glass in her own hand towards Chen Wei. I want to thank him for sparing me these past 2 or 3 years. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to meet my current husband. If I had stayed with him, I would have definitely had to suffer for the rest of my life. Lu Bingbing said a whole lot. Hearing these words from Lu Bingbing, Chen Wei was very angry. He immediately wanted to dislike them. I can't imagine that Wang Yang, who was standing on the sidelines, also said something. What did Wang Yang say? Chapter 45, You're playing hard to get, aren't you? Calling hard to get. Yes. Fortunately Chen Wei has self-awareness. Otherwise, Lu Bingbing, you'll have to follow him and suffer for the rest of your life. Isn't that right, everyone? Wang Yang looked at Chen Wei contemptuously. Lu Bingbing saw that someone was supporting her, and she became more bold herself. The squad leader is right. I heard that someone still hasn't found a job. All day long, he has no skills whatsoever. Apart from being handsome, there are no advantages. Lu Bingbing continued to scoff. Yes, wife, you're right. Originally, I wanted to help him find a job for Bingbing's sake, so that he could come work for our family company, but he wasn't willing to come at all. Instead, he insulted me and scolded me. The Mediterranean man spoke up a bit as well. Hearing this, Chen Wei got angry and immediately had to stand up, but it was held down by Li Jun and Geng Chao. Forget it, don't bother with them, Li Jun said. Just as Chen Wei was being held down by the 2 men, Zhou Xian, who was sitting on the side, couldn't sit still. She spoke quickly. Bah, you deserve to talk about others too. A hypocritical gold-digging woman. For the sake of money, she actually found a man as old as her dad. I really don't know how you said this sentence about your husband. Zhou Xian also mocked Lu Bingbing. Lu Bingbing, which was dumbfounded by this scene. What's going on? Could it be that the 2 of them are hooking up? The Mediterranean man next to him saw his woman being scolded and wanted to scold her back. But before he could say anything, Zhou Xian spoke up again. How dare you, a Mediterranean man? Stand up for yourself and find a mistress who is the same age as your own daughter. Does your wife know you're keeping a mistress outside? Do you want me to tell your wife? The Mediterranean man was also dazed by Zhou Xian's scolding. No more talking. Just as the Mediterranean man and the 2 of them were scolded by Zhou Xian, they didn't dare to speak. Wang Yang, however, stepped forward and spoke. Spin, what are you doing? It's none of your business either. However, he did not expect Zhou Xian to attack him directly. What face do you have left to talk? That's why we still call you class president. And you help outsiders bully themselves? How good are you? And don't call me Spin. I don't know you well. I've known about your little mind for a long time. And don't you dare hit on me. Wang Yang's face was green and red from what was said, but he didn't dare to refute anything because he knew about Zhou Xian's horrible status. In addition to her family being rich, there was someone in her family who had become the one person in a certain first-tier city. Wang Yang knew the situation, so he didn't dare do anything. Just because Wang Yang didn't dare, it didn't mean the others didn't dare. The Mediterranean man couldn't swallow this. Raising his own slap went ready to hit Shuku. He was about to punch Zhou Xian in the face in a moment. In this close call, Become got rid of the Li Jun and immediately pulled Zhou Xian behind himself. What are you so capable of that you would hit a woman with your hands? Aren't you out of character? You'll just show off in front of women, Chen Wei immediately said. This Mediterranean man immediately laughed later when he heard Chen Wei's words. Don't try to be brave. Today, as soon as you walk out of this hotel, let's see if I can clean you up. I'm going to break your dog's legs. Chen Wei smiled faintly immediately after hearing the words of this Mediterranean man. He prepared to activate the universal scanning system. Universal scanning system. What's the matter with the host? The system asked coldly. Scan for information about this Mediterranean southerner. The universal scanning system is scanning. The message appeared after 10 seconds or so. Name, Wang Jinfu. Age, 48. It is the material supplier of Tianlong Real Estate. Also a supplier of battery materials. Chen Wei thought for a moment. This is good. I want to doze off. And immediately send a pillow. So, he said a little bit right away. Yeah, let's see who can have the last laugh later. After saying that, Chen Wei immediately took out his cell phone, looked for the phone number and dialed it. Ha ha ha, you poor boy. Are you trying to act tough? Who can you call? The Mediterranean man spoke up. I've known about you for a long time. Ice can tell me everything. You are an orphan with no one to turn to. Your parents are long gone. The Mediterranean man scoffed again. Ha ha ha. The Earth Mediterranean man came in with two ha-has. Chen Wei smiled coldly and didn't say anything. The phone he dialed out rang 5 or 6 seconds later and was immediately answered. Hey, Dong Chen, what's the matter with you calling my phone? The other party immediately spoke. Is there a supplier under our real estate group with the surname Wang called Wang Jinfu? You stop buying his goods. Don't buy his goods. You then give me a careful check him. The quality of the previous supply, as well as the payment of goods, there is no problem? You have to send someone to check it out. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Okay, Dong Chen, I'll arrange it right away. The other party immediately said. The two didn't have long to hang up. Ha ha ha, you poor boy. Stop pretending. The Mediterranean man laughed even harder after hearing Chen Wei's call. This man was too good at acting. Seeing this, Lu Bingbing, who was standing on the side, also immediately said something. Chen Wei, you weren't struck by us. You're having a seizure now, aren't you? How about you apologize to us and I'll pay for some medicine for you to go to the hospital to have your head looked at. How can a verbal apology be enough? I'll make him kneel down and kowtow to me. Then let them break their own legs. The Mediterranean man said viciously. Hubby, you're right. That's how it should be. Lu Bingbing also supported the Mediterranean man. After a few minutes, the Mediterranean man's cell phone but suddenly rang. The Mediterranean man hastily took out his cell phone and looked at his contacts. He had panicked a bunch in his mind. Chen Wei looked at the Mediterranean man with a smirk. The Mediterranean man feels like he might be in trouble. He quickly answered the phone. What is it? Don't you know I'm in the middle of something? The Mediterranean man played it very cool. Boss Wang, Tianlong Real Estate suddenly cut off the cooperation with us. It will also send people to check up on all the supply bills and the quality of the materials. Our company might be in trouble. The other party spoke respectfully. The boss's wife has already called and asked the manager of Tianlong Real Estate, but the other party only said one thing, saying that our boss had messed with someone he shouldn't have. He immediately hung up the phone. Boss, what do we do now? The other party spoke again. It was a call from one of his own men. Hearing the call from his men, the Mediterranean man panicked a bit. When he saw Chen Wei on the opposite side, his face instantly and immediately broke out into a cold sweat. Chapter 46, Lu Bingbing and her boyfriend are biting the dog. What's wrong? You're a little scared. Chen Wei said a little. You don't have to be afraid. If the materials you supplied before were okay, good quality, no problem. If your bills are also okay, then you don't have a problem at all. But if before that, there was a problem with the quality of your supply order or the materials supplied, then you will be in trouble. Chen Wei looked at the Mediterranean man with a panicked face and said with another faint sentence. How is there no problem? More or less there are definitely problems. And some of them have big problems. And you can't supply materials to their company yourself later. That would be a big problem. You'd be out of money. At this time, the Mediterranean man was completely flustered. He had just received a phone call from his men, and he realized that he himself had kicked the iron plate. Kicked a 50-centimeter thick steel plate. What's going on here? With a single phone call, he could make Tianlong Real Estate terminate its cooperation with himself. He even sent people to check his own accounts overnight. This man in front of him, stepping on himself is as simple as stepping on a chicken. If I had known, I would not have wanted to be so arrogant, to keep a low profile, but there are no regrets to buy in the world. He immediately thought of the fact that he had just mouthed off to the big shot in front of him and even told him to cut off his own legs. As soon as he thought about it, this Mediterranean man immediately shivered in his legs. He couldn't care about any face. He immediately knelt down in front of Chen Wei with both legs softened. Everyone heard the thud. Boss Chen, I know I'm wrong, please let me off the hook. I have an old man and a young man, and I have an 80-year-old mother on top of me. They're all counting on me. The Mediterranean man begged with a handful of snot and tears. Chen Wei looked at this Mediterranean man without the slightest bit of pity. If he was an ordinary man, then the one kneeling on the ground today would be himself. You can't live with yourself, says the Mediterranean man. Weren't you great just now? Let me break my own legs? Letting me take the rap for all I'm worth? Why are you so enlightened now? You want to kneel down and admit your mistake. Chen Wei sneered. Lu Bingbing and her classmates, who were standing on the sidelines, froze when they saw this scene. Everyone didn't expect that Chen Wei would just make a phone call. It made this very arrogant Mediterranean man's attitude change 180 degrees. It looks like, really, you can't keep looking at people with the same old eyes. When the Mediterranean man heard Chen Wei's words, he didn't retort, but directly kowtowed again. At this point in time, it doesn't matter what kind of face it is. It's only useful to save the company first. Without a company anymore, one is just a rice bucket. I'm sorry, it's me who has eyes to see. You let me go. You're an adult. I'll kowtow to you. the Mediterranean man begged while kowtowing. Chen Wei watched coldly as this man was acting, not wanting to forgive him at all. Hit the snake and it will not kill you, but it will make you suffer. Suddenly, the Mediterranean man thought of his saving grace. He pulled over Lu Bingbing who was still frozen. Bingbing, please help me plead with Boss Chen. Boss Chen will definitely let me off for your sake. You hurry up. Lu Bingbing immediately spoke after hearing this. No way, no way. I'm not going to apologize to him if you ask me to. He's acting out. You're scared, right? You call your bodyguards over. Beat him up and break his legs. Lu Bingbing hadn't seen the current situation clearly. Why are you so disobedient? The Mediterranean man gave Lu Bingbing a slap, then immediately said, you quickly apologize to Boss Chen, or else, I'll beat you to death. No, I'll sell you to Africa. Lu Bingbing, who had been slapped by her boyfriend, saw everyone looking at her. Immediately her face couldn't hang on. She reached out her own hand and scratched at the Mediterranean man's face with her fingers. Soon, the man's face soon had a few waves on it. You still dare to hit me? A woman. Let's see if I don't scratch you to death. Let's see if you dare to hit me in the future. Lu Bingbing wasn't a good person either. Mediterranean men were losing their minds by this time, because his own lifeblood was beaten nearly bankrupt by a word. And the culprit is this woman is a goblin, a poisonous snake. As soon as he thought of it, the man immediately grabbed Lu Bingbing's head to slam it against the wall. Just when Lu Bingbing's head was about to hit the wall, these students finally reacted. Everyone hurriedly pressed down on the man. The man immediately knelt down to Chen Wei again. Chen Xiao, this makes you unhappy. Wait a moment, I will tie her to your bed, and you can screw as much as you want. What do you think? I just hope you forgive me. What you let me do now? I can. I know I was wrong too. Everyone froze when they heard what the Mediterranean man said. I can't imagine that this Mediterranean man could be so shameless. For himself, he can give away his girlfriend. Good you bad thing. How dare you do this to me? How could I be so blind as to look at you? What did you say in the beginning? You said you liked me in the beginning and said you would marry me. Otherwise, why would I break up with Chen Wei? Lu Bingbing immediately cursed. The Mediterranean man said something right away. The two men started hurting each other. It's all come to a point where you're still pretending to be innocent. At that time, my BMW was parked on the side of the road. It was you who saw the call I left to move my car, and you took the initiative to contact me and seduce me. You merely saw my money. I saw your color, and we worked together. Everyone present felt that life was just so wonderful, more wonderful than a drama. After hearing the conversation between their pair of enemies, their three views were ruined. The Mediterranean man didn't care what others said at this time. He said to Chen Wei, Chen Xiao, she's talking nonsense. She's the one who seduced me. Otherwise, how would we know each other? I am not even close to her. In a moment, I'll give her to you to dispose of. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and prepared to call the bodyguards outside to come in and arrest this Lu Bingbing. Chen Wei saw the two of them dog biting the bones of the dog. Immediately said a little, okay, that's so cheeky. You too. After hearing Chen Wei's words, the Mediterranean man immediately quieted down. Let's put ourselves in your shoes for a moment. If I were an ordinary person, and I were on my knees, begging you for forgiveness, would you let me go? If I didn't have the strength, I'm afraid, I would have had my legs broken by your bodyguards later. Chen Wei said coldly. When the Mediterranean man heard Chen Wei's words, he immediately didn't say anything. He was how arrogant he was just now and how humiliated he was now. He also knew that if it was Chen Wei kneeling here, he would definitely not let Chen Wei go. Let's put ourselves in your shoes. Let's put our hearts in the right place. And you know that I won't spare you either. Chen Wei said. At this time, Wang Yang suddenly jumped out. Chapter 47, Lu Bingbing's bitter plea. I think it's almost enough. We're all classmates. There's no need to make it so stiff. Let's be human and leave a thread, so we can meet each other later. Chen Wei, how about you give me face? This Wang Yang seemed like he was very much about classmates. There's no need for you to come in and play nice at this point. My big squad leader. You've just fallen all over me. How can you have two attitudes towards your classmates? How can you treat them differently? Chen Wei immediately spoke up. By this time, Wang Yang was so disliked that he had no choice but to stop talking. Chen Wei said to the Mediterranean man again, you brought this on yourself. You can't live with it. Just wait. What melon you sow? What fruit you bear? After saying that, Chen Wei pulled Zhou Xian and was about to leave. Chen Wei, wait. Lu Bingbing said in a hurry. Come on. What else do you have going on? Chen Wei said coldly. Chen Wei, can we go back to the old days? I was wrong. Lu Bingbing begged. This Lu Bingbing is not stupid. Very smart. With a single phone call, Chen Wei could make the Mediterranean man immediately soften and eat his words. She then realized that Chen Wei was extraordinary now. Therefore, she wished to return to Chen Wei's side. Ha ha ha, Lu Bingbing, you're too smart. Am I that stupid? Would I pick up a broken shoe worn by someone else? Chen Wei immediately said. Hearing what Chen Wei said, Lu Bingbing immediately blushed badly. When everyone heard Lu Bingbing's words, they felt their three views shatter a little. Chen Wei didn't say another word to her and immediately left this box with Zhou Xian, because there's no point in attending a reunion like this. Li Jun and Geng Chao watched Chen Wei leave and they followed. At this time, Lu Bingbing saw Chen Wei walking away without looking back. She was very angry and immediately fought with the Mediterranean man again. She blamed it all on this man. Seeing the pair of them fighting, none of them went to pull the plug. They all watched the farce. We all know that the current Chen Wei is not what it used to be, and we would rather offend Lu Bingbing than Chen Wei. However, Lu Bingbing a girl actually how to beat an adult tall and strong man? Soon, Lu Bingbing was beaten down. The Mediterranean man was beating and cursing at the same time. If it wasn't for you, could I offend Qin Shao? I'll sell you directly to Burma. As soon as Lu Bingbing heard the words that he was going to sell herself to Burma, she panicked. This man could really do such a thing. She thought of being sold over to Burma and living that miserable life. Even waste. Lu Bingbing hurriedly hugged the bald man's thighs and begged bitterly. Husband, don't do this to me. I was wrong. For the sake of our past love, you forgive me. Didn't you say you love me? Didn't you say you wanted to marry me? The Mediterranean man looked at this Lu Bingbing who was hugging his thighs and begging bitterly. Immediately said, you also deserve me to marry you. I'm just looking at you. You're pretty and live a good life. I'm just playing with you. You don't dream obsessively. After saying that, this Mediterranean man even kicked away this Lu Bingbing. He was ready to call the bodyguard to come over and take Lu Bingbing away. And these things, Chen Wei didn't know because he had already left this hotel. Thank you, classmate Zhou. You helped me again today, Chen Wei said. No need to be polite. I just don't like the three of them. Zhou Xian laughed and immediately said, you haven't had a full meal either. Then, I'll treat you to dinner tonight, Chen Wei said. It's okay, I'm not full because of you. Zhou Xian agreed. The two were just about to leave when Li Jun and Geng Chao caught up with them. Why are you two running so fast and not waiting for us? Li Jun shouted. I'm going to take Zhou Xian to dinner. Do you guys want to come along? Chen Wei said as he looked at Li Jun. You guys eat. Then we won't go. We're not going to be a light bulb. You two go. Because they saw Zhou Xian's gaze. This Zhou Xian looked at them with a murderous gaze. They both read the vision immediately. Alright then, the two of us will go first. Hearing that Li Jun did not agree to go, Chen Wei immediately said. For some unknown reason, Chen Wei was very happy in his heart after hearing Li Jun's refusal. Well then, have fun. We'll both go back first. Li Jun pulled Geng Chao and left. Seeing that Li Junche and the two of them had left, Chen Wei and Zhou Xian also played a drop and left this grand hotel. Geng Chao, can you see that the two of them might have a problem? Li Jun spoke up. Of course I can see it. This pair of dogs, and I don't know when the two of them got together. Geng Chao said angrily. What kind of person is this Zhou Xian? An iceberg goddess. How did old Chen manage this iceberg goddess? Li Jun was also confused. Who knows? Chen Wei is still very powerful, and Zhou Xian is obviously coming from a very big place. When the time comes, will old Chen eat soft rice? If he doesn't eat soft rice, he might also be hunted down by Zhou Xian's father. Geng Chao was a bit worried. I don't know. No need for us to worry about it. Maybe old Chen got lucky with peach blossoms. Come on, let's have another meal. I'm not full either, Li Jun said. Yeah, I'm not full either. Seeing the squad leader annoys me. What kind of business did he run? Geng Chao chimed in. Chen Wei and Zhou Xian also arrived at a late-night snack restaurant. The home-cooked small dishes here are delicious. And what about the flour armor? It's especially good fried. And the fried snails are also very good. We must try it, Chen Wei said to Zhou Xian. Yeah, I'll listen to you. If you say it's good, it must be good. Do you come here often? Zhou Xian immediately said. Yeah, no classes usually, and besides working part-time. When I don't have much to do, I come here. After a long time, I know exactly where it tastes good and where it doesn't. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Chen Wei immediately helped this Zhou Xian open a bottle of mineral water and handed it over. Zhou Xian took the mineral water and then said, I can't tell yet that you're a gourmet. You enjoy coming out here to eat. The two men sat down, started talking. While waiting, it didn't take long for the stir-fry to be served. Zhou Xian immediately savored it. Wow, this snail is so delicious. It's delicious on earth. Zhou Xian picked up a field snail and sucked on it. It's delicious. You like it? You can eat more. Slowly, there's no rush. I'll start eating too, Chen Wei immediately said. Looking at Zhou Xian who kept eating field snails in front of him, Chen Wei was dumbfounded for a moment. Was this still that iceberg beauty? Chapter 48 The physique-enhancing liquid from System Dad. Zhou Xian is so beautiful, gentle, lovely and charming now. Chen Wei looked at Zhou Xian who was eating, and his own heart suddenly changed a little. It seemed as if he himself would become especially happy once he saw Zhou Xian. The two of them ate until almost 10:30 p.m. The two of them finished eating. Let me call you a car, Chen Wei said. No, let's take a walk together, Zhou Xian suddenly said. Chen Wei looked at the lovely Zhou Xian and nodded his head in agreement. It's still a hot night in Shanghai. Good thing there was a gust of wind blowing through, bringing more or less a little coolness. Chen Wei and Zhou Xian walked together along the Huangpu River. The two kept talking, telling embarrassing stories from their school days. At this time, Chen Wei also felt especially happy as long as he was with Zhou Xian. Men and women are not tired of walking. The two scattered for over 40 minutes before separating. Chen Wei returned home in his mind, thinking about what Zhou Xian said. Chen Wei, I'm really especially happy that you can accompany me. The pretty Zhou Xian tenderly spoke to Chen Wei for a moment. At the thought of this, Chen Wei's heart was unsettled. Could it be that she has her eye on me? It can't be. She has such a noble status. Chen Wei muttered to himself. Thinking in vain, he went into the bathroom and took a shower, then lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Being sleepy, I slept until dawn. At night, of course, he dreamed. In the dream, he met Zhou Xian when he was very young. The two of them played house and made picnics together, and she clamored to be Chen Wei's wife every time, to give Chen Wei a bunch of monkeys. Later, a sound of cicadas disturbed Chen Wei's beautiful dream. Chen Wei opened his eyes and realized that it was long past dawn. Chen Wei hurriedly got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. Why am I having this strange dream at night? Chen Wei thought for a moment. After he brushed his teeth and washed his face, he immediately entered the system interface. There are goodies coming in every day. Chen Wei at this time of the day. He is very happy. Ding! This day's spike gifts have been refreshed and the gifts are as follows. Gift number 1. A Patek Philippe watch, worth 30 million yuan. Gift 2. A set of special martial arts skills, value unknown. Gift 3-3. 1 copy of physique enhancement liquid. After using it, you can get 2 golden kidneys, as well as a substantial increase in all aspects of physical fitness. The value is unknown. Chen Wei looked at the 3 gifts and didn't know what to choose. He immediately fell into deep thought. What exactly should I choose? The watch I also like. The extraordinary martial artist skill I also like, but the golden kidney I also like. Chen Wei was now very torn. System Dad, can I have all of them? Chen Wei said with a thick face. Definitely not. You can only choose one of them. Soon after, the system mercilessly said. Alright then, I'll choose gift 3. Chen Wei had no choice but to choose. Ding! Since the host has made the choice of gift 3, gift 3 will be distributed immediately. The gift will be sent to your writing desk immediately, the system said. Soon, Chen Wei retreated from the system. Why choose gift 3? Know it all. Right now, he'd have a girlfriend, and soon a couple of them. Chen Wei looked at what he had written on the desktop. Sure enough, he found a bottle of liquid with the words, Golden Kidney Nurturing Liquid. Dosage, drink 10 milliliters once a day, every day at 6 a.m. As soon as he saw the gift, Chen Wei was overjoyed and immediately looked for a spoon. He immediately opened the bottle, poured 10 milliliters on a spoon and drank it. After drinking it, within half an hour, his body was slightly warm. The body seems to be more or less slightly sore. Chen Wei immediately asked the system, System, how come it hurts after I drink it? After you drink it, this medicine promotes the enhancement of your body, making your body better, and with the changes that happened, it must hurt more or less. Don't be afraid of the pain. After you drink this bottle, you can deal with 10 girlfriends. The system immediately spoke. Then thank you System Dad, Chen Wei immediately said before exiting the system interface. Just at this time, Lu Fengfei called. Chen Wei had to pick up the phone. Secretary Lu, what's the matter with you? Hello, Mr. Chen, how are you? Do you have time on your side? I have something to find you, Lu Fengfei said gently. You have something to do. Alright, I'll be right over, Chen Wei said immediately. Chen Wei then came downstairs and drove his Mercedes Big G. Then, after driving for a while, he pulled up next to a snack bar. He then ate a couple of buns and drank a bottle of milk. Then he checked out. After eating and drinking a bit, he drove again. After about 20 minutes or so, Chen Wei arrived at the Ningde Times branch. The Ningde Times branch is a temporary rented space. Not many employees are recruited here then. Mr. Chen, many days have passed. Mr. Zhang from the Ningde Times headquarters asked when the branch over here could be built. Lu Fengfei immediately said. As soon as Chen Wei heard this question, he immediately got a headache. So did you find a place? Chen Wei asked. Not yet. Lu Fengfei answered immediately. I told my man before to find a place I don't know. Did he find it? Chen Wei suddenly thought of this person. I'll call and ask him right away. Chen Wei said a bit more, then immediately took out his cell phone and made the call. The call was quickly answered. Mr. Chen, what are you looking for me for? Deng Shuang's voice came from the phone. At this time, Deng Shuang is also precisely distressed. His own company because there is a big trouble. A year ago, the company constructed a 100-acre factory and an office building to go with it. It was all almost built, 99% built. The other party calls out of the blue and says they've broken their chain of funds. They don't have any more money, and I don't want it. The other side can't even afford to pay the default. Deng Shuang was fretting these days. This company he was working for was also about to collapse. Because of the development of this factory, most of Tianlong Real Estate's money had been smashed into this project. This incident has led to the company's account does not have much liquidity at all. Worse still, the group behind there is a small community to develop, and land auction payments still need to be paid. Moreover, this factory and office building is in a good location, but it is very large, resulting in a high total price. It can't be auctioned off for a while. Failure to realize the cash at auction means that all work behind the scenes comes to a standstill. It would be a devastating blow to the stock and reputation of Sky Dragon Properties if this news ever got out. The old chairman didn't care about this, so the general manager, Deng Shuang, was very worried these days. Someone has to carry the load. It's like this. Mr. Deng, can you help me find a piece of land in a good location and then help me build a factory and office building? Chen Wei asked. What's the big deal? Someone sent a pillow to you when you dozed off? Deng Shuang thought for a moment. Chapter 49, Our Savior is Coming. Really? General Manager Deng immediately froze when he heard what Chen Wei said. And such good news. GM Dun didn't say anything for a minute apart. General Manager Deng, are you listening? After you help me build the plant, I won't lose a penny to you. Chen Wei was afraid that General Manager Deng would refuse to take this task. He guessed that GM Deng thought he would be asking for a 50% discount as well, or even 30 or 40% off the total price, and that he would be rambling down the price. Yes, Mr. Chen, that's fine. General Manager Deng then slowed down and immediately agreed. There was still such good news. Mr. Chen, this news of yours is the best news I've heard in my life. General Manager Tang added. Chen Wei immediately breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Mr. Deng had agreed. Alright then I'll trouble you. You find a piece of land, and after it's built, how much money is needed? Just let me know. Chen Wei was ready to hang up the phone. Mr. Chen, I have something to say to you. Don't hang up the phone. Our company just happens to have a built factory over here. There is also a matching office building. The location is definitely very good. I wonder what you think. Mr. Deng was afraid that Chen Wei would hang up the phone, so he hastened to say something. What? There's such a good thing? Chen Wei heard what General Manager Tang said. It was still very shocking. Are you really or are you not? Don't you dare lie to me. Mr. Chen Wei was a bit puzzled. Mr. Chen, do I dare lie to you? It's 1,000 times true. Why don't I send someone to pick you up right away? And we can go to the site now to take a look. Seeing that Chen Wei didn't believe it, General Manager Deng hastened to speak up. You don't have to pick me up. I'll come and see. You'll send me the location right away. I have a car. Chen Wei immediately said. Okay, Mr. Chen. I'll send you the location right away. I'll be waiting for you at that factory. Hearing Chen Wei's words, Deng Shuang immediately sent the factory's localization. Okay, I got the location. I'll be right there. Chen Wei immediately said. After Deng Shuang hung up the phone, he immediately arranged for someone to call the company executives and gather them in the conference room. Quickly, you tell them to come over and gather immediately. And if they're late, I'll tell him to get lost immediately. This is a critical time. Tang Shuang said. Okay, General Manager Tang. I'll go call right away. His men immediately spoke. Deng Shuang immediately rushed over to the conference room. In a few minutes, the conference room was filled with most of the company's executives. What about later? We're going to the factory. You guys hurry up and follow me. Whether or not we can sell this factory today depends on us. Tang Shuang immediately said. General Manager Deng, can we really sell the plant? One of the executives asked. This person more or less knew the situation. Very likely, so I've called you all here. If there is anything I do not understand, you shall proceed to answer. Deng Shuang immediately spoke up. As soon as they heard that the company was saved, everyone immediately agreed. Everyone immediately came outside and got in their cars. I see. What's the situation? Is the GM so flustered? What's he taking the executives for? An employee spoke up. I don't know. Did we have a problem with the program? An accident? Another employee said curiously. Don't guess. Look at how anxious the general manager is. It must be something very important. Another employee spoke up. This one was Deng Shuang, who was sitting in the car. Immediately asked the driver to drive faster. Hurry up. Don't take your time. Today's matter is very important. Tang Shuang said immediately. Okay, GM, I'll be quick. The driver winds up the car. Today, the moment of life and death for the company has arrived. On this side, Chen Wei brought Lu Fengfei to that place as well. The first time in a Porsche. Lu Fengfei is also very curious to look left and right. Mr. Chen, you've changed your car again. Lu Fengfei immediately asked. Yeah, can you drive? Chen Wei immediately said. I wouldn't dare to drive a car like yours. How much do you charge for this car? Lu Fengfei asked. 20 to 30 million ya. Chen Wei said. Scared me to death. I wouldn't dare to drive. Lu Fengfei added. Deng Shuang's side arrived at the new factory before Chen Wei. As soon as he got out of the car, Deng Shuang brought the executives to the downstairs of the factory entrance and waited for Chen Wei. Others at the top are very puzzled as to why the general manager has assembled us and come here to wait for someone who is to be waited for. General manager, any important people coming today? An executive asked. Don't you guys know? The company has reached a dangerous moment these days, and someone is coming to save us. Our savior is coming. General manager Deng spoke up. There was an executive standing next to him who was instantly happy after hearing this. Really? General manager, isn't our company perfectly normal? Why do we still need someone to save us? Another senior was a bit confused. Yes, General Manager Deng, isn't our factory finished? Won't the other party hit the money right away? Once the money is hit, isn't there nothing wrong with our factory? The money for buying the land can also be paid. Another executive spoke up. I know all that you have said. There is one thing that I didn't tell you guys. The money for the work of this factory may not be gotten. Deng Shuang spoke up. It can't be. Our projects have all ended successfully. Could it be that their White Cloud Group is going to renege on their debt? One of the executives didn't believe it. The White Cloud Group has gone bankrupt. What do you think we should do? You guys don't know, do you? About not getting paid for this project. Only the old chairman and I know about it. And there's another executive who knows about it. Mr. Deng spoke up. People panic when they hear this, because they know that if the company can't get paid for this work, then the company won't have much cash flow. A lot of projects will have to stop working. Once the work stops, if it's not good, Tianlong Real Estate will go bankrupt. Does our old chairman know about this? An executive suddenly asked. It was the old chairman who told me about this matter, and it was the old chairman who took the lead on this matter. I didn't tell you guys because I was afraid you'd worry and you'd mess up. Now our savior has come. General Manager Deng immediately spoke up. Really? Does someone want this plant? Want this office building? A senior executive soon asked. I'm not sure. It's up to you guys too. If the quality is not good, and the buyers are not satisfied, our company will go bankrupt. Deng Shuang spoke up. How did this happen to our company? What do we do? Still, one man spoke up. He was very worried that he was out of a job. You are all executives of the company. You are all old men. You should know that the old chairman of Baiyun Group and the chairman of our company are old friends for more than 10 years. Otherwise, you wouldn't have dared to work from the beginning to the completion of the project by only collecting 33% of the project payment. In between, we didn't ask for money from Baiyun Group either. Deng Shuang introduced. Yes, the relationship between their two chairmen is good, but no matter how good the relationship is, it's still necessary to distinguish between public and private matters. One of the executives brought it up. Now, saying anything is empty. GM Deng spoke up. Chapter 50. This factory and office building is not bad. It's that our chairman is very close to the chairman of the White Cloud Group, and our company has advanced a lot of money for this project, resulting in our company not having much liquidity on top. It's quickly running out of water, and our chairman doesn't have much liquidity on hand. Even he sold 11% of the company before. To plug this hole, General Manager Deng spoke a little more. The company executives also nodded after hearing this. The relationship between the two chairmen was known to them. The company did not collect much deposit is also known. But our company is about to go bankrupt. There is no point in saying this. It is all horseplay. General Manager Deng saw that they were all a little pessimistic one by one. Don't be angry. You guys, maybe, the opportunity will come today. How is the quality of our house? If the quality is good, we'll have someone to take over this factory right away. General Manager Deng spoke again. Although our group company is facing bankruptcy, we still have a new director who has come to our rescue. The executives had just heard General Manager Deng's words and immediately got excited. General Manager Deng, is it true that Dong Chen is willing to save us? He's willing to help? An executive asked. Other executives mean the same thing. Yes, it's Chen Dong. I told Chen Dong about our company's current situation. I originally wanted to ask Dong Chen to help me contact if there is anyone willing to buy this factory. I can't imagine that Dong Chen gave me a huge surprise right away after he understood our company's situation. He told me that he said they could buy the plant. It can get Tianlong through the crisis. That's why I dragged you guys over to show our Chen Dong the project. Do you guys think this is good news? General Manager Tang said so much. Dong Chen is our savior. Long live him, long live him. Many high-ranking officials spoke up. I know that some of you had a problem with him at first, but today the young man you thought could do nothing. He saved our company, saved us, saved my job. So, from now on, I don't want to hear anyone in the company talking about Dong Chen behind his back. If anyone is talking about Dong Chen and saying anything bad about him, don't blame me for being unforgiving. I'll tell him to get lost immediately. General Manager Tang spoke up again. General Manager Deng, don't worry. We will never talk about him again and say bad things about him. These executives immediately pledged. In fact, if Mr. Deng didn't say that today, the executives would have corrected their mistakes. After all, Chen Wei had saved their jobs. After GM Deng finished his lecture, a sports car drove up in the distance. Chen Wei is finally here. Soon the car stopped, and the first thing that came out of the car was a beautiful woman in a professional outfit. Chen Wei hurriedly opened the door of the sports car and stepped down from the top of the Porsche sports car. At this time, Chen Wei was a savior in the eyes of the Tianlong Group's executives, and as dazzling as if a heavenly god had descended to earth. Hello, Dong Chen. Hello, Dong Chen. Hello, Dong Chen. These executives shouted a little. It was respect from the heart. Hello guys, you've worked hard, accompanying me over to look at the factory on such a hot day. Chen Wei also greeted. No hard work, none of you. You're all boss. These high-ranking officials said in a hurry. This is no joke. This is the ancestor that saved their company. Dong Chen. Let's watch and chat then. Let's go. General Manager Deng made mo gestures in front of Chen Wei. Well then, let's take a look and see what the quality is like. 100 years of planning. Quality comes first. Chen Wei then visited under the leadership of General Manager Deng. Look Mr. Chen, we have 85 acres of this factory. When we built the plant, we used the best steel, the best cement, the best gravel, the best red bricks were used. The best supervisors were also hired. We also hired the best designers. It's to design the entire plant. General Manager Deng introduced as he walked. Well, it's looking good. We're taking a look around. Chen Wei said some more. General Manager Deng took Chen Wei around again, looking east and west. After seeing the quality of this house, Chen Wei's heart put down a big stone. Fixed the factory building problem of Ningda Times branch. The next step is better. Soon they finished looking at the plant. General Manager Deng took Chen Wei again to the office building. Mr. Chen, this office building of ours covers an area of 15 acres. The building was built with 9 floors. Each floor has a floor area of 1,000 square meters. Mr. Deng introduced it again. Only this office building stood in front of Chen Wei. Its rectangular body design and snow-white exterior walls all spoke of the building's spectacular grandeur. He looked at the office building in front of him, and then twisted his head to look at Lu Fangfei. Secretary Lu, how do you feel about this house? Chen Wei asked. General Manager Deng, who was standing on the sidelines, heard Chen Wei ask a small secretary. Thought for a moment in front of the beautiful female secretary. Is not Chen Wei raised a mistress? Just as he was speculating, Lu Fangfei spoke. General Manager, the place you picked is very good in terms of both location and the quality of their construction. I think we can pick this place. General Manager, could it be calling me? General Manager Tang looked at Lu Fangfei. His heart was a bit confused. Looking at Mr. Deng, who was puzzled by Lu Fangfei calling himself General Manager. Chen Wei smiled a little happily. Oops, Mr. Deng, she's not calling you. She's calling me. I forgot to make a self-introduction. What about me? I'm still the General Manager President of Ningda Times East China Division. This factory and office building is the factory and office building I chose for Ningda Times. Chen Wei introduced himself. By the time Chen Wei introduced himself, General Manager Deng and the executives behind him were dumbfounded. What? This young man in front of me is not only their director, but also the General Manager of the East China branch of Ningda Times. This young man is so powerful and exaggerates to this extent? General Manager Deng listened and asked. Chen Dong, is it the same Ningda Times that built the power battery? Are you really the General Manager of their East China branch? Hearing General Manager Deng's question, Chen Wei directly laughed out loud. That's for sure. Otherwise, which other Ningda Times would there be? I am now the general manager of the East China branch of Ningda Times. This beautiful woman next to me is the secretary that Ningda Era assigned to me. Do you have any more questions? Chen Wei spoke up. After hearing Chen Wei's answer, Mr. Deng was all very shocked. This news of yours is too shocking. How did you become the general manager of Ningda Times East China at such a young age? You're really young and promising. Before, I was a bit unconvinced about it, so I'm really sorry. General Manager Tang said sincerely. Ha ha ha, I'm the general manager because I hold shares in Nintech Times and am their director. That's why I became the general manager. Chen Wei added. Thinking that after Chen Wei said this, General Manager Tang and the others became even more confused. What? Chapter 51, 1 to take less, 1 to give more. What? You still hold shares in Ningda Times? Deng Shuang's tone of voice changed a bit. Yeah, why would I lie to you? What's wrong with that? Chen Wei said. No problem. Deng Shuang waved his hand and said. He was too surprised. Mr. Chen is so young and has so many assets now. Which rich kid is he? He thought that at the age of 38, he had become the general manager of Tianlong Real Estate and felt that he was already very powerful. Where did he know that Chen Weiren was even more powerful? People were becoming bosses and shareholders, and he was nothing more than a senior wage earner. When he thought of this, General Manager Tang wanted to die. Seeing that there's nothing wrong with Deng Shuang, Chen Wei decided to talk to Deng Shuang about the price of this factory and office building, ready to buy if the price is right. Just as Chen Wei was about to speak, someone suddenly shouted, Mr. Chen, please wait. Chen Wei heard these words, then turned his head to look. He saw an old man in his late 60s, almost 70, walking with a nanny in tow. Deng Shuang and the other executives ran over immediately after seeing the old man arrive. Old chairman, what brings you here? Deng Shuang asked. This chairman is Deng Shuang's benefactor. Without this chairman, there would be no general manager Deng. I came to see the young man who came to help our company through a difficult time. Today, I'm so happy. The old chairman spoke happily. He immediately bowed to Chen Wei as soon as he finished speaking. After seeing it, Chen Wei rushed to the old man and helped him up. You are Elder Zhang Wenbin, right? You can't be allowed to do this, Chen Wei said as he helped the old man. That's right, it's my old man. I should take a bow. This time, I'm really thankful to you. You're really a blessing in disguise. If it wasn't for you, my life's work would have been directly ruined, and I might even just go to jail. I should, Chen Wei said. We should be helping each other. That helped me a lot too. Otherwise, where would I find such a suitable factory? We're mutually beneficial, Chen Wei added. Ha, you've helped me even more. Hearing what Chen Wei said, the old man laughed happily. It's a relief to have a director like you in the company. You've helped us out of a difficult situation. I'm so grateful to you, Elder Zhang added. I should. You're too kind. In the back, the two just held hands and talked for a long time. After a while, the old man spoke again. Xiao Wei, this factory, do you really intend to buy it? Of course it's true. Am I still lying to you? Chen Wei immediately said. That's very much appreciated. I was worried about you, that you helped me buy the plant and broke your own financial chain. If that's the case, then I'll be a sinner. The old man said a bit worriedly, because he had also encountered something like a broken capital chain. When the old man wanted to say something else, General Manager Tang, who was on the side, immediately spoke up. Chairman, you don't know, do you? But this Mr. Chen of ours is also the general manager of Ningda Times East China, and he still has shares of Ningda Times in his hands. General Manager Tang immediately spoke up. Elder Zhang immediately froze for a moment after hearing these words. He had never expected Chen Wei to have such an identity and actually be so powerful. Moreover, Mr. Chen bought this factory to use it as a branch for Ningda Times. It wasn't bought by Mr. Chen personally, it should have been bought for their company. General Manager Deng explained. The old man was a bit skeptical as he turned his head to look at Chen Wei. Master, General Manager Tang is right. This factory is indeed not something I paid for. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. The old man immediately said something like, this young man, the future generations are fearful. In fact, Chen Wei was also very impressed with the old man in front of him. He started from nothing and worked his way up to a company with a market capitalization of $20 billion. It was really admirable. The old master must have been particularly insightful. Since none of you have different opinions, let's talk about the price of this factory. How much does this factory roughly cost? Chen Wei asked. Hearing Chen Wei's question, General Manager Deng didn't dare to say anything and just looked at Elder Zhang. The person in charge of this project come out for a moment. Let him calculate how much. Never more. Only the cost price. Don't even count labor costs and taxes. The old man said in a domineering manner. Hearing the old man make such a statement, General Manager Tang also smiled a little. It was good to be able to get rid of this burden. Being able to sell the factory and office building was the best way. The company won't be hurt when it's sold. Hearing this, Chen Wei, however, became anxious. Master, you can't do this. I can't take advantage of the company. This time, we are mutually beneficial. I can't take too much advantage, Chen Wei said. That's not good. That's not good. Xiao Wei, you've done our group a great favor. It has to be counted like this today. If we don't sell it to you, this factory of ours might only be worth $600 to $700 million, the old man said very stubbornly. Watching an old man and a young man arguing, General Manager Deng also rounded up. Otherwise, let's figure out the market price first. Then we'll talk about how many discounts. General Manager Deng spoke up. Alright then, you figure out the market price first. This time, the old man agreed. Seeing that the chairman agreed, Deng Shuang brought some executives on the scene to forget out. After 20 minutes or so, Deng Shuang came over with a draft material. Chairman, and Mr. Chen, this one counts out. Let's take a look. General Manager Tang spoke and handed the calculations to the two men. After we calculated this project, we invested a total of $1.44 billion, and Baiyunju Group invested $660 million. The current market price is $2.9 billion. General Manager Deng introduced himself on the side. Then we'll charge Xiaowei $1.5 billion, and at that time, we'll take out another $210 million from that $1.5 billion and give it to the White Cloud Group for my good friend's retirement. The chairman immediately spoke up. The old chairman of the board could not refuse the tone of voice gas. Mr. Deng could only do as he was told. But Chen Wei immediately said something. Master, you're missing half at once. You're taking too much of a loss. You can't do that. Add a little to the price you sold it for. No. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be in jail for the rest of my life, and my wealth would be even less. The chairman said forcefully. Old man, add a little more. This price is just too low. Chen Wei still refused a bit. One of the two of them wanted to charge less and the other wanted to pay more. These two argued and all those present were silent. There are still such people in the world who don't want money. People like that are so hard to meet. The average person sees money. How could the two of them be like that? Chapter 52. Lu Fengfei takes credit for Chen Wei. After countless negotiations between the two, the factory was successfully sold to Chen Wei's company for $1.8 billion, and both parties signed a contract. Hearing that the deal was successful, Mr. Deng and some of the top management were very happy. The company was finally saved, and so was his own job. Secretary Lu, call the deposit over later, Chen Wei said to Lu Fengfei. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to call. Lu Fengfei immediately nodded and said, since both sides have reached a deal today and solved our company's big trouble, today at noon, let's have a meal together. What do you guys say? General Manager Tang spoke up. Alas, your proposal is very good. I have to thank Xiaowei today. The old chairman immediately agreed. Then let's all have a meal together and we'll celebrate. Chen Wei saw that everyone agreed, and he immediately agreed as well. Several people then got into their separate cars and then prepared to go to dinner. After about 20 minutes or so, the caravan stopped at a quaint little farmhouse. Chairman Zhang looked at the curious Chen Wei, then immediately explained to Chen Wei, this Hearing Sea Courtyard is a real private restaurant. Of course, the food here is also very expensive. Anyone who eats here, no matter what your status is, must make a reservation beforehand. It just so happens that a few days ago, I made a reservation here, so Little Wei is blessed with a meal today as well. Elder Zhang spoke up. Chen Wei's eyes immediately lit up after hearing this sentence. In that case, I'm so happy, I was able to dip into your favor today, Chen Wei said a bit. Then, Elder Zhang immediately led Chen Wei's group inside. Once inside, Chen Wei was immediately shocked. I can't believe it's over 30 acres big inside, and it's lush and green with ginkgo trees everywhere. Amidst the ginkgo trees sits a small, quaint loft. In Shanghai, it's an inch of land. I can't imagine that this owner has gotten such a big piece of land. Guided by a beautiful woman in a cheongsam, they came to a small building in the woods and the pretty beauty opened the door to the room and let Chen Wei and the others in. Once inside, everyone took their seats. This house is all constructed from Shanghai sedum and rosewood. The cost of such a small building is not less than 100 million renminbi. Elder Zhang immediately introduced it again. People were very surprised to hear the introduction. They didn't expect such a house to be so expensive. The ingredients here are flown in from all over the world. A random meal is $1 million at the bottom. I made a reservation for a dinner that I was going to invite someone to. It was mainly to see if there was anyone who could help our company tide over its difficulties. I didn't expect to invite you, the one who is credited with solving our company's big trouble. This is a crooked deal. The old man said some more. That's good, that's good. I'm blessed. And you didn't waste the meal, Chen Wei said with a smile. Xiao Wei, that's what you said. It's a pity that you're not my grandson. If you were, I'd be overjoyed. The more I look at you, the more satisfied I am. It's a pity that I don't have said granddaughter. If I did, I would definitely let her marry you, Elder Zhang said smilingly. Old master, it's freedom of love nowadays. You can't have an arranged marriage, Chen Wei also said smilingly. After hearing Chen Wei's words, the old man also digressed. At that moment, the door slammed. Then, it was time to watch a team of beautiful women in cheongsams walk by. Each man carries a plate. They gently placed the dishes on the table, then gave a bow and exited. Since the dishes have been served, let's start eating, Elder Zhang greeted. Everyone was not polite when they heard it and ate it. Yummy, yummy. No wonder it's so expensive. People have praised it. This meal took about an hour and a half. When he was leaving, Elder Zhang took Chen Wei's hand. If you have time, you must come and sit at my house. The two of us are like old friends at first sight, the old man immediately said. The two became bosom friends. Okay, old master, Chen Wei agreed. Then each goes back to his or her own home or company. Chen Wei and Lu Fangfei then returned to the temporary branch of Ningde Times. Secretary Lu, the location of the branch has been chosen. Next, it's time to recruit employees. Let's put up the basic framework of the company and get our factory up and running. Chen Wei explained something. Okay, Mr. Chen, don't worry. I'll go back and do it. I'll put up a recruitment advertisement right away, Lu Fangfei immediately said. They also next had to pay Tianlong Group the $500 million that the Ningde Times headquarters had previously called over. As soon as she returned to the office, Lu Fangfei arranged for someone to transfer money to Tianlong Group. The money turned around quickly. Then, Lu Fangfei immediately made a video call to the video call with Mr. Zhang of Ningde Times Group Company. The other party quickly answered the phone. Chen Wei met with Mr. Zhang again. Mr. Chen, what do you want to see me about? Chairman Zhang in the video immediately spoke up. Chairman, it's been a long time. I really have something to find you. A factory has been chosen for the company's branch, and it's already been built. I've already sent the deposit over. Just have to wait for you to make the final payment, Chen Wei immediately said. Hearing that Chen Wei had taken care of the factory so quickly, Chairman Zhang across the table was very surprised. He had given Chen Wei the entire matter of establishing a subdivision of the factory, which meant that he wanted to test Chen Wei's ability. As a result, I didn't expect Chen Wei to settle things so quickly. No way. Is it that fast? Chairman Zhang asked. I really won't lie to you, or else, I'll ask Secretary General Lu to prove it, Chen Wei immediately said. Next to him, Lu Fangfei immediately spoke up. Yes, Chairman, he didn't lie to you. I'll immediately pass the relevant drawings and data to you. Soon, Lu Fangfei transmitted the data of the drawings of both the factory and the office to Chairman Zhang. It didn't take more than a few minutes for Chairman Zhang to read through it. Not bad, not bad. This house is great. The location is also very good, Chairman Zhang immediately said. Chairman Zhang, you don't know that Mr. Chen was a big help with this branch. He helped our company save a lot of money. Lu Fangfei helped Chen Wei take credit. Oh, there's such a thing? Chairman Zhang expressed his lack of understanding. I think you can see that when you look at the data. This plant is in a great location. There's also the fact that this factory has a market value of up to $2.9 billion. And Mr. Chen took it for 1.8 billion yuan, Lu Fangfei said. Chairman Zhang was still a bit unconvinced when he heard Lu Fangfei's words. Well, Mr. Chen, you two aren't lying to me. This should be impossible. Chairman Zhang was filled with disbelief. After all, this is not buying shoes and clothes in the market, where you can directly cut the price in half. It's not bad if you can cut down 20% of a bill involving billions of dollars like this. Chen Wei saw that the chairman did not believe it and immediately made a little introduction. How did he present it? Chapter 53, how about you push his tweets on me? Chairman Zhang, it's like this. I am a shareholder of another company. As it happens, this company holds this factory. What's going on here? It turns out that this company helped someone build this factory, but the company that was going to build it went bankrupt. So then, I bought it at a 60 or 70% discount. Chen Wei introduced it. What about the quality of the factory plant? Chairman Zhang immediately asked. We looked at it. The quality is not bad. They all used the best materials. Chen Wei added. Dong Chen, I really appreciate your help so much. To thank you for your help, I've decided to reward you. Wait, I'll have someone call $1.4 billion directly to your branch's account. Together with the original $500 million, there is a total of $1.9 billion. $19 billion minus $1 $8 billion is $100 million more. This 100 million is a reward for you. Chairman Zhang's bravado was overwhelming, and he immediately spoke up. Lu Fangfei was directly confused when she heard this. This chairman is so generous that the thank you fee is calculated in billions. Chen Wei was also very happy to hear this and was very excited inside. Although he has a lot of assets, he still doesn't have a lot of cash. Only about $50 million now. Really? Then thank you so much, Chairman, Chen Wei said happily. Ha ha ha, you're welcome, as it should be. After all, you made our company money too. You made our company $800 or $900 million. Chairman Zhang said heartily. Well, I won't talk to you anymore. I have things on my side. We're having a meeting about new energy sources. In order to compete with Japanese and Korean companies. I'm too busy. Chairman Zhang rubbed his head and then spoke. Well then, goodbye Chairman. Come visit Shanghai sometime. Come inspect our factory. Chen Wei said politely. Soon, the two hung up. Is our new energy not good enough? Chen Wei asked Lu Fangfei. Our Ningda Times ranks third in the world. I think Panasonic and LG ranked first and second, but our company will soon surpass him. Lu Fangfei introduced. Yeah, I think new energy is very promising. Just look at Tesla and you'll understand. Musk became the richest man in the world all of a sudden by relying on new energy. Chen Wei thought that the company's chairman was very wise. The two talk about other things. By the way, you just spoke for me. And I thank you because you said those words for me. It was only then that the chairman gave me a full $100 million more. Chen Wei spoke to Lu Fangfei. Mr. Chen, you're too kind. Just being honest. It's still relying on your doorway. Relying on your connections to find the plant. It's still mainly your credit. Lu Fangfei was very modest and then spoke up. That's the reasoning, but it's also to your credit. After they transferred 1.4 billion, you transfer 1.3 billion to Tianlong Real Estate. Chen Wei explained. Later, I rewarded you with $2 million. This one is my reward for you. This credit also has your share. Because Lu Fangfei was very humble, Chen Wei was very satisfied, so he awarded her 2 million yuan. Really? Lu Fangfei was a bit disbelieving. Of course it's true. Could it be that you think this money is too little? Chen Wei looked at Lu Fangfei who was full of disbelief. No. It's mainly because I'm too surprised because the pie fell from the sky. Lu Fangfei hurriedly explained. Ha ha ha, don't get excited either. You follow me well. And in the future, there will definitely be a lot of benefits for you. Chen Wei immediately drew up a big pie. You want a horse to run fast. You definitely want it to eat well and be well fed. Okay, Mr. Chen, I will be more serious in the future. Lu Fangfei hurriedly gave her assurance. Well, we won't talk to you much longer. I'm going to leave now. Don't you forget to credit my account with the rest of the money. Of course, you transfer $2 million to your own account as well. The relevant formalities are also done to come. Have someone sign what should be signed. Chen Wei immediately said something. Mr. Chen, please wait. I'll treat you to dinner. You've awarded me so much money this time. I must treat you to dinner. Lu Fangfei hurriedly stopped Chen Wei. I'm sorry. I have a date tonight and I'm not available today. How about I take a few days? Chen Wei explained the reason. Chen Wei quickly left. Because tonight, he's going to have dinner with Chen Chuchu. Also because of it, Chen Chuchu is very pretty and has an extremely good figure. My fair lady. With money, a man's heart expands. After getting one, he immediately wants two. Every man can't help it. And almost all of them have ideas left and right. How many men can resist temptation? Chen Wei thought for a moment, then shook his head. He himself might become a scumbag. He immediately drove his car towards Chen Chuchu's neighborhood. Chen Chuchu had already sent the location over. Chen Wei still blamed himself a bit when he thought about it. Alas, being a scumbag is as scumbag as it gets. And anyway, with a system of their own, it's normal for them to have a few more girlfriends of their own. Within a few minutes, we arrived at the Lotus neighborhood. This neighborhood was built in 2010. 7 years ago now. This house still looks newer and the place is in better condition. Therefore, the rent is also more expensive. It's close to several universities, so a lot of the people renting are recent college graduates. Chen Chuchu and her best friend rented the same house. It's slightly cheaper for two people to rent together. At this time, in a 2-room, 1-bedroom house, Chen Chuchu was sitting with her best friend He Lichuan. The two were chatting away. Chuchu, where are you going? You're dressed up so beautifully. He Lichuan spoke up. A guy bought a car from me, and he's buying me dinner tonight. No, I'm treating him to dinner tonight. Chen Chuchu replied. He doesn't want to eat, does he? He's trying to eat you. You eat him too. Xiao Lichun said a little. What are you talking nonsense about? Chen Chuchu immediately blushed. So honey, is he handsome? Xiao Lichun asked. Of course it's handsome, Chen Chuchu said. What kind of car did he buy? How much car to buy? Xiao Lichun was very curious. Bought a Porsche, bought 18 million. Chen Chuchu added. He's handsome and rich. How about you introduce him to me? Your last name is Chen. His last name is Chen too. The two of you don't fit. It's not good to get married with the same last name. You push his WeChat to me as well. Xiao Lichun immediately made a request. This Xiao Lichun is also very pretty. It's a match for Chen Chuchu. But of course it's a bit worse than Chen Chuchu. That's not too good. Chen Chuchu immediately said a little. Chen Chuchu herself wanted to have a boyfriend like this. We have people with the same last name getting married there. And it's not just as good? Do you like him and fancy him too? If so, I won't argue with you. Who asked us to be such good sisters? Xiao Lichun spoke again. Chapter 54. Some people say it's not good to get married with the same last name. I can look at him, but he can look at me? You also know he's so handsome and so much gold. Chen Chuchu still had a bit of an inferiority complex. When someone invites you to dinner, he probably means it. It's up to you whether you mean it or not. How long will it take for him to arrive? Xiao Lichun spoke up. He said that he has already driven over to pick me up. It will probably take 15 or 16 minutes to arrive. Chen Chuchu said. This dress you're wearing, let me take a look at it and see if you look good in it. Xiao Lichun pretended to look at it. Chen Chuchu put down her cell phone and looked at her best friend with a bit of nervousness. Not bad, not bad. If I were a man, I would fall in love with you too. Don't worry, he'll love it without a little problem. Xiao Lichun nodded. A JK outfit with a slim waist and a 10-point bleached face. The bottom line is that the upper body is choppy. This caused Xiao Lichun, who was also a girl, a little frustration. She wondered what her best friend and classmate had grown up on. Being so well developed and having such a rippling upper body. God had really favored her. Actually, he'll like it no matter what you wear. If you don't wear clothes, he'll like it even more. Xiao Lichun joked about it. What are you talking about? These words caused Chen Chuchu to blush. Her face as red as a red cloth. Look at your figure. Your face. Your high mountains. Which boy could not like it? Xiao Lichun enviously fingered her breasts. What are you talking nonsense about? Chen Chuchu blushed again. She also used her hand to gently hit her best friend's hand. I'm serious. You really are gifted. And I don't know how yours grew. She saw Chen Chuchu's face turn even redder and added a bit more. She also knew that Chen Chuchu was thin-skinned. Chuchu, I'm very envious of you. This immediately has a rich second generation coming after you. He drove a Porsche just after graduating from university and spent $18 million on it. The family must be very good. And the key is that he won't be too old. And he's still a year younger than us. Xiao Lichun said a little more. This matter, when Chen Chuchu came back from work yesterday, she told herself. After hearing about this, Xiao Lichun was very envious. After going out into society, she realized that money is so important, and that it is difficult to be a man with money. It's hard to be a man without money. The same is true for women. However, women have this one chance to marry. You can change your destiny by marrying someone. And now her own BFF is being looked at by a recent college graduate who drives an $18 million Porsche. And yourself? Still a bachelor. I'm being pursued by someone in the company myself, but the other person is not in a good condition. He's probably not chasing me. He's simply treating me to a meal. Chen Chuchu said a little embarrassed. This is something that anyone with eyes can tell at a glance. Xiao Lichun immediately said a little. Do you believe what you say? Yourself? Would he invite you to dinner if he didn't have a crush on you? Not only are you pretty, you have a shapely body. No matter which man, seeing you, would want to pounce on you. Xiao Lichun said this again. As soon as her words came out, Chen Chuchu's face turned even redder. Xiao Lichun watched her BFF blush, but didn't care, continuing to educate her bestie. Chuchu, when you have dinner with him tonight, you can take the initiative. People have said that a man pursuing a woman is separated by a mountain, and a woman pursuing a man is separated by a veil. People are all rich and handsome. There won't be a lack of girls pursuing them. You take the initiative. You can easily take him down. Chuchu, you're so pretty and you have a nice looking body. Well, that car headlight is still so big, but when beauty is compared to money, it's still money that's better. So, I think you can take the initiative. If you take him down, you'll have a carefree life in the future, and you'll be able to live in fine clothes. Xiao Lichun said seriously. People are so well endowed. Surely a best friend can be more proactive. I don't know how to be more proactive. You also know that I haven't been in love since I was a kid. Chen Chuchu was a bit embarrassed, then said a bit. She wanted her best friend to teach her. This. I don't know how to do it either. Xiao Lichun was a bit confused. I just have a bit of theoretical knowledge and no practical experience. My best friend has never been in a relationship. nor have I been in one myself. Love looked at her best friend's expectant gaze. Xiaoli-chan remembered the romance novels she used to read. You can take the initiative to hold hands I'll give him food speak a little softer, a little more coy laugh a little more. That's all I know. That's all I know on paper. 2. Xiaoli-chan added. You've read some novels yourself. You can apply them as well. Xiaoli-chan remembered this. Okay. Chen Chuchu nodded and tried to write this down. Hearing Chen Chuchu say this, Xiaoli-chan was more relieved. Ugh. I envy you. I don't know when I'll have a high roller chasing me. I really don't want to go to that shift for a day. To that Thai company. Xiaoli-chan sighed and spoke. There are college students everywhere now. You can't recruit a single migrant laborer for $3,000 or $4,000 anymore. But you can recruit countless second-year college students. Xiaoli-chan said some more. My bosom friend. You're so pretty. There will definitely be very good, well-endowed boys chasing after you. Chen Chuchu comforted her bosom friend. Chen Chuchu didn't tell lies. Her own best friend was indeed very pretty. She wouldn't be much worse at all compared to Chen Chuchu. If one scored 89 points, the other would score 88 points. The only thing that the BFF can't compare to Chloe Chen is the choppy upper body. And BFFs have their own advantage, which is a very thin waist. I hope so, and I hope to borrow your good advice. Xiaoli-chan spoke up. Chen Chuchu looked at her cell phone again. Alright, I'm leaving. More than 10 minutes have passed by now. Chen Chuchu said. Go on then. Don't keep him waiting. The best friend chimed in. Alright then, I'm going. Chen Chuchu nodded and immediately put her cell phone into her bag. Taking the bag, she walked out of her room. Your own bag is the usual kind. A bag of a couple $100. Not that expensive. The door to the house closed with a bang. Xiaoli-chan sat on the sofa and looked at her willowy waist. I don't know who is so blessed to enjoy such a fine waist. Where is my Prince Charming? My fine waist is waiting for you. Even Xiaoli-chan herself thinks that her waist is really thin and really good. Chuchu has waves. I have a thin waist. I can't be that bad. Xiaoli-chan thought for a moment. 3 minutes later, Chen Chuchu arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood. Which one did she meet? Chapter 55. I'll give you a house in $20,000 a month. Chen Chuchu came to the entrance of the neighborhood and did not see the charming purple Porsche. Obviously, Chen Wei hasn't arrived yet. Chen Chuchu was not in a hurry at all. She patiently waited for Chen Wei to come over. In the human world, many things are unavoidable just to wait like this. Either you wait for me or I wait for you. It was already 6:10 p.m. And there were a lot of people leaving work, so there were a lot of people coming into the neighborhood. When some men saw Chen Chuchu at the entrance of the neighborhood, they couldn't help but take a few more glances, because such a pretty beauty is really rare. Chloe Chan looks youthful in her JK outfit, plus a shapely figure with a slim waist and a pair of long legs showing underneath the skirt, also wearing white stockings with a pair of white sneakers. Well, it's even more indescribably fascinating. A fair lady is a good-looking gentleman. So many men couldn't help but take a few glances. There were some slightly prettier women who couldn't help but cast envious and jealous gazes when they saw Chen Chuchu. This beauty has a great body. I don't know what she grew up on. And the car has such big headlights. And so good looking in person too. Chen Chu had long been accustomed to these cast gazes. She didn't grow up in a day. She was still a bit uncomfortable. Before, she wore slightly looser clothes. That way, it's not easy for others to notice her fabulous body. Today, she wore the tight white JK dress. Her delicate figure was in full view. She ignored it too, still playing with her phone. A short while later, a car pulled up in front of her. She subconsciously looked up at what she thought was Chen Wei coming. She looked and realized it wasn't Chen Wei's seductive purple Porsche. Parked in front of it was a black Volkswagen Polo. Seeing this, Chen Chuchu frowned, then took a few steps back. This was one person she didn't want to care about. Chuchu, it's me. Are you going to play? If going to play, I happen to have time. I can give you a ride. Soon a man came down from the bore. It was a 37 or 88-year-old man, fairly tall, with an average appearance throughout. There were also some small pimples on his face. However, the way he looked at Chen Chuchu, it was as if he wanted to undress Chen Chuchu. The man is called Lin Daxiang. He lived above the house rented by Chen Chuchu, but he's not renting a house. He has his own. His family turned out to be natives of Shanghai, and his family turned out to have farmland. Later, when the land was acquired and demolished, the government gave several suites. The houses given by the government are in this neighborhood. No need. Someone is coming to pick me up. Chen Chuchu saw Lin Daxiang and immediately refused. Chen Chuchu still had a deep impression of this Lin Daxiang. Since she and her best friend rented a house here, she met Lin Daxiang by chance. At first, the two thought this Lin Daxiang was not bad. Where did he know that not long afterward, Lin Daxiang revealed his true nature. He often approached Chen Shuchu to strike up a conversation. He said, "If you follow me, I'll give you a house." After hearing this, Chen Shuchu began to hate him very much, because this Lin Daxiang had a wife and child. I didn't expect that on this day. Lin Daxiang would come back to strike up a conversation. What's the point of being polite? You're still polite with brother. You tell me, where are you going to play? I'll give you a ride. Lin Daxiang spoke again. His eyes were fixed on Chen Shuchu's breasts, and his eyes seemed like they couldn't even be pulled off. He subconsciously gulped as he watched. It was obvious that he had moved on Chen Shuchu. Chen Shuchu just graduated from college not long ago. Young and very pretty, very good figure. And the wife at home right now, she's like a big bucket of water. Once he knew Chen Shuchu, Lin Daxiang thought that Chen Shuchu was simple and easy to catch up with. After all, his own family is rich, with several houses at home. One house worth $20 million. The rent on the house is $300,000 to $400,000 a year. He wanted to go after a little girl who had just recently graduated from college, and he thought it would be a breeze. Since he had several houses of his own, not many girls could withstand the temptation as soon as he told them, because he's already tried this trick and it works. He's already used it on several college girls, and those girls were pretty too, although not as pretty as Chen Shuchu. But with this trick, it's still very effective, because the average person, you just don't make that much money in 1 or 2 dozen lifetimes. Lin Daxiang thought so at first. Unexpectedly, Chen Shuchu didn't eat this at all. Lin Daxiang invited Chen Shuchu to dinner a few times without success. He began to think that Chen Shuchu was trying to escape. Where did he know that after a few tries, none of them succeeded? The more he couldn't get it, the more he wanted it. And now, his interest in Chen Shuchu was growing. No really, someone will be picking me up soon, so hurry up and go away. The two of us talking together, let people see and gossip. Chen Shuchu said in disgust for a moment, then, took a step back. The guy who's coming to pick me up later is still my boyfriend. You don't want to embarrass me. Chen Shuchu was still a little weak when she said this, but in order to scare off Lin Daxiang, she could only find this excuse. What? You really have a boyfriend? Liar. Lin Daxiang said, his face changing a bit. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine to have a boyfriend. You can break up too. It's okay that you're just married. You can get divorced too. Choo. You've known brother for so long. You know what kind of person brother is and what kind of mind he has. Still, as long as you follow brother, brother will give you a house. How about it? After that, I'll give you another $20,000 every month. The house in Shanghai. You know it's so expensive. At least 100,000 yuan per square meter. My house price is less than 100,000 yuan, but at least 50,000 yuan per square meter. My one house is $5 or $6 million. Brother is so good to you. Can you follow me? Lin Daxiang looked around and said to Chen Shuchu in a disgusted voice. In order to take down Chen Shuchu, he was really generous this time. A house costs $4 or $5 million, but as long as it becomes a success with Chen Shuchu, Lin Daxiang thinks that he can accept it, and he has not suffered a loss, because this beautiful woman in front of him was really too beautiful and her body was too good. If two people could have a child, absolutely beautiful, absolutely smart. He had played with quite a few women, and there were many beautiful ones among them, but none of them could compare to Chen Shuchu. And what's more, Chen Shuchu did move him, and Lin Daxiang was willing to buy a smile for $10 million. I would like to die under the flowers and be a ghost. He'd give half his worth to get this beauty. In the future, if he can take Chen Shuchu out, anyone will admire him. Once he thought of this, his eyes grew brighter and brighter as he looked at Chen Shuchu. He thought Chen Shuchu would agree now. Would Chloe-chan agree? Chapter 56, Why didn't you tell me you had a boyfriend? How are you doing with brother? Lin Daxiang asked again. This is impossible. You want to fart, eat it. Don't even think about it. Chen Shuchu immediately rejected it and got a little angry again. How can you still think like that when you have a wife and kids? What do you take me for? Chen Shuchu thought for a moment. Choo, don't say it so dead well. There is nothing impossible. You'd better think about it. A house is enough for you to struggle for 30 or 40 years. Now, as long as you follow brother, brother will give you a house. Give you $20,000 pocket money every month. Seeing that Chen Shuchu was angry, Lin Daxiang still had the cheek to say, usually such men have thick skin. They will smile and laugh and not take it seriously when they are scolded. He felt that he had now won. If he didn't say yes today, he would sooner or later say yes in a few days. If you don't say yes, there's still your bestie to chase. Your BFF is not bad. She's good looking. With such a thin waist, that's a life-threatening waist. Lin Daxiang thought a lot. It would be nice to be able to play these sisters left and right. That would be even better. Go away. I won't agree. Chen Chuchu replied with an ironic face again. She really wanted to give Lin Daqiang a slap. It was a good thing that she was sober and still very rational. If she wasn't, she really would have slapped Lin Daqiang. Chu, you're still too young to have suffered the loss of having no money. You don't know how important money is, or how important the house is. Did you just say you have a boyfriend? Then isn't he a recent graduate as well? Even if he earns another $20,000 a month, he wants to buy a house and settle down in Shanghai without eating or drinking. That would also take at least 50 years to realize. But if you stay with me, you get a suite right away. Isn't this much better for you than being with a poor person? Lin Daqiang persuaded again. It was as if everything was for Chen Chuchu's sake. As he finished, a phantom purple Porsche drove by. Lin Daqiang also froze for a moment and immediately looked at the Porsche. His eyes were also filled with envy and jealousy now. He quickly recognized it as a Porsche. It landed at $18 million. Therefore, he was very envious and jealous, because he knows he can't afford it in his lifetime. And if he sells his house, he'll only have his car. There's no way he's going to sell his house for this car. He immediately shook his head and immediately withdrew his envious gaze. Soon the Porsche stopped in front of him. Soon the car door opened and a young boy got out. Is this one your friend? Chen Chuchu. After Chen Wei pushed open the car door, he directly walked next to Chen Chuchu and then asked, "He's not my friend. He's my neighbor." Chen Chuchu said immediately after seeing Chen Wei. Her eyes revealed a bit of joy. She immediately walked over and took Chen Wei's arm. She turned her head to Lin Daqiang. "This is my boyfriend. My boyfriend is here. Can you get lost now?" Chen Chuchu said angrily. She was now very disgusted with Lin Daqiang. "You've got a wife and kids and you're talking about bagging yourself. Am I such a person? This is really your boyfriend? It can't be." Lin Daqiang was a bit disbelieving. "I didn't realize her boyfriend drove such an expensive car. And at such a young age. Only 22 or 22 years old. And very handsome. I'm almost 40 myself and can't afford to drive a Porsche like this." So now, he's completely deflated. At first, he thought that he could secure a win, thinking that Chen Chuchu would agree sooner or later. Now, all of a sudden, he didn't have a bit of confidence. He's certainly no better than someone driving an $18 million Porsche. "Of course, he's my boyfriend. Don't come and harass me and bother me in the future," Chen Chuchu said again. Chen Chuchu said it with some misgivings, but in order to drive away this person Lin Daqiang, she had to say this. After Lin Daqiang heard Chen Chuchu admit it again, he immediately prepared to roll away. "What? You dared to harass my girlfriend?" Chen Wei looked towards Lin Daqiang. As he said this, he lifted his hand again, the Richard Mille showing in his hand. Lin Daqiang looked at it and was even more surprised. Driving an $18 million Porsche isn't enough, but also a $30 million watch. Lin Daqiang was aware of this Richard Mille watch, because the national husband Wang Tsong bought one such watch. So, he also knew Richard Mille watches, precisely because he recognized the famous Richard Mille watch. Lin Daqiang was a bit scared. He wouldn't dare to mess with a rich kid with hundreds of millions of dollars. If he did, he wouldn't even know how to die. It's better to save your own little life. Misunderstandings. These are all misunderstandings. I didn't know she had a boyfriend. I really didn't know that you were her boyfriend. If I knew, if you borrowed my two guts, I wouldn't dare to mess with it." Lin Daqiang was a bit scared. Then, the waist was lowered a bit of a nod and a wink. Chen Chuchu held Chen Wei's arm. She still froze a bit as she looked at Lin Daqiang. I can't imagine that Lin Daqiang is a softie. He also has a lowly side. As soon as I see a rich man, I get scared. Because of this Porsche? It shouldn't be. Chen Chuchu still didn't quite understand, but that's just the way it is. She was still very happy in her heart when she looked at Lin Daqiang like this. "Don't worry. I definitely won't bother your girlfriend in the future, much less harass her." "Then what? I'll leave first." Lin Daqiang carefully finished his sentence and then immediately left. Chen Wei waved his hand. Lin Daqiang left immediately. He's not afraid of anyone, but he's afraid of rich people. Money means power. Who dares to mess with someone with power? Soon, Lin Daqiang didn't even look at Chen Chuchu, directly got into his Polaroid, and then drove into the neighborhood. It was only after a long drive that his car came to a stop and his heart was completely at ease. At this point in time, he still blamed Chen Chuchu a bit. "Why didn't you tell me you had such a rich boyfriend? Would I have bothered you if you'd said so?" Lin Daqiang doesn't blame himself. He only blames others. But then he thought of Chen Chuchu's beautiful face and slim figure. He felt a little sorry for him still. "I regret that I didn't get Chen Chuchu. And I regret that I don't have any more possibilities." What's he going to do to compete with a rich kid with hundreds of millions of dollars in assets? You really don't look good enough on your own. At the thought, he shook his head and immediately pushed his way out of the car, then locked his car. He had just walked into the hallway and he immediately saw Xiaoli Chun who was descending the stairs. Xiaoli Chun also saw Lin Daxiang. She immediately frowned a little, because Lin Daxiang likes to hit on her too. Xiaoli Chun was ready to ignore Lin Daxiang. Unexpectedly, Lin Daxiang also ignored her. What's going on? Has Lin Daxiang changed into a different person? Chapter 57. This time, Chen Chuchu understood why Lin Daxiang was afraid. Xiaoli Chun's entire body was a bit confused. In the past, every time Lin Daxiang saw her, he had to look at her colorfully and had to come over to talk. But this time it was unusual. Not only did he not come over to talk, he didn't even look at her. Had the sun come out of the west? What is this? This is something that's never happened before. Xiaoli Chun was a bit confused. She looked up at the nearly setting sun. This sun was still setting in the west. The sun was not setting from the east. What's going on here? By this time, Lin Daxiang had already gone up the stairs to his doorstep. Looking at a couple of beautiful women couldn't be looked at or thought about anymore. He sighed. He dared even less to harass these two beauties. In case Chen Chuchu complained to that rich kid, he couldn't keep this home. As soon as he got home, his fat wife said something like, "Honey, you're home?" Lin Daxiang said coldly, "Yeah, back." He still has a place in the family. After all, the family has a house in front of the neighborhood. Chen Chuchu watched Lin Daxiang drive away and was very happy. Soon, she came back to her senses. She realized that she was still wrapped around Chen Wei's arm and appeared to be very close. And what's more, the upper body leaned on Chen Wei, causing the car's headlights to distort. Her face immediately reddened at the thought. She immediately drew her hand back. Chen Chuchu immediately explained, "He's our upstairs neighbor and he's from the area. The family owns several houses. This man often comes to harass me and my girlfriends. Just now, after you came, I said you were my boyfriend in order to cut him off so he wouldn't harass me in the future. Don't think too much about it." Chen Chuchu said with a red face, It's okay, it's something I can help you with. It's just a show of my hands." Chen Wei immediately shook his head a little. He thought to himself for a moment, it felt so good just now, and that mountain was still tall. It's just a short time. This man will definitely not bother us again. And it's the first time I've seen him like this. Like a pug. This person's family's several sets of houses in front of us it always seemed very superior. But after running into you this time, he was scared to death. Chen Chuchu continued, but in her heart, she was still a bit puzzled. Is it because you drive a top-of-the-line Porsche that he's like this? Chloe Chan added. It has something to do with this. Chen Wei raised his own hand, revealing the Richard Mille watch he wore on his wrist. Chen Chuchu quickly saw the watch. It's mainly related to this watch as well. Chen Wei said. It would have something to do with this watch. Why? Is this watch that powerful? Chen Chuchu was confused for a moment. She didn't understand the meaning of Chen Wei's words. She took a closer look at that watch of Chen Wei's. She didn't recognize the Richard Mille watch. What was so scary about it? Of course, the watch was beautiful. Chen Wei looked at the situation and immediately explained. This piece of watch is around $30 million. National husband Wang Song bought one of these watches. And that guy in your neighborhood knows this watch. Chen Wei spoke up. As soon as Chen Wei said this, Chen Chuchu's eyes instantly widened. She was truly shocked by the price. How much? $30 million for this watch? Chen Chuchu was really shocked by the price. Really shocked. The world of the rich. I really don't understand. This is the kind of money that many people would have to work 10 lifetimes to earn. That's right. $30 million. It's a Richard Mille watch. You can search online. Chen Wei said again. Seeing Chen Chuchu's adorable appearance, Chen Wei didn't hold back and reached out to gently pinch her on the face. Chen Chuchu's face is smooth and delicate and beautiful, plus a little baby fat. Looks very cute. Chen Chuchu was shocked by this Chen Wei's action and didn't know what to say. Wanted to get angry, but was afraid that it would drive Chen Wei away. Well, let's get in the car. It's not too early. Chen Wei took back his hand and immediately said something. He was like a person who was fine. It's like he doesn't know that men and women aren't related. Okay. Chen Chuchu had a red face and returned a cry. The two men quickly got into the car. Put your seatbelt on, Chen Wei explained. By this time, her face was still a little red. For the first time in her life, she was touched in the face by the opposite sex. And the first time she got into a car of the opposite sex. So, Chen Chuchu was still a bit embarrassed. When she got into the car, she didn't know how to put her hands down. It didn't take long for her to buckle up. It took a while to stop being shy. At this time, she couldn't help but take a closer look at Chen Wei. Now, she finally understood why Lin Daxiang had put in such a low stance just now. Because Chen Wei drives an $18 million car and wears a $30 million hand. Poor people play with cars, Rich people play with watches. Playing with the watch now means Chen Wei is richer. It represents very much behind the scenes. At the thought of this, Chen Shuchu's emotions were very complicated, but it didn't show much. You're seated. Fastened your seatbelt? He looked up at Chen Shuchu. It turned out that Chen Shuchu had already fastened her seatbelt. Chen Shuchu's car headlights were so big that he couldn't help but look at them a few more times. It was too attractive. He looked at it for a few moments before withdrawing his own gaze. I'm wearing my seatbelt, Chen Shuchu said immediately. She didn't pay attention to Chen Wei's gaze. She was still more or less uneasy and shy. Okay, I'm starting the car. What are we going to eat for dinner? Chen Wei asked. I can do anything, Chen Shuchu immediately said. Then how about we go eat hot pot tonight? Chen Wei added. It's okay, I like eating hot pot very much, and I like spicy food. Hearing about eating hot pot, Chen Shuchu, the foodie's eyes lit up a few points. Do you really like fondue? Hot pots are all generally spicy. Chen Wei was a little surprised, because he saw that Chen Shuchu was very excited at this time, and her eyes were still a bit bright. The message that she loved fondue was bubbling in her eyes. Of course, I'm from Chengdu. I can eat spicy food very well, Chen Shuchu immediately said. Are you a spicy Sichuan girl? Chen Wei immediately said. Sichuan people all eat spicy food. This Chen Wei still knew. A lot of Hunan people eat spicy food, and Jiangxi people are also very spicy. I'm not hot or spicy. I'm a very gentle person. This point, you can rest assured, Chen Shuchu said immediately, weaseling out a bit. Fine, we'll have hot pot tonight. I'm fine with chili. Chen Wei nodded. This car of his had already started watching Jitterbug before. There's a Sichuan Tyrannosaurus Rex actress who starred in a program that was very hot. Isn't it about how you Sichuan girls are gentle and considerate before marriage and tyrannical dragons after marriage? Is this true? Chen Wei said. No, it won't. I don't know about others, but I must be gentle and lovely. She was terrified of scaring Chen Wei away. Immediately said a little. Chapter 58, take a picture of Chen Wei for me. Chen Wei drove towards an underwater restaurant. Chen Shuchu sat on the co-pilot and would look up at Chen Wei from time to time. Suddenly, his own cell phone vibrated. She took out her cell phone and looked at it. It was a message from her best friend, Xiao Li-chan. Chu, did you get in the car? You take a picture of him and send it to me so I can see what he looks like. Looking forward to the emojis. Xiao Li-chuan sent 2 tweets. We're getting in the car. It's not good to take pictures now. Right. I'm afraid it will affect his driving. Chen Shuchu replied. You're secretly filming it. It doesn't affect his driving. I'm very curious what he looks like. Xiao Li-chun said some more. Come on. I want to see. What does a rich kid who buys an $18 million Porsche look like? Xiao Li-chun spoke again. Seeing her best friend say this, Chen Shuchu was a little unsure of what to do. She very much did not want to shoot, fearing that Chen Wei had revolted. But her best friend begged, and if she didn't take the picture, she was afraid that her best friend would have a grudge against her. So, after she thought about it for a moment, she immediately said something. Then wait, I'll see if there's a chance. Okay, no problem. I'll wait, BFF added. However, Chen Shuchu still didn't shoot. Soon, it was time to get to the place. Both got out of the car one after the other. It was still Chen Shuchu who got out of the car first. She hurriedly took out her cell phone and took pictures of the car. As a result, it was discovered by Chen Wei. What are you filming? Chen Wei looked over with a bit of incomprehension in his eyes. I'll take a picture of the things on both sides of the street. Chen Shuchu immediately said a reason. Chen Wei didn't suspect anything, then nodded and continued walking. She saw that Chen Wei didn't say anything. Chen Shuchu took a few more pictures. She took pictures of the buildings here, and she also took pictures of Chen Wei. After taking the picture, she chose 2 of them and sent them to Xiao Li-chun. In a supermarket. Soon, Xiao Li-chun saw the photo. Because she took out her cell phone from time to look at it, she quickly saw 2 photos. A photo of a boy standing in front of a Porsche. The boy had good features and was very handsome. He wore a white sleeveless top and a long black bottom. The other photo was taken of just the boy. It's still the same boy in the photo, and he stands out in terms of his hair, his clothes and his demeanor. What a handsome man. Why don't we have 2 women serving 1 husband? Xiao Li-chun immediately sent it over. She made a joke like this. How can this be? It's impossible. Chen Shuchu also immediately returned. Besides, I have nothing to do with him. Shuchu, seriously, you really hit the jackpot this time. This handsome guy has money and face, and he's the right age. I'm so jealous and envious. Xiao Li-chun returned. She was really a bit envious and jealous at this time. Unfortunately, Chen Shuchu was her best friend. Otherwise, she would have gone to grab it herself. A lot of people say fireproof against girlfriends. Still wouldn't have grabbed it myself. although Chen Wei face, body, temperament, and family conditions are very good. Hey, but it really doesn't have anything to do with me yet. She also felt that Chen Wei was on very good terms. Just wait, it will matter. A few more days and it will matter. Xiao Lichun returned a little more. You're kidding, Chen Chuchu returned. Alright, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Don't disturb you two on your date, Xiao Lichun said. Then she put her cell phone back into her bag. Then she looked down at her thin waist again. Oops, empty life-threatening waist, but no use for it. There is no use for a martial artist. My Prince Charming, when will he come? She was ready to walk out of the supermarket and go home. She suddenly thought of the situation when she ran into Lin Daqiang just now. Lin Daqiang didn't talk to himself or look at himself. This situation is really counterintuitive. Mentally, she immediately took out her cell phone again. Choo, I ran into Lin Daqiang today. He's very abnormal today. When I was going downstairs, I bumped into Lin Daqiang, this big pervert, at the stairway. I thought he would strike up a conversation with me and say a few words. I was going to ignore him, but as a result, he acted as if he didn't see me. We didn't say anything and he coldly left. Xiao Lichun spoke up. She added a little more. Do you think it's weird? I think the sun is rising in the west. It's the first time something like this has happened. Chen Chuchu walked and looked at the message sent by her best friend. She kind of wanted to laugh at the news too. She could also imagine her best friend looking confused. Do you want to know why Lin Daqiang is like this? Chen Chuchu said. You know why? Tell me. The BFF was quickly curious. Of course I know. The reason. Do you want to know? Chen Chuchu asked. Of course I want to know why. Tell me quickly. Xiao Lichun immediately returned in seconds. You have to treat me to a delicious meal. Chen Chuchu made a condition. What's the big deal? Deal. Xiao Lichun quickly agreed, because she was really very curious about how this Lin Daqiang had changed. How come he didn't talk to himself anymore? How come he didn't look at himself colorfully? It's actually still because of Chen Wei. So Lin Daqiang doesn't dare to harass us anymore. Chen Chuchu spoke up. Because of Chen Wei? I still don't understand. Tell me why. Xiao Lichun became even more curious. Chen Jiawei immediately said. Because Chen Wei drives an $18 million Porsche car. Chen Chuchu said the reason. You said that Lin Daqiang saw Chen Wei driving a Porsche. If that's the only reason, it's not enough. Xiao Lichun spoke up. Of course it's not just that one reason. He also $30 million of Richard Mille watches. Chen Chuchu added. Lin Daqiang was seeing this watch, so his attitude changed very quickly. He immediately fled without a word, afraid of having his dog's legs broken. It's also for this reason that he's afraid that you'll complain to me. And then, I'll talk to Chen Wei. Chen Chuchu spoke again. Of course, they all say it in words. After a while, Xiao Lichun did not immediately return the message. She had to digest the information. Chen Wei is actually so rich. He drives a car that costs almost $20 million and wears a Richard Mille watch that costs almost $30 million. Xiao Lichun was flabbergasted. Her own BFF would soon turn from Cinderella to the White Swan. Your own BFF's faithful breath is truly heavenly. Surprisingly, I was able to run into a rich second generation who was so rich. This rich second generation is also so young and handsome. Wearing a $30 million watch. Who'd dare to buy it from a rich kid? The point is that this handsome man has a face, is young, and has money. Xiao Lichun's inner self was very complicated. How could her own best friend be so lucky? How could I be worse than her? But fate is a million miles away. But again, a little worried that this rich second generation could not see Chen Chuchu. After all, poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. This Chen Wei's family must be very good. She's getting worried about Chen Chuchu. Will her best friend be able to marry into a rich family? Chapter 59. Chen Wei is asking with his gaze, can I kiss you? Xiao Lichun thought about it a little more. Which rich man doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Or colorful flags flying outside and red flags at home? Chun, why aren't you talking? Chen Chuchu asked. I had something to do just now. Shopping at the supermarket, and I'm just now seeing the news. Xiao Lichun said a little. Xiao Lichun came back to her senses at this time. She saw the message sent by Chen Chuchu, and then immediately said something. Well then, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. You quickly go to dinner with your boyfriend. Xiao Lichun said again. What are you talking about? It's not a boyfriend yet. Chen Chuchu immediately blushed. After she said this, she looked at Chen Wei again. She herself certainly thought that Chen Wei could be her boyfriend. But would Chen Wei think so? If the two could really be boyfriend and girlfriend, she was more than willing to do so. Don't worry, Chu. Just because yours is so big, you'll definitely have no problem. Plus you're very pretty. Any man would be mesmerized by you and would fall in love with you. Xiao Lichun sent another WeChat. What are you talking about? I'm not talking to you. Chen Chuchu returned a bit. She looked at her breasts for a moment, then looked at Chen Wei again. Who are you chatting with? Chen Wei immediately asked when he saw Chen Chuchu looking at himself. I'm chatting with my girlfriends. Chen Chuchu shook her head a little, then asked again. My girlfriend is very pretty. What kind of girl do you like? Chen Chuchu was a bit curious. Oh, what do you mean? Chen Wei thought for a moment. As if he had once answered a question like this, he immediately remembered that it was Ruyan Lu who had asked this question. I like a girl who is pretty and has a good body. Most importantly, she has to wear a JK outfit. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. As soon as she heard this, Chen Chuchu froze for a moment. It quickly and immediately cheered up. Because she's wearing a JK outfit today, it means Chen Wei likes her type. Can also be talking about liking yourself. Chen Chuchu thought a lot. The two quickly arrived in front of the Hai Di Lao Hot Pot restaurant. To the place. Everyone says the Hai Di Lao Hot Pot is alright. It's going public soon. Jitterbug is up with high praise for it. Chen Wei spoke up. I've heard that too. Chen Chuchu nodded. Her mind, however, was not here. She was still at what Chen Wei had just said. What did Chen Wei mean by what he said? Let's go in, Chen Wei said. The two men then pushed open the door and entered the fondue restaurant. This hot pot restaurant is very nicely decorated and looks very fresh. Most of the people who eat here are young. Soon, a waiter came over. Little brother and young lady, how many of you are there? The waiter immediately asked. 2 of us, Chen Wei immediately said. Then you guys please follow me, the waiter said immediately. The waiter quickly led them to a seat. This table is a small rectangular table. Then there are 4 seats. Choo-choo, what do you like to eat? You order, Chen Wei immediately said. Okay, I'll order. I won't be polite with you. Chen Chuchu took out her cell phone and swept the code to order. Shortly after ordering, a waiter soon came by with a soup pot. This time it was served with a spicy pot. It didn't take long for the order to be delivered. It didn't take long for the soup to add up to 100 degrees. Soon, the 2 men were edging the vegetables into the pot. In a moment, the 2 men began to eat. The 2 men talked as they ate. Chen Chuchu remembered what her best friend had said and seemed very considerate and proactive. From time to time, she would help Chen Wei with the dishes and cook them. All of these service jobs are basically wrapped up by Chen Chuchu. Don't just chuck it for me. You eat it too. I'll also put down the dish to scald it, Chen Wei said a little. He knew that Chen Chuchu hadn't eaten much himself. He got more or less emotional. First, there was Ruyan Lu's initiative to confess and kiss herself. Now there was Chen Chuchu thoughtfully serving herself with food. It's good to have money. You are a master if you have money. With money, you are superior. If he hadn't had the system himself before, all of these, he would have been impossible to get. After all, these 2 beauties were both schoolgirl level beauties. One bright and charming, the other fresh and beautiful. One was slim, the other shapely, with a boozy chest. He had the money and both of the beauties were very nice to him. One cannot live without big money. Now, not only is he rich, but he is also handsome. One can say that he is a phoenix man. You eat, I'm fine. I can eat myself while I give you the food, Chen Chuchu said a bit. Her waves looked even more magnificent at the table. When Chen Wei saw these, he couldn't help but want to touch one. What are you always looking at me for? You eat, Chen Chuchu said a little. She saw Chen Wei's gaze. That gaze seemed like it wanted to eat her up. Your cup doesn't have much water left. I'll add some for you. Chen Chuchu finished speaking and immediately added a bit of water to Chen Wei. When you were studying, there were a lot of girls chasing after you. Right, Chen Chuchu asked offhandedly. No one's chasing me. However, I chased after one, and a while ago, she broke up with me. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. How is that possible? She would still break up with you? You are rich and handsome. Chen Chuchu was a bit disbelieving, because Chen Wei is handsome and good-looking. Will the girls at school be invisible? No one really chased me. I was the one who chased her, Chen Wei said. How could you guys break up? Chen Chuchu was still a bit unconvinced. Because she met a better one. Because I turned out to be very average and inferior to her new boyfriend, Chen Wei said. He was about to continue talking when this time, a waiter came over. Sorry to bother you too. May I ask if you are boyfriend and girlfriend? The waiter asked. This waiter was also only 18 or 19 years old. This Heidileo of ours. We have an event today. As long as a male and female friend come to eat together, they will be given a fruit platter. So, let me ask you guys, are you boyfriend and girlfriend? The waiter spoke again. Hearing the waiter's words, Chen Wei and Chen Chuchu looked at each other and didn't say anything. Chen Chuchu first blushed a little, but she immediately said something. We are boyfriend and girlfriend, Chen Chuchu said to the waiter. If that's the case, you two need to kiss and catch a kiss, before we can send a fruit platter. A kiss that lasts a second or two is fine. This will prove that you are boyfriend and girlfriend, the waiter added. Hearing this sentence, Chen Wei froze for a moment. At this time, Chen Chuchu also glanced at him. He's asking with his eyes, "Can I have a kiss?" Chen Chuchu also answered immediately with a glance. Chapter 60, Show and Tell. I should be the one to say it. Chen Chuchu immediately answered with his own vision, "You can kiss me." Chen Wei thought at first that he had misread and misunderstood. He read it again. And yes, Chen Chuchu meant it. Chen Wei saw the anticipation in the other's eyes. He immediately asked, "Can we kiss today?" "It's okay. It's just a short kiss anyway." Chen Chuchu's face reddened as she immediately replied. She turned her head towards the waiter for a moment. "Yeah, a kiss between the two of you will prove that you are boyfriend and girlfriend." The waiter answered immediately. This waiter was a little envious of Chen Wei again. He had been working as a waiter in this hot pot restaurant for not too long. He had seen quite a few pretty girls here, but it was the one time he had seen a girl as beautiful as Chen Chuchu. And the headlights on this girl's car are really big too. LOL, this guy is also so lucky to have such a beautiful girlfriend. It's a pity that he doesn't have one. The waiter thought a lot. Chen Chuchu leaned her head over. She was still a bit shy and nervous in her heart. After all, he had spoken too actively, too boldly. Would Chen Wei think he was too open? This was the most proactive thing he had ever done in his life. I wonder if he'll think he's being too open. Chen Chuchu was still a little apprehensive. Just at this time, Chen Wei also stood up. "Okay, we'll just kiss for 2 seconds. Chen Wei immediately said. He also leaned his head over. He was indeed taken aback when Chen Chuchu said he could kiss. Anyway, whoever has a bargain is. With this thought in mind, Chen Wei was also very proactive. Ruyan Lu was very proactive. I can't imagine that Chen Chuchu is also so proactive. Pressing his mind for a moment, Chen Wei looked at Chen Chuchu. Chen Chuchu has a beautiful face, fair skin, shapely body, with the appearance of a sinking fish and falling geese. Whoever sees it, will want to embrace a hand, kiss a hand. At this time, Chen Chuchu's face reddened, appearing even more shy and moving. Chen Wei could also understand her shyness. After all, she was still untouched. This girl's privacy value was still 0. Chen Wei didn't continue to think about it. He immediately kissed Chen Chuchu on her red lips. It's kind of sweet and soft. Soon the waiter interrupted his thoughts. "Little brother, this is your fruit platter." Woosin took out a fruit platter from the cart and placed it on the table. Then he immediately left. The waiter immediately went to ask for the next table. The fruit platter wasn't too big. It had cut up watermelon, a few grapes and a few plums. The purples and reds were really pretty. July and August are the months when grapes are in season. Not a lot of fruit. Chen Wei's mouth quickly left Chen Chuchu's red lips. As soon as he left, he looked over at Chen Chuchu. Chen Chuchu was blushing and her eyes were averting. "Chuchu, you're quite cute and shy," Chen Wei teased. "Of course, I also know that you want to be kissed too." "What are you talking about? I'm not talking to you anymore." Chen Chuchu's face turned even redder, pretending to be angry. "I only agreed to your kiss because I could get a fruit platter. Otherwise, I would not have agreed," Chen Chuchu defended. In fact, without the fruit, she was willing to be kissed by Chen Wei. She couldn't wait to have that opportunity. For once, there happened to be such an east wind that she was able to make a straw boat out of it. "Yes, if another boy came to dinner with you, would you be okay with that? Agree to him kissing you?" Chen Wei immediately asked. "It's impossible. I'm not that casual. I also have to see who it is." Chen Chuchu argued again. She definitely wouldn't approve of another boy kissing her. She agrees to Chen Wei kissing herself because Chen Wei is very good in every aspect of his condition. Otherwise, Chen Chuchu wouldn't have agreed, because Chen Wei totally deserves himself. "This is my first kiss," Chen Chuchu said seriously. She hasn't been in love or had a boyfriend yet. I know it was your first kiss. I thank you. Then your lips are pure sweetness." Chen Wei immediately said a little. "Do you really know that this is my first kiss?" Chen Chuchu was blinded for a moment. Then immediately asked. The heart was a bit surprised. "Do you believe this is my first kiss?" Chen Chu added. "Of course I believe it. My eyes are an X-ray machine." Chen Wei chuckled a bit. Looking at her pretty face, Chen Wei couldn't help but touch her again. "Don't move. There are so many people here." Chen Chuchu was immediately a little embarrassed. She hurriedly said a bit. It was clear that she was a year older than Chen Wei. In front of Chen Wei, she seemed to be the younger one. Everywhere, Chen Wei is taking the initiative. The two continue to eat. Chanchu continues to do good service work, but her heart is all out of it. She was still thinking about her relationship with both Chen Wei. Is the relationship between two people friends or lovers? Chen Chuchu is not good to ask, nor dare to ask. You're saying it's not boyfriend/girlfriend relevant, right? Both have kissed. Chen Chuchu thought in her heart and would look at Chen Wei from time to time. When she saw that Chen Wei was so handsome, she was still a little content and happy inside. she was also a little proud inside. Eat quickly. What are you always smiling about? Chen Wei looked at Chun Chu giggling at himself and immediately asked. This girl was now smiling in nightmare like a flower. Too beautiful. Chen Wei was still a bit pressed in his heart. I'm not giggling. I'm smiling beautifully. Chen Chu defended a bit. She then asked again. What kind of relationship are we in now? Do we count as boyfriend and girlfriend? Male-female relationship. One person says nothing. I'll listen to you. If you say so. Chen Wei kicked the ball over. I think it counts. You all kissed me. Chen Chu immediately said a little. Well then, I've picked up a girlfriend. With a beautiful girlfriend like you, I won't be at a disadvantage and I won't be fooled. I think I'm definitely your boyfriend. Are you still going to let another boy be your boyfriend? Chen Wei immediately said. After hearing Chen Wei's words, Chen Chu was much happier. I definitely won't let another boy be my boyfriend. Chen Chu said. That's good. I can't be happier to have such a beautiful beauty like you as my girlfriend. I definitely won't refuse. Chen Wei added. I'm also happy to have such a handsome and rich boy like you as a boyfriend. I can skip dinner. I'm showy. Chen Chu said a little. You're wrong. Shouldn't I say I'm showy? It should have meant male. Alright, let's eat quickly. Chen Wei said. Chapter 61, pick up the phone. Alright then, let's eat. This first delicious dish is the fried little crispy pork. Once I saw the dish of little crispy pork, I craved for it and drooled. The fried little crispy pork tastes crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It's very tasty to eat. Chen Wei said. Alright, I'll give it a try. Chen Chu used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of fried small crispy pork. I don't know if it was because she was in a good mood or not, but she thought the fried little crispy pork was very delicious. In a good mood. Everything was very good. Next, the two began to eat again. Two people looking at me and me looking at you. All smiles. The atmosphere was also very good. Men and women eat with flavor. Lu Chu was especially capable of eating spicy food. However, some small beads of sweat oozed from the tip of her nose, but there was more or less a tinkling sound coming out of her mouth. Sichuan people are not afraid of spicy. Hunan people are not afraid of spicy. Seeing this situation, Chen Wei immediately took a piece of paper and handed it to Chen Chu. Chen Chu took the paper over and picked it up and wiped her face as well, wiping off the beads of sweat on her face and on the tip of her nose. Otherwise, he felt his cell phone vibrate. He pulled out his cell phone and looked at it. This is a tweet from Ruyan Lu. Honey, where are you? You're not talking to me either. Seeing this sentence, Chen Wei had a bit of a heart attack. He himself became a scum. After all, he had just established a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Lu Ruyan, and now he immediately established a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Chen Chu. The point is that he's also very, very happy about it, and he loves it left and right. For sure, one is scum. Chen Wei looked up and looked at Chen Chu to see Chen Chu happily eating the little crispy meat. He immediately sent a message back on his cell phone. I'm eating. Then eat. I'm eating too. Where are you eating? Ruyan Lu returned another sentence. I'm at the Haidilao hot pot restaurant. This hot pot restaurant is very good. I'll bring you over to eat one day. Chen Wei returned a bit. What? Am I still fit to be a scumbag? Chen Wei asked himself. Yeah, I'm going to try some. In 2 days it's Sunday. I don't have class. We can go eat together. Ruyan Lu immediately said. Okay, Sunday is Sunday. Chen Wei immediately said a little. Anyway, he could work or not work. He immediately put his cell phone down. Now, however, he regretted it a little. That is, this hot pot restaurant is not too big and there are not too many waiters. If we come here for dinner in a couple days, will that waiter see us? If you see it, it's a problem. Other people would call themselves big scumbags. Who are you chatting with? Chen Chu asked immediately after eating a grape. One of my classmates. Chen Wei immediately said without blushing or changing color. Oh, Chen Chu said, not thinking much as she picked up another grape and ate it. This Chen Chu is pretty and cute. Chen Wei looked at Chen Chu and inevitably compared her to Lu Ruyan. Both are beautiful. Both are adorable. And Chen Wei can't put anyone down. Chen Chu is more simple and probably well protected by her family since childhood. Lu Ruyan is very opinionated, more aware of what they want, but also know the initiative to pursue happiness. The two men quickly finished their meal, which finished just before 8 p.m. Chen Wei quickly swept the code to pay. The two then walked out of this hot pot restaurant, hand in hand. It's still early. Where are we going to play? Chen Chu asked. She looked again at the hand she was holding with Chen Wei. She blushed a little at the sight of this, and was a little shy. After all, it was the first time I held hands with a boy. It's still early. Let's go have some fun. Chen Wei immediately said. Let's walk 200 or 300 meters. There's a park up ahead. We'll go for a walk in the park. We just finished eating. so we just happened to go there to sit for a while first before going for a walk, Chen Wei said. Hearing about going for a walk, Chen Chuchu was happy for a moment. People who had just fallen in love were definitely eager to stay with their boyfriends. Boys are usually the same way. Let's go, Chen Wei said before pulling Chen Chuchu's hand forward. After walking a few hundred meters away, we entered the park. The park was full of people. Some were walking, some were talking, some were cooling off. After they had been walking for 10 minutes or so, they came to a more isolated area that also had a lot of trees and not many people. By this time, Chen Chuchu sensed that something was wrong. Chen Wei, where are we going? Chen Chuchu asked you. We're boyfriend and girlfriend now. What do you think we're going for? Chen Wei asked rhetorically. I don't know, but she reacted immediately, blushing immediately. He was definitely going to do something bad. Still, she was looking forward to it. But, she immediately spoke up. We just finished eating hot pot. There are still other flavors in my mouth. How about I go buy a gum? Chen Chuchu said a little shyly. You have a point. Luckily, I didn't eat any garlic tonight. Chen Wei chimed in. Originally, Shandong people love garlic. Let's go shopping together. I'm afraid something will happen to you if you go shopping alone. After Chen Wei finished speaking, he took Chen Chuchu's hand and went to the small supermarket next to the park. They immediately bought 2 scented candies. At this time, Chen Chuchu accidentally saw another thing. She was afraid that Chen Wei would buy this thing. It's definitely not good for the two of them to have sex on the first date. Her heart was beating especially fast at this time. If Chen Wei bought it, would she refuse or not? 15 minutes later, they were back in an unpassed corner of the park. In fact, along the way, Chen Wei's cell phone kept ringing. Now, Chen Wei's cell phone rang again. Then you answer the phone first. Chen Chuchu was in a hurry, but the owner of the phone, Chen Wei, was not in a hurry. Because at this time, Chen Wei was kissing Chen Chuchu. Chen Chuchu had a red face and immediately pushed Chen Wei away. Then said, through the dim light, Chen Wei saw that Chen Chuchu's face was red. See, Chen Wei cursed. Who was calling? This phone has been ringing several times. It's affecting one's ability to do business. He all but put his hands in the bag and hung up several times. You pick up the phone is still ringing. Don't people have urgent matters? Seeing Chen Wei does not answer the phone, Chen Chuchu said again. You haven't even become my wife yet, and you're already in charge of me. Chen Wei said a little. I want to see who's so ignorant. Doesn't he know I'm on business? I've hung up several times and he still keeps harassing. Chen Wei was a bit angry. Hearing Chen Wei's words, Chen Chuchu's face turned even redder. Chen Wei took out his cell phone from his pocket only after this. He realized it was a WeChat call from Li Jun. Better, what's the matter with you? Chapter 62, your hands are too unsteady. Hey, you better be up to something or else. Chen Wei spoke in a very bad tone. What's wrong? Old Chen, why are you so angry? Li Jun on the phone obviously froze for a moment before speaking. Here's the thing. How is your relationship with Zhou Xian now? The two of us, Geng Chao and I, are very curious. We talked about you and Zhou Xian just now. What about us making another bet? Li Jun continued. He spoke in a curious voice. Soon, Geng Chao's voice came from the side. Ha ha, old Chen. You're not dating Zhou Xian, are you? Geng Chao laughed as he spoke. No matter. I didn't contact her back there. Chen Wei was a bit angry. It's not good to say anything right now. Saying something like this, what if Chen Chuchu heard it? As soon as he said something like that, he immediately hung up. There are people everywhere in China who are eating. It's your classmate's phone number, Chen Chuchu asked. The two of them were so close and the surroundings were relatively quiet. Chen Chuchu must have heard the voice on the phone. Yeah, it's my classmate's phone, Chen Wei immediately said. Which one is that, Zhou Xian? Chen Chuchu asked directly. Also my college classmate. On that very day of the reunion, something happened in our class. I had a fight with 2 classmates, and that Zhou Xian helped me. Zhou Xian then left with me first. Chen Wei immediately explained the reason. Is that Zhou Xian pretty? Chen Chuchu immediately asked curiously. Not pretty. Chen Wei immediately said a bit without blushing. He kindly spoke a bit. Ugh. I'm really suited to be a scumbag. I'm able to say things like this without blushing. The time is almost 9:30. Are we going back? Chen Chuchu said. She now wished that Chen Wei had offered to go back now, because during the kiss, Chen Wei's hands were not honest and touched places that should not be touched. If the two stayed any longer, they might break through the last line of defense. That's a no-no. It's definitely not okay to have this kind of relationship right away when you've just established a relationship today. You want to go back so bad? Don't want to stay with me? Chen Wei spoke up. It's not that. I wanted to stay with you a little longer, but you don't have honest hands, and staying a little longer, maybe you'll end up getting your hands on me. Chen Chuchu said with a bit of embarrassment. No, 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 you can't blame me then. You're so pretty, you're so big there, you're so attractive. Chen Wei brazenly said. You're not to blame? Just blame you. Chen Chuchu said a little. Don't worry, tonight, we definitely won't be that. Chen Wei added. I'm absolutely true to my word. Chen Chuchu was afraid that Chen Wei would continue to embrace her, and she immediately took 2 steps back. That's fine, but they say that a man's mouth is a deceitful ghost. You won't trick me into bed right away. Chen Chuchu still said a little shyly. If I'm going to cheat, I'm going to cheat you for the rest of your life. I also don't know if you're happy about it. Chen Wei immediately said another cheeky sentence. That's about right. Chen Chuchu whispered. So I can trick you into bed. Today? Chen Wei joked. He walked forward and took Chen Chuchu's hand. Today, it is absolutely impossible for us to go to bed. Chen Chuchu immediately whispered. Not today. Then tomorrow? Chen Wei pursued the question again. Let's take our time. Chen Chuchu replied with a red face. She was worried that Chen Wei wouldn't cherish himself once he got himself. The 2 men came out of the park and immediately went to their cars. Chen Wei got into the main driver's seat, and Chen Chuchu got into the passenger seat. After the 2 closed the door, both men buckled their seatbelts. Chen Wei twisted his head to look at Chen Chuchu. He kind of wanted to put Chen Chuchu on the spot, but he also knew that kissing was already Chen Chuchu's biggest concession. If you want 2 people on that, take your time. In fact, Chen Wei was not in a hurry. Anyway, there was Lu Bingqian available now. Not hungry now. Especially after having the system, he now had a special chance to get anything with money. Chen Chuchu will definitely be his sooner or later. Thinking of this, Chen Wei started the car. Wait, I'll drop you off and then I'll go home. Or you can go stay at my place for the night. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. No, you'd better take me back. It's only the first date now and you're asking me to stay at your place. That's not going to happen. Eat. I think you just want to eat me. Chen Chuchu whispered a little. Rice. I want to eat. And you, I want to eat. However, I'm in no hurry. Chen Wei said a bit. It doesn't matter if you're not happy about it. There are other pretty girls like you out there anyway. Just as he finished, he was already driving into the main street. Actually, it's fine for me to take a taxi back by myself. Chen Chuchu immediately spoke up. What's with the taxi? It's a boyfriend's natural duty to send his girlfriend home. Chen Wei immediately refused. As soon as she heard this, Chen Chuchu immediately cheered up. That's good. Then you can send me back first. Chen Chuchu agreed, and she took out her cell phone, ready to tell her girlfriend that she was almost home. But then she took out her phone and realized that it was, well, a bit laggy, because the memory may be small. She bought this phone her sophomore or junior year of college. It's a Redmi phone. This phone is actually not bad, but the memory is small, and what's more, the system lags at times. When I first bought it, it wasn't too obvious, but after a few years of use, it's becoming more and more obvious that there are drawbacks. Ugh, this broken cell phone. No response. Chen Chuchu complained about the cell phone. She immediately turned off the phone and prepared to turn it back on. What happened to your cell phone? Are you turning it off? Chen Wei heard the words that Chen Chuchu said and immediately asked. I have an older cell phone that doesn't have enough memory and the system often lags. There are times when it takes half a day to open a file and it won't open. This cell phone is troublesome. If I had known I would have gone to buy a cell phone a few days ago. Chen Chuchu said a little. The pretty face held a bit of discontent and a little regret. This Chen Chuchu is really quite cute. Chu, when did you buy this cell phone? Chen Wei asked curiously. I think I bought it my sophomore year. I've had it now for 3 or 4 years. Now it doesn't have enough RAM. The system lags, and it crashes. Otherwise, I'm still satisfied. Chen Chuchu immediately answered. The phone quickly turned on. Then what kind of cell phone are you going to change if you change your cell phone? Chen Wei asked. I'd rather switch to Apple, which is the best cell phone brand in the world, but it's just a little bit expensive. I can't buy a cell phone with my monthly salary right now. Chen Chuchu immediately said. Chapter 63. If you don't want it, I'll give this phone to another girl. Apple systems don't leave garbage behind. Android, on the other hand, leaves garbage. I don't have enough memory on my phone right now and I need to delete an app. However, each of the apps left on my phone is my treasure. I can't afford to delete any of them. I don't know what to do. Chen Chuchu said a lot. She looked at the cell phone in her hand and wanted to change it, but was still a little shy in her pocket. She had a torn face. When Chen Wei saw her like this, he immediately turned the car around and prepared to go to the Apple store for a bit. Frankly speaking, he still liked Chen Chuchu very much. The looks are so beautiful, the body is so good, and the headlights of the car are so big, and still not in love. He was Chen Chuchu's first boyfriend, just got her first kiss again, and later, get her first time. Chen Wei was going to buy her an Apple cell phone. Anyway, his own money was given by the system, which was the same as not spending his own money. I still uninstalled an app, and now, the phone is finally smoother. Chen Chuchu spent a few minutes to finally organize her phone. She finally breathed a sigh of relief as she tapped on her cell phone's WeChat. Chun Chun, I'll be home in a while. Chen Chuchu sent a sentence to her best friend. Why? Aren't you staying out tonight? Xiaoli Chun quickly returned. How could it be? Seeing the message returned by her best friend, Chen Chuchu immediately blushed. What are you talking nonsense about? I didn't make it up. I really thought that tonight you weren't coming back to stay. After all, he really is very good. After this village, there won't be that store anymore. Look at them, driving an $18 million car and wearing a $30 million watch. If I were you, I would definitely not come back tonight. Tonight, I'll take him down. Xiaoli Chun said a little more. Humph. I'm angry. I'm ignoring you. Chen Chuchu sent out this message, then retrieved her cell phone and put it into her bag. Her face was still a little red. She thought she had a lot of nerve to say anything about her best friend. Two people just confirmed their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend today. How can they just hand over their bodies? That's too fast. Although Chun is right, Chen Wei is indeed a very good boy. Chen Chuchu looked up and realized that she looked at Chen Wei who was driving. Suddenly, she realized that this was not the way home. Where are you driving to? This isn't the way back to my place. Chen Chuchu immediately asked. I turned around. It's definitely not back to your place now. Chen Wei immediately said. So where are you going? You're not taking me to a room. I'm not going to a room today, because that's too fast. Chen Chuchu said this with a shy face. She had just finished speaking when the car stopped, and the car happened to be parked in front of an Apple store. Soon, Chen Chuchu understood. You want to buy a cell phone? Ah? What cell phone am I buying? I still have a new one. I'm going to buy you a cell phone. Don't you want an Apple phone? Let's go inside. Chen Wei parked the car and then unbuckled the seatbelt on his body. This. You're going to buy me a cell phone? Chen Chuchu hadn't reacted yet. She hurriedly said. No. I can buy my own cell phone. I can buy it next month. What's wrong with me giving a cell phone to my own girlfriend? Chen Wei got out of the car. Chen Chuchu saw Chen Wei get out of the car and immediately got out herself. But she was still a bit hesitant. Forget it. I'll buy it myself. Chen Chuchu said some more. Are you my girlfriend? Listen or not? Chen Wei immediately asked. Of course I am. Of course I'm obedient. Chen Chuchu had to say. Be obedient. Good boy. Chen Wei immediately said. The beautiful shopping guide lady immediately asked. Handsome girl, want to buy a cell phone? Yeah, we want to buy a cell phone. Chen Wei immediately affirmed. New to our store now is the iPhone 10. A phone of great significance and a special product for our 10th Apple anniversary. It features a full 5.8-inch OLED screen, eliminates the traditional home button, and allows you to unlock your phone and make mobile payments, among other things, through facial recognition, Face ID. It is powered by the A11 Bionic chip for excellent performance. It also has an excellent photo system, with dual 12MP wide-angle and telephoto cameras on the rear, capable of taking high-quality photos and videos. The beautiful shopping guide lady introduced a lot. Then how much does each cell phone sell for? Chen Wei immediately asked. 688 yuan. Ah. The beautiful guide immediately said. Then buy two. Chen Wei immediately said. Once she heard that she was going to buy two, the beautiful guide was very happy. The process of buying the phone was quick. 5 minutes didn't even work. Chen Wei quickly swept the code to pay. They bought two Apple phones. One red and one's black. Choo. This red one is for you. The black one is for me. Chen Wei handed the red cell phone to Chen Chuchu. Chen Chuchu picked it up a little less happily. After buying this cell phone, Chen Wei took Chen Chuchu's hand and the two of them went back to the car. After he started the car, Chen Wei's car traveled in the direction where Chen Chuchu lived. Chen Chuchu sat in the passenger seat. There was still a little bit of her little face that hadn't reacted, because it's so quick to buy a cell phone. It's only 3 to 5 minutes. Chen Chuchu was too late to say I don't want a cell phone. The cell phone was already bought. Such speed was all but impossible for her to react to. This cell phone is too expensive. It takes me a month's salary to buy it. Let's return it. Chen Chuchu said to Chen Wei. Chloe Chan sure loves this phone. It's an old screen now and the pictures are very colorful, but it's too expensive. It seemed a bit unreasonable to accept such an expensive gift when one had only just established a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Chen Wei. Then return it to me, and if you don't want it, I'll give it to another girl. There must be other girls who want it. Because Chen Wei laughed a bit and then said, how can this be? Chen Chuchu immediately became agitated. But, she quickly reacted, feeling a bit duped right away. This time, she didn't know what to say or do. Choo-choo, put it away. I bought it for you. I can buy it for you, but you can't ask me for it. Chen Wei immediately said something. If you don't want it, I'll really give it to another girl. Chen Wei said some more. No way. I'll take it. Chen Choo-choo beamed a bit, then put the box with the cell phone into her bag. This is my cell phone now. Can't let you give it to another girl. Chen Choo-choo had a shy and cute look. With her pretty and cute look, Chen Wei really wanted to pounce on her. Chapter 64. I'll call up my girlfriends and we'll have dinner. Chen Wei immediately thought of his other girlfriend, Lu Ruyan. Again. Both girls are beautiful and both are their girlfriends. One can't favor one over the other. How about buying one for Ruyan Lu as well? Ruyan Lu's cell phone wasn't new either. Her family's conditions were probably worse than Chen Choo-choo's family. Chen Wei's head deserted again. You're not talking. What are you thinking? Chen Choo-choo looked at Chen Wei for a moment. Then being a bit skeptical, she immediately asked, could it be that he was still thinking about other girls? Chen Choo-choo doubted it for a moment. I wasn't thinking anything. Just didn't say anything. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. How to set up this cell phone? You know, right? Chen Wei asked. This I know. My best friend's cell phone is an Apple. She bought it last year. At that time, I was beside her when she turned it on, and I saw it, and the process was quite simple. Chen Choo-choo immediately said, that's good. Chen Wei was now relieved. I'll discuss something with you. Chen Choo-choo said. You say, what's the matter? Chen Wei asked. We are now confirmed boyfriend and girlfriend. When are you free? I'll call my girlfriends and we'll have dinner together. I'm very close to spring. She and I were roommates. Bunk beds. In the whole university, the two of us had the best relationship. After graduation, we also rented the same house. She and I are like sisters. Chen Choo-choo said a lot. Chen Choo-choo waited for Chen Wei's reply. She was still looking forward to it a bit. Chen Choo-choo wanted Chen Wei to get to know her best friend. After all, these two were her best friends, the most important people. One was a boyfriend and the other was a best friend. So, Chen Choo-choo wanted the two to get acquainted. Chen Choo-choo felt it was necessary. It's okay. Let's do it in a few days. The day after tomorrow, I have something. How about next Sunday? On that day, we'll have dinner together. Chen Wei immediately replied. Alright, that's what I'll tell her. Chen Choo-choo immediately said. Chen Choo-choo immediately hemmed and hawed after seeing Chen Wei agree. But then she asked again. The day after tomorrow is Sunday. What do you have going on? There's something going on in our company. Chen Wei immediately said. Do you have a company? Chen Choo-choo asked curiously. I don't have an independent company yet. I'm working as the president of the East China branch of Ningde Times. The company is a bit busy right now. So there's something on Sunday. Chen Wei found a reason. It was actually Chen Wei who had made an appointment with Lu Ruyan to go to the Haidilao hot pot restaurant for dinner. You're also too powerful. Becoming the president of Ningde Times at a young age. Chen Choo-choo immediately sighed with emotion. We are the branch. I am the president of the branch. Chen Wei explained again. I know. Alright then. Next week is next week. Chen Choo-choo agreed. 20 minutes later, under the guidance of Chen Choo-choo, Chen Wei's car stopped at the door of the 2-unit building. I'm here, Chen Choo-choo said. Okay, then you go on. You'd better slow down a bit. Chen Wei had just finished speaking when he pulled Chen Choo-choo's arm. What's wrong with you? Chen Choo-choo's pretty little face carried a bit of incomprehension. I still need you to put a stamp on it. Chen Choo-choo immediately said. Chen Choo-choo immediately blushed. She understood what Chen Wei meant. She stuck her head over and kissed Chen Wei on the mouth. Alright, I'm going to go back. You also hurry back. Chen Choo-choo immediately said. Alright. Chen Wei immediately nodded in agreement. It was only at this time that Chen Choo-choo opened the door and got out of the car. She was a little shy and trotted all the way up the stairs. When Chen Wei saw Chen Choo-choo go upstairs, he also immediately turned the car around and drove towards the entrance of the neighborhood. Chen Choo-choo left, leaving Chen Wei alone in the car. Chen Wei immediately compared Chen Choo-choo and Lu Ruyan in his mind. In terms of face value, both are indistinguishable from each other and both are very beautiful, but the body shape is different from each other. Lu Ruyan has long legs, and her long legs are especially good looking. Chen Choo-choo's as the headlights are especially good looking, and of course the body is also good. Now, two such girls are his girlfriends. If one didn't have a system, it would really be a thing that one wouldn't even dare to think about. One beautiful young lady would be gone. Not to mention two. Chen Wei smiled happily at the thought. Having money is good. Having a system is good. He continued to drive, heading for his Townsend. Chen Choo-choo reached the entrance to the unit, went up a few stairs, and then folded back down the stairs. She watched Chen Wei's Porsche disappear from her gaze before she withdrew her gaze somewhat reluctantly. Then she immediately went back into the staircase, carrying the bag with her Apple phone. The light bulb on one of the staircases is broken. The hallway is pitch black and no one cares even after talking to the landlord and the property owner. When she reached the upper floor, she coughed and the hallway lit up in response. That light is still a little bright. Chen Chuchu went up the steps. She had two very nice legs underneath her black skirt and her legs were very long. Wearing white socks and white sneakers on top of her legs, she also looked like a pretty college girl, looking youthful and beautiful. After confirming her relationship, she seemed especially excited because her boyfriend was particularly good, with good looks and much money. Although it was a bit fast for the two to finalize their relationship, she didn't regret it because the opportunity was too good to miss. Otherwise, a slip of the tongue would be a mistake. Chen Chuchu felt that Chen Wei met his own standards in every way and could be completely worthy of being on his own. So when the two were at the restaurant, faced with the waiter's request to deliver a fruit plate, she immediately said something about being able to kiss Chen Wei. At the thought of this, Chen Chuchu blushed a little. She thought about the park again, and that made her blush even more. That's what's bad about it. His hands aren't honest at all, she immediately said to herself, but with a bit of arrogance. She looked down at her breasts and that made her even more proud. Thinking about it, she had arrived at the 4th floor. She and her best friend rented the 4th floor. This old neighborhood was built a long time ago, so there are only steps and no elevator. She quickly came to the door of her room. She took out her key. She stuck the key in and quickly opened the door to the room. At this time, the living room was being lit, and her own best friend, Xiao Li-chun, was sitting on her cell phone scrolling through Jitterbug. She's playing Shakeology, and really, her whole heart isn't there. She was still imagining the two of them on a date with Chen Chuchu. She also had a heart for eating gossip. As soon as she heard the door to her room open, she was instantly energized and immediately turned her head to see that it was Chen Chuchu who had returned. Chapter 65, Girlfriend's Getting a Little Twisty. Xiao Li-chun immediately shouted, "Chu-chu, quickly tell me about your date today." And she immediately got up from the couch. She had a curious look on her face, because she was at home. She was wearing a nightgown, and this one was also very cool. Xiao Li-chun had a very good figure. The most attractive thing was her life-threatening waist. That slender willow waist. What are you asking for? Seeing her own best friend in this situation, Chen Chuchu immediately blushed. There are things that can only be done, not said. Just a little curious and gossipy. After all, it's the first time you've gone out to dinner with a boy, and I haven't gone out to dinner with a boy. Tell me about it. I'm curious. Xiao Li-chun walked over, then wrapped her arms around Chen Chuchu's waist. Quickly, she uttered words of discouragement. "Chu-chu, every time I hug you, I feel all frustrated. I can only get as big as this breast of yours when I put my 2 hands around it. Your peaks are so big. What did you grow up on?" Chen Chuchu said a bit. "You're not bad either. Your thin waist. You have the waist of a life snatcher." "Well, let's get back to what we were talking about. How did your date go tonight?" Xiao Li-chun asked right away. Hearing Chen Chuchu's words, she didn't feel frustrated anymore either, because she has pride too. That capital is that she has a thin waist. Her waist is as big as an A4 paper. I am with him. Chen Chuchu immediately blushed. She thought about it for a moment, and she figured she'd better warn first. "First things first, don't laugh at me. Don't worry, I won't laugh at you. I'm going to learn from the experience and I'm going to grow as well." Xiao Li-chun immediately said a little. Chen Chuchu was still a bit unconvinced. "I'll tell you what. How are you guys progressing? How far have you gotten?" Xiao Li-chun was getting a little anxious. "We established a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship," Chen Chuchu immediately said. "And, what else?" Xiao Li-chun asked again. "We kissed too," Chen Chuchu said with a red face. "Wow, you're improving so fast. You're very enlightened. I see. Why are you people so hungry?" Just now, he said that he would not laugh at Chen Chuchu. Xiao Li-chun quickly laughed like this. "You promised not to laugh," Chen Chuchu said immediately. "There's no way I can stop laughing. You're making so much progress. Listen to what you just said." Xiao Li-chun immediately defended herself. "You've really confirmed your relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend, and you even kissed on it? Don't lie to me. If you lie to me, you won't be able to get married in your life," Xiao Li-chun added. "Really? I didn't lie to you," Chen Chuchu affirmed. "My dear bosom friend, I always thought you were very conservative. Where did I think that you would be taken down by someone else in one go? Now it seems that I am still more conservative. How dare you kiss on day one?" Xiao Li-chun added. "Besides kissing up, he still made some kind of move, and he touched my nanny eye," Chloe-chan added sheepishly. "So you guys dared to kiss and touch nanny eye on day one? Then aren't you guys going to have sex tomorrow?" Xiao Li-chun said immediately. "Humph. You just talked nonsense. I'm ignoring you." Chen Chuchu made a big red face. This bad BFF has the nerve to say anything and everything. Kissing one day, sleeping the next. Is it that fast? I'm not bull asterisk 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 ting. I'm telling the truth. You are both confirmed boyfriend and girlfriend. And you kissed on the first day you met. And touched. You're really fast. Xiaoli Chun didn't think there was anything wrong with what she said. Met 2 days ago. Became boyfriend and girlfriend today. Kissed. Not going to bed tomorrow or in a couple days. Is this one wrong? And then develop it further. If Chen Wei's health was fine, I'm afraid that by this time next year, the child they gave birth to would be a month or two old. Choo choo. Seriously. You guys are going fast here. At this rate, you'll be the baby's mom next year. Let's make a deal first. I'm the child's godmother. No one can steal this godmother seat. Xiaoli Chun said it with a serious face. When her best friend's words came out, Chen Chuchu's face turned even redder. Humph. I'm angry. I'm not talking to you anymore. After saying that, Chen Chuchu was ready to go back to her room. Don't be like that. Let's talk a little more. You teach me a lesson from experience. What's going on with you guys tonight? I'm very curious about establishing a relationship. And kissing. So quickly. Xiaoli Chun hurriedly demanded a bit. I can talk to you about the experience. But you can't say anything more about me sleeping with him and having kids with him in that area. Where are the two of us that fast? Chen Chuchu immediately reminded. And she became very wary. Okay, I'll listen to you. Go ahead. Xiaoli Chun nodded. Seeing this appearance, Chen Chuchu said the things that he had eaten at the bottom of the sea at night. One by one. It's okay, Chuchu. I can't imagine that you're so fierce, and took him down quickly. After listening to the entire dinner process, Xiaoli Chun immediately revealed a look of surprise. Because I can't imagine that my bestie is actually this fierce. It's really true that you can't judge a person by their appearance. The BFF she had always thought of as weak and frail was so fierce. The BFF had the nerve to just say yes when people asked if you two were boyfriend and girlfriend. In just inquiring if it's okay to kiss between you couples, BFF also said straight up, yes, that's a straight punch. One step at a time. No wonder tonight, they kissed and also quickly established their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend as well. Okay, that's it for us. I'm done with you. I'm also a bit tired. I'm going to go back to my room. I'm going to take a bath and rest. Chen Chuchu immediately said a little. Chen Chuchu still didn't hide a bit. She said Chen Wei's hands were not honest and touched the high mountains in front of her, because she's afraid her girlfriends will say she's shy and shameless. Don't go. I still have one more thing I want to ask you. Xiao Lichuan pulled Chen Chuchu's hand. Xiao Lichun, however, blushed a little. There was also a bit of wriggling. Chen Chuchu also saw that she was a bit embarrassed. What's the matter with you? Are you still embarrassed? Chen Chuchu said a little. After watching her best friend squirm, Chen Chuchu was a bit interested. Chen Chuchu and her best friend's personalities are completely different. One is quiet and introverted, the other big-headed. The two had been classmates for 4 years, as well as living together for another year. Chen Chuchu had never seen her best friend look so embarrassed. So Chen Chuchu was also very curious. Well, actually, it's no big deal. Xiaoli Chun spoke up again. How did you feel when his hand touched you yesterday? Chapter 66, Lu Bingqian sent an invitation. Xiaoli Chun asked. Her face also reddened. Her beautiful eyes looked toward Chen Chuchu. That was the question she wanted to ask. As an unmarried girl, unloved, she was curious. It didn't help that she wanted to know what it felt like to be touched because she had never had a boyfriend. So she had to ask her best friend. She has no direct experience, so she's trying to learn indirectly. Of course, one could have asked the female colleagues in the company, but Xiaoli Chun was too embarrassed to ask. In the company, many co-workers think Xiao Lichuan is a female sea king who has had several boyfriends. You want to ask this so badly? Ha? Chen Chuchu was confused for a moment. She didn't expect her bestie to squirm because she wanted to ask this. Tell me. I want to know. Xiaoli Chun said viciously. But of course, Chen Chuchu wouldn't be afraid of her like this. She even kind of wanted to smile up when she saw it. It's just kind of crunchy and numb and kind of tickly. Such a weird feeling. Of course, I personally panicked a little bit. My feelings aren't necessarily right. Chen Chuchu answered immediately. Crispy, numb, and a little ticklish. I know how that feels. So how did you feel when you were kissed for the first time? Xiaoli Chun asked again. Actually, I didn't feel much. I was just a little giddy and a little confused. I'm in a relationship for the first time, and I'm a little panicked. You hurry up and talk about a boyfriend. After you talk about a boyfriend, you'll know what this feels like. Chen Chuchu described the feeling, but she didn't describe it clearly. You're in a daze? Xiaoli Chun frowned for a moment. What do you mean by that? I think kissing is quite good. When you have a boyfriend you'll know. You'll be able to feel it. Chen Chuchu immediately said a little. Chun, let's not talk about that. Isn't my cell phone always lagging? He knew about it and bought me an Apple phone. How do I turn on this Apple phone? How can I verify it? Chen Chuchu immediately said, "Your boyfriend bought you an Apple phone? How much did you buy it?" Xiao Lichuan looked at Chen Chuchu's bag as she spoke. "This is the latest Apple iPhone 10. This phone is a special product for Apple's 10th anniversary. It has a full 5.8-inch OLED screen and does away with the traditional home button. It costs 9,688 yuan. Chen Chuchu said immediately. "It's quite expensive. This cell phone. I want to buy it too. But it takes a month's salary." Xiao Lichun immediately spoke up. "But now, the good BFF is back with this phone." Xiao Lichun's heart was still a little complicated. Xiao Lichuan knew that buying a nearly $10,000 cell phone was a small purchase for Chen Wei. It was like pulling two hairs from a cow. People just graduated from college and drive $18 million cars and wear almost $30 million watches. $10,000 might not be money for Chen Wei to talk about. This is a small matter for Chen Wei. But for Xiao Lichuan, it is a big matter. "Chun, why aren't you speaking?" Chen Chuchu saw that Xiao Lichun didn't speak. Then asked, "I only have 5 words for you. Envy and jealousy. When will God be able to grant me a rich second-generation boyfriend?" Xiao Lichun spoke up. She used to know that Chen Wei was rich, but didn't have any clear idea. He drove a car of more than $18 million and wore a watch of nearly $30 million, because it was very far away from Xiao Lichun. But he gave his $10,000 cell phone to his best friend when he said he was giving it away. This Chen Wei is also too rich. "Okay, why don't you start by unboxing the cell phone? We'll both verify it together. The process is very simple. Just follow the steps step by step." Xiao Lichun immediately spoke. "Good, you teach me." Chen Chuchu immediately agreed. She immediately took out her cell phone and unwrapped it, and soon a red Apple phone was revealed. This phone is really stylish and generous. The two men then began to operate step by step. "It's okay, even the Apple ID is registered successfully." 3 minutes later, Xiao Lichun stretched her arms. Chen Chuchu looked at Xiao Lichun for a moment, paying particular attention to her slender waist. "Okay, thank you," Chen Chuchu immediately said. "What's there to be thankful for? Such a simple thing." "Well, I'm going to watch a TV show, so I won't talk to you anymore. I've long since showered. I'm going back to my room to rest," Xiao Lichun immediately said. She was now catching up on a TV series which was still good. If it wasn't for the fact that she was asking Chen Chuchu about her date, she would have gone to watch the TV show a long time ago. "No, I still have one more thing." Chen Chuchu put down her cell phone and spoke to her best friend. "What's the matter with you again?" Xiao Lichun asked. "Is your company hiring now? I'm going to resign from Porsche 4s. It would definitely be best if I go to your company and we can be companions. If your company isn't hiring, I'll find a job in another company." Chen Chuchu said. "You're quitting. Why are you quitting?" Xiao Lichun was confused for a moment. Soon, she understood again. "Are you afraid that Chen Wei will think too much? Afraid of people harassing you?" "Yeah, I'm afraid someone will harass me and he won't be happy to know. Another reason is that I don't make a lot of money at the 4 store either. You also know that I'm a rather introverted person. I can't sweet talk or flirt. There were some customers who would look at me colorfully, and some would say something yellow when they added my WeChat. So I want to leave this 4 store." Chen Chuchu said a lot. "That's a good idea you have. You really can't keep doing it at the 4S store. Every man doesn't want his girlfriend to be eaten by someone." Xiao Lichun nodded. She felt her BFF had thought it through thoroughly. "Our company is hiring recently. Let me ask HR for you." Xiao Lichun immediately spoke up. After saying that, she took out her cell phone and made a call to the company HR. This HR is a woman around 30 years old. Xiao Lichun has a pretty good relationship with this HR. "Sis, I have something I want to ask you. I have a particularly close classmate who wants to come to work at the company. She is my best friend, and the two of us are especially close. Is our company hiring now?" Xiao Lichun asked the HR. "Our company is hiring. Can you ask her to come for an interview next Tuesday?" HR immediately said something. "Yes, she will go," Xiao Lichun said immediately. "After it's done, I'm going to treat you to a meal." Xiao Lichun added. "Okay," returned the other. "My dear BFF, how do you thank me?" Xiao Lichun immediately asked. "I'll treat you to dinner," Chen Chuchu said immediately. "Don't eat the meal. If you want me to say you just sleep with me. I want to eat you." The best friend immediately hemmed and hawed, and directly pounced Chen Chuchu on the sofa. Moreover, she moved her limbs about, her hands reaching into Chen Chuchu's clothes. "What are you doing? Don't move your limbs." Chen Chuchu immediately became a bit alarmed. Soon after, Chen Chuchu was not willing to show weakness and immediately counterattacked. The two girlfriends then fought on the couch. By this time, Chen Wei had already driven to the house. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. This is a tweet from Lu Bingqian. Let's both meet. Chapter 67. Lu Bingqian is engaged to a man. Let's go for a little late-night snack. I've booked a private room, Lu Bingqian said in WeChat. Okay, you send the location over. Chen Wei immediately agreed. There was a fire of lust in his stomach that had been aroused by Chen Chuchu that he had nowhere to vent. A moment later, Lu Bingqian sent the location. Soon, Chen Wei drove the watch Porsche to Lu Bingqian's reserved Cantonese night tea store. As soon as you push open the door, a rich Cantonese night tea flavor comes to you. Lu Bingqian did not choose to select the outside card seat. She ordered a small private room. Chen Wei quickly found this box. When he walked into this box, Lu Bingqian was ordering food with her tablet. Once she saw Chen Wei, Lu Bingqian's face was still red. She spoke to Chen Wei. Chen Wei, come sit over here. Chen Wei took a look, only to see Lu Bingqian wearing a long LV dress, looking elegant and generous. Lu Bingqian's skin was now as white as snow, beautiful and charming. Chen Wei walked to Lu Bingqian's side, and wrapped his arms around her slender and sexy willow waist, then, kissed her on the face. He looked at it right away. What? In new clothes? Being teased by Chen Wei, Lu Bingqian's face became even redder. She pushed Chen Wei. Immediately, she said shyly, it's normal to wear new clothes, isn't it? I haven't even talked about you yet. If I don't wear new clothes, will I come naked? Remembering the excited state of that night a few days ago, Chen Wei immediately said, it's your own fault. Who told you to be too charming? I couldn't hold it down. I'll transfer $1 million to you later and buy you new clothes. In the future, I'll be able to keep tearing my clothes. When Lu Bingqian heard this, before she could react, her mouth had already been blocked by one of Chen Wei. It took 3 minutes for the two to separate. Lu Bingqian immediately straightened her clothes and then sat down in her seat. Don't mess around here. Maybe people will come in that next time. Lu Bingqian said a little. Yeah, I'll listen to you. Anyway, I have time to do it slowly tonight. Chen Wei immediately said. Lu Bingqian took the ordering tablet to Chen Wei. She immediately introduced the refreshments here. The seafood congee here. This is the only one in Magic City. Also, today you eat a few more oysters. This oyster is a man's gas station. Lu Bingqian introduced it. I'll take your word for it and eat more of these tonight. You'll be satisfied tonight. Chen Wei was not polite and ordered dozens of oysters, and ordered some others. That's it then. That should be enough. Chen Wei said. You order a few more dishes. Don't be underfed later. Lu Bingqian advised. Alright, I'll order a few more. After saying that, Chen Wei ordered a few more. The two chatted as they waited for their food, and it didn't take long for it to be served. Chen Wei had a huge appetite now, and although he had ordered a lot of dishes, they were all dried out. He did indeed become a dry meal. The flavors here are still good for the price. Chen Wei immediately went to settle the bill. Spent over $10,000 tonight. Honey, tonight, are you going to my place? Chen Wei asked. No, let's just get a room today. Lu Bingqian immediately refused. After that, the two drove to the Hilton Hotel. Just as they were about to cross the entrance to the lobby of the Grand Hotel, only to see a woman in a very alluring dress rubbing her shoulders. This man collided with Lu Bingqian. Ouch! A delicate, do-gooder woman's voice came through. Chen Wei looked at Lu Bingqian. She was stroking her shoulder. He immediately asked, you're not in any big trouble, are you? Lu Bingqian shook her head. There's nothing wrong with me. Suddenly, her face changed, and she immediately gave the woman in front of her a deadly stare. Wang Ping, why are you dressed like this? What are you doing here? Lu Bingqian asked. That woman saw that it was Lu Bingqian in front of her. That woman immediately panicked a bit. However, it quickly calmed down again. That woman immediately said something. Lu Bingqian, what are you doing here? What is this man to you? Seeing the person in front of her pointing one orchid finger at herself, Lu Bingqian's face was filled with disgust. Forget it, I don't care about you either. Don't forget what I told you. You'd better talk to your parents, to your relatives. Lu Bingqian said. Lu Bingqian, don't you let forget. We are already engaged. It's useless for you to back out now. I will never back out of the marriage. That Wang Ping immediately said a bit. What engagement? Do you still want to have a face? You're a big man dressed like a woman. How dare you mention engagement? You're cheating marriage. You human demon. Lu Bingqian immediately made a few sarcastic remarks. Wang Ping looked at Chen Wei for a moment and said, we've all said yes on both sides of the relative side. We're engaged. It's useless for you to back out. You were born as a member of my family, and you will die as a ghost of my family. Wang Ping, do you want some face? I won't pursue your own personal problems, but you actually got involved with my best girlfriend. You guys are still together almost every day. The two of you are in league with each other. Lu Bingqian cursed again. If it wasn't for my father and my mother and them forcing me, why would I be engaged to you? But since you are engaged, you have to marry me honestly. After saying that, Wang Ping pulled Lu Bingqian's hand. Lu Bingqian was very angry when she heard Wang Ping's words. In 3 or 2 strokes, she broke away from Wang Ping's hand. She quickly wrapped an arm around Chen Wei. Just now, under the struggle to break free, she exerted too much force. It made her magnificent-sized peaks directly hit Chen Wei's arm, and the two of them clung to each other. You're a hateful person. You don't like me. You pester me. Why? Is it just so I can cover for you? So you can go out there and date those men of yours? I wonder if that former best friend of mine would vomit if she knew you were bisexual? Lu Bingqian added. What do you care about me so much? Anyway, those men are what I want. And you are what I want. The marriage between the two of us was fixed by the two families a long time ago. It's useless for you alone to back out. I'm shameless. You're still shameless. You turn your eyes and come to a room with someone else. What qualifications do you have to say about me? Wang Ping also said a lot. Hearing this, Chen Wei finally understood the relationship between the two people. Wang Ping and Lu Bingqian. The two of them are unmarried men and women. Chen Wei felt a bit surprised about the fact that Lu Bingqian was already engaged. However, seeing Wang Ping in front of him, Chen Wei immediately understood Lu Bingqian. Turns out the woman named Wang Ping is a man. No wonder it gives off a male or female vibe. If not reminded by Lu Bingqian, at a fierce glance, it was really hard to realize that the woman in front of her was actually a man dressed as a woman. Such a big world. Strange things happen every year. Weirdos are also particularly abundant. Chapter 68, Two Men Fighting. I can't believe that makeup technology is so good nowadays. So you can fake it. Still, if you look closely, you can see something different. You can see the knot in his throat on his neck, and he has a thicker waist and thicker bones. The shoes on his feet were much larger than the average woman's. If you take a cursory look, it is very difficult to realize that the person is a man under the cover of heavy makeup and a wig. I can't imagine that Lu Bingqian's fiancé is not only a sissy, but also green. Lu Bingqian, the key is to eat with men and women, is a bisexual. The world is a strange place. Wang Ping started to pull and tug at Lu Bingqian at this time, and he was also cursing. The number of people coming around to see what's going on is also increasing. I say brother, now that you know my relationship with Lu Bingqian, I advise you to hurry up and leave. She is my fiancé. Otherwise, at this time, a woman's voice rang out once again. That's what Wang Ping said. What do you want? You still want to hit me? Chen Wei immediately said a little. I'll beat you. How dare you? Wang Ping said as he started to move his hands. A jab lands for Chen Wei right away. As soon as he saw that he had been beaten, Chen Wei immediately gave Wang Ping 2 slaps. The beatings were loud and clear. In 2 or 3 strokes, he knocked Wang Ping to the ground. Chen Wei moved left and right, his hand rubbing against Lu Bingqian's waves once again. Lu Bingqian became even more shy. Lu Bingqian immediately let go of Chen Wei's arm. By this time, Wang Ping had already been knocked down to the ground by Chen Wei, but he immediately stood up, and he heard Chen Wei say angrily, Nim Fat, you're really thick-skinned. You have your own problems, and you're still talking about others. You are full of flaws yourself. My hands are hurting from your face. Lu Bingqian was also confused, not expecting Chen Wei to suddenly strike. You adulteress! You actually hit me? Whoa, I'm not finished with you. Wang Ping immediately covered his reddened face, which was swollen from Chen Wei's beating. He looked aggrieved and fierce. After saying that, Wang Ping grabbed his 2 fists again. This fist was also too petite. Wang Ping immediately rushed towards Chen Wei. When Lu Bingqian saw Wang Ping rushing towards Chen Wei, she pulled Chen Wei, trying to pull Chen Wei to her side. She now immediately felt that Chen Wei was much more handsome, and her favorability towards Chen Wei increased greatly. But she was afraid that she had caused some trouble for Chen Wei. All of this was caused because of herself. And at this time, Chen Wei reacted quickly. He stretched up a foot and directly kicked Wang Ping away. This Wang Ping slumped to the ground like a dog ting. Ah yo! You. Wang Ping, who had fallen to the ground for the second time, saw that he was no match for Chen Wei and simply lay down on the ground immediately. It was very hard for him now, and he covered his aching chest. He would never dare to get up now. If you can't win the fight, play dead. See if you can get away with it. At this time, but again, he felt more shame than ever, and more pain than ever. Chen Wei's kick was too powerful. Mainly he drank this physique enhancement liquid and made his body much stronger. Wang Ping became angry when he saw that no one was around to stop him. He's starting to spill his guts. Come on. Someone's been hit. You didn't see it. Where's the security guard? What's your hotel doing? I am your hotel's honored guest. I was beaten. You quickly come to save me. Ouch. Wang Ping shouted. Hearing Wang Ping shout, the hotel staff began to react, because at first, they were dumbfounded. The staff of the hotel saw Chen Wei and the others coming to stay. Plus they weren't fighting now, and the hotel staff stood still. Wang Ping saw the attitude of the hotel staff and became even more angry. What are you hotel personnel waiting for? Brother security guards, quickly arrest him for me. Otherwise, I'm going to call the police. Wang Ping immediately shouted. Don't call the police. Don't call the police. Two little brothers, these are small matters. You can just settle them privately. Don't ever hurt the peace. Don't you guys think so? A hotel staff member spoke up. Yeah, it's not that big of a deal. So if there's something to say, you guys talk about it. Another staff member spoke up. The staff of the hotel looked at Wang Ping and pointed at the orchid finger. This Wang Ping are a little disgusted. This person is not male, not female. However, they are the staff here. They can't just ignore it. So they had to be nice and persuasive. When Wang Ping saw that they had this kind of big deal and small deal, he became even more angry. You all are trying to bully me. You wait for me. I'm going to call the police. I'm going to file a complaint against you. I'm going to expose you on the internet. I'm going to make you all eat and walk around. Wang Ping said a little. Wang Ping is not stupid. He also knows that he has to borrow the network public opinion. The hotel staff started to get nervous as they heard Wang Ping talking like this. They knew that when Wang Ping said this, he was trying to make a big deal out of it and ruin his hotel's reputation. The hotel staff didn't want to offend anyone, but even more so, they didn't want to lose their jobs. Lu Bingqian also frowned when she saw the scene in front of her. All of this has come about because of myself. She looked at Wang Ping with great annoyance. Don't be afraid to call the police. If you call the police, I'll say that he harassed me and that you stepped in to protect me. Lu Bingqian immediately said. Don't you give a bloodbath. I just punched him. He hit me many times. There is surveillance here. And as for you, so many staff members saw your adulterer hit me several times. The staff here can testify for me. Wang Ping finished these words, but there was no one beside him to help. There were also some people who quietly prepared to leave. They didn't want to get into this mess. Anyway, it was a matter of no concern. Seeing this, Wang Ping became even more furious as he shouted. You assholes! You softies! You're too much of a ripoff. I'm calling the police. In fact, the hotel staff had already reported it to the police. And soon, a few policemen came. A couple of police officers pulled out their credentials and then flashed them. The police then began a routine to find out what was going on. As soon as she saw the police coming, Lu Bingqian immediately ran over. Comrade civilian police. It's not about him. It's this misogynist. He's trying to cheat the marriage. When I was a child, the elders of our two families had a marriage contract of tying the knot later when the children grew up. We got engaged a couple years ago, but after I got in touch with him, I learned a few things. I found out that he was bisexual, that he liked women as well as men, and that he liked cross-dressing. I made it clear to him a long time ago that I was not going to marry him. Today, he ran over and harassed me. Today, this gentleman next to me helped me out of kindness. He helped me so that I wouldn't be harassed by this misogynist. Lu Bingqian said a lot. Chapter 69, Wang Ping's arrest. When Shenwei saw Lu Bingqian do this, he felt very happy. He realized that Lu Bingqian was more intimate with himself than before. At this time, Lu Bingqian's high mountain was once again next to her arm, next to her tightly, and this time, she took the initiative. Shenwei immediately consoled and said, Don't you worry. Is there something between you guys again? Misunderstanding? Between you are a small matter. Can you be considerate of each other? The big things will be small. Small things will be fine. A police officer immediately said a bit. But Wang Ping wasn't thinking this way and immediately said, It's not a misunderstanding. What do you guys mean? There's a surveillance video in here. He beat me up so badly. I demand that you guys arrest him. Shenwei was also very angry after hearing Wang Ping's. He immediately said to the system, Please use the universal scanning system to scan Wang Ping. The system immediately replied, Okay, I'll scan it right away. After a minute, the system immediately said, Wang Ping has drugs in his pocket. There are 500 grams of drugs hidden in the house. Thank you, system. Shenwei immediately said, This system is wonderful. I tried to doze off and it sent a pillow right away. Comrade civilian police, please arrest them. This pair of dogs. Wang Ping was still muttering. Shenwei immediately spoke to the system. System, you quickly make a call to public security. Report it to the police and say that Wang Ping is on drugs and there are 5 grams of drugs in the bag. There are 500 grams of drugs hidden in the house. Also report where he is now to be reported. Shenwei immediately arranged it. Roger. The system answered immediately. Comrade civilian police. He stole a watch from me. This watch is $2,000. Please search it. Shenwei deliberately told a lie. He was now thinking of stalling for time. How would I steal from you? $2,000 watch. I don't look at it. My family has tens of millions of dollars in assets. Would I look at a $2,000 watch? Wang Ping immediately spoke up. And he stole it. Just search his body. Wang Ping thought in his heart, don't ever search It will be troublesome to search, and there are still 500 grams in my room. The two police officers then began to search Wang Ping. Soon, the police seized 5 grams of drugs on Wang Ping. It was at this time that a civilian police officer received a call. 2255. Are you at the Hilton? Someone from the public safety department immediately asked. Yeah, we're at the Hilton Hotel. Caught a prisoner here. He had 5 grams of drugs on him. A civilian police officer answered immediately. Then you immediately detain him and bring him back to the station. Also, is his name Wang Ping? Yeah, the civilian police answered immediately. He's the one we're after. As soon as the police heard this sentence, they immediately grabbed Wang Ping. The police comrades quickly handcuffed Wang Ping and then escorted him to the police car. A moment later, soon the police car drove off. Because this is a big case, the comrade in question quickly made the call to the narcotics police. They quickly took Wang Ping and went to search Wang Ping's house. As expected, the police found 500 grams of drugs in Wang Ping's home. As soon as he saw this situation, Wang Ping immediately collapsed to the ground. 10 minutes later, Chen Wei and Lu Bingqian finally opened a room. Lu Bingqian, who had returned to her hotel room, was very considerate to Chen Wei and also seemed particularly gentle. She stroked Chen Wei's thighs with her own delicate hands. She stroked it gently and then spoke a little. My good brother, let my sister see if you're hurt. Let me take a look. When Chen Wei saw the appearance of Lu Bingqian's female goblin, he immediately smiled badly. How could I get hurt? A junkie like that definitely can't hurt me. That won't do. Even though you're very powerful, let me check you out. If you are injured, sister will take you to the hospital. In this way, I'll feel relieved. Lu Bingqian immediately spoke up. I'm really not injured. Chen Wei immediately said. Now you can rest assured. Wang Ping, he's going to be sentenced for 1 or 2 decades at the very least. Hearing Chen Wei's words, Lu Bingqian smiled bitterly. Will you look down on me? Will you dislike me? I know I don't deserve you on my own. Chen Wei saw that Lu Bingqian was in a low mood and didn't bother teasing her anymore. How could I ever dislike you? I love you more than I can say. You're so pretty and cute. Wait, I'll comfort you properly. Chen Wei immediately said. Lu Bingqian was happy for a moment when she saw Chen Wei say this, her eyes glowing a bit, but her eyes soon darkened again. Are you surprised? My future husband is actually a drug addict and an intersex person? Lu Bingqian immediately spoke up. I was a little surprised that he would go into drugs. Chen Wei said right away. Actually, my marriage to Wang Ping was set by our grandfather when I was very young. A few years ago, when my grandfather was dying, he confided in me that I must marry Wang Ping. Although I didn't like Wang Ping, in the end, I chose to get engaged to him in order to make sure that my grandfather wouldn't die in peace. Lu Bingqian said. Although, she had only met with Chen Wei 2 or 3 times. However, she was still prepared to tell Chen Wei a secret buried in her heart. In my grandfather's generation, they were focused on keeping promises. I resisted many times too, but I was always able to argue against my grandfather. Later on, my grandfather became seriously ill, and my grandfather and grandmother even blackmailed me, making sure that I must get married to Wang Ping, or else he wouldn't die in peace. My mom and dad, my aunt and uncle, they also blackmailed me to get engaged to Wang Ping. I was pressured by them, and eventually, I settled down with Wang Ping. Where did I know that this was the beginning of my suffering? Lu Bingqian said a lot. Later, I met with Wang Ping. Once, I actually found out that he was bisexual. There were a lot of tons of feminine things in his room. The walls were pink, the curtains were pink, the sheets were pink. When I found out, I said I wanted out of the marriage. He was dead set against it, but signed a non-disclosure agreement with me. No touching each other in the future. Each playing his own game and not interfering with each other. At first, I was very agreeable, because it would put my own grandfather's mind at ease. And I don't like Wang Ping. Signing a non-disclosure agreement like this can be the best of both worlds. Wang Ping has been using me as a front in order to cover up his homosexuality in front of his relatives and friends, and I've been cooperating with him in all kinds of performances. Because of Lu Bingqian's acquiescence, Wang Ping played more and more. Not only would he go to bed with men, he also played with my best friend, and the two of them roomed together for I don't know how many times. I can't believe he's doing drugs now. I wonder how long he'll be in jail. I hope he goes to jail for the rest of his life. Lu Bingqian said a lot. Chen Wei stroked Lu Bingqian's face after hearing these words. My dear, you have suffered. You even met such a person. Why? Do you really not care about all this? You really won't mind me? Chapter 70, The Sending of the Island Manor. Worth $11 billion. Are you really willing to maintain this lover's relationship with me? Lu Bingqian spoke again. Hearing this, Chen Wei was very surprised. He looked at Lu Bingqian. Seeing the situation, Lu Bingqian immediately explained. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to marry you. I just want someone to spend time with me once in a while and we'll live that life. And you're my first man. So, rest assured in a million ways, if we are together, that private life of yours, I won't care, Lu Bingqian added. In fact, Lu Bingqian is usually a very good woman and a very normal woman, an excellent woman in the workplace. Her grandfather has been dead for 4 or 5 years. As a woman of the new era, Lu Bingqian longs to have a love of her own, to have her own happiness, to have a man who loves her. Chen Wei is her first man, so she starts to like Chen Wei a little bit and is eager to be loved by him. She thinks a lover's relationship is 100 times better than a marriage. She's disappointed in her families, and she's disappointed in love. All she wanted at this time was a lover, and it just so happened that the one she happened to run into was Chen Wei. Chen Wei was still happy to hear Lu Bingqian's words. What guy doesn't want to have a few girlfriends? Especially pretty girlfriends. And it's amazing that he's met such a white whore. He's more than happy. Why would he mind? Wouldn't be fussy myself, and there's nothing to be fussy about. She's so pretty, faced with such a flavorful beauty. Which man can stand the temptation? Chen Wei immediately wrapped his arms around Lu Bingqian, then whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, honey, I'll be good to you. I will come to accompany you often. In the future, I'll let you have enough to eat and drink." Lu Bingqian was very surprised to hear this. She immediately said something like, "Let's take a shower. It's just so hot and sweaty today. Then you go wash it first. I'll do it later." Chen Wei immediately said. Lu Bingqian then went into the bathroom. After 20 minutes or so, she walked out. This time, it was Chen Wei's turn to take a shower. He was done washing in about 10 minutes. As soon as he hit the bathroom, what met his eyes was Lu Bingqian's pink and pretty delicate little face. Chen Wei looked at Lu Bingqian with a look of natural charm, and immediately became a bit monkey-minded. As soon as he picked up Lu Bingqian, soon, fragrant softness filled his arms. Chen Wei could no longer control himself and his own lips immediately kissed him. He pressed down on Lu Bingqian's head and kissed it passionately. Heaven's thunder hooks up with earth's fire. The two men went through an hour or two of world war. Chen Wei felt especially comfortable. He walked into the bathroom contentedly. It took 10 minutes before he stepped out of the shower, and by this time, Lu Bingqian had long fallen asleep because she was too tired. The air conditioner on Lu Bingqian fell diagonally to the side, and Lu Bingqian's fragrant shoulders were slightly exposed. Her long black hair like a waterfall spread over her snow-white upper body. It also reveals a daggy little face. Seeing such a charming Lu Bingqian, Chen Wei kissed Lu Bingqian's fragrant shoulder again. Chen Wei is at it again. Early in the morning of the second day, after 8 o'clock, Chen Wei woke up. Lu Bingqian is not around again. Sitting on his bed, Chen Wei immediately thought of today's system brush gift. He immediately entered the system. As he entered the system's beep sounded immediately. Ding! Today, the system's limited time second gift has been refreshed. The 3 gifts refreshed today are as follows. Gift 1. A Gulfstream airplane, worth 300 million yuan. Gift number 2. The Jinjiang Hotel, worth 1 billion yuan. Gift 3. A Mingdao Manor, worth 2 billion renminbi. The system quickly reported all 3 gifts. Not bad, not bad, very lucky this time. The gifts swiped out are good. Chen Wei immediately said, either one is good. I want them all, but I can only choose one. So what's a good choice? Chen Wei immediately thought for a moment. The first was a Gulfstream airplane, and although he wanted to own one, he couldn't fly it himself and didn't hire the flight crew in question. Airplanes are not something that you can buy and fly, and it's too ostentatious to buy this thing. Chen Wei felt it was better to keep a low profile. The second one is Jinjiang Hotel. This property is very good. It is not an ordinary hotel. It can be ranked in the top 15 in Shanghai. So Chen Wei wants this very much. Number 3. Myeongdo Manor. Could this one be in Yushan? This should be a large area, otherwise it wouldn't be so expensive. But Chen Wei had a place to live now. A place to live in Thompson. Chen Wei felt that he didn't really need this right now. He wanted to brush up on his industries, because industry can constantly help him make money. Chen Wei immediately wanted to choose the second one, but he wanted to upgrade early. You're still going to have to go with Bright Island Manor. System, how much am I short of being able to upgrade? Chen Wei immediately asked. Okay, host, the system is inquiring. The system immediately responded. After a minute, the system answered right away. 10% of the shares of Ningda Times, worth 300 million renminbi. This is the original share. Townsend's large flat, valued at $172 million. A 5% stake in Tesla is worth 5 billion yuan. 10% of the shares of Tianlong Real Estate, worth 2 billion renminbi. One Wanda Plaza is worth $2 billion. The system has finally finished. Chen Wei was very happy to see that his value was approaching $10 billion. He thought about the fact that the system needed 10 billion worth of body value to be upgraded, and that the system could open the mall mode after the upgrade. He pondered for a while, and he also decided that he would still go with gift 3. With the addition of this manner, he had reached over 11 billion. He immediately said to the system, "System, I'll go with gift 3. The system immediately dinged. The host makes a choice. Choice of gift 3. 1 Ming Island Manor. Please ask the host to receive it at Ming Island Manor." The system immediately spoke. "What? You have to go to that place to receive it? Alright, I'll go today," Chen Wei immediately said. He then exited the system. Then, went into the bathroom and washed up. After a quick wash, it was off to the breakfast place down the road for a quick bite to eat. His car then followed the navigation and drove all the way to Yushan. He followed the navigation and continued to drive, finally arriving at Yushan. This estate is on the top of Mt. Yushan. At this time, there were several middle-aged men in suits standing at the entrance of the manor, and when they saw a Porsche drive up, they immediately prepared to greet it. A moment later the brakes squealed. The car pulled up next to these middle-aged men. "May I ask if you are Mr. Chen?" A middle-aged man immediately said. Originally, Chen Wei wanted to answer right away, but suddenly, Chen Wei's cell phone received a text message. The phone vibrated, and he immediately took it out to look at it. "Your bank card account has credited $98 million. Chapter 71, Sending an Invitation. The $98 million was called in by Ningda Times. That middle-aged man didn't hear Chen Wei's answer as he asked again. "Are you Mr. Chen?" This time, Chen Wei answered immediately. "I am Mr. Chen. Hello, I am the person in charge of transferring this manor this time. You can just call me Little Wang." This middle-aged man immediately spoke. "Then it's hard work for you guys. Tough on you guys for making the trip." Chen Wei immediately said. "No hard work, we should. It's our honor to serve you." That middle-aged man immediately said something about definitely having a good attitude towards rich people. Rich people were the ones that ordinary people couldn't afford to mess with. "Let's go see the manor then," Chen Wei said indifferently. "Yes, please follow me." Hearing that Chen Wei wanted to see the manor, Xiao Wang hurriedly led Chen Wei into the manor and then toured it. "Mr. Chen, you can see that this is a gate made of titanium alloy, which is bulletproof, and the gate is equipped with the most advanced identification system in the world right now. The system can easily recognize if the incoming person or car is a person or car inside the manor. If an outsider is detected breaking in, the gate will close immediately. A little further on, there is a second gate, which will burrow out of the ground and immediately block outsiders. It is absolutely impossible for strangers to enter." Xiao Wang introduced the manor's gates to Chen Wei. After introducing these, Xiao Wang introduced Chen Wei to the fence. The estate covers a full 80 acres. All of it is surrounded by a high fence. There is high-voltage electricity and video surveillance above the fence. As long as the video surveillance finds someone attempting to climb over the fence, the high-voltage grid will immediately activate. This video surveillance will also shout. Hearing Wang's introduction, Chen Wei felt very satisfied. After this introduction, Xiao Zhao took Chen Wei on a tour of the garden scenery here. "Mr. Chen, the arrangements you see now are all personally arranged by the world's top garden masters. From the fake mountains and water here, to every tree and flower here, they are all arranged just right, and it's like a big garden here." After the introduction of the scenic layout, they arrived at the villa area. There are 3 villas here. The one in the center is the main villa and the 2 next to it are the secondary villas. Xiao Wang opened the gate of the villa and he began to introduce Chen Wei to the main villa. The entire main villa has 5 floors above ground and 3 floors below ground. There are a total of 8 floors above and below ground. The exterior wall of the 5th floor above ground is 50 centimeters. The 50 centimeter thick outer wall is divided into 3 layers. The outermost layer is an antique design decoration. The middle section is arranged with titanium alloy steel plates that are several centimeters thick. And the innermost layer of the wall is a cement concrete wall that is up to 40 centimeters thick. It can be said that this place is solid as gold. Xiao Wang introduced it again. "I see. That's too good," Chen Wei immediately said in his heart. However, on the surface, he was looking very calm. Seeing that Chen Wei was still very calm after hearing so many introductions, Xiao Wang still guessed in his heart. What kind of rich kid is this young man from? He can look so calm. When the young king first learned about all this, he was shocked and appeared a little dumbfounded. Next, Xiao Wang took Chen Wei to visit the villa's hall, parlor, and bedroom. The guys took another elevator ride just to visit the basement. The underground floors were similarly well decorated, appearing as opulent as a palace. The entire manor had spent a lot of money to create an intelligent monitoring system, as well as a defense system. Chen Wei could later control everything in the manor from the main villa. Finally, Xiao Wang briefly introduced the other 2 villas. The two secondary villas next to it were definitely a bit worse. It took almost an hour to walk through some of this. Finally, Xiao Wang handed over the conveyance certificate to Chen Wei. After doing so, Xiao Wang quickly left with his staff. After Xiao Wang left, Chen Wei immediately began to manipulate the manor's defense and control system. Soon, the gates of the manor quickly closed. More than 10 seconds later, another closed gate made of aluminum was drilled into the ground, separating the villa from the outside. He sent up the high voltage from the fence again, and the grid on the wall was instantly on fire. The grid sparking. A few more bodyguards would be even better. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. At the same time, the people from the other estates on the mountain knew that the No. 1 estate here had a new owner. What kind of person is so powerful that they can take this No. 1 manor? You know, I wanted to spend $2-3 billion to buy it in the first place, and people weren't even willing to sell it to me. An old man in his 70s spoke up. There are also just 9 manors in total on this mountain, each of which is owned by someone who was a great big shot in Shanghai or in China. Manor number 1 was bought. So rich and so willing. Interesting. An old man with a majestic face and a superior aura beside him said something. You immediately go and send an invitation to the owner of this No. 1 manor, saying that my old man is inviting him for dinner in a few days. This old man immediately spoke to a servant next to him. The servant immediately took out paper and ink, and the old man immediately wrote a few words. Soon the servants went out to deliver the invitations. After staying here for so long, Chen Wei was ready to leave. He was just about ready to start the car and get ready to leave. Immediately, he heard someone call out to him. Sir, please wait. A man in his 30s or 40s darted over. Was it you who called me? What's the matter with you? Chen Wei immediately asked the middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. The matter is like this. My family's old master asked me to send you an invitation. In a few days, I hope you will come over. He wants to get together with you. This middle-aged man immediately said a bit. Who invited me? It's not like I know him. Why would he invite himself? Chen Wei was a bit puzzled. Chen Wei immediately said a little. Seeing that Chen Wei was a bit tempted to refuse, this 30 or 40-year-old man immediately said, my family's old man is called Wang Yihan. What? Chen Wei was directly shocked out of a cold sweat by the name. This man was a handful in this city. How could this big shot want to get together with himself? Seeing that Chen Wei was a bit puzzled, the man said some more. My old man lives here. It turned out that Wang Yihan lived here. He just found out that he moved in a new neighbor, and it just so happens that in a few days it will be the old man's 80th birthday again, so he invited Chen Wei over to attend. Alright, I know. Please tell the old man that I will definitely come over to wish his old man a happy birthday. Chen Wei immediately said. Well then, I'll take my leave. That middle-aged man immediately left. At this time, Chen Wei was still very excited. This Magic City's former hand. He really was a big shot on one side. To actually invite himself to his birthday banquet. How could one not be excited? Chapter 72 Lu Xiaoli regrets. Chen Wei forced down the excitement in his heart and immediately drove away from here. On this side, the servant made a report to the old master immediately after returning. Master, the owner of that estate is a young man of 22 or 23. He drives this Porsche. What? A young man of only 22 or 23? The old man was a bit skeptical. Yeah, he's alone. After hearing the servant reply in this way, the old man immediately pondered. Who is this person? Who's the descendant of whoever is over in the imperial capital? Or is it an heir trained by which big family? Relying on one's own upstart shouldn't be that powerful. The old master spoke up. Soon, Chen Wei returned home. Ruyan Lu sent a tweet. I'm so looking forward to our meeting tomorrow. Our date. I'm looking forward to it too. Then let's go eat together tomorrow. Chen Wei returned. Of course he wanted to eat Ruyan Lu as well. To make things a little easier, it's better to go out and rent a house for them to live in. It's definitely not good to let them live on their own side. After all, Lu Bingxian came here. It sure is a lot easier after renting a house. In terms of dating Lu Ruyan or Chen Chuchu, you can't keep looking for places to meet where no one is. It's definitely easier to have a house and do what you want to do. Think of it this way, that would require renting 2 houses. One house for Ruyan Lu and one for Chuchu Chen. You wouldn't be short of money yourself right now anyway. After thinking about it for a while, it was soon time for lunch. He quickly ordered a takeout on his cell phone. 20 to 30 minutes later, the takeout was delivered. He quickly finished his takeout, and after eating it and playing a little bit of Shakeology, he took a break. He slept until 3 p.m. The sun is so hot. It's better to not go anywhere and stay at home in the air conditioning. Let's swipe the jitterbug at home. When you get tired of swiping Shakeology, take a look at the novel. All the beautiful women in Shake Shack are beautiful, but they're still a bit worse than Lu Ruyan Chen Chuchu. The time is fast approaching evening. he ordered another takeout. At night, he ate takeout again. By the time it was past 9 p.m., Ruyan Lu sent a Weibo message. "What are you doing?" "I'm reading a novel," Chen Wei immediately said. He immediately took a picture of himself lying on the bed and sent it over. In the girl's rented room, Ruyan Lu had already washed up. She was lying on her own bed. At this time, she saw the message and photo sent by Chen Wei. She wanted to video chat with Chen Wei. Immediately, she looked at her face with a mirror. He is still in good spirits himself and has a very pretty face. Lu Ruyan was very satisfied after looking at it and immediately put down the mirror, then made a video call to Chen Wei. Before waiting for Chen Wei to connect, she adjusted the angle of her cell phone. "Ruyan, who are you going to video call at this late hour?" Huang Jin heard the voice before the video call was connected, and she asked curiously. "Wanted to video call my boyfriend." Ruyan Lu replied with a small smile in return. Soon after, the video call came through. Chen Wei's face appeared in the cell phone screen. "I check in," Ruyan Lu said jokingly. The smile was also bright and generous. "Check, do you want to come to the site to fly check?" Chen Wei looked at the beautiful Lu Ruyan and immediately said. Immediately, he compared Lu Ruyan with Chun Chuchu. Both are beautiful, each in their own way, with a combined score of 92 or more. If it was all about face value, Ruyan Lu's face value was definitely a little higher. "If I come, I am afraid that you will put me," Ruyan Lu immediately said. No, the insurance won't," Chen Wei immediately assured. "I don't believe you." Ruyan Lu immediately thought of Chen Wei's restless hands in a remote corner. As soon as she thought of this, Ruyan Lu's face immediately reddened. "Have you washed up?" Chen Wei asked when he saw Lu Ruyan lying on the bed. "Yeah, I just got out of the shower and then I was lying on the bed," Ruyan Lu immediately said. "I'm afraid you're bored alone, so I'm giving you a video call. How am I doing as a girlfriend?" Last night Ruyan Lu asked again and had a very arrogant look. Seeing Lu Ruyan in this state, Chen Wei really wanted to press her to the ground and do her justice on the spot. Unfortunately, it's only visible, not tangible. "You're very good now. I'll give you a score of 85. And I'll send you the remaining 15 points in the form of 1314. I'll send you a red packet right away," Chen Wei flirted. "Humph." Lu Ruyan's pretty face lifted up as she smugly hummed lightly. "The two started chatting again with you and me." The two talked for a long time before hanging up. After hanging up the phone, Chen Wei immediately sent Lu Ruyan a red packet of 1,314 yuan. "You're posting too much," Ruyan Lu immediately said. She sent it in text. Not much. You claim it." Chen Wei immediately replied back. "Okay." Ruyan Lu immediately claimed the red packet. On the bed next to her, Lu Xiaoli would look at Lu Ruyan from time to time. Her eyes were filled with envy and jealousy, as well as a look of great regret and resignation. "Why are your eyes so bad? Didn't realize Chen Wei was a rich kid?" If she found out before Ruyan Lu did, then Chen Wei's girlfriend would be herself now. Chen Wei is his own now, and so is that LV bag. The passenger seat in Chen Wei's big G is hers too. When she thought of that LV bag, Lu Xiaoli was more than a little heartbroken. Chen Wei casually gave out such an expensive bag. It must not be an ordinary person. It must not be an ordinary rich second generation. I knew Chen Wei first. How come I didn't see that Chen Wei was a rich kid myself? Lu Xiaoli was very regretful. Before, she was quite satisfied with Wang Chang as her boyfriend. After all, Wang Chang is a Shanghai local, and his family has 2 suites. A few days ago, it cost more than 4,000 to buy her clothes. In the past, she was very satisfied with Wang Chang, but now, after she finds out that Chen Wei is a rich second generation, she is not happy with Wang Chang, because when these two people were compared, one was in the sky and the other was underground. Chen Wei is in the sky and Wang Chang is underground. They are worlds apart. As soon as she thought of this, Lu Xiaoli looked again at Lu Ruyan who had just made a video call. Then, she twisted her head to look at that Ruyan Lu's cabinet, which held Ruyan Lu's 888 LV bag. Nearly $80,000 of LV bag. She dreamed not even dare to think of the bag. Suddenly, her cell phone came with a WeChat tone as well. This is a tweet from Wang Chang. "Lily, what are you doing? Missed you. Let's make a video call. I'm sleepy. I want to go to bed. Don't want to make a video call." Lu Xiaoli immediately returned it. She only had Chen Wei in her head right now. She didn't want to make a video call with Wang Chang at all right now. She didn't even want to see Wang Chang anymore. Chapter 73, Shin Chuchu wants to resign. Because of this, she didn't go to dinner with Wang Chang all day today, because it's really upsetting, and because it's really unbalanced, and because it's really cynical right now. "You're sleepy. That's fine then. You have an early night. I won't bother. Good night." Wang Chang was a bit reluctant and immediately sent a message over. He was a bit baffled. He always felt that since yesterday, His girlfriend, Lu Xiaoli, was a bit strange and didn't even pay much attention to him. Wang Chang sent another one. Lily, school's not in session tomorrow, Saturday, so let's go to dinner together, okay? He hoped that when Lu Xiaoli woke up early tomorrow morning, she would be able to see the message he had sent over. Hey, a woman's heart is a needle at the bottom of the sea. A few minutes later, Ruyan Lu made another video call to Chen Wei. The two talked again. At this time, after Lu Xiaoli, who was still awake, heard her cell phone vibrate, she picked it up and looked at it. She immediately realized it was a message from Wang Chang, which she promptly ignored. Then, she looked at Lu Ruyan, who was video chatting with Chen Wei. She saw Ruyan Lu smiling so brightly, and her heart felt bad. Okay, I'm going to take a shower. Talk to you later. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. Okay, you take a shower first. Ruyan Lu nodded and spoke. Chen Wei was just about to hang up the video call when the video suddenly flashed a pair of slender, white legs. Although it only appeared for 2 or 3 seconds, the camera immediately panned upwards, and what appeared was Ruyan Lu's beautiful face. Does it look good? Ruyan Lu asked a little shyly as she lay on the bed. Just now, she deliberately let the camera move down a bit to take a shot of her long legs. This was the advantageous part of her figure. So, she didn't mind showing it to Chen Wei. Anyway, in this life, she had already decided on Chen Wei. This is a wonderful man that one cannot afford to lose. A flash. I haven't seen it clearly. I'll take another look. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. He was amazed for a moment just now. In fact, Chen Wei saw it just now, but it flashed very quickly, so he wanted to take another look. Take a shower first. I'm hanging up the video. Ruyan Lu blushed as she saw Chen Wei's eyes suddenly light up. She hung up the video call immediately after saying this. Her face was red and flushed now, and even though she hadn't looked in the mirror, she felt flushed because it had burned. For the first time in her life, she was showing boys long legs. Walking down the street, the long legs didn't show so much, nor was it her initiative. This time she initiated it, but it's very effective. She noticed how much Chen Wei wanted to see it, and her eyes were wide open. A soft humming sound of pride suddenly escaped her lips at the thought. At this time, Guo Qianqian walked out of the bathroom. She had just finished her shower, preparing to get into her own bed. Qianqian, you're very pretty after your bath, like a hibiscus fresh out of the water. Huangjin saw it and couldn't help but say it. Guo Qianqian, who just got out of the bath, was really pretty and also had a very pure temperament. And she's got a nice, tall body, too. Lu Ruyan also looked up at Guo Qianqian. This roommate was indeed beautiful. You're pretty too. Guo Qianqian looked at Huangjin and immediately said something. She also said a compliment. It doesn't cost anything to say nice things anyway. Horse's S doesn't wear 1,000 colors. Words there. I'm still self-aware myself. Qianqian, you don't have to comfort me. Huangjin immediately sighed. Lu Xiaoli lay on the bed without speaking, but listened to them. Chen Wei was lying in his bedroom. Chen Wei watched as the video call was hung up and quickly felt a little sorry for himself. He took one look at Ruyan Lu's long legs, but didn't look at them enough, and a blink of an eye passed. He wanted to take another look now, and I don't know when I'll be able to touch it. This time, the cell phone rang again. He looked at his cell phone and it was a WeChat from Chen Chuchu. What are you doing? Chen Chuchu asked. I'm swiping Jitterbug. Chen Wei immediately returned. I was going to give you a video call. Why don't we make a video call? Chen Chuchu immediately spoke up. It's rather late. I haven't showered yet. Let's talk later. Chen Wei immediately said. Luckily, he wasn't on a video call. Otherwise, Chen Chuchu would have known right away that he was on a video call with someone else. It's rather late in the day. It'll take me more than 10 minutes to take a shower. Chen Wei said some more. Alright then, we'll talk later. Chen Chuchu immediately said. Soon, Chen Wei went to take a shower. When he finished his shower, he found that both Ruyan Lu and Chuchu Chen had sent him several WeChat messages. Both girlfriends are asking, are you guys showered yet? If it's done, let's chat. Alright, let's chat. Chen Wei returned. Chen Wei then started talking to his two girlfriends. It's still easier to get it wrong when talking to two women. It's a good thing that Chen Wei was being all careful. Two girlfriends, one bold and generous, one is cute and a little shy. Chen Wei sent a joke with a yellow color to each of his two girlfriends. Lu Ruyan blushed when she looked at it, but immediately returned. The courage is also too small. The color can be sent a little darker. Chloe Chen, however, was a bit shy and posted a few shy emojis. Tomorrow is Saturday. Do we want to have dinner together? Ruyan Lu sent another WeChat. Ruyan Lu invited dryly, not being shy in the slightest. Let's talk about it until tomorrow, okay? Chen Wei immediately said. His message had just been sent down when his cell phone vibrated again. This time it was a message from Chen Chuchu. You didn't reply to the message after a few minutes. Are you trying to sleep? Chen Chuchu immediately said. Alas, having two girlfriends does have its inconvenient moments and it's hard to take care of both at the same time. Wouldn't want to go to sleep yet. It's just something just now. Chen Wei immediately said a little. Oh, that's right. Are you busy now? Chen Chuchu didn't think much about it and immediately asked. I'm busy. Chen Wei immediately returned. If you're done with your work, I just wanted to tell you something. Chen Chuchu said. Then you say it. Chen Wei said immediately. I want to quit my job as a force store. What do you think? Then go to my girlfriend's that company. Their company is hiring. Chen Chuchu immediately said. She resigned just to keep Chen Wei from thinking too much. It's okay. It's good that you quit. It's okay for me to support you. I don't want you to be a salesman there anymore. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. I don't want you to raise it. Why do you want me to resign? Chen Chuchu asked. I'm afraid you'll be missed. Chen Wei replied very dryly. Chapter 74, Lu Xiaoli. You have a boyfriend. I'm afraid you'll be missed. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. He was speaking from his heart. Chen Chuchu was so pretty and had such a good figure. There were definitely people who would miss her. Chen Chuchu immediately blushed after hearing this. But in her heart, she was very happy. Because she felt that Chen Wei cared about herself. It's someone who will harass me. Chen Chuchu immediately said. But I'm your girlfriend now. And there's no point in anyone else thinking about it. I am not going to be with anyone else. After Chen Wei saw this sentence, his heart was also happy. Although he didn't know if what Chen Chuchu said was true or not. Still, he was much more relieved in his mind. A moment later, Ruyan Lu sent another WeChat. Why aren't you talking? It's been a couple minutes and you haven't even messaged back. Chen Wei had no choice but to send a few sentences to both girlfriends, and he couldn't leave either one out in the cold. Soon the time came to 10:50 p.m. Chen Chuchu was a bit sleepy, so she returned a good night. Chen Wei also immediately returned a good night. This time, Chen Wei was much more relaxed. He only had to deal with Ruyan Lu alone. It's easy to lose sight of one thing when you have several girlfriends. Chen Wei thought for a moment. Suddenly, the phone vibrated again. He saw that someone had requested to add himself as a friend. Who is this one? Most likely a girl. Chen Wei was a bit baffled. The friend application note says, Chen Wei, you pass my application. Looking at the friend request note sent over by the other party, Chen Wei was a bit confused. Who is this one? And knows his name. Just add it. You won't get anything less for yourself anyway. You won't lose out by adding it yourself. And you won't be fooled. He immediately nodded in agreement. He sent another question mark and asked again, who are you? In the girl's rented room, Lu Xiaoli was lying on her bed, and after seeing Chen Wei pass her friend application, her whole body was happy. There was hope for herself now. The person who applied to add Chen Wei's WeChat just now was her. Why did Lu Xiaoli go to Plus? The reason is also simple. She wants to take Chen Wei over and make him her boyfriend. Because Chen Wei is too rich. Her own boyfriend, Wang Chang, gave her a gift of a $4,000 dress, and Chen Wei's gift to Ruyan Lu was a 888 LV bag. So, Lu Xiaoli thought of going to add Chen Wei's WeChat, because she has Chen Wei's WeChat business card. The first step is to add WeChat first, and then see if there is an opportunity to take Chen Wei down, so that Chen Wei fell under their duries. That's what Lu Xiaoli was thinking. Although she herself was not as beautiful as Ruyan Lu, she also had her own advantages. As long as he dresses up a little bit and does a little trick, he might be able to take Chen Wei. Which man isn't eating from the bowl and watching the pot? What if Chen Wei just likes her one way or the other and has a crush on her? If it works out, she'll be Chen Wei's girlfriend. Then he or she will be able to receive a bag of $80,000 or $90,000, a luxury car of millions of dollars, and a villa of tens of millions of dollars in the future. One couldn't be his one and only. That one had to be one of his girlfriends at the very least. So, she felt like she had to make an effort and fight for it herself. She hesitated a few times before deciding to add Chen Wei's WeChat. Very fortunately, Chen Wei passed her friend request. Lu Xiaoli got a little excited inside. She carefully twisted her head again to look at Lu Ruyan, who was chatting with someone on her cell phone on the bed. It's been said that fireproofing against girlfriends is still somewhat true, because Lu Xiaoli stole this Lu Ruyan's boyfriend. And don't blame her, because quality men are up for grabs for everyone. You talking? Which one are you? If you don't say it again, I'll delete you. Chen Wei saw that the other party hadn't responded in half a day to the message he had sent. So he said, don't Seeing the WeChat that Chen Wei sent over, Lu Xiaoli immediately replied back. She was afraid that Chen Wei could delete her. If Chen Wei deleted her, then she wouldn't be able to carry out this plan. This is what Lu Xiaoli can't tolerate. She also wants a bag, wants a luxury car. She wants a villa. She wished to see Ruyan Lu's agonized expression. Once Chen Wei became his boyfriend, then Lu Ruyan would definitely suffer. She couldn't help but be happy at the thought of Ruyan Lu crying. Lu Xiaoli knew that she didn't look as pretty as Lu Ruyan. But so what? As long as she made herself a little gentler, a little more charming, a little more coy, maybe Chen Wei would like her for this. A man doesn't just like one dish either. As long as Chen Wei liked to eat her, she could compare Lu Ruyan to her. As long as the hoe is wielded well, which corner can't be dug down? Come on, which one are you? Chen Wei sent again. I'm Lu Xiaoli ah. Lu Xiaoli immediately spoke. Then she sent another kitten cute emoji. Then, she looked forward to Chen Wei's reply. This time, Chen Wei wondered, what kind of woman did he run into? He really can't figure it out. Did Lu Xiaoli also know that she drove a luxury car? What's this Wang Chang's girlfriend doing adding herself? Lu Xiaoli is a woman with a master. Chen Wei thought a lot. Why don't you say anything? Have you forgotten which one I am? Lu Xiaoli saw that Chen Wei hadn't replied in half a day and immediately sent a few more words over. What to do? What do we do? Still looking for the prettiest picture of myself to send. She immediately looked in her cell phone album for a picture like this and sent it over. In this photo, her face was very pretty. Although it was not as good as Ruyan Lu or Chan Changhua, but she was also a class president herself, and she had a very nice figure, with a curvy front and back. Chen Wei, you remember who I am, right? Lu Xiaoli immediately sent this sentence, then sent another emoticon of a young girl laughing. What's wrong with you? Chen Wei felt that Lu Xiaoli adding his WeChat was a bit abrupt. He still felt that he had to ask her if there was anything she was looking for. If you have something, you should look for Wang Chang. I can't handle your matters. Wang Chang is much more capable than me, and he's also a Shanghai local. Chen Wei immediately replied. There's nothing wrong with me. I just want you to talk. You're a weirdly interesting person, and you're so handsome, so I want to find you to chat. Lu Xiaoli immediately sent over. Seeing this WeChat, Chen Wei thought that this Lu Xiaoli was too funny. Isn't this Lu Xiaoli's words a bit ambiguous? Isn't it too proactive? Isn't this a bit too much? You're a guy with a boyfriend. How can you still say something like that to me? Chapter 75 Lu Xiaoli thought in her heart. Can't give up the child. Can't catch the wolf. Chen Wei also thought for a moment and did not reply again. Chen Wei thinks he's a bit of a scumbag though, having had 2 girlfriends by now. But he would never slag off someone else's girlfriend. Think about it. The word lust is a knife. Adultery has killed people since ancient times. Although he didn't like Wang Chang, he hated it, but he didn't go so far as to slag off the other's girlfriend. Even if Lu Xiaoli took the initiative to come to the door, he would never have anything to do with Lu Xiaoli either. He thought about it for a moment. Still thinking something was wrong, he immediately talked to Ruyan Lu. That day you went back with the LV bag. Did you show it to your roommate? He was going to ask if it was seen by Lu Xiaoli, but he decided it would be better to say it politely. Yeah, all 3 housemates watched it, because they all happened to be in the room. Ruyan Lu came right back. Is something wrong? As soon as he saw this sentence, Chen Wei immediately understood why Lu Xiaoli wanted to add her WeChat. Chen Wei Ming White Lu Xiaoli, why add their own WeChat now? She is not going to come to add for no reason, because she knew that she had bought Lu Ruyan an LV bag, so Lu Xiaoli might have another purpose. Her every word was dripping with ambiguity. After all, it was after 11 p.m. now, and it was now so late that he was being approached for a chat. At that time, he guessed in his heart that Lu Xiaoli might have seen that LV bag. Did you tell them that I bought this bag for you? Chen Wei asked. Yeah, I did. I also told the girls that you and I are boyfriend and girlfriend now. Is something wrong? Ruyan Lu returned again. Nothing happened. I'm just asking. Chen Wei immediately said. Then he added. I'm going to rent you an apartment off campus. Tomorrow or some other day. Let's go outside the school and have a look around. Okay? Chen Wei immediately said. Why would you want to rent a house outside of school? Wouldn't it be nice to live with everyone else? Ruyan Lu asked. It's definitely not convenient to live with everyone. There's not much freedom in living at school either. Most importantly, I haven't said it yet either. Chen Wei immediately said. What's the most important thing? Ruyan Lu asked. Most importantly, when we rent a house later, I'll have a place to go with you on dates. We'll have a secret base. Chen Wei immediately said. A secret base? Ruyan Lu immediately blushed when she saw that. Although she had just gotten into a relationship, the internet had advanced and there was everything on the internet. Knowing that Chen Wei had planted some bad thoughts. Nowadays, some college girls, who are still studying, will be out there living with someone. Ruyan Lu had also heard a lot of such news, and as soon as Chen Wei said that he was renting an apartment, she understood the intent. It's not like she's a dumb white girl, so then she blushed quickly, but she was still a little hesitant. She didn't want to give herself away so quickly. Although, she was satisfied with Chen Wei. He was the right age, had a high face value, and was financially well off. drives a $3 million car and wears a $30 million watch. There are no flaws in him. Still very willing to give his body to Chen Wei. But the problem was that the speed was too fast. If he gave it to Chen Wei now, he was afraid that Chen Wei wouldn't know how to cherish it after he got himself. She thought a lot about it. Renting a house is renting a house, right? Take your time. As long as you keep your progress under control, that is. It's okay, if you say which day to go look at the house, then which day to go look at the house. Ruyan Lu answered immediately. Lu Ruyan had already thought about it. Let him kiss and then kiss. Let him touch and then touch. But her body should never be allowed to be obtained by him. At the very least, you can't lose your body next semester. Then we'll go outside the school with you tomorrow or one day and see if there are any suitable properties. Seeing Ruyan Lu's message, Chen Wei immediately cheered up. Maybe there would be a time when he could eat meat. He purposely said that he would go outside and rent a house, saying that only two people would have a separate dating space. He just wanted to see what Lu Ruyan's attitude was. Does she agree or disagree? Either answer represents some of her current thoughts. Now, Ruyan Lu immediately agreed, which meant that the two could probably make further moves. If you go further, you'll be able to eat meat yourself. Not bad. This pretty sister. Alright then, let's go together. Chen Wei immediately said. Chen Wei had dark poking thoughts in his mind's eye as he dreamed that he and Lu Ruyan were doing indescribable things. He had done this kind of thing with Lu Bingqian a few times. Why don't you say anything? Want to sleep? Chen Wei didn't respond for a few minutes. Ruyan Lu then asked. In fact, Ruyan Lu was also a bit sleepy. In order to maintain the condition of her skin, she went to bed early every night, because she knew that her capital was only her looks and body. These two things, she didn't want to ruin. If it wasn't for the sake of chatting with Chen Wei tonight, she would have gone to bed a long time ago. Although, she was barely holding it together now, she was actually very sleepy. It's so late at night, I do want to sleep. He darkened the excitement in his own mind and answered right back. Then go to bed. Good night, Ruyan Lu said. Good night then. See you tomorrow, Chen Wei immediately said back. Okay, see you tomorrow. Ruyan Lu turned off her cell phone and then started to sleep. She was soon in dreamland. Lu Ruyan fell asleep, but Lu Xiaoli, who was in the same room, couldn't sleep, because until now, Chen Wei has not returned Lu Xiaoli's message, and she was looking at Ruyan. Seeing that Ruyan had been tweeting back on her cell phone, it was obvious that Ruyan Lu was chatting with Chen Wei. This comparison made Lu Xiaoli very unhappy. Chen Wei was chatting with Lu Ruyan, but not with himself. How could he? What does he mean? Am I not the least bit attractive? I'm not as pretty as Ruyan Lu, but I'm still a great beauty. I also have my own unique beauty. Lu Xiaoli thought a lot. Lu Xiaoli looked at her cell phone again. Chen Wei still hasn't replied. This time, Ruyan Lu are sleeping. It's always my turn to chat with me now. You haven't slept yet. Lu Xiaoli sent a WeChat over. She thought it was better to use color seduction. Turn on your cell phone camera and take a picture of your long legs. She immediately checked the picture she had just taken again, and after looking at it, she felt that it was still a bit unsatisfactory. She stretched her legs out again into something nice. Then she took a few more pictures. She picked the one she was most happy with from the inside. Then she chose another one and prettied it up a bit with a beauty page. Then she sent this photo to Chen Wei. After she sent the photo over, she held her cell phone and waited for Chen Wei to WeChat back. Chapter 76, the system has finally been upgraded. Lu Xiaoli sent Chen Wei a picture of her beautiful legs. She thought Chen Wei would definitely reply to her when he saw the photo. She thought her legs were still very pretty and she could attract a lot of boys. Even if she knew that Chen Wei and Lu Ruyan were boyfriend and girlfriend. She had sent the leg photos herself, and her meaning was so obvious. She didn't believe that Chen Wei wouldn't be unmoved. She believed there was no man in the world who could withstand temptation. There is no man who doesn't cheat. At the thought of this, Lu Xiaoli was much more relieved. At Chen Wei's house, Chen Wei is getting ready to go to the bathroom to take a piss and get ready for bed. He quickly finished going to the bathroom. Before going to bed, he took out his cell phone again. Soon, he glanced at the message from Lu Xiaoli as well as the photo. What do you mean? Chen Wei quickly clicked into the photo and looked at it. Hey, this Lu Xiaoli's leg photo is still pretty good looking. Good looking is good looking, but compared to Lu Ruyan, it's still that much worse. Chen Wei will not be hungry now and can withstand the temptation. Even if Lu Xiaoli sent that beautiful leg photo with ambiguous meaning, but he still didn't want to get involved with Lu Xiaoli. If he hadn't had the system before, he probably would have licked his ass. Now, one's appetite is tricky. Now, he is the one who has a girlfriend, and the girlfriends are one more beautiful than the other. Lu Xiaoli is a bit inadequate, especially since Lu Xiaoli has a boyfriend. Even if Lu Xiaoli didn't have a boyfriend, Chen Wei wouldn't chat with her either, because each of his girlfriends was quite a bit prettier than Lu Xiaoli. Chen Wei returned to his bed and muted his cell phone. He put his cell phone on the nightstand and went to sleep. In the girls' rental room, Lu Xiaoli lying in bed. She has been waiting for more than 10 minutes, did not wait for Chen Wei's WeChat. She immediately sulked. Was he asleep and didn't see it? Or do you see it and don't want to contact yourself? Lu Xiaoli thought for a moment. He should be asleep. He didn't see it. She still had confidence in herself when her legs looked so pretty in the photo. Therefore, she thought that Chen Wei should have fallen asleep because he didn't reply to the tweets. I can't. It's not a waste of time to think about it. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Go to bed. Chen Wei slept until dawn. It was now 9:30 in the morning. The first thing he did was to transfer 1 million yuan to Lu Bingxian's account. Suddenly, he remembered there was one more thing he hadn't done. By the way, I haven't gotten around to opening the system today to take a look. He immediately entered the system interface. The system quickly made a sound. Ding! This day's spike items have been refreshed with the following gifts. Gift 1, Jinjiang Hotel. Worth 2 renminbi. 1 billion. Gift 2, a house in Lotus neighborhood. Worth 1 billion renminbi. Gift 3, a 200 million renminbi redemption card. Worth 200 million renminbi. When Chen Wei saw the first gift, he felt that the name Jinjiang Hotel was familiar. He thought about it carefully. Wasn't this the hotel where the class reunion was held a few days ago? This system was too interesting. He had his eye on a second gift, and the building was not bad, so he could be a charterer himself and lay flat. He took another look at the 200 million renminbi exchange card, which he found uninteresting. It was much worse than the first two gifts. I'll still go with the first one. My system is about to be upgraded, and with this too, $1 billion. I could have surpassed $10 billion a long time ago. Only choose the expensive ones, not the right ones. With this principle in mind, Chen Wei immediately said, I choose gift 1, Jinjiang Hotel. Ding! The host has made his choice. You have chosen the Jinjiang Hotel, and the transfer agreement for the Jinjiang Hotel has been placed on your writing desk. The system immediately spoke. Chen Wei saw the transfer agreement a moment later. After a few minutes, Chen Wei thought of something he hadn't asked yet. System, my worth was already $10 billion yesterday and 2 days ago. Why haven't you upgraded yet? Chen Wei immediately asked. Hearing Chen Wei's question, the system immediately replied. Ding! The system upgrade has to be requested by the host. Apply. I'll apply. So hurry up and upgrade. Chen Wei immediately said. After a few seconds, Chen Wei heard the sound again. Ding! Detected that the host's worth has exceeded $10 billion. The system is starting to upgrade. During the upgrade period, the system will fall into slumber. The system is going to sleep for 24 hours. So please prepare the host's mind. The system immediately replied. There was then no movement. Is the system asleep? System! System! Chen Wei shouted twice. No one answered. Chen Wei quickly exited the system. This system is so good that it will be upgraded. I'm looking forward to the system's functions after it's upgraded. Has it gotten any stronger? Chen Wei muttered to himself. Don't think about anything else. Or go brush your teeth and wash your face first. He immediately went into the bathroom and started brushing his teeth and washing his face. 10 minutes later, he had it all worked out. He then went to the breakfast place for an early dinner. On the way to the breakfast place he thought a lot. What did you do today? The biggest thing of the day is still checking out the Jinjiang Hotel, which belongs to me. Breaking through, his cell phone vibrated. He looked to see it was a tweet from his girlfriend. It's Saturday. Are we going to see a house? This was the WeChat sent by Ruyan Lu. Sure, I'll come pick you up later. Chen Wei immediately said. Okay, I'll wait for you. Ruyan Lu immediately replied. By the time I got back to my own house, it was almost 10:30 a.m. Chen Wei also dressed up a little. Then, drove his car to the neighborhood where Ruyan Lu rented a room. Chen Wei immediately WeChat called Lu Ruyan. I'm here yet. Come down. Chen Wei said. Okay, I'll be right down. Ruyan Lu immediately said. Even though it was said immediately, it took many minutes to come down, because Ruyan Lu took another look in the mirror and made up her lipstick. It's more of a hassle for a woman to go out. Ruyan Lu came down quickly. Chen Wei saw Ruyan Lu at a glance. Ruyan Lu's face, body, temperament, and those proud legs were able to make him play for the rest of his life. Ruyan Lu quickly opened the passenger door and sat up. You chose the neighborhood. How did it go? Chen Wei immediately asked. His eyes quickly looked at Ruyan Lu's fair and bright pretty face. I was looking at a couple of neighborhoods that are newer neighborhoods that have been developed in the last few years. I saw on the internet that there are still that unsold listings. Ruyan Lu immediately said a little. Yeah, which neighborhoods are they? Tell me. Chen Wei immediately asked. As he was interested, Ruyan Lu took out her cell phone and placed it in front of Chen Wei, and began to introduce the various neighborhoods one by one. Her introduction also took a minute or two, and soon it was 11:20. The house. Let's go see it this afternoon. I'll take you to one of my restaurants for dinner. Today, we'll have a nice meal. I haven't even bought you dinner that day. Let's make up for it today. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. What? You have your own restaurant? Ruyan Lu was a bit skeptical. Chapter 77, from now on, father and son are not allowed to set foot in the hotel. What? You have your own hotel? Ruyan Lu immediately asked. This was too unbelievable. Chen Wei didn't answer as he started the car. The car quickly drove to the Jinjiang Hotel. After 20 to 30 minutes, his car drove to the Jinjiang Hotel. He had just parked his car when he immediately saw the last person he wanted to see one by one. Wang Yang. Chen Wei got out of the car, and Wang Yang also saw Chen Wei. Yo, driving a Mercedes-Benz Big G, and bringing a big beautiful girl to pretend to be a pussy. This Mercedes Big G is rented, right? Wang Yang immediately sneered. Chen Wei, which one is this person? Ruyan Lu asked. Just a mad dog. Ignore him, let's go. Chen Wei ignored him. It was too lazy to argue with Wang Yang now. Chen Wei ignored him, but Wang Yang instead became even more aggravated. He said to Lu Ruyan, big beautiful girl, you cannot be fooled. This guy is a poor man, and this car of his is definitely rented. He brought you to Jinjiang Hotel, and he definitely can't afford to eat the good food inside either. At this time, Lu Ruyan realized, I'm happy, he's poor and I'm willing to follow him. In this life, I'll follow him. Even if it's to drink cold water, I'll follow him. Lu Ruyan also immediately said something. Hearing what this pretty girl said, Wang Yang was also immediately confused. He really didn't understand what kind of ecstasy Chen Wei had poured into this beautiful girl to make this beautiful girl follow so heartily. When Chen Wei heard Ruyan Lu say this, he immediately spoke up. I can't help it. I don't have any money and I have people to follow. Who makes me handsome? I'm a big handsome guy. Wang Yang didn't know what to say when he heard that. What's the matter? What are you, Mr. Wang, doing here? Another banquet for your classmates? How come I wasn't notified? Chen Wei immediately spoke up. When Wang Yang heard this, he immediately stood there with his head held high and proud. It's my dad coming over to feast on the others today. Let me come and make a few precursors and prepare in advance. Wang Yang immediately said a little. Why? Poor. Except for the last time I had the mercy to invite you guys over for dinner. You probably won't have the chance to eat here again in your life. Wang Yang added. He was speaking when he was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Sayo, what are you doing there? Did you finish what you were told to do? A man around 50 years old walked over with a group of people. This group of people were all fat and headstrong. Hearing that it was his dad asking him, Wang Yang rushed over. Dad, I've taken care of everything. Just waiting for you guys to come over. Wang Yang immediately said. Wang Yang's father nodded after hearing this. He turned his gaze to the two Chen Wei. Wenyo, is this your friend? Wang Yang's dad asked. Dad, they are not my friends. I don't want to be friends with poor people like them. They have to be swollen and fat here. They are nothing. Wang Yang said again. Hearing his son say that, these people are not his friends. Wang Yang's dad left right away. There were still people here that he wanted to feast on, and he didn't want to waste time on these little people. When Wang Yang saw his father leaving, he didn't care to laugh at Chen Wei and immediately followed his father's lead. They could treat these guests well. These guests were their gods. Seeing the group of them leave, Ruyan Lu asked, Chen Wei, are those your nemesis? He's not my nemesis. He's just the one who's night and day. Chen Wei immediately said, come on, let's go take over this hotel. Do you really have this hotel? Ruyan Lu asked in a hurry. Aren't people you're an orphan? I have a great uncle who is overseas and doing very well. He has no offspring, so he gave me the property. Chen Wei immediately found a reason. Oh, that's what happened. Ruyan Lu was half convinced. The hotel manager of Jinjiang Hotel had long received a phone call on his side, and in order to leave a good impression in front of the new boss, he had long ago brought some of his staff to greet Chen Wei at the entrance. At this time, Wang Yang's father also happened to arrive at the entrance of the hotel with the guests he was going to entertain. He saw the general manager standing there, and he thought that the general manager had come to pick himself up. He hurriedly and enthusiastically walked up to him. I dare not, Mr. Wang, how dare I trouble you to wait for me here? Wang Yang's father hurriedly said. Then he shook hands warmly with the hotel manager. Seeing this, the hotel manager was confused. What's going on here? Wang Yang, who was following his father, was proud of himself when he saw that the manager of the Jinjiang Hotel was standing at the door to greet his father. My dad is so awesome. Even the hotel manager greeted him at the door. Wang Yang thought proudly in his heart. At this time, Chen Wei also walked over. When Wang Yang saw Chen Wei, he immediately wanted to mock him. As a result, The hotel manager flew to Chen Wei. The manager immediately said respectfully, "Hello Boss Chen." "Hello, I came over this time just to meet. No need to make it so grand." Seeing the hotel manager bringing so many employees and making such a grand gesture, Chen Wei said indifferently. Hearing this, the general manager immediately nodded. Okay. Wang Yang saw it all and he rubbed his eyes. What the hell was going on here? Could it be that he was blind? This is so impossible. This is so unreal. Are they acting? Before Wang Yang could react, Chen Wei immediately pointed at Wang Yang and said, "Manager, see this person? Permanently blacklist him in the future. Make sure he doesn't step foot in Jinjiang Hotel again." After saying that, he pulled Lu Ruyan into the hotel. As Chen Wei passed in front of Wang Yang's father, he spoke again. "Manager, there's this other guy. He's not allowed in either. Like father, like son. Likewise, with its son, there must be its father." Chen Wei finished his sentence and entered the hotel without looking back. Only Wang Yang and his father were left at the scene. The two of them were dumbfounded. The hotel manager immediately reacted. He immediately called out to Wang Yang's father who was about to go in. "Boss Wang, I'm sorry, you just heard our Mr. Chen. You and your son, from now on, can't step into our Jinjiang Hotel. Please leave immediately." The hotel manager immediately spoke. Hearing the hotel manager say so, Wang Yang hurriedly went to the manager to explain it. "General Manager Wang, you don't be deceived by that poor man. He is a beggar. Penniless, he is nothing." Chapter 78. Wang Yang was beaten up by his father. As soon as he heard those words, the manager's face immediately darkened. "Security guards, come over here for a moment and throw this brat out." The hotel manager immediately spoke into the intercom. Soon, several men in security uniforms flew over. They lifted their legs and pulled their hands, and soon pulled Wang Yang out. Wang Yang kept cursing Chen Wei as he was being racked away. "You poor, aren't you just a liar? You'll never be better than me in your life." In the face of what just happened, Wang Yang's father has not yet reacted. "What is going on? I didn't offend you." "Manager Wang, Mr. Wang, what are you doing? We didn't offend you. Today, you have to give me a statement. Otherwise, I won't stop." Wang Yang's father didn't know what was going on, but still issued threats to the hotel manager. The hotel manager also heard the meaning of Wang Yang's father's words. He immediately "Humph, don't take yourself too seriously when I call you Boss Wang. You've offended our boss Chen now, so be careful that you won't be able to eat. You don't take a piss and look in the mirror either." The hotel manager immediately spoke up. He left right after he finished speaking. "Our hotel has a market value of billions of dollars, and you only have less than $100 million in assets." He also said a little, "Security, you absolutely can't let those two in anymore." This security guard immediately said a little, "Boss, we promise to do it. Never let the two of them in again." In the face of the hotel manager's ridicule, Wang Yang's father dared to be angry, because the Jinjiang Hotel was just too huge, and it was very powerful. To touch it would be an egg against a stone. "We're not having lunch here. Let's go." "What is this?" Still listening to a young man with a hairless mouth who can't do anything right. "Is this Wang a dog owned by someone else?" Boss Wang forced to smile and spoke. "No, Boss Wang, I think it's better if we don't work together. We haven't even eaten today's meal, and we've suffered such a great shame. What a disgrace, and your son has clearly offended the big man. Although this lord is still young, but the power behind people is not simple. If we work with you again, in case we are targeted by the forces behind them, we'll be screwed." As soon as this partner finished speaking, he immediately left. It didn't give Wang Yang's father a chance at all. The lesser of two evils. This partner still has a good head on his shoulders. A few others followed. "A few bosses don't go off. Let's discuss it again. We can make a little concession." Wang Yang's father still retained a bit, but a couple of the partners still got in the car and sped off right away. Fear of running too late, Wang Yang's father watched a few partners walk away, and thought that he had already offended the forces behind the Jinjiang Hotel. Wang Yang's father was very angry. Coincidentally, at this time, Wang Yang ran back. "Dad, what happened to your partners? How come they all left without eating?" Wang Yang asked. Dad, what's wrong with you?" Looking at his dad not answering himself and seeing his eyes full of anger, Wang Yang hastily took a few steps back as he was a bit scared. Soon, a slap on Wang Yang's face. At the same time, there was a loud pop sound. "You did this, and you still have the face to call me dad." Wang Yang's father was like a tyrant. He grabbed Wang Yang and punched and kicked him, itching to eat him. He fought for 20 to 30 minutes, beating Wang Yang into a pig's head, and then, Wang Yang fainted. Wang Yang's father did not do it again. Soon the ambulance also came and took Wang Yang to the hospital. Meanwhile, Chen Wei was already sitting in the top-class box of the Jinjiang Hotel. accompanied by manager Wang. This box is never open to outsiders. Chen Wei quickly handed the menu to Lu Ruyan, who was still a bit surprised. You can order whatever you want to eat. All the meals here taste good. Ruyan Lu took the menu and looked at it. Top grade Wagyu beef king crab Australian lobster black gold abalone this is also too expensive. Ruyan Lu was surprised again. Honey, is this really your hotel now? If it's real, I'll order it. I've only seen these delicious things on TV, only in photos. Looking at these things, I've been drooling for a long time now. I'm really salivating. Ruyan Lu said a bit. Hey, you let go. You can eat as hard as you want. It's all on your boyfriend me. Chen Wei directly laughed out loud when he heard this. If you don't order it, then I'll order it for you. Chen Wei added. I'll order if I'll order. Today I'm going to eat you. The big one. Lu Ruyan immediately said a bit. As soon as she finished speaking, she ordered the same dishes from earlier. Then, a few more dishes were added. After 20 to 30 minutes, some dishes came up quickly. These dishes were so much better than the dishes Wang Yang had invited to dinner. I don't know how many times better. Honey, then I'm welcome. It's just you and me anyway. No outsiders. No, you taste it first. Ruyan Lu chucked a piece of black gold abalone and handed it to Chen Wei's mouth. Chen Wei immediately ate it. Wow, absolutely fantastic. It's delicious. The moment his mouth came into contact with the food, Chen Wei immediately said so. I came by myself. Chen Wei added after he finished eating. The next thing you know, the two men stopped talking and kept feasting. Ruyan Lu was no longer svelte as she picked up the lobster on the table and took a big bite. After the lobster, there was king crab. The meal lasted over an hour, and that was the end of it. Accompanied by the manager, Chen Wei took Lu Ruyan, who could hardly walk anymore, out of the Jinjiang Hotel. Manager Wang, later on, you can tell them that this month's salary will go up by 50%. What about starting next month? It'll go up 30% every month. Chen Wei looked at manager Wang and immediately spoke. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I thank you on behalf of all the staff. The manager was happy in his heart, and he spoke very respectfully. Alright, we've eaten and drank enough. There's nothing to do, so we'll leave. Chen Wei said. Take care, Mr. Chen. The hotel manager bowed. His back straightened only after Chen Wei's car disappeared. Well, it's almost 2 p.m. Let's go look at the houses. You show me the pictures of those neighborhoods and make an introduction. Chen Wei immediately said something. He had already parked his car. Ruyan Lu picked up her cell phone, put the screen in front of Chen Wei, and began to introduce them one by one. These people are very new to the neighborhood. The location of this neighborhood, as well as the supporting settings, the greenery, are all very good. Ruyan Lu started to introduce it. What's your favorite neighborhood? Which set do you like? Chen Wei immediately asked. Chapter 79, Buying Only the Most Expensive Houses. I think it's better to buy a house that costs $100, 000 a square foot per unit. Oops, I forgot. Didn't we say we're renting a house? Then, Ruyan Lu asked. It's fine. Originally I wanted to rent it. Consider it, it's better to buy it. Anyway, it's not short of these tens of thousands of dollars. Chen Wei said. This neighborhood is considered good. And the price? 100,000 yuan, which is the average price of a house in Shanghai. And the most expensive neighborhood? The price per square meter is 200,000 yuan. This is too expensive. We can't afford it. Of course, it has the best location and the best environment. It's a high-end property established by the university. Ruyan Lu spoke up. A unit price of $100, 000 and a unit price of $200, 000 for a 100 square meter house. And the price of two such houses is a difference of $10 million. More than 95% of people don't make $10 million in their lifetime. So everyone knows which neighborhood is good. Because expensive has expensive reason. Everyone has eyes can see. You can cheat by cheating one time. It is difficult to cheat two times. This community with a unit price of 200,000 yuan per square meter is called the Riverside Royal View Community. This neighborhood is considered good no matter the location, the surrounding facilities, and the environment of the neighborhood. The houses here are all finely decorated. All decorated with high-grade materials and designed by the most famous decoration company in Shanghai. There can be a world of difference between a neighborhood that costs $100, 000 per unit and one that costs $200, 000 per unit. I'd like to just look at houses that cost 100,000 yuan a square meter per unit. Ruyan Lu sat on the passenger side, the seatbelt strangling her. It outlined her perfect curves. And what attracted Chen Wei the most was her long, slender legs. This pair of legs was too charming. These long legs could let Chen Wei play with them for the rest of his life. After asking, Ruyan Lu looked towards Chen Wei. She certainly likes the Riverside Royal View neighborhood the most, because the environment of the neighborhood was truly very good. She even made a special trip to this neighborhood to look at it. This neighborhood has a high reputation in the university town, and everyone knows that the houses here are good and that those who live here are rich. Moreover, this is a first-line Riverview house. The disadvantage is that the unit price is too high, and it costs 20 million yuan to buy a 100 square meter house like this. She was worried that Chen Wei couldn't afford it. So, she decided to go with this 100,000 yuan a square meter neighborhood. And that neighborhood with an average price of $100,000 only costs $10 million to buy a 100 square meter house. You can buy 2 houses here by buying 1 house in the Riverview neighborhood. It's a whole $10 million difference. It's not like it's a $1, $10, difference. Jiangshan Royal View neighborhood. Are there any houses left now? Chen Wei immediately asked. Chen Wei also knew that the Jiangshan Royal View neighborhood was a high-end property. What else? I went to the sales center and asked. The sales lady said that there are still houses that are not sold out. Lu Ruyan immediately spoke up. After saying that, she turned her head and immediately looked at Chen Wei. Let's buy the best then. Go to the Jiangshan Royal View neighborhood. Chen Wei immediately said. For Chen Wei, which neighborhood house to buy was actually an easy choice to make, because now he had money, and it wasn't like he was spending his own money. To buy a house, he definitely wanted to buy the best. And he also looked at the pictures of the houses in this neighborhood. And the houses are really beautiful. And the neighborhood is beautiful. That's why he decided he wanted to buy the Riverview neighborhood. Do you really want to buy a house in the Riverview neighborhood? This house is very expensive, yo. Ruyan Lu still asked. She was worried that Chen Wei didn't have that much money. That's for sure. If you have money, naturally you buy the most expensive ones too. Don't worry, I have enough money, Chen Wei immediately said. Then started the car and drove towards the sales office of the Jiangshan Royal View neighborhood. I can't imagine that my boyfriend has industry and is very rich. Lu Ruyan's mind was thinking about all sorts of issues. Her brain was out of control. Of course, she was also a little excited. She was really excited at the thought that she would be living in a house in Riverside Royal View in the future. Seeing the picture of that neighborhood house, Ruyan Lu was in a bit of a trance. Her own home is one of those old neighborhood houses, because her family's condition is average. So she bought a house with an area of only 2 rooms and 1 hall. 1 house for her own parents and 1 for her and her sister. No more extra houses. The only conditions, are such that it would be nice to have this kind of housing. Think about how many other people are renting their homes. If we want to talk about houses, then the houses in Hong Kong are the smallest. Some houses in Hong Kong are called subdivided units, which are only 3 or 4 square meters in size, and they are even smaller. As soon as Ruyan Lu thought of this, she felt happy again. Much happier than the people of Hong Kong. The big stars in Hong Kong only live in mansions that are 70 or 80 square meters big. They call it a mansion if it's 70 or 80 square meters. Their car quickly drove to the entrance of the Jiangshan Royal View neighborhood. Their sales office is also right next to this neighborhood. Chen Wei and the others quickly arrived at the sales office. We're here. Get off. Then, Chen Wei immediately said to Lu Ruyan. Yes, Ruyan Lu said. Both men unbuckled their seatbelts, opened their doors, and got out of the car. Chen Wei pulled Lu Ruyan's small white hand into the sales office. There's not much on the sales floor. How many people can afford to buy a house here? The price of a normal neighborhood is 100,000 yuan, and the price of this neighborhood is 200,000 yuan. There are still relatively few rich people in China, although people know that the Riverview neighborhood is very good, but will think about their own strength. Many people are afraid to step into this sales office to see the house, so not many people come here. However, this sales office is luxuriously decorated and looks very upscale. Chen Wei entered the sales office and found that it was very clean and the floor was spotless. The sales here are all pretty sales, and they are uniformly dressed in uniform-style OL dresses. These sales ladies are all very pretty, and their face value can reach 80 or 90%. Chen Wei will not panic at all when he comes here, and he is very confident because he has hundreds of millions of dollars in his hands. But Ruyan Lu was a bit nervous because it was the first time she entered the sales office of this high-end neighborhood. Hello handsome, can I serve you? Chen Shanshan immediately walked over quickly. She came to Chen Wei's side, then stopped and asked gently. There was a reason why she asked so gently. The first was because she saw Chen Wei coming down from the Mercedes-Benz Big G. Secondly, she saw that Chen Wei was wearing a Richard Mille watch on his hand. Of course it was something she saw as she got closer. This kind of watch had been bought by the national husband Wang Song. People, Chen Wei has the power. Let me introduce myself. My name is Shan Chan Chen. I'm the sales of the Jiangshan Royal View neighborhood. Today, I'm very happy to serve you. Chen Shanshan immediately introduced herself. I'm here to buy a house. What kinds of sizes do you have here? Chen Wei said. We have 120 square meters here. This kind is our main type of room. Do you think the real area is suitable? Chen Shanshan immediately asked. Chapter 80, let's buy 188 square feet. Is there a larger area? Chen Wei asked. As soon as she heard this, Chen Shanshan's eyes lit up, because she had received many customers, and she could tell at a glance if a customer really wanted to buy or not. She knew right away that Chen Wei was undoubtedly going to buy it, and that he would really be the one to buy the house. Of course, the key thing is that people drive multi-million-dollar cars and wear tens of millions of dollars of watches. Chen Shanshan could tell that Chen Wei really had strength. And then there's Chen Wei with the bottom line. Handsome boy. Please follow me to the VIP reception room and I'll answer your questions. Chen Shanshan immediately said. She could see that Chen Wei was not very old, but very powerful. What does it matter if you are old or not? Just have the strength. Okay. Chen Wei nodded and immediately took Lu Ruyan's hand and followed Chen Shanshan to the VIP reception room. Handsome girl, please sit down. Chen Shanshan invited with her hand. After Chen Wei and Lu Ruyan sat on the sofa, she immediately asked, what do you two need to drink? We drink mineral water. Chen Wei answered immediately. Chen Shanshan immediately helped them get 2 bottles of mineral water. The 2 Chen Weis picked it up. Immediately afterward, Chen Shanshan brought another tablet computer, introducing Chen Wei and the others to the various house types in the neighborhood. The smallest homes here are 100 square meters. Then it's 120 square meters, 140 square meters, 160 square meters. There are also larger ones, just 188 square meters and 230 square meters. What other floors are available for the 188 square meter house now? Chen Wei immediately asked. According to the calculation of $200,000 per square meter in the Jiangshan Royal District, 188 square meters will cost $37.6 million. Chen Shanshan bent over. Her 2 upper hemispheres were exposed, giving her a bejeweled look. At this time, when she heard that Chen Wei was directly asking for 188 this square meter household type, she was immediately happy, because buying this type of household represents more commission earned by Shanshan. A 188 square meter house, at an average price of $200,000, that's a whole $37.6 million. Her commission is 0.5%, and if she sells 1 set, she'll make over $180,000. That's a lot of money, enough to feed her for a year. So Chen Shanshan was happy and her heart beat faster. She was a little excited. It's really great news. However, she quickly suppressed the excitement in her heart. We are now selling the 188 square feet type. There are still 16 sets, respectively. There are 15 floors, 25 floors, 26 floors. Chen Shanshan immediately introduced. What about a large flat like this because it's too big? It doesn't sell that well. Is a $30 to $40 million house that easy to buy? How many people can afford it? Shanghai is a first-tier city, but not many people have really high salaries. Most of them make nothing more than about $10,000. For such a person to buy this house without eating or drinking, it would take at least 300 or 400 years. A $30 to $40 million house is really expensive. Not cheap. Lu Ruyan sat on the sofa, and her heart beat faster when she heard Chen Wei ask Chen Shanshan to introduce the 188 square meter house type. Heart bouncing, heart beating faster. She forced herself to look calm. Her pretty eyes, however, sparkled with an obvious look of great anticipation. Soon, Chen Shanshan finished introducing which floors the 188 square foot models for sale were on. Then let's go see this house on the 25th floor. Is it convenient for you? Chen Wei asked. In general, large floor plans are not selling well. So many floors are unsold. The reason why I chose the 25th floor is because the house has 26 floors, which is the top floor, and it is definitely not good, because it is easy to get hot in summer and cold in winter, and it is also easy to get water seepage. So, he picked the 25th floor. I'm conveniently handy. Of course it's convenient. Chen Shanshan immediately said. This is God. This was a God who could bring wealth to himself. Please wait here for a moment. I'll go get the key right away and show you the house. Chen Shanshan immediately said. Chen Shanshan quickly got up, then went to get the keys. Chen Shanshan also has a very good figure and an exceptionally pretty face. Chen Shanshan is very slim. Frankly speaking, she couldn't compare to Ruyan Lu, nor could she compare to Chu Chu Chen, but it was also very charming. Chen Wei was also attracted to her. This was because Chen Wei immediately retracted his gaze after looking at her for a few moments. Chen Shanshan also felt Chen Wei's gaze. So what if she looked? It's not like you're going to lose a bit of meat yourself. Chen Shanshan pretended not to notice. If there was no Ruyan Lu next to Chen Wei, Chen Shanshan would have wanted to offer herself on her own accord. Such a rich and handsome man could be very rare. A quality guy like that would be up for grabs for anyone. Chen Shanshan could tell at a glance that Chen Wei would buy a house and could afford it. Chen Shanshan quickly went to get the keys, and the house keys were placed centrally at the front desk. Right away, she got the key. As Chen Wei watched Chen Shanshan walk, he always felt that she was especially charming when her waist swung. Chen Wei looked at it for a few moments, then withdrew his gaze. He soon saw Ruyan Lu staring at himself. "What's wrong with you?" Chen Wei asked. But of course, he was still a bit shy, as if she had caught him cheating. "Do we really want to buy this big house of 188 square feet? Will this house be too big?" Ruyan Lu asked. "Because for this house is 188 square feet and worth $37.6 million. Can she afford a house like this?" "Sure. What's the problem? We'll go and have a look in the field first later. If it's suitable, we'll buy it," Chen Wei immediately said. Hearing this, Ruyan Lu's heart beat faster. "It's not $760. Buy it if it fits. It's like buying cabbage." Ruyan Lu's head spun a few times, thinking a lot. "Handsome girl, we've got the key. We can go see the house now." Chen Shanshan came back very quickly, and she immediately said something. "All right, let's go take a look." Chen Wei immediately stood up from the sofa. "A couple of people just walked to that building 9 to look at it. Our neighborhood realizes pedestrian vehicle segregation and has underground parking spaces. If you purchase a large flat of 188 square meters, we will give you 3 parking spaces," Chen Shanshan introduced. Chen Wei nodded his head, said a little, "Not bad. If the house is good, he buys it." A house was nearly $40 million. Although it was expensive, Chen Wei could still afford it. After all, the money came from the system, not from spending his own money. If you were spending your own money, you would definitely buy a smaller one yourself. They looked at the neighborhood and it's a really nice neighborhood. "It's beautiful. If I can live here, then I'll be really happy." Ruyan Lu thought for a moment. Chapter 81. Should I change my progress? Ruyan Lu took a deep breath as she pressed her inner thoughts. 7 or 8 minutes later, under Chen Shanshan's leadership, the two arrived downstairs in Unit 1. This building is all large 188 square foot units, one floor with 2 units, and each floor has a separate elevator. Chen Shanshan immediately spoke. "The entire first floor has no occupants and is completely designed as a place to relax. Owners can come here to play." Chen Shanshan made a brief introduction. She saw that Chen Wei wasn't interested and didn't introduce more. She pressed the elevator, and after it opened, she let Chen Wei and the others go in first. Only after Chen Wei and the others went in did Chen Shanshan follow. She pulled out her elevator tag and swiped it, then pressed the 25th floor. The elevator quickly reached the 25th floor. After a ding, the elevator doors opened. Chen Shanshan walked out first. She stopped the elevator with her hand and only withdrew her hand after Chen Wei and the others walked out. After the elevator door opened, the elevator door was facing the room door, but there was an empty hall of 18 or 19 square meters in the middle. This empty hall belongs entirely to your personal place, and although the house is 188 square meters, counting this place, the house is at least 200 square meters. Chen Shanshan introduced it. Then, the house gate code was entered and the door opened immediately. After the door opened, Chen Shanshan reached out her hand to signal for Chen Wei and the two of them to enter first. Chen Wei and Lu Ruyan walked into the house. As soon as he entered the house, Chen Wei was surprised by the house's decoration. This house is so luxuriously decorated. The house is tiled on the walls, the tiles on the floor gleam, and the house ceiling is very nice. The house was really richly decorated like a palace. The living room is 60 to 70 square meters, with a full expanse of floor-to-ceiling glass windows in front. Through the glass windows, you can see the fake mountains and water below. Chen Shanshan took Chen Wei for a stroll around the set. This home has 5 bedrooms, and 3 bathrooms. There is also an open kitchen. Each bedroom here is a good size, all 15 or 16 square feet. In reality, many people have bedrooms that are only about 10 square meters in size. This is especially true in Shanghai. Many people buy houses that are only 70 square meters large. The house is so big and so well decorated. You can tell that the customers that the Riverview neighborhood is geared towards are the rich. Chen Wei is still very satisfied with this house, which is extremely large and very well decorated, with air conditioners and such installed. You only need to buy a bed, a table, a sofa, and some daily necessities, and then you can move in. What do you think of the set? Ruyan Lu. Chen Wei twisted his head and asked Ruyan Lu. This house is too good, too beautiful. Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up with light and immediately said something. The house was one of the prettiest she'd ever seen. Whether it's in terms of neighborhood design or house decoration, she couldn't pick a single fault with the house here. Then I know, Chen Wei immediately said before looking over towards Chen Shanshan. Handsome man, this house is really good. If you are satisfied, I can. Chen Shanshan immediately spoke up, trying to say that she could get a discount. She wanted to facilitate this order. Before Chen Shanshan finished, Chen Wei immediately said, I'll buy this suite. You calculate how much. I'll buy it with full payment. To buy? Chen Shanshan was baffled for a moment. She was a bit disbelieving. She hadn't even finished her sentence yet. She could have told him she could get a discount herself. She knew Chen Wei would buy the house, and she thought he'd ask for a bit more of a discount. It would take some haggling and probably a bit of pulling, but she didn't expect him to open his mouth and talk directly about buying a house. It was like buying a cabbage. Handsome, did you say you want to buy this house? Chen Shanshan asked. She was still a bit unconvinced. Yeah, what's the problem? Chen Wei immediately said. After hearing this affirmation, Chen Shanshan was very happy, because it was a fully paid home. The overall discount was a full $500,000 off the $37.6 million. In addition to this discount, 3 parking spaces were also given away. 1 parking space is also worth $100,000 to $200,000. 3 parking spaces would be worth $500,000 or $600,000. Plus, 2 years of free property taxes. This is a high-end small, so the property fees are not cheap. A large house like this would cost $20,000 to $30,000 a year in property fees. Handsome, this is our company's biggest offer. None of the previous owners who bought the house had such a great offer. In this sales office, after finishing the offer, Chen Shanshan looked at Chen Wei with a nervous face. She was worried that when she was on the threshold, Chen Wei would give up and not buy the house. If this order was made, it would mean that she would have $178,000 in commission. $178,000 is quite a lot of money for the average person. So what? Chen Shanshan looked nervous, afraid that he would ask for a little more discount. But this is the biggest discount she's ever gotten. It's okay, I'll buy it. Swipe the card right away. Seeing how nervous Chen Shanshan was, Chen Wei immediately took out his bank card and handed it to Chen Shanshan. Chen Shanshan immediately froze and only came back to her senses after a second or two. She immediately accepted the bank card with both hands. She quickly entered the amount on the POS machine and then asked Chen Wei to enter his bank card PIN. The card was successfully swiped. The POS machine spit out a note, and Chen Shanshan asked Chen Wei to sign it again. Then, a few contracts were printed out immediately, and the purchase contracts were all form contracts. Chen Wei began to sign the purchase contract again. Chen Shanshan passed a pen and asked Chen Wei to sign the purchase contract. Chen Wei kept signing the purchase contract, and there were 5 or 6 purchase contracts. Lu Ruyan sat next to her and watched Chen Wei sign and also press her fingerprints. But at this time, she was still in a bit of a trance inside, because Chen Wei really bought a house. She saw Chen Wei swipe his card and pay with her own eyes. The average person working in Shanghai, without eating or drinking, would need at least 300 years to buy this house. Ruyan Lu was still a bit shocked. She twisted her head to look at Chen Wei who was signing. Chen Wei's face remained stoic without the slightest change. Spending $30 to $40 million on a house was like spending $3,000 to $4,000. Maybe the $30 million or so is just a pittance to him. As soon as she thought about it, she once again thought for a moment, not realizing that Chen Wei was so outstanding and in such good condition. Of course, she also didn't know what about the watch Chen Wei was wearing. It was a Richard Mille, which cost $30 million. She also didn't know that Chen Wei had a Porsche that cost almost $20 million. She would have been even more shocked if she had known. Some plans are still going to change. According to her preconceived notions, she was trying to take her time with Chen Wei to cultivate her feelings. She could kiss and caress between the two, but she couldn't break through the last step. She was afraid that Chen Wei would not cherish herself if she got her hands on him too easily. By now, she hesitated and thought for a moment about changing the pace. Chapter 82, Can't Take It Any Slower. Did one really have to follow the original plan? Would Chen Wei be unhappy then and immediately turn around and walk away? Ruyan Lu thought a lot. After he turns around and walks away, will he break up with her and go find another girl? Ruyan Lu was now very hesitant. She knew it herself. Chen Wei was now the best boy she could find in her life. Moreover, he was good in every aspect, and his age and personality were also suitable for herself. Chen Wei is not the least bit short. Then the question came, even Lu Ruyan felt this way, so did other girls feel this way? In fact, Lu Ruyan didn't know that even Lu Xiaoli wanted to grab it from her. Now, should one change plans? Alas, plans don't change as fast as they should. Alright, we're done with the formalities, Chen Wei immediately said. He didn't pay attention to Lu Ruyan's inner thoughts. Just now, signing took so much time. Then when can I get the house ownership certificate? Chen Wei looked at Chen Shanshan and asked. It's going to be a week at the very least. I'll call you when the home ownership certificate arrives. Chen Shanshan immediately spoke up. After she finished speaking, she looked at Lu Ruyan who was sitting next to her. This beauty next to her was so lucky to have found such an excellent boyfriend. If the girl next to Chen Wei beside her didn't have such a high face value, Chen Shanshan would have felt the need to put down her own face and try to chase after Chen Wei. What if it works? After all, she's been out of college for 2 or 3 years now, and she's 25 years old this year. Not the kind of little girl who doesn't know anything anymore. No longer will be patronizing to find love. Now, she knows that finding a rich boyfriend is very important for women, because love also needs to have a material foundation. Your own parents' home is not really well off. Then find a boyfriend who is well off and it's like a second reincarnation. This time, if you cast your stock, you definitely need to cast a tire with good conditions. Of course, casting a tire is also a technical job. Now, she knows Chen Wei has money. Chen Wei is not only rich, but also very young and has a very good face and temperament. Such a condition is very rare amongst the second generation of the rich. It was because it was so rare that Chen Shanshan felt a bit emotional and sighed a bit in her heart. Although he himself was pretty and belonged to a flower in the sales center, he was still quite a bit worse than Ruyan Lu next to him. Soon, they had this formalities all done. Alright then, the formalities are done, so we'll be going, Chen Wei said. You take your time, and if you have any follow-up questions, you can call and ask me, Chen Shanshan immediately said. She was full of smiles. Then, he sent Chen Wei and the others out the door. Alright, I'll call you if there's a problem. Chen Wei nodded, then glanced at Chen Shanshan. Instead, he felt a bit of emotion in his heart. Sure enough, wealth was the best condition for a man, because when he was out of the sales office just now, Chen Shanshan took advantage of Ruyan Lu's lack of attention and secretly twisted lightly on his waist. After he was in a bit of pain, he immediately looked at Chen Shanshan. Chen Shanshan didn't dodge. Instead she twisted on his waist again. What does that mean? It must be Chen Shanshan seducing Chen Wei. Chen Wei was certain that if he contacted Chen Shanshan later, Chen Shanshan would definitely throw herself at him. Alas, there are so many benefits to being rich. When you are rich, you are attractive. A woman will also unleash her favor on you, and her initiative will be more than you can imagine. Take Samantha Chan. She's really pretty, although she can't compare to Lu Ruyan, but it's really good looking. The face value also has 89/10. Can be said to have a fish and geese fall into the goose, closed the moon and shy flowers of the appearance of the. Moreover, she was 26 or 27 years old and no longer had the tenderness of a girl. The whole person exudes the air of an urban beauty, and is also unusually charming. A girl like Chen Shanshan definitely has quality men to pursue, and there are quite a few boys who go after them. But instead of accepting the advances of other boys, Chen Shanshan released her signals to Chen Wei. It's pretty obvious what she's releasing. Chen Wei thought a lot, and after he and Lu Ruyan walked a few dozen meters, he got into his car. It took a little over an hour in total to view and buy the house and sign the contract, which is still fast. Chen Wei is ready to take Lu Ruyan to buy furniture, such as buying a bed buying a table buying bed sheets. Chen Wei drove his car and quickly left this sales office. Chen Shanshan, on the other hand, stood at the entrance of the sales office and watched the Mercedes Big G disappear in her eyes. There was still a bit of anticipation in her heart, because she had already sent out a signal. It was up to Chen Wei to take the initiative to contact him. Chen Shanshan originally thought otherwise because Lu Ruyan next to Chen Wei was too beautiful, but on her way out the door of the sales office, she decided to take her chances. She decided to give it a try, just in case it worked. What if Chen Wei just likes her for this one? Because Chen Shanshan also has a high face value and a slim figure. If Chen Wei really liked her type, even if it meant letting herself be his lover, then her life in the future would be completely different, and she could live a life of fine clothes and food herself. It was because of this thought that she took it upon herself to release the signal that her hooks were out. She was still a little apprehensive inside. She knew it was a bit unethical. Chen Shanshan had seen all kinds of rich people at the sales office. Almost every one of these rich people was old and had a big belly. This is the age of money and face. Chen Wei, however, is very good looking and can readily come up with $30 to $40 million for a house. It was all this that moved Chen Shanshan. Chen Shanshan did not continue to think about it. Let it go. I just don't know if Chen Wei will pick it up. It should be 80% likely. After all, he himself is also very beautiful and has a very good body to match the beautiful Daji. After Chen Wei's car drove far away, Ruyan Lu asked, "Where are we going now?" Ruyan Lu immediately said, "We are going to buy some beds and sheets and tables and buy some living supplies." Chen Wei immediately said a bit, "Oh, do you have a lot of pocket money? A couple million? A few tens of millions?" Ruyan Lu asked, then looked over towards Chen Wei. Originally, she hadn't wanted to ask this, but she couldn't help it now. She knew that Chen Wei was rich, but the extent to which Chen Wei was rich was beyond her expectations. Pretty much, Chen Wei answered immediately. More than 10 minutes later, Chen Wei came to the door of a furniture city. In less than an hour, the two picked out a sofa and a bed, and bought sheets, and a summer quilt, bought another dresser, and a writing desk. 2 hours later, the furniture stores had all delivered. By this time, it was also after 6 p.m. The furniture was installed quickly. The installer also left. Ruyan Lu looked at the large flat that cost over $37 million. Emotional. I'm the mistress of the place, and it feels so good. Did you turn yourself in today? Chapter 83, Ruyan Lu still takes the initiative. Two people finally have a secret base. Chen Wei looked at Lu Ruyan. Her face was so beautiful and her body was so good. The waist was so straight. The willow waist was so slender. And a pair of long legs were amazingly proportioned under the short skirt. It's really not enough to look at. Lu Ruyan she immediately walked to Chen Wei's side, then took Chen Wei's arm, and smiled, smiling so brightly and generously. What are you laughing at? Chen Wei asked after wrapping his arms around Lu Ruyan's slender waist and then embracing her into his arms. I was thinking that I can actually live in such a nice and big house. I'm so happy. Lu Ruyan blushed as she was held in Chen Wei's arms, but she was no longer shy. Instead, she reached out and wrapped her arms around Chen Wei's neck. She didn't wait for Chen Wei to speak, then stood on her tiptoes, kissed Chen Wei on the mouth. What? Just a kiss? Chen Wei frowned. He immediately lowered his head and wrapped his arms around Lu Ruyan's slender waist for a French wet kiss. He let go of Ruyan Lu only when she was breathing a little hard, but Chen Wei didn't expect that Ruyan Lu was still clinging to his neck. What's going on? Chen Wei looked at Ruyan Lu. Honey, what's wrong? Chen Wei asked. Why don't you carry me to the master bedroom room? I've already laid the sheets. Lu Ruyan immediately blushed slightly and looked up at Chen Wei. She said with a firm face. It used to be that you had to take your time and give yourself over to Chen Wei little by little, but she no longer had that idea. She has to turn herself into Chen Wei's woman quickly. Why? The reason was actually very simple. Because Chen Wei's excellence was beyond her expectations. This matter can't be done if it's not done urgently. So there's no need for hesitation. She believed that she had made the right decision. Chen Wei was not someone who wanted that body of hers and abandoned her. Another reason was that she believed in her looks and her body, both of which she had impeccable. Either way, she'd take the gamble. The first woman she would strive to be. Not the first woman, but at the very least his second woman. Do you really want me to carry you to the master bedroom room and you won't regret it? Chen Wei wrapped his arms around Lu Ruyan's luxuriant waist and opened his mouth to ask. Chen Wei wasn't a cutie either. He knew what Ruyan Lu meant when she said to go to the master bedroom, so he wanted to go over it again to make sure. Well, I'm sure. I don't regret it. Ruyan Lu nodded and answered immediately. Chen Wei didn't say anything and hugged Lu Ruyan, then quickly walked into the room inside. Half an hour later, in the master's suite, Chen Wei lay on the bed, refreshed and never more refreshed. Lu Ruyan was lying in his arms. Her bright and beautiful face was flushed with multiple blushes. Her entire person was much more charming and beautiful than before. Seeing Chen Wei's smug look at this time, Lu Ruyan slapped him with a red face. Slightly painful. Chen Wei didn't care and wrapped his arms around Lu Ruyan again. Then he gave her a direct kiss on her pretty face. Chen Wei also did not expect to come to this point so soon, because Ruyan Lu was really pretty. Her body was really good. And her temperament was also very good. I didn't expect that I would get her so quickly, and she did it willingly, of her own accord. After all, the two had only confirmed their relationship a few days before. When the two kissed that day, he tried to move his hands, but they were all stopped by Ruyan Lu. From all of this, it was clear that Ruyan Lu didn't actually want to come to this point so soon, but I didn't realize how quickly the two came to this point. When he thought of this, Chen Wei felt that everything wasn't real, but this one did happen. This is really fast. Fast, of course, but when you think about it, it seems to be expected because he's rich. Whether it is the Mercedes-Benz Big G, or the $30 million Richard Mille watch, or the $37.6 million house in the Riverside Royal Park neighborhood that he bought today, all these are solid indications that he is rich and has enough wealth. No matter who saw it, they would think he was a super rich kid, a rich kid indeed. After all, he just graduated from college. The charm of this wealth is that great. Even Lu Ruyan, whose face, body, and temperament were all superb, could not resist this temptation. Beauty always loses out to wealth. You have wealth and you have access to a lot of beautiful women. So, it happened naturally and did what it was supposed to do. Honey, what are you thinking about? Ruyan Lu wrapped her arm around Chen Wei, her pretty face looking over with a curious expression before asking. Now, the tone was much more intimate. After all, the two were honest with each other. So, It put a little bit of a dent in her heart. I didn't think of anything, Chen Wei said a bit, then prepared to take a shower. Although there was an air conditioner here, it wasn't quite cold because it hadn't been on for long. He was still sweaty and a bit sticky. I'm getting ready to take a shower. Do you want to join me? Chen Wei looked at Ruyan Lu and asked. As he spoke, his gaze also swept Lu Ruyan's legs. You go first, I'll go later. Ruyan Lu saw Chen Wei's gaze and hurriedly covered her legs with the air-conditioned quilt. She was a little afraid of going to the shower with Chen Wei, afraid that Chen Wei wouldn't be able to control himself again. Alright, I'll wash first, Chen Wei immediately said before getting up and getting out of bed. He went into the inside bathroom. While shopping for daily necessities in the afternoon, I had already bought shampoo, body wash, and towels, toothpaste, toothbrushes and so on. Now those can come in handy. Soon, Chen Wei, then, turned on the hot water, and the hot water came out in a while. He squirted hot water into his side, his head recalling the image of what he had just seen. Ruyan Lu's legs were really long and could serve him for a lifetime. Too bad we can't do it again. He thought about it a lot. He washed for 10 minutes or so, and then, he went to the mirror and took a look. His own figure has gotten better, and after taking the physique enhancement liquid, he has more muscles on his body. His own face value has also risen. Of course, it's true that there's no shortage of women when you're rich, but being handsome and rich is certainly the best. Chen Wei walked out of the bathroom, and he saw that Ruyan Lu had already gotten dressed. Ruyan Lu was collecting the sheets that had just been laid on the bed. What are you collecting this bed sheet for? Chen Wei walked over and hugged Ruyan Lu from behind. Asked Ruyan Lu. Ruyan Lu was more or less shy, but she wouldn't be alarmed at all. I want to stay as a souvenir. It's my first time, Ruyan Lu said with a red face. What? Chen Wei looked at the bedsheet in Ruyan Lu's hand. There was a touch of red on the bedsheet. Soon enough, Chen Wei understood. Okay, you keep it. You keep it as a souvenir. Chen Wei immediately said a little. Then he kissed Lu Ruyan's neck again. Chapter 84, The Waiter's Admiring Eyes. Chen Wei kissed Lu Ruyan's neck. It's a bit itchy. Ruyan Lu shrank her neck. She was very ticklish. Really afraid of tickling? Seeing Lu Ruyan say that, Chen Wei lowered his head and kissed her neck again before asking. I'm really ticklish. This, however, was known to no one but the family. With that said, she quickly cleaned up the sheets and headed to the bathroom for a shower. It was hot, after all, and the air conditioner hadn't quite brought the temperature down, and she was sweating. After 20 or 30 minutes, she finished her shower and stepped out of the bathroom. She was still having a bit of trouble walking and was in slight pain. Of course this was normal. After all, she was new to this. Are you still in pain? Looking at Lu Ruyan walking a bit abnormally, Chen Wei asked. Well, it still hurts a little, Ruyan Lu replied. She put her arms around Chen Wei's neck, then said a little. It's your fault, and you don't know how to feel for me. Like a cow, Ruyan Lu gently slapped Chen Wei with her hand. Of course, Ruyan Lu did not exert any force. Couldn't help myself at that time. Chen Wei got a little weak. It's almost 6 o'clock. Are we going to eat hot pot? Chen Wei asked. Your hot pot restaurant that day? Ruyan Lu asked immediately. It was a little inconvenient for her to walk now, but it wouldn't hurt much. It's okay to go out to eat. Yeah, Chen Wei immediately said. Okay, I'll listen to you. After saying that, she wrapped her arms around Chen Wei's neck, then stood on her tiptoes and kissed Chen Wei on the mouth. Then she buried her head in Chen Wei's chest position. She's still a little shy. That was fast indeed. The relationship had only been confirmed a few days ago. Today it's just two people being honest with each other and having the most intimate relationship. Of course, she had no regrets. The opportunity that should have been taken was still taken. The opportunity is not to be missed, because Chen Wei is very good in all aspects. Come on, let's go out. Chen Wei spoke softly. The two just walked out of the house one after the other, and they got in the car. The car quickly drove down the street. The intersection in front of him turned red again, and Chen Wei was busy stopping this car. Suddenly, his cell phone vibrated. He looked to see that it was a WeChat from Chun Chu Chu. There's a kitten crying emoji. This look. Chen Wei looked at Ruyan Lu and realized that Ruyan Lu wasn't looking at himself. He was ready to return a message. At this time, Chen Chu Chu sent another WeChat. Our washing machine here suddenly broke down and I'm not happy. I haven't finished my laundry yet. Bummer. If I had known, my girlfriend and I would have rented a little better house. The house here. In 3 days and 2 days. It's either this bad or that bad. Chen Chu Chu came with 2 more messages at this time. Chen Wei hurriedly returned. Baby, I'm busy with something right now. I'll contact you in 2 hours. Chen Chu Chu immediately came back for a moment. Okay. Chen Wei smiled happily. This girlfriend was just gentle and obedient. So happy. What's so happy about it? Ruyan Lu asked curiously as she sat in the other driver's seat. Sure, we've bought a house now, so you and I will have a secret space, Chen Wei immediately said. Hearing this sentence, Lu Ruyan immediately blushed, because she subconsciously thought of something. She retracted her gaze, no longer looking at Chen Wei, but looking out the window. Soon it was a green light. The car started quickly. They soon arrived at the fondue restaurant. Is this the hot pot restaurant you came to eat at with your friends the other night? Ruyan Lu asked. This time, she unbuckled the seatbelt on her body, looked out the car window at the fondue restaurant. That day, we came to this hot pot restaurant, which is quite good, Chen Wei immediately said a bit, then got down to the car as well. He took Ruyan Lu's hand and walked into this hot pot restaurant. By this time, the store was already full of people. After all, it was already 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening. This store is quite trendy, and the slogan is also hip. Ruyan Lu looked at the store's decoration and immediately spoke. I feel the same way, Chen Wei immediately said. The two quickly found a window seat and sat down. Grab the scanner card on this table and scan the code. Quickly scan the code and order your food. It didn't take long for the waiter to bring the food. Very coincidentally, it was the same waiter from that day. This waiter was the one who had asked Chen Wei and Chen Chuchu if they were boyfriend and girlfriend. When this waiter walked over with the dishes, his first glance didn't see Chen Wei first, but Lu Ruyan first. He immediately exclaimed in his heart, this girl is so beautiful and has such a tall figure. Too bad it's not my girlfriend. This waiter didn't look much after glancing at Ruyan Lu. Then, he immediately placed the various dishes on the table. It was at this time that he saw Chen Wei. Upon seeing Chen Wei, he was immediately froze. Of course he recognized Chen Wei, because he was too impressed with Chen Wei. After all, 2 days ago, Chen Wei brought with him a very pretty Chen Chuchu as well. After work that day, he even told his companion about it. The words were full of envy and jealousy towards Chen Wei. Chen Wei and Chen Chuchu kissed in front of him to prove that they were boyfriend and girlfriend between the two of them. Therefore, this waiter had a very deep impression of Chen Wei. It was because this impression was so profound that he froze immediately after seeing that it was Chen Wei. Then he looked up again at Ruyan Lu in front of him. Both girlfriends are very beautiful. What's so attractive about this man? He's still got 2 girls under his spell? Chen Wei naturally noticed the waiter's demeanor, knowing that the other party froze for a moment. Handsome, the dishes you ordered are served. Please enjoy. The waiter came back to his senses and immediately spoke to Chen Wei and the others. He gulped once more, bringing with him endless envy and admiration in his gaze toward Chen Wei. A model for men. A role model for my generation. Only a few days ago, a beautiful girl was brought over. Today another pretty girl was brought over. These 2 girls are one more beautiful than the other. If he could fall in love with one of them, he would wake up laughing in his dreams. As for 2, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. What kind of luck did he have? How come he's got 2 beautiful babies in his hands? This handsome man is awesome, the waiter exclaimed. Okay, thanks, Chen Wei said as he saw the admiration and envy in the other party's eyes. Soon the waiter left. Immediately, Ruyan Lu asked with a bit of incomprehension. Why do I think he's looking at me a little weird? Yeah, there's something weird in the middle of his eyes. Chapter 85 Ruyan, you're prettier than before. The waiter is looking a little weird. Ruyan Lu sat in her seat and looked away from the waiter. She always felt that there was something strange among the way this waiter looked at her. No, I guess it's because you're pretty and have a good body, so I looked at you twice more, Chen Wei immediately said. Is that so? Ryuan looked at it, and she immediately cheered up. The 2 men went right to work. The meal lasted nearly an hour. After having a good meal, Chen Wei was ready to send Ruyan Lu back to the rental room. The new house will let Ruyan Lu live there after a while. You still need to air up the new house, as well as let the furniture dissipate the smell. On their way back to the rental, they happened to pass an Apple cell phone store. After seeing it, Chen Wei immediately parked his car in front of this store. Honey, why did you stop the car? Haven't you gotten to the rental yet? Seeing the car stop, Ruyan Lu asked. She was a bit curious. At first she thought she had arrived at the place where she rented a house. I'll buy you a cell phone, Chen Wei said. He pointed toward the Apple cell phone store again. It was then that Ruyan Lu saw the Apple cell phone store. My cell phone still works. I don't need to buy a cell phone, Ruyan Lu immediately said. I know, your cell phone is a bit old. I'll buy you a new one, let's go. Soon, Chen Wei got out of the car. Ruyan Lu followed and got out of the car. The 2 quickly walked into this machine Apple cell phone store. A little over 10 minutes later, they walked out of the store again. Lu Ruyan's hand has taken the latest model of that iPhone 10, which cost 9,688 yuan. This new phone is just smooth, and it's the first time I've used an Apple phone yet. Ruyan Lu took the phone and played with it while talking a bit. The best cell phone in the world right now is definitely the Apple phone. Apple alone makes 80% of the profits from producing cell phones. The rest of the other brands only make 20% of the profit. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Yes? Ryu asked. Ruyan Lu's family was in an average condition, and there was a younger sister below her. So the family definitely won't give her money to spend on a cell phone that costs around 10,000 yuan. Just as long as you like it. Just use it well. Chen Wei smiled and finished his sentence. The two men got into the car. At this time, Chen Wei's cell phone vibrated again. He took out his cell phone to look at it and saw that it was a message from Chen Chuchu. Are you done with your business? Chen Chuchu asked. Ruyan Lu sat in the passenger seat and looked at Chen Wei holding his cell phone and asked curiously. Your cell phone rang for a bit. Who sent that message? Ruyan Lu asked curiously as she sat in the passenger seat. It's from a friend of mine, asking if I've had dinner yet. Are things done yet? Chen Wei immediately said a little. He now had the trait of being a scumbag. His face was not red anymore. Oh, that's right. Ruyan Lu nodded without the slightest doubt. She put all her thoughts on her new cell phone. He immediately drove the car, and it didn't take him long to return to the side of Ruyan Lu's rented room. I'm here. I'm going down. Ruyan Lu sat on the co-pilot and spoke to Chen Wei. She was pretty before, and now she's even more feminine and pretty than before, because her whole body has a little more womanly flavor. Of course this is a credit to Chen Wei. Why did you just go down like that? Chen Wei said. He then pointed at his face. Ruyan Lu immediately lifted her head over and kissed Chen Wei. Alright, I'm getting off. You go back quickly. Ruyan Lu immediately said. Alright, go ahead. Chen Wei immediately said. Lu Ruyan pushed the door and got out of the car, but did not immediately go back to her rented house there. She stood beside the car and shook her hand towards Chen Wei. Go ahead. I'll go into the room when your car is gone. Ruyan Lu immediately said. Chen Wei nodded and immediately turned the car around and drove away. Ruyan Lu waited for the car to disappear from sight before turning to enter the room. Ruyan, you're back. Did you have a date with your boyfriend today? Where did you guys go to play? As soon as Ruyan Lu returned to her room, Huangjin saw that she was back and then asked. We didn't go anywhere to play. We just did a little shopping. Ruyan Lu immediately said. She definitely won't say she's already sleeping with Chen Wei. It's personal. Oh, you guys to shopping. Huangjin nodded and immediately spoke. Immediately she looked at Ruyan Lu with a surprised face. What's wrong? Is there something dirty on my face? Looking at Huangjin's surprised gaze, Ruyan Lu smiled. Ruyan Lu and Huangjin had a better relationship, because Huangjin had a good personality. Unlike Lu Xiaoli to compete with her. Also unlike Gui Chanqian too beautiful with her. So they are more or less excluded from each other. That's why Ruyan Lu was on better terms with Huangjin. As soon as she thought of this, Lu Ruyan looked around this house and found that Lu Xiaoli was not there, but Gui Chanqian was. It's strange, Ruyan. I think you're a lot prettier than what you seemed to be before. Huangjin came next to Ruyan Lu as she spoke. She felt more and more surprised in her eyes. Anyway, she couldn't tell which aspect of Ruyan Lu was beautiful, but that's how she felt. Huangjin didn't realize that this was a woman's charm. Did I? Ruyan Lu asked without moving. Of course it's prettier. A lot prettier than before. Anyway, Huangjin nodded her head with certainty. Then she said a little more. Qianqian, take a look. Isn't Ruyan prettier than before? Gui Chanqian looked up at Ruyan Lu at this time. Soon, she was a little taken aback. Too, she also realized that Ruyan Lu was indeed different from the morning. Indeed more beautiful. There was also a more charming feeling emanating from her body. Strange. What's going on? Gui Chanqian looked at Ruyan Lu with a bit of curiosity. Then immediately said. Ruyan is indeed prettier than in the morning. Right? I told you it was prettier than in the morning. Is it because of the makeup? Huangjin spoke again. It could be. Ruyan Lu continued to maintain a calm demeanor, but her face was more or less red. If one looked closely, no matter how good and generous her personality was, she would be a bit shy when it came to this kind of thing. It's a good thing that Huangjin didn't pursue it much and assumed it was just the makeup. As for the real reason, Huangjin didn't even think about it. She never dreamed that Ruyan Lu and her boyfriend would have an intimate relationship so soon. After all, everyone is still in college and their heads are still relatively pure. If she's been in the community for a year or two, I guess she gets it. I'm going to go wash up. I'm sweating today. Ruyan Lu immediately found a reason and prepared to leave. Ruyan, wait. Huangjin immediately pulled Ruyan Lu's arm at this time. What's wrong? Is something wrong with you? Ruyan Lu turned her head to look over. Then asked. Chapter 86, we have to be even-handed. It's not a big deal. It's just that you're in love and you have a boyfriend. You should let Chen Wei treat us to a meal. Huangjin spoke up. It was a rule that was set in place in our dorm when school first started. At the time it was stated that whoever was in love and had a boyfriend had to buy their roommate dinner. After Lily confirmed her relationship with Wang Chang at that time, Wang Chang also invited us to dinner. Huang Jin said a lot. Hearing this, Ruyan Lu immediately agreed. Yes, there's no problem. I promise to invite you guys to dinner, but I have to ask my boyfriend to see when he's free. When he's sure, I'll invite you guys. Do you guys think it's okay? At that time, when the school year just started, this was proposed by Huang Jin. In the future, no matter who fell in love and had a boyfriend, they had to invite their roommates to dinner. At that time, Ruyan Lu agreed. Hey, then we're in luck. We can rub it in again. I'm going to rip you off. Your boyfriend is a rich second generation. Huang Jin immediately laughed a little. And, Ruyan, I especially envy you. Your family, Chen Wei, buys you $80,000 bags when you say so. You know what? My parents can only make $80,000 a year combined. And they don't even make $80,000. Your boyfriend is so rich. I haven't seen this kind of rich second generation yet. Huang Jin said with an envious face. Okay then, I'll let you guys meet at dinner that day. Ruyan Lu said a little more before going into the bathroom. She let out an ouch as she went into the bathroom. What's wrong, Ruyan? Huang Jin immediately looked towards Ruyan Lu. Guo Qianqian had been looking at her cell phone, and when she heard Lu Ruyan make the sound of hey, she also turned her head to look over. Both men looked at Ruyan Lu. It's fine. I took a little too big of a step just now, Ruyan Lu said before walking towards the bathroom. Then be careful, Huang Jin said right away. But of course she was a bit frazzled. Qianqian, what are you doing? Huang Jin spoke up, but Guo Qianqian didn't say anything as she had watched Lu Ruyan walk towards the bathroom step by step. That walk, that ouch, gave her a guess in her mind. Is she having an intimate relationship with Chen Wei? But she immediately denied herself. How could they be in bed today when they had only met a few days earlier and had only just confirmed their relationship? Is it still that fast? Guo Qianqian immediately shook her head, dismissing her guess. A few people had been classmates for a few years, and she had an average relationship with Ruyan Lu. Of course, she knew that Ruyan Lu was very proud inside, so it couldn't have been that fast, and the two couldn't have been in bed already. Qianqian, what are you thinking? I'm talking to you. Why don't you answer? When Huang Jin saw that Guo Qianqian didn't respond to herself when she spoke, she immediately asked again. Didn't do anything, it's just that I've already gotten lost in thought just now. Right, what did you just say? Guo Qianqian didn't think about the question just now anymore and immediately asked. Of course, she wouldn't say what she was guessing in her mind. Surely one could not speak of right and wrong behind someone else's back. I say, how about we play some games together? Zhen Wang rejoined. Can. Guo Qianqian immediately agreed. Great. We never lose when we play with you. We work well together. Huang Jin said happily. Soon, Chen Wei also returned to his own Townsend. He took out his cell phone and looked at the WeChat sent by Chen Chuchu. If I had known, my girlfriends and I would have rented a better house. This house we're renting now is 3 days old. Either this one is bad or that one is bad, and the landlord is still loving it. At this time, Chen Chuchu was sitting on the sofa, still sending out WeChat and sending out her inner dissatisfaction. The pros of the house she rented with her best friend were the cheap rent, but the cons were so much more. Today, she wanted to do laundry, and after throwing the clothes in the washer, she realized that it wasn't spinning. It didn't turn after messing with it for half a day, so I don't know why it's broken. Chen Chuchu immediately looked for the landlord. The landlord was very upset when he heard this, and said, How do you mess this up? I bought a good washing machine, and in 3 strokes you broke it. After hearing this, Chen Chuchu had a hard time. So, she nagged at Chen Wei again. Hey, how did we run into such a landlord? Chen Chuchu said a lot more. Alas, as a godly man, you have to treat your girlfriends equally. Chen Wei immediately thought for a moment. He used to be ready to rent 2 houses. One for Lu Ruyan to live in and one that could be used for Chen Chuchu to live in. Now that I have so much money, I've thought about it and decided to stop renting and just buy a house. Chen Wei immediately sent a bar message to Chen Chuchu. Do you have a favorite neighborhood in Shanghai? Chen Wei immediately asked. What do you mean? Chen Chuchu froze for a moment after seeing this message. She didn't know what Chen Wei meant by sending this message. Of course there's a favorite neighborhood. It's that Suihu Tiandi neighborhood. I've swiped this neighborhood on Jitterbug before. This neighborhood is so beautiful. The price is also very expensive. A square meter costs $220,000. Chen Chuchu immediately said. Her eyes were full of yearning longing as she said the name of the neighborhood. But she couldn't afford a house there because it was too expensive. A year's salary wouldn't buy a square meter. Then tomorrow morning, we'll go house shopping together. I'll drive to pick you up tomorrow morning, and we'll go to this neighborhood and buy a house for you to live in. Chen Wei immediately said. What? Chen Shuchu was shocked for a moment when she saw this message. Buy a house in this neighborhood? It's not true, is it? Chen Shuchu was too surprised. Eyes a little dull. Chu, why are you frothing? At this time, Xiaoli Chun had just walked out of the room. She saw her best friend who was frothing there and then asked. She walked over and touched Chen Shuchu's face. My face is so soft and smooth. It feels so good in my hands. She looked up again and looked at Chen Shuchu's chest. Car headlights. So big BFF in the end, what did you grow up eating? Chun. Chen Shuchu hadn't returned to reality for a bit. Chu, what's wrong with you? Xiaoli Chun asked. Then, she pinched her best friend's face again. She looked down at Chen Shuchu's breasts again. Her boyfriend is really blessed with a mouthful. Xiaoli Chun sighed. Chun, my boyfriend he said he wants to buy a house for me to live in. Chen Shuchu immediately said a little. What? To buy you a house in Shanghai? Really? Xiaoli Chun was also taken aback. This Chen Wei was too generous. Because people drive $18 million cars, he must be able to afford it. But being able to afford it doesn't necessarily make you so generous as to give away your house. Didn't I want to do laundry just now? But the washing machine broke down somehow. So I complained about it. Saying that this house we're renting now is not good at all. Chen Shuchu said a bit. Chapter 87. What? Buying a house in Lakeville? He just said that he has time tomorrow. He'll come pick me up and go buy a house for me to live in. Chen Shuchu said a little foolishly. She really was just talking in passing at the time. But to my surprise, Chen Wei immediately said he would buy her a house, and want to buy a house in Lakeville. She just knew that Chen Wei was rich. She didn't have too deep an impression before, and now she was impressed. Because she just said in passing that the house she was renting now wasn't very good. Chen Wei said he would buy a house for himself. And it's a house that costs $220,000 per square meter. Isn't that a little too hoity-toity? At the thought of this, Chen Shuchu still had a bit of a brain buzz. And next to her, Xiaoli Chun froze for a moment. She was also subdued by Chen Wei's 2-ho action. Is there such a ho? Just because his bestie spouted off about a not-so-great rental, he said he was going to go buy a house for his bestie to live in. Isn't that ho? Xiaoli Chun stood still and froze for a moment. Buying a house in Shanghai is not something that can be bought for $1,000, but only for about $10 million. She looked at her best friend with infinite envy and jealousy. A $10+ million house says buy it. Chu, did he say which neighborhood house he wants to buy? Xiaoli Chun asked. Because it was in the house. She was dressed coolly. Xiaoli Chun's willow waist is slender. Her legs are long and beautiful. Said it. Suihu Tiandi. Chen Shuchu immediately said it. Suihu Tiandi? Hearing Chen Shuchu say the name of this neighborhood, Xiaoli Chun froze once again. Her mood was really complicated. How could her own best friend's fate be so good? Lakeville World. She naturally knew this neighborhood. It was one of the most expensive neighborhoods in Shanghai. Previously, she had also seen this neighborhood when she swiped Shake Shack. At that time, she also let her best friend watch the video as well. After watching the video, the two envisioned how nice it would be to live here. However, they know that it is very difficult for them to live here. It's impossible to even think about living here because it costs $220,000 per square foot. But now, BFF's boyfriend is going to buy it for BFF. Xiaoli Chun is really envious and jealous. Still, she was happy for her BFF. Trudy, this is great. It's a sign that he cares about you. You're so lucky. You're so happy. You've met the right person. Xiaoli Chun looked at Chen Shuchu with an envious face and immediately spoke. Your own BFF certainly met the right person. She then spouted off that the rental wasn't great and her boyfriend just said he wanted to buy a suite. And in a neighborhood as expensive as Lakeville. Although Chen Wei has the money to casually afford a set of Suihu Tiandi's house 20 to 30 million. But for Chen Wei is also a small sum of money. It was also evident that Chen Wei was really good to Chen Shuchu. Chen Wei has money along with genuine heart. This kind of heart would be rare. Once she thought of this, Xiaoli Chun didn't hold back and looked at Chen Shuchu once again. She immediately sighed again. My own best friend is so lucky to have met such a good boyfriend. When will God give me a boyfriend like that? My boyfriend is really good to me. Chen Shuchu blushed a little, and her face was also a little happy. But a house in Suihu Tiandi is too expensive. It costs $20 to $30 million. I won't be able to earn that much money in my lifetime. Spending so much money on a house. Do you think it's worth it? Chen Shuchu spoke again. Silly girlfriends, tens of millions of dollars is expensive for us. It's expensive to more than 95% of the population. But to Chen Wei, it's just a few hairs on a cow. Xiaoli Chun comforted. Silly girlfriend, from now on, you have to change your mindset. You can't measure whether you can buy a house by your previous income. You should use his income to measure whether you can buy a house or not. Xiaoli Chun said a little more. When Chen Shuchu wanted to speak, Chen Wei sent a WeChat. Then it's a deal. We'll go house shopping tomorrow and I'll pick you up tomorrow. I'm still a bit busy right now. We'll talk later, Chen Wei said. Okay. Chen Chuchu immediately returned. Xiaoli-chan was standing next to her, and she had already seen the chat between Chen Chuchu and Chen Wei. She saw that Chen Wei said bluntly that he wanted to buy a house without a single superfluous word. Chu-chu. Seriously, don't forget each other if you are rich. In the future, you must not forget me. You'll soon be a rich woman, and you'll soon be moving into a high-end blob like Suehu Tiandi. Shouldn't you treat me to a meal tomorrow? Xiaoli-chan joked about it. As a best friend, she was quite happy for Chu-chu. After all, she had found a rich and considerate boyfriend. Not too old, handsome in appearance, and suitable in all aspects. I'm not a rich woman. Where is there a rich woman? Chen Chuchu immediately said. She was still a bit embarrassed. Alright, I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. Just treat you to dinner, Chen Chuchu immediately said. Suddenly, a critical question came to her as soon as she thought of it. This question is, what about one's own bosom friend? Tomorrow, Chen Wei will take himself to buy a house in Suehu Tiandi. The houses in Suehu Tiandi are all well-decorated houses that can be moved in with a handbag. When you buy a house, don't wait a few days to move in. What about your own girlfriends if you go over to live there? She and her best friend are renting this apartment. Although the rent isn't very high, that's two people together who are splitting the rent. And with that split the rent isn't too high for two people. If you go off on your own and leave your best friend alone, the rent on that house would be high. Of course, then you can also find someone in a share house. What kind of person could one find? Finding someone is like opening a blind box. I don't know what kind of person I'll meet. It's okay to meet a good person. There's the fear of meeting a bad person. I'm afraid that I'll meet someone like that BFF of Aoshima-kuen's Zhang Ji. This Zhang Ji was victimized by her best friend's boyfriend S. Apart from that reason, she really kind of couldn't bear to part with her best friend, as the two had been roommates since college. The two were very close. After graduation, they rented the same house, and their relationship was also good. Now that they are together, it's a habit. Both are a bit inseparable. What are you thinking about? While Chen Chuchu was thinking about this, her best friend tapped her on the shoulder. The BFF's small face was filled with questions. I asked you, why don't you answer me back? Xiaoli-chan spoke again. Didn't think anything? I didn't think anything. Chen Chuchu immediately denied it. She temporarily pressed down the thoughts in her mind. What did you just say? I'd say I've been a little lonely since you moved out. I'm going to have to find a new renter and someone to keep me company. Xiaoli-chan immediately spoke up. Chapter 88. The apartments in Lakeville are so expensive. We can rent an apartment too. Yeah, there's no such thing as an unbroken banquet. Chen Chuchu immediately said a little. She was also a bit troubled by the fact that the two were about to part. I'm not talking to you. I still have work left to do. I'm going to hurry up and do it. Xiaoli-chan immediately spoke up. Then you go deal with it, Chen Chuchu immediately said. Xiaoli-chan immediately took a glass of water and went into her bedroom. Chen Chuchu was still sitting on the sofa. She picked up her cell phone and started chatting with Chen Wei. Honey, can I discuss something with you? Chen Chuchu said. Go ahead. Take a look at what's going on. Chen Wei immediately returned. That's it. When we buy a house, can we let my best friend come over to live with us as well? Chen Chuchu immediately spoke up. This is the solution that has no choice. She can't let go of her best friend. The solution was to let her best friend follow her over to live with her, so that the two of them could still be together. But Chen Chuchu was afraid that Chen Wei would not agree. She was a little apprehensive after she sent the message, but she also said a little bit right away. I'm very close to my own BFF. We were roommates for 4 years in college and had bunk beds, and then after graduation, we rented the same apartment. If I move out, she won't be able to cover the rent on her own salary, and I can't leave him. I want to live with her. May I? Chen Chuchu sent a few in a row. Chen Wei quickly saw the message she sent, and have her best friend come over to stay? But it's okay. Let them be companions. Anyway, one is ready to buy a bigger house. There must be so many rooms. Sure, let her come and stay too. I'll take you both in. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. I'm not talking to you. I'm angry. Chen Chuchu immediately said. His own best friend was so beautiful. He might be looked at by Chen Wei as well. Chen Chuchu was still a little worried. People have said, fire prevention and theft prevention of girlfriends. What can be done about this? Fish, also what I want. Bear paw, also what I want. Fish and bear paw cannot be both. What to do? I'm just kidding you. You're so beautiful. Would I ever look at anyone else? I love you and I still can't love you enough. Chen Wei immediately sent a sentence over. Man's mouth, lying ghost. Chen Chuchu was still a little angry. She immediately said a little. However, she is still a bit reluctant to let go of Chen Wei, who is in such a good condition. Take a step and see what happens. Trouble is a pain in the ass. What to do? I'm really joking with you. You're so beautiful. How else would I look at someone else? Chen Wei explained again. My bestie is pretty too. Chen Chuchu added. Any prettier than you are? Definitely not. Chen Wei sent. Almost a little bit. Chen Chuchu said a little. She was still a bit happy to see Chen Wei's words. Are you really going to buy a house in Suehu Tiandi tomorrow? That's for sure. Would I joke with you? Chen Wei immediately said. Can't you joke? You were joking just now. I do think that the houses in Suehu Tiandi are too expensive. A square foot costs $220,000, and a 100 square meter house is about $22 million. The total price is so high. Chen Chuchu paused immediately after saying this. She immediately spoke again. I don't think I need to buy such an expensive, nice house. You can buy a house that costs $100,000 a square meter. Most houses are $100,000 a square meter. We can buy a neighborhood like this. Just renting a house is fine. Rent a better house. Chen Chuchu spoke up. We'll buy the house in Suehu Tiandi. This matter is settled. Chen Wei immediately said. Now that you have money in hand, of course you want to buy the best, and don't have to pay for it yourself. The money is all given by the system. Alright, I'll listen to you. Chen Chuchu immediately said. If your BFF goes over to live with you, have you slept with your best friend before? Chen Wei asked. Slept? Chatting late in the past. Chen Chuchu immediately said. In the past, it was fine for you two to go together, but in the future, you can't sleep together. Chen Wei said. Why? Chen Chuchu immediately froze. Could it be that you want the three of us to sleep together? Chen Wei immediately said. No way, no way. Absolutely not. Chen Chuchu said. Then the two of us will sleep together. You have a boyfriend now. And when you have a boyfriend, you can't sleep with anyone else. You definitely sleep with your boyfriend. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Plus, you're all mine now. I won't allow anyone else to touch you, and I'm really careful. Hearing Chen Wei's words, Chen Chuchu immediately understood. He immediately blushed. What, I'm all yours? I haven't agreed to it yet. She blushed a little. The day before yesterday, I went to work at my best friend's company. Chen Chuchu added. Starting work on the new company. That's great, Chen Wei said. Yeah. Chen Chuchu immediately spoke up. The two just stopped chatting. At this time, he saw the WeChat that Ruyan Lu sent him. Are you back home? Ryu asked. I'm back home, Chen Wei said immediately. What's the matter with you? It's not a big deal. It's just that once we got to college in our dorm, a few of our roommates agreed on who would fall in love and have a boyfriend in the future. And now it's my turn to treat myself because I'm in love. Lu Ruyan immediately said a little. Sure, how about the night after tomorrow then? After you guys get off work, we can go out for a meal outside the school. You first ask a few of your roommates if they have time the night after tomorrow? Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Okay, I'll ask them later. Ruyan Lu said immediately. Ruyan Lu was pressing her legs on the bed where she was practicing a few yoga poses. Ruyan, your legs are so long. You're so beautiful. If I were a guy, I would also fall in love with your legs. Huangjin sat next to her and said with an envious face. Huangjin meant what she said. Lu Ruyan's legs were nice and long and straight. Ruyan Lu knew it too. It was confirmed this afternoon at Jiangshan Royal View. Chen Wei couldn't get enough of his legs. When she thought about what happened this afternoon, Ruyan Lu's face turned a little red. Ruyan, Qianqian, do you know? This dormitory of ours is very famous in the school. Ruyan Lu started to ask. Why? Because we have two big beauties in our dormitory. They call our dormitory the beauty dormitory. Of course, it's mainly due to the two of you. I have dipped into the light of you too. Huangjin immediately spoke up. Actually, Lily is pretty too. Much prettier than me, but compared to the two of you, she's much worse. Huangjin added. By the way, where did Lily go? Ruyan asked. Chapter 89, Let's go eat at my own restaurant. Lily, their student union's literature and arts department is having a get-together tonight, so she went out for dinner. Huangjin immediately said a bit. Oh, she went to dinner. Ruyan said. Ruyan Lu wasn't the least bit interested in joining the student council. If she wanted to, she would have done so long ago, when she was a freshman. Someone from the student council asked her if she wanted to just join the student council, but Ruyan Lu didn't want to go either. Maybe the student council people saw that she was very pretty. In everything, there are gains and losses, right? So, Ruyan Lu didn't go. By the way, do you guys have time the night after tomorrow? Ruyan Lu looked up at the two of them and then asked. As she looked at Guo Qianqian, a hint of exclamation flashed in her eyes. Guo Qianqian's kind of temperament and looks are really good. I've got time. Why? Huangjin asked. She looked at Ruyan Lu. What's the matter with you? Wei Qianqian also looked towards Lu Ruyan. Nothing much. It's just that my boyfriend said he'd treat everyone to dinner the night after tomorrow, and he asked me to ask you guys if you have time first. Ruyan Lu said. Her already bright and beautiful winks became even more flattering when she became a woman. I have time. Jennifer Wang said. I also have time. Guo Qianqian also said, because Huangjin was staring into her eyes. Huangjin was kind of expecting her to answer that she had time, so it had to be said like this. Guo Qianqian definitely wouldn't miss this kind of group activity. She still wants to get along with her roommate who lives in the same room. She wouldn't want to have the same dormitory with a character like Nega J. When Lu Xiaoli invited Wang Chang to dinner at that time, Guo Qianqian also went. Alright then, I'll ask Lu Xiaoli when she comes back. See if she has time. Ruyan Lu added. What does everyone want to eat? I'll eat whatever I want. It doesn't matter. Guo Qianqian said a little. That's true too. Eat whatever you want. Of course, it would be nice to have a big meal. Huangjin said a little embarrassed. Alright. Promise to fulfill everyone's requests. Ruyan Lu promised. Just at this time, Lu Xiaoli also came back. Lily, you're back. Huangjin immediately asked. Yeah, I'm back. Lu Xiaoli said listlessly. Lu Xiaoli looked at Lu Ruyan between her words. She was already very envious and jealous of Lu Ruyan, because in the past day or two, she sent several WeChat messages to Chen Wei off and on, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Not a single message back. It made her heart very hard. The heart was also a bit unbalanced. It was true that his own face and body were not as good as Ruyan Lu's, but he was also good looking. Is the difference between her and Ruyan Lu that big? Isn't it even worth it to return a message? Lu Xiaoli was still reluctant. Therefore, Lu Xiaoli's face was still a bit unhappy. Ruyan Lu frowned a bit after seeing it. Could it be that her unhappiness had something to do with herself? Wasn't she glad that the culprit was herself? I'm going to take a bath. Lu Xiaoli said immediately after seeing that Lu Ruyan was a bit upset. Then she prepared to go to the bathroom. Lily, wait. Huangjin immediately spoke up. The night after tomorrow, Chen Wei is treating us. Are you going? Do you have time? I have time. I will go. Lu Xiaoli immediately said. In fact, she was not available the night after tomorrow. It was because she was in the literary department of the student union. They had to rehearse a program. However, right now, Lu Xiaoli wasn't going to go. Right now, she was eager to see Chen Wei. She had thought about it all long ago. She must dress up the night after tomorrow and try to make Chen Wei shine. Strive to take Chen Wei down. She dresses up a bit. She just doesn't believe it. Chen Wei would not look at her. There isn't a man in the world who isn't eating out of a bowl and watching the pot. Most men are like that. Lu Xiaoli believes this. Ruyan, then the night after tomorrow, I'm going to eat your food. I'm going to eat and drink my fill. Lu Xiaoli looked at Lu Ruyan for a moment before saying these words. Yes, welcome, Ruyan Lu said. Lu Xiaoli immediately went into the bathroom after saying this. In her heart, she was looking forward to the meal the night after tomorrow. The opportunity is there for the taking. She doesn't want a meal. She wants Chen Wei. She wants to snatch Chen Wei. By that time, not only did she have a quality boyfriend like Chen Wei, she was also able to overpower Lu Ruyan. Lu Xiaoli is going off the deep end now. It was all in her mind. She went into the bathroom and closed the door behind her, just about ready to undress. Suddenly, a cell phone was heard ringing. Picking up her phone, she frowned when she realized that it was a WeChat from Wang Chang. Instead of replying to the tweets, Lu Xiaoli flipped her phone over and then undressed to take a shower. Now, she couldn't see Wang Chang anymore. Wang Chang was now a dispensable person to her. After 20 to 30 minutes, Lu Xiaoli finally finished her shower and walked out of the bathroom. Everyone is a cell phone person these days. So did Lu Xiaoli. She immediately took out her cell phone and looked at it, to see if Chen Wei had returned her messages. However, she only saw Wang Chang's messages. The more you want to see someone's message, the less there is of them. The less you want to see someone, the more you have his message. Lily, you haven't returned my messages all day. Lily, why are you ignoring me? Did I do something wrong to you? Lily, are you busy today? Lu Xiaoli saw several messages from Wang Chang. However, Lu Xiaoli still ignored it. She had already treated Wang Chang as heir, because she already had her new goal to pursue. Hubby, I've just asked my 3 roommates, and they all said that they have time the night after tomorrow. Ruyan Lu sent a Weibo message to Chen Wei. Okay, how about going to that restaurant of ours? I don't know if they're satisfied with the food there. Chen Wei immediately asked. They said to eat anything. It's okay to go to that restaurant in front of our school. The food there is very good. At that time, Lu Xiaoli and Wang Chang were treating there. It's okay to go to your own restaurant. Will it cost too much money to go to your restaurant? Lu Ruyan immediately spoke up. That restaurant in front of the school. There are a lot of students who go there for birthdays or parties. I guess it's better to eat at my restaurant. It's fine. Chen Wei immediately said. Can you eat that much more of your own money? Go to their own restaurant to eat. So that Lu Ruyan in front of the housemates it. Very dignified. Many people are very fond of saving face. They want to be able to be superior in front of others. That is to say, to be distinguished in front of others. Lu Ruyan is so beautiful, and how good her body temperament is, so she has to give Lu Ruyan face. So it would not be possible to eat at that restaurant in front of the school. Would it be too ostentatious to go to your own restaurant? Will it make the whole school know about it? Chapter 90, System Upgrade Completed. Brush out Super Battery Manufacturing Technology. Chen Wei had another long chat with Lu Ruyan and Chen Chu. At this time, Ruyan Lu said a little, I want to sleep. I want to sleep too. Chen Wei also came back for a bit. Good night then. Good night. The two then said good night to each other. Chen Wei and Chen Chu also said good night. He then officially went to sleep. He slept until 6 a.m. As soon as he woke up, he then quickly entered the system interface. Chen Wei immediately asked, System, have you finished upgrading? The system responded immediately. Ding. Reporting to the host, I have completed the upgrade and am now introducing you to the upgraded system. The system immediately spoke. After Chen Wei heard this, he immediately looked at the system, and he found that there was an additional mall selection item on the face of the system. Chen Wei immediately looked at it. He was quickly shocked by the mall. I see. System Daddy, you're too good. Chen Wei immediately shouted when he saw the system mall with a wide array of goods. This system mall has everything. Martial arts master skills, AI writing skills, 30 nanometers lithography manufacturing technology, liver cancer drug manufacturing technology. Inside the system there is also chip manufacturing technology, frozen human treatment technology, human longevity pills, and so on and so forth. Chen Wei was truly dumbfounded. At this time, the system rang again. Ding! System upgrade successful. The system gifts the host with one free mall draw. Chen Wei was overjoyed to hear that he could draw a prize. What can I draw in that system? Chen Wei immediately asked curiously. This lucky draw opportunity allows you to draw any item in the mall. This lottery will not subtract your wealth value. It all depends on your luck. The system immediately explained. What is wealth value? Chen Wei was a bit confused after hearing this. Wealth value is based on the host's property, influence, and the role you play, and thus generating a virtual currency for purchasing goods. This currency can purchase things. The system explained. Well, I've more or less understood it. Anyway, wealth value is a virtual currency, similar to Bitcoin. I guess I'd better draw the lottery first. I'm looking forward to what grand prize I'll get. Chen Wei spoke happily. Okay. Ding. The host is in the middle of a lottery. Please ask the host to wait a moment. The system said again. Soon, Chen Wei saw a cursor flashing in this system interface. This cursor was rotating back and forth between countless pins. It finally settles on the martial arts mastery skill. Congratulations to the host for drawing the martial arts master skill book. The system immediately said. System, how do I use this martial arts master skill book? Can I become a martial arts master after I use it? Chen Wei immediately asked curiously. You tap into the system. Click on the skill book. Choose to use the skill book. And the martial arts master skill book will be available immediately. The system immediately taught it. Alright then. I'm looking forward to it. I'll give it a try. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Every man had a martial arts dream and wanted to fight with a sword. With martial arts, at the very least, one could protect themselves and defend themselves. Chen Wei masturbated for a long time. Hey, I get to be a hero. I get to get rid of violence. Suddenly, the system beeped again. Ding! This day's spike items have been refreshed, and the refreshed items are as follows. Originally, Chen Wei wanted to try the martial arts master skill book, but the system interrupted his thoughts. As soon as he heard that, he stopped using the martial arts skill book, deciding to first see what goodies had been swiped out today. Gift 1, a luxury cruise ship worth $200 million. Gift 2, 20% of the shares of New City Entertainment, worth 2 billion renminbi. Gift 3, a copy of the Super Battery Manufacturing Technology. This battery can allow a car to run continuously for 800 kilometers. It's worth 4 billion renminbi. Looking at what the system had brushed out, Chen Wei was very happy now. I can't imagine that this system is so powerful at level 2. The system can take off if it reaches level 3. Chen Wei immediately said to himself. Please make your choice as soon as possible. Host. The system immediately prodded. Which one am I going to pick? Which one is good? Chen Wei said. I still only pick the expensive ones, not the right ones. I'll choose gift 3. Chen Wei immediately made his choice. It occurred to him that he could sell this battery manufacturing technology to Ningda Times. At least it could increase the shares by another 1% 20 ah. Okay, the host has made his choice. The battery manufacturing technology will be released to your mailbox immediately, the system immediately said. After a while, his mailbox immediately dinged. Soon, he saw that he had received an email in his mailbox. Chen Wei immediately clicked on it and looked at the email. This email is almost 200 M large. After choosing his gift, he immediately used the martial arts master skill book. After clicking this use button, Chen Wei waited for an hour. There was no response from this skill book, and Chen Wei was a bit flustered. System, how come the martial arts master skill book hasn't been used yet? Chen Wei asked. He won't start using it until it's been running for an hour and a half. The system said immediately. Another half hour passed, and soon, his brain reacted. A large number of martial arts techniques, fighting moves, appeared in his mind. Soon after, another power was transforming his body. He's starting to get a little uncomfortable. Good thing this wasn't too long. Only half an hour. Half an hour later, the martial arts master skill book finally ran its course. As soon as he finished running, he used it right away. He swung out and punched. Soon, he heard the sound of whistling fist winds. His mind flashed with various martial arts skills, and as soon as he thought of them, his hands began to use them, and he was able to utilize them. I just don't know how well it works in real life. Soon, he remembered the day's mission again, because he's going to take Chen Chuchu to buy a house. He immediately brushed his teeth and washed his face. Once that was done, he drove over to a snack bar. He bought 8 buns and a bottle of milk. Soon he put them in his stomach. It was because he was feeling extra hungry after using his martial arts master skill. At this time, Chen Chuchu was still in her rental room, and Xiao Lichuan did not go to work today. You're going to buy a house today. That's great. And it's Cui Hu Tiandi. I'm so envious. Xiao Lichun said with an envious face. When you move out, I'll talk to the landlord about finding another as housemate. Finding this housemate is like opening a blind box. I don't know what kind of housemate I'll get. I don't know what her temperament is like, if she's good to get along with. If it's not good to get along with, then it's not comfortable to live there. Xiao Lichun spoke again. Chun, there's still one thing I haven't told you. Chen Chuchu immediately spoke up. What's the matter with you? Hurry up. BFF prodded. Chapter 91, Chen Wei. Is it really you? What's the matter with you? Say it? Xiao Lichun immediately said a little. I've already told my boyfriend that after we buy the house in Suehu Tiandi, I want you to live with me because I can't bear to leave you. My boyfriend also agreed. Chen Chuchu immediately said it. Are you guys serious or not? Xiao Lichun asked. A little confused. That's certainly true. Let me show you my chat records with him. Chen Chuchu said and quickly took out her cell phone and tapped on her WeChat chat records. Xiao Lichun looked at it. The truth is indeed. Now, you believe what I said. Chen Chuchu immediately said. I won't live with you. I won't go and be a light bulb. Xiao Lichun immediately said. Why don't you go? Chen Chuchu was a bit confused. Your boyfriend bought this house for you to live in. For the two of you. It's your secret base. What's wrong with me living with you guys? Xiao Lichun asked rhetorically. She didn't even know what was going on in her best friend's head. Was her brain mush inside? One is not going to go over there and be a light bulb. It's okay. We bought a house with lots of rooms. You can stay in one. It won't affect us. Chen Chuchu said again. I'm telling you. I'm not going to go and be a light bulb for you guys. Xiao Lichun added. In case the two of you are doing that thing with a loud voice and I hear it in that house. How embarrassing. Xiao Lichun explained. As soon as she heard those words, Chen Chuchu's face immediately reddened. She didn't know what to say, because she hadn't been in a relationship, but the little things that happened between men and women, she could be all too aware of them. She had heard about it many times a long time ago. What are you talking about? Although Chen Chuchu said this, her face was still red. That's what I said. No nonsense. Wouldn't you two live that life? How is that possible? Xiao Lichun immediately spoke up. This. Chen Chuchu was silent. She knew her best friend was right. That men and women do that kind of thing between friends. Hey, you thought of that. You knew you would do something like this too. Seeing Chen Chuchu's silence, Xiao Lichun teased twice. Yeah, this is a bit of a tough one. The two men fell silent. After a long time, Xiao Lichun asked. Chu, let me ask you something. Say, what is it? Xiao Lichun asked. It's just that I want to ask. When are you going to give your body to Chen Wei? Xiao Lichun began to gossip. What are you talking about? I don't know. I'll ignore you. Chen Chuchu immediately refused to answer this question. You really don't know? Xiao Lichun was confused for a moment. I really don't know. Chen Chuchu immediately said. Come on, let's get out quickly. Your sweetheart is coming soon. Xiao Lichun urged. Okay, let's go. Chen Chuchu agreed. Because the two of them had made an appointment long ago, Chen Wei arrived right away. The two men quickly made their way downstairs. A moment later, Chen Wei drove up. There are only two of them downstairs in Chen Chuchu. Chen Wei saw the two of them from a long distance. Chen Chuchu was very beautiful. A small white dress, a picture of pure desire, coupled with her gifted breasts, formed a beautiful landscape. Chen Wei saw Chen Chuchu from afar. Immediately, he saw Xiao Chun next to Chen Chuchu again. The moment he saw Xiao Chun, he that was also very surprised. He knew that this person was the BFF that Chen Chuchu was talking about. He hadn't thought that this best friend of Chen Chuchu's would be so pretty. Compared to Chen Chuchu, it was no different. This BFF of Chen Chuchu's can also be said to be of a 1 in a million caliber. If we're talking about face value, this BFF's face value is actually better than Chen Chuchu's. When it comes to body image, both are in great shape, and the two are neck and neck. Both beauties would be a 90. Chen Wei drove the car and looked at Xiao Chun while looking at Chen Chuchu. He had a lot on his mind. Soon, he was here. Get in the car. You too. He rolled down the window and immediately spoke to Chen Chuchu. Okay, we'll get in the car right away. Chen Chuchu knew that it was Chen Wei driving over. She immediately pulled Xiao Chun into the car. Drove a Mercedes Big G today. Chen Chuchu sat in the passenger seat. Xiao Chun sat in the back. This is the BFF I told you about. Her name is Xiao Chun. She was my classmate and roommate for 4 years in college. Chen Chuchu immediately said a little, hello. I've heard Chuchu talk about you before, saying that she's especially close to you. I never imagined that you were so beautiful. Chen Wei nodded towards Xiao Chun and then spoke. She exaggerated. Xiao Richin immediately replied back. I heard about you from Chuchu long ago. I can't imagine that she was mesmerized by you so quickly. In the 4 years of college, many boys chased after her and she didn't say yes. I can't imagine that you fell in love after meeting 2 or 3 times. You have to treat her well, or else, as a maternal family member, I will be rude to you. Xiao Chun immediately spoke up. I'll be good to her. Don't worry. She's so beautiful, so gentle and lovely. I can't even love her enough. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Then you can do it. Xiao Chun added. I promise to do it. Chen Wei assured. Then added. Buckle up. As soon as the seatbelt was fastened, Chen Chuchu's breasts became even more magnificent. This made Chen Wei not hold back and looked at Chen Chuchu several times more. He thought back to how he felt that night. Seeing this scene, Chen Chuchu immediately blushed. Where are you looking? Drive properly. Chen Chuchu urged with a red face, because she was now sitting with her best friend. Chen Chuchu was a bit blushing and shy. If there were only the two of them in this car, she wouldn't be so shy. Seeing him like this, Chen Wei immediately withdrew his gaze. Driving towards Tsuehu Tiandi, they were chatting as they rode in the car. They soon arrived at the Tsuehu Tiandi sales office. As soon as they entered, a pretty salesgirl greeted them warmly. Welcome. What type of room do you need to see? The sales lady immediately spoke. This sales lady immediately froze when she saw the eyes two beautiful beauties. This boy is so powerful. How did he bring two at once? Could it be that both are his girlfriends? That salesgirl quickly went to get them hot water. Just at that moment, another person came through the door. The man was richly dressed, a picture of pie, and 22 or 23 years of age. He saw two beautiful women in front of him. One was Chen Chuchu and one Xiao Chun. Soon, his eyes were on them, a bit awed by them. Immediately, he turned to Chen Wei. Let's see who is so powerful to pick up such a beautiful beauty. Ha, Chen Wei, is it really you, kid? This 22 or 23-year-old young man shouted. Chapter 92, Son, are these your friends? What are you doing here? Chen Wei, can you afford a house? The young man spoke again. He couldn't imagine that the two would meet in Shanghai. This world was too small. Grandson, what you came for? What I came for ah. Chen Wei immediately spoke tit for tat. The man was called Sun Wenjun, and Chen Wei called the man Sun Zi during his high school years. Yo, still driving a Mercedes-Benz Big G. Also brought two big beautiful women to pretend? This car is a rental, right? Sun Wenjun said as soon as he saw Chen Wei. This Sun Wenjun is Chen Wei's high school classmate. His family opened a large supermarket in the county, with a net income of millions per year. He could be described as the rich second generation in the county. Because his family was rich, he looked down on his classmates. Chen Wei's family was poor. He was an orphan and grew up in his grandmother's house. Therefore, Sun Wenjun could not see Chen Wei even more. Honey, who is this one? Chen Chuchu asked. Adjust. Let's not bother with him. Let's go. Chen Wei ignored him. He himself has tens of billions of dollars now. Stands at a different height. Sees the world differently. And the two people's cognition is not at the same level anymore. But when Chen Wei ignored him, Sun Wenjun instead intensified his efforts. He felt that he had historically been a towering figure, and had historically been able to press Chen Wei. He spoke to the two beautiful beauties behind Chen Wei. Two beauties. Don't fall for Chen Wei's tricks. Chen Wei is just a poor guy. This Mercedes-Benz Big G of his is definitely rented. He definitely can't afford to buy a house when he comes here. At this time, Chen Chuchu and Xiao Lichuan also understood. This person who kept pushing and pushing Bariago must be Chen Wei's opponent. The two beauties naturally didn't have any good looks for Sun Wenjun. We're happy to do so. He's poor. We're willing to follow him. Even if we have to drink cold water and live in a stable in Kaohsiung, I'm willing to follow him. Chen Chuchu immediately disliked him back. Yeah, Brother Chen came to bring us to see this Chui Hu Tiandi. It's good to take a look and bring us here to open our eyes. Xiaoli-chan also helped out from the side. Hearing what the two pretty beauties said, Sun Wenjun was instantly confused. He really couldn't figure out what kind of mesmerizing soup Chen Wei, the god beggar, had given the two pretty beauties, letting the two of them follow Chen Wei so heartily. When Chen Wei heard these two beauties say this, he immediately said, although I'm not as rich as you are, there's no way. I'm handsome. They are willing to support me. That soft rice is so delicious. Two beauties. Why don't you just follow me? Not Chen Wei, and I'll buy each of you a house. You'll only be fooled if you follow Chen Wei. I don't think he can even get $100,000 on him. What else is there to say about buying a house? Sun Wenjun spoke again. Sun Wenjun also has a reason to say so, because Chen Wei just graduated from college. A month's salary is $20,000 now, less than 2 months of work, so he dares to say that Chen Wei's deposit is less than $100,000. Just at this time, another person came from outside, and what he said interrupted what Sun Wenjun said. Wenjun, what are you doing there? Have you chosen a house type? A middle-aged man walked over. After hearing that it was his own father who asked, Sun Wenjun immediately said, I haven't chosen yet. Wait for you guys to choose. Sun Deshang nodded after hearing this. Immediately, he turned his gaze to the three Chen Wei. Are these three your friends? Sun Deshang asked. No. I'm not going to be friends with a pretender like that. He can't afford to buy a house and had to come here to puff up his face. However, he is my high school classmate Chen Wei. Sun Wenjun spoke disdainfully. Let's go then. Sun Deshang immediately said something. Now that houses were selling well, he had to hurry and go pick a good one. Sun Wenjun watched his father walk away and followed him, not caring to laugh at Chen Wei. After seeing these few people walk away, Chen Chuchu asked, Honey, was that your nemesis just now? This person is my high school classmate. His family has a supermarket. His family has money, so he thinks he is superior. Often mocked us and looked down on us. Chen Wei immediately said a little. Come on, let's go buy a house. Chen Wei immediately said to the two beauties. Okay, let's go in as well. Chen Chuchu also immediately said something. She pulled Xiaoli Chun's hand and entered the place together. Just at this time, a middle-aged man came outside. He was the project manager of this real estate company. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. Isn't he our new director? The savior of our company? He walked forward in a hurry. Dong Chen! Dong Chen! This person shouted in a hurry. Chen Wei stopped immediately. Who is it? He was a bit baffled. This person immediately walked up to Chen Wei. Dong Chen, I'm Li Haiwan. I'm the manager here. You gave us a meeting at Tianlong Real Estate the other day. Li Haiwan immediately spoke. Manager Li, hello. Chen Wei immediately shook his hand. Dong Chen, are you coming here to buy a house? Li Haiwan immediately asked. Yeah, could it be that this project is our company's? Chen Wei asked. There's no mistake. Mr. Chen, let's send a house to you. Manager Li immediately spoke up. How's this? I can't be a fake public servant. Chen Wei immediately refused. In that case, how about we sell it to you at cost and we discount it by 50%? Chen Dong. Manager Li spoke again. Manager Li, this isn't too good. Chen Wei was still a bit reluctant to accept it. Dong Chen, you saved our company. It's not a big deal to send 10 houses to you. If we didn't have you that day, our company would have collapsed. Manager Li added. Alright then, 50% off is 50% off. Chen Wei finally agreed. Just at this time, Sun Deshang turned his head to look here. He happened to see Manager Li and Chen Wei shaking hands. He heard Manager Li agree, promising to sell the house to Chen Wei with a 50% discount. He immediately froze at the words. If your own son is on good terms with Chen Wei, wouldn't you be able to get a discount for buying a house? You can't get a 50% discount, but at least you can get a 60% or 70% discount. Sun Deshang immediately called his son. Son, did you see that? That Chen Wei can even buy a house with a 50% discount. You go talk to Chen Wei and ask that manager to give us a 50% 60% discount. Sun Deshang immediately said something. Dad, this isn't good. I just got all butthurt with him. He definitely won't help us. Sun Wenjun was a bit reluctant. Won't you apologize and get his forgiveness? This apology of yours could save us all millions of dollars. You hurry up and go. Sun Deshang urged again. After saying that, he raised his hand to give Sun Wenjun a slap on the face. Chapter 93, Are they two beautiful women in one set? Lee Haven quickly took them to choose a house. It took Chen Wei just over 40 minutes to choose a house. The 198 square meters of the large flat. A square meter 200,000 yuan. After a discount of 50% spent 19.8 million yuan. People were asking for 220,000 yuan a square meter. But manager Lee gave Chen Wei a little discount. He immediately ran to Chen Chuchu's ear and spoke. Honey, want to buy another set? One for you to live in and one for your bestie? Hearing these words, Chen Chuchu was a bit confused. After a while, she immediately thought, that's a good way to do it. Two people can live together and see each other often without interfering with each other. After all, one person lives in one set. Okay, honey, just buy another set and buy another set. Anyway, if we buy two sets, we're only out the money for one set. It's not like we're losing out. We even picked up a great bargain. Chen Chuchu immediately agreed. After hearing this, Chen Wei immediately said to Manager Li Wenhai, Manager Li, I'm going to buy two sets. When Li Wenhai heard it, he immediately squeezed his eyebrows. Dong, what you mean? I understand. Okay. With two beautiful women, you definitely need one set each. Both sets are 50% off. After hearing this, Chen Wei chose another set next to the house. The two sets were right next to each other. Chen Wei quickly swiped his card to sign the contract. One set of 198 square meters at $200,000 per square meter with a 50% discount. Bought two sets for a total of $39.6 million. Each home comes with two complimentary parking spaces. The purchase contract was signed quickly too, and the keys to the house were quickly obtained as well. Manager Lee, when will the real estate license be available? As he was about to leave, Chen Wei asked. Dong Chen, about a week or so. I'll contact you by phone when it's done. Manager Li Wenhai immediately said. Soon a few people were shaking hands and getting ready to go. Just at this time, Sun Wenjun immediately walked over. Student Chen Wei. Wait. This time, Sun Wenjun wasn't being condescending anymore. He bowed his head. Congratulations on the two new houses. Also, let me say I'm sorry. I said it wrong just now. Please forgive me. Forget it, I won't bother with you. Chen Wei said and prepared to leave. Old school. You've become impressive to me. You've made it impossible for us to catch up. We're afraid we'll never be able to catch up with you. Sun Wenjun patted his ass again. Now he was putting his posture low. He believes that a man can stretch and bend. That's the way it should be in order to get what he wants. What is it that you have? Just say it. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. He had such a low stance and was making a big offer. Definitely not harboring good intentions. Either a traitor or a thief. Let's see what he'll say later and what he'll reveal. You bought the house with a 50% discount. The manager is taking good care of you. Can you please talk to the manager? So that we can also get a 60% and 70% discount. If we get a 50% discount, we wouldn't even think about it. Sun Wenjun spoke again. For the sake of money, he could give up any face. Sun Wenjun, are we familiar? Chen Wei immediately said. He quickly shrugged it off and took the two beauties with him. Chen Wei didn't give Sun Wenjun any face at all. He hung Sun Wenjun out to dry. Sun Wenjun is nothing. Why should I help him? It's not impossible to help him out if the two were on good terms before, but such a person cannot be helped. Suddenly, there was a Chen Wei. Grandpa, I am your grandson. Grandpa, I'm your grandson. Chen Wei froze for a moment as he turned his head to see that it was Sun Wenjun calling out to him. What? This guy doesn't care about face for money. Chen Chuchu and Xiao Lichun also felt very confused when they heard this. There are all kinds of cheeky people under the sun. Grandpa, if you don't promise my grandson and help me, I'll kneel down for you. Sun Wenjun said it again. He immediately made out to kneel. When he heard this, he was so scared that Chen Wei immediately got into the car. Chen Chuchu and Xiao Lichun had already gotten into the car. Chen Wei drove off in a huff. There's nothing strange in the world. The world is unrivaled in terms of thick skin. After getting into the car, Xiao Lichun took out her cell phone and sent a WeChat to Chen Chuchu. Chuchu, what does Chen Wei's family do? Do you know? He's also too rich. Buying a $30 to $40 million house when he says so. Buying two sets at once. Chen Chuchu was also sitting on the passenger seat, and she was also a bit distracted at this time. because she also didn't expect that Chen Wei would buy such an expensive house, and buy 2 sets at once. She has been Chen Wei will buy the kind of small house, by 60 or 70 square meters, but now bought almost 200 square meters of large flat, and bought 2 sets at once, all for almost $40,000 on discount. So, Chen Chuchu got a little carried away. She knew that Chen Wei was rich, but seeing him spend nearly $40 million at his fingertips still shocked her. Chen Chuchu felt the cell phone vibrate. She opened her cell phone to see that it was a Weibo message from Xiaoli Chun. She didn't know how to answer that either. I don't know what his family does either. Chen Chuchu immediately responded. Chu-chu, you've really picked up a treasure this time. It makes me envious and jealous. Xiaoli Chun immediately said. A few people got in the car and didn't get far from the neighborhood. They found a milk tea store and sat down. They stopped here and went for milk tea. The 3 of them walked into the milk tea store. Let's go. Chun, let's go buy it too. Chen Chuchu spoke towards Xiao Lichuan. They joined the line at the door. Within minutes, they had gotten their milk tea. Chen Chuchu also bought Chen Wei a cup. Chen Chuchu took a sip and it tasted pretty good. Here, this milk tea is especially good. You try it, Chen Chuchu said. She had already inserted the cannula. After Chen Wei took it, he lowered his head and took a drag. This milk tea has a really nice flavor. Sweet and sour, cold and nice, with a very unique and good taste. This milk tea is indeed delicious, Chen Wei immediately said. After about 20 minutes, Chen Wei immediately said to the 2 beauties after seeing Sun Wenjun's car leave. Let's go. Let's go to the neighborhood to see the house. They've bought a house in Lakeville Place but haven't visited it yet. Alright, let's go check out the house. Chen Chuchu nodded, her eyes filled with a look of curiosity and anticipation. Xiaoli Chun was standing next to her, and she had the same look on her face. After all, it's a house in Lakeville, and it's that large flat with a total price tag of almost $40 million. They wondered what the house looked like. Seeing the curious and expectant looks of these 2 women, Chen Wei smiled. He quickly turned around and drove straight into the neighborhood with the men. They quickly found a parking space on their own strip and parked one of their cars. Several people got out of the car immediately. I've seen the houses in Lakeville on Shakeology before. I wonder how the houses are in reality. I'm looking forward to it, Chen Chuchu said a little. I'm looking forward to it too. I'm so envious of you guys. I came here to look at the house, but I'm dipping into your favor. Xiaoli Chun immediately spoke up. Chapter 94. While I'm here, you guys can live in one set alone. Everyone quickly walked into the lobby and then into the elevator. Xiaoli Chun spoke up. I'm taking advantage of you, Chu-chu, because you talk about such a quality boyfriend. Chen Wei also looked at Xiaoli Chun. This beauty was really good at talking. Both praised Chen Chuchu and himself. This beauty is also really good looking. The skin is so white and fine. The face is so beautiful. And the features are very delicate. With a tall body and such a thin waist, it can be said that she is a 10,000 person. Even if it was compared to Lu Ruyan and Chen Chuchu, it wouldn't be inferior in the slightest. The elevator quickly reached the 9th floor. This is the house that Chen Wei bought. Of course, he also bought the one next door. Several people quickly stepped out of the elevator. Everyone soon entered the spacious hall. This could also be described as a hallway. Soon they came to another gate. The gate had a combination lock. The salesperson had long ago told them the initial password for this gate. Chen Wei entered the password and quickly opened the door. Several people then walked in one after another. Chen Wei looked around and realized that the place had a wide view. The decoration of the place was also luxurious. Almost say it here. It can be turnkey. He quickly compared the houses here with the river view. He realized that the houses in these 2 places had their own good points. It's too big. The house here. The living room is 70 or 80 square meters. It's even bigger than my houses, which is only 80 square meters. Xiaoli Chun shouted a bit exaggeratedly, because the living room here is just huge. Chen Chuchu stood next to her, and her eyes froze a bit as well. It's a big house. Come on, let's take a look at the rooms. Chen Wei looked at the 2 beauties, and then led the 2 of them to wander around a few rooms. Here, there are 5 bedrooms, each with a bathroom. Each bedroom is decorated in much the same style, and the size is about the same size. Of course, the master bedroom is 2 or 3 square feet larger. The finishes in this neighborhood of Lakeville include soft furnishings, beds in each bedroom, and desks. The living room also has a sofa and all the furniture here is name brand. This is done better than the Riverview. The 2 beauties' eyes opened even wider, shocked, after they had taken a turn around the house. Because the 2 beauties were seeing such a beautiful house for the first time, their eyes were overwhelmed with shock. Right, Chuchu told me earlier that she also wants you to come over and live here. I bought 2 apartments, one for you and one for Chuchu. You can often come over to accompany Chuchu. I may have to work overtime a lot, so it's impossible for me to accompany Choo Choo every day. Chen Wei looked at Xiao Li-chun and said, "Ah, you bought 2 sets. It's not good for you to let me live in 1 set. Hearing Chen Wei's words, Xiao Li-chun was immediately going to refuse. "You come over here to live too. And if you live here, it won't affect me and Choo Choo. You won't be a light bulb for us. When I didn't come, you and Choo Choo lived in a set together. When I came, you'll live in the set next door," Chen Wei advised. Xiao Li-chun also thought that this method will be very good. The words of refusal just reached her mouth. She immediately did not say anything, because she really needs friends and the house is really, really nice. She was trying to live here, because she won't be a light bulb. "Chun, come over and live here. That way, the 2 of us can still live together. If you don't come over, I'll be very lonely, and so will you. I also don't feel comfortable living alone in that neighborhood anymore. After all, if I leave, you don't know what kind of tenant you'll meet, and you don't know if this tenant is a man or a woman. If he has a good temperament, and if he's good to get along with." Chen Choo advised a lot. Chen Choo really didn't want to separate from Xiao Li-chun. These 4 or 5 years, the 2 people are living together, not separated. Alright then, if Chen Wei doesn't come, I'll live with you. When he comes, I'll live in the house next door. Xiao Li-chun agreed immediately after hesitating for a moment. That's a good way to do it. You 2 will have company, and you can play together. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Chen Choo also had a happy face. "Tell you what, I'll give you rent, but I can't give much rent because my salary isn't high." Xiao Li-chun immediately spoke up. "How about I give a couple thousand a month?" Xiao Li-chun knew she couldn't live in Suehu Tiandi for $2,000 a month in rent, but she couldn't pay more. "What money to give? All I have is money. You get down to earth and stay here. You can be a companion to Choo Choo. It makes me feel more at ease." Chen Wei immediately spoke up. "Yeah, we have such a good relationship. We don't need money." Chen Choo also said this for a bit. "Alright then," Xiao Li-chun agreed, "because if this is done this way, you're good, I'm good, everyone is good, all 3 are good. The big deal is that when you eat together, you pay a little extra for yourself and consider it rent." "Alright, I'll show you the set next door," Chen Wei said again. A few people went back to the set next door, and Chen Wei entered the password. The gate quickly opened. Everyone quickly walked back into this set. This set was identical to the one next door. "Which bedroom do you want? Live in either one. Take your pick." Chen Wei opened his mouth and asked Xiao Li-chun. "I'll stay in the master bedroom. That room is big too." Xiao Li-chun pointed to the next room. "Yes, you can stay in that one. You're in the set next door. Find a room as well." Chen Wei immediately agreed. "Good. I'll live in the same house as her when you're not around." Xiao Li-chun immediately agreed. "Well, it's almost time. Let's go over to your rented house and pack up. Move over here today." Chen Wei immediately said. "Is it going to be such a rush? Moving over today?" Chen Choo was a little surprised. "How long do you have to wait until you have a new house to live in?" Chen Wei asked rhetorically. He looked at Chen Choo's pretty face and couldn't help but pinch it. "Alright, let's do it today. It's not far from our company anyway." Chen Choo nodded her head and agreed. Her face was a little red, because Chen Wei had pinched her face and her best friend had scowled at her. "I also think it's better to move today because the new house is beautiful and comfortable to live in." Xiao Li-chun similarly agreed. "Let's go," Chen Wei said, and everyone went downstairs. After 30 minutes, Chen Wei's car drove to that rented house. "We're here," Chen Choo said. Chen Wei immediately stopped the car. A few people then unbuckled their seatbelts and got out of the car. "Let's go pack first. And if there's a lot of stuff, call a moving company," Chen Wei said. A few people quickly went upstairs, and Chen Choo took the key and opened the door. At this time, Chen Wei took a look at Xiao Li-chun's waist. It was through the clothes that Chen Wei could see that Xiao Li-chun's waist was very slim. This waist is truly life-threatening and fascinating. Xiao Li-chun turned her head and she saw Chen Wei's gaze. Chen Wei was looking at her waist. Soon, Xiao Li-chun's pretty face reddened. Chen Wei immediately withdrew his gaze. Chen Choo quickly opened the door. A few people then went into the room. Chen Choo noticed that Xiao Li-chun's face was a little red. Chun, why is your face red?" Chen Choo asked curiously. "Maybe it's hot. Maybe I exerted myself going up the stairs just now," Xiao Li-chun immediately explained. Chapter 95, My best friend is next door. It does seem a little hot today, and it's July and August. After 2 more months, the weather will cool down. Chen Choo didn't doubt it because it was indeed very hot right now. Several people went into the hall. When I say hall, the hall is not big, no more than 10 square feet. Xiao Li saw that Chen Choo did not suspect anything, and her heart was relieved. She looked towards Chen Wei for a moment, then at her waist, and immediately her face reddened again. She knew she had always had a very thin waist, and not many people in her long life had waists that compared to hers. Chloe Chan's waist is gifted, but her own waist is exceptionally slim, and the two are beautiful in their own ways. In the past, when she walked on the street, there were also people who would sneak a look at her waist from time to time, and she had long been immune to these stares. However, she had a strange feeling about the gaze Chen Wei was looking over. She sweetened her heart for a moment. She was a little shy, and a little happy, and a little expectant. The thought made her weak again. Can't think about him, can't think about him, it's his best friend's boyfriend. Chun, what are you still staring at? Hurry up and pack your things. Chen Chuchu shouted at Youth. Okay, I'll go into my room and pack my things right away, Xiao Li Chun immediately said. Several people then went into their separate rooms. Of course, Chen Chuchu was pulling Chen Wei into his room. My room isn't cleaned up very well, Chen Chuchu immediately said. Chen Wei looked around and realized that Chen Chuchu's room was still well tidied up. Everything is neatly organized. You cleaned up nicely, Chen Wei said a bit. He had just finished speaking when he saw that there were still clothes on the bed. Long ones and short ones. What? And little underwear. Ouch. Chen Chuchu also saw the small underwear on the bed. She immediately blushed. I'll pack up. This is all laundry that's already been done. Didn't put them away because I was in a hurry. It wasn't put in the closet. Chen Chuchu immediately said a bit. She hadn't expected to move today either. If she had known, she would have packed up. Finally finished packing those things up. That's when she blushed a little better. Chen Wei was still very calm. He learned that Chen Chuchu liked the little squirrel pattern. These little squirrels are quite cute. Chloe Chan is also very cute. Have a seat. I'm going to pack up my things, Chen Chuchu said. Chen Wei didn't answer, but shook his head. He immediately pulled Chen Chuchu to his side. Chen Chuchu quickly understood what Chen Wei was trying to do. Became directly wrapped his arm around her waist. Chen Wei immediately lowered his head and kissed Chen Chuchu again. Chen Chuchu subconsciously wanted to push Chen Wei away. After all, her best friend was still next door. However, she was a bit greedy, and she couldn't afford to push Chen Wei away. She immediately closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around Chen Wei's neck. She stood on her tiptoes to get a better kiss. Chen Wei was trying to kiss in the first place, but the kiss immediately brought up a chain of reactions. He immediately started moving his hands. When the two kissed before, Chen Wei would also move his hands. Chen Chuchu would pull his hand away. This time, Chen Chuchu did not push his hand away. Chen Chuchu had no intention of refusing. Chen Wei immediately had a further reaction. Chen Wei pulled her onto the big bed. Don't. Chun is in the next room. Chen Chuchu's head was a bit dizzy, but she was very much awake once she reached the critical moment. Because the skirt on her body was also lifted by Chen Wei, Chen Chuchu hurriedly pulled Chen Wei's hand. Immediately said a little, Don't. Chun is next door. Bad influence. So it's okay to go to our new house? Chen Wei asked a little anxiously. Chen Chuchu didn't affirm or deny and didn't speak. At this time, Chen Wei was a bit up and down, but saw the shyness, embarrassment, and a bit of begging to be let go situation that Chen Chuchu showed. Chen Wei still didn't make any further moves and got up right away. Chen Chuchu let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly lowered her lifted skirt. You mean to the point where the new house is there? It's fine, isn't it? Chen Wei asked. As soon as she heard this, Chen Chuchu immediately blushed. She immediately grabbed a shirt and covered her face. Chen Chuchu didn't visibly refuse, so the meaning was obvious. Seeing the situation, Chen Wei smiled happily. Soon you can eat meat. After many minutes, Chen Chuchu took off the clothes blocking her face and got up from the bed. I'm going to pack my things, Chen Chuchu immediately said a little. However, she didn't dare to look at Chen Wei anymore. Alright, you pack your things, Chen Wei said. Only then did Chen Chuchu begin to pack up her things. She folded the clothes, then the air conditioning quilt. Constantly busy doing this and that. When packing things, because Chen Chuchu's breasts are really magnificent, Chen Wei did not hold back. From time to time will just embrace her. From time to time, he would touch Chen Chuchu, and would even reach inside and touch her. Every now and then, he would also put his arm around Chen Chuchu and give him a kiss. When he was about to reach out and touch Chen Chuchu again for the 6th time, Chen Wei was pushed out of the room by Chen Chuchu. Go sit on the living room sofa for a while. You don't keep making a mess. Chen Chuchu spoke while pushing Chen Wei out of this room, locking the door with a ticking sound. Chen Wei had no choice but to go to the sofa and sit down. After Chen Wei left, Chen Chuchu finally started to clean up her room again. Chen Chuchu would also think about it, and when she thought about that later, she blushed again. An hour and a half later, Xiaoli Chun finished packing and walked out of the room. She was pulling 2 large suitcases as she walked out of the room. Why are you sitting here? Aren't you in your room? Xiaoli Chun asked. She was a bit confused because the two of them were too good to be separated. I just answered a phone call, Chen Wei explained. He didn't dare to say that it was Chen Chuchu who pushed him out. Oh, that's how it is. Xiao Lichun nodded. You packed up so quickly? Chen Wei asked. It's packed. It's not like this is our home. I didn't buy much. Xiao Lichun said a bit. She also couldn't help but look at Chen Wei several times. Handsome, and rich, and with a good temperament. Chen Wei is very attractive to girls. Xiao Lichun was no exception. I'm going to see how Chuchu is packed. If she hasn't, I'll help her pack. Xiao Lichun said. Then go help her. Chen Wei nodded his head. Xiao Lichun came to the door of this room and knocked on the door, and Chen Chuchu opened the door. Here, let me help you clean up. Xiao Lichun hurriedly opened her mouth. Alright, you help. Chen Chuchu agreed. Xiao Lichun hurriedly closed the door to the room. The two started packing. Chuchu, are you giving yourself to him today? Xiao Lichun said very nosily. Chapter 96, Everything is as it should be. Chun, what are you talking about? I won't talk to you if you keep asking like that. Chen Chuchu pretended to be angry for a bit. Okay, I'm not going to talk to you. I'm not going to ask you. I'm anxious for you. Xiao Lichun immediately spoke up. After saying that, she also looked at the skirt Chen Chuchu was wearing. She felt that her best friend's dress at this time of the year was a bit strange, a bit wrinkled, not as flat as before yet. Chen Chuchu saw the gaze that Xiao Lichun seemed to have, and she panicked a little. Have the two of you done that already? Xiao Lichun asked. Which is not true. I'll get angry with you if you say that. Let's hurry up and pack. The two kept packing up. Ugh. Finally finished packing. Chen Chuchu said. She opened the door to the room and the two men walked out pulling their suitcases. Alas, it's still a bit sad to leave here. After all, I've lived here for 13 or 14 months. Xiao Lichun spoke up, but she immediately thought of the house in Suihu Tiandi, the beautiful house with exquisite decoration. If the old doesn't go, the new doesn't come. Her holdover immediately disappeared so quickly. I'm also a bit reluctant to part with it. Chen Chuchu chimed in. Seeing the two beauties say such words, Chen Wei immediately said, you guys are quite nostalgic. You have 4 boxes. There's no elevator here, so I'd better call someone to run the errands. Chen Wei added. He immediately made a phone call and a runner soon came. Soon an errand boy came and carried all the suitcases downstairs and put them all on the trunk of the Mercedes Big G. This all cost only $80. Soon, the Mercedes Big G was out of here. After 20 to 30 minutes, Chen Wei drove to Tsuehu Tiandi, parked the car and carried the suitcases upstairs. Luckily, there was an elevator, so I didn't have to call an errand boy. By this time, it had come to just after 11 a.m. Chen Xiao, if you tell me the password, I'll move to the house next door. Xiao Lichun said. Okay, the password is. I've just changed the password a little bit, Chen Wei said. Xiao Lichun then pulled her suitcase and went to the house next door. Let's go. Then let's go clean up as well. Chen Wei looked at Xiao Lichun's thin waist and immediately turned his head to say something to Chen Chuchu. Chen Chuchu's heart immediately beat faster when she heard this. Now that Xiao Lichun has left, Chen Wei is sure to make a move. The two men quickly entered the set. As soon as he entered this house, Chen Wei immediately closed the door. Then, he wrapped his arms around Chen Chuchu's slender waist and then kissed again. Chen Chuchu also stood on her tiptoes to meet his kiss. It wasn't long before Chen Wei's hands were not honest. 20 to 30 minutes later, Chen Wei was pushed out of the room by Chen Chuchu. Why don't you go sit outside for a bit? I'll clean up the room, Chen Chuchu whispered. She was so shy that she didn't dare to look at Chen Wei's eyes anymore. Because just now, in the middle of the dizziness, and by Chen Weixin saw the skirt, the two are finally being honest with each other. The two of them went at it for 300 rounds. Chen Wei was a bit tired, so he lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. By the time they were all packed up, it was almost 1 in the afternoon. What are we going to eat for lunch? Chen Chuchu asked. By this time, she had already changed her clothes. That dress from earlier is wrinkled and out of shape. She had now changed into a JK outfit. Her boobs were bulging in now. Her face looked innocent and cute, but also a little feminine. She put her arm around Chen Wei and said a little, I'll eat anything. I just like eating you. Chen Wei immediately said, wait, don't talk nonsense. I'll call Xiao Lichun over. Chen Chuchu finished speaking and immediately called Xiao Lichun's phone. She called out Xiao Lichun. Let's go out for a meal. I've said I'll treat Xiao Lichun to dinner anyway. Chen Wei immediately proposed. Okay, can. Chen Chuchu agreed, and they opened the door to the room and walked out. Xiao Lichun opened the door to her room as well, and they all met in the hall. Let's go eat at a restaurant outside. Chen Wei immediately said. Fine, if you're buying, you're buying. Anyway, you owe me a meal. Xiao Lichun happily agreed. A few people then took the elevator to the underground garage. Everyone quickly got into the car. The cart winds up and soon arrives at a large hotel. Chen Wei found a parking space and parked. Hungry. Let's hurry and go eat. Chen Wei immediately unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. The two beauties also got out of the car right away. They arrived at a seafood restaurant, which was called Baiyunbian Seafood Restaurant. The waiter inside immediately greeted them. You three please follow me. The waitress lady immediately came out for a moment. Do you guys want a booth or a card table? We want the box. Chen Wei immediately said. Now that he had money, he definitely still wanted to go to a more private place. They quickly entered a compartment. You guys want something to eat? Order it. You guys don't be polite. Chen Wei immediately said. He handed the menu to the two big beauties. Chen Chuchu, who received the menu, was taken aback when she read the top-grade Wagyu beef, king crab, Australian lobster, and golden abalone written on it. Things are so expensive here. Why don't we eat somewhere else? The things here, I have only seen them on TV. Chen Chuchu immediately spoke up. Ha ha ha, you let go a little. I still have this small amount of money for dinner. Chen Wei immediately said. Alright then, I'll order. Although Chen Chuchu said this on her lips, she didn't bother to order much, because the things here were too expensive. On the contrary, Xiao Lichuan didn't be polite with Chen Wei and ordered several dishes. It's a waste of time if you don't eat it. You don't get many chances like this. It's rare to slaughter Chen Wei. Soon a large table of food came up. What with pouring abalone, big Australian lobsters, and crabs bigger than all their faces. Chen Chuchu and Xiao Lichun both fell silent. They said together in their hearts, it's good to be rich. It's okay to be rich. The three of them then feasted and drank. 20 or 30 minutes later, they winded up eating the dishes. It's so full, I'm bursting at the seams. Chen Chuchu said. Young Chen, thank you for your hospitality. This is the best meal I've ever had. Xiao Lichuan said and immediately thanked Chen Wei. No need to be polite. No need to be polite. Who made you choose BFF? Chen Wei immediately said. A few people sat down for a short while, then went to check out. The meal cost over $50. $000. This made Chen Chuchu Xiao Lichuan eat as surprise. Come on, let's go back and get some rest. Go back and take a nap. Chen Wei immediately said something. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Chuchu immediately blushed. Chapter 97, The Whispering of Two Beautiful Women. A few people got into the car. Several people soon returned to Tsuehu Tiandi. Everyone goes back to their homes. Chen Wei had to pull Chen Chuchu into the room again. Not only did he close the door to his room, he locked it. Chen Chuchu looked at it and immediately understood the meaning. Honey, just now, it's not enough. Chen Wei immediately said. Why are you so capable? Chen Chuchu said. As soon as Chen Wei finished speaking, he lowered his head and kissed him. Chen Wei started moving his hands again. After that moment, Chen Wei immediately took the skirt off her body. Chen Wei quickly carried her onto the bed. At this time, Chen Chuchu had a red face and closed her eyes. After 40 or 50 minutes, the wind finally calmed down. Chen Wei laid down on the bed and started to try to sleep. Chen Chuchu, on the other hand, was lying in his arms, not yet asleep. Before going to sleep, Chen Wei thought about it again. I can't imagine that today went so well. Chen Chuchu didn't refuse and allowed herself to be pleasured. It didn't take long for Chen Wei to fall asleep. Chen Chuchu's cell phone suddenly vibrated. Chen Chuchu picked up her cell phone and saw that it was a Weibo message from Xiao Lichuan. How does that life feel? Xiao Lichuan asked. After she saw the content of this message, Chen Chuchu made a big red face. She blushed, her pretty eyes full of shyness. She's definitely going to make fun of me for that now. This big bad guy, and you can't hold back. She thought about it for a long time. After a while, again she wanted to sleep too. After all, it's physical work. Two people just slept for 2 hours. They woke up one after the other and then went to the bathroom to wash up. Honey, wait, let's go buy some daily necessities. Chen Wei said a bit. Yeah, let's go get it. Call Chun Chun too. Chen Chuchu nodded her head and agreed. Chen Chuchu hurriedly took out her cell phone and called Xiao Lichuan, saying, we'll go shopping together later. Xiao Lichuan immediately returned a yes. Several people then walked out of the house in succession and met in the hall. When Chen Chuchu saw Xiao Lichuan, her face immediately turned red. Xiao Lichuan saw Chen Chuchu and immediately hammed in hot twice. She knew that they were living together and it was normal to live that life, because they were a couple, boyfriend and girlfriend. Several people quickly got off the elevator and made their way to the underground garage. They got into the car and it quickly drove to Wanda Plaza. Wanda Plaza has a supermarket here and a variety of specialty stores. They quickly did their shopping and bought toothpaste, toothbrushes, paper towels, sheets, pillows. Chen Wei asked, tonight, where are we going to eat? Why don't we have hot pot? Then don't go to a restaurant to eat, just eat here at home. Xiao Lichun spoke up, and it's also an important day to live in a new house, so we'll just use it all as a housewarming. How's that sound? Xiaoli-chan added. Yeah, I'll eat anything. I like spicy food too. Chen Chuchu was agreeable. I have no problem with eating anything. Chen Wei chimed in. Then it's unanimous. Then let's hurry up and buy it here. I just went to the kitchen and looked at the pots and pans. All of these. Xiaoli-chan spoke up. I'll pay for everything you buy later. I'm staying at your place. I've already taken advantage of you guys. Xiaoli-chan said a little more. Okay, wait a minute. Just you spend money. We won't be polite with you. Chen Wei immediately said. Soon, the group found a fondue ingredient store and shopped. In a moment, the shopping was done. Let's buy some more beer. Xiaoli-chan asked again. Yes, you can. Drinking can help. Today is a happy day. Chen Wei agreed. They quickly went to a supermarket and bought another beer. After making their purchases, they drove home. It took a little over 10 minutes to move things. Soon, the two of them were busy in the kitchen. Xiaoli-chan closed the kitchen door. Xiaoli-chuan and Chen Chuchu went to wash the vegetables. The two men talked as they washed. You gave? Chen Chuchu blushed a little, but nodded her head. For the first time, will you be in pain? Xiaoli-chan asked nosily. I don't know. I won't tell you. When you fall in love, when you live together, you'll know. Chen Chuchu immediately refused to answer. How many times have you lived like that today? How many times was he a knight? Xiaoli-chan asked again. After you live together, you'll know. Chen Chuchu again refused to answer. How can you just say something so personal? You're not going to say it, are you? I'll give you one last chance. Otherwise, I'll use my secret weapon. After saying that, Xiaoli-chan went to tickle Chen Chuchu. Don't. Itchy. I said ah. Chen Chuchu immediately surrendered. Are you going to say it or not? Xiaoli-chan didn't stop. Chen Chuchu still didn't say anything. Xiaoli-chan continued to do it again. It was only this time that Chen Chuchu whispered. Actually, I'm a little. Only after hearing what Chen Chuchu said did Xiaoli-chan give a satisfied This afternoon, I saw you guys coming out of the room. Chen Wei was refreshed. And you're much prettier and feminine. Xiaoli-chan added. And, you two are not shy about coming out. And don't pay attention. Always in the room. You and me. Xiaoli-chan joked again. But it's also true. People have said that the greatest joy in life is the wedding night. Where's the cave-in? Chen Chuchu denied. When we went to the grocery store, I saw that you were walking a bit awkwardly. Like you were limping a bit. Xiaoli-chan teased again. If you say that again, I'll punch you. Chen Chuchu pretended to be angry. Then I won't say no more. Xiaoli-chan immediately said. You two are quite good. Chen Wei is a very good person and treats you very well. Buying such an expensive house when he says so. You're quite lucky to have found such a person. Yeah, you found happiness. I wonder where my happiness is. Xiaoli-chan sighed a little. You'll find your happiness soon. You're so pretty. So what's the washing up? Wash the oatmeal and cabbage. Wash the lettuce later. It took 20 or 30 minutes before the kitchen door opened. Chen Wei sat on the sofa and twisted his head. He found Chen Chuchu and Xiaoli-chan walking out. He took a closer look and realized that both beauties were blushing. Chen Wei was a bit confused. How could the two of them blush? Washing dishes isn't a labor of love either. Chen Wei didn't think much of it either. Have you guys washed the dishes? Chen Wei asked. Then we're ready to turn on the water for the fondue. Wait a moment. When the water boils, you can start. Xiaoli-chan immediately spoke up. Chapter 98, A Fateful Question. This dining table is for 10 people. There are also outlets next to the dining table to plug in. Soon, the water in the hot pot boiled. Xiaoli-chan then put the hot pot base in. Before he could eat the hot pot, Chen Wei picked up a can of wine beer. Come on, let's each take a sip. Chen Wei pulled open the beer can and immediately spoke. Good. Great luck with the warming room. Chen Chuchu said happily. Good luck with the warming house. Xiaoli-chan said as she raised her beer can as well. Chu-chu. You can't hold your liquor. You drink less. You're a person who gets drunk after one or two. Xiaoli-chan immediately said. My ability to drink is very good law. I've made great progress. Chen Chuchu said a bit unconvincingly. Well then, as you wish. Xiaoli-chan said a little. Today is a happy day. Can't say spoiler. Soon the water boiled. Everyone just started blanching the meat and then blanching the lettuce. Chen Wei ate more because he did the laborious work. The two beauties ate less. Half an hour later, Chen Chuchu leaned in Chen Wei's arms. I'm so sleepy. I'm drunk. I want to sleep. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she fell asleep. Chen Wei picked up the beer can and shook it. There was still half a bottle left. And to say that you have a good capacity for alcohol. Chen Wei said a little. That's how bad her drinking is. She gets drunk in one small glass. Xiaoli-chan immediately spoke up. She doesn't eat much. Chen Wei said and picked up Chen Chuchu. I'll carry her to bed. Yeah, definitely should be sleeping. Xiaoli-chan returned the favor. Chen Wei hugged Chen Chuchu and walked into the room. Xiaoli Chun was there alone, eating hot pot. She thought for a moment as she ate. Soon, she froze. Her own best friend got drunk and went to bed. So wait, it's not just her and Chen Wei eating here. She was as soon as she thought about it. Xiaoli Chun was still a little happy. What guy doesn't like a handsome guy? And a rich handsome guy at that. It would be even better if something could happen between the two. But then she immediately got a little uneasy again. She'd be sorry for her best friend if that happened. After all, Chen Wei was his best friend's boyfriend. And he himself now had a crush on his best friend's boyfriend. The heart is masturbating. Therefore, Xiaoli Chun was a little bit weak. Come on, let's eat quickly. While Xiaoli Chun was thinking, Chen Wei had already arrived at the table. Chen Wei looked at Xiaoli Chun. Xiaoli Chun, however, did not dare to look at Chen Wei. The eyes did not dare to meet Chen Wei's eyes. Well, let's eat. There's so much food left. If we don't eat, it'll go to waste, Chen Wei said again. Xiaoli Chun, however, stood up and almost tipped the stool over. The amplitude of this movement was too great. I'm already full. You can eat here, Xiaoli Chun immediately said. Xiaoli Chun was now a bit flustered as she realized that she more or less liked Chen Wei. She could more or less sweat on her face. The house was air-conditioned though. Really full? You didn't lie? Chen Wei asked. I'm really full. I'm a very small eater. Especially now that it's nighttime. I'm going to lose weight, Xiaoli Chun added. In fact, she's still not full. It's all about losing weight. And it's all about eating enough to lose weight. She was just a little less daring to eat here with Chen Wei. It's not that I don't want to. In fact, it is very much wanted. Men like to see beautiful women. Beautiful women like to see handsome men. The reason is similar. But Chen Wei is the boyfriend of his best friend. Xiaoli Chun is having a crush on Chen Wei. But there's always a first come first served, right? You can't steal your own girlfriend's boyfriend. Everyone has known for a long time. Fire prevention and theft prevention of girlfriends. But you can't apologize to your girlfriends. She and her BFF were besties for 4 years in college and were very close. After working for a year, the two have been BFFs for another year. One can't go and ruin someone's relationship. Alas, one has no choice but to leave. There's no way around it. You really should just eat a little bit. I can't eat that much by myself, Chen Wei said again. I'm really full. Don't worry, Xiaoli Chun said with a smile. That's fine. Then I'll come and eat alone. I am a bit hungry tonight, Chen Wei said. You won't be hungry yet. 5 times a night, Xiaoli Chun muttered in her heart. Then I'll go back to my side of the room first, Xiaoli Chun said. But her stomach suddenly rumbled. A growl came from her stomach, causing Xiaoli Chun to freeze. You call that full? Your stomach is still rumbling. Chen Wei looked at Xiaoli Chun and asked. Chen Wei always felt that Xiaoli Chun was a bit off right now. Is this the reason why lone men and women eat together? I actually, what about the night diet? Did not eat more. Xiaoli Chun explained with a red face. She was ready to go back to her set right away. As she turned to go, she was still a little upset. This was dinner with a handsome man. You're so slim. What's the point of losing weight? You don't need to lose weight. Quickly sit down and eat, Chen Wei immediately demanded. You're 5 feet 68 inches and you don't weigh 100 pounds. You're in great shape now. Don't lose weight, Chen Wei said again. Xiaoli Chun has a thin waist and long legs, typical of a big beautiful woman. I've really eaten almost all of it. I'm going on a diet so I don't eat much, Xiaoli Chun whispered again. Sit down and eat. If you eat a little more, your chest will catch up with Chen Chuchu's. Thin people definitely don't have big boobs, Chen Wei advised. As soon as she heard this, Xiaoli Chun's face immediately turned red. This time, she understood why her breasts weren't big. Also, she just didn't want to make Chen Wei angry. Xiaoli Chun immediately sat back in her seat. Eat more. What's the point of losing weight if your chest can only be high? Only after seeing Xiaoli Chun say sit down did Chen Wei say something. You have a pretty good figure. If you were a little bit fatter, you would look better instead, Chen Wei immediately said. Do you think I have a good body? Xiaoli Chun asked as well. As soon as Xiaoli Chun said this, she immediately realized that she hadn't said it quite right. After all, Chen Wei was his best friend's boyfriend. It seemed a bit ambiguous to say something like that yourself. You certainly have a very nice figure. With a slim waist and such a slim figure. I don't think I've ever seen anyone with a better waist than yours. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Hearing this, Xiaoli Chun became very happy. She got a little proud of herself. She naturally knew that her waist looked good. Her own waist was a glamorous waist. A killer waist. She heard Chen Wei say that her waist looked good. Xiaoli Chun was really very happy now. Xiaoli Chun subconsciously asked again. So whose waist looks good compared to Chuchu's? This one question was a giveaway. As soon as she finished saying this, Xiaoli Chun realized that this sentence was wrong again. How could one ask that in front of one's best friend's boyfriend? Didn't she want her best friend's boyfriend to get killed? Chapter 99, Another Use of the Universal Scanning System. That, both of you have nice waists, Chen Wei hurriedly said. However, yours is a bit better looking than Choo Choo's waist. Soon, Xiaoli Chun's eyes lit up. She was happy in her heart now. However, her breasts are better looking than yours, Chen Wei added. Chen Choo Choo's waist was choppy. At the thought of it, she marveled a little. Could it be that Chen Choo Choo ate papaya every day? How else would it be so big? Alright, let's eat. Let's not talk about this, Chen Wei said. Okay, Xiao Lichuan said and began to eat. Preparing to finish the meal with Chen Wei, she happily ate it up. After all, this handsome man in front of her said she had a nice waist. It made her heart happy to hear those words. Also, men and women eat with flavor. She felt that tonight's lamb rolls, among others, were particularly good. Is it in a good mood? So it's especially tasty. She couldn't let Chen Wei eat here alone. Just have this meal together. In the future, the two try not to be together. Chen Wei also started to eat. He ate a few bites and drank a little bit of beer. Beer on meat. The world is hard to take. I have to say, eating hot pot and drinking beer is a real treat. The two chatted as they ate. Time passes quickly without realizing it. By 9:30 p.m., it was finally time to eat. Well, I'm full. I'll rest for a while. Then, call a dropshipper to go back to the house I live in yet. Chen Wei drank a beer and then spoke. And you're full? So fast. Xiaoli Chun froze for a moment, still intent on eating. She felt that the two had a good conversation. She also wanted to chat. The two had a nice chat too. So, she was a bit reluctant to let go. So she hoped that Chen Wei could sit for a while longer. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as an unbroken feast. I'm really full, so I'm leaving, Chen Wei said. He took out his cell phone and was going to call a valet. You're not staying here tonight? Xiaoli Chun asked curiously. Tonight? I'm not staying here. You see that Chen Choo Choo is already drunk. Chen Wei spoke up. And she's so pretty. I will. It was probably because of drinking the physique enhancement liquid, plus having the martial arts master's skill again. Are you not going to be able to resist and think about being with her that? Xiaoli Chun immediately felt that she could say the wrong thing. Quickly blushed. It is a bit. So it's going back to school to live. Chen Wei immediately said it directly. Chen Wei quickly took out his cell phone and called a chauffeur. The order was soon taken and showed that it would be here in 12 minutes. I placed my order. It will be here in 12 minutes. Chen Wei said. That was fast. Xiao Lichuan spoke up. Xiaoli Chun is still a bit lost. After all, such a fine man will be leaving here soon. Let's both add WeChat. Xiaoli Chun took the initiative and said. In society nowadays, girls were very proactive. They dared to love and hate. Alright, I'll sweep yours, Chen Wei immediately said. The two then added each other's WeChat. The two made some more small talk. I'll go to the room to check on Choo Choo, Chen Wei immediately said before getting up and entering the room. Chen Choo Choo is sound asleep. Chen Wei also wanted to stay here at night. However, once he thought of Chen Choo Choo's somewhat painful appearance, he immediately dismissed such thoughts before immediately walking out of the room. I'm leaving. The chauffeur shows 7 minutes to go. Chen Wei walked out of the room and immediately said something. I'll give you a ride then, Xiaoli Chun said a little. Her face was flushed. She looked especially good tonight. Chen Wei then took one more look. And he took another look at Xiaoli Chun's thin waist. That's a killer waist. Charming waist. Xiaoli Chun also felt Chen Wei's gaze and became a bit alarmed. However, she immediately spoke up. Come on. I'll walk you to the elevator. Good. Chen Wei agreed. The two then opened the door to the elevator. The elevator hadn't arrived yet. Chen Wei hurriedly pressed the elevator. Tonight, I'll trouble you to take care of Chen Choo Choo, Chen Wei immediately said. He twisted his head to look at Xiaoli Chun. He quickly saw that Xiaoli Chun had a bit of a crush on him, and was also still a bit attached to him. Chen Wei immediately used the universal scanning system. Soon, the system responded. Chen Wei's mind received the following message. The universal scanning system is acquiring information about the other party. Name, Xiao Lichuan. Age, 24. Height, 169 centimeters. Face value, 91. Stature, 94. Privacy, 0. Intimacy value, 80. In a state where intimacy is possible. I can't imagine that Xiaoli Chun has a crush on herself. No wonder she was looking at herself with a bit of a fondness. Okay, I'll take care of Choo Choo, Xiaoli Chun immediately said. She looked up at Chen Wei again. There was fondness and adoration in her eyes. Meeting Xiao Lichuan's gaze, Chen Wei had a little heart attack. After all, he had drunk a little bit of wine. The two men were facing each other, close at hand. Xiaoli Chun's beautiful face was right in front of him. There was a scent unique to her that reached Chen Wei's nose. What's wrong? Why do you keep looking at me? Xiao Lichuan inclined her head a bit, then asked Chen Wei. In this moment, she looked particularly lovely. Chen Wei was even more heartened. It was because Chen Wei suddenly reached out his hand and wrapped it around Xiao Lichun's thin waist. Xiao Lichun was, at first, happy for a moment. However, she quickly calmed down, soon a bit flustered. You'll mothball yourself. Don't be like this. You're Chu Chu's boyfriend. Xiao Lichun quickly said. I know. You like me, Chen Wei said. Hearing this, Xiao Lichun quickly panicked and got weak. Nothing. How could I possibly like you? You're Chu Chu's boyfriend and I'm Chu Chu's best BFF. There's no way I could like you. There's no way I'd dig it. Before Xiao Lichun could finish, Chen Wei had already lowered his head and kissed Xiao Lichun on the mouth. Xiao Lichun quickly wrapped her arms around Chen Wei as well. The two work well together. A minute or two later, Xiao Lichun came to her senses. Xiao Lichun immediately panicked, as if she had turned into a little cutie. As if she had become a little cutie. She forgot to push Chen Wei away. She had a bit of a dumbfounded look at Chen Wei, but she was a little happy at heart. But soon, she was awake again. She didn't know what to do for a moment. Don't be like this. I'll go back first. Xiao Lichun quickly pushed Chen Wei away. She went right back into the house and closed the door. Chen Wei shook his head and rode the elevator to the underground garage. The valet arrived as well. After 20 or 30 minutes, he returned to the Townsend. He strides to his floor. On his way back to his house, Chen Wei quickly remembered the moment in front of the elevator at Suihu Tiandi. He was pretty sure Xiao Lichun had a crush on him, because he had kissed Xiao Lichun and she wasn't angry, because he was sure of it when he used the universal scanning system. But the trouble, because Xiao Lichun is Chen Chuchu's BFF. Drinking still harms people. It's a good idea to drink to get laid. Chapter 100, Getting $3. 2 billion in cash. Xiao Lichun returned to the house. She was kicking herself a little. She was her best friend. How could she kiss her best friend's boyfriend? Chen Wei? You can't even think about such a thing. And you can't even do it. How will you get along with your girlfriends in the future? How can I get along with Chen Wei? Chen Wei returned home. The head is also excited. I can't imagine that Xiao Lichun is happy to kiss herself. He shook his head. Drinking is a mistake. Alcohol can mess up the sex. He thought about it, now that he had less and less cash on him. The system sent itself 20 million yuan, and then gave 16 million later. Ningda Times Company sent itself nearly 100 million yuan. Wanda Plaza rent 10 million yuan. Every day the system sent itself 100,000 yuan. There are 10 days 8 days. The total income is only about 20,000 yuan. What about expenses? Buy a watch for about $30 million and a car for about $20 million. Buy a house for $30 and $40 million. Already spent $12,000 million. Now is the time to have only $80 million in cash on yourself. Several companies have yet to pay dividends as well. Own assets are over $10 billion. But not much cash. This made Chen Wei panic. Come to think of it, I have all the stock market futures ticker cards and haven't used them yet. He immediately asked the system. System, can the stock market futures quote card be used immediately? The system responded quickly. Ding. Host, the stock market futures ticker card needs to be activated. The system immediately responded. Then how can I activate it? Chen Wei asked. You need to gain the favor of a beautiful woman with a face value of 90 points or more. The intimacy value must be 80 points or more. This is how you can activate the stock market futures quote card. The system immediately spoke. The system quickly stopped talking. Chen Wei thought for a moment. Is this a proper system? How come it's a bit yellow? For a while, there was nothing Chen Wei could do. Chen Wei thought for a moment. This Xiao Lichun figure in face value has more than 90 points. But she is Chen Chuchu's best friend. And she will definitely not be able to take it for a while. Or she will have to change a target. What other person could be a target? Circumstance? Zhou Xian is a dangerous man. His family is too powerful. You can't mess with her. If you mess with her, you may lose your life. And which other beauty can be taken? For a while, Chen Wei was in deep thought. This one is still a long shot. There's nothing to do. So I'd better brush up on my cell phone. Chen Wei didn't have much to do. So he played Jitterbug. Suddenly, his own doorbell rang. Chen Wei ignored it. If it was a familiar person, he would have called. 2 minutes later, Chen Wei's WeChat phone rang. Chen Wei immediately picked it up. I rang your doorbell. Why don't you open the door? Are you not at home? Lu Bingxian's voice came from the cell phone. I thought it was a stranger so I didn't open the door. I'll open it right away. Chen Wei immediately got up and walked towards the door. As soon as she opened the door, Lu Bingxian swayed her sexy steps and walked in. The two quickly sat down on the couch. Come here, come and sit down. Chen Wei pointed to his thigh. Lu Bingxian quickly sat down on Chen Wei's body. Bingxian, what do you mean? I'm just saying it's fine to sit down for a bit. Chen Wei said for a moment. Seeing Chen Wei poking fun at himself, Lu Bingqian blushed slightly and gently slapped Chen Wei. If you laugh at me again, I'll ignore you. You're so annoying, Lu Bingqian said. Although she said that, her body was even closer to Chen Wei. Okay, let me see you. After my moisturizing, has that mountain of yours gotten bigger? Chen Wei stared at her breasts and said badly. Well, it's milk flavored. Chen Wei took a breath, then immediately said something. You're so annoying. I'm tight. If I wear a bigger one, it won't look good. Lu Bingqian said shyly. You're right. You do look very good. But then again, this makes it even better. Chen Wei said a bit. 40 to 50 minutes later. I'm going to take a shower. Lu Bingqian said. Let's both wash together. Chen Wei pulled Lu Bingqian. Lu Bingqian immediately pushed Chen Wei away. I want to wash myself today. As soon as she finished, she turned and went into the bathroom. What? Is Lu Bingqian a bit abnormal today? Chen Wei is a bit incomprehensible. There was nothing to do, so he lay in bed and swiped his phone. After 20 minutes had passed, Chen Wei heard the bathroom door open. Soon, Lu Bingqian walked out of the bathroom and then walked into the room. Chen Wei heard a loud noise and immediately raised his head. Wow, that's so hot. So sexy. You're too cute. Chen Wei sighed with emotion. This was the charm of an imperial sister. Until 7 o'clock in the morning. The end of the fight. Lu Bingqian is still asleep. Seeing that it was still sleeping, Chen Wei didn't wake her up. He came out onto the hall. He sat down. Had he forgotten something? Yes. It's already morning and the system has refreshed the gifts. What gifts have come out of the system today? He immediately entered the system interface. Soon, the system responded. Ding! The host has entered the system. Does the host choose to draw at the mall? Or choose one of the 3 gifts from the system's refreshment? Chen Wei immediately said. Choose one of the 3 gifts. Gift number 1. $2 billion in cash. Gift 2. 20% of Star Ocean Entertainment. Worth $3 billion. Gift 3. A luxury cruise ship worth $1.5 billion. Chen Wei thought for a moment. All 3 gifts were great. He immediately asked stinkily. System, can I pick all 3 gifts? The system quickly replied. This is not allowed. Please make your choice quickly. Host, Chen Wei immediately said. I'd better choose gift 1. $2 billion in cash. The system quickly said. The host has chosen gift 1. $2 billion in cash. Chen Wei thought for a moment. Now that he has money, he can buy whatever he wants, and he will have endless money to spend. He immediately strolled out into the street. He came to a breakfast place. Boss, come with a $10 bun, and 2 bottles of pure milk. Chen Wei immediately said. That's $16. The owner quickly said. Chen Wei picked up his cell phone and swiped WeChat to pay the bill. He quickly grabbed his bun and milk and headed back to his house. As soon as he got home, he took a big bite out of his buns, which were so good today, because one finally had cash. What should we do today? He also has a super battery manufacturing technology. Should he sell it to Ningda Times? Chapter 101 wants to sell the technology to make super batteries. Chen Wei returned to his house. Lu Bingqian hadn't woken up yet. After a while, though, she woke up. People have this biological clock that wakes them up when it's time. Lu Bingqian hurriedly got up and brushed her teeth and washed her face. Then she got ready for work. Honey, slow down. Eat a few buns, and drink a bottle of milk. Chen Wei hurriedly called out to Lu Bingqian. Alright, I'll eat a bun and drink a bottle of milk. Lu Bingqian said in a hurry. She immediately took a few bites of her bun, ate 1 bun, grabbed a bottle of milk and left. There was no way around it. She had to rush to work. By just after 8 a.m. Chen Wei sent 2 WeChat messages to Lu Ruyan at 5 p.m. I'll come pick you up, and let's eat at a different hotel. Not my own. Why don't you go to your own hotel? Because there's cashback at other people's hotels. Today was the day to invite Ruyan Lu's roommate to dinner. Soon, Ruyan Lu returned. Okay. Chen Wei made a call to Zhang Ning, the veteran president of Ningda Times. Hey, is there something wrong with Mr. Chen? Chairman Zhang asked. It is because Director Zhang is very busy, and to be able to sit in this position, it can be said that he has to take care of everything day in and day out. It's like this. Isn't Ningda Times researching new energy sources? I happen to have the manufacturing technology for super batteries in my hands. Chen Wei immediately replied. Mr. Chen, do you really have super battery manufacturing technology? How much battery range can you achieve? If your battery technology can only reach a range of 700 or 800 kilometers, it won't be of much use to us. Chairman Zhang immediately said. Chairman Zhang, since I brought it up, my skills are definitely excellent. Chen Wei replied. Mr. Chen, so how many kilometers can the technology you have in hand last? Chairman Zhang asked. Range of 1800 plus kilometers. Is that enough? What? No kidding me. Chairman Zhang immediately stood up. He was a bit surprised. Of course I'm not joking with you. What good does joking do me? Chen Wei chuckled a bit. Mr. Chen, what do you mean by bringing this technology to me? As a bigwig in the power battery industry, Chairman Zhang understood that Chen Wei must have something in mind when he was able to come up with such an over-the-top technology. I'll make my point straight away. I want to sell this super battery manufacturing technology to you guys. I don't know if you guys are interested. Chen Wei spoke calmly. Really? Are you short of money? If you're short of money, just tell me and I'll try my best to fulfill you. Chairman Zhang hurriedly asked. Upon hearing that Chen Wei wanted to sell the super battery manufacturing technology in his hands, Chairman Zhang, at the first moment, thought that Chen Wei must be short of money. Otherwise, why would he sell such a treasure? Chairman Zhang, I'm not short of money. When I say sell, I'm not trading money. I'm exchanging equity. I need the shares of Ningde Times. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. You're exchanging shares of Nintex? Is that what you mean? Chairman Zhang frowned and asked. Yeah, I want to exchange 20% of the shares of Ningde Times. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Mr. Chen, this won't work. Change your conditions. This way, you all take up 30% of the shares of Ningde Times. Chairman Zhang immediately spoke up. No, I want 20% of the shares of Ningde Times. Chen Wei demanded again. If you don't want it, I'll sell it to BYD. When Chairman Zhang saw that Chen Wei was so determined, he was also very torn. First, he didn't want to sell his shares in Ningde Times. Second, he also didn't want BYD to get the technology, because the technology in Chen Wei's hands is too important, and he can't afford to give it up. In this way, Chairman Zhang was in deep thought. Now, what should one do? If the super battery technology in Chen Wei's mouth is true, and if Ningde Times takes this technology, then Ningde Times will definitely become the world's number one. It can definitely surpass BYD, surpass LG, and surpass Panasonic. Everyone wants to compete to be number one in the world. If it became the number one in power batteries, it could certainly earn a lot of money. If it acquired the super battery manufacturing technology in Chen Wei's hands, it could definitely become the world's number one. After a long standoff between the two, Chairman Zhang of Ningde Times finally spoke. Mr. Chen, I'll give you up to 10% of the shares. However, I can also give you 2 billion yuan in cash. Chairman Zhang spoke up. The 20% shares of Ningde Times now have a market value of 1 billion yuan. I will now give you 10% of Ningde Times shares, plus 2 billion renminbi in cash. The total value reaches 3 billion renminbi. This is the largest amount I can offer. Chairman Zhang said a whole lot more. Chen Wei didn't answer immediately when he heard Chairman Zhang's words. He thought for a moment and immediately spoke. Chairman Zhang, I know what you mean. You're worried about losing control. My original 10% shares should also be in your hands. You originally had 70% of the shares in your hands, sold 10% and still had 60% of the shares. Now you sell another 20%, and that leaves you with 40%. You're worried about losing control. Tell you what, I'll give you this 20% of the stock, but the voting rights, I'll still give them to you. What do you think? Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Chairman Zhang thought for a moment, thinking that this method is good. He still has control of the company. If not, Chen Wei might sell the technology to BYD. Nothing could be perfect, and he felt it was better to hold back. Chairman Zhang immediately said, I can't answer you now. How about answering you this afternoon? Because this matter is a big deal. I still need to have a few major shareholders to discuss it. Yes, Chairman. Chen Wei agreed. Chairman Zhang immediately called a meeting with several shareholders, and those shareholders who were not present were allowed to video conference. After weighing the pros and cons, most shareholders agreed. They feel that if they don't buy the technology, it will be sold by BYD or bought by Panasonic or LG. If it's bought out by these companies, then Ningde Times will be beaten to death. What even later? Ningde Times may become zero. Instead of the company going to zero, we should buy the technology to make the super battery now. Selling some shares is fine. The voting rights are still in their hands anyway. By 3 p.m. Chairman Zhang made a call to Chen Wei. Mr. Chen, sorry to keep you waiting. Chairman Zhang said. Nothing much. What is the result of your discussion? Chen Wei immediately said a little. Anyway, if you don't want this baby, there are people who do. The technology was sold to Ningde Times Company, mainly because it has its own shares in Ningde Times. We agreed to buy your technology for 3 billion yuan, if your technology is real. However, is your super battery technology real? Chairman Zhang asked a bit worriedly. Of course it's true. You can send someone to inspect it at that time. However, I want the shares of Ningde Times. I don't want money. Chen Wei spoke forcefully. Mr. Chen, how about I privately add another $1 billion to buy your technology? Chapter 102, Chairman Zhang. If you don't want it, I'll sell it to another company. Chairman Zhang was still not dead. As long as the shares are still there, then Ningde Times can keep helping him earn money. Therefore, Chairman Zhang was willing to pay cash rather than sell his shares. If Chairman Zhang doesn't want it, then I'll have to sell it to BYD or LG, or maybe Panasonic. I consider myself a shareholder of Ningde Times, so I am prioritizing selling to our own company. Unfortunately, Chairman Zhang doesn't know what he's talking about, so forget it. Chen Wei had no choice but to say this. If you don't want it, there are others who do. Seeing that Chen Wei was going to sell it to someone else, Chairman Zhang panicked a bit. Mr. Chen, let's discuss it again. Chairman Zhang added. There's nothing more to discuss. You've been thinking about it for hours. I don't want cash. I just want shares. Chairman Zhang had no choice when he saw that Chen Wei was greasy and would not listen to advice. He had to say, I agree. Shares are shares. He was very lost this time. Chairman Zhang, I know you are very smart and know what to do. Chen Wei smiled. However, we only agreed to give you 15% of the shares. Chairman Zhang spoke up. What do you mean by that? Chairman Zhang, then I'll have to go to BYD, to LG, to Panasonic. See what price they offer. The highest bidder gets it. Chen Wei narrowed his eyes a bit. This one's an old fox. Chairman Zhang, who was on the other side of the line holding the phone, was secretly surprised again this time. This young man is so difficult. If Chairman Zhang can only offer such conditions and can't reach 20% of the shares, then I'm sorry to say that I'll have to sell to BYD, LG, and Panasonic. I just don't believe that they won't get greedy when they see the super battery manufacturing technology in my hands. Chen Wei said. Wait, Mr. Chen, I haven't finished talking yet. Chairman Zhang was a bit anxious. In addition to the 15% I'll give you 5% of my shares from my wife. This will fulfill your requirements. Chairman Zhang said. Chen Wei only laughed out this time after hearing Chairman Zhang's words. Chairman Zhang, then when can the share transfer certificate be signed? After it's signed, I can send you the technical information. Chen Wei asked again. This share transfer certificate, I'll personally send it over and will come and sign it in person. The technical data, I will also personally bring someone over to pick it up. Chairman Zhang said. So, Chairman, you're coming to Shanghai? Chen Wei asked. Of course, for something as big as an investment, I definitely need to come in person. Chairman Zhang affirmed. Well then, I'll welcome you in Shanghai. Chen Wei said immediately. I have one more thing. It's better to let Lu Fangfei be the vice president of the branch on my side. She's already done a very good job for a while now. This president of mine is destined to not be able to come to work every day. How about Chairman Zhang getting a new president? Chen Wei asked. No. The president of this sub-company is still you. Lu Fangfei's vice president. I agree. You have absolute say in this branch. You don't have to discuss with me. The head office will definitely agree. Of course, the head office will soon issue an order to serve. Chairman Zhang immediately spoke. Branch vice president of the post is certainly to be appointed by the head office. The head office did not nod. The following words cannot be done. The reason why Chairman Zhang said that his consent was not required was twofold. First, it was mainly a favor to Chen Wei. Secondly, Chen Wei wasn't an ordinary branch president anymore. He was already the second largest shareholder of the company, with 30% of the shares in his hands. Chen Wei is just being the president of the head office is already fine. Let's not talk about being the president of a branch. The two made some more small talk. The time is quickly approaching 5 p.m. Chen Wei immediately made a call to Lu Ruyan. I'm coming to pick you guys up soon. What do you think? Chen Wei asked. Yeah, we're waiting for you. Ruyan Lu agreed. It'll take me about 15 minutes to get to you guys. Okay. If we're not going to eat at your restaurant, where are we going to eat? These housemates of mine asked me. We're going to the Haitian compound. Chen Wei immediately said. The Haitian compound? After Ruyan Lu heard the name Haitian compound, her entire body froze, because she knew about the Haitian Grand, one of the high-end restaurants in Shanghai. The per capita spending is over 3,000. The reason she knew about the Haitian compound, because it once hosted the Haitian feast. It can be said that no one in the country knows about the Haitian feast. Alright, I know. You drive slowly and pay attention to safety. Ruyan Lu immediately said. Chen Wei quickly started the car and drove over in the direction where Lu Ruyan lived. Ruyan, did you ask your boyfriend? Where are we going to eat tonight? Huang Jin asked curiously. Although Lu Xiaoli didn't say anything, she also looked over this way. To the Haitian compound. Ruyan Lu said. The Haitian compound? Really? Are we really going to dine at the Haitian compound tonight? The things there are very expensive. I heard that the average annual consumption is 3 to 4,000. Huang Jin immediately spoke up. Suddenly she stopped. Also, look at my pig head. Your boyfriend is so rich. Surely he can go up. However, things there are too expensive. Going there to eat is also too extravagant. Huang Jin added. Though her mouth said it was extravagant there, her eyes were filled with a look of longing. It's not a place where ordinary people can afford to go. It's the Haitian compound. Lu Xiaoli was sitting there, and she was also very excited to get up a little bit in her heart when she heard that she was going to the Haitian compound for dinner. Even Gui Chanqian immediately looked at Lu Ruyan when she heard Haitian compound. In the age of self-publishing, things that were only enjoyed by the rich are now known to the common man. Take for example this Haitian compound. This restaurant. I can't press on now. I can't wait. I want to have a good meal right away. That's where the Haitian feast is held. I'm going to take a few pictures. I'm going to post them properly to my friends. No, I'll even take a video. Huang Jin said with an excited face. Ruyan, I love you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to go to the Haitian compound for dinner in my life. Love you yo. Wahahaha. As soon as she finished speaking, Huang Jin gave Lu Ruyan a kiss on the cheek. I don't like females. Ruyan Lu said immediately. I know you like handsome Chun. You, don't mind me. Huang Jin said a little embarrassed. Ruyan Lu got up from her seat and said, let's go. We're going downstairs. After saying that, she wiped her face, wiping away the saliva from earlier. Chapter 103, If you are born with the best, why should you be born with the brightest? Come on, we should get downstairs. Ruyan Lu said. Yes. Huang Jin nodded. Everyone had packed up long ago, so the four people quickly walked the rented house to the downstairs. Everyone quickly made their way downstairs. Ruyan, did you use your cell phone to call a drop? Did you call it on the car? Huang Jin asked. We don't need to call a cab today. Ruyan Lu spoke up. Why? Huang Jin froze for a moment, then immediately asked subconsciously. Because my boyfriend has a car and he's driving over to pick us up later. Ruyan Lu spoke up. Hearing these words, Huang Jin instantly widened her own eyes. Lu Xiaoli also froze for a moment. Guo Chanqian also couldn't help herself and looked up towards Lu Ruyan. Chen Wei, he has a car? Just graduated from college and he has a car? What kind of car is it? Huang Jin's eyes widened before she asked. Yeah, my boyfriend has a car. Ruyan Lu affirmed. Lu Xiaoli didn't say anything, but the whole group quieted down to listen. Wait, you'll see what kind of car. Ruyan Lu didn't directly say what kind of car it was. Seeing this, Huang Jin wrapped her arms around Ruyan Lu and started to pout. But Ruyan Lu didn't say anything. If you open your mouth to talk about it yourself, you'll feel as if you're showing off a bit. So, she simply didn't say anything, and she'd find out later anyway. Ruyan, just say something, I beg you. Huang Jin continued to pout. However, Ruyan Lu smiled and shook her head without saying anything. There was no way out of this, so Huang Jin had to give up. It must be a luxury car. It must be a luxury car. After all, your family Chen Wei is so rich that an $80,000 bag is said to be given away. Huang Jin gave up on the idea, but still spoke up. Lu Xiaoli agreed when she heard this. The car Chen Wei drives is definitely a good one. Though fresh out of college, this is still a young age. Lu surely thinks it's a BMW X5 at the very least. Time passed quickly. About 8 or 9 minutes passed. Lu Ruyan, who was chatting with Huang Jin, suddenly her eyes lit up, because she saw the Mercedes-Benz Big G driving from not far away. The black color is especially noticeable in the sunlight. Ruyan, it's been many minutes. Why hasn't your boyfriend driven yet? Huang Jin asked again. Right now, the sun was still a bit spicy. Her forehead was already sweating. A few people still felt a bit hot even though they were standing in the shade. Huang Jin couldn't help but ask. Hearing Huang Jin's words, Guo Chanqian also looked up. She also felt that the weather was a bit hot right now. However, she could endure it and she wouldn't ask. The car is already here. Ruyan said. The car is here. Which one? Where is it? Huang Jin asked anxiously at once. Lu Xiaoli stood next to her, likewise a bit curious. Oh, that's the car. Ruyan Lu smiled and pointed to the Mercedes Big G that was getting closer and closer. What? Mercedes-Benz? Huang Jin looked over and shouted when she saw the Mercedes logo on the front of the car. She didn't know much about cars, but she did know a lot about Mercedes BMW badges. Lu Xiaoli, who was standing next to her, also saw the Mercedes that was traveling over, and she froze as well, because she had also seen this car at a supermarket the other day. At that time, Wang Chang also said it was a Mercedes-Benz Big G. It's going to land around $2.6 million. Lu Xiaoli heard after all very shocked. She wanted to find a way want to see who drove the car. If the owner was a student, she was going to try to pursue that too. Later, Lu Ruyan took nearly 80,000 yuan LV bags. Lu Ruyan only shifted the target to Chen Wei, which did not implement the plan to chase this Mercedes-Benz owner. It turns out that the one driving this car is Chen Wei. Lu Xiaoli was a bit surprised. In comparison, Guo Qianqian was instead more calm. However, her eyes also followed the direction that Ruyan Lu pointed. Her pretty eyes flashed a bit of surprise even as she saw the Mercedes Big G. She looked at the car's license plate again, but she looked even more surprised when she saw that the license plate of the car was AA999. Immediately, she looked over at Ruyan Lu. The housemate's so lucky. The car quickly stopped next to Ruyan Lu. There were also people passing by who looked at this one car with an envious face. And it also names the price of the Mercedes Big G. The top of the line Mercedes Big G, landing at 2.6 million. The girls standing here were surprised to hear the price. Because of the proximity, it was said loudly. A few of the girls standing around must have heard the chatter as well. So, when she heard that this car cost more than $2.6 million, Huang Jin's eyes widened. She was really shocked. In contrast, Lu Xiaoli was relatively calm, because she had known the price of the car from Wang Chang's mouth, which was going to be around 2.6 million yuan. So this time, she, Lu Xiaoli, appeared calm. However, she inwardly became more and more to pry the corner of the mind. As long as the hoe swings well, which wall cannot be dug down? Of course Chen Wei didn't know what the girls outside were thinking, nor did he know about those murmurs outside. He immediately stopped the car and quickly got out. Sorry, you guys have been waiting for a long time. Right, Chen Wei immediately said to Ruyan Lu and then looked at her. He was still very proud inside, because his girlfriend, Ruyan Lu, was beautifully dressed and very goddess-like. Lu Ruyan has a high face value, good figure, tall, a JK outfit appears, especially bright. This Ruyan Lu is his girlfriend, and it's become his woman, so it was something he could be proud of. Most Chinese people like to show off. Chen Wei has a bit of that too. We didn't wait long, Ruyan Lu immediately said. Seeing her boyfriend so handsome, Lu Ruyan was also a little proud. Let me introduce you to my 3 housemates. This is Huang Jin, with a lively and lovely personality. This is Guo Qianqian, the high-strung beauty of our dormitory. This is Lu Xiaoli. You know, the girlfriend of your classmate Wang Chang. Lu Ruyan introduced Huang Jin, Guo Qianqian and Lu Xiaoli next to him one by one. Hello, how are you guys? I'm Lu Ruyan's boyfriend. My name is Chen Wei. Chen Wei nodded to the 3 people and then greeted them. His eyes unconsciously glanced at Guo Qianqian. Pretty and beautiful, wherever she goes, she attracts very much. Chen Wei didn't expect that among Ruyan Lu's roommates, there would be a beauty with such a high face value, such a good figure, and such a high and cold temperament. This Guo Qianqian compared to Lu Ruyan, will not be inferior in the slightest. It can be said that there has been no better. Chen Wei looked at Guo Qianqian and paused for a moment on her pretty face. Ruyan Lu also noticed something. She sighed in her heart for a moment. Both of them were born. She kind of regretted the treat. Chapter 104. What? A $30 million watch? Hello, handsome Chen. Huang Jin immediately greeted Chen Wei. After greeting him, Huang Jin looked at Chen Wei curiously. She hadn't seen Chen Wei before, and Lu Xiaoli had said when she was on the phone in her room that Chen Wei's family's home was poor and his people were ordinary looking. Where do I know that people nearly $80,000 of bags said to give away? The man is still so handsome. Is it Lu Xiaoli? Wang Chang? They told lies. We've met before. Lu Xiaoli smiled and greeted, and winked her eyes at Chen Wei. Chen Wei acted as if he didn't see it. Lu Xiaoli had put on makeup, and with a white dress, her whole body looked very nice. It gives a feeling of pure lust. However, if she were to compare herself to Lu Ruyan Guo Qianqian, she would not be enough. So Chen Wei ignored her. Lu Xiaoli saw that despite her winking and signaling her goodwill, Chen Wei still ignored her. At once, Lu Xiaoli's mood was lost. Lu Xiaoli immediately tried to say something more, but was affected by Guo Qianqian's words. Young Chen. Hello, Guo Qianqian greeted Chen Wei. Her voice, like her temperament, carried the flavor of high spirits. She said a few short words, but she also looked at Chen Wei. The eyes also stopped on Chen Wei's body for 2 or 3 seconds, but she quickly withdrew her gaze. Guo Qianqian's heart still fluctuated a bit. I can't imagine that Chen Wei is so handsome, has such good clothes and a very good temperament. This made Guo Qianqian very surprised. In her heart, she also had a bit of goodwill towards him. Of course, she quickly erased that good feeling. Chen Wei was Lu Ruyan's boyfriend after all. Hello, Chen Wei looked at Guo Qianqian and said the same. Chen Wei's gaze once again stopped at Guo Qianqian's face for 2 seconds before he withdrew his gaze. Alright, let's get in the car, Chen Wei shouted. Okay, let's get in the car. Lu Ruyan nodded. Then, she greeted Huang Jin. Guo Qianqian. Lu Xiaoli. Huang Jin, Qianqian, Shali, you guys sit in the back row. Okay. Guo Qianqian nodded, then pulled open the back door before sitting up. Hey, I haven't been in such a nice car since I was a kid. Huangjin spoke up. Me too. I haven't traveled in such a nice car since I was a kid. Ruyan, thanks to your blessing. Guo Qianqian also spoke up. Now, there's just Lu Xiaoli who hasn't gotten on the bus. Lily, hurry up and get in the car. Huangjin greeted Lu Xiaoli as she got into the car. Okay, I'm coming, Lu Xiaoli immediately said. After saying that, she first looked at Lu Ruyan. She knew that Ruyan Lu was going to sit in the passenger seat. Humph, I'm going to grab this seat. It will be my exclusive seat from now on. Lu Xiaoli's stomach was full of jealousy and her brain was full of fighting spirit. Then she sat in the back seat. Let's get in the car too, Ruyan Lu said to Chen Wei. Yeah, let's get in the car. While Chen Wei was preparing to get into the car, Ruyan Lu gave him a kiss on the cheek. I saw you kiss him, Huangjin said in a huff. If you see it coming, you see it. I'm kissing my boyfriend. I'll have to kiss him passionately later. Ruyan Lu didn't have the slightest bit of shyness. She smiled and finished her sentence. She walked over to the car door on this side, opened it, and got in as well. Chen Wei also got into the car. Several people were buckled in. Why did Ruyan Lu suddenly kiss Chen Wei? Of course there's a reason. Because Guo Qianqian was very pretty. Chen Wei looked at Guo Qianqian a few more times. So that's how she's going to pledge her sovereignty. Chen Wei looked at Guo Qianqian a few more times. So it made Lu Ruyan a little wary. Fire and theft prevention of girlfriends. I have to. So, she kissed Chen Wei. As soon as she thought of this, Lu Ruyan immediately looked at Guo Qianqian in the back again. This car is so luxurious and the interior is so beautiful. Young Chen, does this car of yours really cost more than $6 million? Huangjin asked curiously again. Huangjin had been touching here and there with her hands since she got on the bus, her eyes full of curiosity. So, she couldn't help but ask. Even though she had just heard a man say that the car would cost $6 million to buy, she still had to want to hear Chen Wei say the price in person. Our ears to hear the truth. Yeah, more than $6 million, Chen Wei immediately said. You're so rich, Huangjin subconsciously exclaimed. Hey, isn't this the same watch that Wang Tsong brought? Huangjin made another discovery. Wang Tsong was the national husband. Wang Tsong was everyone's attention. Especially young girls were paying attention to him. Is the watch called Richard Mille? Jane Wang asked again. You have a good eye. And you know it's Richard Miller. Chen Wei complimented Huangjin. Young Chen, you're also too rich. This watch costs nearly $30 million. Huangjin was a bit dumbfounded. However, she quickly reacted and immediately spoke up. $30 million. In the future, when I work, I'll just get a salary of 150,000 yuan a year. And it'll take me 200 years to earn that much money. Huangjin inwardly thought a little more. Lu Xiaoli, Guo Qianqian, and Lu Ruyan were also a bit surprised to hear the price of the watch. That's too much money. The car quickly fell silent. Chen Wei quickly drove away from here. It was a few minutes before anyone spoke. Handsome Chen, Ruyan said that you're going to invite us to dinner at the Haitian compound later. Is that true? Huangjin asked with an expectant face. It's true. Why would I lie to you guys? Chen Wei nodded. Hearing this sentence, Huangjin perked up a bit. Then when I get to the Haitian compound for dinner, I'm going to take a few more pictures and a little more video. It's the Haitian compound. I'm going to send it to my circle of friends. Huangjin immediately said a little. You can shoot as long as you want, and take as many pictures as you want. Chen Wei immediately said. It was unthinkable that this girl was also so big-headed and a bit outgoing. Then thank you, handsome Chen. Huangjin smiled, then looked at Ruyan Lu again. Of course, thank Ruyan as well. Lu Xiaoli sat in the car without saying anything. She wanted to take Chen Wei even more now. Previously, she wanted to poach Lu Ruyan because she knew that Chen Wei was rich. Now, she wanted to take Chen Wei because she knew that he had at least a few $100 million in money now, if not more than 1 billion RMB. So much money at such a young age. And more to come. And what's more, Chen Wei has a good temperament, good clothes, and is rich and has a face. There is simply not the slightest downside to Chen Wei. If she could take Chen Wei by herself, she could wake up smiling in her dreams. In the future, when the two of them walked out, Lu Xiaoli was very dignified. After all, this boyfriend is also too excellent. Lu Xiaoli couldn't help but float around when she thought about this. It's as if this is soon to be realized. Suddenly, her cell phone buzzed and vibrated. She subconsciously went for her cell phone and pulled it out and tapped on it. Immediately, she had an unhappy look on her face. This Wang Chang is always a ghost. Chapter 105, The Haitian Compound. Lu Xiaoli immediately frowned. She didn't want to take the call and immediately hung up on the voice call. Then she put her cell phone in this bag. When she put her cell phone away, she looked at this $200 or $300 bag of hers. Then she thought of the nearly $80,000 bag that Chen Wei had given to Ruyan Lu. Then she let out a long sigh. What's wrong? Lily, why don't you answer this call? Isn't this your boyfriend's call? Why don't you answer it? Huang Jin asked. The two were sitting close to each other, so she saw that it was a call from Wang Chang. Lu Xiaoli didn't answer the phone, which instantly made Huang Jin a little surprised. Before, she wasn't like this. Hearing what Huang Jin said, Lu Xiaoli was still a bit bitter in her heart. She subconsciously looked at Chen Wei, who was driving, and only relaxed a little after seeing that Chen Wei was still driving seriously. She's ready to bust a move. I don't want to take it. I don't think Wang Chang and I are a good match. I'm ready to break up with him now. Lu Xiaoli thought for a moment, then suddenly came out with this sentence. Actually, she said that on purpose, because she always felt that Chen Wei ignoring her had a lot to do with her being Wang Chang's girlfriend. Maybe Chen Wei thinks that a friend's wife is not to be bullied. So, she said something about how she was ready to break up with Wang Chang. What? A breakup? Not suitable? I think you and Wang Chang are a good match. Wang Chang treats you well. Besides, Wang Chang is a Shanghai local, and his family has 2 or 3 houses. It's hard to find a boyfriend like that. Lily, you'd better think about it seriously. Huang Jin was dumbfounded. She didn't expect Lu Xiaoli to break up with her boyfriend like this. If I had a boyfriend like that, I would never break up. Therefore, Huang Jin still hastened to advise. Lu Xiaoli skimmed her mouth after hearing Huang Jin's words. After all, Shanghai locals, there are 2 sets of houses. This family is really not ordinary. How many foreign girls want to marry a local? But the condition, it depends on what one is compared to. It's certainly good compared to the average out-of-towner. Among the Shanghai locals, Wang Chang's condition is not bad. But what if it's compared to Chen Wei? Definitely a world of difference. Even if he took off his pants to run, Wang Chang couldn't catch up with Chen Wei. When people say Chen Wei sends a bag, he casually sends an $80,000 bag. And he's wearing a $30 million watch. We can't see it yet. We can't see the riches we have. He has more there. I won't consider it. Wang Chang and I really aren't suitable. I've already thought it over. I'm going to break up with him. Lu Xiaoli said it directly. But that's too bad. Huang Jin spoke up. You don't have to say anything. Or, you can take over yourself. Lu Xiaoli immediately spoke up. Hearing these words, Huang Jin didn't know what to say. She opened her mouth and didn't know what to say for half a day. I'd like to take it, but he can't see me. I'm not pretty. Huang Jin thought about it for a while. Guo Qianqian sat next to her as she played with her cell phone. Hearing these words, she looked up at Lu Xiaoli. She shook her head without speaking. The human heart is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. Guo Qianqian thought about it gently. Ruyan Lu also panicked a bit once she heard this. The Haitian compound is located on the banks of the Huangpu River. The distance is relatively far. After 20 or 30 minutes, we finally got there. Chen Wei quickly parked his car at the entrance of the Haitian compound. This Haitian compound is a courtyard. This compound is very large and looks very grand. Alright, we're here. Get off, Chen Wei said immediately after smoothing out the car. Is the Haitian compound in this quadrangle? Huang Jin asked. Soon, she saw a sign hanging above it. On the sign was written the words Haitian compound. These 4 words are also really well written. It seems to be written by Mr. Qi Gong. Yes, it's right here. Chen Wei nodded and then spoke. Gee, that's grand. If you hadn't invited us, we wouldn't have been able to come here. Maybe we couldn't even get in the door. Huang Jin spat out her little tongue, then spoke up. Looking at this quadrangle from the outside, the place is magnificent, giving the appearance that the average person cannot afford to eat. Huang Jin talking like this amused Chen Wei. The guys got out of the car. After getting off the bus, Lu Ruyan immediately took Chen Wei's arm. Guo Qianqian, Huang Jin, and Lu Xiaoli followed behind. The 4 men quickly walked into the quad. Once inside the courtyard, I was quickly stunned by the rockery and bridges inside. I can't imagine that there are other places inside. Chen Wei actually felt okay. He more or less knew what was going on inside. It wouldn't be confining at all. After all, the food here is even more expensive. Chen Wei could afford it. But the 3 beauties are a little different. Ruyan Lu held Chen Wei's arm. She held her waist straight, a smile on her pretty face, but a bit of nervousness could be seen in her eyes. Only, she didn't show it on her face. Guo Qianqian was also a bit uneasy, because she also knows that things here are too expensive. Haitian feast, who knows about it? So Guo Qianqian was also a bit stressed, but she didn't show it either. However, Huang Jin was obviously a bit nervous. In familiar places, she would be big and bold. Once she got here, she got very nervous. As soon as Lu Xiaoli arrived, she also kept persuading herself not to be nervous. But inside, She was still very nervous. She was nervous but very excited. Is this the same Haitian compound that hosted the Haitian feast? Is this the kind of restaurant that only rich people can set foot in? This place is truly extraordinary. Is it possible to take some pictures? If Lu Xiaoli wasn't afraid of losing face, she would have taken out her cell phone to take pictures. Hello sir, welcome to Haitian compound. May I ask if you have a reservation? A very pretty girl in a cheongsam walked over, and after she arrived in front of Chen Wei, she immediately bent down slightly and asked. As the receptionist in the front office of the Haitian compound, she could tell who was the one talking at a glance. Yes, we have an appointment. Chen Wei looked at the other party for a moment, then nodded. This beauty was not as pretty as Lu Ruyan and Guo Qianqian, but it was still considered a very pretty beauty. After all, this is no ordinary place. Anyone who comes here to eat is either rich or wealthy. So, the hospitality staff here is also very nice. At the very least, she could surpass Lu Xiaoli. And the other was not only pretty, but also shapely. And the kicker is that the 10 beautiful women standing next to them are all of that caliber. This would be very rare. What would be a proper beauty elsewhere is doing average service work here. This beauty, is still for the rich. Of course, service work here pays very well. Chapter 106, Brother, who was that man you led into the box? The beauties of the Haitian compound are all beautiful and very well groomed. Sir, please say the last 4 digits of your cell phone's tail number. I'll help you check the box seat you reserved. A girl in a cheongsam said with a smile. After this beauty spoke, her gaze quickly looked at Ruyan Lu and Qianqian Gua. This pretty girl has been working at the Haitian compound for almost a year now. She has seen a lot of pretty girls here. After all, those who could come here to eat were rich people. And rich people were never short of pretty girls. But with Lu Ruyan, Guo Qianqian such a beautiful girl, she still saw for the first time. Lu Ruyan and Guo Qianqian were not only beautiful, but also had a very good temperament. Okay. My cell phone tail number is. Chen Wei quickly spoke his cell phone tail number 4 digits. Okay, handsome, please wait. The cheongsam girl quickly checked. Lu Xiaoli, who was standing next to her, didn't look very good, because one of the service girls here was prettier than her. That made her less than happy inside. A little jealous. Lu Xiaoli had always felt that although she wasn't as pretty as Lu Ruyan and Guo Qianqian, she was still considered pretty compared to other girls, but she didn't realize that even a waitress was prettier than she was. It was fine that just this one waitress was prettier than her, but the 10 girls in cheongsam standing next to her were also prettier than herself. How come there are beautiful women everywhere? This made Lu Xiaoli a bit unhappy. Young Chen, I've found out that you're at the Guanhai Pavilion restaurant. You please come with me. The cheongsam girl spoke to Chen Wei. She had just finished her sentence when suddenly a man in his 30s came walking not far away. The man was dressed in a suit and had a nameplate on his chest with the word manager written on it. Originally, the average person didn't need a manager to lead the way. I'll take Mr. Chen to the Guantao Pavilion. This 30-year-old man spoke. This man was called Lai Weijun. He was the manager of this Haitian compound. Young Chen, I'm the manager of this store. Lai Weijun. I'll take you to Guantao Pavilion for your meal. Lai Weijun bent down and spoke. As he bent down, he looked at Chen Wei's watch again. When he saw that it was a Richard Mille watch, he was immediately a little taken aback. This man is so rich. He wears a watch that costs almost $30 million. He had just stood not far away, and he originally wouldn't have paid attention to this Chen Wei and the others. But after Lai Weijun saw the watch on Chen Wei's hand, he quickly froze for a moment, so he quickly walked over. As a manager, he also wants to know some rich people. One more friend, one more way. Originally, he didn't need to be like a waiter to lead the guests to the bag for dinner, but in order to get to know Chen Wei, so Lai Weijun felt it was worth doing so. Ah, fine, please trouble the manager. The cheongsam girl was astonished. She couldn't imagine that her leader would come to take Chen Wei to the box. Usually the manager will only do this if he meets a very powerful customer. Alright, Chen Wei didn't think that much as he nodded towards Lai Weijun. Please follow me. Lai Weijun reached out his hand in a gesture, then took the initiative to lead the way in front, all the way to the flowers. Soon, they arrived in front of a room. Above the door of the room were written the words Guantao Pavilion. This place could see both the Yangtze River and the sea. Young Chen, we're here, Lai Weijun said immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately pushed open the door to the room. Okay, Chen Wei nodded, then walked into the room. This house is still richly decorated. Ruyan Lu took Chen Wei's arm and entered the room. And as soon as she did, she also began to survey the room. It was the very high-strung Guo Qianqian who also surveyed the room at this time, and she was a bit curious. After all, the reputation of the Haitian compound is great. After all, the reputation of the Haitian feast is great. Now that I'm here, It's only natural to take a closer look. She took a closer look and it did live up to its name. The decor was so nice. And the food must have been very expensive. Young Chen, take a seat first, the waiter will be right with you, Lai Weijun said. Yes, Chen Wei immediately said. Then he found a seat and sat down. Ruyan Lu sat down next to him. Several people also sat down in a hurry. Lu Xiaoli then sat down on the other side of the stage to Chen Wei. Soon, the pretty waitress also came, and Lai Weijun walked out of this box. This waitress was still wearing a cheongsam and was also very pretty. Brother, come here, come here. As Lai Weijun prepared to go back to his office, a girl in a cheongsam shouted at him. What's the matter with you? Lai Weijun looked up. He looked helpless, because the girl who said it was his cousin. His sister was a student at an art college, and she wanted to use her vacation to earn some money, so she was arranged by Lai Weijun to enter the Haitian compound. Lai Weijun hadn't wanted to arrange for his cousin to come here. However, as soon as my cousin heard that the Haitian compound was very famous, she immediately clamored to come. Lai Weijun inexorably agreed. Now, he's a little annoyed when he sees his cousin. Cousin would only receive a paycheck and could not do much. It can be said to be half work and half play. However, Lai Weijun could do nothing to help his cousin. What's wrong with you again? Lai Weijun asked as he walked over, a little disgusted. He and his cousin would still be on pretty good terms if his cousin hadn't come here to work. Brother, what's with that boy just now? He actually made you, the manager, personally send him to the box. He's so young. Why don't you tell me about him and make an introduction? See if you can let me get to know him, the girl asked in a low voice. This Haitian compound is owned by his own family. Cousin can be said to be the word of the day in this Haitian compound. After all, brother, he is the lesser boss, the manager. My own family is also in good condition. I'm sure I'd like to find someone who's not too bad. Because of this, she wanted to know Chen Wei's identity even more. Silly sister I don't know his identity either. Hearing his sister's words, Lai Weijun spoke up. No way, no way. You would not know? How could it be? If you didn't know, how could you bring him to the box? Brother, just say something. I promise not to tell anyone. Really, please, brother. The cousin began to pout. Don't shake my arm. I really don't know his identity. What am I lying to you for? Lai Weijun helplessly pulled his arm out with force and spoke. You're lying. The girl had a look of disbelief on her face. She suspected that her cousin was just lying to himself. She didn't believe that trusting Weijun would not know Chen Wei's identity. Sister. Well, I really didn't lie to you. He's one of the guys who came here for dinner. It's not like I'm a bagman. I'm not in charge of the household accounts. Lai Weijun said helplessly again. He just wanted to hurry up and get out of here, and was worried that his cousin wouldn't let him go. Chapter 107. I don't know what he is, but I know he wears a $30 million watch. I really didn't lie to you, Lai Weijun said. I don't know what his status is, but that watch he's wearing is nearly $30 million. That watch is a Richard Mille. National husband Wang Song is wearing this watch. Now, you know why I brought him to the box, right? Lai Weijun spoke up. How much does a watch cost? $30 million? The girl froze for a moment, her eyes wide. Now I know. At a young age, he's wearing a $30 million watch. This means he might have outstanding abilities. He might be a rich second generation. No matter what the reason is, it's worth it for me to personally bring him to the box. A $30 million watch. How many people can afford it? Lai Weijun spoke a little more. Now, what other questions do you have? Lai Weijun asked again. No more questions. My cousin shook her head. Alright then, I'm going back to my office, Lai Weijun said, then immediately walked towards his office. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Right, we have to take care of this private room in Guantao Pavilion. He immediately picked up his cell phone and called the front desk. Front desk, give the Guantao Pavilion private rooms a 10% discount, Lai Weijun said. Okay, manager, I got it, the opposite party quickly said. Lai Weijun hummed back and hung up. Indeed, we need to get to know this friend. This young man is not simple. Inside the box of the Kanto Pavilion, Chen Wei was looking at the menu with a tablet. Everyone in the room had one of these tablets in their hands. This dish is so expensive. Huangjin sat in her seat as she looked at the menu and couldn't help but be surprised. It's really outrageous. A plate of fruit salad is actually sold for 399 here. The waitress was standing next to her, and she heard Huangjin's words about how expensive the dish was, but she didn't retort and still maintained her bright smile. It's my first time to come to your place for dinner. Beautiful. Do you have any recommendations for dishes? It doesn't matter if it's expensive, as long as it's delicious, Chen Wei asked. Chen Wei saw that a few beauties didn't dare to order, so he asked, because he could see that the food here was really expensive. so Lu Ruyan and the four of them didn't dare to order. Yes sir, may I ask if you and your friend have any contraindications? The beautiful waitress next to him asked first. I didn't. Where are you few beauties? Chen Wei immediately asked. I didn't. Rio replied. Me neither. Jennifer Wong said a little. Me too. Guo Qianqian replied. I'm just like them. Lu Xiaoli answered back. When it came to this situation, the beautiful waitress then began to recommend. A total of 9 dishes and 1 soup were advanced. It can be said to be a perfect 10. Sir, these dishes are completely enough for the 5 of you. As for these dishes, they are all the specialty dishes, signature dishes of this restaurant. After the beautiful waitress finished her recommendation, she waited for Chen Wei's decision. Alright then, I'll order these dishes. Chen Wei immediately nodded his head. Yes, we will have all of these dishes served in 40 to 50 minutes. Thank you again for choosing Haitian Grand Courtyard. After the beautiful waitress finished speaking, then she walked out of the private room. The food here is so expensive. I just looked at these 10 recommended dishes and they add up to over $25. 000. My goodness. The average Shanghainese would have to work for 2 months to earn that much. Huangjin had a shocked look on her face. Just now, for every dish the beautiful waitress recommended, she glanced at the price. When she finished quoting the 10 dishes, Jane Wong also figured out that the 10 dishes would cost more than $25. 000 in total. One meal, over $25. 000. It is indeed expensive. We can also not order so many dishes. Ruyan Lu was also a bit distressed. Although she knew Chen Wei was rich, she couldn't spend like this. It's not expensive, as long as it's delicious. Don't even look at what kind of place this is. It's the place where the Haitian feast is held. Chen Wei said a few words. Expensive? It's expensive for the average person. But Chen Wei doesn't think it's expensive. Anyway, the money is all from the system, so you don't have to pay for it yourself anyway. And what about the system will also probably have a reward? Just don't know how many times the reward will be stormed. Chen Wei thought a lot. Mainly, you're all Ruyan's housemates. If it was someone else, I wouldn't be able to afford to treat you to dinner here. Chen Wei spoke again. Hearing these words, Ruyan Lu was instantly happy. One is very much in his element after all. Ruyan, young Chen is so good to you, Huang Jin said. She really was a bit envious and jealous. After all, Chen Wei is young, rich, handsome, and has a very good temperament. And what's more, it's also willing to spend money. Huang Jin had a lot on her mind. Guo Qianqian also heard all of this, but she didn't say anything. She also looked at Chen Wei for a moment before taking a sip of tea. Just now, the pretty, beautiful waitress poured tea for everyone. We're all classmates, but classmates have different lives. Chen Xiao, the food isn't up yet. Can I go take pictures and videos? I want to send it to my friends. Huang Jin immediately asked. It's fine. Feel free to go ahead and take pictures. And when the food is served later, you can also take pictures of the dishes we're eating. Chen Wei smiled. After hearing this, Huang Jin immediately got up and took her cell phone to take pictures inside the box. After taking a shot, she came back outside the box to take a shot at the courtyard, because there were also a lot of flowers in the courtyard. Beautiful flowers. All of these flowers were competing for color. There were a couple other people sitting in the booth room. Chen Wei was just about to talk to Lu Ruyan. He felt someone rubbing his leg against his foot. Chen Wei twisted his head and he looked at Lu Xiaoli. He knew it was definitely Lu Xiaoli. Lu Xiaoli's face immediately turned a little red. After all, she wasn't an old driver, and she had only been in her first relationship, and the two of them hadn't even held hands. It was also the first time she had ever rubbed a boy's leg so actively. So, she blushed a little, but she was ready to go out on a limb for her own happiness. If you don't seize this opportunity today, it will be more difficult to have such an opportunity in the future. Despite being a little blushing and shy, she was very determined inside. She knew the benefits of having money, and hadn't been very impressed before, but today she was much more impressed. A meal costs over $25. 000. That's what's so great about having money. $30 million for a watch. That's what's so great about having money. And then, Chen Wei was so rich and handsome. That's what she wanted in a boyfriend. She wants a good life. As soon as she thought of this, she met Chen Wei's gaze, and the number of times she scuffed her legs under her feet became more frequent. She just couldn't believe that Chen Wei could withstand the temptation. Anymore. You're a good-looking person yourself. Lu Xiaoli then felt that as long as she pestered herself, she could definitely take Chen Wei. After all, you're so proactive. Chapter 108. Can't imagine that Ruyan Lu is so gentle and considerate now. Plus, Chen Wei will get tired of eating one kind of food, and Ruyan Lu wouldn't be so proactive. The more Lu Xiaoli thought about it, the more excited she became. Of course, she didn't know that Lu Ruyan had already offered herself on her own accord. She felt that Ruyan Lu was still relatively reserved. The two hadn't developed to that point yet. After only a few seconds, Lu Xiaoli froze. This was because Chen Wei had already moved his leg away. After she realized that Chen had moved his legs, she was very incredulous. She didn't think there was really a man who didn't cheat. He was so active. Lu Xiaoli felt very puckish and aggrieved. Chen Wei, however, did not bother with Lu Xiaoli. The first was that Lu Xiaoli wasn't pretty enough. The second was because Lu Xiaoli was Wang Chang's girlfriend. The third was that Chen Wei had already been spoiled. After all, he had two girlfriends now. One was Lu Ruyan and the other was Chen Chuchu. Both prettier than Lu Xiaoli. They were both much prettier than Lu Xiaoli. In addition, one has a lover, Lu Bingqian. Therefore Chen Wei was not very interested. Not to mention that Lu Xiaoli was still Wang Chang's girlfriend now. A friend's wife is not to be deceived. This is something that Chen Wei still knows. Compared to that, he was more interested in Guo Qianqian. Chen Wei chatted with Lu Ruyan while looking towards Guo Qianqian. Guo Qianqian's beauty has also reached the level of a scourge of the country, and will not be inferior to Daji at all. The skin was so white, the features were so delicate, and the face was so pretty. A beautiful head of hair draped over her shoulders. Together with her tall figure, slender willow waist and long legs, she is a beautiful scenery wherever she goes. Therefore, Chen Wei couldn't help but look at it a few more times, and even wanted to own it. Guo Qianqian sat in her seat as she noticed Chen Wei's gaze. She felt a little embarrassed. After she realized that Chen Wei had withdrawn his gaze, she inwardly let out a slight sigh of relief. Unfortunately, Chen Wei was Lu Ruyan's boyfriend. Guo Qianqian sighed. Guo Qianqian picked up the cup on the table and took a sip of tea. Why did she sigh? Because if there was no Ruyan Lu, she really wanted to get in touch with Chen Wei. Quality men, who wouldn't want that? Therefore, if there was no Ruyan Lu, she really wasn't opposed to getting in touch with Chen Wei. It's just a shame, that he's his housemate's boyfriend. Once she thought of this, Guo Qianqian sighed once again. Qianqian, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly sighing? Huang Jin opened the door and had just come in from outside. She had just sat down in her seat when she heard Guo Qianqian sigh. Hearing such a sentence, Ruyan Lu also looked over, as did Chen Wei. Where did I sigh? This is your illusion. Guo Qianqian immediately denied it. It's also possible that I heard it wrong. Huang Jin hesitated. Could it be that she had really heard wrong? Huang Jin thought for a moment. Yes, you must have heard it wrong. Guo Qianqian immediately said. Yes, maybe I heard wrong. I also said, how can you sigh? You look so beautiful and in such a good condition. Huang Jin added. What picture did you just take? Let me take a look. Guo Qianqian immediately chatted about something else. Well, I've taken quite a few pictures, and that flower is beautiful. The house is very nicely decorated here too. Wait and then take pictures of the food dishes. If this is sent to a friend's circle, and then with the positioning of the Haitian compound, it will definitely make many people envious. Huang Jin took out her cell phone with an excited face. Tapping on her phone, she showed Guo Qianqian the photos she had taken. Guo Qianqian looked at the photos peacefully and quietly. Her beautiful features paired with her elegant and cool temperament made Chen Wei look at her a few more times. At this time, Ruyan Lu pulled Chen Wei's arm. Have a good meal. Want to go play? Ruyan Lu spoke a bit beside Chen Wei. Yeah, you can play whatever you say. Go play wherever you say. Chen Wei immediately responded. Lu Ruyan was a bit upset now because she saw Chen Wei looking at Guo Qianqian from time to time. Because her own boyfriend was looking at other girls. I can't imagine that I've led the wolf into the hole. No wonder people say to protect your girlfriends against fire and theft. Lu Ruyan immediately wrapped her arms around Chen Wei and kissed him on the cheek. She was swearing her sovereignty that Chen Wei was the one who had a girlfriend. At this time, the door of the box was pushed open by the waitress. The dishes and soup ordered just now were brought onto the table one after another. We all took a look at the dishes, and I have to say that they were expensive, but also very well done and exquisitely plated. It smells and tastes great and is very appetizing to look at. Chen Xiao, can I take a few pictures first? After the waitress left, Huang Jin immediately asked. It's fine. You can shoot if you want. Chen Wei smiled and immediately said. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Huang Jin hemmed and hawed, picked up his cell phone and started taking pictures. Lu Xiaoli also hesitated for a moment, but also immediately took out her cell phone and started taking pictures. A lot of girls like to show off. So did Huang Jin. And so did Lu Xiaoli. Huang Jin, Lu Xiaoli quickly finished taking pictures. Chen Wei then greeted everyone. Let's start eating. Gee, it's really tasty. This dish is expensive for a reason. Huang Jin immediately said. Gee, it really is a delicious dish. This dish should only be found in heaven. Ruyan Lu also said. During the meal, the atmosphere was a bit more lively as we all talked about one thing and another. Ruyan Lu sat next to Chen Wei and gave Chen Wei some food, in front of a few beautiful women. She looked a bit proud in her gaze. This Chen Wei was his own boyfriend. Chen Wei sits in his own seat and also takes care of each of Lu Ruyan's housemates. The atmosphere of the meal was still better. Guo Qianqian sat on the chair, and she would also look at Chen Wei from time to time. Unfortunately, Chen Wei already had an owner. Otherwise, Chen Wei was his ideal type of boyfriend. It's just a shame that you're late. Guo Qianqian did not continue to think about it, because think in vain. The meal was quickly filled. There's no more tea on Chen Wei's cup. After Lu Ruyan saw that, she immediately said, "Let me pour you some tea." She just wants to be a good wife and mother now. She immediately picked up the teapot and added a bit of boiling water first, then added a bit of tea to Chen Wei. "Pay attention. Don't burn it." Lu Ruyan immediately spoke. "Ruyan, I never thought you were so gentle and lovely. I thought you were more short-tempered." Huang Jin exclaimed from the side. She wasn't telling lies. She really didn't expect Ruyan Lu to be so gentle and considerate, because she had always thought that Ruyan Lu was rather grumpy and a hothead. Anyway, it never occurred to her that Ruyan Lu would pour tea for her boyfriend and that she would give him food. She wanted to think about it carefully. With a young, rich and handsome boyfriend like Chen Wei, it was normal for her to have such a good attitude. It showed that between Ruyan Lu and Chen Wei was the main focus. After all, Chen Wei is very good in all aspects. The two men are not equal in status. Chapter 109, Ruyan, why don't you go back now? Huang Jin was still a bit envious of Ruyan Lu. After all, Chen Wei's conditions in all aspects were very good. Huang Jin also couldn't help but look at Chen Wei. She understood that it was also impossible for her to find a good boyfriend like Chen Wei, because she wasn't pretty enough. And Ruyan Lu was rewarded with a bowl of rice by God. Lu Xiaoli naturally saw Lu Ruyan's action of pouring tea for Chen Wei. She, however, was unimpressed. Lu Xiaoli thought that if she was Chen Wei's girlfriend, she would definitely do much better than Lu Ruyan, because Chen Wei is so rich, and so handsome and so classy. Before, how did one not realize that Chen Wei was so good? Lu Xiaoli sighed, then glanced at Chen Wei again. She had just teased Chen Wei a few times under the table, but Chen Wei did not react at all. Instead, he frowned well, and he sent out a warning. All of this filled Lu Xiaoli's heart with frustration. She is also good looking herself, and she is so proactive. Chen Wei is still indifferent. However, Lu Xiaoli would not give up. Chen Wei, she was bound and determined to take it. By the end of this meal, it was 8:10. Are you guys full yet? If you're not full, let's order a few more dishes. Chen Wei asked. It's full. My stomach is all round. Huang Jin immediately spoke up. I'm full too. Guo Qianqian also spoke up. I'm full too. Lu Xiaoli responded as well. Well then, let's go check out and get back. The group quickly made their way to the front desk. Young Chen, our manager said to give you a 10% discount on your consumption. The front desk beauty immediately spoke up. Chen Wei was a bit surprised, also a bit bitter. He didn't need a 10% discount. This is because his spending can trigger the Blitz bonus. The total is $25, $555. After the 10% discount it's $22, $999. Do you swipe the scanner or the card? The front desk beauty spoke up. I'll scan the code and pay. Chen Wei immediately said. You sweep here. The pretty girl in front of her said, pointing to a yard. Chen Wei quickly swept the code to pay. Payment completed. Beauty, help me bring a thank you to your manager. Chen Wei immediately said. Okay, Chen Xiao. Everyone left the area quickly. I'm so happy to eat today. Chen Xiao, it's really thanks to you. At the entrance of the Haitian Compound Hotel, Huang Jin was all excited. You're welcome. I'll call you guys out again when I'm free. Treat you guys to dinner again. Chen Wei smiled. Hearing this, Huang Jin's eyes lit up, but quickly became embarrassed again. Let's just forget about it. We're too embarrassed to have spent over $20,000 on you all this night. Anyone's money doesn't come easy. Huang Jin spoke up. Side by side, between words, they had arrived at the Mercedes. You guys get in the car. Chen Wei immediately said. Everyone got in the car quickly. On the way back to the rented room, Huang Jin chattered and kept talking. She was a bit like a happy bird. In fact, it's nice to have one of these in a group. At least the atmosphere is lively. 30 minutes later, Chen Wei drove to the downstairs of their rented room. Alright, successfully delivered you guys, Chen Wei said immediately after parking the car. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your hospitality today, Huang Jin immediately said, then pushed the door with Guo Qianqian Lu Xiaoli to get off the bus. However, Ruyan Lu didn't get out of the car either. Ruyan, aren't you going back now? Seeing this, Huang Jin immediately asked. Guo Qianqian didn't say anything, but looked towards Ruyan Lu. You guys go back to your rooms first. I have to go shopping with my boyfriend for a bit. Ruyan Lu immediately said. Yeah, you guys have to be gracious too. It's a rare sight after all. Huang Jin said with an envious face. What are you talking about? Where would we go to be enamored? You're full of dirty thoughts. Ruyan Lu immediately denied it. You have such thoughts. Then you should hurry up and find a boyfriend. Finding a boyfriend isn't that easy. A lot of boys have their hearts set on beautiful girls like you and Shanshan. Ordinary-looking girls like me. They simply can't look at them. Huang Jin sighed. Okay, I won't bother you too. We'll go back to our room first. Huang Jin didn't say any more before waving her hand and going back. Bye. A few beauties. Chen Wei said and then drove away from here. Come on, let's get back to the dorm. Today is really happy. I'm going to post a friend circle later. Watching the Mercedes-Benz Big G disappear from view, Huang Jin said a little. He was now jumping a little Tweedledum jumping. Guo Chanshan also smiled a bit as she looked towards the Mercedes Big G for a bit, then withdrew her reluctant gaze. But it wasn't me in the car. She sighed inwardly. Let's go back to your house. After Chen Wei left the place, he drove while speaking towards Lu Ruyan. Young people were always so energetic. After he was with Ruyan Lu today, he was very restless inside. There's a fire that has nowhere to go. If you hadn't eaten meat before, it would be fine, but now that you've eaten meat, you already know what it tastes like, and you're already addicted to it. He looked at Lu Ruyan's pair of long, white legs underneath her white pleated skirt. Yes, Ruyan Lu said with a blush. She knew what going there represented. She sensed that Chen Wei was a bit restless today at night. It also made Ruyan Lu a little proud. After all, it represented her charm. She made her man think. I had a great time tonight, Ruyan Lu said to Chen Wei. She's really happy today. Tonight, she felt the envious glances cast by several of her housemates. You park the car. I'm going to the convenience store next door to get something, Ruyan said, blushing a little. Buying stuff? What are you buying? Chen Wei immediately asked. Wait, you'll see. Ruyan Lu didn't make it clear. Soon parking her car, she walked into the convenience store next to her. A few minutes later, she walked out of the store again. Chen Wei looked at Lu Ruyan and didn't see her holding anything in her hands. I thought you said you were buying something. Where are the things you bought? Chen Wei asked. Put it in the bag. Willow spoke up. Oh, Chen Wei didn't ask again. Chen Wei immediately brought Lu Ruyan back to the Jiangshan Royal View neighborhood. By this time the time was 9:10 p.m. The two men immediately got out of the car, then went into the lobby and got on the elevator. Soon they arrived at their house. The two of them kissed right away and then embraced. And then, it started to move. Ruyan Lu's whole body went limp. Chen Wei quickly picked Lu Ruyan up by the waist, then strutted towards the master bedroom room. Chapter 110. What kind of car do you like? Chen Wei held Lu Ruyan in his arms, striding towards the master bedroom room. Lu Ruyan's small face was slightly red as she wrapped her arms around Chen Wei's neck. She was a bit shy at this time as she looked at Chen Wei's fiery appearance, but inside, she was a little proud. This showed that she had a lot of charm. More than anything, it represents Chen Wei's fondness for her. Chen Wei walked into the master bedroom room and quickly placed Ruyan Lu on the bed. He was just about to take off his clothes when Ruyan Lu immediately took something out of his bag and put it in his hand. He subconsciously looked down and frowned when he saw what was in his hand. Honey, can you not wear this? Wearing it doesn't hurt as much, Chen Wei immediately asked. Wait, how about you take that morning after pill? I'll listen to you. You can wear it or not. Ruyan Lu immediately agreed, and she looked especially gentle. Alright, I'll still wear it, Chen Wei said. The two men were soon in motion. By the time it had all passed, 30 or 40 minutes had passed, and Chen Wei still can't get enough. The two did it again. This time, a couple more minutes passed. The floor of the room was very cluttered with clothes and pants, one from the east and one from the west. Chen Wei looked very refreshed as he slept on the big bed. He immediately looked at Ruyan Lu. When Ruyan Lu saw this look on his face, she immediately turned red and immediately slapped him. You don't know the slightest thing about compassion. Just like a strong bull, Chen Wei didn't care. After Lu Ruyan slapped a few times, she didn't continue to fight, but laid in Chen Wei's arms. She's tired now and doesn't want to move. Chen Wei looked at Ruyan Lu and asked, do you want to stay back in your room at night? Of course I do. What's the matter? Ruyan Lu said with a lazy voice. She used to be pretty, but now she's a little more feminine. After having a feminine flavor, Ruyan Lu was also more charming. Of course, all of this is due to Chen Wei. There's nothing going on. If you don't go back, the two of you will stay here for the night, Chen Wei immediately said, his eyes looking towards Lu Ruyan's long, slender legs. At this time, Lu Ruyan's originally white knees were slightly reddened. Ruyan Lu didn't see Chen Wei's gaze at first, but of course, later, she noticed it. Ruyan Lu immediately picked up the air-conditioned quilt and covered her legs. Although her legs were covered, her ears were a little red. because she knew exactly how her knees were red. Can you drive? Chen Wei asked. Right. You're all good at driving. Just now. I'll beat you to death. You laugh at me. Wasn't it you who asked for it? Ruyan Lu said, then slapped Chen Wei a few times. Do you have a driver's license? I was just joking with you. Chen Wei asked in a serious manner. Yes, there is. The year of my high school entrance exams I summer vacation to the exams, Ruyan Lu said. She was still a bit shy. Nowadays, many high school graduates get a driver's license after their senior year. It's perfectly possible to get a driver's license with 2 or 3 months to spare. That's fine. You just need a driver's license. Do you have a favorite car? I'll buy you one, Chen Wei immediately said. Hearing his words, Ruyan Lu, who originally didn't want to move, now froze as a whole. You're buying me a car? Ruyan Lu asked immediately. Yeah, what's the problem? Chen Wei nodded, and then, kissed her on her cherry mouth. Why did you buy me a car? Ruyan Lu asked curiously. What's wrong with me buying my girlfriend a car? What's wrong with that? Chen Wei laughed a little. His own girlfriend was so beautiful and had such a good temperament. These are some of the things that Chen Wei likes. Plus, Ruyan Lu was now her own woman. And then there was the fact that he had a few girlfriends, which he was a little vain about. And in the future, he may add other girlfriends. From that point of view, he was also a bit sorry for Ruyan Lu. Therefore, one has to give Lu Ruyan a little compensation in terms of material things. You really want to buy me a car, ah? Ruyan Lu lay in Chen Wei's arms. Happily, she asked. That's for sure. What's the problem? Chen Wei asked. Do you have a favorite car? There is Porsche 911. I like it. Ruyan Lu didn't squirm a bit. Porsche 911? Chen Wei still knows a little bit about it. Many girls like this car. Ruyan Lu likes this car. That's not surprising. Is it possible? Ruyan Lu wrapped her arms around Chen Wei's neck and looked over with an expectant face. Sure. Let's go look at it someday. If you fancy it, I'll buy it for you. Chen Wei immediately agreed. Suddenly, another hand was placed on his own chest. This is too good. He had thoughts again. After Ruyan Lu froze for a moment, she looked towards Chen Wei. We still have a little time. It's not too late, Chen Wei said. Hearing this, Ruyan Lu immediately blushed. The condom is also gone. I should have known it was okay to not use a condom. You have to take the pill anyway. Chen Wei started. Another 30 minutes or so passed. Ruyan covered herself with the air conditioning quilt. She was a little embarrassed at this point. It's because Chen Wei made some not so reasonable demands just now, but after a moment of hesitation, Lu Ruyan immediately agreed. At that time, Ruyan Lu didn't feel anything, but now that she thought about it, she was still a bit shy. Alright, don't be embarrassed, let's shower together, Chen Wei immediately said. You go ahead and wash it. I'll do it myself later, Ruyan Lu said. After seeing this, Chen Wei did not force himself. After all, he was already very satisfied. He got up immediately, then walked into the bathroom. The bathroom door closed. It was only then that Ruyan Lu got her head out from under the air-conditioned blanket. Chen Wei is taking a bath. He was in the shower when he remembered what had just happened. I didn't realize that Ruyan Lu's body was so flexible. That position made Chen Wei feel especially good. He took a shower as he thought about it, and in about 10 minutes he was done. He dried his body and then used a hairdryer to dry his hair. He immediately walked out of the bathroom, and as soon as he did, he saw that Ruyan Lu had already put on her own clothes. Seeing Chen Wei come out, Lu Ruyan immediately kissed Chen Wei on the mouth. You're washed? Ruyan asked. Yeah, I'm done washing, Chen Wei said. I'll go wash it then. I have to go back to the rental room afterward, Ruyan Lu said. Ruyan Lu immediately walked into the bathroom. Around 11 p.m., Chen Wei drove Lu Ruyan to the rental room. Halfway through the drive, Chen Wei stopped at a pharmacy and bought a little aftercare medicine for Ruyan Lu. I'm leaving. After Lu Ruyan got off the bus, Chen Wei spoke to her. The two of us will be together in a couple days. Chapter 111, 20% of Star Ocean Entertainment's shares. I'll see you in a couple days. Also, remember not to forget to take your medication, Chen Wei immediately said. Okay. Ruyan Lu waved her hand. Her eyebrows carried an indescribable womanly flavor, which was particularly charming. Chen Wei couldn't help it and took another look. This girl and woman are different. Ruyan Lu was much prettier than before, and also more feminine. Of course, these were his own credits. Chen Wei thought for a moment. He drove away from the place immediately. Only after watching Chen Wei's car leave did Ruyan Lu enter the rental room. She took a few pills when a couple of her housemates weren't looking. After all, it's not good to be pregnant right now when you haven't graduated from college. You should still take the medication you need to take, and you should not be afraid of anything. Chen Wei also went back to his room and started sleeping. After all, it was a night that labored several times. He slept until 8 a.m. He immediately entered the system interface as soon as he woke up. Soon, the system responded. Ding! Detected that the host has entered the system. This day's items have been refreshed. Gift 1. 20% of Star Ocean Entertainment's shares. Worth $4 billion. Gift number 2. 2 gold kidneys. The value is incalculable. Gift number 3. A security team. Worth $500 million. Please make your choice quickly. Host, I can't imagine that your system is so powerful. These 3 gifts are all what I want. Chen Wei immediately said. Host, you can't get 3 gifts at the same time. This is the system's stipulation. It cannot be changed. Make your choice quickly. The system immediately replied coldly. I'll go with gift 1. Only the expensive ones, not the right ones. My kidneys can handle it sloppily. And force-wise, I can handle it sloppily now. I'd better start with gift 1. Chen Wei immediately said. The host has made his choice. Choice gift 1. 20% of the shares of Star Ocean Entertainment. The share warrants will be delivered to your desk soon. The system immediately said. It's also good that there's an entertainment company now. So you can have the entertainment company look for girls with body and face values above 90 points for yourself. Chen Wei thought for a moment. He got right up and went to brush his teeth and wash his face. After completing this for himself, he found a certificate of equity for Star Ocean Entertainment on his desktop. He took out his cell phone again to see that he had another e-notification on his phone. Ningda Times Corporation appoints Fanfei Lu as vice president of Shanghai branch. Notice is hereby given. Written notices have been sent to the branch president's office, so watch for them. Seeing this notice, Chen Wei felt that he still had to go to the company today. He was going to tell Lu Fanfei the good news. He quickly drove down the street and then had an early dinner. He rushed to catch up and finally arrived at the office just after 9 o'clock. He saw a letter as soon as he entered the president's office. He opened the letter, which revealed a letter of appointment. The appointment letter read, appointing Lu Fanfei as the vice president of the Shanghai branch. Seeing this, Chen Wei immediately made a call to Lu Fanfei. Secretary Lu, come over here. Chen Wei immediately said. After Lu Fanfei received the call from the president, she also came over immediately. Vice President Lu, this is your appointment letter. Chen Wei handed the appointment letter to Lu Fanfei. As she received the appointment letter, Lu Fanfei's hands were trembling. Looking at what was written on the document, she was overwhelmed. I can't imagine that I was so quick to go from being the little president's secretary right away to becoming the company's vice president. Of course, during this period, she put in 12 points of effort, because any task given to her by Chen Wei, she was able to fulfill it conscientiously and tenfold. So, Chen Wei is willing to promote her. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I will definitely work even better in the future. Lu Fanfei immediately said, keep up the good work in the future, and manage the company well while I'm away. Chen Wei immediately said, tonight, let me treat you to dinner. Mr. Chen, last time you gave me $1 million. I haven't even invited you to dinner yet. Today, with this happy event, I'm even more likely to invite you to dinner. Lu Fanfei immediately sent out an invitation. Yes, no problem. Night is night. Alright, let's just have a meal together. But then, don't go to some luxurious place. Just find a random restaurant and just eat something. Chen Wei immediately agreed. That's fine. You get busy first. We'll go together in the afternoon. Lu Fanfei immediately excused herself. Okay, we'll go together this afternoon. Chen Wei agreed. Chen Wei didn't have much to do in the office, so he swiped Jitterbug. He wanted to activate the stock market futures quote card as soon as possible. To activate this card must newly gain the favor of a beautiful woman with 90 points or more. Only this way can you activate that ticker card. He immediately opened the Jitterbug live broadcast and looked for the young lady with a face value of 90 points or more. In reality, it is harder to run into a young lady with a score of 90 or higher. He wanted to see how much he could increase his favorability towards a woman by dropping hundreds of thousands of dollars on her in a Shake Shack live broadcast. Anyone likes to hunt and hunt. Chen Wei is no exception. Chen Wei swiped upward one live room at a time. He found that more than 95% of the female anchors were pretty. Ugly-looking female anchors are few and far between. The faces of all these hostesses are so beautiful that they would want to put her in her place if they were in front of them. The clothes worn by these beautiful hostesses are also very sexy. Some are super short dresses, some are JK dresses, and some are pleated skirts. There isn't one that isn't flavorful, especially as is a 6-person dance live room. Of course there could be 7 or 8 beautiful sisters in the live room. The 6 girls in the ring take turns dancing and singing. Each beauty is 1,000 times more beautiful and graceful, and each one is like a flower. These ladies were like fairies descending to earth, mesmerizing the men off screen. Chen Wei was the same way. As if he was hooked by the beauties, his heart immediately surged. but it was a pity that he could only look but not touch. Chen Wei immediately sighed. No wonder you can't find pretty girls on the street. It turns out that they have all gone to the Shake Shack to become anchors. These beauties are so pretty. Are there any goddesses in public with a score of 90 or above? He thought of the fact that he had a universal scanning system. He immediately turned on the scanning function, and he realized that the system was like a demon-shooting mirror, and a beautiful woman quickly revealed her true appearance. Chen Wei quickly arrived at a live room with tens of thousands of people. He found that the beauty hostess had a face value of only 70 points. Maybe the makeup was well done and the beauty was turned up high. Anyway, this beautiful anchor woman was worse than a hotel receptionist. However, in her live broadcasting room it looked as if this person had the beauty of a dumping ground and appeared to be very beautiful. It actually attracted countless fans who were rewarding it. This beauty was wearing a set of pink cheongsam. Her figure was particularly live, and her surplus waist twisted back and forth, making her look particularly charming. Chapter 112, Finally, I met a real beautiful anchor woman. Chen Wei saw that she rated less than 70, but she looked so pretty and kind of made men want to be there. Chen Wei looked at the next one. This girl was dressed very cool. From time to time, a slice of snowy white on her chest was revealed, making people want to get into her head. Chen Wei looked at it, slid past it again, and then looked at the third. This beauty has a privacy value of almost 100. Talking about the number of falls, face value is only 81 points. Nice body, good looks, very photogenic. It just feels like the face, kind of like a Korean face. It's supposed to be technologically processed, kind of like a star, and it's already very beautiful. But you can't stare at it for long. Watched 5 live streams in a row, and each one had a good number of people, from a few thousand to tens of thousands, but haven't met a real true goddess yet. He swiped for several minutes in a row, all the time swiping on some skinned and slimmed down anchor woman. Nowadays, more and more people are doing live streaming. As long as you turn on a beauty face, even if a woman in her 40s or 50s sits in the live broadcast room, she can be so beautiful that people can think about it and think about it. Not to mention the slightly better looking girls. They wear a bit of makeup and it's easy to hit the highlights, shadows, and dimensionality. Add a luscious lip gloss, apply eyelids, and wear false eyelashes. As soon as they arrived at the live broadcast and turned on their beauty face, they quickly became fairies. They make all kinds of poses, scratch their heads and cheat. You see my color, I see your money. We all take advantage of each other. There are also some really good-looking girls who get on the air and remain so high maintenance because they can't say nice things. Such a beautiful girl is not as popular as those who are average-looking and speak with colorful words. Such beauties only make a couple hundred or even a couple dozen dollars a day. Anyway, there are all kinds of beautiful women in the live room. And there are real beautiful women. And there are even more fake beautiful women. Chen Wei turned on the universal scanning system and searched very hard. He swiped through hundreds of live streams in a row, and not a single one was pretty. The anchors were all in the 50s and 60s, with a high of 81 halves. He was a little disappointed and was just about ready to give up. Suddenly, brush up against a young, pretty little beauty. Small mouth, tiny nose. There is a delicate face, and the face is certainly very beautiful. With a little bit of Louis face look back then. Dark, shiny hair that fell casually over her shoulders. The long bangs nearly covered her eyebrows. She was also wearing a JK outfit and 2 car headlights on her chest were huge. A pair of long white legs were exposed under the skirt. Chen Wei scanned it with the universal scanning system. The system responded quickly. The universal scanning system is acquiring information about the other party. Name, CC Lee. Age, 22. Height, 169 centimeters. Face value, 93. Stature, 94. Privacy, 0. Intimacy, 10. In a passerby state. What? It's 0. A miracle. I see. Chen Wei was thrilled and a little happy. Chen Wei couldn't imagine that his luck was so good that he had not only found a goddess, but also that her number of times was still 0. Luckily, it wasn't in vain that he had searched for so long. It's a lot of work. If you work hard enough, you can grind an iron bar into a needle. Li Shishir was a bit dazed in the live room at this time, and when she saw the newcomer enter the live room, she immediately said something. Welcome Prince Whitejohn to the airwaves. Please click a follow and support. Do you have any songs you'd like to hear? Chen Wei didn't think that he could be named by the female anchor even though he was a level 1 trumpet. He immediately tapped a follow. Ready to support this beautiful anchor woman. He used to play quite a bit live. How many people don't brush Shake Shack anymore? He'd been in so many live rooms and had never been named by a female anchor. And, of course, he never charged it, because he hadn't had any money before. His main focus was a companionship that was bound to stick to White Johns to the end. So, he named himself the Prince of White Whore. Brother, Do you want to join the fan club? Join the fan club for only 10 cents. Join the fan club permanently for only $6. Lissy was quickly happy to see someone paying attention to her. She guffawed as she followed the live streaming technique she had learned the other day. Chen Wei looked at her and didn't respond to her. This beauty gets more durable the more you look at it. He charged it right away. He's going to start with a $30,000 charge. Where is a dime reward enough for such a very rare beauty? Chen Wei decided to give Li Shishir a hard time. Make her memorable for life. When Li Shishir saw that the new viewer didn't say anything and didn't reward, and her name still started with white whore, she immediately stopped smiling. It's definitely not possible to laugh all the time. Anyone can get tired. Most online viewers are more rational and have their own money, which he doesn't spend frivolously. It would be nice for him to click a follow and stay on your live feed. Lissy didn't say anything else, then started chatting. Do you have any songs you'd like to hear, pa boys? Sissy Lee spoke up. Suddenly, at this time, a level 56 viewer also spoke up in the live stream. Super love to watch beautiful women dance, beautiful hostess. Do a Thai dance. I'll send you a carnival when I'm done watching. The man was a 56, but very ungentlemanly in his speech. Li Shishir that blushed and said with a bit of difficulty, I'm sorry, I'm not much of a dancer. I'm not a dance anchor. I dance like I do gymnastics. It's true that Lizzie can't dance. It's very hard to look good when you dance. And her boobs are a bit too big to bounce around if she dances. My main focus is picking up girls. Isn't dancing the basic operation of an anchor? If you don't even know how to do that, what kind of anchor are you? This comment immediately elicited a reply from a member of the audience. Youth Unlimited, our Shishir, is the pure face anchor. She can't dance, much less do that rubbing dance. My main focus is picking up girls. Laughing my ass off. What era is this? Still pretending to be innocent? Is there still innocence in society nowadays? Youth Unlimited, then you guys go to another live room to watch the rubbing dance. We have this live room anchors playing in elegance. My main focus is picking up girls. You want me to leave? I just won't go. Youth Unlimited, anchor. The two of them are in cahoots. Let's ignore him. Tell management to kick them out. Li Shishir read those words and didn't say anything. There weren't many people in the live room itself, and if they were kicked out, the popularity would be even less. On the internet, there are individuals with money who speak in an uncivilized manner. Those without money are likely to be even more uncivilized. It was a little hard for Lissy to hear. Super love to see beautiful women dancing. What's with the face of the beautiful hostess? Why is your face so stinky? Do you not want the carnival anymore? Li Shishir had been live streaming for 2 or 3 weeks. Although there weren't many viewers and the earnings weren't much, but she just couldn't let go of her face. Heck, she didn't want to put her foot down and dance to please an obnoxious audience for money. She immediately pretended she hadn't seen the message and ignored it. Chapter 113, take it or leave it. She thought that after a while, when this man got uninteresting, he would naturally leave this live room. Before that, there were so many people she really hated that she coped with. Lissy thought about it a lot, but unexpectedly, to her surprise, these two people did not leave for a long time. Moreover, the more the two people talked, the more they went overboard. Super love watching beautiful women dance. Is there something wrong with this beautiful anchor's eyes? I have such a high rank and she doesn't come over to lick it of her own accord. She's not a cutie. Ah, Youth Unlimited, yeah, and so many clothes. It's tightly covered. My main one is a bubbly. The person is pretty, but seems silly. I don't know what she thinks. Doesn't she want people to swipe gifts? Doesn't she want to make money? Youth Unlimited. This beautiful anchor woman is probably waiting for that white John Prince to give her a gift just now. People are first level fans and will still give her gifts. What are you thinking? People can't afford to give away a single fan light sign. Super love to watch beautiful women dance. A dumb anchor who doesn't know how to make money when he has money. Youth Unlimited. Maybe people like first class white John Princes. Prince White Whore. What's it to me? Chen Wei kept on charging, and soon charged him more than 1.5 million. Behind, he charged another 300,000 or 400,000 in a row. Anyway, he now had 3.2 billion in cash. Swiping a little wouldn't be much less. Chen Wei saw someone talking about how the white John Prince. He immediately flipped up the pop-up. He realized he was being laughed at. He got a little upset. Not a word from myself, and I'll be laughed at. Is it possible that I've called the White Whore Prince by the wrong name? You can't call him that? Super love to see beautiful women dance. First class trumpet. You keep quiet. At White John Prince. Youth Unlimited, are you qualified to speak? At White John Prince. Chen Wei's face was a bit ugly. If these two guys kept babbling, Chen Wei would be ready to teach them a lesson. Chen Wei couldn't help but reply back. I'm watching a live broadcast. Why can't I talk? You're the police of the Pacific Ocean. And you're in charge so broadly. Youth Unlimited, you behave yourself as your white whoring prince. Don't come out to brush up your existence, don't come out to disgrace yourself. Super love to watch beautiful women dance, yeah. What do you say when you don't have money? If you're capable, you show your strength. Seeing that the live broadcast room was in an uproar, Li Shishir spoke a bit coyly. Brothers, can you not fight? Li Shirqing's voice was soft, but not very convincing. The live feed is still noisy. The real name of this man, Huang Longfei, is super love to watch beautiful women dance, and he is a man of certain status. His family has some money, assets of $80 to $90 million. He doesn't like to talk to first-class poor people because he is rich. He despises poor people in the slightest. In order to scare off Chen Wei, he immediately sent a piercing arrow, which cost $300. The pop-up screen on the live broadcast quickly appeared. Super love to see beautiful women dancing to send out golden cloud piercing arrows X1. This was the 7th cloud piercing arrow he had sent out today. Because the brush amount reached a certain standard, there was a golden special effect. Ordinary cloud piercing arrows weren't golden in color. Super love watching beautiful girls dance. Beautiful hostess, give me a management job and I'll help you clean up the trash viewers. Clear out the unqualified fans. When Shen Shishir saw the cloud piercing arrow, she immediately went to say thank you. Thank you super love watching beautiful women dance for rewarding the cloud piercing arrow. Although Li Shishir didn't like this person, but he gave himself $150. According to the rules he should definitely thank people. However, she didn't agree to the other's request. Instead, he spoke to Chen Wei. Brother white whorish prince, you should stop arguing with them. We can talk about something else. Let's make peace. Youth Unlimited, yo. This beautiful anchor woman is quite generous. People didn't brush their gifts, and you called out to them as a brother. You also called out to me as a brother. Li Shishir spat out her little tongue. The displeasure was expressed on her face. She wanted to ask this man out, but it seemed like this man was in cahoots with the super love of watching beautiful women dance. It made her a little uncertain. Suddenly, a super flashy special effect flashed across the screen at this time. A pink carnival appeared. This is the most expensive gift in Shakeology. It's worth 3,000 yuan. These words quickly appeared on the screen. White John Prince sends Carnival X1. Li Shishir was quickly surprised by the sudden flash of gift special effects. She had never gotten such an expensive gift. Her eyes widened in disbelief that she had this gift. For a moment, she forgot to thank herself. This was the first time she had received a golden carnival. She was all still thinking if she was seeing things. She was a little disbelieving. It wasn't until a lot of pop-ups appeared on the screen that she realized it was indeed true. 20-year-old brother, here comes the dirt. Loose pterodactyl, I see. Big brother. So rich. How come it's so easy to get head? Chen Mei, is it that rigid? I love Yin Yin. What's going on? Fenghua Jie Daya brother, come to my live room later. Wait. I'll dance for you and I'll sing for you. It was then that Li Shishir came back to her senses and immediately thanked her loudly. Thank you for the carnival. Brother Prince. Shishir bows to you. Li Zz's live room is called ZZ, and she is using her own name as her live number. She followed the example of the other beautiful anchors and got up, putting her hands together and then in front of her chest before bowing deeply to the camera. She stood very straight on her legs, then bent her head. She was very embarrassed to receive the red envelope and didn't know to cheer. She couldn't give her boss the emotional value he wanted, and the atmosphere was getting a little serious. But Chen Wei loved the silly sweetness. After the reward was successful, Chen Wei used the universal scanning system again. He found that some of the information had been updated. Name, CC Li. Age, 22. Height, 169 centimeters. Face value, 93. Stature, 94. Occupation, student at the university. Privacy, 0. Intimacy, 20. In the state of being a friend. I can't imagine that by swiping a carnival. She added 10 intimacy values. Not bad. Not bad. Chen Wei thought for a moment. By this time, the livestream was very lively. So many viewers have gotten into this livestream. Jitterbug is starting to push traffic. The pop-ups from the fans are getting better. Big bro, you're too good head on. Awesome. This little brother is bloodthirsty. That's normal. If you don't accept it, do it. Big deal. Eat bread for these 2 months. The beautiful anchor woman still doesn't send her management to the Prince of White Johns. Super love to see beautiful women dancing boss. People are painting the carnival. What are you still grinding for? At Super love watching beauties dance. Chapter 114, almost 100 carnivals. Huang Longfei grunted disdainfully when he saw that white whoring prince giving away the carnival. He saw another person tweeting at him, telling him to send a gift. He quickly posted a pop-up. Super love to see beautiful women dancing. I can't look at this kind of goods beauty hostess. When you're an anchor, you can't dance, and you don't talk in a way that's pleasing to the eye. There's nothing good about it except that it's a little pretty. Seems to be a bit silly too. That face. I don't know if the beauty was turned up high, thus making it look pretty. Many of the other beautiful women in the other Shake Shack live streams are also much prettier than her. Huang Longfei really can't look at this beautiful anchor woman. Just now sent piercing arrows. Just want to get a management as a pawn. Kick that first-class trumpet out of here. Chen Wei had wanted to brush 30 carnival just now. However, there was a delay of a few seconds while reading the goddess profile. Chen Wei this time saw that this guy was still mocking his goddess and immediately sent out a pop-up. Prince White Whore, you can't look at her. And she can't look at you. So will you please get out? After Chen Wei spent 3 to 4,000, his level came to 36. His symbol turned a dignified golden color. Super love watching beautiful women dance. You're laughing your ass off. Charging that dead paycheck and pretending to be something you're not? You'll never catch up with me in your lifetime. One of my main ones is picking up girls. Ha ha ha. This was told to be anxious by us. Dare to say anything. One of my main ones is picking up girls. Just $3,000 and you have the audacity to say something like that. I'm wall to wall. I'll just obey you. Feng Hua Jia Dai, little brother. Don't go to the head ah. A carnival is quite expensive. I love Yen Yen, White Whore Prince. Them. Li Shishir saw them say that the White Whoring Prince filled his salary to reward. When she thought about this, it was a real possibility. She immediately advised, Brother Prince, I really thank you for the gift. Then you must never, ever take a paycheck for a reward. Chen Wei was already a bit annoyed and irritated to see those two jumping clowns, but he immediately smiled happily after hearing Li Shishir's gentle exhortation. There are such gentle, kind and silly girls in the world. Chen Wei decided to swipe 100 carnivals. Prince White Whore, sissy, don't worry. I've only spent a few dollars here. One of my main ones is picking up girls. Swipe a carnival. This cutie. Just start faking it. Super love to watch beautiful women dance. What class? Swipe a carnival and pretend to be a big spender at my place. It soon appeared on the big screen. The White Whore Prince sends Carnival X2. The White Whore Prince gives away Carnival X3. White Whore Prince gives away Carnivals X4. Chen Wei smiled faintly and began to brush non-stop. The non-stop brush carnival bombed. By this time, there were also people in the AIT who were super into watching beautiful women dance. Super love to see beautiful women dancing, boss. Why don't you brush? Are you willing to give in? Seeing the line, super love to see beautiful women dance. He skimmed. Is this man a fool for money? Chen Wei was continuing to brush. He wanted to see what those two silly comedians could say after brushing 100 more carnivals. Isn't it just swiping money? The last thing he needs is money when it comes to high 90s and above beauties. Chen Wei immediately charged money into Jitterbug. Chen Wei continued to wave his fingers and sent the carnival flying. Soon, brilliant carnival effects flashed on the screen of the live broadcast room. This special effect flashes continuously, surprising all the online viewers in this live room. It really is dirt. This is too trenchant. There were pop-ups from the live audience. Some of them also watched as the special effects flickered and flickered on the screen. Every single special effect is $3,000. Real money was spent. People kept posting question marks or exclamation points on the pop-ups. Boss is awesome. Boss, come to my live room and brush up. $1,000 for a smile. But the screen chat is completely obscured by the carnival effects. Can't even see what people are saying. The scene was very impressive. The special effects still keep flashing. One of my main ones is picking up girls. And this one is a little flustered. One of my main ones is picking up girls' real name is John Lin. He is Huang Longfei's little follower. He usually always tries to figure out what's on the boss's mind to make him happy, and he only looks up to the boss. Whenever he sensed that his boss was angry, he opened fire for his master. He can type so fast he can drive with 2 hands. He had already written a pop-up, White Whoring Bastard. You're a carnival and you're talking and pointing fingers. He was then ready to send it out. He soon saw the White Whoring Prince once again keep swiping gifts. He stopped his hand speed in a hurry. 10 carnival, 20 carnival, 30 carnival. He hadn't expected this level 1 trumpet to swipe dozens of carnivals. He immediately deleted a few words from the pop-up. By the time Carnival X40, X50, X60, he was starting to get a little scared. Immediately deleted all the pop-ups I had just written. He would never dare to go and post a pop-up like that. He was smart as hell. Someone who could swipe so many gifts was definitely not someone a tiny person like him to mess with. He surely wouldn't dare to bark like a puppy again. If you piss people off, you won't even know how to die. Even if they don't kill themselves, it's still possible for them to break their arms and legs. He thought for a moment that it wasn't worth it to play like this. It's better to keep your tail between your legs. One of the mainstays of this one is the bubble rash. Li Shishir also froze. Her eyes were wide open by this time. Her small rosy mouth opened slightly. Like the viewers on the screen, she looked at her cell phone screen with disbelief. What's going on today? Is this one for real? She had frozen. She sat there motionless for half a day. She was very happy and a little worried when she received her first carnival. Worried that the White John Prince was filling up his paycheck in bounty. But she didn't realize that this white whore had started to swipe the carnival one by one without stopping. In a moment's time, he delivered carnival X81, X82, and X83. It's like he can't get enough swipes. This for a while made Lee Shirshir not know what to do. Such scenes are too rare. Kind of scares Lissy silly. She came on the air and she was influenced by her dormitory mates. This housemate said that live broadcasting is very profitable. She does make a lot of money too, and can make $20,000 to $30,000 a month. That's why Sissy Lee wanted to come and try it too. But she's been live streaming for 2 or 3 weeks, and her earnings add up to less than $200. She was ready to finish the broadcast today and was all set to start quitting. But I didn't realize that all of a sudden a big shot with tens of millions of dollars in his pocket might be the big shot with tens of millions of dollars in his pocket. Dropped hundreds of thousands of dollars for her. It was the first time she realized what a real bigot was. How can one thank this big man? Chapter 115. I want to give the prince a monkey. Chen Wei swiped 100 carnivals and finally stopped. He probably brushed it off for about 2 minutes or so. His hands were faster than the likes. He watched the carnival special effects keep flashing on the public screen as he watched the feverish screen. After swiping $300,000 in gifts, the live broadcast room burst into life. The audience also attracted several thousand. Now, there's a bit too much pop-up being posted. Jesus, the dirtbag boss is confused. Jack Ma's son, landlord father. Do you still lack a son? I am Li Kuei, the prince is bullish. No contest. I'm Buffett. What's going on? What's going on? I love Coca-Cola, I don't know. I just followed someone in. I saw a comment and came right in. I'm a beautiful anchor woman. The low-key big man is getting fired up and he's showing off his financial power. Prince, please come swipe in my live room. Yun, brother, come see my private message. I'll give you a special surprise yo. I'm Django, this beautiful anchor woman is so pretty. Yo. Chen Wei rummaged around for a long time, but he couldn't find any pop-ups from those two. He thought that they were scared by themselves and ran away, because Chen Wei immediately posted a comment. Prince White Whore, what's wrong with you two? When Huang Longfei saw this, the expression on his face became very gloomy, as if he wanted to eat someone. He's all in a very bad mood today, as if he has a wife-stealing grudge. This Prince of White Johns is actually playing big shot in front of him. Uncle can be tolerated. Aunt can't be tolerated. It was only 100 carnivals, and it wasn't like he couldn't afford to swipe them. Let's have a match. Who's afraid? It's just not a big deal to brush up on 200 or 300 carnivals. Super love watching beautiful women dance. Oh, are you a big spender? Are you rich? Super love watching beautiful women dance. You wait for me. I'll make you eat and walk around. I'll make you lose your ass. Huang Longfei finished sending out pop-ups and immediately left this live room. Seeing that his boss had left, Lin Junji also immediately followed and left this live room. Chen Wei quickly laughed as he watched them run away in disgrace. I don't know if these two will fall back later. Whatever. At this time, Li Shirshir in the live broadcast room had her cherry mouth open and looked especially dopey. Chen Wei couldn't help but want to molest this beauty. Prince White Whore, beauty hostess. Stupid? I've swiped so many carnivals and you don't thank me. Before painting the carnival, he added the fan light sign. Chen Wei swiped so many gifts that the color of his comments was noticeably different from the others, which was particularly noticeable. When Li Shirshir saw this one pop up, she really didn't know how to thank it. She immediately covered her cherry mouth. She quickly added, I'm sorry. Thank you brother for the carnival. Prince Whitejohn, what's with the words? Li Shirshir also felt that she had not expressed her sincerity. She was a new anchor and didn't know what to say or how to thank. She was suffocating her face. Suddenly, she remembered how her roommate had thanked her. In her haste she didn't think too much about it and immediately blurted out, I want to give the prince a monkey. The online audience immediately went silent at the sight. Everyone stopped posting pop-ups. The comments in the live room seemed to be frozen. No one expected this from the beautiful anchor woman. So innocent and cute little girl would say something like that. Words like that still kill. Chen Wei's eyes lit up when he heard this. He immediately bounced out of his chair. He sent a quick pop-up. Anchor woman, is that true? At this time, Li Shirshir also realized that she had said the wrong thing. Her small face immediately reddened. Even her beautiful face couldn't hide her stunning blush. After she said that, she regretted it very much. How could I have said such a thing? Why did I say it without thinking? I'm too that. She was watching her roommate live, and her roommate kept saying it, and after hearing it for so long, she blurted it out without thinking about it. By this time, she realized the mistake, especially seeing that Chen Wei intended to take it seriously. Li Shirshir was a bit expectant at this time. not knowing what to say. She's lassoed herself in. She wouldn't dare say anything about backtracking, not without a word of contrition. Her eyes darted everywhere, a little nervous. While she felt that Chen Wei was joking, she was also afraid that Chen Wei was for real. It'll be a problem if Chen Wei comes for real. Seeing Li Shishir's tangled little look, the fans and viewers in the audience broke out into bad smiles. Unexpected. The live feed lit up again and again with Carnival's exaggerated special effects. The White Whore Prince gives away Carnival X1, X2, X3, and X4. Chen Wei is really happy today. Who cares if it's true? What if it's true? Wouldn't you be picking up a treasure? Seeing so many gifts and so many carnivals, Li Shishir, who originally wanted to explain, was confused again. She hadn't thought that her casual remark would make the prince's big brother male again. The prince bigot kept brushing up on the carnival. It's like it doesn't cost anything. Li Shishir didn't know what to say again for a while. It wasn't good, but she still said a little. Thank you, Big Brother Prince. Big Brother Prince is awesome. Big Brother Prince is awesome class. Quickly, she bowed again. This time, Chen Wei's hands were even faster. In the blink of an eye, he has given away 98 carnivals. Soon it'll be 99, 100. He couldn't care less about anything right now. He was focused on painting the carnival. Li Shishir is still shouting. Thank you, Brother Prince. Brother Prince is mighty and domineering. The audience in the live room saw that the gifts were still being swiped. A lot of people sent out pop-ups. Brother Tuho, do you want a girlfriend? Dirtbag Dad, do you want your son? Big awesome. First time I've seen a bigot like that. Righteous Father is above. Accept my son's worship. Will this prince be able to this beautiful anchor woman? Hey, 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 there's nothing impossible. Nonsense. Would you refuse to smash you like that? Li Shishir was half asleep at this time. She was getting a little apprehensive. Chen Wei became even more excited when he saw these pop-ups. These viewers have a point. He's likely to smash open the legs of a beautiful woman. The pop-ups kept coming. Prince of White Flakes gives away Carnival X101, X102, X103. There's still some chatter in the pop-ups. Is this guy a rich kid? No, it's the landlord's stupid son. Does this rich kid have a crush on this Li Shishir? Li Shishir's live carnival effect still kept flashing. Carnival soon came X202, X203, and this carnival still doesn't seem to be stopping. The viewers in the live broadcast room all started to turn on the recording function. They were ready to record this special effects scene and post it on Shake Shack with an awesome name. These viewers are also ready to live in another live room in the beautiful girls. Other people's family's big brother of the landlord is this way to brush the gift. Chapter 116. Do you want to thank me with a few words? Li Shishir saw that Chen Wei had already swiped 300 of them and still kept on swiping. She immediately said something. Brother Prince, don't brush. Don't brush. You've already brushed too much. She was in a very nervous mood at this time. This person has already swiped at least 300 carnivals. Converted into money, it's been swiped for a full $900,000. Li Shishir was a bit scared. She was really worried that Chen Wei had other demands. And, with this money, you can get 3 or 4 wives in their village. If you keep brushing it off like this, do you really want to give him a monkey? When she thought the two people who had no feelings for each other were actually coming clean for the sake of this, Li Shishir was a bit at a loss as to what to do. So, Li Shishir immediately advised. Chen Wei is a very obedient person. When Li Shishir said no, Chen Wei didn't want it. When she said stop, Chen Wei stopped. If she says don't stop, Chen Wei doesn't stop. Exactly what is going to happen in the future will have to come later. Now, he's a little tired. Chen Wei swiped another 10 or so, totaling 320, and then stopped. He's risen through the ranks as well. After brushing for so long, he had dozens more private messages from Jitterbug. Chen Wei clicked on it and took a look. I found that the vast majority of the avatars that sent private messages were pretty girls with exceptionally good names. These beauties sent their WeChat, cell phone numbers, and QQ numbers. What's more, there are those who sent their live room numbers over as well, inviting Chen Wei to go over and take a look. Still more bold sisters have said it outright. For $1,000 a day, you can fly all over the country, begging for a dirtbag dad to adopt. Just one carnival. Send the boss a bullwhip for a tonic. Boss, want a mandarin duck bath? Hair anything. It made Chen Wei's heart surge, but he quickly quieted down. Internet dating is risky. What if there's a jumper? What if there's an old lady? That's still a big risk. And with the most beautiful woman on earth right in front of her, a ghost would run to an unknown older woman. Unless the brain is broken or the person is stupid. He changed the settings to disable private chats for non-followers. After getting this done, he sent a private message to Li Shishir. Then, again, in a pop-up, it said, the beauty queen reads the private messages. Soon, Li Shishir saw the private message and she immediately opened it. Li Shishir saw Chen Wei asking for his contact information. She speculated for a moment that maybe this white John Prince might want to ask to meet her offline, and probably not in a good mood either. She hesitated a little, then sent her cell phone number. The network beauty anchor went to meet Big Brother Pengjiai, something that Li Shishir had heard about a long time ago. She couldn't have imagined this event, so close to her. I didn't expect it to happen so soon, so suddenly. Where does this go from here? She also didn't know if her brother across the street was fat or thin, tall or short, old or young. In case it's an old man, it's a problem. At the thought of this, Li Shishir shivered. What about this one? Li Shishir got apprehensive. She immediately spoke again carefully. Brother Prince, I was just joking with you. You don't really want me to help you give birth, do you? Everyone heard the anchorwoman trying to backtrack and play hard to get. These viewers were immediately happy and immediately smiled sweetly. Heartache Prince boss, smashed a sweet. The anchorwoman has surprisingly do not want to renege on the debt. Boss Prince, over 300 carnivals, that's awesome. Someone else kindly gave you a reward, and you actually want to give birth to a monkey to get back at him. I didn't realize you were such a beautiful anchorwoman. If Boss Prince dropped this 900,000 plus dollars on me, I'd be willing to have 2 children, not to mention 1 monkey, or even lock me up and let me act as a monkey without any problem. Boss, you want a child? You can tell me, I can be your child. Brother Prince, I can give you a monkey too. I don't want you to drop money. Li Shishir read the audience's pop-ups and burst into tears and cried, not knowing what to do. After all, she's still a little girl and hasn't stepped out into society yet. People are still simple at heart. Where is such a dirty mind? Seeing Li Shishir playing tricks, Chen Wei was not surprised. After all, the opposite party was an inexperienced little girl who still felt very shy about things like giving birth. This was also justifiable. Chen Wei felt the need to tell her not to worry. He said a little bit right away. Prince White Whore, I'm just kidding you. I'm casually swiping gifts, so take it easy and don't cry. Li Shishir quickly saw it, still a bit dumbfounded. You swiped over $900,000, and you call this a casual swipe? However, after reading that, Lissy was much more relieved, as if she didn't have to give birth to a child on her own. She took a long breath and cheered up a little. After all, she would get a share of $478,000. You can share so much money yourself. You must be happy. Little cutie. Not happy at all. But then she thought about it for a moment. Could it be that the prince's brother had little interest in himself? I'm pretty, too, okay? Lissy didn't want to think about that. No matter what, today's harvest is great. I met a good person today. You have to thank them properly. She said a little right away. Brother Prince, you are so nice. I wish brother all the best. Love, marriage, and an early child. Hearing this, Chen Wei was a bit embarrassed. Soon the system returned with another message. The universal scanning system is acquiring information about the other party. Name, CC Lee. Age, 22. Height, 169 centimeters. Face value, 93. Stature, 94. Privacy, 0. Intimacy, 30. In the state of being a good friend. I can't imagine that the intimacy value was added 10 points at once. It's adding up fast. With this look, it all made Chen Wei embarrassed to tease her. Prince White Whore, I spent over $900,000 and that's all you have to say to me? Just move your lips? So then what else do you want me to do? Lissy asked right away. As soon as she said it, she immediately regretted it and wimped out again. Yeah, he got himself $480,000 and that's all he gets in return. For the super tycoon who rewarded her so much, Li Shishir really didn't know how to thank her. Viewers on the air were quick to help her out. You say, husband, I love you. I love you. Little fool. The anchor is probably wishing herself and her boss an early baby. Ha 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 ha. He. You guys are also too dirty. The beautiful hostess is so well behaved and pure. She's still a blank sheet of paper. The comrades upstairs are unhealthy in their hearts. Suggest management to ban those of them from speaking. Chapter 117. This ranking 1 Big Brother is a little stupid. Hearing the netizens and fans flirting, Li Shishir was a bit bashful as she lowered her head and looked at her white and tender jade legs. She was afraid to look at her cell phone screen now. Chen Wei saw her shy appearance. He immediately flirted. How about you call out to your master? Li Shishir raised her head at exactly this time and looked at the public screen. She saw Chen Wei's pop-up. She immediately pronounced it. Lord. She found it a bit unbelievable. Chen Wei was very satisfied when he heard this. He felt it wasn't enough, so he made a new request. Beautiful anchorwoman, dance again. Li Shishir's face was red again this time. She hadn't expected Chen Wei to ask for this. One was for her to call out to her master, and the other was for her to dance. As soon as she thought of her housemates dancing with their Thai poses and heads, Lee Shirshir squirmed a bit and said, "Shirshir only sings and dances. She's never danced before. I'm afraid I'll scare you away." Everyone saw this line and the screen was full of flirting anchors. Big Brother Pungjai has smashed so much money. How can you, as a beautiful anchor woman, not be able to dance? It doesn't matter if you can't dance well. Just do a bunny dance. You can do a crab dance too. Like the prettiest bride. No, like the prettiest bridesmaid. This beautiful anchor woman is so unintelligent. All the online viewers felt sorry for Big Brother Pungjai, while kind of squeezing Lissy at the same time. Sissy Lee was also a little guilty of being a little shy by what the online audience was saying. People can put themselves in the shoes of others. People shelled out $960,000, and they themselves said lightly, "I don't know how to dance." There really doesn't seem to be much sincerity. She immediately squirmed a bit. If you want to see Psyche dance, Psyche can learn while you dance. Don't laugh at me if I don't dance well. I'll do a crab dance. Chen Wei took a closer look at Lee Shirshir's figure. It was tightly covered, but if you looked closely, you could see that her body was front and center. As long as a person is not fat and has a tall figure, a person looks good anyway. Add a pretty face, then people look even better. He said something right away. Prince Whitejohn, you do a simple dance. A crab dance is a crab dance. This one is simpler too. Dudes got benefits to watch. I love watching pretty, beautiful ladies dance. This beautiful young lady has quite a figure. This pretty girl has a great body, and she looks good in any dance. Lee Shirshir bit her lip for a moment, then went to the internet and searched for an instructional video on the crab dance. Hey, this crab dance does look good and is easy to learn. Lissy quickly jumped after. The two bunnies are also bouncing on their chests, and both little hands kept going down and down. After a few minutes of dancing, she finally finished. Everyone also thought it was a great dance too. Immediately after watching these dances, the White Whore Prince said, "That's fine. Well, almost. Nice dance." After Lee Shirshir heard these words, her intimacy value towards Chen Wei increased by another 10 points, now reaching 30 points. Lissy spoke up right away. "Thank you, Brother Prince. Then I'll sing my favorite song for Brother Prince, Promise." The song Promise is now a hit all over China. It made Gui Yukai popular all over China. Gui Yukai sang this song and became a hit. Lee Shirshir was happy that she had passed this hurdle with flying colors, and she smiled showing her cute little tiger teeth. She immediately opened her phone, found the song, and tapped on the backing track. As the backing vocals kicked in, a beautiful song rang out on the air. I don't understand why the world. It makes me feel so much sadness. I don't know two people who love each other, can't keep a faded promise. I don't understand the vicissitudes of life. It can change everything you believe in. I don't believe in giving my heart. If you want it back, you can have it back. I don't understand what happens in this world, just because of our so-called destiny. I didn't realize that was your excuse. Or did I think too much of love? I don't know about forever. To wait with so much loneliness. You're the one who made my heart ache, deeper and deeper every day. I can't help it if I'm in the wind, people in the rain. One drifts through the years of love. You and I can't start over. Unable to stay. Can't fight fate. Trying to break free of the chains I wear for love. Extinguish the lamps lit for love. A broken circle. Broken dreams. What's the point of keeping it? Particle, marker of surprise, sudden realization. Reminder. I can't help it if I'm in the wind, people in the rain. One drifts through the years of love. You and I can't start over. Unable to stay. Can't fight fate. Just let go of the hand you're holding. Extinguish the lamps lit for love. Lee Shirshir's singing voice has a unique charm. Empty and soulful. A bit like Fei Wan's voice. Hearing the song, Chen Wei became intoxicated, making his evil thoughts diminish quite a bit. Lee Shirshir's pretty little face, coupled with her foul figure, had already made Chen Wei unforgettable. This beauty is a treasure in the world of men. But she didn't use a sound card or a professional microphone, and still sang beautifully and very pleasantly. Of course, compared to those talented anchors, Lee Shirshir was still a little bit worse. It was still a bit of a shame to make people listen to it, because she's singing with a couple $dozen of headphones, and the sound quality is definitely a lot worse than those tuned up with tens of thousands of big $100,000 sound cards, because she hadn't yet gotten the sweet spot of live streaming. Sissy Lee definitely wasn't willing to spend a lot of money on the investment, because her voice wasn't considered very good. The online viewers in the live broadcast room had lost a big interest in her as well. They were attracted by the carnival just now. The ones who come to the booth are like fast food eaters and not many have the patience for it. No more carnivals now. Soon some of the online viewers paddled away. Anchor, don't sing. Your singing is much worse than Gui Yotsai's. You hurry up and get up and dance. I see. Big Brother Pungi really has money to spare. Spent $960,000 to buy the beautiful anchorwoman to sing a song. There's no sound card, and the singing isn't terribly good. I slipped. Most of the audience slowly walked away when they saw that Chen Wei wasn't swiping anymore. The rest of them also think that Big Brother Pungi is not worth the money he spends and that he is an ingrate. Online viewers are gradually becoming a little less polite in their talk. Some people are ready to kidnap Chen Wei with their morals. This Big Brother Pungwon is so stupid. Just take a look at the beautiful hostess rascal. Not giving birth to monkeys and not dancing. Do you think Big Brother Pungwon is stupid? That's it. Swiped $960,000. Money spent in the wrong place. Don't you know? Some poor children in the mountains still can't afford to go to school. Why don't you show love and donate to the mountain children? Yeah. This second-generation rich kid. Spending your parents' money like this. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Spending money like water. Loser. Loser. This evil rich man. Showing off when he has a little money. It's disgusting. This list one Big Brother has non-consensual thoughts. It's about wanting to bang this beautiful hostess. I have money and I'd smash it like that. I want to be on a beautiful anchorwoman too. The live feeds are saying everything. Chapter 118 Huang Longfei is back again. The live feed was full of people saying everything. Chen Wei already has administrator privileges. He saw that someone had physically attacked him and Li Shishir, and without saying a word, he immediately kicked them out of the live room. I spend my money. Why should you be in charge? God doesn't care about me. You care about me? Of course. The vast majority of the audience still has 3 views. When they saw someone scolding Big Brother Pungwon, they rose up in a crusade. Big Brother Pungi can give it away if he wants to. It's none of your business. Dogs catching rats. Mind your own business. These guys, they're not capable themselves and they're still pussyfooting around. Big Brother Pungi, ignore them. Anything as long as it's not illegal. Beautiful hostess. Don't bother with them. The online audience in the live room was making noise and the pop-ups were swiping fast. Li Shishir was singing and her voice quickly lowered when she saw these disgusting pop-up words. She felt that she had taken so much money from her big brother, sang poorly, danced not so well, and felt that she was sorry for the reward of the big brother of the list one. However, Li Shishir soon saw Chen Wei kicking. She quickly felt a bit of excitement that Big Brother Pungwon was still helping herself. Brother Pungi, take this money as a loan from you. When I have money later, I will pay you back. When I work in the future, I will make money. Of course, I'll pay back the money at a slower pace. Li Shishir said with a serious face. She still didn't want to sell her flesh herself. Didn't want to repay Big Brother Pungi in this way. Chen Wei still laughed when he saw her stupid answer. Now there are anchors who will spit out what they swallow. It's unbelievable. This beauty is so cute too. Chen Wei swiped dozens more carnivals, fearing that the beautiful hostess would pay back the money. The songs sung by the beautiful hostess are still very good. I like the songs you sing, Chen Wei said. Brother Prince, is everything you said true? Reading the words, Li Shishir's eyes lit up. Originally, she was a bit guilty. After hearing Chen Wei's words, she immediately felt better. Brother Prince, I think I'll sing you another song. I'll sing a song called Missing Too Much. Li Shishir immediately spoke up. Prince White Whore, yeah, that's a good song. And I like it too. I gave you a little gift for every song you sang to me. Brother Prince, there's no need to swipe the gift. You've already swiped enough. Li Shishir immediately refused. Prince White Whore, gifts represent my favorites. You can't take away my right to love you. I hope you miss me more. At that moment, there was a system alert in Chen Wei's head. Li Shishir intimacy value plus 10. I can't imagine that the intimacy value is now at 40 points. Li Shishir's 2 eyes opened wide when she was sneakily attacked by these words of love. Panic appeared within her. After all, she was a young girl who had not been involved in the world. She was getting a little panicked and didn't know how to put her 2 small white hands. After all, she had only finished her sophomore year. She was very pretty. However, she was purposely veiled, with her long hair covering her face, dressed in a particularly rustic manner, and wearing a pair of black glasses over her eyes to prevent myopia. She didn't show beauty at all, so not many boys pursued her. She also talks less and ignores people and throws little tantrums all the time. Boys think she's high-strung. It puts a lot of guys off. The number of guys who dared to tease her with words of love was almost 0. So far she has no boyfriend. She didn't think she was much of a charmer either. I can't believe that this time someone went on a 300+ carnival swipe binge and said they liked her, and wants to hear her sing all the time. This made Li Shishir a little heartbroken. A little heartbroken. What beautiful woman doesn't want to be admired? What beautiful woman doesn't want to be loved? But she was afraid that this prince would be an old man of 60 or 70. If that happens, the 2 people will meet and surely realize that they are not that heartfelt, and that would be awkward. Embarrassing for yourself and embarrassing for the other person. Then thank you brother Prince for liking it. I'll learn to sing the new song well, Lee Shirshir said shyly. She immediately put on the music, ready to cover her panic and shyness with a song. Soon, the live broadcast resounded with her sweet singing voice. One by one, 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 one by one. Sweet spread, your shadow day by day by day, stretching out the thoughts, the face you kiss in your dreams. But he couldn't come to me. I miss you too much. I miss you too much. The heart that loved and prayed for a second chance. I miss you too much. I miss you too much. It's like a kite with a broken string. I miss you too much. I miss you too much. You don't see the eyes that are crying red for you. This song, right now, is very hot. Countless anchors are singing the song. Chen Wei was listening to this Lee Shirshir's song while brushing the luxury cruise ship from time to time to encourage the little girl. He was liking this pretty nerdy girl more and more now. At this rate of development, perhaps this girl could very likely become her own woman. Chen Wei smiled with a lecherous face, thinking about how to take down this girl and then activate his stock market futures ticker card. It's okay to think about it, just in case it comes true. Just then, an ominous pop-up appeared on the public screen. Super love to see beautiful women dancing, anchor, PK. Do you dare to take it? Huang Longfei had just gone to find a pretty anchor woman, and he'd told her to come and play PK with Lee Shirshir. That beautiful anchor woman proceeded to apply several times, all of which were rejected by Lee Shirshir. Sissy Lee ended up turning off the PK feature. There was no way around it. So Huang Longfei had to personally run to the live broadcast room and then say something. Your big brother on your family's list has swiped so many carnivals that you don't even dare to take PKs. Is it that you can't play anymore? Lee Shirshir saw the pop-up and she ignored it. This time, she realized why someone always applied to PK with him several times just now. Turns out it's this nasty person who's up to no good. A nasty person who wants to make a fool of himself. Although PK could earn more money, Lee Shirshir didn't like it much, because she couldn't accept the punishments. Somewhat writing on the face face painting turtle, drink a few cups of cold water She found the punishments a bit degrading. In order not to affect her live broadcast, Lee Shirshir was ready to tap on the administrative privileges, ready to kick out this super love to watch beautiful women dance. Lee Shirshir was surprised to find that it was impossible to kick. It was because this person had an honored super VIP membership, and this kind of membership had privileges. Lee Shirshir didn't know what to do this time, and could only bow her head and sing earnestly. What could she do if she couldn't drive away? She hadn't expected big brother Prince Pengjiai to come out and stand up for himself. Prince White Whore, big brother, you're such an adult. You still like to show off. Chen Wei also aired super love for watching beautiful women dance. Super love watching beautiful women dance, yeah. What's up? You want to teach me how to behave? Prince White Whore, yeah. I want you to teach you to be a man. Super love watching beautiful women dance, ICX. ICX. Chapter 119, Hibiscus Waters is 43 years old. Prince White Whore, yeah. I want to teach you to be human. Super love to watch beautiful women dancing quality performance so bad. White Whoring Prince had to come to educate him. Prince Whitejohn, really? Prince Whitejohn, silly. On the air. A lot of online viewers immediately got excited when they saw that there was a big man coming to mess things up. They didn't mind things. They immediately launched pop-ups. Super love watching pretty girls dance rated high. And I think super love watching pretty girls dance did the right thing. How exciting. The first time I saw two high-level bosses arguing. Quickly, the two tycoon bosses quickly smash money PK. The loser shouts at the other's father. Just a reminder. Super love to see the beautiful boss. Just now the prince's brother swiped over 250 carnivals. As a reminder, the upstairs got it wrong. People swiped 100 at the beginning, and now there's a total of 350 carnivals. Goodness gracious. It turns out that Prince Whitejohn is so rich, the 50 plus levels he just went up. Huang Longfei also saw the text on the public screen. He had been a bit annoyed, but now he immediately became serious and calm. With over 300 carnivals, the other side is still a bit strong. One should respond seriously or else one will lose. Super love to see beautiful women dancing. Dare to PK it? He immediately entered the Whitejohn Prince. Chen Wei immediately laughed when he saw that Super love had come to pick a fight by watching a beautiful woman dance. He was fretting that he didn't know how to give his gift. He dozed off, and immediately a pillow was brought to him. That beautiful anchor woman is so thin-skinned that she doesn't even want to send money. Chen Wei also did not dare to force a hard delivery. I didn't expect a little cutie right away. Gave him the chance to come into play. The Whitejohn Prince responded immediately. Don't cry when you lose. Yo, but cry and I'll send you 2 lollipops. Super love to see a beautiful woman dance. See, get your horse to turn on the PK right now. The white whoring prince immediately said a little, "Sissy baby, let's play with him for a little bit. Don't worry, you're guaranteed to win." Though she wasn't much of a PK, Li Shishir knew that it was best not to go against a man's wishes when he put up a fight too, because men are very good at saving face, and at this time of year, men need to save face. To refuse on his behalf would be like forcing him to admit defeat. "Okay, brother prince, I'll open PK. Brother prince, don't fall for the other party's tricks. Winning or losing is irrelevant. Big deal. I won't be an anchor anymore." Li Shishir immediately whispered. She was happy with the $500,000 or so she made today. It's already very satisfying. She didn't want to make her prince brother spend any more money unjustly. Seeing Li Shishir's words, the White John prince immediately said a little, "Shishir doesn't believe me? No. Psyche just doesn't want you to be impulsive and not spend money like that. That money can be saved for something more worthwhile." Li Shishir said a little worriedly. "Spending money for you, a beautiful anchor woman, is the most rewarding thing I've ever done?" Chen Wei immediately sent out this pop-up. Soon, he saw Lissy freeze. Li Shishir seemed a bit confused. Is it possible that a love sentence like this? Is she confused? Seeing this scenario, Chen Wei secretly laughed. This little beauty is too cute to have any tolerance at all. When the two of them go to bed in the future, I'm afraid they'll pass out. Suddenly Chen Wei's head received a system prompt. Li Shishir's intimacy value plus 10. Now, her intimacy value towards Chen Wei reached 50 points. You have to add 30 more points to activate the stock market futures ticker card. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. Chen Wei decided to try anyway. Even if the intimacy value doesn't reach 80 points, he's going to try to rush to the end. Huan Longfei immediately got angry when he saw that someone was actually talking about love in front of him. Super love to see beautiful women dancing, Ma El Gobi, playing beauty hostess and you lick so much. Do you want face? Really ing ballsy. Someone saw it and immediately gloated. This White John Prince is probably new to live streaming shakeology and doesn't know how deep the waters of live streaming are. Suggest to the two tycoon bosses that they let the two beautiful hostesses turn off their beauty, as a punishment after losing PK. Let's open our eyes. Yeah, it's people and ghosts live on the air. If you call your own chicken, you have to finish it with tears in your eyes. You can't waste it. Wastefulness is shameful. At this time, Chen Wei was in a particularly good mood. He was too lazy to care about these people. Prince Whitejohn, love to see beautiful women dance. Are you still playing? Super love to watch beautiful women dance. Send instructions. Pick up PK. Out of the water beautiful hostess. Hibiscus quickly sent out a PK invite. Li Shishir got confused and received a PK invitation from out of the water. Then clicked agree. The screen of a live room quickly split in two, and then two beautiful women appeared. Hibiscus has a standard mesh face, with big eyes and a slightly pointed chin. She also looks pretty. She was wearing a short white sheath dress and her waist appeared to be thinner as well, and she was showing off her long legs. At this point, she looked a little mean. She was pointing at the cell phone camera, and she was saying awful things. I said, who has such guts? It turns out to be you. How dare you not give face to my family's super loving beautiful dancing boss? You're too bold. Your hair hasn't even grown back yet. You're a little demoness who doesn't know the heights of heaven. I'm going to give you a good look today. What guts? Dare to spread the wild, dare not pick up PK. Shameless female goblin. A look of innocence. Still do not know by a few people on it. Wait a minute. Hurry up and apologize to my big brother or I'll tell you to lose so much that you won't be able to hang around in the live room. And then you'll never be able to play live again. That cannibalistic look scared Li Shishir. Seeing this woman, Chen Wei was also taken aback. He immediately reminded Li Shishir. Shishir, turn off the sound from across the room. That person is a crazy. Li Shishir was only a new anchor with no PK experience, and it took a minute or two to find the button to turn off the other person's voice. In a matter of minutes, nearly half of the audience in the live stream was cursed away. Chen Wei didn't know where the other party got this backbone to dare to curse like this. He wanted to see what the other guy was like. He immediately accessed the universal scanning system. Soon after, a message came in with a ding. The universal scanning system is acquiring information about the other party. Name, Yi Zhengqi. Age, 43. Height, 167 centimeters. Face value, 52. Stature, 55. Privacy, 40. Intimacy, 10. In a passerby state. When he saw this, Chen Wei immediately said, I see. Old auntie. You're so old. You're still pretending to be young and acting like a little girl. And you're still out on the air. And the privacy value is so great. If you were a man, you'd want it. This beautiful anchor woman can really be a human or a ghost. Chapter 120, Supreme Guardian. This lotus flower is still pretending. TMD. After opening the beauty face, It looks like 24 or 25 years old. The face is beautiful. The body is good. The posture is really tempting. If Chen Wei didn't have the universal scanning system, he would have almost been left in the dark. The Prince of White John said, "Is this pretty sister your woman? It's a bit old for you to have a mouth on it." Chen Wei ate super love to see beautiful women dancing. Super love to see beautiful women dancing, none of your business. Hurry up PK. Prince White John, tell me, how do you want to play it? Super love watching beautiful women dance, one game to decide the winner. The loser's name is changed to I am a pig. What do you think? Chen Wei thought for a moment, and a good idea floated in his head. He said a little bit right away. Prince White John, I can change my name if I lose. But you lose. You don't have to change your name. You just have your beautiful anchorwoman turn off her beauty face and then go vegan. And have her say, I love you, to you in her own live room. That's all it takes. Chen Wei spoke again. You've dropped so much money for her. You won't be unable to do this much. Chen Wei added. When this idiot realizes that he gave away that much money for an older woman, the scene will be absolutely amazing. Super love to see beautiful women dancing. I'm afraid I won't dare to come to the live room to brush the gift in the future. One is tantamount to helping a misguided child, etc. Doing another great deed. Chen Wei immediately felt proud at the thought. Huang Longfei didn't realize there was any big problem. He felt that although he had not seen this anchor, but with her WeChat video chat over, this beautiful woman looks young, and looks almost the same as the live broadcast. WeChat video chat is never a scam. Super love watching beautiful women dance, yes. You don't change your name if you lose. You just call me a dad. As soon as this Huang Longfei finished speaking, he then went to Out of the Water Flora's live room and asked the Out of the Water Flora anchor to start piking. This hibiscus anchor also knows that this boss has a grudge against the opposite boss, so he's definitely going to keep dropping money on PK. As soon as this hibiscus beautiful anchor woman thought of it, here she immediately got excited. In order to make more money, she chose a 10-minute long competition where she tried to milk her top one big brother for all it was worth. Soon PK's up. Enter the countdown. A red and blue blood bar appeared in the center of the screen. The score was 0-0 between the two. A big brother on both sides of the list started swiping gifts as well. The opposite side of the table preempted the attack, and Huang Longfei swiped a supreme salute. Soon, the salute special effect appeared in Out of the Water Hibiscus's live room. It cost $66 at once, bringing Out of the Water Hibiscus's points to over 60,000 immediately. Li Shirshir's blood bar was compressed to almost nothing. She was still a little worried. Reminding herself of the list of Big Brother swiped so much. Did he have a steady stream of money coming his way? Unless he'll go sell his house and car. Because people do sell their houses and cars to give gifts to female anchors on the internet. She was worried that her prince brother had gone to his head like that and done something stupid like that. Li Shirshir didn't know what to do because she couldn't control the situation. If he really loses it all and can't eat, should I return the money to him myself? Refunds don't seem to work either. If he's refunded, he'll still go for the bounty and will spend it. It's better to manage his food, drink and sleep yourself. Just let him have a basic security. If you do this yourself, are you also harboring him? Li Shirshir was a bit shy as she thought about it. Chen Wei didn't pay attention to Li Shirshir's expression at this time, as he single-mindedly started swiping gifts as well. He swiped Supreme Guardian and soon the blood bar caught up with his opponent and had to quickly overtake him. Supreme Guardian X1, X2, X3. Supreme Guardian costs $10,000 to paint one. To list one Big Brother as if they don't want money. Yellow Dragon would see that his opponent was painting Supreme Guardian, and he switched to painting Supreme Guardian as well. The sound waves of the two were quickly approaching. 330W sound waves on Shili's side. 21 million sound waves up on Izumi's side. The two sides are very close. Both cost over $300,000. The White Whore Prince sends out Guardian of Self-Respect X60, X61, X62. Everyone admired the two girls on the air. The girl on the side kind of froze. The girl on the other side was on fire with enthusiasm instead. The other side was already screaming hysterically that the other side was going to climax soon. The pop-ups are getting better. The White Whore Prince is awesome. How did the beautiful anchorwoman get on the Jitterbug popularity list so quickly without saying a word? Damn. The boss gambled on PK. It's given away more than $1 million and still keeps brushing it. It's definitely going to be on the headlines tomorrow. Father Prince, when are you coming to recognize me as your son? Let's go across the street and listen to the anchor yell for daddy. She shouts daddy extra sweet. By this time, there were already 10,000 online viewers in the live broadcast room, and the audience was getting bigger and bigger. A number of pop-ups appeared on the public screen. One flew by. Big Brother Pungjai is begging to be adopted. Big brother Punji, I want to give you a monkey. Chen Wei, however, didn't have time to look at this. Prince Whitejohn sends Supreme Guardian X100, X101. Chen Wei's side had already brushed up to 10 million sound waves, while the opposite side stopped at 9 million sound waves. Chen Wei continued to brush. He stopped only when he saw the other sonic wave move. I'd better brush some more later. I need to guard the tower, Chen Wei said before brushing a few dozen more Supreme Guardians. And by this time, there were still over 3 minutes left on the PK clock. I didn't expect the opposite side to give thanks so quickly, causing Chen Wei to be unfulfilled. In the back, Li Shishir also shouted a few words. Drawing a picture as it is, she still knows how to do it. A beautiful anchor woman with $1 million a day. Brother Prince, I've only turned 18, so private message me. The opposite side is not working, and you're still brushing? Hibiscus got so crazy, she said anything for a gift. Anything? Yeah, then I'll go over there and take a look as well. Chen Wei watched the pop-up and was also interested. I don't know if that super lover who loves to watch beautiful women dance and see the real face of a hibiscus will be able to sleep at night. Chen Wei immediately stopped moving and ran to the opposite live room. Immediately, he heard the out-of-the-water anchor cheer like a cocktail. Super love to see beautiful dancing big brother. If the milk is finished, hurry to rush hurry to brush Can't let them beat us down. If we don't fight for bread, we are going to fight for this breath. We're going to earn this breath back even if we smash it. Big brother Punji, don't wimp out this time. Otherwise, you'll never be able to regain face in the future. The other big brothers in the live broadcast room help with the gifts. Show our top 1 big brother what manhood should look like? Welcome brother Whitehore Prince. Brother, come and help. This match is very important. We can't afford to lose. Chapter 121, Rank 1 Brother. In this life, I must marry you. The music in the Hibiscus live room was loud and very passionate. The beautiful anchor woman shouted and shouted as if she was hysterical as well. Prince Whitehore, I'm Pose Pun 1 big brother. Here to see how your big brother is doing. Seeing that it was the big brother coming from across the street, Hibiscus immediately offered a fawning smile and immediately shouted, Egu, big brother Prince, hit me so hard. You've beaten me black and blue. Can you pay some medical expenses? Chen Wei immediately sent a 20-cent beer. This beautiful anchor woman was beaten, and he first sent a gift to show his slight favor. Chen Wei immediately asked, Prince Whitehore, is your big brother Pun 1 still around? Would you ask him for me if he wants to keep screwing around? Hibiscus beauty anchor immediately shouted, definitely continue to engage. Absolutely continue to engage. My big brother is rich and powerful. What is this small amount of money? Super love to see beautiful women dancing boss. Their big brother has come to the door. Don't dawdle. Hurry up and give a little dynamite. Blow his head off. Huang Longfei was calling his friends to come over to help at this time, and simply didn't have the time to take care of this beautiful anchor woman. When the hibiscus anchor saw that her big brother on the top 1 of the list didn't say anything, she thought that he had conceded defeat and immediately complained about it. Super love to see beautiful dancing big brother. You're hurting me now. When we are beautiful anchor woman, which one can get away from the beauty face? As soon as you turn off the beauty face and tell me to live on air with my face, you still don't tell me to die? She knows her own business, and once she turns off her beauty face and debuts in plain clothes, her live broadcasting career is over. She'll be ugly. So, she was ready to renege on her debt, and she wouldn't turn off her beauty face no matter what. If she turned off her face, how could she live in the future? Or, wait a minute and just get off the air. Losing 1 big brother is only better than losing all the bosses. Super love to see a beautiful woman dance. Don't yell at the beautiful woman. Come and keep doing it. Super love to see a beautiful woman dance and also etch a Whitejohn Prince. Huang Longfei not only shouted his friends, but also his dad gave him 2 million yuan startup fund also filled in. He's got all this money he's going to use to start an e-commerce company. So he snubbed $2 million from his dad. Now that the fire was coming, Huang Longfei couldn't care less. Big deal. Then just ask his dad for startup funds. It soon popped up on the screen. Super love to see beautiful women dancing sends kunai X1, X2. This kunai costs $16,000 a piece. Hibiscus saw the super love to see the beautiful dancing boss is up again, and immediately felt that he is good again. And it is not a matter of taking down Li Shishir. She didn't want to ditch the wrongdoer who had fought and sinned for a couple $1 million if she could do both. Where can we find such a stupid son of a landlord in the future? Once again she was able to wave the flag. Excited hearts, trembling hands, we follow Big Brother. Big Brother is the sky. Big Brother is the earth. Big Brother can stand on top of the sky. Thank you heaven. Thank you earth. Thank you Big Brother for being compassionate and righteous. Big Brother's love. Big Brother's intention. Big Brother will never lack RMB. If you don't leave, I will not give up. My Big Brother. He He will be the most powerful in the world. The atmosphere of the entire live broadcast room is particularly warm, and the ability of this out-of-the-water hibiscus to control the field is still very powerful. Her guild's atmosphere group had also started sending out pop-ups in full support of Big Brother Rank 1. They kept licking Big Brother Pungji, praising Big Brother Pungji's atmosphere and Big Brother Pungji's power. All of you poons, let's join together to help boost Big Brother Pungji. The score is similar. We must fight back from the dead. Bathing hibiscus deserves to be guarded by everyone. Let's follow Big Brother Pungji in charge. Everyone that Shurshur across the street for me. Hearing such an atmosphere, some people were really driven. It's still out of the water in the live room with vigor. The anchor is beautiful, and shouts and puts on a good show. I brush the anchor, you look best. I'll send you a rose too. Hibiscus, I love you. But I've already swiped 4 sports cars. It's going to be instant noodles this month. I swiped a couple beers too. Chenwei looked at these and shook his head. For the sake of a beautiful woman, they would do anything. Back in the Li Shurshur live room, the atmosphere here was much better. Despite the fact that the number of people in the live room was almost 50,000. The audience in the live room spoke sensibly and didn't talk nonsense. Seeing so many online views, Li Shurshur seemed confused. Wifey, it's time to wake up. Chenwei posted a pop-up. Soon, Li Shurshur saw Chenwei's pop-up as if he was waking up from sleep. She didn't realize in the slightest what was inappropriate in Chenwei's words. She quickly responded with an aha. Chenwei saw that she didn't reject herself. He was ready to refuel right away, and filled up a few more $1 million. When he saw the opposite side of the street start to power up, he immediately swiped up Supreme Guardian. Prepare to launch the final sprint. The pop-ups are back with Supreme Guardian X1, X2. People on both sides spend money like water. Sissy Lee also looked at the PK score. 23 million sound waves, 22 million sound waves. Li Shurshur thought at first that she had blurred her eyes and misread the situation. She took another closer look. There's no mistaking the 23.00 million sound waves on your own side. What the hell is this? This much. What to do? Earlier, he himself had planned that when he ran out of money, he would go and pick him up and cover his food, drink, and sleep. But where does a man who casually gives away millions of dollars need to be in charge of what he eats and drinks? At this time, there were more and more people in Li Shurshur's live room. Also came a whole bunch of hostesses who came over to learn. They had been following this person, Li Shurshur, since the very beginning of this PK, studying Sissy Lee's clothes, studying her speech. There was a study of the angle of the light in the background of her live room. Some of them even recorded the screen, wanting to record the words of Li Shurshur, the anchor of how to fool Big Brother, so that they could learn later. See if you can snub one of these big brothers. Look to see if the big brother in his own family could also drop $3 or $4 million for himself. But this Shurshur anchor is a bit nerdy and didn't say anything nice. It's not tawdry, either. It made the dominatrixes who came to learn look silly. They are puzzled as to why other people can make money just by posting. Their own voices are hoarse and their backs are sprained. But Big Brother Pungji smashes a $10 or $8 bill and walks away. This beautiful anchor woman must have a special live broadcasting technique. Only that she hadn't discovered it herself. The girls are not dying or stopping here more. Make sure you learn what Psyche can do. Some of them even sent private messages to Shurshur. Can you organize a class and start a course? We'll come to you for a lesson. And we're willing to pay the tuition. Li Shurshur saw that on the other side of the live broadcast screen, that out-of-the-water hibiscus was singing and dancing in the live broadcast room, yelling something with her mouth. She also wanted to learn how others thanked Big Brother Pungwon. A little curious, she tapped on the other voice. Thank you, Super Love, to watch beautiful dancing dad for the 60th kunai. Super Love, beautiful dancing Big Brother. I love you so much. I have to marry you in this life. Chapter 122, Don't Give Your Wife a Hard Time. The background music of the other party's moving times, coupled with the other party's screams, startled Li Shurshur, and she hurriedly turned off the other party's sound. However, the other party's words were memorized by Li Shurshur. Turns out men like to be shouted at like that. Shouting like that makes one a bit shy. Should one shout like that? Otherwise, it's better to call out to the master. It doesn't feel good to call dad or anything. Li Shurshur made up her mind, and when she opened her mouth to call the prince's brother master, she couldn't shout out as if something was blocking her throat. Her little red face, her little mouth open, wanting to say something, her silly look was extraordinarily adorable, giving rise to feelings of pity. Chenwei brushed harder after seeing this. The other side caught up quickly. The time went by in minutes. Only 2 or 3 minutes left on the PK for both men. Huang Longfei greeted the high sound of music in the live broadcast room and kept brushing more than 70 to 80 Kuanpingwali. His heart was overjoyed, because one has surpassed the other. Huang Longfei started using acceleration again, until another click to swipe the gift. The jitterbug platform appeared with a red prompt to please recharge. There was no more money, so Huang Longfei stopped moving. Just now brush it up as if you don't need the money. It was as if there was fire in his eyes, and his face was twisted in a somewhat gruesome way as he stared dead at the score. The other side has had 26 million sound waves and hasn't moved a muscle. And on his own side, plus the ones who called their friends over to cheer, there were only 25 million sound waves. This one may be a lost cause. Everyone is smart enough to know who would drop millions of dollars on something to make a friend. Brush a few tens of thousands of dollars to pretend to mean something. To support the scene on the line. There's no need to get hurt. In the last minute or two, Huang Longfei ran out of money. The difference in score between the two sides really won't be significant. From start to finish, one had pretty much been crushed by the other. Just win for a little while. Huang Longfei made a few more calls. Several people on the other side pretended to have bad signals and couldn't hear him, then hung up at hello hello hello. At this point, Huang Longfei could only admit his fate. I can't imagine that the guy on the other side swiped $3 to $4 million before and after for a beautiful woman. The other party did this and directly ate up Huang Longfei's wallet. Huang Longfei saved up for the past few years the pressure money startup fund. All thrown out. All blew away. There was nothing to do but admit defeat heartily. One can only be willing to gamble and lose. One must still keep one's word. He immediately came to Li Shishir's live room. Sent a pop-up. Super love to see beautiful women dancing. I admit defeat. I've asked someone to inform her to turn off her beauty face. So just wait and see. You watch. At this time, there were over 500,000 people in Li Shishir's live room. That's how Chinese people are. Where there's a lot of activity, there's a lot of people. Li Shishir this live room in just 1 hour. Also smashed $4 or $5 million. Has rushed to the top 5 of the top 100 list of the whole station of Shake. New viewers kept pouring into Li Shishir's live room. The vast majority of the audience said various things after seeing a divine hero brushing the Supreme Guardian. Some flattering the first big brother on the list, hoping to attract the attention of the first big brother on the list. Some viewers were also attracted by the beautiful Sissy Lee. Because there were a lot of pop-ups, it quickly topped off Huang Longfei's pop-ups. Huang Long would be worried that people wouldn't be able to see his pop-ups, and he sent them out a few more times in a row. Chen Wei had been watching this pop-up, and he saw the first pop-up from Huang Longfei. After all, the 60+ level specific ornate logo is still very eye-catching. Chen Wei also sent a pop-up. Prince Whitejohn, looking forward to the beautiful women's show. Immediately, he said to Sissy Lee, you turn on the other side, and we're starting to watch the show. We're starting to watch the show. Chen Wei was curious to know, what would be the mood of this person opposite, who super loved to watch beautiful women dance, when he knew that he was swiping a gift for a 40-something-year-old ama anchor. Chen Wei is very much looking forward to it now, though he did a bit uncivilized by breaking Big Mama Anchor's rice bowl for no reason. Of course, that older woman is here with her beauty face on to scam money and gifts. So is that ethical? Super loved watching beautiful women dance and gave her $3 to $4 million in consolation money. Enough to keep her alive for decades. The average person who works for a year earns nothing more than $40, $000 to $50, $000, $2 million, enough for her to work for 40 years. Who told you to be so lucky to get hit? Leave the live streaming stuff to the young whippersnappers. Old aunts and old moms should not come and take the young ladies' jobs. Chen Wei found all sorts of reasons to comfort himself. After a few moments, I saw Hibiscus across the room answer a phone call. Her face was particularly hard when she came back from the phone. Super love looking at pretty daddies. Can we not use this punishment? Or change to another punishment? I really can't show you my veiled face. Also, the moment I turn on my veiled face, it will break my rice bowl. Out of the water Hibiscus immediately began to cry. She had just gone out to take a call from herself. A call from her guild. The guild demanded, you have to keep your word, and do what you say, and do what you do. You can't go back on your word. If you don't keep your word, you don't know what you're doing. The punishment of PK must be accepted. The owner of Super Love Beauty found a very hard connection to their guild. If they don't do what they're told, their guild could be in trouble. They could get complaints. They could fail their annual audit. Boss, do you think this will work? How about we have a WeChat video chat and I'll do a striptease for you? Boss, don't make things difficult for a little anchor like me, okay? I still have to rely on this to eat. It's not easy for us to be anchors either. Beauty is my second face. If you rip my face off, I really can't live in the future. What will I live on in the future? Out of the water Hibiscus cried out in pain, crying out to her parents. Her really bleached acting skills made Li Shishir's face change color a bit. She saw Hibiscus begging to be spared like this, and she was a bit intolerant. Li Shishir wanted to open her mouth to help out of the water Fleur plead for mercy. She immediately thought that this bet had nothing to do with her, and she had no right to speak. Whoever pays the money is entitled. They had smashed so much money and won with great difficulty. If they went to plead for mercy, they would definitely be disliked by Big Brother List 1. She did so at her own expense. Cootie. That's what did it. She was soft-hearted. Or else she would have been Mr. Manhwa herself. She herself will also be bitten by a poisonous snake. Chen Wei immediately understood all of this. He could read people's words nowadays. He saw that Li Shishir had a bit of pity for the other party. He thought for a moment that if he was a bit more generous, he might be able to gain a bit of favorability from Li Shishir as well. He immediately sent a pop-up. Prince Whitehore, just change your name for the sake of my beautiful wife. Don't you embarrass that wife of yours. Chapter 123, Honey, turn off your face. Li Shishir also saw the pop-up. She had unknowingly gotten used to Chen Wei calling himself his wife. Li Shishir was secretly happy to see Chen Wei being so generous. She hurriedly called out to the anchor on the opposite side. Sister Flora, you don't have to veil your face. You don't have to turn off your beauty. You don't have to cry. Brother Prince is still generous. What Li Shishir didn't know was that the other party had blocked her voice. She couldn't hear Li Shishir's shouts. Bathing Hibiscus was still crying one after another. However, Huan Longfei was instantly unhappy when he heard that he was told to change his name. You're going to change your name? Mr. Huan, can't do such a shameful thing. He is very facetious. With the idea that it was better to die a poor man than to die a friend, he immediately sent out a pop-up. Super love to watch beautiful women dance. We have a deal. If I lose, I'll watch the anchor vegan live. So don't cheat. We can have to keep our word. He still thinks it's a big deal for this out-of-the-water anchor to publicly confess to himself in the live room after a veiled live broadcast. Anyway, they knew their roots and had video chatted. The out-of-the-water beauty hostess was so beautiful. She confessed to herself, and she wouldn't be at a disadvantage. In the future, the two are definitely going to run present. This is because Out of the Water said to go to another city will be watery, so the two people did not meet. Later on, when you have time for yourself, go to her city to meet her by yourself and hey. At first, when he saw the white-whoring prince mention this bet, he thought it was strange too. Now, seeing that Out of the Water Hibiscus was pushing off this veiled live broadcast one after another, Huan Longfei became even more curious. So, Huan Longfei insisted on watching Out of the Water Hibiscus Vegan live. Huan Longfei took out his cell phone again and hyped her guild. You guys make Out of the Water to hurry up and vegetate. By this time, the two live broadcast rooms had already gathered 700,000 to 800,000 people. The pop-ups can't even be seen or swiped. The pop-ups kept going up. Sister Flora cannot afford to lose. If you can't afford to lose, don't agree to play PK with others. You want money and you don't want to be punished. Isn't this Sister Flora very ugly? Just looking at her like that, I knew it had to be another Joe Billo. It might be a Joe Billo. I think I see the end. Heartbroken super love to see the beautiful boss on 100 kunai. You people are abominable. Don't be afraid. I'll back you up. A veiled face is a veiled face. I've closed my eyes anyway. Now, it's time to witness the miracle. This seems like something a master magician would say. Soon, 3 men in gray clothes appeared in the live broadcast room of Out of the Water. Without saying a word, the 3 men immediately came to the phone. One reached out to turn off the beauty of the phone, and 2 prevented her from escaping. The 3 men had a clear division of labor and had obviously done a lot of this kind of thing. When the beauty is turned off, a Luo Yufeng appeared. Where did the pretty girl go? Only her face was 2 full sizes larger, and the powder on her face was extra thick. That was it, and it couldn't cover the wrinkles on her face, and a pair of blister eyes and a face with a cross-eyed look. This kind of woman can be given a maximum of 41 points. I also don't know how the system gave this person a score. Chen Wei thought for a moment. At this time, Huan Longfei also looked at the live broadcast. When he read it, he really kind of spat out old blood in his mouth. Live on the air, Fluttershy rolled on the floor with her bloody mouth open, still spilling. Fluttershy was still begging for mercy from Huan Longfei. Super love to see beautiful women dancing. Dad, can you spare me? I'll agree to whatever you ask. That day, when we were video chatting, I agreed to whatever you said. Didn't you look at my body? For the sake of this matter, please spare me. I'll give you back my body if you still want to see it. I'll agree to whatever you ask. Old God, you turned off my beauty. How can I see people in the future? You let me die. I'm going to jump L later. How am I going to live? The live feeds are kind of like a car wreck. Flora is haunting the place. As soon as he heard Fleur-de-Lis say something like that, Huan Longfei he almost fainted. A hot blood rushed to his mouth. How could I look at such a stinking? This stinking even said she wants to marry herself. At the thought, he immediately threw his cell phone through the window, but to his surprise, the puppy he raised, saw the falling cell phone. and as soon as the phone hit the ground, the puppy immediately grabbed it with his mouth. The puppy immediately ran and brought the phone back to him. I'm surprised this phone hasn't broken after a fall. A very loud cry still came from inside the phone. You heartless thing. You looked at me naked. And you did this to me. You can't play with others yourself. Just take it out on me. What kind of man are you? I'm an 18 or 19-year-old girl. Who did I invite? How do you expect me to live from now on? Huan Longfei almost had a brain attack when he heard this. He kicked that puppy right away, because he had nowhere to take his anger. If Bathing Hibiscus was here, he would have slapped her a few times too. He quickly reached for his cell phone and turned it off. Soon the room was quiet, but Huan Longfei was not calm in his heart. How can this cell phone be so deceitful? How can this platform be so deceptive? Huan Longfei knew that there were a bunch of other people watching him laugh in that live room. The bottom line is that some of his best friends were there. He came to a social death on the air. At this time, Huan Longfei couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground and get away from this noisy earthly world. He soon burst into tears of pain. He said he came to pick up a pretty girl and got picked up by an ugly one. Laughing my ass off. Someone paid almost $3 million to pick up an older woman. Ha ha. I'm going to record the screen and I'm going to post this material online. Ha ha. One more person in the world who doesn't believe in love. No, it's one more person in the world who doesn't believe in live streaming. Let me guess. Psyche over here is also a see-it-all anchor. Don't you guys think so? Sure. Dare you turn off your beauty face? Let our prince brother experience the feeling of heartache too. Are you afraid? Sure. Brother prince, hurry up and tell Sure beauty anchor to turn off her beauty face. See if the money you smashed is worth it. See if Sure is really pretty or fake pretty? Seeing these pop-ups, Chen Wei immediately laughed out loud. Originally, he didn't want to prove anything to anyone, but every man loves to save face. One's woman is beautiful and feels very respectable. He was going to ask Li Sure to turn off her beauty face and let her light up everyone's eyes. Chen Wei immediately sent a pop-up. Honey, turn off your beauty face. Everyone see how beautiful you look. Chapter 124, Brother Prince. You are so handsome. I like you. Li Sure was still thinking about what had just happened. That Aunt Flo was crying so hard it was scary. The tears had blackened the makeup on her face, and Aunt Flo kind of looked like a clown. Luckily, she was strong and powerful, and she pushed herself free of the two men holding her down, turning off the power to the computer as soon as she could. The live stream was quickly interrupted. It's a good thing the picture isn't there, otherwise it would have left a shadow in the viewer's mind would have. It was this look that brought Li Sure back to her senses. It was then that she saw the words of the prince's brother asking her to turn off her beauty face as well. Li Sure didn't have much to disagree with at all, and she immediately turned off her beauty face. Since people say they want to see her face photos, it doesn't even matter what she has in mind. Also, she was worried that the White John Prince really thought she was an old aunt too. So, she immediately turned off her beauty face. As soon as he turned off the beauty face, the live screen immediately darkened a few points. But the beauty in front of the camera looks like nothing has changed. It makes Sissy Lee's face more real and natural. Below her long eyelashes were dark and bright eyes. Her pink cherry mouth did not wear any lipstick, looking still gorgeous. The features are also very beautiful, like the previous level of Louis Fei. The room was also darker, revealing only a clean, pure face. It's really pretty, just a bit like Louis Fei, like the young Louis Fei. It can be said to be a once-in-a-millennium great beauty. Pretty hostess, can you be my girlfriend? I like you so much. My heart aches at the thought of such a beautiful woman lying under a White John Prince. I'm kind of heartbroken. I want to fall in love. Is this beautiful anchor woman an adult? Beauty anchor, do you have a boyfriend? 70 to 80,000 people were so sweet that Sissy Lee was so happy she couldn't find her way out of the room. Impossible. And such a beautiful beauty. The beauty queen must have turned off the bright white and not the other effects. I think this beauty queen still has her beauty face on. Beauty anchor, dare to cover the right side of your face with your hand and show us the details of your face up close. You guys are too old-fashioned. Let her just show her ID card is not finished. What else do you need to verify? Yeah, just flash your ID. In the end, everyone agreed and let Sissy Lee show her ID card. Soon, the words Light ID appeared in the pop-up. A line of such pop-ups appeared, and there were too many to count. All the online viewers demanded that the anchor woman prove herself with an ID. Li Sure didn't think it was a big deal. She immediately got up and went to the other room to look for her ID card. Chen Wei was worried that she would expose her ID number and tweeted a reminder. You have to cover up your ID number. I know. Li Sure immediately came back for a moment. Li Sure immediately returned to her seat. She taped off her ID number on a small piece of paper. Then she held up her ID card in front of the camera. Hey, you guys believe it this time, right? Li Sure immediately said. Her ID card was just recently reissued and her photo was just recently taken. The photos are not too far from the real thing. The photos are also very pretty. Wife, I read your face. You are missing me in your destiny. It's good for you to find me as your boyfriend. This beauty looks very smart at first glance. It really is a pretty girl. Sincerely, the White John Prince has picked up a treasure. Such a pretty girl. I want it. Me too. I'm following. I'll swipe a rose later too. A penny or two is love too. Shirshir is so cute. I want to steal Shirshir away. Upstairs 3 times. Please think twice. He list a Big Brother smashed $4 or $5 million a morning. Can you afford to play? Yeah. The average person can't afford to play. The live feed was very lively, saying anything and everything. When Chen Wei watched it, he was worried that Li Shirshir would be brought down by her fans and by the online audience, immediately prompting her with WeChat. Hurry up and get off the air. Take an early break today. Li Shirshir went off the air so that he could start his offline offense. Liesel quickly saw it. She immediately said a little, "See you later, buzz. Bye. The audience in the room asked, "Anchorwoman, when will you still be on the air?" Li Shirshir immediately spoke up, "Tomorrow." Not necessarily. She still wanted to go live even though she was rich now. But would her own big brother Pengji ask her not to go live? Soon someone else was posting pop-ups. Another beautiful anchor is about to leave Shakeology. $3 to $4 million in one afternoon. 2 more live broadcasts and you're straight to the top of your life. Having a rich big brother to help back you up is just awesome. So angry. It's a pity I'm not a girl. If I were a girl, then just lie down and make money. Little brother. Boys can earn just as well lying down. Li Shirshir ignored the pop-ups as she decisively turned off her phone. A live room of 700,000 to 800,000 people said it was closed. After doing so, Li Shirshir waited for Chen Wei's WeChat. Chen Wei saw that it was almost 12 o'clock this time. He took his cell phone and sent a message to Li Shirshir. "I'm going to dinner. Do you want to join me?" Lish looked at it and froze a bit. Alas, was it only a matter of time before we had to meet? Couldn't he resist meeting? She was in a bit of a panic. After a moment's hesitation, she answered right back, "I'm in Suzhou." Chen Wei looked at it. The two people are not in the same city, and they are not very far apart. Don't even drive for 2 hours. "I'm in Shanghai. Are you coming? I'll treat you to a big meal." Chen Wei asked. "I don't have a car." Lissy returned immediately. "What a shame. I know a place that has a great meal," Chen Wei said. "But, when I start school, I'll go back to Shanghai." Li Shirshir added. "Do you go to university in Shanghai?" Chen Wei immediately asked. "Yeah," Li Shirshir immediately replied. "Well then, school is starting. We'll meet up when you start school." Chen Wei was afraid that the duck in his hand would fly. "Oh, are you not too happy to see me?" Chen Wei said immediately. "No. I wonder what my brother looks like." "I was wondering." Li Shirshir looked torn, then spoke up. She was worried that it was an old man across the street, and she was worried that it was a fat man across the street. Seeing that Li Shirshir was a bit worried, Chen Wei, without saying anything, immediately took a picture of himself and sent it over. "This is my picture. It's not handsome. I can't help it," Chen Wei immediately said. Lissy took the picture and looked at it. "This young man is really handsome and suave." "Handsome, yes, but worried that he's too handsome and prone to attracting women." Li Shirshir looked at this photo and was immediately relieved. "Brother Prince is very handsome. I like it. Hey, it's all about faces now." Chapter 125 New Functions of the Universal Scanning System. After hearing this, Chen Wei happily teased. "Well, I like you too. You're so pretty, so gentle and cute." Lizzie read it and didn't write back. Soon the system prompted, Li Shirshir's intimacy value was increased by 10. Now the intimacy value has reached 60 points. Nice guy. 4 or 5 million bucks well spent. This money has the capacity for money. Chen Wei immediately took advantage of the situation. "When the time comes, shall I book you a flight? Suzhou doesn't have an airfield." Li Shirshir immediately said. "Then when the time comes, I'll drive to pick you up." Chen Wei added. "Then I'll think about it and talk about it then." Li Shifa was a bit scared, afraid that Chen Wei would eat her up. Although Li Shirshir didn't hate Chen Wei, the two had only known each other for a few hours. Knowing each other for only a few hours and sending herself into his mouth in a few days was too fast. "Really? Then I'll pick you up then," Chen Wei added. There was already a 50-point intimacy value, and with so much money as a cushion, Chen Wei didn't think that Li Shirshir had any reason to refuse. "Until school starts," Li Shirshir said right away. "So when do you start school?" Chen Wei asked. "There's still 10 days left," Li Shirshir said. "Okay." Chen Wei returned. He was looking forward to that day. The two just didn't talk anymore. Chen Wei had to go out for a meal by himself. After a good meal, Another break in the office. After a good rest, he began to brush his jitterbugs again. It was soon to be 5 p.m. Mr. Chen, let's go eat, Lu Fengfei said. Okay, Vice President Lu. Chen Wei immediately agreed. The two drove their respective cars, with Lu Fengfei leading the way. Lu Fengfei quickly took Chen Wei to the old streets of Shanghai. Shanghai's old streets have been around for a long time. The old street has existed since the Qing dynasty. After a century or two of history, the old street is now more lively and smoky. The two parked the car. Lu Fengfei then led Chen Wei into the old street. Once inside the old street, they watched so many vendors dressed in Republican-era clothing hawking. Looking at the typical Republican-era buildings on both sides, Chen Wei felt as if he had already traveled to the Republican era. Mr. Chen, come to this side of Shanghai Old Street. We must try Luck Fuk Ki's pastries, especially the osmanthus cake. It's especially delicious, Lu Fengfei introduced. Fine, I'll listen to you tonight. You make the arrangements. Chen Wei immediately agreed. After hearing Chen Wei say this, Lu Fengfei immediately took him into Luck Fuk Ki. Boss, 2 osmanthus cakes, Lu Fengfei immediately said. Since it's only just after 5 p.m., the place isn't particularly crowded. It's still early in the summer at 5 o'clock or so. It won't be dark until 7:30 you pass. So now what? Not too many people. No lines for shopping. Mr. Chen, try it, Lu Fengfei said to Chen Wei as she held a piece of osmanthus cake. Okay. Chen Wei took it, put it in his mouth, and ate it. Not bad, really tasty. The aroma is fragrant and refreshing. Chen Wei couldn't help but eat another piece. The two ate and walked. Soon, the two came back to a Changsha stinky tofu store. Lu Fengfei immediately walked over. Boss, give me 2 servings of Changsha stinky tofu, Lu Fengfei asked. Do you want it spicier, pretty lady? The boss asked. Mr. Chen, do you want yours spicy? Not too spicy. Mildly spicy, Lu Fengfei immediately said. 1 extra spicy and 1 mildly spicy. Okay. The boss immediately agreed and then started frying up the stinky tofu. After a while, 2 servings of steaming hot stinky tofu came out. 1 for 2. Stinky tofu tastes a little stinky at first, but it smells so good later, Lu Fengfei said a little. Chen Wei saw Lu Fengfei eating so favorably that he also started to eat. It's a bit fragrant and smelly, Chen Wei immediately said. Soon it was already evening. The two bought 2 more milk teas and walked out of a milk tea store. Mr. Chen, when we get here, let's take the yellow bus to dinner. When we get here, we must experience the yellow bus, Lu Fengfei spoke up. There's still a sculpture of Camel Xianzi and Wang Fujing all over Beijing, and he's pulling a yellow cab. Alright, let's experience the yellow bus. Chen Wei agreed. Seeing that Chen Wei agreed, Lu Fengfei immediately negotiated the price with the yellow bus master. Negotiated a price of $100. It's done. Mr. Chen, let's go, Lu Fengfei said. She led Chen Wei to a yellow car. The two then got on a yellow bus, blowing in the slight breeze and looking at the river view. The 2 men were talking and laughing and chatting. Here we are, beautiful handsome. You can get off now, the yellow bus master immediately said. Lu Fengfei paid immediately. Thank you, master, Chen Wei and Lu Fengfei said. You're welcome, have fun, the yellow cabbie said before pulling away. Mr. Chen, is it fun? Lu Fengfei spoke up. Not bad, it feels very good. Although I have studied in Shanghai for a few years, I still don't know Shanghai very well, Chen Wei said. But wait, can you still eat? You ate so much, Chen Wei asked. Of course, I'm a snacker, Lu Fengfei immediately said. After walking for a short while, Lu Fengfei brought Chen Wei into a small pavilion. This bistro was very much of a period era. As soon as she entered the store, Lu Fengfei skillfully ordered her food. Do you often come here to eat? Chen Wei asked. Yes, I often come here to eat with some of my little sisters and classmates. We all preferred to eat here. The owner is a Shanghai local. He cooks a handful of plate gang dishes that are really delicious, Lu Fengfei explained again. The two sat down and waited for what was probably 20 minutes. The dishes ordered by Lu Fengfei began to be served one after another. Shanghai braised pork, sweet and sour fish, sweet and sour spare ribs, scallion chicken with Shannon dew. These are all famous local dishes in Shanghai. Mr. Chen, hurry up and try it. It tastes so good. Superb. Lu Fengfei immediately spoke up. Looking at the appetizing food in front of him, Chen Wei couldn't help but eat it. Is it good? Mr. Chen, Lu Fengfei asked with an expectant face. Yummy yummy, it's really delicious on earth. Chen Wei nodded his head as he ate. Eat for 30 or 40 minutes. Two people came to a CD-ROM. Drink water. Mr. Chen, Lu Fengfei helped Chen Wei pour a cup of water. The two chatted as they drank water. Rest for a while before leaving this restaurant. The two just went their separate ways. Once he got home, Chen Wei thought for a moment. It was still a bit difficult to gain Li Shishir's favor. Water from afar could not quench the thirst of the near. Better think of another way to activate the stock market futures ticker card as soon as possible. After a period of time, he realized that this universal scanning system had a note that as long as he could see the person's appearance and body, he could get the person's information. Is this true? On a whim, he took out his cell phone, tapped on his cell phone album, and found out a picture of a beautiful woman. In the past, when he didn't have money, he also liked to secretly take pictures of beautiful women. He used the scanning function to scan the photo, and he was delighted to find that the photo also showed the face and body of this beautiful woman and other data. Chapter 126, What do you want? Chen Wei swept over one photo at a time. Soon, he stopped at a picture of a particularly pretty, beautiful woman. The universal scanning system is acquiring information about the other party. Name, Su Jinglei. Age, 22. Height, 172 centimeters. Face value, 95. Stature, 94. Privacy, 0. Intimacy, 10. In a passerby state. This was the female classmate from the next class during his college years, who was recognized as the school's flower girl. She looks like a fairy, beautiful, and is the goddess among all the boys in the school. Because of this, that's why he went and took a sneaky picture of her. The two were in the same program. Put in the past, Chen Wei never dared to think ill of her. I had thought that it would be impossible to cross paths with her in the future as well. I didn't realize that I might be able to have something to do with this beautiful woman after having a system. It's also a good one to activate. He decided to go out on a limb and see if he could gain the favor of this beautiful woman so that he could activate his stock market futures ticker card. He flipped through his cell phone number address book. This is to find out about Jingle Seo and then add a friend right away. Chen Wei immediately sent out an add friend request. Sitting in his room, he waited for Seo to pass. I don't know if this Su Jinglei would agree. I also don't know what's up with this dog ticker card that requires getting 80 or 90% favor from the opposite sex to activate. What if she doesn't agree to be friend? If she doesn't agree to add it, the only thing left is to find another beauty. And of course, look for a beauty with a body and face value of 90 points or more. Chen Wei was just ruminating when Su Jinglei passed his friend request, and sent him a hello greeting. Seeing that Su Jinglei was passing his friend request, Chen Wei was overjoyed. Chen Wei immediately prepared to send a red envelope to Su Jinglei. How much to send? He immediately tapped on the red envelope and entered $1. He immediately thought about it. Would it be too little to give out $1? Would it be too shabby? Will this pretty girl be too much? After hesitating for a moment, he finally changed it to $13. 14. Then send the red envelope. A moment later, this red packet was received. Su Jinglei quickly returned a tweet. Which one of you? $13 and you have the nerve to send it out. And what a lifetime. Chen Wei blushed a little when he saw Su Jinglei's questioning. He wondered if the joke had gone too far. For a moment, I didn't know how to reply to the message. When he was about to say something to get back his face, his own cell phone suddenly received a red packet alert. Chen Wei hurriedly clicked on it to see that it was a red packet from Su Jinglei. Amount $24. 44. It was followed by a message. Money back, goodbye, never again. It's a good thing Chen Wei has thick skin now. It's also an old driver. 13. 14 is a little less. After all, there are so many people after her. Chen Wei was afraid of being blackballed by Su Jinglei and immediately said, wait, I was testing the waters just now. He immediately clicked on transfer and entered 131400. Then send it, and then there's the password to enter. Soon, the transfer was successful. I don't know if Su Jinglei, the school girl, will take it or not. In the past, if he had used that money to hit himself with, he would have agreed to any request, and he would have been able to strike any pose. If this Su Jinglei treats money like dirt, then she needs to change her target sooner. Don't delay your life's work. However, I heard that when this schoolgirl was in college, she used to have BMWs in and BMWs out. Chen Wei thinks she should be in the same category as everyone else and thinks she loves money too. She wouldn't say yes. She wouldn't take it. Nothing more than the price wasn't high enough. After Chen Wei transferred money, the other party delayed receiving. Could it be that this schoolgirl wasn't such a person? This made Chen Wei panic a bit, still ready to find another beauty. I don't believe that I can't find a beautiful woman who loves money. Chen Wei thought for a moment. In an ordinary house in Shanghai, Su Jinglei was a bit dumbfounded after reading the transfer amount. She had just received $13 in red envelopes, and she all but assumed that the opposite side was a poor man, because usually there are unfamiliar and familiar people send her red envelopes, at least 1 or 200 or more. More are 520, 1,314, 5,200. which is only sent for $13. 14. After returning the $24.44 red packet, Su Jinglei was going to send a circle of friends and then pull the plug on him, but the other party quickly transferred 131,400 yuan. It quickly confused Seo. What kind of scheme is this? Is it a scam or something? Su Jinglei immediately and calmly asked on WeChat. What do you mean by that? No point, just want to get reacquainted. Chen Wei immediately replied. Su Jinglei hurriedly clicked on the other person's friend circle to check who the other person was. Looked around and found nothing. Nothing in the friend zone. She pondered for a moment, not making much sense of it. Couldn't really figure out who this person was. Su Jinglei immediately asked bluntly. Who are you? Do we know each other? The other party quickly came back with a few words. Schoolgirl, this is Chen Wei. Chen Wei? Su Jinglei thought carefully. No, there is no such student in the class. There's no one named Chen Wei in our class. Su Jinglei immediately said. I'm in the class next to yours. I'm in class 1 and you're in class 2. We're in the same major and have taken classes together. Chen Wei immediately introduced himself. Su Jinglei finally remembered this classmate of hers from college from the depths of her memory. A handsome-looking, but poor family. Is he rich now? He's so generous. Looking at the tantalizing transfer amount, Su Jinglei held back. She'd been tempted to order reception for a long time, but was afraid of appearing to be a very gold-digging person. What the hell? Let's just figure out what's going on. Su Jinglei thought for a moment and asked haughtily. What do you want? Of course I want to. Su Jinglei wasn't a girl who didn't know anything. Of course she knew what this stunt meant and she immediately blushed. Faced with such outspoken banter, Su Jinglei got a little angry. She generally dealt with such frivolous men by pulling the plug. However, there was an exception today, because this guy transferred over $130,000. Su Jinglei is willing to give Chen Wei a new chance. She asked, why did you transfer so much money to me? I made a small fortune, and this is my small token of appreciation. I want to have fun with you, so consider it my gift for meeting you. Chen Wei replied, do you have any strings attached? Su Jinglei asked cautiously. No, absolutely not. I promise. Chen Wei immediately guaranteed it. Su Jinglei thought for a moment that there were still such cuties nowadays. Are there still people who use $131,400 as a meet and greet gift? What kind of rich man is this? Have I met a rich man? She's seen a lot of rich kids with money, but never met one that smashed $131,400 right out of the gate. What to do? Chapter 127, got a strengthened golden kidney. Su Jinglei foxed up. Is there really someone with $130,000 of meet and greet? This Chen Wei is really too bossy if he does this. Faced with this transfer of more than $100,000, Su Jinglei was careful. Because of the previous experience of receiving a red envelope and being asked for it back, Su Jinglei asked again with special solemnity, is this an unsolicited gift from you? Chen Wei immediately replied, of course. Su Jinglei looked back and forth at the screen, reading the chat over and over again. Only after you felt there was nothing wrong did you click on receive. After receiving it, she was still a little apprehensive. After all, it was $131,400. She was excited with a little apprehension. Mr. Chen Wei, you're so generous. Are you rich? Su Jinglei asked. Chen Wei immediately replied. Inherited a bit of my uncle's assets some time ago. Are you still in Shanghai? Yeah, I work in Shanghai and earn a dead wage. I can't compare to you rich kids. Fortunately, as long as it's still in Shanghai, that's fine. Chen Wei immediately initiated the attack. Are you free tomorrow? If so, come out and get together. Just the two of us? Su Jinglei was a bit torn. Chen Wei joked. If you're afraid of what I'll do to you, you can call more people. Su Jinglei hesitated for a while, then looked at the transfer records, and was conflicted for a long time before she made up her mind. Sacrifice a little bit. Give up the child cannot catch the wolf. Okay, where do we meet? Meet wherever you say. Chen Wei immediately said. Then it's on Liberty Road. I work there. Su Jinglei said immediately. What kind of work do you do? Chen Wei said. I work at a cosmetic store. Su Jinglei spoke up. Fine, I won't see you tomorrow. Chen Wei agreed. Chen Wei didn't expect to ask schoolgirl Su out so smoothly. Chen Wei immediately sang and danced. It doesn't feel like this love game is that hard. It's good to have money. He thought darkly for a moment. If it were in the past, it would have been an appointment, and he wouldn't have dared to go to the meeting. When you meet, you may also be laughed at. However, now that he had so much money, he was extra confident. Money is a man's guts. Money is a man's bottom line. Chen Wei is a man. He's got a lot of guts now. The two didn't chat anymore. Chen Wei played with his cell phone for a bit and started to sleep. Sleeping through the night. He woke up to find it was 8 a.m. Same old moves. He immediately entered the system spike of the day interface. There was a quick ding. Today's spike item has been refreshed. Please host make your choice quickly. When Chen Wei heard this, he immediately looked at the interface. Today's refreshment gifts are: Gift 1, a luxury fleet of cars, worth 400 million renminbi. Gift 2, a security team, worth 500 million renminbi. Gift 3, 2 enhanced gold kidneys, can't be valued. Please make your choice quickly. Host, which gift to choose? The fleet of cars wasn't necessary. Now, own 2 cars. The security team is great, but it's not easy to get anywhere anymore. It's better to go for the golden kidney. After all, you already have 3 girlfriends and more will follow. Chen Wei thought a lot. I'll take gift 3. I'll go with the golden kidney. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Okay, the host has chosen gift 3. Your physical condition will be greatly improved, especially in terms of your kidneys. The system immediately spoke up. After a while, Chen Wei immediately felt a bit uncomfortable. It was as if every organ aspect of myself was expanding. It took half an hour before it was over. Ding! The host has obtained a golden kidney. The system immediately said. As soon as he heard this, Chen Wei was overjoyed. Hey, you can start your own harem. He sang a song. I'm so happy today. So happy. He pressed down his excitement and immediately got up, going to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. Then he went to the breakfast place and had breakfast. And after that, he drove to find Su Jinglei. It's a weekday, but people are coming and going on the streets. After all, Shanghai is a cosmopolitan city with a population of over 20 million. Shanghai is crowded everywhere. Chen Wei immediately parked his car, which was parked far away. He also wore ordinary clothes. He didn't wear clothes from the LD side. He came to the place of the appointment. Last night, the two had arranged a meeting place. Chen Wei saw the school goddess he had dreamed of in his college days from a long distance. She was standing by the street park. In the past, Su Jinglei was too cold and too beautiful to become afraid to go after. Only turned to the next best thing, chased Lu Bingbing. And of course, it didn't catch up. Su Jinglei looks especially sexy in her outfit. And she also looks especially beautiful. She had a V-neck white short-sleeved shirt on top, and the sunlight was rather strong, making the shirt seem a little transparent. Her full and firm figure made her dress look slightly smaller. She was wearing a small black skirt underneath and black stockings on her long legs. She looks especially tall now, which was previously unattainable. Ha, you'll be able to touch it right away. She also wore light makeup on her face, making her stunningly beautiful features look even more luscious and charming. Those big, soulful, beautiful eyes had an endless amount of flavor in them. Chen Wei looked a little dazed. This schoolgirl was particularly dazzling in the crowd. From there, men passing by on the street can't help but glance at her. Some even stood still, staring straight at her. Su Jinglei also saw Chen Wei. She immediately shouted, Chen Wei! She instantly recognized Chen Wei, who hadn't changed much from his school days, and then shouted. Chen Wei stopped thinking and accelerated his pace to the front of the schoolgirl. Ms. Su Jinglei, we meet again. You're still as beautiful as ever. Still so charming. Chen Wei was much less nervous when he had money. After talking to 2 girlfriends, he is also more relaxed in his speech. Thank you for the compliment. Su Jinglei guffawed, quietly looking at the man in front of her. The man in front of me was both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Chen Wei 1 meter 8 head, thick eyebrows, big eyes, handsome, smile, a face of sunshine. However, Chen Wei's clothes seemed to be tens of dollars of clothes found on Taobao. Su Jinglei had another look down at Chen Wei's shoes that were a bit old. They were also shoes that cost a few dozen dollars. Su Jinglei's face wasn't quite natural anymore. Judging from the dress of this Chen Wei student, he doesn't look like a rich man in any way. How could he give me $130,000 for a meet and greet? Su Jinglei couldn't figure it out anyway. The rich is not too much attention to the instrument, but also cannot be like Chen Wei such a shabby look. The rich will at least dress up a little bit. He was covered in head to toe groundhogs, almost the same as before. I had a watch on my hand today. The watch is okay. It must be a high imitation too. How can he afford a $130,000 meet and greet gift? Chapter 128. You can buy whatever you want. I'll pay for it. Quickly, Su Jinglei thought for a moment. Could this be his entire fortune? Spending so much money to buy yourself a smile? That's just stupid and out of your league. Chen Wei was completely unaware that the schoolgirl had taken him for a cutie. Looking at the beautifully inimitable Yukai in front of him, Chen Wei smiled particularly brightly. I think you're even more beautiful now than before. Become immediately complimented again. Chen Wei is also a semi-veteran driver. He knows that 1,000 wears a horse's ass. In the past, when I was in school, the schoolgirl wore skirts that showed off her long legs and looked very innocent. Now that she's gone out into the world, she's wearing black stockings. Now it makes her feel pure and lustful. You're so talkative. Slippery mouth. Su Jinglei was also a bit happy to hear this one. Did you drive over? I don't think I saw you drive over. I drove However, my car is average. My car skills are average. I don't know if I dare to sit. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. What are you stopping so far away for? Su Jinglei was a bit confused. I'm not too familiar with the area yet. That's why it's parked far away. Chen Wei said. Oh, that's how it is. Su Jinglei was still a bit skeptical. Chen Wei immediately asked. Do you work here? Su Jinglei immediately said a bit. I sell skincare products in a specialty store. Chen Wei asked. I won't affect your work, right? Are you okay to come out? It's okay. There are other employees at the store. Our store is in a big mall. Su Jinglei was unimpressed. The two chatted for a few moments and then there was nothing more to talk about. Why don't we go shopping together? Chen Wei said. Su Jinglei thought for a moment, then immediately agreed. I had promised him to come out and meet him, so I was ready for a date on the street. She had purposely put on makeup and changed into a prettier outfit. I didn't realize that this male student of his was dressed so casually, and he didn't know to be a little more grand when he went out to meet the girls. Chen Wei seemed as if he didn't value himself at all, as if he didn't value this meeting at all. She lowered her head and darted her eyes around as if she was a little less than pleased. It seems like Chen Wei is not worthy of himself, and it's a bit of a disgrace to hang out with Chen Wei. If the people in the few stores next door to her store saw her with such a low-maintenance version of a man, there was no telling what those familiar faces would make up about themselves. Will it drop its own value? Su Jinglei didn't know how to say no. After all, this classmate had given herself $130,000. It's all worth almost a year's salary for her. A little bit of trouble, a little bit of annoyance. What the hell? One step at a time, whether that's all he's got or not. There was no sense in brushing him off himself. Su Jinglei thought a lot about what could be gained and what could be lost. She sighed. A little company is fine. It's not like you're missing a piece of meat anyway. Anyway, it's just a conversation on the street, not sex. You don't have much to lose yourself. Just think of it as keeping that customer who doesn't buy makeup company. How many smiles have accompanied customers who don't buy cosmetics when they are in the store themselves? It's better to accompany Chen Wei by yourself than to accompany those clients who don't buy cosmetics. It's no big deal to say that you've been hanging out with him all day for nothing. Anyway, after this meeting, she was dead set on not returning this money to Chen Wei, because Chen Wei said it was an unsolicited gift. She quickly made up her mind and quickly put on her usual smile that she used with her clients. Of course, the smile was mostly fake. Quickly said, yes. Seeing Su Jinglei smile, Chen Wei followed suit. Then a little more. What would you like to buy today? You can tell me and I'll buy it for you. Is that a good thing? Is it true? Su Jinglei raised her eyes and looked at Chen Wei. She was really a bit incredulous. Did Chen Wei talk in his sleep? Su Jinglei took a serious look at the man in front of her. There was no longer that look of inferiority in his eyes. There was only complacency and bravado in his eyes. And there was only submissiveness in his eyes. Su Jinglei was still a bit skeptical. What's the matter? You don't believe me? Chen Wei said. I'm going to be impressed if I don't get to know you. It's just that we don't know each other very well yet. It's not too good to let you spend money to buy something for me. Su Jinglei's gaze flickered a bit. We've known each other for 3 or 4 years. Don't we know each other well? Chen Wei laughed. I was afraid you'd think something else. You buy a little something for me. You want nothing more than to possess my body. Isn't it like this? Su Jinglei said directly. This won't. When it comes to relationships, it has to be what you want. The bedtime thing, it has to be you and me too. I definitely won't force you. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. I'm much more relieved when you say that. Seo said again. But then she considered it again. This male student was so ordinary in appearance, yet he seemed so confident and appeared so calm. This made Su Jinglei doubt her vision again. Is this a rich kid experiencing life in our area? Is he intentionally deep? Does this man really want to keep his money to himself? Su Jinglei was torn for a while, but she was still ruthless and took the initiative to take Chen Wei's arm. Take a step and see what happens. In any case, for that $130,000, it was worth her gambling so much. You can't catch a wolf by giving up a child. What if you run into a really rich kid? Let's go. I'll take you to the place where I work to take a look. Su Jinglei guffawed again. Yeah, go see where you work. Chen Wei agreed. I can't imagine that the schoolgirl is so enthusiastic. His arm was surrounded by a strange softness. Turns out his hand was next to the headlight of her car. Good thing he's an old driver. He doesn't blush. But the pedestrians passing by were a bit taken aback, and couldn't stop gawking at the two of them. This woman is too pretty, too dainty. Boys wear clothes that are too plain. The two are so mismatched. It's like a flower on cow dung. Passers-by sigh for this school beauty. It's a pity that a flower was stuck on cow dung. You're a cow turd. I'm a cow turd. Why don't you stick it in my cow turd? I wonder what method this man used to mesmerize such a beautiful girl. I am more handsome than him, taller than him, more handsome than him. This beautiful woman more look at me and then choose me The boys passing by had a look of envy and jealousy on their faces. The point is that piece of cow is still staring at the headlights of a beautiful woman's car. They were in utter despair, and for a moment they felt unlovable. What's the matter with God? How come the opportunity was not left to me? Su Jinglei's eyes also saw Chen Wei's piggish appearance, and she was secretly pleased that she had such and such beauty and charm, but pretended to be blind to it. The reason why a girl dresses up so beautifully is so that the onlookers will pay more attention to her, as if a peacock opens its screen, in order to attract attention. Chapter 129. Are you trying to pick me up? Chen Wei looked directly at Su Jinglei. Su Jinglei couldn't stand that look in his eyes. It was too naked. Su Jinglei pinched Chen Wei. Have you seen enough? Su Jinglei grunted. Chen Wei immediately hemmed and hawed and apologized. I'm sorry. My eyes were out of control. You're too beautiful. Humph. Su Jinglei glared at him as if she was a bit angry, but her hand did not let go of Chen Wei. Su Jinglei's 10,000 flavors of eyes fascinated Chen Wei, mesmerized Chen Wei. Sniffing the faint perfume of the person next to him, Chen Wei had a little reaction, as if he was drunk. It made Chen Wei walk and his legs float a bit. He didn't expect Su Jinglei to be so enthusiastic about him the first time they met. Su Jinglei was dressed very cool. In the cold air mall, her body slightly felt a little cold. She could not help but hug Chen Wei's arm tightly. As a man on fire, how could he stand up to this temptation? Su Jinglei seemed to be afire, burning Chen Wei's body hotter and hotter. Su Jinglei felt the heat coming from Chen Wei's arm, and she immediately asked Chen Wei curiously, why are you so hot on you? Because you're so beautiful. It makes my blood boil. Chen Wei immediately said. It didn't take long for the two to arrive at the place where Su Jinglei worked. Estee Lauder counter. The store was small, but the decoration was very luxurious. Various kinds of lights illuminated the cosmetics shining brightly. In the store now, there was only one pretty girl in all white coveralls who looked like a nurse. She saw Su Jinglei holding a man's arm, and the two seemed to be on good terms. Jing, you brought your boyfriend? The man asked. No, Sister Li. This is my old classmate Chen Wei. This is Sister Li who takes very good care of me. Su Jinglei immediately introduced the two people. Chen Wei nodded to the beautiful woman in front of him. This Li looks to be in her 30s and pretty, but the makeup is a bit heavy. Chen Wei glanced at her and didn't look at her much as he turned his gaze to cosmetics. Sister Li is the store manager here and has known Su Jinglei for a long time. She saw that Chen Wei was dressed in clothes that didn't look like high-class goods and immediately became a bit confused, because Su Jinglei's vision is high. Su Jinglei around the man. She has seen a few. She has seen several men around Su Jinglei, but she has only seen the first Anuho dresses like this and is so casual. She still knew Su Jinglei very well. Su Jinglei was a girl with a very high heart. What's wrong with you today, Su Jinglei? How can you look at such a beggar? Li was very puzzled in her heart. However, the expression was done so well that she didn't show it. Handsome, there's a couch over there. Why don't you guys sit down? Sister Li said. Chen Wei immediately said, thank you, but he didn't bother to sit down. Instead, he looked earnestly at the wide array of cosmetics. What little nurse cream is listed at $6,800? What sodium vitreous acid serum is listed at $5? $800. What foundation is listed at $2? $800. What a skincare set with a price tag of $13? $800. What a lipstick for $900? Because Chen Wei casually picked up a small box, threw it in his hand, floating, no weight at all, actually marked 3,600 yuan. Ray, who was at the counter, was a little flabbergasted to see all the action. Whose fault is it if it breaks? She wanted to open her mouth to remind, but held back for Su Jinglei's sake. Don't look at the face of the monk. Su Jinglei is beautiful. People's skin is also very tender. Su Jinglei is the store's living signboard, coupled with her ability to speak. Many people are because of Su Jinglei to buy skincare products here. The store sales are all supported by CO, so Li won't offend Su Jinglei anymore. She wouldn't dare to stab this guy. Just looking at Chen Wei was a bit less friendly. ING rednecks and don't know the half of it. I don't know if I can afford to pay for it if it breaks. Seeing this, Su Jinglei also hurriedly advised, don't go playing with this. A bottle of several $1,000s is expensive. Chen Wei laughed a little when he heard that. It's a few $1,000s for what it's worth, and it's gross to him. If it wasn't for the activation of the quote card, he wouldn't even bother coming here. He came here to see if an acquaintance is good. Can you make light of the situation and take down Su Jinglei quickly? It's just broken, and he'll be able to do it without panicking. Chen Wei hurriedly asked. Do you like this? Su Jinglei followed his words for a moment. Of course I like it. Why? Do you want to buy it for me? Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Although Chen Wei was dressed in ordinary clothes, the $130,000 in his cell phone could not be faked. This was a real $130,000. Chen Wei immediately said a little. If you like it you can buy it. I can pay the bill. You can buy whichever one you want. Pack it all at once and I'll pay for it. Su Jinglei couldn't imagine that Chen Wei would dare to say such a thing. As soon as she heard such words, her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. You're not lying to me? Su Jinglei spoke up. I'm just going to lie to you, and I'm going to lie to you for the rest of your life, Chen Wei said. The schoolgirl looked at him adoringly. Chen Wei couldn't help but start pretending. Of course, it's fine for you to empty the store, and it's fine for you to be the boss's wife, Chen Wei immediately said. Expensive is a bit expensive, but the store couldn't have cost tens of millions of dollars. As long as Su Jinglei increased her intimacy towards herself, it would be blood money. Eat? Sister Li didn't hold back her laughter after hearing Chen Wei bragging. She was amused by Chen Wei. This man is dressed like this, and still has the nerve to brag and make such a boast. It's not April Fool's Day, is it? Chen Wei didn't get angry when he heard someone let out a shaming laugh. It takes a person with no money to get angry. Damn. It's finally my turn in this pretentious face-punching drama. It was expected that Sister Li would laugh at herself later. And then, Su Jinglei wouldn't believe herself. Wait a minute. Lousy swiped the card and swiped out millions of dollars and tens of millions of dollars, brightening their dog eyes, and then holding a dumbfounded Su Jinglei in one hand and going to that hotel next door to heave. But it didn't happen as it was supposed to. When that Sister Li saw Chen Wei looking at her, she immediately revealed an embarrassed smile. She carried an apology. She has a low posture. She's in the service industry. She knows she has to serve with a smile and is afraid to get into a confrontation with a customer. She knows the customer comes first. Even if a customer makes a little mistake, you can't get into a confrontation with the customer. The company would never allow such a scandal. If there is a scandal, the company will definitely side with the customers, in order to hold on to her job. So, Ray apologized a bit. Su Jinglei, who was standing on the side, even pretended not to hear that shameful laughter. Wow, Mr. Chen Wei is so rich and generous now. Are you trying to pick me up? Chapter 130, do you want another set? Because Chen Wei didn't answer positively. Su Jinglei, just take it when I tell you to, Chen Wei said. Well, respectfully. Xiao quickly and skillfully stepped into the counter and bent down to pull a larger set out of it. If there is a bargain, who is not taking advantage of it? Su Jinglei thought for a moment. Is it okay if I take one of the sets that just came out this year? It costs $39,000. Su Jinglei spoke up. She deliberately took the most expensive cosmetic set, just to try Chen Wei's strength. Since he said he'd make himself the boss's wife, he should have some power. Su Jinglei quietly observed Chen Wei's behavior to see what he would do next. If he acts difficult, if he can't swipe the money, forget it. It was only $39,000, and Chen Wei's entire face didn't look too good. What the hell? It's so cheap, the total price is so low. Which ones do you like besides this one? Do you want to buy a few more? Chen Wei spoke up. Seeing him spend money so generously, Su Jinglei was happy, like a cheerful white rabbit. Enough is enough. This box can be used for almost a year. Thank you, brother Chen Wei, Su Jinglei immediately said. Chen Wei's eyes moved along with her body. It's beautiful, so eye-catching. Looking at her can increase one's longevity. And called himself a nice brother. The voice she called was soft and glutinous, especially with the flavor of a woman from Suzhou in the south of the Yangtze River. I'd love to have a taste of it. Chen Wei also looked at the beautiful white rabbit in front of him, a bit like a wolf, with a ghostly green light in his eyes. Su Jinglei hugged the set meal in her hands. Her heart was happy, and she smiled sweetly at him. The smile was so nice that it almost melted Chen Wei. Jingle Su intimacy plus 10. It's good to have money. Money can be all-conquering. Seeing this, Chen Wei man laughed himself silly. The corners of his mouth curled up. He really wanted to empty the store and give everything here to Su Jinglei. Chen Wei immediately said a bit more enthusiastically. Don't be polite. You really don't need to take it? Look here. What else do you need to take? Don't ever be polite with me. Most of the stuff in the store is in that package. And Estee Lauder's skincare is expensive. The average person can't afford to use it. Then also buy a set for your mom, Chen Wei said. This was his future mother-in-law. Alright then, I'll get another set for my mom. Su Jinglei agreed. This is the way to do it right, Chen Wei added. Picking up girls is a constant battle. Psychological warfare. Take your time. you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Otherwise, a good thing will turn into a bad thing. He immediately pulled out his black card and waved it in front of the fuming Sisterly, reminding, beautiful store manager, swipe your card. Only then did Sisterly come to her senses. Accepting the bank card with both hands, she hastily said, oh, okay, I'll swipe the card right away. Sisterly had just been thinking about what kind of person Chenwei was. Nearly $40,000 of cosmetics, said to buy, as if with the purchase of cabbage. Did he look away? Hey, it may be true that you can't judge a book by its cover. Soon after swiping the card, the POS spit out the note. Sisterly looked at Chenwei again. That's right, this girl has such a high vision. How could she look at a poor boy? This person is definitely not a poor boy. Chenwei also kept looking at Sisterly to see if she would laugh at himself. Before, she laughed at herself. For a while, there was no sign of Ray laughing at herself. I only heard Sisterly say something. Handsome Chen. He's really so bold. He's also handsome and rich, so he's a good match for our Su Jinglei. And it's smiling up with a little bit of curtness. Big sister, can you not smile so flatteringly when you say that? Before, the woman had looked at herself like she was a redneck. After swiping tens of thousands of dollars, she was immediately a different person. Now on his face, he was smiling like a flower. Chenwei reached out for the black card that was handed over to him. When he suddenly realized that the woman had scratched his hand, Chenwei looked up and saw that this woman had a teasing look in her beautiful eyes. What does this mean? Does the old cow want to eat the young grass? Had he been teased by this old ant? Looking at the ant who was pretending to be shy in front of him, Chenwei spit out the two words in his head. Big sister, don't you want to pick me up? I'm not so willing. I want to pick up Jingle Su too. No, let Co pick me up. This big sister's body is no match for the proud Su Jinglei. The powder on this big sister's face is brushed so thickly like she doesn't want money. Chenwei immediately shook his head towards this big sister. Chenwei can still tell who is beautiful and who is ugly. Not to mention that Chenwei now had a couple of pretty girlfriends. His mouth was now well bred. Chenwei immediately enabled the universal scanning system. The universal scanning system is acquiring information about the other party. Name, Lena Ho. Age, 37. Height, 166 centimeters. Face value, 68. Stature, 70. Privacy, 106. Intimacy, 60. In a state of intimacy. This guy is a bus A lot of male and female friends and there was an immediate favorability. Intimacy value. For myself as well. Co doesn't even have that much goodwill yet. Seeing Chenwei shaking his head, Sister Li's smile faltered. Obviously it was Chenwei who took the initiative to make secret overtures to himself, and he nodded his head in agreement. So how could he have ruthlessly rejected it? Li was furious. She gave the man a vicious stare. This visionless man, a man who doesn't know what's good for him. You go to hell. Chenwei saw this expression on her face and fled in fear. Su Jinglei didn't notice their exchange of looks. She spoke to Sister Li for a moment. Sister Li, I'll leave my stuff here for now. We're going to go shopping somewhere else. Ray said a little farcically. Okay, you guys have fun. Su Jinglei naturally took Chenwei's arm again. Brother Chenwei, where are we going to play next? Su Jinglei said. Go play wherever you want. I'll listen to you. Chenwei thought for a moment and then spoke. Su Jinglei want to go is a lot of places. Want to go to what LV store? Want to shop what Chanel store? Many stores. Want to go to buy bags, buy clothes, buy shoes but dragging people to all kinds of expensive stores when they first meet with their classmates. Would it make her look materialistic? Su Jinglei hesitated. But it's so hard to come across this kind of kaiju. If you miss this opportunity, I don't know if you'll have a chance later. She still struggled with it for a few moments, then spoke timidly. She wanted to test the waters. I want to go look at the bags in the LV store or clothes or something. Chapter 131, I'll buy you anything you like. When Chenwei heard this, he immediately said happily, go. Su Jinglei's eyes immediately lit up when she saw him agree so readily. I can't imagine I've run into a really big guy. It's a shame to take it only once when the man is so powerful. I should hold on to him. Be subtle. Take my time. Better hold on to him for life. Su Jinglei looked at Chenwei's clothes and secretly had an idea. But, you bought them for me. I'll buy some for you too. Seeing that your clothes are so old, and the clothes you wear are all washed and yellowed, I'm going to be courteous and I'll buy you a few. Su Jinglei said a little. Hearing this sentence, Chenwei cheered up, but was a bit embarrassed. He said a little, that's not good. You've spent so much money for me. It's only right that I buy some for you. Are we being courteous? Su Jinglei has rich fishing experience. When faced with a boy on such good terms, she knew that she had to show that she cared about him appropriately and not just keep asking for it. Putting in a long line to catch a big fish? Chen Wei didn't reject Su Jinglei. He couldn't be happier that she was able to buy something for herself. Chen Wei accompanied Su Jinglei into the Armani boutique. Su Jinglei Fishing is very willing to put down the money. Can't you give up the child to catch the wolf? Besides, she had Chen Wei's transfer. Nothing to worry about. Su Jinglei greatly changed all of them for Chen Wei from head to toe. Checked out quickly, but it only cost $5,000. Things on men are just cheap. It's still a woman's money that's better. Chen Wei is especially handsome after wearing this dress. It's white cotton slim fit short sleeves with men's black casual pants and a pair of white sneakers. The whole thing is new. Chen Wei felt like the air was a few minutes fresher as he walked down the road. A man is only as good as his clothes and his horse is only as good as his saddle. The old saying is true. Originally, Chen Wei could score 80 points, and with the right new clothes, he could score 90 points. Two people walking down the street. Many of the ladies on the street smiled at him. Wow, this handsome guy is so handsome. After Chen Wei changed into his new clothes, Su Jinglei was also very satisfied with him. This way, when the two walked together, they didn't have to worry about being looked down upon. Women are very good at saving face. Her closeness to Chen Wei rose to 20 points. Su Jinglei patted Chen Wei's shoulder and then straightened it. Brother Chen Wei, do you not have a girlfriend to dress you up? Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this, because even if Chen Wei was stupid, he could hear that Su Jinglei was now asking if he had a girlfriend. Chen Wei immediately replied, I don't have a girlfriend because I was busy working before. Now that I have money, I want a girlfriend. Chen Wei opened his mouth to tell a lie. When Su Jinglei heard it, she believed it. It occurred to her that he would come to herself immediately after he had the money. Some confident smiles surfaced on Su Jinglei's face. She said a little bit about Chen Wei. So what made you want to come up to me? Why? Chen Wei pretended to be sincere and said, because I used to think you were pretty. Of course you're even prettier now. Su Jinglei was quickly hit by this straight punch. She laughed a dainty laugh, and then spoke a little. He. Did you have a secret crush on me when you were in college? Yeah, most boys are like that too. Chen Wei was blunt. Su Jinglei lightly whacked him and then spoke up. You're such a bad person. Eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. I remember you seem to have a girlfriend in school. Chen Wei immediately explained. I don't know if I have a girlfriend. I'm just a fish in her pond. Anyway, she kicked me out when she was about to graduate from college. Made me a joke. This was a past that Chen Wei didn't want to bring up. It was something that broke his heart. It's like all men get scummed by scummy women. He was sure that if he saw that woman again, he would never think of her again. Seeing that he was in a bad mood, Su Jinglei hastened to comfort him. That one didn't work out. You'll meet a better one later. And it's that guy who doesn't have a vision. So don't take it to heart. Chen Wei hummed. I seem to have met a better one now. Hearing this, Su Jinglei blushed a little, thinking to myself, you're not saying you met me, are you? I'll be shy. Su Jinglei hurriedly said a bit, let's go to the mall. See if we can meet a better girl. I don't even shop much anymore after I've been working for a month or two. Chen Wei hastened to say something. You're so pretty. I remember you're very popular. How come there are no boys shopping with you? Su Jinglei sighed. Don't mention it. They're all embroidered pillows that don't work. Some time ago, I met a pseudo-rich second generation who rented a sports car to pretend to be a pimp. I bought something and as soon as it was time to pay, he set his cell phone alarm clock to say that there was a call coming and someone was looking for him. After a few times, I knew he was a pseudo-rich kid. Su Jinglei spat as she arrived at the LV boutique. The pretty guide quickly came forward and looked at the two men in front of her. One was handsome and one was charming. The guide immediately warmed up a few points and asked cordially, welcome to the LV store. Also, how can I help you? Let's see for ourselves first. Su Jinglei said immediately. Make yourselves at home. Give me a shout if you need anything. The guide immediately said so, and then stood to the side. These guides not only have a good image, a good temperament and a tall figure, but they have to be all undergraduates to be able to do so, and all of them are like flight attendants. These beauties also have a high emotional intelligence and are very good at giving people emotional value. Su Jinglei quickly came to the display case of handbags. Brother, does this look good on me carrying this bag? She took out a black bag and hung it on her body, then asked Chen Wei. Without thinking, Chen Wei immediately came with, it looks good. Let's buy it. Hearing this, both Su Jinglei and the guide were shocked for a moment. What? What's going on? Don't even look at the price. Just yell buy. It's like buying cabbages. You should know that the bags here, which are luxury items, are very expensive. It was only at this point that Su Jinglei looked at Chen Wei a little differently. Did I run into my dirtbag brother? Why is he so rich? Brother, how did you become so rich? This bag costs over $70,000. Su Jinglei asked. One of my great uncles is overseas, and his family fortune is in the billions. He didn't have any heirs left, so he gave it to me to inherit. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Really? You didn't lie to me. Su Jinglei was still a bit unconvinced. What am I going to cheat you for? If I'm going to cheat, I'm going to cheat you for the rest of your life. Anything you want to buy, as long as you like it, I'll buy it for you. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Chapter 132, the dresses here are too expensive. It was a phrase he'd thought about a long time before. Now, finally having the chance to say it in front of everyone, he looked at the surprised eyes of these beautiful women. It's so cool. Chen Wei felt so good that he couldn't describe it in words. No wonder the emperor would buy a smile for $1,000. And even a lychee of some kind called the consort a smile. There are also a lot of rich people who throw their money away for a good laugh. The reason for this is that there is a lot of fulfillment to be gained from being in front of a crowd, to appear a little more advanced, to appear to be more powerful than others, and to feel immensely smug and proud. Like this? Chen Wei asked. Love it. Buy it. Like this? Love it. Buy. When Chen Wei saw which one was expensive and which one was pretty, he pointed and asked for this one. Su Jinglei's eyes became especially adoring as she watched him wield the gold from the side. She felt that Chen Wei's body was glowing. It was glowing with masculinity. She also felt that Chen Wei was getting cuter and cuter. She looked at Chen Wei's increasingly handsome face, and not knowing what was going on, she couldn't help but kiss Chen Wei on the cheek. Shyly, she said, "Brother, you're so cute." Chen Wei had the feeling that she had gotten away with her sneak attack. He was a little wide-eyed, a little disbelieving. I couldn't imagine that this pretty schoolgirl would be so proactive today. Looking at her blushing face, looking at that cherry mouth, Chen Wei really wanted to taste the cherry. By now, he's made good progress for $300,000 bucks. If you drop $10 or $20 million into it, imagine what would happen. He immediately thought of the scene as if his nose was bleeding. Soon after, the system issued a notification with a ding sound. Jingle CO intimacy plus 10. The intimacy value is now 30 points. I can't imagine that happiness comes so suddenly. It came with good intensity too. Wave after wave. At this rate, I don't know if there's any play tonight. When he thought of the schoolgirl's shapely body, Chen Wei unconsciously revealed a smile. Maybe it's time to heckle tonight. Because Chen Wei's gaze became naked as he looked at the schoolgirl's face. Su Jinglei looked at the bag and suddenly saw his perverted gaze. Su Jinglei's winking eyes glared at him, then said, "What's wrong with your eyes? Don't look around. Don't think nonsense. Think again and I'll gouge your eyes out." So beautiful. I can't stop thinking about it, Chen Wei immediately said. However, Chen Wei saw Su Jinglei frown a bit and understood that haste would not get the better of him. He learned to go with the flow of water, the ripening of the melon. After a while, he pressed that to calm down. "Hey, there are still women's clothes here," Chen Wei said. He saw the other side. He only knew that LV had bags. He didn't realize there were women's clothes. "I saw a rack full of pretty little dresses and all kinds of cool clothes. Chen Wei, the clothes here are so expensive. Let's go somewhere else." Su Jinglei looked at the prices and spat out her tongue. It's fine. As long as you buy it if you like it." Chen Wei didn't think so. He wouldn't be short of money now anyway. Okay. Su Jinglei quickly picked out a snow-white ultra-short dress, then walked into the fitting room. After a while, she came out. Chen Wei's eyes went straight as soon as he saw her. This super short dress is even more beautiful on her. The beauty is unbelievable. The waist-cinching design accentuates her beautiful figure. The cool sash was tied around her luscious, fragrant shoulders, and her curved and deep collarbones made Chen Wei drool as he looked at them. After Su Jinglei took off her stockings, she revealed her long snow-white and glossy legs, standing there in a dignified manner. Chen Wei couldn't help but praise. "Su Jinglei, you're getting prettier and prettier now. You're a clothes rack, just like a model. No, you're even prettier than a model." Su Jinglei spun around and slightly tugged up the hem of her skirt, then blushed a little and said, "Yes, I think it's a little too girly." Chen Wei sincerely said, "You were originally a teenage girl. You're still young. Soon." A voice came from the Chen Wei system. Su Jinglei's intimacy value plus 10. The intimacy value is now at 40 points. Not bad. Sweet talk adds intimacy value too. You love to talk slick. I'm 22 years old. Several of my girlfriends are married. It seems a bit embarrassing to wear this." She went into the fitting room and quickly took off the dress. Soon she walked out again with this dress. Su Jinglei would be embarrassed to say so, but her eyes were staring straight at the dress on her body. Chen Wei quickly understood what she meant. "Su Jinglei, this dress, it's made for you." Then he said to the guide lady again, "Guide lady, wrap up the clothes she just tried on." "Yes," the guide lady said with a smile on her face. Chen Wei added to Su Jinglei, "A young girl who is only in her early 20s should wear something brighter." The shopping guide lady quickly said, "This gentleman is really discerning. Your girlfriend wears this skirt is indeed very beautiful. Especially show the figure. You see how thin this little waist is. Any man would be mesmerized when he looks at it. I'm a bit envious and jealous, the shopping guide lady added. Chen Wei didn't care if she was speaking from the heart, and immediately added, indeed, much prettier than those Korean actresses. Much prettier than the young Dong Jie. Much prettier than the young Liu Yifei. Su Jinglei was overjoyed as she watched the two men pat themselves on the back. So I listened to Chen Wei and agreed to buy the dress. Soon, he swiped and paid again. Soon, Chen Wei and Su Jinglei walked out of the store. Once again, Su Jinglei took his arm. The lust in Chen Wei's heart rose again. Chen Wei looked at her like a hungry wolf staring at a white rabbit. This little white rabbit was too charming. Chen Wei poked his head toward Su Jinglei's side, then gently sniffed the fragrance around her neck. Su Jinglei, you smell so good. You smell so good. Chen Wei immediately complimented. There is? How come I didn't smell it? Su Jinglei was a bit unconvinced. It's a good idea to be on the sidelines. You're in the middle of it yourself, so you definitely don't know anymore. Chen Wei immediately said. Chen Wei took the opportunity to take another look at her inside. The delicate clavicle is so beautiful. A small patch of snowy white showed underneath, and it was even more beautiful. Chen Wei looked straight at this. Su Jinglei realized that Chen Wei's eyes were fixed on her body like a wolf. She sensed that she was being taken advantage of by Chen Wei. Immediately, she hummed delicately, pervert, no, pervert. She quickly let go of Chen Wei's arm, pretended to be angry, and walked forward alone. Chen Wei immediately ran forward and followed, quickly catching up. He reached out his arms to try and hug Seo from behind. Chapter 133 Let me be your woman. I don't even know where you live yet. Chen Wei's hand froze there for a second, even shrinking back a bit. He hadn't been afraid to actually put his arm around Su Jinglei. At this time, Su Jinglei was a bit puzzled. Out of the corner of her eye, she had long since seen Chen Wei's hand. She also did not purposely speed up to avoid it, indicating that she had already allowed his embrace. Just now, being peeped at by him wasn't a big deal. He had only accidentally sent a little benefit to him. Where was this? Su Jinglei wasn't angry. She just needed Chen Wei to coax herself just a little. She shrugged off the man's hand, also because he had deliberately tricked himself into pointing out just a little bit of her collar, thinking the man had a bit of a mouthful of tricks up his sleeve. It's not quite the same kind of somewhat honest style he's shown before. Su Jinglei was worried that this guy was too flamboyant, worried that this guy's segment was above her own, and that her previous foolishness was just an act. But whether he's faking it or not, there's no reason for him to be slow to put his arm around me. Your own attitude is all too obvious. As soon as she thought of this, Su Jinglei couldn't help but twist her head to look at him, wanting to see what this man was really thinking. It turned out to be nothing. Chen Wei actually understands in his heart the girl's mind. You do not guess. Guess and guess cannot guess. Chen Wei couldn't figure out what Su Jinglei was thinking. Afraid that Su Jinglei would call him a hooligan. It would be a problem to call him a hooligan. So, Chen Wei's hand froze there. Should I use a universal scanning system? See what Su Jinglei thinks? Chen Wei asked himself. Never mind. It's better to be less direct and more convoluted. Chen Wei thought it was better to ask. Schoolgirl, I'm going to put my arms around you. Is that okay? Su Jinglei didn't answer. Instead, he slowed down his pace and took the initiative to lean his body back, leaning into Chen Wei's arm. The moment the two made contact, both bodies shuddered, like they were electrocuted. Su Jinglei's eyes quietly rolled upward. This guy is funny. Su Jinglei arched her body into Chen Wei's arms and asked gently, Brother Chen Wei, what are you thinking about? Chen Wei immediately answered, I didn't think of anything. I just wanted to hug you. You're so nervous. It wouldn't be the first time you've hugged a beautiful woman like me. Su Jinglei asked. Yes, I was just starting to fear that you wouldn't agree. Chen Wei immediately replied. Su Jinglei's eyes darted around before she reached out and put her hand on the back of the man's hand that was wrapped around her. Chen Wei was taken aback, thinking that she was going to remove her hand, and he wanted to apologize right away. He hasn't opened his mouth yet. She then felt that Su Jinglei's grip on her hand was slowly going down. Did she want to let herself touch her car's headlights? This time Chen Wei completely did not understand. Happiness came too fast. Looking at Su Jinglei's smiling face, so beautiful and moving, soon hear Seo say a little, Brother Chen Wei, I feel uncomfortable and strange with your hand on my shoulder. Do you know? Chen Wei saw that this woman didn't reject herself and was more proactive. Hastily, he asked, if not the shoulder, then where? Cootie. Hugging the waist. Only boys put their arms around each other. Do you want me to be your brother? Seo immediately said something. Okay, I'll put my arm around your waist. Chen Wei immediately went along with her words. Chen Wei listened to the girl's coquettish voice and smelled the faint fragrance of her body. Another pair of mesmerizing eyes were seen winking at him. Seeing Su Jinglei so gentle made Chen Wei much bolder. He wrapped his arms slightly harder around Su Jinglei, keeping her body close to his own. Then, immediately kissed. Su Jinglei didn't push Chen Wei away, and the two kissed for a minute or two before separating. Chen Wei immediately asked, "How about you be my woman?" Su Jinglei was a bit surprised to hear Chen Wei confess so suddenly, and she lowered her head a bit shyly. She immediately spoke slowly. "We used to say no more than 3 words in college, and now it's just too soon. Just let me be your woman." "It's really too soon," Chen Wei said seriously. "I don't think it's fast plus there's nothing wrong with being faster." Su Jinglei said a little embarrassed, "But I don't know you. I don't even know where your family lives. How many people are in your family?" "I don't know either." After she finished speaking, she quietly looked at Chen Wei's expression to see if there would be any change in his expression. In fact, she preferred the kind of bridge where the bully falls in love with me than the melon ripe for the picking. Moreover, Chen Wei is stupid and handsome. Much more handsome than those 50 or 60-year-old uncles. She has already considered ranking him in the first position. As long as his house and car all add up to be worth more than 9 figures. No, anything over 8 figures. Then she can consider being with Chen Wei. As soon as Chen Wei heard Su Jinglei talk about the house, he immediately considered it. "Townsend, surely we can't let her know. Then the only way is to go to the Tushanming Island Manor, or buy a house temporarily." He also heard Su Jinglei's words. She just wanted to see how good he was. Would it be too fast to check out the Bright Island estate? Should we take our time with this relationship thing? Should we talk about love over time and take the long view? The two had only known each other for less than a full day. Although they used to be classmates, she was in the same class and didn't know much. It's really not a good idea to rush this one either. Chen Wei hurriedly changed the topic. "You'll know where I live later. Where do we then go shopping?" Su Jinglei saw Chen Wei avoiding answering, his eyes dodging, like he had something difficult to say. The mind immediately became suspicious. As generous as Chen Wei is, his house shouldn't be very bad. Is he also pretending to be a big spender on purpose to trick me? At the thought, she immediately got a little upset. But then it occurred to her that such a man might be a very rare sort of rich man, and that it might be hard to catch such a man in the future. Su Jinglei was still a bit conflicted, and several thoughts welled up in her mind. Chen Wei's house how? People do not say, can only bury doubts in the heart? No longer to pursue the question. What time was it now? She hastily pulled out her cell phone and looked at it. It's almost 12 o'clock now. Brother Chen Wei. It's almost 12 o'clock. Are you hungry? Su Jinglei asked. The two walked and strolled all morning. Su Jinglei was so good-looking that she made Chen Wei forget his physical hunger. Once Su Jinglei reminded him, Chen Wei then felt hungry. He immediately said, "I was hungry a long time ago. I could eat a pig right now." Hearing Chen Wei answer like this, Su Jinglei was a bit embarrassed. Being a shopaholic herself, she kept dragging people to buy things without realizing that they were hungry. "Well then, today at noon, I'll treat you to dinner. What do you say?" Su Jinglei immediately spoke up. "That won't do. How can you let a girl buy dinner?" Chen Wei refused. Chapter 134, Come to my house. "Yeah, it's now 12 o'clock. Let's have dinner near the mall first." Su Jinglei spoke up. "Alright, let's find a restaurant to eat," Chen Wei immediately said. The two quickly found a restaurant and ordered 4 dishes, which were soon served. The two men then ate. Su Jinglei doesn't think it matters what you eat, but what you buy later. The two quickly ate their lunch, then immediately settled their bill and headed out of the establishment. A woman never knows how to get tired as long as she's shopping and shopping, just like a little motorcycle. Su Jinglei took Chen Wei and went to a perfume store and bought perfume. Another visit to a fashion store. There were racks of clothes filled with all sorts of fancy little dresses and all sorts of cool clothes. Su Jinglei picked out a floral halter dress. She quickly went into the fitting room. When she came out, Chen Wei's eyes stared straight at Su Jinglei. "Su Jinglei, you look so good in this dress." Chen Wei immediately complimented. Of course, it looked better without the dress. This was what he thought in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it. "Yeah, then buy it," Su Jinglei said. Chen Wei bumbled off to the checkout. After buying clothes, the two went shoe shopping. Chen Wei bought a pair. Su Jinglei bought a couple pairs of shoes. The afternoon flew by. It was soon 6 p.m. Chen Wei's stomach rumbled again. Su Jinglei heard it and immediately asked about it. "Is it possible you're hungry again? We've been shopping all afternoon. Let's find a restaurant to eat." "Okay, I am hungry," Chen Wei said. "Then where are we going to eat?" Su Jinglei asked. "Shall we go eat seafood?" Chen Wei said. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Chen Wei quickly brought Su Jinglei to an upscale seafood restaurant. He ordered the most expensive Australian lobster, king crab elephant mussels, an unknown giant conch, scrambled eggs with sea urchin, and tuna. Chen Wei, Can we eat if we order so much? Su Jinglei asked. Eat up. I'm hungry, Chen Wei immediately said. He had traveled so far. Plus, he had been craving this seafood feast for a very long time and had never ordered it before. He had eaten Australian lobster at someone else's wedding banquet. He didn't taste it, and one person's chopsticks were gone. It was delicious, but it was just too little, leaving him a little unfulfilled. The two are going through the motions this time, as they had hoped. The entire afternoon totaled over $500,000. Su Jinglei's intimacy value has grown by leaps and bounds and is currently at 50 points. This seafood restaurant is expensive. The minimum spending for a private room is $35. But the stuff here is really good. To convince people, the restaurant features a surveillance video of the back room on a screen in the booth, allowing everyone to see their seafood preparation in real time. Everyone saw fresh seafood being butchered and prepared. A conch that size was hammered directly with an iron hammer. And then you could see the meat still moving around in there. In the back, cut up and sauté in a pan. Thanks to the chef's skill, the meat of the conch is tight, tender, tough and incredibly flavorful. The two men ate it to their heart's content. It's so good, truly a delicacy on earth. A man spoke up. It didn't take long for all the king crabs to come up as well. The king crabs were as big as a person's face, and the big red ones filled a huge pot. Chen Wei and Su Jinglei looked dumbfounded. Why is it so big? The meat of each crab leg is cleanly scraped and drizzled with crab meat in bright colors to whet the appetite. One bite was all tender meat with a bit of unique fresh flavor. Not only was it delicious, it was so large that two people couldn't finish it. To make the most of it, before the meal, Chen Wei also ordered a bottle of 82 Lafite, which cost $80,000. Before that, the pretty waitress lady brought the red wine, showed the two people the trademark and bottle of the red wine, saw that the bottle was intact, and then opened it in person. The pretty waitress lady first poured a cup for Chen Wei to taste how it tasted. With all the money spent, Chen Wei thinks it still tastes great, but it's not worth $80,000. But he has money now. No big deal. Don't care. So Chen Wei said something like, "This wine is good. Very good." Later, she took it to sober up. After a long time, the pretty waitress lady quickly brought two tall glasses and she poured wine for both. Chen Wei and the others started eating seafood too. Su Jinglei, would you like to drink some? Chen Wei asked. I'd better forget it. Su Jinglei said immediately. This wine is so expensive. Don't even try it? You give a face. Chen Wei said. Alright, just a small drink. Su Jinglei originally did not want to drink. If she got drunk, it would be easy to get into trouble and easy to give Chen Wei a chance. But once he saw that Chen Wei had ordered such an expensive wine, he couldn't help himself all of a sudden. The two men ate seafood in Ed. She quickly had 2 drinks. The two men drank their hearts out, as they had never had such a good meal before. After eating the meal, Su Jinglei was already 4 points of drunkenness. Her face was flushed, and she was especially charming now. The two settled the bill and then walked out of the restaurant. Seeing Su Jinglei's unsteady steps, Chen Wei tried to go and put his arm around her. Unexpectedly, Su Jinglei immediately took the initiative to hug Chen Wei's arm, and his arm came into contact with a large area of softness. Chen Wei quickly got apoplectic, and soon became nonchalant again. Right now, he was on fire. The scent of the girl's body made him press on a little more. Together with the light reflecting on the school flower's white skin, it made Su Jinglei even more delicate and attractive at this time. Chen Wei immediately said, Su Jinglei, I'll go to the hotel and open a room for you to rest. These words immediately woke up the drowsy Su Jinglei. She immediately regained her senses, a flicker of caution in her eyes. In fact, she could drink just fine. A small half bottle of red wine would only be a bit of a blush. She wouldn't get drunk at all. She actually understands that everything she should have bought in the afternoon has already been purchased, and that the evening is the time for her to pay her dues. Is there something to gain and something to lose? There's something to be gained and something to be lost. However, before she could figure out Chen Wei's bottom line, she didn't want to hand herself over so quickly. So, she pretended to be drunk to see if she could get away with it by taking this opportunity. I'm drunk. You can't go down on me. At that time, Su Jinglei thought about it for a while. At this point, she immediately sobered up and stopped pretending. No, no, no. My mom said I have to go home and stay at night. Su Jinglei immediately said. Chen Wei knew that he was in too much of a hurry and immediately said something. Alright then, let's not get a room then. Let's go sit in my home. Chen Wei immediately said. Su Jinglei laughed a little. Your little mind. Who can you hide it from? Chapter 135. What do you mean by that? Are you sure it's just to sit at your house? Su Jinglei asked. I'm 100% sure. Chen Wei said with a serious face. Ghosts will believe you. Su Jinglei gave him a flavorful look. Chen Wei was mesmerized. His mind was filled with unhealthy things. and he didn't know what to say for a while. When Su Jinglei saw that he didn't say anything anymore, she thought that it was because she had already declined his invitation, making Chen Wei less happy. In the face of such a fine, handsome man, she felt the need to cajole a little. To one loose and one tight, Su Jinglei immediately proposed, "Let's not go sit at your house. Let's go around the park. Let's go for a walk. What do you think?" "Alright then," Chen Wei immediately answered. The two walked into the park and then down the winding parkway. The road was lined with lush trees, and the wind at night was exceptionally cool. The leaves of the trees swayed in the breeze, and the air was filled with the faint scent of flowers. Chen Wei, however, was getting hotter and hotter because there was an unrivaled beauty beside him. And it's really easy to commit a crime in this darkened environment. A few steps further inside, you can avoid the glow of the streetlights, and the schoolgirl in front of him still had a smile on her face, kind of letting it all hang out. Chen Wei finally couldn't help himself and made a decision. He immediately walked over to Su Jinglei's side and stretched out his two hands around her slender waist before looking into Su Jinglei's eyes. Chen Wei saw that her eyes were filled with a teasing look, and there was no hint of resistance. Chen Wei immediately gathered his courage, lowered his head, and kissed it. She was about to kiss Su Jinglei's red lips, but she was blocked by a slender finger in front of her mouth. This critical moment resisted. Who endured it? Chen Wei got a bit angry, and he opened his mouth and bit this finger, because this finger was too annoying. Su Jinglei was a bit flustered. She didn't expect Chen Wei to be so shameless. She panicked a little. The momentum that was within her grasp crumbled in an instant. Ouch! Come on! It's going to hurt! Hurry up and let go! Su Jinglei said a little. Chen Wei, however, ignored her. You're so annoying, hurry up and let go, Su Jinglei said immediately again. I'm not letting go. Chen Wei thought for a moment. It was not a good time to talk. If you keep this up, I could yell. I'm going to shout that you're being a hooligan, Su Jinglei said again. There are still a lot of people playing in the park at this time of year. Some of the people passing by saw them getting mushy together and didn't take it seriously. Just see Su Jinglei so beautiful, but by this pig arch, heart very jealous envy. The two people were still frozen together. Chen Wei is really thick-skinned. So are you blocking it? Chen Wei said vaguely. Seeing that he wouldn't stop until he got it, Su Jinglei first smiled at him, somewhat pleading for mercy. Suddenly, she gave a bad smile and stomped hard on Chen Wei's foot. Chen Wei immediately let out an ouch. Su Jinglei took this opportunity to withdraw her fingers and pushed Chen Wei away, then turned around and ran away. The only sound left on the road was a string of silver bells of laughter. Chen Wei held his foot and jumped a few times in the back in a single jump, and only after 30 to 50 seconds did his aching foot ease up. He immediately took a big step to catch up. Little goblin, offended the abbot. You still want to escape? I'll make sure to apprehend you. Although Su Jinglei is a long-legged person, she is wearing high heels, can't run at all with Chen Wei in sneakers. Ran a couple dozen steps and got caught up. Then he was ravished by Chen Wei in his arms, taken advantage of by Chen Wei in a not-so-cheap way. After a long time, Su Jinglei caught his hand out of his clothes. She quickly huffed, do that again and I'll ignore you. If it were in the past, Chen Wei might have been shocked by this statement. Tonight, however, he wasn't panicking at all. There is money in the body, not in the mind. There are so many beautiful women in the world with a score of 90 or above. If this one won't, will you find the next one? If you have money, are you afraid you won't be able to find a 90-cent beauty who can tolerate you? Chen Wei immediately raised a hand. Su Jinglei quickly exclaimed. Amidst Su Jinglei's exclamation of surprise, Chen Wei slapped her thigh. Will you dare to step on my feet in the future? Who told you to move your mouth? Su Jinglei grunted. Chen Wei secretly sighed with emotion, going up and down on the body of the school flower. That hand feeling was really great. Such a superb girl deserved to be owned. He really wanted to own. He himself had some experience in picking up girls, but he still didn't know how to take her. There can't be a one-size-fits-all approach to women. Chen Wei immediately wrapped his arms around Su Jinglei's waist. I'm sorry, I was wrong just now. How about we go play at the bar later? Chen Wei immediately said. Xiao avoided his hug. Humph, little pervert. You want to get me drunk, don't you? Su Jinglei immediately said. Seeing that she refused, Chen Wei didn't dare to continue to take advantage of her. Immediately, he compensated with a smile. It's mainly because I've never been to a bar, and I want to ask you to take me to see the world. Su Jinglei half-heartedly said. You speak so nicely. The way you just looked. You don't look like any good person. You totally look like a scumbag. Chen Wei hurriedly said. It's true. I really didn't have time to go before. I've been busy studying. Now it's time to learn about society. Regardless of whether what you said is true or not, just for the way you just acted like a hooligan, you won't have a chance tonight. Su Jinglei finished speaking and immediately left. Drinking tends to be messy, and there's no telling which way it will go. Bars are out of the question. Enough sweetness has been given for today. The bait should be given little by little. Pouring it all down at once. People will not come back for more when they are full and tired of it. Su Jinglei is so beautiful. She's very experienced in dealing with this. Today, put on a little face. Wait until tomorrow when he brings a gift and coaxes himself a little. Then see how it goes and whether or not you want to keep dating him. Seo is very experienced. Chen Wei hurriedly caught up. Immediately retained, don't be angry. We have something to say. Humph. Ignoring you. Su Jinglei continued walking without looking back. Her head twisted to the other side. Ignoring Chen Wei now. Chen Wei compensated with a smile and followed behind. Some teachers say that girls usually don't respond if they are really angry. Su Jinglei replied back with an aha and a comment that showed that she wasn't really angry and was just having a little temper tantrum. If you can't get it right on your own, you can most likely get it right by buying a gift. This method can be tried 100 times. Chen Wei immediately thought for a moment and opened his mouth. Su Jinglei, how about this? How about granting your wish? Any wish will do. Su Jinglei was immediately attracted by the words. She slowed herself down and looked at him a bit suspiciously. She immediately asked, what do you mean by that? Is it okay to wish for anything? Are you out of your mind? Chapter 136, You're not renting this house, are you? Chen Wei immediately said a bit. I just didn't that should treat you like that. I want to ask you to forgive me and give you some compensation. Su Jinglei was a bit puzzled as she saw that he didn't look like he was joking. So, you're going to grant me a wish? Any wish? Is it true? Su Jinglei immediately asked. Sure, any wish will do. As long as it's a bit normal. Chen Wei immediately said. Su Jinglei was a bit exasperated and laughed. What do you mean by a bit more normal? Her wish is to buy a sports car. Is that considered normal? It's almost a little funny. Having just heard him say that he was going to fulfill his wish, Su Jinglei looked forward to it for a while. Now add 2 more words. Normal. Another disappointment for Seo. The small wishes he is talking about are, I'm afraid, within a few tens of thousands of dollars. What's the point of such a small wish? You can realize it yourself with just any middle-aged older man. And you don't need him to realize it. I just bought so many things and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's not worth spending tens of thousands of dollars now. Su Jinglei immediately quickened her pace and continued on. She found it uninteresting and not very appealing. Maybe tomorrow Chen Wei would coax herself and her mood would improve. However, she didn't really want to talk to Chen Wei right now. Chen Wei felt a bit puzzled when he saw that she suddenly went cold again and ignored himself. What's going on? I didn't make any big mistake. I was just afraid that she would make some weird wish. You just added the word normal yourself. What's with the change of face? A woman's face. A June day. Chen Wei immediately didn't understand and ran up to ask again. Would you mind stating your wish? As long as it's not particularly outrageous, I'm sure I'll be able to fulfill it. I still have a little bit of money from my small fortune. Su Jinglei came with a lion's share and immediately said something like, I want a Porsche 911. Can you do it? Can you fulfill my wish? This is Su Jinglei's biggest wish at the moment. It looked like Chen Wei was rich, but with a big multi-million-dollar car. She didn't believe that Chen Wei could afford it and would buy it for her. When Chen Wei heard her wish, he immediately wouldn't panic. Such a wish is a small case, and he thought what an unattainable wish. Chen Wei was afraid to bring up her desire to get married. That's all you wish for? I'll have no problem buying you 2 cars. Chen Wei thought about it for a while. He immediately took Su Jinglei's hand and immediately agreed. Okay, it's fine to buy 2 of them. Hearing this, Su Jinglei froze for a moment. Why is this man so generous? So rich? Millions and millions of dollars in cars just to give them away. And the man appeared very calm. As if he were buying cabbages. As if he were buying a $100,000 car. He wasn't teasing her by agreeing so easily. Su Jinglei asked half-heartedly, Are you serious? Of course it's serious. Chen Wei immediately said. You're not lying to me? Su Jinglei added. If I lie to you, I'm a puppy. Chen Wei said seriously again. Su Jinglei stared earnestly into Chen Wei's eyes. There was no sign of Chen Wei being vain, hiding or anything like that. His eyes looked very calm and confident. She'd been working at the boutique for a month or 2, and she had a knack for reading people. Chen Wei gave her the feeling of sincerity and calmness. It's as muted as buying her shoes and bags and clothes in the afternoon. By this moment, she immediately had a feeling. This man could not be missed. If you miss out on this man, you miss out on September 11th. You miss out on a lifetime of happiness for yourself. So then does that mean I have to pay something for you to buy it for me? Su Jinglei looked at Chen Wei for a moment, her face heating up a bit. Men also don't see rabbits without a hawk. In case this guy offered to sleep with her, would she say yes or no? If it was just getting laid, she could consider it. It's the worry that he said he'd wait until he had kids to buy it. How is very hard to get into. The conditions of the rich were also very harsh. She had more or less experienced it. Chen Wei took her jade hand and immediately said something. I'll get it for you tomorrow. What's the big deal about having billions of dollars in cash to buy a few $1,000,000 of your own? Spending millions of dollars to coax a girl is nothing. When Su Jinglei heard this, she immediately said in a high voice, tomorrow? It's too much of a rush. It's too much. He'll agree to anything to get himself laid? Yeah, it's nighttime now. And people's 4 stores have long since gotten off work. Chen Wei immediately said. Su Jinglei was still a bit excited and a bit in disbelief. It's almost like a dream. Is brother Chen Wei serious? It's not a joke? Su Jinglei asked again. Do I look like I'm joking? Chen Wei immediately said. Not like a joke. Su Jinglei was still a bit unconvinced. What I'm going to buy? But a Porsche 911 so expensive. Chen Wei immediately said a little. What's this? It's just a small amount of money. As long as you like it, I'll buy it for you. Brother Chen Wei, I love you so much. Love you to death. Su Jinglei said happily for a moment. Then she gave Chen Wei a wild kiss on the face. A voice came quickly from the system. Su Jinglei's intimacy value plus 10. The intimacy value is now at 60 points. Chen Wei's face had a face full of red lipstick marks, and he immediately giggled. He didn't realize that the car hadn't been bought yet, and the intimacy value actually added another 10 points. I can't imagine that women are really emotional creatures, and women are certainly not rational creatures. No wonder some men can get women into bed by cheating. It's no wonder that some beautiful women can be scammed and even die to take out online loans to spend money on men. It's no wonder they say that women in love have zero IQ. Chen Wei was overwhelmed with emotion. Su Jinglei is looking forward to Chen Wei's performance now. She couldn't leave Chen Wei either, because Chen Wei's wealth runs deep. He's his future son-in-law. Su Jinglei immediately wrapped her arms around Chen Wei's neck and hung onto him, speaking tenderly. Brother, didn't we say we'd go to your house and sit down? Okay. Do you have any wine then? Do you have wine at your home? I'll drink some with brother. Didn't you say you didn't have a chance today? Chen Wei snickered. Su Jinglei was a bit petulant. I suddenly want to drink. Okay? I wonder who is going to take who down tonight. Chen Wei smiled and didn't say anything more. You're looking at my money. I'm looking at your color. The two of them got bored for a while, and then took a drop to Thompson. Because Chen Wei had been drinking, so Chen Wei couldn't drive. What? You live here? Seeing the house in Townsend, Su Jinglei was a bit surprised. The house here. You're not renting it, are you? Su Jinglei immediately said. You'll see later, Chen Wei said. Chapter 137. I'm not taking the initiative anymore. Chen Wei quickly brought Su Jinglei back to his home. Su Jinglei was pleasantly surprised to see such a large bungalow and so richly decorated. Chen Wei, is this really your house? Su Jinglei was still a bit skeptical. You wait, Chen Wei immediately said. And he went to the nightstand in the room and found the real estate license. Then he walked out of the room and handed the real estate license to Su Jinglei. Su Jinglei took the real estate license, then opened it, then looked at it. The real estate certificate clearly states the holder, Chen Wei. Chen Wei's head suddenly received a message. Su Jinglei's intimacy value plus 10. Now, Su Jinglei's intimacy value reaches 70 points. Add another 10 points to open the stock market futures ticker card. Because Chen Wei received a system message, he scanned Su Jinglei's data again. There's no mistaking that the intimacy value is up to 70 points. Seeing this scene, Chen Wei was happy in his heart. Su Jinglei, come here. What would you like to drink? Chen Wei immediately asked. Water or wine? I have a bottle of Louis XIII here. Do you want to try it? Su Jinglei was shocked to hear that the wine was as expensive as gold. It's $60,000 or $70,000 for a bottle. Don't. It's too expensive. Su Jinglei immediately said a little. It's okay. Let's have a little fun today. I've never had a drink either. Today take this opportunity to have a drink with you and be happy. I'm so happy to meet with you. Chen Wei said. Alright then, I'll do as you say. To celebrate our meeting, have a drink. Su Jinglei said a little. Men don't get drunk, and they have even less of a chance themselves. Better to get it done in the middle of a drunken stupor. Chen Wei found 2 tall glasses and opened the wine. 1 small glass for each person. The 2 men then clinked their glasses and toasted. The 2 men dried glass after glass. Soon, Su Jinglei couldn't help herself. Su Jinglei took the initiative to stand up and came to Chen Wei's side. She pressed herself against Chen Wei's chest and drew circles on Chen Wei's chest with her fingers. In the future, you can't mess around, Su Jinglei immediately said. Okay, I won't mess around. I'll only do it if you agree for me to do it. Chen Wei immediately said. You can't be mad at me either. Su Jinglei added. Okay, I'm not mad at you. Chen Wei returned. Xiao doesn't know if what he's saying is true or not. But Chen Wei's flowery words got to Su Jinglei. She had leaned against Chen Wei and giggled as she looked at Chen Wei's handsome side face. Chen Wei listened for half a day, but he didn't hear Su Jinglei speak. He immediately turned his head to see what was going on. As a result, when they turned their heads, the two touched nose first. Immediately afterward, the two men's lips were next to each other. The two men's lips were as close together as positive and negative poles, attracted to each other and clinging to each other. For a moment, the two people's heartbeats sped up, and they couldn't help but embrace each other and hold each other tightly. Chen Wei's fire was stoked. His tongue worked its way into Su Jinglei's mouth as he kept savoring her honeyed buds. You don't need to be taught this honey harvesting skill, boys are born with it. It's a natural skill. Su Jinglei was a little out of breath from the kiss. Her eyes were full of ecstasy and she went limp. It was as if she had an electrifying sensation. The feeling made her unable to stop kissing Chen Wei and kept responding to him. It was a long time before the two parted their lips. Chen Wei knew that if he were to say something affectionate at this time, he would be able to hem and haw right away. However, it seems that he has now turned into an IQ of 0, and what love words didn't come out. Do men in love also have 0 IQ? Chen Wei looked at the white and red face in front of him, as well as the watery eyes and cherry-like mouth. With such a close distance, he could feel the hot air that Su Jinglei was giving out. Should I or shouldn't I make a move? Chen Wei hesitated, afraid of messing things up. The two stared at each other for half a day. You looking at me and I looking at you, neither of them doing anything further. Chen Wei was about to say something about whether or not we should have a go at that when he heard Su Jinglei say something. Brother Chen Wei, I drank too much. I'm a bit dizzy. Su Jinglei slightly twisted her head over after saying this. She had that pouty, little cutie look about her. All could hear the meaning of her words. Chen Wei was more than listening. Then that, I'll take you into your room to rest. Chen Wei returned excitedly. He didn't expect the opportunity to come so quickly. Su Jinglei bit her lip lightly, a little embarrassed. Got a little raincoat? Xiao said immediately. No, 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 if you have it, give birth to it, because Chen Wei immediately said. Chen Wei didn't wait for Su Jinglei's consent and took her hand and pulled her into the room. He's no saint. Su Jinglei is so proactive. If you don't take the initiative and step back, then what's the use of keeping the couple of pounds of flesh he has to cut off? Su Jinglei followed Chen Wei into the room. Chen Wei immediately closed the door. As soon as he closed the door to his room, he couldn't wait to hug and nibble and touch Su Jinglei, his hands reaching into places he shouldn't have. Su Jinglei halter dress is very easy to take off. Will halter towards the sides of a rake. Her shoulder dress immediately slipped to the ground. Su Jinglei is still a bit green and clumsy in her movements, and with Chen Wei's help, the two overcome all the difficulties. After 20 or 30 minutes, Chen Wei stopped, not very happy with the first move of the day expressed. The fire is not yet at full power. At this time, Su Jinglei is now in the bathroom taking a shower. Her blurred figure could be seen through the glass. There was a clatter in the bathroom. Chen Wei stood up on the bed, thinking of her tantalizing body. Chen Wei walked into the bathroom. What are you doing in here? Su Jinglei exclaimed. She was still a bit shy. Ha. What do you think? Chen Wei immediately said. Hip. Ha. Then the two took a bath together in the big luxurious tub, which took another hour or two. Two people wiped their bodies dry. Chen Wei hugged the naked Su Jinglei and walked into the room, the two embracing and holding each other. Chen Wei smelled the scent of the girl's hair beside him and gently stroked her skin, which was too delicate and smooth. Soon the two men were looking at each other. Su Jinglei's brow was wide and her eyes were filled with longing. Chen Wei couldn't help but get excited again and couldn't help himself, and the two tossed around some more. The two were full of tenderness. Love is hard to come by. The two started talking about their old school life. Listening to Su Jinglei talk about how her life and work is going after graduation, she also said that her mom forced her to go on blind dates, and that all those blind date guys were weird. Either weird here or weird there, with long hair or dyed yellow hair. And then there are the ones that have to AA for a meal, just to be afraid to spend money on her. There's no semblance of Chen Wei's brother. Brother Chen Wei is so generous and kind to her. Brother Chen Wei was the best boy she had ever seen in her life. Chapter 138, Giving Away a Peace Hotel. Her mouth was full of tea and honey. What was said mesmerized Chen Wei to the core. Men just love to hear that sweetness. Talking about it, at some point, she fell asleep. Slowly, Chen Wei also fell asleep. After all, hard work is still very hard work. There was no talk all night. Soon it was 7 o'clock on day 2. Su Jinglei people woke up a long time ago. She looked at the clock and realized it was still early, and tried to close her eyes and go back to sleep, only to realize that she found herself unable to sleep either. All you have in mind for yourself is a Porsche 911. She was very excited and looking forward to it. It's 8:30 in the morning. Chen Wei hasn't woken up yet. Su Jinglei had to tease Chen Wei with her own hair to try to wake him up, but it didn't have any effect. She pushed with her hand and it didn't respond. The man sleeps like a pig and can't be woken up by shouting. What are we going to do? Su Jinglei didn't dare to wake him up loudly for fear that he would have a wake-up call. I'm afraid that if I make him unhappy, my plan to buy a car today will go down the drain. She's going to call Chen Wei up in a particularly gentle way, and it's going to make him himself to buy himself a Porsche 911. Suddenly a thought came to her. Her eyes flashed with a hint of shyness as she tried to make Chen Wei wake up in a state of euphoria. In his sleep, Chen Wei felt especially good. Chen Wei hazily felt someone calling him. He hadn't wanted to get up so early because last night had been hard, but Su Jinglei was in a hurry and did everything she could to wake up Chen Wei and get him out of bed. It's still the first time Su Jinglei has done this. After a few minutes she rushed off to the bathroom to rinse and brush her teeth. After Chen Wei was refreshed, he immediately put on his clothes and prepared to brush his teeth. Su Jinglei wears white sheath dress today. The neckline of the dress opened wide, revealing her charming collarbone. There was some lace outlining the skirt, and the skirt was a bit waisted. The waisted style emphasized her figure even more, and her waist appeared even slimmer. Her long legs were visible as she walked. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just gotten high, Chen Wei really wanted to put her on the spot again. The more Chen Wei looked at her, the more beautiful she thought Su Jinglei was. Honey, you're so pretty, prettier than a movie star in a movie, Chen Wei said. Definitely need to dress up for today's trip to the Porsche 4S store. Dress nicely. Su Jinglei stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror and looked around, then said something. Does it need to be so grand? It's just buying a car, Chen Wei immediately said, because Chen Wei walked up and wrapped his arms around her waist. Hey, 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 I can't imagine that one day. She'll be her woman. Having money is a good thing. Chen Wei thought for a moment. Chen Wei was dressed in a straight short-sleeved shirt and suit pants, and the two appeared in the mirror, and the two looked particularly well-matched. How big a deal is it to buy a car? Chen Wei added. Su Jinglei listened to the tone of Chen Wei's speech, buying millions of dollars of cars like buying cabbage, and did not feel that Chen Wei was bragging. After all, $500,000 or $600,000 were spent yesterday, and these things are very convincing. Su Jinglei naturally helped Chen Wei straighten his collar, somewhat like a wise wife and mother. I know. I'll put on some more makeup. I'll be done in a minute. Just wait a minute. Chen Wei saw that she still had to put on makeup, so he took out his cell phone. Suddenly, it occurred to him that there was one thing left to do. He immediately entered the daily seconds system interface. Ding! The gifts given to you by the system have been refreshed. You can choose one out of 3. Gift 1, one for the Peace Hotel in Shanghai, worth 2.8 billion yuan. Gift 2, a Porsche 911 for $15 million. Gift 3, a coal mine in Shaanxi, worth $2 billion. Chen Wei looked at what the system had refreshed. This Porsche 911 is really timely. His own girlfriend wanted a Porsche, and he sent it right away. Chen Wei immediately thought for a moment. No, this value is too cheap. Better go with gift 1. Just pick the expensive one, not the right one. Chen Wei immediately said. I'll go with gift 1, the Peace Hotel. The system immediately said. Okay, this certificate will be placed in your chest of drawers immediately at noon today. The system said again. Since you took down a beautiful woman, the system gives you one chance to draw at them all. This isn't a draw now? Chen Wei immediately said. Okay, now the draw. A lottery system interface quickly appeared in Chen Wei's mind. A cursor rotates up and down the various product screens. Finally, the cursor stops at the $20 million relationship cash screen. The prize that the host drew is a 20 million yuan love fund. And this love fund can only be used on Su Jinglei. The system immediately spoke. Yeah, no problem, Chen Wei immediately said. Then he quit the system. When a girl says soon, right away, it means at least 20 to 30 minutes. After Chen Wei had done this, Su Jinglei hadn't finished her makeup yet. It took many more minutes before Su Jinglei finished her makeup. Seriously though, Su Jinglei is prettier and looks more radiant with makeup. Some of the bangs are slightly curled, hiding the playful winks. It shows a fresh and sweet feeling like a little girl next door. Pink red lips, slightly pursed, looking at Chen Wei spring, looking at the glorious Su Jinglei. Chen Wei really wanted to do it again. If it wasn't for the fact that he had already been passively exercised once just now, he would definitely want to do it again. With everything in order, the two walked out of the house and into the elevator. Then they went to the street snack bar and had an early dinner. When they came to the street, they caught another drop. Because Chen Wei drank yesterday, the car was left at a place and not driven back. Also, drive back later. The car quickly drove to the front of the Porsche 4 store. As soon as they got out of the car, a beautiful sales lady soon came over to greet them. They were exceptionally warm in their service, smiling, like they had come to greet mom and dad. Handsome ladies, may I ask if you're here to see and buy a car or take a test drive? Chen Wei looked at her with his eyes. This beauty is quite pretty. Her body is also very good. Her makeup is also drawn very beautifully, and she is very tall, so it can be said that she is loved by everyone. He now had over 3 billion renminbi on him, and he returned with great vigor. Let's see the car. The pretty car sales lady smiled and said, yes, may I ask if you have an appointment? Can I come see the car without an appointment? Chen Wei said a little questioningly. The beautiful sales lady said in a hurry, no, I mean, if you don't have an appointment with sales, can I be your sales? Can I make an introduction for you? Now, Chen Wei understood. So it was like this. At first, he thought that this kind of luxury car store likes to play big. If there is no appointment, do not allow to buy a car to see the car. Chapter 139, Beautiful saleswomen have ideas too. Chen Wei immediately used the universal scanning system to try to look at the beautiful sales lady's information. A voice came quickly from the system. Ding! The universal scanning system is acquiring information about the other party. Name, Luo Yan. Age, 26. Height, 170 centimeters. Face value, 89. Stature, 85. Privacy, 8. Intimacy, 20. In passerby status. Not bad. This beauty is still in the middle of the pack. A beautiful saleswoman selling Porsches can have such self-awareness. It's obvious that she's not the kind of girl who screws around. Alright, just you do it. You show us the Porsche 911. Chen Wei said. Yes, please follow me. Luo Yan immediately reached out to guide her. Luo Yan could tell that this person was very confident, like the handsome man in front of us, who speaks calmly and with confidence. Plus the beautiful woman next to him is gorgeous and generous. The possibility of a combination like this to buy a Porsche is still very high. Luo Yan has been in the workplace for so long that she can tell 80% or 90% at a glance. So, Luo Yan was even more enthusiastic. Chen Wei is her god. This luxury car salesman looks like he's having a great time on the outside, but he's actually having a very hard time. They often don't bill for months. They are not billed for 3 years and billed for 3 years of food. Of course, that's a bit of an exaggeration. It's still possible to go a year without a bill and eat a year with a bill. She hasn't been billed for the past few months. Therefore, Luo Yan was especially devoted to Chen Wei. Chen Wei and Su Jinglei followed Luo Yan into the Porsche 4 store. As soon as they entered the door of the 4s, they saw 4 beautiful women with good looks bowing to the 2 of them. Chen Wei also politely nodded and smiled at them. At a luxury car 4 store, I heard that for every luxury car sold, there is one less beautiful saleswoman, and I don't know if that's true or not. Su Jinglei saw Chen Wei staring a bit colorfully at a beautiful saleswoman and gave a light hum to show her dissatisfaction. After Chen Wei heard this, he hurriedly smiled and coaxed Su Jinglei, explained why I ran into beautiful women on the street, and it turns out that the beautiful women came to the 4 store. Su Jinglei glared at him a bit angrily, but didn't say anything. She didn't want to lose a lot of money for a small reason. It was a critical time to buy a car, and she didn't want to become a stalemate because of this small matter. Plus it's just a look with the eyes. It's not like you're making a move, much less getting laid. Be a little more open-minded yourself, not too petty. The 3 men quickly arrived at the showroom, which had several cars parked on it. What each car was called, Chen Wei didn't know. Luo Yan was immediately introduced. This one is a Porsche Cayenne. This one is a Panamera. And the last one is the famous Porsche 911. Su Jinglei saw her beloved sports car close at hand and looked at it with 2 motionless eyes. This is her dream car. She grabbed Chen Wei's hand with a bit of excitement, and her hands got a bit hard. Her fingernails pinched Chen Wei's flesh. Ouch! Are you trying to eat someone? It hurt so much that Chen Wei sucked in a breath. Then he spoke, wondering if this girlfriend of his is doing it on purpose. Beautiful women are usually prickly. She had only taken one look at another beautiful woman, and she had hit her so hard. This girl can really be jealous and has a small heart. It was only then that Su Jinglei realized that she had lost her temper and began to apologize in a hurry. I'm sorry, brother Chen Wei. Does it hurt? Although Chen Wei was in a bit of pain, he still pretended on his face that it didn't hurt and that it didn't matter. Never mind. A little pain is all. After thinking about it in his heart, he would have to find an opportunity to persuade her to cut her nails in the future. Otherwise, she would have to suffer later. Let's sit in and take a look. Chen Wei opened the car door. Su Jinglei sat in first. She was quickly mesmerized by the decorations inside the car. She touched the east and looked at the west, very curious and excited. Chen Wei also got in from the passenger seat. Chen Wei immediately asked, "This car, do you like it?" Su Jinglei looked at Chen Wei with glowing eyes and immediately said, "Of course I like it. So is this the only one you're buying, not considering other cars?" Chen Wei immediately asked. "I'll take this one," Xiao said happily. Hearing this sentence, Luo Yan also became especially happy. She immediately stepped forward, then did her best to introduce herself. This Porsche 911 is the most classic sports car in the world. It has a 3.0T engine with a maximum horsepower of 390. The interior is made with luxurious leather seats. The safety of this car is also very high. Su Jinglei looked at the car and saw a huge Porsche logo on the steering wheel, which was pleasing to the eye and a feeling of superiority. Whether it was for a photoshoot to act cool or to admire on its own. How much does this car cost? Chen Wei immediately asked. $19 million. Luo Yan immediately said. Honey, are you really buying me this car? Su Jinglei asked. This cry of husband was even more provocative than last night when she was in the throes of spring. This sound of husband made Chen Wei's bones crumble. Honey, as long as you like it, I'll buy it for you. Chen Wei added. Hubby, I love you. Love you to death. Su Jinglei squealed with excitement. Soon, Chen Wei received a prompt from the system in his head. The intimacy value of Su Jinglei was +10. Whenever girls in the modern society hear about buying, they really don't have the slightest resistance. And not many of them can withstand the temptation. Even the beautiful schoolgirls are no exception. These are really materialistic times. +6 points for 6 hard hours of work last night. Now, the intimacy value has reached 86 points. The system opens the stock market futures quotation card for you. As soon as he heard this, Chen Wei was overjoyed. He immediately hugged and kissed Su Jinglei. Luo Yan, who was standing on the side, saw them being so mushy and quickly turned her head to the side. She's also a little jealous. You know, $1 million plus car that this man says he'll buy and give away. The beautiful woman beside him looks like, besides being a little bit pretty, there is nothing else special. As if she is a silly white sweet, like she has never seen anything in the world. Spending so much money for a beautiful woman like this. Has this man been put under some kind of ecstasy by a beautiful woman, or is he too good on C? Luo Yan immediately thought about how my fate is so bad. How come there's no overbearing president to look at me? Beauty, is this car available? Because Chen Wei asked. He realized that this beauty was walking away. Yes. Handsome. Luo Yan came back to her senses and spoke in a hurry. What is the landed price of this car? Chen Wei asked. Actually, he didn't care how much the price was. Seeing that Chen Wei seemed like he wanted to order a car, Luo Yan hurriedly threw away that kind of impractical thought and then concentrated on talking. This car you're looking at costs 190,000 for the naked car, and counting some other things, it's about 1,400,000. Luo Yan immediately said. What's your name? Handsome? If you feel satisfied, we can go inside to the parlor to discuss the price. Luo Yan added. She wanted to take this opportunity to be alone with Chen Wei. She still had ideas. Chapter 140. If it's Chen Wei, you can touch the car. My name is Chen Wei. Chen Wei immediately said. He turned his head again and asked Su Jinglei. Are you sure you want to buy just this one? Then I'll pay up. Su Jinglei nodded her head in a hurry, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the 911 that would soon be hers. At this time, she was too satisfied with Chen Wei. At this time, even if Chen Wei made some excessive demands on her, she would still agree. However, Chen Wei did not guess what Su Jinglei was thinking. He immediately handed his bank card to the beautiful saleswoman. Swipe it then. Luo Yan was dumbfounded. She had seen car buyers before, but never had she seen someone who just for 2 or 3 minutes, without even a cup of tea, swiped their card and bought a car right away. Not even a price. Looking at Chen Wei, who was so confident and calm, Luo Yan's gaze was filled with a little bit of anticipation, with a little bit of ideas. If only I could pry myself off the wall a bit. She quickly pressed such thoughts. No problem, Mr. Chen. May I ask if you want to add a little electric sunroof or stereo or something like that? Luo Yan asked. Chen Wei thought for a moment. He himself hadn't spent much on Su Jinglei now. Only $500,000 or $600,000. Spend a little more on it. It's not like it's hundreds of thousands of dollars anyway. Add it all. I want a top-of-the-line one. Chen Wei immediately said. As long as it makes Su Jinglei happy, add anything. He's not a bad host himself anyway. Luo Yan also had a bit of an idea about the man in front of her who spent money without blinking an eye and especially favored his girlfriend. And she didn't have much resistance to Chen Wei anymore. Her heart was beating even faster this time, and her face was flushed with peach blossoms. If it wasn't for the presence of Su Jinglei, she would have really wanted to throw her arms around her. If only such a high-flyer was her boyfriend. Then she'd be laughing out loud as she fell asleep. But she soon heard a discordant voice. There's no need to add it. I just think it's fine as it is. Su Jinglei said a little. Besides, if you add it, no one else can see it. Just have a Porsche logo in the car. You don't need to spend so much wasted money. Su Jinglei added. It's not that Su Jinglei doesn't want to add it. It's just that if she does, she'll have to wait for several more months. Su Jinglei doesn't want to have a long night for fear of any changes. I'll drive a Porsche for myself first, and then if I have the money later on, I'll get another one for myself. Chen Wei thought she was saving money for herself. Spend a little, as long as it's on you, it's not a waste of money. I'm not bad with this little bit of money, Chen Wei added. He was being generous now. Su Jinglei wrapped her arms around Chen Wei's neck and pouted a little. Don't choose. I'll save you a little money and it's such a pain in the ass to choose. I'm a little less good at it. Luo Yan saw Su Jinglei this look, secretly scolded in her heart, small. Add a little bit, just add a little bit. Add a little more, and Luo Yan's commission will be more. But there was a smile on his face, and then he said something. Beauty. A lot of customers buy 911s that are customized. Whether it's from the color of the car or to the wheel options, whether it's the interior or the comfort features, we can assemble it to your liking and make it unique inside and out. You can have a unique and exclusive sports car. Yeah, add some configurations to look different. You're a pretty girl, driving a car that's unique. How good looking. Chen Wei also chimed in. Su Jinglei was a little torn. Chen Wei is right. Obviously there is a chance to add a match, but he is silly not to have a little bit of the small people. But she also wanted to get in the car sooner. So, she immediately asked the sales babe. So, do you have any top of the line, current, luxury cars at this store? Luo Yan thought for a moment. Yes, we had a customer before who customized a high-end version of a 911, and the configuration is also very luxurious. But something happened to her family's company and the company went bankrupt, so it also defaulted on the deal. This car has been sitting in our store, and I'm going to show it to you now. However, I'm going to get the keys first. Luo Yan immediately spoke up. This one has been parked in their store for months and hasn't been sold yet, because this car is a red feminine style. The matching stuff is luxurious, plus it's expensive. So many people don't see it. Luo Yan and Chen Wei have no concept of the car. Anyway, it's no big deal to look at it. Nothing to lose. Chen Wei immediately said a little. Then let's go take a look and see if it fits. Hearing this, Luo Yan was even happier, because this car was more expensive. Then her commission would be more. She introduced herself as she walked. This car has carbon fiber wheels added to the tires. The seats are also ventilated and heated. The steering wheel is self-heated. The chassis is made of the most advanced chassis components in the world. And it also comes with a smart driver. Chen Wei listened plausibly, but felt that the car was particularly good. Luo Yan quickly brought the key and went to the indoor parking lot. Only a car covered by a car cover was parked silently. This car is like a girl waiting to be married. Luo Yan quickly put on her gloves and lifted the car cover. Soon, a gleaming red sports car appeared in front of the crowd. Her body lines are smooth and her color scheme of red on the outside and black on the inside gives her a gorgeous appearance. The car looks dainty with its radiant red luster. Seo took one look and fell in love with the car. Su Jinglei also sees one and loves one. She immediately felt that the one she had just had didn't smell good. She reached out her hand to touch this one car. As she reached out, she was careful. However, it was quickly called back by Luo Yan. I'm sorry, beautiful. This car is not to be touched by rule. Luo Yan said she was sorry, but she wasn't the least bit apologetic at all. Peers despise each other, and so do beautiful women. She knew that Chen Wei was the one who paid out the money. This beautiful woman's word doesn't count. If Chen Wei reached out to touch it, she would never stop it. Even, she would use the key to open it up and let Chen Wei in to have a seat. Anyway, the seats are covered with protective film, so it doesn't really matter if you sit on them for a while. However, Su Jinglei is not qualified to sit on it. Luo Yan believes that Su Jinglei is nothing more than a canary kept by others, and that she has just caught a rich man. It won't do any harm if I touch it. I won't let my nails get next to it. Su Jinglei didn't have the good sense to say so. I'm really sorry. This car is too expensive to just touch. You can only watch from afar. Luo Yan smiled a little. That's true, but it's always uncomfortable. Su Jinglei frowned a bit and didn't say anything, still a bit reluctant, and retracted her hand. This car is, by the looks of it, much more expensive than the one from earlier. Su Jinglei was not good enough to ask for this one car, although she liked it. She hoped that with Chen Wei, her heart was in the right place. She hoped that Chen Wei would understand her feelings. Chapter 141. If the money isn't enough, I have $200,000 in savings there, and if it's not enough, I'll take out a little loan. How much does this car cost? Chen Wei was very knowledgeable and asked. The price of this car that was previously negotiated with the guest is $3.6 million. Luo Yan spoke up. However, you can buy it at a discount. When Su Jinglei heard the offer of $3.6 million, she was secretly cold. She sneaked another look at Chen Wei. She realized that Chen Wei seemed to be in a bit of a bind. Isn't this car already over Chen Wei's budget? After all, this car was more than twice as expensive as the one earlier. anyone would be difficult. Anyone who hesitates. So, he's not too happy and hesitant. But she loves this car. She loves it so much. The moment this car cover was lifted, she thought she had to have this car. She thinks it's just that she's the car. She and the car have one thing in common. Both are equally obscured by the dust of the world and cannot find anyone to appreciate them. Both can only stay alone in the corner. Alone. Seo was so impressed that she was tempted to drive it away immediately. But Chen Wei's silence made her a little uneasy. Chen Wei hummed. He looked at the car and thought it was beautiful. But in his heart he wasn't quite satisfied with the car. It was only over $3 million, so he couldn't see who it was. You know, a lot of people drive Lamborghini Poison yet. That's over $3 million to drive out. Can't even hold your head up in front of them. It's a shame there aren't better cars around here. Otherwise, buy a $10 to $20 million luxury car. Porsche chick, can't you bring me a current car with tens of millions of dollars to spend? Brother Chen Wei, can I buy this one? Su Jinglei clenched her teeth again and said, I've saved more than $200,000 myself. You see how much money is still missing. Big deal. I'll take out a little loan. Chen Wei immediately laughed when he saw Su Jinglei say she wanted a loan. Who are you looking down on? It also shows that Seo doesn't have much confidence in him and doesn't think he has the strength. It's not that you can't afford it when you have trillions of dollars in cash on you. Chen Wei smiled and touched Su Jinglei's hair, ready to promise to buy her a car right away. Turning his head to look at her again, he saw her eyes full of longing and thought for a moment. Su Jinglei is willing to take out her entire savings to buy this car. It is evident that she is very much in love with this car. In that case, one can lend her money. Hiring Su Jinglei herself to take care of her own life counts as a $30,000 salary a month, which is only $360,000 a year. In that case, she's tied to her side, and you can whore her out for 10 years for nothing. Chen Wei immediately smiled lewdly as he thought of his future cohabitation. But there was trouble, too. If you let her take care of your own life, it's not so easy to pick up girls on your own. In the future, he's definitely going to be a scumbag himself. Chen Wei thought for a moment, but decided against it. Anyway, he had plenty of money. There was no need to squeeze the pretty schoolgirl like that. After all, they were all classmates, and they were his girlfriends. Just get laid often enough to take advantage of the situation. Chen Wei immediately thought of a good idea. I want you to write 30 forgiveness cards. Chen Wei immediately said. Su Jinglei didn't get it for a moment and asked, what forgiveness card? I promise to buy you this car. In exchange, you personally write me 30 paper cards of forgiveness. Chen Wei explained again. Chen Wei picked Su Jinglei's chin with his finger and gave a bad smile. If I make a mistake and I take out my forgiveness card, you must forgive me. Do you understand me? Su Jinglei heard it and then immediately froze. Immediately thought that this scum was not trying to pick up another woman. I found out. He wants me to forgive him. 2 or 3 is about right. All right, too many and I won't forgive you. Su Jinglei said a bit. Chen Wei hadn't expected her to say something like that and seemed so generous. 3 or 2 is too little. 20 at the very least. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Hearing this, Su Jinglei became irritated and raised her small fist to pound on Chen Wei's chest. It was a good thing she didn't have much force to do much damage. The opposite side didn't hurt. Seeing that she didn't have much force, she was so angry that she didn't care about the image of a lady and opened her mouth to bite Chen Wei's arm. Chen Wei begged for mercy in a hurry. I'm joking with you. Don't take it seriously. How can you joke like that? Seo said a little. The two fought and looked close. Luo Yan stood on the sidelines, but it was very hard to watch. I can't imagine that there are women who laugh a few times and get a $3 or $4 million car to drive. They have to look at the face of the supervisor every day, but also grovel to the customer. Keep smiling, as if the customer is their own father and father. Every day to serve the people of the day is really difficult. Like today, Luo Yan saw someone else's Prince Charming. Where is her own Prince Charming? Her mind was a little broken. The mind remembers this, thinks of that, and thinks of uncivilized laws. She really wanted to take the shortcut in life, especially after seeing Chen Wei so handsome, so rich, and so young. He was so gentle with Su Jinglei too. Luo Yan's heart immediately had an idea. Like such a good man, the shot should be shot, the fight should be fought for. It's not illegal to steal someone's boyfriend, and I'm not the only one who steals other people's boyfriends. Looking at the two of them, they must not be married. Husbands and wives don't have so much to say to each other. Only a young couple would talk so much, and it's only little couples who have just met that have a steady stream of love talk. Luo Yan had made up her mind. She immediately said to the two men, I'll interrupt. Handsome Chen, this car, are you sure you want to buy it? Chen Wei was busy taking advantage of Su Jinglei, and immediately said, the card is yours. Go swipe it yourself. Please come with me to sign the contract and I can give you some discounts. Give some special discounts. Luo Yan hinted. She wanted to take Chen Wei to the office alone, and the two of them to see if there was any chance of being alone. She was still very happy and very confident with her looks. Her own legs were long and thin and her face was very pretty. When I was modeling myself, I also practiced dancing and had to practice my one horse. As long as there is a chance, she can also write a forgiveness card to Chen Wei. It doesn't matter if you just pick up 10-8, as long as you remember to go home. Chen Wei hadn't heard the words outside Luo Yan's words. She wasn't interested in beauties below 90 points either. Chen Wei's mouth has been spoiled. Which one of Lu Bingqian, Chen Chuchu, and Lu Ruyan is above 90 points? Getting down to business first, he stopped Su Jinglei's jostling. Honey, stop. Let's go sign the contract. Let's go. Handsome. As long as the car buyer comes to sign the papers, let your girlfriend continue to look around the car, experience the details and workmanship, and familiarize herself with the car. Su Jinglei heard these words are also a little bit of intention. The car to buy, but also not in a hurry this time. The car can be seen slowly in the future, because she noticed the beautiful saleswoman smiling with her eyes full of peach blossoms. Chapter 142 Buying the top-of-the-line Porsche 911. Su Jinglei was really worried, afraid that her boyfriend would be pried away by this beauty. Wait a minute. I'll go watch it with you guys. Su Jinglei immediately said. Chen Wei was also a bit strange. He pointed at Su Jinglei and said, my girlfriend is the owner of the car. Doesn't she have to sign? Luo Yan was taken aback after hearing this as well. Is the car you bought today going to be registered in your girlfriend's name? Luo Yan asked. She was beginning to think that the car was just bought for this handsome guy's girlfriend to drive. Whichever person this vehicle is registered to, then the vehicle is owned by that person and the ownership of the vehicle is in that person's name. I can't imagine that this handsome guy spends $3 to $4 million to pick up a girl. What a rich kid. Maybe the money is just a drop in the bucket for this rich kid. Luo Yan's gaze at Chen Wei immediately became infatuated. She wanted to take him down quickly. Yeah, this car is registered in her name. I was going to let her buy it herself, thinking that she's not familiar with the place. I'll give her a companion. There's also the fact that large transfers are too troublesome. I'm afraid she can't wait. Chen Wei immediately laughed a little, then looked at Su Jinglei with love. Where can't wait? Su Jinglei immediately said. Then she gave Chen Wei a winking glance. Chen Wei laughed badly. Then why were you in such a hurry to rush me this morning? Originally I wanted to sleep. You're too annoying. You're too hateful. Su Jinglei immediately said, reaching out to pinch him. This was because she immediately remembered what happened between the two in the morning. How can you just say something like that? Luo Yan wasn't too interested in what the two of them had been up to that morning. Seeing that Chen Wei didn't want to be alone with himself, he was a bit upset and didn't know what to do. Take a step and see what happens. Alright then, you two come with me. I'll do the paperwork for you. Luo Yan had to say something. The three men quickly made their way to the parlor of the store. Luo Yan quickly called for tea, and then brought the purchase contract and POS machine himself. You buy a Porsche with free lifetime maintenance. We send XX insurance and a 10,000 yuan gas card. Luo Yan immediately said. You can swipe your card. Chen Wei immediately said. Soon, the swipe was successful. Soon the formalities were all done. As if she was dreaming, Su Jinglei was still stupidly holding a pen, not knowing to put it back. As soon as the raw beat was released, the car ran away. Su Jinglei how did not expect life first car will Porsche 911, and is the top version of the 911, and is a full 911. She quickly walked out of the parlor in a trance. Outside, two beautiful saleswomen stood on either side, bent over and smiled. Congratulations on becoming the owner of the honored Porsche 911. Our 4 store will do our best to serve you in the future. Soon, a group of people applauded enthusiastically. Su Jinglei this time it, people are stupid, do not know what to do. Soon, Luo Yan respectfully handed over the keys to the car. It was at this time that Su Jinglei came to her senses. She took the car keys a little shakily and quickly felt the envious glances from everyone. She was as if she was floating on a cloud. She felt so good and happy about this one. However, she remembered that it was all from her man, Chen Wei. She immediately wrapped her arms around Chen Wei, and she pressed her face against his chest. Brother Chen Wei, I'm not dreaming, am I? You pinch me. Luo Yan spoke up. Chen Wei immediately pinched on her. Ouch. It hurts. It's true. You're also too hard. Su Jinglei immediately complained. Fortunately, it's not a dream. At this time, Su Jinglei was relieved. Her own man is handsome and good to her. Su Jinglei is very satisfied. Hubby, why are you so nice to me? Su Jinglei immediately asked. You're so pretty and cute. You deserve me to be so nice to you. Chen Wei immediately said. The words came out. Chen Wei received a message in his head. Ding! Su Jinglei's intimacy value +6. The intimacy value is now at 91. Chen Wei was very happy to hear that the intimacy value had been increased. When Su Jinglei heard Chen Wei praising her beauty, her heart was as sweet as if she had eaten candy, and she was in a happy mood. She rubbed her head against Chen Wei's chest. She seemed like a kitten, pampering herself in front of her master. She raised her head again and looked at Chen Wei's handsome face, worrying that her man would be abducted by other women, especially fearing that this beautiful woman in front of her would be abducted, and her heart became afflicted. Honey, you're not going to leave me. You won't get me and leave me behind. Seo asked softly. Love doesn't know what it's about, but it's about love. She herself hadn't realized that in just a day or two, her mind was all over this man. Although she guessed that Chen Wei wouldn't say no, she just wanted to hear Chen Wei's assurance. Don't worry, we'll always be together. Even if the sea goes dry, we will still be together. Chen Wei immediately pacified. Su Jinglei was very satisfied when she heard this. She quickly stood on her tiptoes to give Chen Wei a fragrant kiss in front of a large crowd. She's taking an oath of sovereignty. She swore in front of Luo Yan, this man is mine. Several other people had watched them show their love. Some even took out their cell phones and snapped pictures, and one of them even sent it to his circle of friends after taking the picture. The supervisor, seeing that there was nothing more for them to do, told everyone to go back to their respective jobs. Soon a couple of beautiful saleswomen got together and talked about it. Just now Yanzi said that this 911 is a guy, buying it for that girl, and paid full price. So rich. Wow. Full payment. This man is also too rich. Which rich kid is he? It's true that people are more than people. Look, we're so pretty too. How come we don't have such good luck? How come she found a rich and handsome guy? You could compete with her for the job. Anyway, they're not married yet, so you still have a chance. Or the two of you could take turns. One working every single day and one working every double day. Just get on. I'll ask Swallow for his WeChat later. When there's an opportunity like this, we have to fight for it. Maybe he likes my kind. Aya, all of you are so beautiful. Just me is a little bit worse. I really envy you guys. Otherwise, I'd want that handsome guy's cell phone number too. Luo Yan didn't bother to chat with them. She was holding various invoices, various contracts, and stood by the side to watch them spreading dog food. No way. It was a long time before I saw the two of them separate. Luo Yan immediately said, "Excuse me, you two. The car license plate will take some time. At the fastest speed, it will take until the day after tomorrow. May I ask if you need to apply for a temporary license plate? You can only drive with a temporary license plate." Chapter 143. Okay? I swear. Chen Wei let go of the passionate and fiery Su Jinglei, bent down a waist, and hid the tools of the night's crime, because he had just erected a tent. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. We don't need temporary plates, so when you guys get them done the day after tomorrow, call me, and then, we'll come pick up the car. Okay? I'll contact you when it's time to choose the license plate. Luo Yan immediately said. That's fine. Chen Wei immediately said. Su Jinglei cannot be pressed. Would have wanted to drive the car earlier. She wanted a temporary license plate. However, she didn't say it out loud. Her eyes glanced at Chen Wei a bit slyly. This man doesn't know what he's doing. However, Chen Wei didn't notice her eyes. He was listening to Luo Yan's explanation of his notes about the new car. After these were completed, Luo Yan took a stack of information and went to upload it. It was only at this point that he realized his girlfriend was a little upset. Honey, what's wrong with you? Why are you upset? Chen Wei asked. Humph. Ignore you. Su Jinglei immediately said. Did I do something wrong? Chen Wei, some people didn't understand. Didn't do anything wrong. Su Jinglei didn't say what was on her mind. And she wouldn't stay angry. She didn't want to make things too hard. It would be foolish to drive such a high-flying man away. There's a degree to everything. There's no rush for these 2 or 3 days anyway. The two men checked in and walked out of the Force store. Where are we going to eat? Chen Wei asked. I know a restaurant that has a delicious meal. Let's go eat there. Su Jinglei immediately said. Girls are foodies and know where to eat. At this time, Luo Yan rushed out to see her off, because Chen Wei is his own golden father. When she saw the two Chen Wei preparing to take a taxi, she immediately said, Handsome, didn't you drive out? Why don't I give you guys a ride? Su Jinglei immediately refused. No, we like to take a taxi. She didn't want her boyfriend to be pried by this woman. As the same woman, she was aware of the charm emanating from Chen Wei. It's okay, if you don't take my car, you can also take the company car. Our company has cars that specialize in picking up and dropping off customers. Luo Yan explained again. Big Shanghai, big noon. It was about 40 degrees outside. Chen Wei stood on the side of the road, not wanting to wait. He was just about to say yes when he saw Su Jinglei's reluctant face. He was also overjoyed to see his girlfriend jealous. He immediately said, "Don't bother, we'll get our own ride." He didn't want to upset his girlfriend. He's got a belly full of lust right now, and he wants to he later. Luo Yan didn't get angry when she saw that she was rejected and immediately said, "Okay, have fun you too. You can call if anything happens." After saying this, she quickly left. When she left, she even bent her waist slightly. Attitude is a 10 out of 10. Being God is good. Chen Wei hurriedly called a drop with his cell phone. Su Jinglei gave Luo Yan a somewhat hostile look, and Luoyan locked eyes with her somewhat provocatively. "You keep an eye on your boyfriend, or I'll pry him off." In terms of face, he was slightly worse, but he himself had his own advantages. But he himself could play more tricks, and he was good at eating Jay. He was definitely much better than this little girl who couldn't let go. Good technique can be better than face meter men like. She didn't believe there was a man in the world who didn't cheat. Everyone wants red flags at home and colorful flags flying outside. Every man knows that the wildflowers out there smell better than the flowers at home. As long as she let herself find the opportunity, she would definitely be able to sleep with Chen Wei. Luo Yan thought a lot. She quickly turned back around and cheered herself up. Chen Wei looked at the beautiful saleswoman whose ass was twisting and crotching, and secretly said that it was a pity. That walking posture is so charming. She also had a great body, with a convex front and curvy back, an extremely classy beauty. The only downside is that the face value is not 90 plus. What the heck? The top ones are to be cherished and the pretty ones are not to be wasted. Seeing as she seems to be interested in herself, I wonder if I can whore her out for nothing. He himself is a prince of white johns. Why are you still looking at her? Su Jinglei slapped Chen Wei and said angrily. It was only then that Chen Wei remembered that there was a beautiful woman beside him. He quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I looked at her back and that was so ugly. How can she be in sales? The manager of this company is blind." He wanted to talk Luo Yan down to nothing. Su Jinglei was stunned by Chen Wei's stupid and clumsy explanation. She forgot to be angry. There are still such men in the world. Why are they full of nonsense? Net knows nonsense. Seeing as he's rich, this will forgive him this time. But Su Jinglei knows that there is only one disease in the world, and that is the disease of poverty. She doesn't want this disease. This time, the drop top came. Chen Wei looked at the license plate number and hurriedly walked up. The driver asked for the last 4 digits of Chen Wei's cell phone number. Chen Wei reported that the last 4 digits of the cell phone number matched. The dropshipper let them get in the car. The two sat down and Chen Wei held Su Jinglei's hand. Su Jinglei struggled a little and let him hold it, but the expression was still a bit cold. Not talking to Chen Wei, Chen Wei said, "My dear, don't be upset. What are your requirements? Just mention them. As long as I can do it I will do it. I'll make sure you're satisfied. You speak better than you sing." Su Jinglei said grudgingly. "Tell me first, how can I know what you think if you don't?" Chen Wei spoke again. Chen Wei is moving his hands up and down again. He wrapped one arm around Su Jinglei and one hand was eating tofu on her body. Su Jinglei blushed at Chen Wei's touch. She hurriedly grabbed Chen Wei's hands with both of her hands, trying to resist. "You're the one who wanted me to say it." Su Jinglei immediately said. "Okay, go ahead." Chen Wei agreed. "You can't call and talk to that pretty saleswoman later, after we pick up the car." Su Jinglei immediately said something. "Okay, no problem," Chen Wei said. Hearing Chen Wei's assurance, Su Jinglei was overjoyed and smiled like a flower, looking more and more beautiful. Chen Wei's eyes looked straight at Su Jinglei, and the more he looked, the more he felt like it, and his heart itched. "Honey, you're beautiful." His face came up for a deep kiss. Su Jinglei fought it off with both hands and immediately said something like, "You have to swear." "I swear that I will never call that Luo Yin beauty sales in the future. If I do, I'll be struck by heavenly thunder." Chen Wei swore a little. "That's more like it." Su Jinglei smugly wrapped her arms around Chen Wei's neck, her eyes glowing with spring, her blue waves rippling. She offered up her tiny red lips of her own accord. Chapter 144, Are you really going to buy me a house? The two men soon arrived at a restaurant. It's almost 12 o'clock and it's time to serve the guests. The two people found a seat and sat down. Su Jinglei quickly swept the code on the phone to order a few dishes: fried cashew flowers, steamed mandarin fish, white chopped 3 yellow chicken, grilled oysters, chili pepper fried beef. When these dishes came up one by one, Chen Wei's eyes widened. What's that supposed to mean? Did I behave badly last night? My gold kidneys aren't doing anything? This beautiful woman. You're playing with fire. Chen Wei looked at the sly-faced Su Jinglei and couldn't wait to punish her and do her right away. Chen Wei had a lot on his mind. Brother, eat more. This stuff is a tonic for men, a gas station, and a cosmetic for women. Su Jinglei chucked a grilled oyster and placed it on Chen Wei's plate. Okay, don't you beg for mercy tonight. Chen Wei had the toughest mouth right now. Had a crazy night yesterday and again in the morning. There's really no point in overdrafting now. Luckily, I have my own reinforced gold kidneys, or else I'd all have back pain. I'm seeing that you've indulged in too much lust over the past 2 days, and I'm worried about your body. Let's sleep separately tonight. You sleep yours, I'll sleep mine. Let you recover your body. Su Jinglei talked a little bit about it, and she said that she wouldn't be shy at all at this time. She thought Chen Wei was especially funny and powerful at that time, and he didn't go down to the fire line even when he was injured. Just thinking about that scenario, Su Jinglei was giggling. That won't do. I can't sleep without you around. Chen Wei swallowed the oyster and immediately said loudly. Su Jinglei couldn't stop smiling and laughing her ass off. After dinner, the two of them shopped a bit more. After 40 minutes, I don't know if it's the oysters that give it away or the sautéed cashews that give it away, but Chen Wei is feeling very, very good again. He immediately looked at Su Jinglei colorfully again. Su Jinglei did not show any weakness and her gaze met his as well. Chen Wei immediately wanted to go open a hotel and fight her, but Chen Wei still endured. The two just wandered around the mall a bit. They went to Starbucks first. He ordered a glass for Su Jinglei first and another for himself. After ordering, the two left the place. He tasted a few sips of his own coffee and then tried to taste Sio's. It's a good thing he's shopping with his girlfriend and getting coffee a lot. The two came to a small jewelry store. He took advantage of Su Jinglei's hair clips and other things. Chen Wei took the initiative to help his girlfriend with the coffee. Then, first pretending to take a taste, then taking a big, natural swig. Soon, sweetness to the heart. The coffee was so good too. After taking a sip, I am in a happy mood and happy to do anything. Unfortunately, the medium glass was too small and dried up after a few sips. Su Jinglei picked for a long time, then reached out her hand to take her coffee back from Chen Wei. She took a big drag and realized it was gone. Su Jinglei slapped Chen Wei's arm and scolded with a smile. You're so hateful. You stole someone's coffee. Chen Wei said cheekily. He. It's so good and sweet that I can't control it at once. Next time I'll buy you one big cup. I don't agree with one cup. At least 10 cups. Su Jinglei pouted. Then wrinkling her tiny nose, she glared at him fiercely. Sio is so cute in this look. Su Jinglei, are you living with your parents now? Chen Wei asked. Yeah, my mom doesn't agree with me renting a house outside, saying that a girl has to pay attention to proportion and can't let others take advantage of her. If you live together, the one who suffers is definitely the woman, Su Jinglei said. She looked at Chen Wei again. It's not like I'm living with a man. I'm living with my own girlfriends, and they won't even let me. If I don't come home at night, I still have to report early. I hate it. Su Jinglei complained. It's good that your mom is doing this. A lot of girls live outside nowadays. They don't get up during the day and don't sleep at night. Their days and nights are reversed. They eat and drink irregularly, and their entire being is like a ghost. Chen Wei immediately comforted. There are girls with rooms full of junk. Chen Wei felt that a girl like Su Jinglei was better. This obedient girl has someone at home to take care of her and discipline her. I just hate my mom, demanding that I have to be home by 10 o'clock every night. Tonight I must be home by 10 p.m. Do you agree? Su Jinglei didn't have the heart to say anything. Is it? Chen Wei stuck, not knowing what to say. Every family has its own problems. Her mom didn't control her own head, so of course she's not talking. Tonight, how about we go experience a 5-star presidential suite? Chen Wei said. That's not good. You have to be home by 10 p.m. Su Jinglei immediately refused. Honey, do you want to have your own house? Chen Wei said. What? You're buying me a house? Su Jinglei's expression instantly changed when she heard this sentence. This is too soon. He wants to buy himself a house. His own heart was not prepared at all. Two people have only been together for 2 or 3 days, and they don't even feel familiar with each other yet. They are familiar strangers. Are we at the point of talking about marriage? That's too soon. Su Jinglei was immediately startled by her own thoughts, her insides immediately popping up and being startled for a moment. Why did you buy me a house? Are you serious? Su Jinglei asked immediately. Don't you like having your own house? Chen Wei said immediately. Of course I wish I had a house. What woman wouldn't want her own home and house? Then do you have a favorite neighborhood? Chen Wei immediately asked. Su Jinglei immediately looked at Chen Wei dumbfounded. The man said something like this, which made her hallucinate it as, do you have a favorite costume? I'll fix you a set or two. That's putting it mildly. By this time, Su Jinglei couldn't help but feel a little more favorable towards Chen Wei. It's still early today. Let's go buy a house. Looking at Su Jinglei's happy and silly look, Chen Wei couldn't wait to say something. Confused by this, Su Jinglei said for a moment. Today? She now had great faith in Chen Wei's strength. She just couldn't accept this progress a bit too quickly. What girl can stand to buy a car in the morning? Buying a house in the afternoon. That's too fast of a progression. There are only 2 or 3 big things in life, all crammed into one happy day. Of course, The future is worth looking forward to. The future is promising. The car was bought as a Porsche. House. What kind of house to buy? If it's not a courtyard, it should at least be a villa. Su Jinglei's eyes were glowing more and more. Honey, come on, do you have a favorite house? Chen Wei asked again right away. Chapter 145 Contacting Real Estate Agents. Tell me quickly, do you have a favorite house? Chen Wei immediately asked. Of course there is. I saw a villa earlier. It's really pretty. Su Jinglei immediately took out her cell phone, flipped out Shake and found a short video. This is a single-family garden house in Shanghai, priced at 60 million yuan. For urgent sale. The owners is said to have spent $70 million on the entry and another $7 million to $8 million on renovations. The villa has 3 floors and covers an area of up to 400 square meters, with a garden of 160 square meters. What she can't forget is the large 50 square meter master bedroom on the 3rd floor. And the house has a huge floor-to-ceiling window through which she can overlook the beautiful view of flowers and trees. The terrace is also very large, planted with many flowers and trees, with 2 chairs on it, where you can lie down and feel its relaxing atmosphere. Honey, this is the set. What do you think? Su Jinglei took her cell phone and played the video inside. Not bad. Surrounded by clusters of villas. Chen Wei commented immediately after taking a look. None of the people who live in it are rich. Su Jinglei immediately spoke up. I want to live in it too. It's my dream wedding room. Su Jinglei saw this video at that time, looked at this villa, and fantasized that if she and her favorite person lived here, how wonderful it would be. That is, she would be willing to let her live a few years less. It would be nice to also keep her from having to go to work, or bother, doing yoga every day, planting flowers, being in a happy mood every day, waiting for your man to come home. Just think how wonderful it is. When you do have children, they are taken care of by a nanny and your own life remains light and free. I can't believe the dream is about to come true. Now, right away, there was talk of giving her the villa. My God, God has favored me so much. Did I save the galaxy in a previous life? Su Jinglei is godawful again. Seeing that she liked this villa so much, Chen Wei's eyes went straight and he thought of buying the house in a hurry. This video is a video taken by a real estate agent. Honey, why don't you contact this agent, and we'll go see it right away, Chen Wei said. Su Jinglei quickly heard the words and immediately sobered up. She hastily contacted the agent on her cell phone. Xiao Gu, have you sold that house yet? Su Jinglei immediately asked. Which house are you talking about? Gu asked immediately. It's that villa then. Su Jinglei spoke up. It hasn't been sold yet. Are you free right now? We'd like to go look at the house. Yes, I happen to be free right now, and I have the key. We can go straight now, Gu said. Then send me the address. I'll go right away. Su Jinglei spoke up. Gu quickly sent the address. Then she jumped up and spun around twice. Business was coming in, and there was a good chance it could be done. She could make $100,000 or $200,000 on a deal. The commission on the villa's fees is higher, so Gu was a bit ecstatic. Honey, come on, let's go see your future home, Chen Wei said with a smile. Su Jinglei jumped up and hung onto Chen Wei like a sloth. Then, he kissed Chen Wei's face furiously a few times. Brother Chen Wei, I love you, Su Jinglei immediately said. Yes, you'll love me again when I've bought the house. Are you still going back tonight? Chen Wei said. You cannot return. Besides, who's shooting who? I'm going to make you unable to get out of bed. Brother, just how much money do you have? Why are you so rich? Su Jinglei asked curiously. She also knew that she shouldn't be in such a hurry to ask about these things. If she couldn't help it, she just wanted to know how much money he really had. It's an inheritance from one of my predecessors. You don't need to ask about the exact figure. Anyway, as long as you like something and you see something, I can buy it for you. Chen Wei spoke with great vigor. Chen Wei is worth over $10 billion now. It's still doable to buy what women like. It's just that you can buy a villa like this every day for almost a year. It's not like those little sparkling diamonds. Those little pearls cost much. Chen Wei used his cell phone to call another drop. Chen Wei's words with so much confidence made Su Jinglei's heart flutter once again. She felt that Chen Wei was getting more and more handsome, and looked at this boyfriend of hers in front of her with a bit of infatuation. She bit her reddish lips lightly, her eyes full of naked love inside. The drops came quickly. Su Jinglei couldn't hold back that excitement and followed Chen Wei to the car. If at this time, Chen Wei he did anything more excessive, she would not be angry, and would even take the initiative to cater to it. As soon as she got on the bus, Su Jinglei leaned on Chen Wei. She wrapped her arms around his neck and gazed at the man in front of her with big watery eyes. Su Jinglei's brow was springy. At this time, as long as Chen Wei gestured a little and mentioned that excessive request, she would lower her noble head and replace Chen Wei's used 5 girls herself. Anyway, by himself, Chen Wei can use whatever he wants. who called him his golden father. Now that there were outsiders, Chen Wei wouldn't just make a move. When this rain falls, it can't always be a violent storm, right? There will always be a time when it stops. Su Jinglei immediately asked, "Brother, is this house in both of our names?" Chen Wei answered immediately after a moment of silence. Now that buying a house is restricted, it's better to put only one person's name on it. Once Su Jinglei heard that the house was bought for her alone, her heart was about to fly. This brother was too good. At that time, Chen Wei was a gold mine in her eyes. A gold mine that could never be dug up. Su Jinglei wasn't worried at all that he couldn't afford that $50 to $60 million house. She thinks Chen Wei's savings could be in the billions. "Honey, it's better to write both of our names. After all, this house is for the two of us to live together. Let's not be afraid of his restriction." Su Jinglei politely said, No, I'm going to have a lot more houses to buy. Besides, I'm going to give you enough security. Let you feel at ease at home to take care of me and the baby. Chen Wei said. Fine. Su Jinglei didn't insist anymore. He had said so. It would be a bit too much for her to count on it. It's just that it's a larger area and she's worried that if she doesn't do a good job, she'll be disliked by the men. "Hubby, I'm a lazy person. The house is so big. I can't shoot to take care of it. Can we hire a babysitter?" When Su Jinglei said this, her face was a bit hot and her ears were red. Of course, hire a nanny. What a cook, a nanny, a personal doctor, a personal trainer, a chauffeur, a gardener. I'll set you up with all of them. You just need to accompany me and make me happy. Chen Wei quickly drew a big pie, depicting a bright future for her. Chapter 146, If My Parents Want to See You, Will You Go? Su Jinglei was quickly dazzled by Chen Wei's big pie. Graduation for a month or two to come, plus before graduation. Su Jinglei think their conditions are not very bad. The requirements are not very high. It is impossible not to find a good husband, but the reality is harsh. I've met a few young rich kids. Some of them can gamble, and they love to play, and they shag, and they eat from the bowl and watch the pot. I've also met one or two older men who are almost 40 years old, and they're rich, but they're stingy. They have a theory, something about money being for women, not for them to spend. Later, another prospect was found, a civil servant, young and handsome. He had been talking to him for a few months, and he was actually worried that he was really pretty and that he would green him later and end up dumping him. Your mom, I only marry once, okay? Their own girlfriends are not as good looking and fit as they are, but they have found a husband worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and they don't see anything bad about it, except that they are 2/10 of a year older. How can a best friend be so lucky? And he himself was slow to meet a good man. Started dating last month. Every blind date would ask her, "You're in such good condition. Why would you come out on a blind date? Is it?" Hearing something like that made Su Jinglei about to go crazy. The point is that each of these men is an oddball male, a mommy's boy's boy, a lower head man, a lecherous man, and a nerdy man. She was getting desperate for this blind date she was on. I didn't realize that the darkness of the willows would come back to haunt me. I can't imagine that a classmate who had a crush on her had become so rich and treated her so well. Isn't God favoring himself? Seeing her boyfriend treating her so well, Su Jinglei was so moved that she wanted to cry a little. Her nose turned sour and she shed a little more tears as she looked at Chen Wei with teary eyes. "Honey, will you love me for the rest of my life? Will you not fail me for the rest of your life?" Su Jinglei immediately said a little. Women are very emotional creatures. She was very eager to hear Chen Wei's heartfelt confession at this time. "That's for sure. You're my girlfriend. Why wouldn't I treat you well for the rest of your life?" Chen Wei immediately said. "I must love you. Look at me buying you a house. I'm willing to spend money on you. Isn't this the best proof?" Chen Wei added. "I don't know when a house proved love or not." Chen Wei thought about it for a moment. If it was put in the past, he really didn't dare to say that he loved a girl so much. But it was different now. After he had the system, he had money and he could prove his love without limit. He wanted to give a few more beautiful women a home. Seeing that he had promised to buy himself a house, Su Jinglei couldn't say anything else. She could also see from Chen Wei's eyes that he liked himself. Soon, Su Jinglei was thinking east again. The thought of owning her own home right away and having a handsome boyfriend who was rich made her happy again. Such a high roller is rare indeed. She even resented the slow pace of the two. She wanted to speed things up, preferably with a pregnancy. Her entire body was leaning against Chen Wei, one finger drawing on his chest. "Honey, is there something special you mean by buying me a house?" Su Jinglei immediately asked. "I want this to be a love nest for the two of us. Wanted to keep your hands off being governed by the family. It can allow the two of us to freely socialize." Chen Wei immediately said. "Do you just want to buy a house and live together?" Seo said on a bit. "Buy a house so we can have a secret base?" Chen Wei immediately scratched his head and then spoke. But the matter of buying a house and falling in love and cohabiting, I definitely need to talk to my parents. Su Jinglei Jane looked straight at Chen Wei and asked seriously, if my parents want to see you, are you going? Su Jinglei immediately said, of course I'm going. Chen Wei immediately said, one step at a time. He was also feeling a bit of a headache. He was afraid that after Su Jinglei took herself to meet her parents, the next step would be to press for marriage. One has just lived a good life, and before one can start dashing, one has to go into the grave of love, which is definitely not okay. We're definitely going, but we've only been together for a day or two. Can we go after a while? I want to be in love for a longer period of time. Chen Wei spoke up again right away. After Chen Wei finished speaking, he realized that Su Jinglei didn't say anything. After 2 or 3 minutes there was no response. Chen Wei froze a bit and asked, what's wrong with you? Su Jinglei probably realized something and immediately looked up at Chen Wei for a moment, giving him a complicated look. Although she didn't say anything, she was already showing her displeasure. Su Jinglei let go of Chen Wei's neck, and sat away a bit, as if she wanted to escape from Chen Wei. The two seemed to have had a fight, and Su Jinglei had a cold look on her face. Chen Wei's head quickly received the message. Co Jinglei's intimacy value -1. Co Jinglei's intimacy value -1. Co Jinglei's intimacy value -1. Chen Wei froze. What's going on? This intimacy value will go down. The intimacy value dropped from 86 points to 72 points in one fell swoop, which prevented the stock market futures ticker card from being enabled again. It was over before it started. Looking at Su Jinglei's icy expression, Chen Wei was at his wit's end. It was hot in August and he was sweating even more. Already sweating. Honey, what's wrong with you? If I said something wrong, you can point it out. Don't be angry. I'm just worried that your parents will oppose us, so I'm postponing meeting your parents for a bit. Chen Wei immediately said a little. Chen Wei saw that she was still motionless and not impressed, immediately said a little more. Well then, how about we go see your parents tomorrow? Su Jinglei still didn't say anything, still coldly looking at Chen Wei, mentally cursing, this scumbag. Chen Wei was even more flustered by her look, not knowing why this woman was angry. A woman's heart, a needle in the bottom of the sea. He himself was so good to her, bought her a house and a car. Chen Wei was also a bit angry. What else do you want from me? You say. As long as I can do it, I will definitely agree. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Who knew that Su Jinglei snorted coldly and immediately said something. You said it. I demand that the villa be in both our names. Can you do that? Chen Wei also didn't expect the request she made to be this. This is all a mission impossible. How's this going to play out? Chen Wei didn't know what to say. There was another voice in his head. Co Jinglei's intimacy value -1. What's going on? If it continues any longer, the intimacy value will be lost. Chen Wei didn't know what to use anymore and was very anxious. It was nothing more than such a rush when I didn't find the right place last night. This way is not possible. So the only way is to find Li Shishir. Anyway, she will start school in just 10 days 8 days. Chapter 147, I'm not married. Chen Wei decided to hold back for a while. He got his emotions under control and asked, do you really want me to add my name? Is it so important to add a name? Xiao is emotionally uptight and stubborn at this point. She immediately asked, are you afraid to add your name? Chen Wei didn't know what to do at this time. In the past, if someone were to give himself a set of villas, he would definitely call him father every day, and he would definitely be his good son. But when it came to his girlfriend, he gave him a villa by himself, and she made a lot of incomprehensible conditions. It's really unbearable for an uncle. But the future's stock market ticker card will be available soon. Chen Wei really doesn't look like a basket case. Despite his own anger, he chose to hold back. See if you can get her back. Is it okay if I add my name to the next house I buy? Let's forget about this set, okay? Chen Wei said. Hearing this, Su Jinglei's heart ached a little. Are you married? Did you wait until you were divorced to add your name? Didn't you? Su Jinglei asked. Su Jinglei thinks Man Chen Wei must be married. She's just trying to buy a house to wrap herself up in now. Those adopted mistresses on TV impressed Su Jinglei too much. She never considered being someone's mistress. If you're going to be someone's mistress, you might as well be honest and go to a class. Being nameless and unnamed on your own, you don't get the protection of the law. The bottom line is, if his wife catches him, he'll be stripped naked and thrown outside, or he'll throw sulfuric and hydrochloric acid on him. As soon as she thought of this, Su Jinglei immediately said a little, Chen Wei, I will not be a mistress for you. I would rather give poor and starve to death than be a mistress for you. Hearing this sentence, Chen Wei was much more relieved. Finally, I know why Su Jinglei told him to add his name. I didn't ask you to be a mistress? I'm not married either. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Then why don't you buy a house with two people's names on it? Su Jinglei immediately asked. Why are you messing with me when you obviously have a wife? Chen Wei now has no way out, so he had to set out his ID card and said a little, "Come on, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and take my ID card to check if I'm married." Su Jinglei, already Chen Wei such a calm and confident and frank attitude, also froze for a moment. She had been so desperate, and now all of a sudden her heart became hopeful again. "You really don't have a wife? Not married?" Su Jinglei asked. "I'm really not married," Chen Wei immediately said. Hearing this, Su Jinglei blushed a little, because she had wrongly blamed Chen Wei. "So do you have any other girlfriends? No other fiancé?" Su Jinglei spoke up. "Neither," Chen Wei immediately said. Right now, he didn't blush or jump when he told a lie. Seeing his frank attitude, Su Jinglei couldn't help but ask again. "Then you promise not to have another woman in the future either. Can you do that?" This time, Chen Wei didn't know what to do. He scratched at his hair, unsure of how to respond. Looking at the pearly Su Jinglei, Chen Wei very much went up to embrace her and went up to coax her. It's hard for him to make guarantees. The house can be given. The car can be given. The money can be given. The love can pass. But a lifelong promise to love only one person is something he can't give. He doesn't want to give up the whole forest for one tree. Cootie. Just do it. Chen Wei is an honest man who doesn't want to be a scumbag and cheat people. If Su Jinglei can't accept that she has another woman, then there's only you to walk your sunny way and me to walk my one wooden bridge. I didn't get a stock market futures ticker card, but I slept through it. That Porsche sports car will be the overnight fee. Give her another $10 or $20 million to get rid of her. There are thousands of beautiful women in the world, and there are certainly many women who like money. If this one doesn't work, there's another one. If the next one won't, there's the next one. There's no problem that can't be solved with money. There's always a woman who can tolerate you. Also, I heard that girls who are anchors are more pragmatic, so I don't know if it's true or not. I'm going to try them all in the future." Chen Wei hugged Su Jinglei and didn't try to coax her anymore. Let her be quiet and make her choice. Anyway, one is not going to get married. One has enhanced golden kidneys and one is going to give many women a home. Su Jinglei waited for Chen Wei's reply and waited for a long time without hearing his voice. Her heart slowly plummeted downward. Su Jinglei understood that Chen Wei would have more than just her as the only woman in the future. He will have many women. It seems like you're still going to be a junior yourself. It was unthinkable that she was reduced to this state as the school flower of Jiaotong University. Can't even get married. She kind of hates Chen Wei. You can't give me marriage, so why mess with me? Her eyes raged with tears and she sobbed uncontrollably. Tears wet Chen Wei's clothes. Co wiped her nose on his shirt. Su Jinglei cried for a long time and couldn't help but bite a few times on his arm. Chen Wei felt a little guilty and allowed her to mess around and body herself. "You $1,000 man. How many girlfriends will you get in the future?" Su Jinglei asked in tears. "I don't know. Many of them," Chen Wei answered honestly. "You're a big slag," Su Jinglei scolded. "Men aren't bad. Women aren't good." Su Jinglei goes well. She also knows that this kind of high-flying handsome very attractive to women. She thought about it. Why would a boy so young, and so rich, and so handsome, like only himself? That's how it is in the world. Some can't get a wife, while others have several women. Almost every woman has the mentality of Muqiang. Thinking about this, Su Jinglei rather cannot control the sadness, cannot control the tears. Wanting to part with him, he couldn't bring himself to do so. It was the first time in her life that she had met a man so wonderful that she didn't want to give up just like that. But it was hard for her to give up. It's not love. It's not love. It's not a choice. It's not a choice. After a long moment of hesitation, she settled. She looked up. The makeup on her face had smeared from crying and she kind of looked like a kitten. She asked, "Crying? What if later on, your girlfriend comes and throws acid on me?" Su Jinglei made the worst possible plans. "No, I'll set you up with dozens of great female bodyguards. I won't marry anyone," Chen Wei assured. "Are bodyguards useful? You can't defend yourself against 1,000 defenses." Su Jinglei is still a bit fearful. However, being human makes it hard to resist temptation. But, now, Su Jinglei has also encountered this problem. The lure of a tens of millions of dollars villa on one side and the threat of acid on the other. She didn't know what to choose anymore. She immediately bit the scumbag on the arm again. Chapter 148, Daughter. Go on a blind date tomorrow night. It was a big decision. Su Jinglei still decided to calm down and talk about it. This is something I have to think about. She was about to get out of the car. She pushed the car door open. "You're not afraid to die. The car is open. What are you doing getting out of the car to go?" Chen Wei pulled her back. Su Jinglei broke away from Chen Wei's hand and said coldly, "Go home." "Where else?" Chen Wei said. "I'll give you a ride. The last thing I want to see right now is you." "Scumbag." Driver stopped the car. Su Jinglei said. The dropshipper stopped the car in a hurry. Su Jinglei quickly got out of the car and left without looking back. Seeing this scene, Chen Wei smiled bitterly before shaking his head. It's really not good to be too honest with men. You must learn to tell lies and have thicker skin in the future. He secretly resolved that he would be a stone-hearted scum in the future. Master, drive to Nanjing Road, Chen Wei immediately said. His car is still parked on Nanjing Road. Yes, the dropshipper said immediately. Soon we arrived at Nanjing Road. Chen Wei swept $100 to your driver as compensation for the dropshippers. Chen Wei found his car and prepared to drive back to Thompson. And at this time, Su Jinglei made another call to that real estate agent and told the real estate agent that she would not go to see the house because she had some business today. Su Jinglei quickly returned to her doorstep. She first stood in front of her house for a while. She wiped the tears from her face once more before taking the key and opening the door. As soon as she entered the house, the middle-aged beautiful woman sitting on the sofa watching TV immediately shouted, "You dead girl. You didn't come home yesterday either. Where did you die yesterday?" This middle-aged woman is Su Jinglei's mom, who used to be a beauty and still has her charm. Her name is Huang Xiaowei. She is in her 40s, has kept her body in good shape, and her face is still beautiful, still with white teeth and moth eyebrows. The years had not left no trace on her face. She saw her daughter return and then glanced at her daughter. "Where did you go last night? You're an adult and you're still so out of touch, messing around outside every day, telling you to go on a blind date and you refuse to do so." Huang Xiaowei complained a few times. "Mom, please stop. Most people don't like it when their parents rush them into marriage." The very mention of it gave her a headache. Su Jinglei immediately took off her shoes and replaced them with slippers. She headed for her room with an unhappy look on her face. "What's wrong with me saying a few words about you? Look, which one of the guys you're looking for is decent? One is a yellow hair and the other is a shagging fan. If he hadn't been arrested by the police, you wouldn't have known. How could you look at someone like that?" Huang Xiaowei counted her daughters. Kids these days are really baffling. Those honest boys from decent families don't want them. They have to find someone who is very rich. Are there that many rich people? Are they that easy to find? I was a schoolgirl myself back in the day, and after 5 or 6 years of searching, I couldn't find a rich guy I liked. He was either short or fat. In the end, it was an honest marriage to a teacher. Baby girl, I'm telling you, tomorrow night, you'll meet with the young man that Auntie Lee introduced to you. That young man I saw, a very smart and clever young man. Not going. If you want to go, you go. Su Jinglei entered the room without turning her head, ready to close the door. Suddenly, her mom stood up and yelled at her sternly. "Stop right there." Su Jinglei is afraid of no one but her mom. She had to stay there honestly, without closing the door to her room, ready to be re-educated. "Baby girl, what's wrong with you? Are you crying?" Huang Xiaowei quickly realized that something was wrong with her daughter. Huang Xiaowei immediately came quickly to Su Jinglei and took a closer look at her daughter's face. Realizing that she had been crying, Huang Xiaowei immediately said a little, "Which one bullied you?" "Lao Ai went to settle the score with him and wanted him dead." Su Jinglei immediately said softly, "No one bullies me. How dare you talk nonsense? I know what you want to do as soon as I see you pouting. Have you been bullied or not? Don't I know?" Huang Xiaowei yelled again. No, there's really no one bullying me." Su Jinglei said again, "Humph, don't think I can't move the family law just because you just cried. Hurry up and be honest. If you lie I'm going to move the family law." Huang Xiaowei scared her daughter again. Su Jinglei knew this wouldn't pass. Had to say honestly, "No man bullied me. I initiated it." Huang Xiaowei understood at once now. His own silly girl must have had her eye on some rich kid again, and he farted his way up to be taken advantage of. After being taken advantage of by someone, they realize that the other person is a scumbag, so they run back crying. Huang Xiaowei immediately scolded, "You stupid daughter! How could my mother give birth to a fool like you? It's a waste of your pretty face. Every time you're like this, you don't have any vision at all. How can you just let anyone take advantage of you?" Huang Xiaowei scolded twice, saw her daughter crying again, and couldn't bear it anymore. She immediately hugged her daughter, stroked her head and said something. All right, let bygones be bygones. None of those rich second generation and rich men are good. Polish your eyes in the future and look for an honest man like Mom. And love your man. Let's get down to business and live our lives. We can find, and the next one must be better. Huang Xiaowei soothed. Su Jinglei cried, "But I can't let him go. Why can't you give him up? Did you drink the mesmerizing soup he filled you with?" Huang Xiaowei froze a little. "I just kind of like him, so I don't want to give up." Co added, "If you like him, then why are you crying again? You don't want to give up. You'll only hurt yourself more later. You'll become nothing later." Huang Xiaowei asked, "I won't be left with nothing. He even said he would buy me a villa." Su Jinglei added, "He's so good to you. Why are you still crying?" Huang Xiaowei still didn't understand. Did you girls sleep for him last night? Did you do any safety measures? Su Jinglei's gaze flickered for a moment. After thinking for a moment, she still answered honestly. What about not wearing a condom? Or taking a pill? You little cutie. Are you trying to piss off your mom? Huang Xiaohui pinched Su Jinglei's arm. Then he scolded again. Let you be obsessed. Then you don't love yourself. Let you get into someone else's bed at will. Stop. Su Jinglei couldn't take the pinch anymore and immediately shouted. If he says he'll buy me a villa, he'll definitely buy me one. You. Huang Xiaohui was so angry that she couldn't speak. She stopped talking and then walked out of the room. She was going to find the stick that had carried out the family law. There's no use moving your mouth. Only your hands. Chapter 149, Why don't you take the initiative? Huang Xiaohui went to find the guy who enforces the family law. Stop. Mom, listen to me. Seeing the situation, Su Jinglei hurriedly went to hug her mother's waist. Mom, he's very honest and keeps his word. He promised to buy me a Porsche yesterday. This morning he bought me the Porsche. Literally. Look, the purchase contract is all in my bag. Su Jinglei immediately spoke up. Huang Xiaohui immediately stopped and said with a suspicious face, Did you really go to the Porsche store? Did you really buy it at the Porsche store? It's not that he forged the car purchase contract. I literally went with him to the Porsche 4S store. The contract was temporarily opened on the spot. I saw it with my own eyes. Su Jinglei added. Then take out your car purchase contract and show it to me. If he collaborated with others to forge the car purchase contract, I'll go to the police station and sue him for contract fraud. Huang Xiaohui immediately spoke up. She couldn't believe that random people would give her daughter a Porsche. This Porsche is not cheap, at least a few $1 million. How many people are willing to spend so much money to get a girl? Spend 10,000 a day to pick up girls. Millions of dollars can pick up one a day. Can pick up a year? Can pick up more than 300 beautiful women. Su Jinglei hastily rummaged through her bag to find the purchase contract, transfer vouchers, and spoke with the facts. She took them all to her lord mother. Huang Xiaohui took over the contract and looked at it. First looked at the official seal of the Porsche company. Like really? She asked again. How much for the car? Daughter? $9 million. Su Jinglei said immediately. How much? Huang Xiaohui was shocked to hear that. Isn't it written on it? CO said again. Huang Xiaohui took another look at the capitalized amount on the contract. $3,900,000. Is the owner of the car you? Huang Xiaohui asked. Yeah. So when is this car going to be picked up? The morning after, yeah. Oh. Huang Xiaohui didn't say anything as she fell into deep thought. It was a long time before she came back to her senses, and she stared blankly at her daughter. Is he 50 or 60 years old? What does it look like? Huang Xiaohui asked. Mom, what are you talking about? Would I be that kind of person? Su Jinglei got angry and left her mom's embrace. He's my college buddy. He's a handsome guy. Used to have a secret crush on me. Now that he received an inheritance, he wants to fall in love with me. Su Jinglei added. Daughter, do you have a cold and fever? Talking such nonsense in the middle of the day. Or did you not wake up last night? Huang Xiaohui touched her daughter's head. She felt incredulous. Mom, what are you talking about? Would I lie to you? Su Jinglei stomped her foot after hearing her mom's words. I'm telling the truth. Why don't you listen? Then why did you run back crying? Huang Xiaohui was angry again. She looked around to see if there were any handy weapons. This girl can't be beaten without a fight. Such a good thing to come and scare herself. I didn't realize she was crying from joy. Mom, why am I crying? Mainly he's a. Su Jinglei was in tears again. When Huang Xiaohui saw her crying, a bad thought immediately flashed through her mind. Daughter, is it because he's not good in that area? Huang Xiaohui asked cautiously. No. He's too good. Su Jinglei immediately said. Huang Xiaohui immediately saw the coat rack outside. It may not hit or tell the truth. She took it in her hand immediately. Is it bad that he's strong in that area? Huang Xiaohui spoke up. He's strong in that area. And he's got a lot of women. I'm afraid I'll be beaten and abandoned. I'm afraid I won't win the fight. Seeing that her mother still had a murderous temper, Su Jinglei hurriedly explained. Is he married? Huang Xiaohui asked in a hurry. If you don't want to leave him and really like him, then be good with him. If he doesn't marry, you'll beat his cubs to his face. Huang Xiaohui came out with an idea. And to come up with such an idea? Su Jinglei was stunned. If, by then, he still doesn't marry you, I'll send someone to beat him to death. Huang Xiaohui said in a domineering manner. What if another woman gets pregnant with his child first? Su Jinglei worried again. Huang Xiaohui hurriedly advised. You won't be competitive and pester him every day. Don't let him go to another woman. You don't care about anything else. Let him buy you a villa first and buy it. It's best if this villa is written in your name alone. Do you understand? Huang Xiaohui educated again. It's not a good idea to do this. Su Jinglei added. Whatever. You want to marry a rich man again, and you can't use your brain. I taught you to do so and you didn't listen. Huang Xiaowei said with a bit of anger. Huang Xiaowei saw her daughter scowling and spoke again. Since you like people and they like you, you have to seize the opportunity. Instead of worrying about being robbed of a man by someone else, you should work hard for it. Work hard and you won't regret it. Mom, what you said is somewhat reasonable. Su Jinglei agreed a bit. After Huang Xiaowei heard her daughter's words, she was immediately happy to go. After you buy a villa, my mother will also live in it. I haven't lived in a villa yet. I want to live the life of a rich person too. That's not good. You'll affect the two of us in our two-person world. Su Jinglei immediately said. Su Jinglei quickly went into her room and closed the door. Chen Wei returned to his house. He soon realized that he had an extra certificate of equity in the Peace Hotel in his drawer. It's 3 or 4 in the afternoon. I wonder if Ruyan is in class. Suddenly, his cell phone vibrated. This is a tweet from Chun Chuchu. Shall we have dinner tonight? I miss you. Let's talk about it later. I'm afraid there's something in the evening. Chen Wei immediately replied. What's the matter with you? I haven't seen you for 2 or 3 days. I miss you. Chen Chuchu said again. Chen Chuchu was sitting at her workstation in the company at this time. She looked at the WeChat sent by Chen Wei, slightly pursed her good-looking red lips, and her fair and innocent little face carried a bit of loss. Chen Chuchu now really wanted Chen Wei. The two people have such a good relationship. Has carried out a double row? Immediately as 2 or 3 days' time did not meet. After a breakthrough in the relationship between the two, the girl is even more clingy. Before a male and female couple have sex, it's actually the guy who loves the girl a little more. The boy acts like a slave. But once two people are in a relationship, the girl will love the guy a little bit more. The girl will be a little bit more active, and more reluctant to leave the guy. So, right now, Chen Chuchu missed Chen Wei. I've been thinking about it, and I don't have anything to do tonight. So let's have dinner tonight. I miss you too. Especially miss you. Chen Wei returned again. Really? I'm so happy. Chen Chuchu said. Chapter 150, You're handsome again. At 5:30 p.m., I'll drive to pick you up. Chen Wei said immediately. Alright then. Chen Chuchu returned. The two just didn't talk anymore. Without much to do, Chen Wei began to brush his jitterbugs. After swiping jitterbug, I swiped on Snapchat. At 5 p.m., Chen Wei was on the road in his Mercedes Big G. At about 5:30, on time, I arrived at that company of Chen Chuchu. Chen Wei quickly saw Chen Chuchu. You stayed a long time, didn't you? Chen Wei parked the car and Chen Chuchu opened the door and got in. Chen Chuchu quickly sat down. Have you thought about what to eat tonight? Chen Wei opened his mouth and asked. I haven't thought about it yet, but I want to eat fried dishes. Chen Chuchu immediately said. Chen Wei started the car and drove to the hotel. Why do I think you've become handsome again? Chen Chuchu said as she sat next to him. Really? Chen Wei asked. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Chen Chuchu immediately said. Chen Wei thought that he might have taken that physique enhancement liquid, and that he might have gotten better in every aspect of his life. The car continued on its way. 20 minutes later, the car pulled up in front of a private dining room. Chen Wei hasn't eaten here. Jitterbug said that this restaurant's meals were delicious. So, Chen Wei wanted to come here to try it. As soon as they parked the car, they walked into the private dining room. The pretty waitress lady then greeted them and brought them to a seat and sat down. Soon, they ordered their food. The waitress lady left quickly. Are you still in pain? Chen Wei asked. Where does it hurt? Chen Chuchu immediately returned. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she understood and blushed. Though a bit shy, she whispered. When I woke up on day 2, there was some minor pain. It's been a couple days now and it doesn't hurt at all. She spoke in a low voice and would look from side to side, afraid of other people. Great. Tonight, I'm not staying back at my place. You can say hello to your bestie first. Chen Wei immediately said something. Say hello to your bestie and she'll understand what that means. Instead of going back to his own place to live, he's obviously coming to live at Lakeville Place. And what would happen when the two lived together was something Chen Chuchu was looking forward to. Chen Chuchu did not say anything with a red face and was also a bit shy. Once a girl gets a taste of that, she can't stay away from a man. What's wrong? You don't want me to come and stay at your place? Chen Wei was ready to tease her. Isn't it? I miss you too. I'd like to be with you. I even still want to be together every day. Chen Chuchu was a bit anxious. That's what I thought. Chen Wei said. How are you doing now? You're rich. Are there a lot of girls chasing after you? Chen Chuchu asked casually. There's so 2 or 3 of them. No, there are 4 or 5. Chen Wei glanced at Chen Chuchu and immediately spoke as well. As soon as Chen Chuchu heard these words, she immediately became alert. Are they pretty then? Chen Chuchu asked. Where do they compare to you? I think you're much prettier than them. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Hearing this, Chen Chuchu cheered up. This sentence coaxed Chen Chuchu to be very happy. 1,000 times worn. A horse's ass is not worn. The two were happy again and started talking. It didn't take long for the food to be served. It smells like this dish is very fragrant. Chen Chuchu looked at the meal served by the service lady and couldn't help but say so. Then let's eat. The two men then feasted on the food. It was already 9 p.m. when we finished eating. Chen Wei also quickly settled the bill and took Chen Chuchu out of this private restaurant and got into the car parked at the entrance. As soon as she got on the car, Chen Chuchu sent Xiao Lichuan a WeChat. Tonight, you can stay alone. My boyfriend will come to my house. It didn't take long and she quickly received. Got it. More than 20 minutes passed, and the car was soon parked in the underground parking lot of the Tsuehu Tiandi community. The two then got on the elevator and returned home. Upon arriving home, he found that Xiao Lichun had returned to her own home. Chen Wei and Chen Chuchu entered the house. After the two looked at each other, Chen Chuchu immediately became red in the face. Chen Wei didn't say any words and directly picked her up and walked into the master bedroom. As soon as he entered the house, Chen Wei kicked the door with his right foot and it closed with a tick. Chen Wei immediately kissed over. Chen Chuchu also wrapped her arms around Chen Wei's neck and responded warmly. For a while, the brain was a bit lacking in oxygen, and the mind wasn't very clear anymore. After a long kiss, Chen Chuchu suddenly felt a coldness on her body, and soon, she realized that the skirt on her body had been taken off. I haven't taken a bath yet, Chen Chuchu said with a red face. Wait, we'll wash it after we double row, Chen Wei immediately said in a fiery voice. He pressed on in the afternoon, because Xiao had stoked his fire long ago. Chen Wei tossed it a total of 3 times because Chen Chuchu really made him feel good. Whether it's from his face to his body to that humming, seductive voice, plus his super golden kidneys. After everything stopped, Chen Chuchu didn't have the strength to take a shower, and she fell asleep on the bed. Looking at her pretty and cute appearance, Chen Wei thought for a moment and smiled gently, then lowered his head and kissed Chen Chuchu on the cheek. This evening was so satisfying. Quickly, he walked into the bathroom. He started the shower. After 10 minutes or so of washing, he dried himself and grabbed the hairdryer to dry his hair again. He stepped out of the bathroom, grabbed his phone and looked at it, realizing that it wasn't even 11 o'clock yet. Probably because he drank the physique-enhancing liquid and had the golden kidney. He wasn't very tired and had a refreshing feeling. He looked at Chen Chuchu who was still sleeping on the bed. Sent a tweet to Xiao Lichun. Are you asleep? Chen Wei waited for a long time without getting a reply. He then reached for his cell phone and read the web novel. After watching for over an hour, I finally got sleepy. And he started to sleep. The night was silent. And on the second day, Chen Wei woke up around 7 o'clock. When he opened his eyes, he realized that Chen Chuchu was still asleep, and she slept so untidily that one of her hands rested on Chen Wei's chest. After Chen Wei looked down, there was no way out. He always felt that when he slept, there was a feeling of his chest being pressed. As soon as Chen Wei removed her hand, that hand was immediately put back. Chen Wei removed her hand again, and soon, Chen Chuchu revealed a snowy white piece. Chen Wei let out a deep breath after taking a look, but couldn't help it. Another fire in his little belly. Chen Wei was tossed around some more. After a bit of fussing, the time was 8:50. Chen Chuchu by this time, had long since woken up. Her face was red. She took her small hand and continuously slapped Chen Wei several times. It's you who are bad. I'm going to take a shower, Chen Chuchu said. Chapter 151, Send a security team. Chen Chuchu went into the bathroom to take a shower. After Chen Chuchu went to take a bath, Chen Wei sighed. It is true that beauty misleads people. He woke up in the morning and was going to go for a run. This set of house puts a treadmill, but hold back in the face of the beautiful Chen Chuchu. Chen Wei now understood why ancient emperors didn't love morning court. In the back, Chen Wei drove Chen Chuchu to work. Afterward, Chen Wei returned to his home. He immediately thought of the one thing he hadn't accomplished. That's access to the spike system. He quickly entered the spike system. Ding! The gifts given to you by the system have been refreshed. You can choose 1 out of 3. Gift 1, 1 security team. The number of security guards is 20. Each security guard can fight at least 10 of them alone. They can all use various weapons, worth 200 million renminbi. Gift number 2, a Ferrari for $25 million. Gift 3, a luxury cruise ship, worth $200 million. Which gift to choose? There are already so many assets. It's better to pick the security team. If you have money yourself, you need to have a life to spend it. Chen Wei thought for a moment and immediately said, I'll pick gift 1. Okay, the security team will be here in a week. The system immediately said, why does it take a week? Chen Wei was a bit confused. It's the system's rules. There's no way around it. The system said it coldly. Then why aren't there any lottery chances today? Chen Wei was a bit puzzled. Because you didn't take the new target. The system replied coldly again. What do you mean by taking a new target? Chen Wei is a bit confused. He didn't dare to ask, and he couldn't tell. Is taking a new girlfriend called taking a new target? Is there another system like this? Chen Wei quickly exited the system. Suddenly, Chen Wei's cell phone rang. This is a call from an old classmate. Zhou Xian. Today, you accompany me to attend Elder Wang's birthday banquet. I wonder if you have the time. Zhou Xian spoke up. There is. I have plenty of time now. Chen Wei immediately said. Okay then, let's go do a little clothes shopping. I'll wait for you at Wanda Plaza. Zhou Xian said. Okay, I'll be right there. Chen Wei immediately agreed. There was a beautiful woman who wanted to invite, so he should definitely go and meet her. Anyway, he himself had an invitation from Master Wang. His own invitation seemed to have the same date. The two Master Wangs should be the same person. Chen Wei drove his Mercedes Big G and quickly arrived at Wanda Plaza. He quickly saw Zhou Xian as soon as he arrived at the Wanda Plaza. There's no way around it. A Bentley with a beautiful woman is too striking. Of course, there's no sun in that place. I've kept you waiting. Chen Wei looked at Zhou Xian and smiled. It's fine. I just arrived too. Zhou Xian gently returned. Why do you want me to accompany you? What do you mean? Chen Wei asked. Chen Wei, what do you think I mean? Zhou Xian immediately said. But your family's conditions are too good. I don't dare. Chen Wei immediately said a little. Let's talk about it later. Zhou Xian immediately interrupted. Zhou Xian quickly led him to a street of luxury goods. They soon arrived at a high-end clothing store. The shopping guide lady took a look at Zhou Xian and immediately said enthusiastically, Welcome, this high-end clothing store shopping guide lady. She had long practiced a pair of fiery eyes, and she naturally noticed the noble aura on the two people. No need for you guys to follow. I'll help him choose his clothes. Zhou Xian immediately said. The guide girl backed off immediately. Zhou Xian brought Chen Wei to try on the clothes. A moment later, Zhou Xian took out a suit and gestured at Chen Wei. A moment later, Zhou Xian took out another tie and tied it for Chen Wei to see if it looked good. The two were close together. Chen Wei looked at Zhou Xian's beautiful face close at hand, and smelling the fragrance of her body, his heart suddenly went wild. This beauty is so deadly. Alright, this is the outfit. Zhou Xian looked at Chen Wei in his new clothes with great satisfaction. Then he led Chen Wei to the cash register. Swiped the card. Zhou Sun domineeringly took out the black card in her bag. As soon as she saw this black card, the attitude of the shopping guide lady became even more respectful. People like that can't afford to be offended. This purchase totaled 99,000 yuan. After swiping the card, the shopping guide lady respectfully handed the card to Zhou Xian. Let's go. Next place. Zhou Xian received the black card and immediately walked out of the store. Chen Wei had to follow. Soon they arrived at a Patek Philippe boutique. Zhou Xian, what are we doing here? Chen Wei asked with a bit of incomprehension. You asked. I want to buy you a watch. A man with success should of course have a watch. Zhou Xian immediately said. I've got a watch then. Chen Wei said immediately. Let's see. I didn't even see you wearing a watch. Zhou Xian said immediately. I don't have it on me. It's in my bag. Chen Wei finished speaking and immediately took out a watch from his own bag. Yo, not bad. This is a Richard Mille watch. It's a watch that national husband Wang Song has worn. Zhou Xian immediately said. That's fine. Just don't buy a watch. Zhou Xian was still surprised after looking at the table. This old school friend of his is really impressive. How did he become so rich? So was he experiencing life while he was in college? That's not possible. Put on your watch then. Zhou Xian added. Okay, I'll put it on. Chen Wei quickly put his watch on. Not bad. Not bad. Looking very stylish. Zhou Xian smiled and complimented. Hey, is it true? Chen Wei laughed nervously. The two bought a few other things. After buying these equipment for Chen Wei to go to the birthday banquet, the two of them also started to slowly wander around. They came to a park and under a small gazebo. Chen Wei, I know you're curious. Why am I doing this to you? Zhou Xian gave Chen Wei a gentle look and began to say. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Why? Chen Wei asked as well. We actually knew each other before. I don't know if you believe it or not. Zhou Xian said slowly. No way. Did we know each other before? Chen Wei was a bit surprised. He thought back carefully to the previous events, and it seemed that there was no one named Zhou in his memory at all. Looking at Chen Wei's disbelief, Zhou Xian slowly told out a story. This story happened when Chen Wei was about 9 years old. At that time, Chen Wei was staying at his grandmother's house, because both of Chen Wei's parents had died. Went to school, also on grandma's side of the family. Chen Wei insists on going to and from school every day. Suddenly, a small girl was transferred to the class. The little girl looked timid. In the class, There is a little boy, there is only one person to sit. The homeroom teacher arranged for her to sit with the little boy. The little boy and the little girl became the same table as a matter of course. The little boy realized that this little girl wasn't talking to him and was ignoring him. But then something happened and the two became very close friends. Chapter 152, You're lying. You have a girlfriend so soon? This little girl is strange. The little boy is Chen Wei. Chen Wei talked to the little girl and she ignored him. Give the little girl a little snack and she won't eat it. It's like she's rejecting people. Later, Chen Wei ignored the little girl. The days just went by. Suddenly, one day after school, this little girl was being bullied by little boys from other classes who called the little girl out for not having a father. As soon as this little girl heard people calling her fatherless and feral, the little girl immediately wrestled with them. But how can one person beat 5 or 6? The little girl was quickly knocked down. When Chen Wei saw it, he didn't say anything and immediately rushed over, fighting with those 5 or 6 boys. Soon, under Chen Wei's life-threatening attacks, the 5 or 6 boys were scared and immediately fled. Chen Wei immediately pulled up the little girl and asked her if she was alright and hadn't suffered any major injuries. Immediately after the little girl heard her being asked, she said, "There's nothing wrong with me." After saying that, she took out white toilet paper from her school bag and wiped up the blood on Chen Wei's nose. Because of this, Chen Wei is a bit of a kitten. It took a long time to wipe Chen Wei's face clean. "Chen Wei, why are you helping me?" the little girl asked. "Yang Liping, you're my classmate. You're my classmate. That means you're my person. I have to protect you. Otherwise I can't be considered a man." Chen Wei immediately said, well, you're the little man. From now on, you'll be my good friend." Yang Liping immediately laughed when she heard this. Later, the two became good friends. Yang Liping then became Chen Wei's follower. Wherever Chen Wei ran, he followed. Later, while playing house and marrying wives game, Yang Liping kept fighting to be Chen Wei's wife. Chen Wei promised, "When I grow up, I will marry you as my wife." The two had the pleasure of spending a few months together. By the start of the second semester, Chen Wei did not wait for Yang Liping to enroll. After a few days, there was no wait for Janet to sign up. He looked at the empty seat beside him, and Chen Wei cried for the first time. He ran out to look for Yang Liping, but no matter how he looked, Yang Liping disappeared from his world forever. Yang Liping suddenly appeared and suddenly disappeared. Chen Wei found the teacher again. "Teacher, I'm going to find Yang Liping," Chen Wei cried, then said a little, "Chen Wei, Yang Liping has returned to the big city. You can't find her even if you look for her. The big city is so big. Where can you find her?" The teacher persuaded her for a long time. "Could it be that you are Yang Liping?" Chen Wei was taken aback. "You don't have the slightest shadow of your former self. Don't you know? A woman is a big girl. I am Yang Liping." Looking at the very shocked Chen Wei, Zhou Xian spoke calmly. "So why are you calling chowder again? What's going on here?" Chen Wei asked. Chen Wei was a bit happy. When he was a kid, the little girl who followed his ass every day had immediately turned into a stunningly beautiful big schoolgirl who was loved by everyone. This stunningly beautiful big schoolgirl still seemed to like herself. "This is difficult. I already have a couple of girlfriends. So what's going to happen now?" Chen Wei scratched his hair. Zhou Xian looked at the frantic Chen Wei and immediately explained. It turns out that the reason why Zhou Xian was called Yang Liping as a child was because she took her mom's last name. The marriage of Zhou Xian's parents was also a marriage of capital, because the Zhou and Yang families chose a capital marriage. At that time, Zhou Xian's parents did not like this capital marriage, and the two people were together, and their relationship was not very good. After Zhou Xian's parents gave birth to him, the two parents had a falling out over an incident. Zhou Xian's mother then took Zhou Xian away from home, and went far away. Zhou Xian's mother took Zhou Xian incognito, to a countryside, living down. Then, when he was in elementary school, Zhou Xian met Chen Wei. The Yang family and the Zhou family were both very rich, and they quickly found out the location of Zhou Xian's mother and daughter through their connections before the new year. This Zhou family then quickly picked up Chocho and Chocho's mom, so Zhou Xian didn't even have time to say goodbye to Chen Wei. "So have your parents made up?" Chen Wei immediately asked. "My parents made up a long time ago. Because of this incident, my dad, on the other hand, was severely punished by my grandfather by reducing his 5% shares. My dad also regrets it." Zhou Xian immediately said a bit. "After my mom and I ran away from home, my dad went crazy looking for us. Finding two people is like finding a needle in a haystack. It's not that easy. He spent months in regret." Zhou Xian immediately spoke up. "It's good to be reconciled. It's good to be reconciled. I was worried that you had a bad childhood." Chen Wei immediately said. "I quickly returned to this Chow family, but my mom said nothing and refused to go back and stayed at the Yang's house. My dad just stood outside the Yang family's door, not eating or drinking, and after 4 or 5 days, my dad fainted. Only then did my mom forgive my dad. The two people's relationship also got better. I'm doing very well all the way back there. And how are you doing? Zhou Xian asked with concern as well. It's hard for me to say. Let's talk about it later when there's a chance. Chen Wei immediately said something like this. Later, I went to school in Beijing. While attending school, I met Li Changlong, the proud son of the Li family. He and I were both about the same age. The two of them slowly became familiar with each other. But I couldn't get you out of my mind. Just like that, many more years passed. Li Sung Ryung and I both grew up. This Li Changlong is going to study abroad. Before he left the country, Li Changlong confessed his love to me. However, it was rejected by me. I even pulled the plug on his contact information. I studied at Beijing University. 2 years later, I utilized the Zhou and Yang family's connections to find out where you went to school. I then transferred over and became your classmate. Zhou Xian said a lot. I'm also in trouble now. I didn't expect that after Li Changlong came back from studying abroad, he brushed his favor in front of my parents every day. Li Changlong proposed a capital marriage to my parents again. My parents then asked what I meant. I told my parents right away that I had a crush on someone. Zhou Xian said a lot. My parents asked me where your favorite person is. If there is one, you bring it to us. You know what I mean, right? Zhou Xian asked. You mean, you like me? Chen Wei asked knowingly. That's for sure. Otherwise why would I come to Shanghai Jiaotong University to study? Zhou Xian asked rhetorically. But I have a girlfriend. You are in such a good condition that I dare not even think about it. I just dare to think about it. I don't dare to move. Chen Wei immediately said. You're lying, right? You have a girlfriend so soon? Zhou Xian was a bit disbelieving. Chapter 153, Today is my grandfather's birthday. Suddenly, at this time, Chen Wei's cell phone rang. Chen Wei looked at it. It was a call from Su Jinglei. He didn't answer it. Why don't you answer the phone? Zhou Xian was a bit puzzled. This is my girlfriend's phone. I'm having a falling out with her. Chen Wei immediately said. As soon as he heard these words, Zhou Xian's face became even worse. What about this one? Zhou Xian thought of dozens of ways in his head, but none of them were good. Take a step. See what happens. As long as he's not married, there's going to be a chance. By this time, it was also almost 12 o'clock. Let's go eat. Zhou Xian proposed. Okay, let's go eat first. Chen Wei agreed. The two quickly found a restaurant. The pretty waitress lady quickly greeted them. Are you two eating? Is it in the lobby or do you want a private room? The pretty waitress lady asked. A compartment. Zhou Xian immediately said. Please follow me. The pretty waitress lady immediately led them to a private room. Zhou Xian quickly ordered a few dishes. After ordering, the pretty waitress went up and left. Zhou Xian and Chen Wei both chatted. The two chatted about embarrassing stories from their childhood and why Chen Wei helped him fight. While talking about this, Zhou Xian touched Chen Wei's face heartily. By this time, the food was up. The two men then feasted on the food. With the company of a beautiful woman, Chen Wei ate with gusto. Men and women eat with flavor. The two of them ate for 30 or 40 minutes. Chen Wei took the initiative to settle the bill. After eating, the two went back to the park. The two chatted again about the funny things they did when they were in college. You transferred to our university to study. How come you didn't treat me particularly well? Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Why didn't you? I blinked at you many times and you just didn't realize it. Your mind was all on Lu Bingbing. Maybe the lover's eyes were on her, and you just saw her and didn't notice me. Zhou Xian immediately spoke up. Ha. Chen Wei gave an awkward smile. The two talked for a few more hours and soon it was dark. Come on, let's go to Master Wang's birthday banquet. Can you accompany me? Zhou Xian immediately spoke up. Of course, I'm going too. He invited me too. Chen Wei immediately said. Really? You didn't lie to me? Zhou Xian was a bit skeptical. The two men came to Chen Wei's car. Chen Wei pulled open the car door and took out a bag, then handed it to Zhou Xian. What's this? Zhou Xian was a bit puzzled. This isn't a token of affection for me. If you open it and look at it, you won't know. Chen Wei immediately said a little. Zhou Xian looked at the mysterious Chen Wei. She couldn't hold back her curiosity and immediately opened the bag. She found an invitation inside. She immediately opened it and looked at it. Soon, she asked Chen Wei incredulously. This is for you. Elder Wang gave it to you? How is this possible? Seeing Zhou Xian's surprise because of the invitation, Chen Wei immediately showed off. How was it? I'm awesome. Right. Awesome. Really awesome. Ah Wei. You're too mysterious now. This is an invitation written by Master Wang. How many came to dream about it? How many people want to meet Master Wang? Zhou Xian spoke up. I'm just average. Because Chen Wei immediately humbled himself. You're not ordinary at all. You're really great. And it's Master Wang's handwritten invitation. You have to know that when I attended Elder Wang's birthday banquet, what I got wasn't even an invitation handwritten by him. It was written by someone else. Zhou Xian immediately spoke up. Mr. Wang is the former no. One person in this city, but no matter what, with the strength of the Zhou family in Beijing, getting an invitation handwritten by Master Wang should be a breeze. I'm flattered. You guys with the Zhou family's strength should have gotten handwritten invitations as well. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Of course our Zhou family can get it, but at least my dad can't until he comes. I'm a junior now, so I can't get an invitation like that. Zhou Xian explained. Oh, I see now. Chen Wei Mingbai. Let's take a car and go. You take my car. Zhou Xian immediately said. Okay. Chen Wei agreed. The two got into the car one after another, chatting as they drove, and soon arrived near Master Wang's Ming Island Manor. Zhou Xian parked the car and the two walked in shoulder to shoulder. The two men handed the invitations in their hands to the bouncer in charge of inspection. Then he stepped into the manor under the respectful gaze of the bodyguard. The bodyguards looked at Chen Wei differently when they saw him because Chen Wei was holding a handwritten invitation. As soon as the two entered the manor, they noticed that there were many people standing on the lawn here. The two of them came here without attracting anyone's attention. Zhou Xian surveyed for a while, then brought Chen Wei to the place where the desserts were placed. She picked up a piece of cake and put it to Chen Wei's mouth. Chen Wei then opened his big mouth and ate it. Seeing that Chen Wei was so stuffed that he couldn't speak, Zhou Xian laughed happily. She took a piece of cake herself and put it in her mouth. The two ate. At this time, Zhou Xian picked up another cup of juice and prepared to hand it to Chen Wei. As a result, the cup touched the body of a little girl in a white dress. The juice spilled a little and made the little girl's dress wet. Sorry. Zhou Xian immediately apologized. Chen Wei also apologized and took out a few tissues, wanting to hand them to the little girl so that she could wipe them off. But to my surprise, this little girl just wanted to slap Zhou Xian. Luckily, Chen Wei was quick on his feet and immediately pulled away from Zhou Xian. Because it was a miss, this little girl reached out for another slap. This time, Chen Wei wasn't polite anymore and took the little girl's palm in a deadly grip. The little girl's palms were scratched painfully. What kind of people are you? I can't believe you don't want to get punished for messing up my dress. The little girl spoke up. Everyone turned their eyes this way after hearing the argument. As soon as the little girl saw that everyone was paying attention to this side, she became even more complacent and arrogant, and immediately shouted, You little people, how did you get mixed up in here? As soon as you come here to gorge yourselves on food and drink, dirtying people's skirts and daring to hit them. You two are lawless. When Chen Wei heard this little girl speak so unreasonably, he immediately fought back. We did accidentally dirty your dress, and we sincerely apologized. You, on the contrary, were unforgiving and hit people. If I hadn't stopped you in time, you would have hit us in the face. People have said that you don't hit people in the face. Who doesn't have a face? Who are you calling shameless? You are the ones who are shameless. Who told you guys to dirty my dress? I don't know who invited you guys over, but today is my grandfather's birthday. I don't want to argue with you guys. Get out of here. I don't want to see you anymore. You're shameless. Chapter 154, I want to teach Wang Yang a lesson. Zhou Xian, who was standing on the side, heard that this little girl wanted to drive them away. And this little girl also claimed to be Master Wang's granddaughter. Zhou Xian's head immediately recalled that she didn't remember Elder Wang having a granddaughter. Impossible. Elder Wang doesn't have a granddaughter. You're lying, Zhou Xian asked a bit skeptically. Hearing this, the little girl who was strutting her stuff instantly shortened her aura by half. But she didn't want to give in and said something right away. I'm the girlfriend of Elder Wang's grandson, so of course Elder Wang is considered my grandfather. Hearing this little girl's words, Chen Wei and Zhou Xian were also speechless. After half a day, she was only the girlfriend of Wang Lao's grandson, and this little girl actually dared to pretend to be a tiger. Not to mention the girlfriend of Wang Lao's grandson. Even if it is Wang Lao's grandson, Zhou Xian is not afraid. Who let Zhou Xian come from the Zhou family? Figuring out who this person was, Zhou Xian asked, How exactly do you want to settle this? The little girl immediately said something like, I'm going to have to splash back at you a little bit before I can. After Chen Wei heard the two of them, he immediately pulled Zhou Xian and was about to leave. As soon as this little girl saw the two Chen Wei trying to run, she immediately picked up a glass of red wine and threw it at Zhou Xian. Soon, the clothes Zhou Xian was wearing were instantly drenched in red wine. When Chen Wei saw Zhou Xian being bullied, he immediately got angry and went up and just slapped the little girl. The little girl who had been slapped immediately froze. The crowd next to him froze. You have to look at the master even if you're fighting a dog. Besides, this little girl is the girlfriend of Mr. Wang's grandson, so maybe she'll be Mr. Wang's wife in the future. How can this young man be so bold? Soon, the little girl burst into tears. She immediately took out her cell phone and called her boyfriend. Zhou Xian took Chen Wei's hand at this time and said, "Wei, you're a bit impulsive. I don't know. If this will leave a bad impression on old Wang." At this time, Chen Wei was carefully wiping the red wine on Zhou Xian's body with a paper towel. He said without a care in the world, "I don't think about that much. I just know that in front of me, no one can bully you." Zhou Xian was very happy in her heart when she heard Chen Wei's domineering and protective words. After thinking about it for a moment, this little ingrate still liked himself. At this time, the little girl brought her boyfriend to Zhou Xian and them. "You're the ones who hit my girlfriend with your hands?" A young handsome boy came to Chen Wei. "How is it you, Chen Wei?" Chen Wei also looked at it. "Why you, Wang Yang?" Chen Wei froze for a moment when he read it, and Zhou Xian also froze for a moment. "Is Wang Yang also Elder Wang's grandson?" "No. I obviously know Wang Lao's grandson. I only met Wang Lao's grandson a few months ago." Zhou Xian thought for a moment. "Who the hell are you?" Zhou Xian asked calmly. "I am Wang Lao's grandson. At my grandfather's birthday banquet, you dared to beat up my girlfriend. You guys have a lot of guts." Wang Yang put on a pretense. "How come I didn't know that Elder Wang had a grandson like you? You tell me. Which one are you?" Zhou Xian exuded a powerful aura. Wang Yang was quickly startled and immediately spoke honestly. "I'm a distant cousin grandson of Elder Wang." Hearing Wang Yang's explanation, Zhou Xian immediately said, "I'll give Wang Chen a call right away and have him come over to deal with you guys." Hearing Zhou Xian call Wang Chen, Wang Yang immediately panicked. He could only secretly pray that Zhou Xian did not really know Wang Chen, but Wang Yang was quickly disappointed. After Zhou Xian made the call, about a minute or two later, a tall and handsome man walked over. "Sister Zhou Xian, when did you come?" Wang Chen immediately came back for a moment. "I've been here for a few minutes," Zhou Xian said right away. Soon, Wang Chen looked around and saw his cousin. "Fine, you still dare to bully my guest. Tell me, what's going on?" Wang Chen immediately said a bit. "She accidentally got red wine on me. I just poured a glass of wine on her. It's none of Wang Yang's business." That little girl immediately spoke up. "Yeah, how dare you do something like that? You two hurry up and get in the house and don't come out again. I'll get you guys later." As soon as Wang Chen finished speaking, the scared man and the man there hurriedly ran back into the room. "Sister Zhou Xian, today is my grandfather's 70th birthday. You give me face, I'll punish them properly." Wang Chen immediately said. "Alright, I'll give you face. For your sake, I'll forgive them." Zhou Xian immediately said. She immediately introduced Chen Wei to the young man. "Wei, he's Elder Wang's grandson, Wang Chen." Chen Wei heard that the person in front of him was Elder Wang's grandson and immediately greeted Wang Chen. "Hello, hello." Chen Wei and Wang Chen both greeted each other. "Wang Chen, Chen Wei is the one who holds your grandfather's handwritten invitation." Zhou Xian immediately spoke up. Wang Chen heard Zhou Xian say that Chen Wei had his grandfather's handwritten invitation, which immediately made Deng scratch his head. He didn't dare to slack off at all. Originally, he wanted to casually perfume it. "Hello, hello, hello. It was really bad hospitality just now. Especially my cousin was so unruly. My family is not on good terms with his family either. He always rushes up to our house. He would also go and cause trouble in the name of being my grandfather's grandson." Wang Chen immediately said a whole lot. "Really? Would you hate him?" Chen Wei immediately asked. "Our family hates them. If it weren't for our family, his family wouldn't have gotten so rich. My family is still disgusted with his family to this day. I really want to teach him a lesson." Wang Chen spoke again. "I also want to teach him a lesson." Chen Wei immediately said something as well. "Yes, I'll support you." Wang Chen immediately agreed. The two chatted about other things for over 10 minutes before Wang Chen left. As soon as Wang Chen left, Chen Wei immediately heard someone call out to him. Chen Wei was very puzzled. How could someone call out to himself on such an occasion? Soon, he saw the old man of Tianlong Real Estate, old Mr. Zhang Wenbin, walking over. "Little Wei, long time no see," Elder Zhang Wenbin said with a smile. "Old master, it's been a long time. You're in good health, right?" Chen Wei said politely. "Thanks to you, I'm in good health. You've solved my troublesome problem. I'm so grateful to you." Elder Zhang Wenbin spoke again. The two men then began to chat. "Who's the girl next to you? Is it your girlfriend?" Elder Zhang Wenbin asked. This time, Chen Wei didn't know what to say. Chapter 155 Ruyan Lu's WeChat. At this time, Zhou Xian took the initiative to take over the conversation as she introduced herself. "I'm from Beijing, from the Beijing Zhou family." Zhou Xian immediately said. "The Zhou family in Beijing, that's a big deal." Zhang Wenbin did not dare to say anything more for fear of getting into trouble, because saying more is more wrong. "Xiao Wei, after such a long time, you didn't come to see the old man me. We're all forgotten friends. Old man Zhang Wenbin complained. Gramps, please forgive me more. I'm just too busy. You also know that I have to worry about the branch now. Chen Wei found an excuse to say so. In fact, Chen Wei was a shirker. Lu Fengfei alone was in charge of the branch. When Elder Zhang Wenbin heard Chen Wei say this, he stated, yeah, managing a company is going to be busy. The two of them chatted for a while, and old man Zhang Wenbin left to talk to his old friend. That old man just now, if I'm not mistaken, I think he's the old chairman of Shanghai's local veteran company, Tianlong Real Estate. What's the matter? You guys know each other? Zhou Xian asked curiously. Yeah, I have a bit of shares of Tianlong Real Estate in my hands, so I know him. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Ah Wei, you're so powerful. You have all the shares of Tianlong Real Estate. Is there something else you're hiding from me? Zhou Xian asked again. Just a little bit of shares of Tianlong Real Estate, and shares of Ningde Times, and shares of Tesla, and shares of Star Ocean Entertainment Company, and I'm also neighbors with Master Wang. Elder Wang gave me the invitation just because he saw that I bought the mountain villa here. Chen Wei immediately spoke honestly. At this time, Zhou Xian was frozen by Chen Wei's words. And how many shares do you have in each of your companies? Zhou Xian asked curiously again. 5% of Tesla's shares and 10% of Ningde Times shares. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. You scared me. You didn't lie to me. Zhou Xian asked. No. Why would I lie to you? Didn't Elder Zhang Wenbin, the old chairman of Tianlong Real Estate, come here just now? And the Ningde Times branch was built by Tianlong Real Estate. Chen Wei explained again. Why? I don't know how you got this share. I just want to ask you if it's safe for you to do this. I want you to be safe. Zhou Xian said. It was obvious from Zhou Xian's expression that Zhou Xian was very worried about Chen Wei. Because what he's doing right now is so bizarre. It's a bit of a pie in the sky as to whether or not someone is using Chen Wei as a hostage taker. Don't worry, old classmate. I am absolutely safe. I inherited from one of my elders who doesn't have much family left. That's why I have so many assets. Chen Wei made an excuse. When Chen Wei said that, Zhou Xian was half convinced. After a while longer, at about 7:30 p.m., Master Wang finally came out. The birthday party soon culminated. Everyone just started eating and drinking. After a long time, Zhou Xian pulled Chen Wei and went to pay his respects to Elder Wang. Grandpa Wang, I wish you longevity and happiness. Zhou Xian said. Little Xian, you're here. Elder Wang said cordially when he saw Zhou Xian. You're celebrating your 80th birthday. Can you not come? Zhou Xian said with a smile. I'm happy that you're here. This is Mr. Chen Wei, isn't it? Really young and promising. Elder Wang said as he looked at Chen Wei. I don't dare to. I can't say that I'm capable of doing anything in front of you. Chen Wei said modestly. Ha, don't be modest. I've heard that old man Zhang Wenbin say that you did him a big favor. Otherwise, he might still be in jail. Elder Wang said with a smile. Having heard that Elder Wang knew Elder Zhang Wenbin, Chen Wei was a bit puzzled. When I was still in office, I met Elder Zhang Wenbin. Elder Zhang Wenbin is very powerful. He and I are old friends. Elder Wang explained. After Elder Wang said a few words, he went off to be greeted by the others. After all, he still had many family and friends who had come to give him a toast and tea. The birthday party went on until after 9 p.m. Elder Wang couldn't stay up a bit longer, which ended the birthday banquet. Zhou Xian brought Chen Wei to say goodbye to Elder Wang and went back. Right after Chen Wei and Zhou Xian left, Elder Wang called his grandson Wang Chen in. Xiao Chen, what do you think of this Chen Wei? Elder Wang asked. Grandpa, I don't know much. Wang Chen immediately spoke up. In the future, you should pay more attention. He is a remarkable character. Elder Wang gave an explanation. Okay, Grandpa, I'll keep an eye out. One more friend is one more way. Wang Chen thought so too. You see, his relationship with the Zhou family's girl at such a young age seems to be extraordinary. Elder Wang spoke a little more. You just know that I go racing every day, and you can't save me the trouble. Remember, you hang out with Chen Wei more. Elder Wang said a little more. And at this time, Chen Wei was also saying goodbye to Zhou Xian. Why? I'm leaving. I'm going back to Beijing tomorrow. Do you really have a girlfriend? Zhou Xian asked. Yeah, because you're so noble and I couldn't and didn't dare to think about it. So I got a girlfriend. Because I had just fallen out of love at that time. So I wanted to find one to ease this pain early. Chen Wei immediately said. You don't understand people's minds at all. Zhou Xian sighed. Can you break up with her for my sake? This is not good. I. Chen Wei immediately said. Without waiting for Chen Wei to finish, Zhou Xian immediately said. Can't you think about it? But I'm a scumbag and I have several girlfriends. I don't really believe in love anymore either. Chen Wei didn't want to hide it anymore and said it directly. As soon as he heard these words, Zhou Xian froze. She got right in the car and drove off right away without saying a word. Sorry, Chen Wei shouted at the faraway car. In the car, Zhou Xian was already crying uncontrollably. How come my fate is so bad? Do I really have to have a capital marriage with the Li family? Chen Wei also opened the door and got into his car. When he got into the car, he took out his cell phone. He realized that he had a lot of missed calls on his cell phone and received unread WeChat messages. He didn't hear his cell phone ringing because he was at the place where the birthday dinner was being served and it was so noisy there. Soon, he saw Lu Ruyan's WeChat message. Hubby, I haven't seen you for a few days and I miss you. I'm now in the Riverside Royal View neighborhood. Will you come tonight? Chapter 156, You Can't Spoil Su Jinglei. Chen Wei was overjoyed when he saw Lu Ruyan's WeChat. He answered right back. I'll be right there. He saw Su Jinglei's missed calls again, and thought for a moment in his heart that it would be better to air her out. He immediately drove his car to the Riverside Royal View neighborhood. He took the elevator and quickly arrived in front of Ruyan Lu's house. He knocked on the door. Ruyan Lu quickly opened the door to the room. Chen Wei went right in. Suddenly, at this time, Chen Wei's cell phone rang again. Chen Wei looked at it. It was Su Jinglei's phone. He immediately refused and gave it a mute. Why aren't you answering your phone? Ryu asked. It's a nuisance call. Ignore him. It's important for us to do serious business, Chen Wei immediately said. Chen Wei has a belly full of lust on him. In the morning, he was ruffled by Su Jinglei, and in the afternoon, he was ruffled by Zhou Xian. A woman was angry. A woman. He didn't dare to move. Chen Wei immediately carried Lu Ruyan onto the master bedroom's large bed. After a long time, after several tosses and turns, Chen Wei lay refreshed on the big bed, and Lu Ruyan wrapped her arms around Chen Wei's neck and lay on top of Chen Wei's body. The two were honest with each other. Both of them were a bit out of breath, and Ruyan Lu's eyes were glowing with a bit of satisfaction. Hubby, Ruyan Lu shouted at Chen Wei. She was embarrassed to call her husband at first, but after a few times she got used to it. What's wrong with you? Chen Wei looked down at Lu Ruyan. You don't even look for me if I don't look for you, Ruyan Lu complained. I'm busy right now. Something's going on in the company. Chen Wei immediately explained. Ruyan Lu sighed and after opening her mouth for a moment, she hesitated for a long time, but still didn't speak. What kind of company do you have? Ruyan Lu asked anyway. Mining to Times Shanghai branch. I'm the president there, Chen Wei immediately said. How did you become the company president there? You just graduated too, Ruyan Lu immediately asked. I have 10% of the shares of Ningde Times then, Chen Wei immediately said. Lu Ruyan also heard about Ningde Times. This company is very powerful. It probably has a market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars. So by that reckoning, doesn't Chen Wei have at least $1 billion in assets? In this way, Lu Ruyan's heart had an indescribable feeling. Both proud of Chen Wei's assets, but she's having a crisis now. After all, Chen Wei is handsome, dashing, handsome and gold, and so capable. Such young boys will always be liked and pursued by many girls. As a matter of fact, she had already sensed that there might be one or two other girls around Chen Wei when she had been with him for the past 10 days or so. For example, a phone call just now. He didn't answer. There was also the time when they had dinner together. She saw Chen Wei answering the phone a couple of times. She saw the smile on Chen Wei's face and easily guessed that it was the girls calling. It's a woman's intuition. Women's intuition is just so awesome. Frankly speaking, Ruyan Lu was very angry at that time. There was still indescribable anger in his heart, and he even wanted to make a scene with Chen Wei, but reason told her not to. You can't make a single mistake. You can't just break up after one mess. Go break up. Cootie. That's the only way to do it. Besides, he can satisfy himself physically and monetarily. There are two major satisfactions that will do the trick. She couldn't bear to break up. She really couldn't bear to break up. He's so young, so handsome, so steady and composed in his demeanor, and so rich, and so capable. At a young age, he became the president of the Shanghai branch of Ningde Times. Such a Chen Wei made her heart content. She didn't want to lose Chen Wei. So, she held back from saying anything. What are you thinking about? Seeing Lu Ruyan wandering off, Chen Wei asked. I was wondering if you could do it again. Can you do it once or twice more? Do you dare? It's hard to see you even once. Lu Ruyan had a teasing meaning. As soon as Chen Wei heard it, he had a desire to conquer. How dare you say your husband can't do it now? Chen Wei said a bit breathlessly. Is it that you want to kneel down and beg for forgiveness? Hiss. Let's see who will kneel and beg for mercy. Ruyan Lu said stubbornly. Alright, let's have a match. That's what you said, Chen Wei immediately said. A few more tosses. After a few tosses and turns, Ruyan Lu didn't have any strength left. She was lying in Chen Wei's arms, not wanting to move. Chen Wei, on the contrary, is still very energetic and still has strength. because he now has enhanced golden kidneys. He would also go to work out every day. And he could have a lot of women in his sights. Of course, that's a bit of a brag. At this time, when he looked at Ruyan Lu's tired and didn't want to talk look, he wanted to flirt with her a few times. Now, you're going to kneel down and beg for forgiveness, Chen Wei said a little. Not waiting for Ruyan Lu to speak, Chen Wei's cell phone suddenly vibrated. Chen Wei took his cell phone and after seeing that it was a call from Su Jinglei, Chen Wei frowned as he didn't answer the phone immediately. My company's phone. I'm going to take a call. Chen Wei looked at Ruyan Lu and said, okay then. Ruyan Lu nodded. She already knew it was a woman's phone call. So what if she knew? When Chen Wei walked out of the bedroom with his cell phone, Ruyan Lu let out a long sigh. Although Chen Wei said it was a company call, when she knew the caller was definitely a woman, Ruyan Lu didn't know what the woman's name was. It's definitely a woman's call. It's a woman's intuition. So what if you know? Ruyan Lu sighed again. Hey, what's wrong? Aren't you ignoring me? Chen Wei walked to the other bedroom and closed the door before answering the phone and then spoke. The house you bought can be bought without your name. Su Jinglei immediately said a little. How come I always call your phone and you don't answer? Are you a man? Aren't you already aware of whether I'm a man or not? Chen Wei immediately said. Then I want to see you at once. I'll come to you right away. Su Jinglei immediately said the request. Not tonight. It's also too late in the day to be safe. There's no time tonight either. I'm a bit busy at work. Chen Wei thought for a moment and immediately refused. One couldn't just agree to whatever Su Jinglei said. Can't spoil her. Can we meet up? Su Jinglei said again. Can't. Chen Wei refused again. So, okay then. We'll meet tomorrow. Is that possible? Su Jinglei sounded a bit lost, but quickly recovered. Let's talk about it tomorrow, Chen Wei said. The two talked a little more before hanging up. After Chen Wei returned to the master bedroom and lay on the bed, Ruyan Lu suddenly pinched him with her hand, and pinched it with a smile. Why are you pinching me? What are you doing? Chen Wei ouched, then looked at Ruyan Lu. Humph, you tell me. I just want to pinch you, Ruyan Lu hummed. Although Lu Ruyan had already accepted in her heart that there were other women around Chen Wei, she still had a bit of a temper, and she was still angry. Chapter 157, Supercar Driving Technology. Hurry up and get up. If you don't, you won't make it to work in time. It was already almost 8 in the morning. Chen Wei slapped on Lu Ruyan's thighs and then spoke. No work. I'll take some time off and I'd like to sleep some more. I'm too sleepy. Ruyan Lu opened her eyes and looked at Chen Wei for a moment, then went back to sleep. A minute later, she was still up helplessly. If I had known, I would have quit my job. Now I'm so sleepy that I can't even open my eyes. Ruyan Lu yawned as she spoke, because Chen Wei wanted to laugh when he looked at her for a moment. Because why Ruyan Lu was so sleepy was related to last night's tossing and turning. Ruyan Lu was as crazy last night, trying to milk herself dry. As a result, she tired herself out and got sleepy. Why are you so energized? You look, and I'm so sleepy. What is it that many people say that there are only tired oxen and no plowed fields? Lu Ruyan said a bit dissatisfied. Of course, I'm a man with golden kidneys. Chen Wei laughed a little in his heart. Such words, definitely cannot be said out. Hurry up and brush your teeth and wash your face. I'll send you to work later, Chen Wei said. I know. Ruyan Lu nodded. Honey, give me a hug. Ruyan Lu stretched out her arms towards Chen Wei for a hug. Ruyan Lu spoke with a sappy tone. She was still a little lethargic, and with last night's tossing and turning, she spoke in a particularly seductive tone. Okay, I'll take a hug. Shall we exercise again? Chen Wei immediately gave a hug. No. I'm going to wash up. Ruyan Lu immediately escaped. She wouldn't dare to mess with Chen Wei now, as her legs were now soft. Your own husband is so invincible. At 9 o'clock, Chen Wei immediately sent Lu Ruyan to work. Of course, Ruyan Lu took a few minutes off. Chen Wei immediately returned to his home again. Soon, he entered the Spike system interface. Ding! The gifts given to you by the system have been refreshed. You can choose 1 out of 3. Gift 1, Sports Car Super Duper Driving Technology. Worth 0.2 billion renminbi. Gift number 2, a Maybach for $15 million. Gift number 3, a supermarket, worth $200 million. Chen Wei looked at what the system had refreshed. Chen Chuchu thought for a moment. He has money. The supermarket is lazy to manage. Or choose gift 1, the super driving skills of the sports car system. I'll choose gift 1. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Okay, the super drive technology will be in your body soon, the system said immediately. Chen Wei quickly exited the system. It didn't take long for Chen Wei's brain to keep surging with various driving techniques, and his hands and feet became more flexible. It took an hour before it stopped. Host, you already have the super driving skills of a sports car, the system immediately reminded. Suddenly, At this time, Chen Wei's cell phone rang. Chen Wei took out his cell phone to take a look. It turned out to be the vice president of Ningde Times Shanghai branch Lu Fengfei called. Chen Wei immediately picked up the phone. Vice President Lu. Hello, what can I do for you? Chen Wei asked. Mr. Chen, where are you now? Lu Fengfei's voice came out from the phone. At home. What are you calling for? Chen Wei asked. Don't you know? Our big boss from Ningde Times is here. Lu Fengfei immediately spoke up. I know. I was notified, but I forgot. Chen Wei immediately said. He's already here in his private jet. He told you to come to the company quickly. Lu Fengfei spoke again. Chairman Zhang is here. Good. I'll come to the company right away. Chen Wei immediately said. 30 minutes later, Chen Wei arrived at the company. As soon as he arrived at the company, he went to his office, which was large, more than 40 square meters. As soon as he entered the office, he saw a man in his 50s sitting in the president's seat. Chairman Zhang. Hello, Chen Wei said. The two men quickly shook hands. Mr. Chen, you are more handsome and younger than the you in the video. Chairman Zhang shook Chen Wei's hand and said. Chairman Zhang, you're even stronger and healthier than I expected. Looking at you like this, I thought it was some young guy in his 30s. Chen Wei also complimented. Dong Chen, you're also too good at praising. Chairman Zhang spoke up. A middle-aged noblewoman next to her couldn't help but laugh out as well when she heard Chen Wei's words. Chen Wei glanced at this middle-aged noblewoman. My wife, Shiki Li. Chairman Zhang introduced. Hello, Mrs. Zhang. Chen Wei shouted respectfully. Hello, what a young, handsome young man, so capable at such a young age. Mrs. Zhang complimented. Mrs. Zhang, you flatter me. Chen Wei said modestly. Ha ha, you're too modest. If I were a girl, I would definitely fall in love with you too. Chairman Zhang also joked at the side. Ha ha ha, I'm so honored. Chen Wei said. Soon, under the chairman's introduction, Chen Wei shook hands with some more people brought by the chairman. After all, if you can follow here to get the super battery technology, you must be either a technician or a senior member of the company. This group of people were a bit flattered to see Chen Wei taking the initiative to shake hands with them. They know that the former young man is the second largest shareholder of Ningde Times, holding 30% of the shares. One word from Chen Wei and they could be told to get lost. Unless one is a real tech guru, one is unlikely to be replaced. A few people exchanged pleasantries and got right down to business. It is not that Chairman Zhang is in a hurry, but the super battery technology in Chen Wei's hands is really important to Ningde Times. Otherwise, Chairman Zhang wouldn't have taken the matter into his own hands. Now, the power battery field of killing more and more intense. The major power battery factory has smashed heavy money to engage in research and development. We all want to get the world's first position in the power battery. Who all want to call the shots? If Ningde Times can get the super battery technology in Chen Wei's hands, relying on the strength of Ningde Times, it can completely surpass LG and Panasonic. Chairman Zhang, should we be in such a hurry? Chen Wei said. I'm sorry, Dong Chen, my husband is like this. He's a workaholic. Nothing is more important to him than work. Mrs. Zhang immediately explained. Mr. Chen, I can't wait. I want to see the technology in your hands. Chairman Zhang spoke anxiously. Ha ha ha, Chairman Zhang, don't be in a hurry. I've already brought it over. After saying that, as Chen Wei handed a file bag in his hand to Chairman Zhang, Chapter 158 from now on, Ningde Times Company has wings. Okay, I thank you in advance. After Chairman Zhang took the pouch, he couldn't wait to open it and then read it. Chairman Zhang was an expert in batteries. He looked at the detailed information on the documents, at the various formulas, the various ratios, and he was so happy that his hands were trembling a little. A document that could make an expert like Chairman Zhang tremble. One could imagine that this one was very important. Chairman Zhang looked at a long time. The other people do not dare to speak, for fear of disturbing the chairman of the board. If you disturb the chairman of the board, that cannot eat, to go around. Laborer Lin, bring someone over to take a look at this. Chairman Zhang spoke to one of the experts he had brought with him. When Lin Gong heard this, he immediately walked over. In fact, he had long wanted to take a look at this super battery manufacturing technology, but Chairman Zhang hadn't called him, so he didn't dare come forward to take a look. After hearing Chairman Zhang call him, Lin Gong immediately came to the chairman as fast as he could. Lin Gong took the few pieces of information handed over by the chairman and looked at them carefully. After a while, he spoke again. Chairman, give me a few more pieces of information. After hearing this, Chairman Zhang took a few more pieces of information and handed them to Lin Gong. The forest worker looked at it again for a long time. Great, that's a great program. I can't imagine a match like that. It's an advanced technology. We wouldn't have thought of it. Lin Gong couldn't help but let out a gasp. This energy formula and storage method is perfect. It's a great invention of the power battery. It's comparable to China's 4 great inventions. No, surpassing China's 4 great inventions. Lin Gong commented a few more times. Chairman Zhang was also very surprised after hearing the exclamation coming from Lin Gong. Of course, he was also very happy. Nowadays, science and technology are the first productive forces. We have such a super technology of power battery. It is the same as giving wings to our company. Our company is like a tiger with wings. We can spread our wings and fly. Chairman Zhang thought a lot. It is important to know that Lin works as the new energy era of the chief technical experts. He is not only China's technical master, is also a long time in the international reputation. Otherwise, Chairman Zhang wouldn't have paid heavily to hire Lin Gong to be in charge of helping to develop the field of power batteries. With Lin Gong, Ningde Times has grown even faster. But now the company has also hit a bottleneck. Laborer Lin, what do you think? Chairman Zhang couldn't help but ask when he saw that Laborer Lin was still looking at it. Chairman Zhang, this is the most perfect formula I've ever seen. If this power battery is built, it can store 2 to 3 times more electricity than the LG for the same volume. Lin Gong let out an exclamation. Chairman Zhang was really very happy and excited to hear this. It's happier than even New Year's Eve, and more exciting than winning the $100 million jackpot. Dong Chen, thank you for your help to Ningde Times. It's a great honor for our company to have a shareholder like you and for me to have a friend like you. Chairman Zhang bowed deeply towards Chen Wei. The others that Chairman Zhang had brought with him, when they saw the chairman bow, they bowed as well. Anyway, you can't go wrong following the chairman. Lu Fangfei and the executives of the Shanghai branch were also very shocked when they saw this scene. One must know that Chairman Zhang is a man with billions of dollars of assets and is a loud and clear figure. He would actually bow to Chen Wei. How could it not shock Lu Fangfei's group? Mr. Chen, you're really amazing, Lu Fangfei immediately said. Anyway, you can't go wrong by saying nice things. Chairman Zhang, you're overstating it. Ningde era. I also have a part in it. Helping Ningde era is the same as helping yourself. Chen Wei immediately said. Chairman Zhang was very moved and excited after hearing Chen Wei's words. I can't believe how good this technique is. I'm very lucky to have come across someone as good as you. It's an honor for our company to have you. Chairman Zhang said a little more. Chen Wei couldn't help but spit in his heart after hearing this. Big brother is worthy of being a big brother. Your acting skills are also too good. Singing opera are so good. At that time, I wanted a little bit of your shares, but it was like cutting your meat. You didn't give up at all. Oh, it was only after I softly persuaded you that I wanted 20% of your shares. Despite thinking so, Chen Wei still acted very sincerely. After all, everyone must learn to act. Chairman Zhang, it's also an honor for me to become a director of Ningde Times. I believe that under your leadership, Ningde Times will definitely become number 1 in the world. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. With the addition of this technology of yours, I'm sure our company can become the world's number 1 in power batteries. Chairman Zhang spoke up. The two complemented each other. Dong Chen, this is the share transfer certificate you need. Chairman Zhang handed his hands over the share transfer certificate to Chen Wei. They have long negotiated that as soon as the super battery manufacturing technology is in hand, Chairman Zhang is going to transfer 20% of the shares of Ningde Times to Chen Wei. Chen Wei took the Ningde Times share transfer certificate and looked at it, and after reading it, there was nothing wrong with it. He then accepted the share transfer certificate. By this time, Chen Wei held a 30% stake in Ningde Times. At the same time, Chen Wei immediately took out the contract for the superpower battery manufacturing technology and handed it to Chairman Zhang. Immediately after Chairman Zhang got the contract, he took a closer look at it. The contract states that the power battery can have a range of 1,800 kilometers and that the manufacturing technology will always be given to Ningde Times to use. But Ningde Times only has the right to use it, not ownership, and it can't be transferred, nor can it take the technology and set up a new company. After seeing the contract, Chairman Zhang saw a lot of binding clauses, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. There is no way out. Chairman Zhang in turn handed the contract to the legal advisor who accompanied him. Legal counsel looked at it and he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Chairman Zhang had to take out a pen and sign his big name on it. Soon, a partnership involving billions of dollars was struck. Chairman Zhang and Director Chen, why don't you two stand together for a picture? Today's cooperation is a new beginning for Ningde Times. Our company can go up a few new steps. Lu Fangfei immediately said. Very well, that's a very good offer. It's great. Chairman Zhang and Chen Wei both agreed to Lu Fangfei's proposal. Chairman Zhang and Chen Wei posed for a handshake. Lu Fangfei immediately took a picture with her cell phone and recorded this historic scene. Chairman Zhang, let's see. How about we take a group photo together? To record Chairman Zhang's first visit to the Shanghai branch, as well as the establishment of Ningde Times Shanghai branch. Chen Wei immediately proposed. Chapter 159, I want to be the boss's wife. Dong Chen, your proposal is very good. I'm going to put this picture in my office. Chairman Zhang was very agreeable. Then please, Vice President Liu, inform us that we will all go to the plaza outside and we will wait for you there. So come and take pictures. Chen Wei explained. Okay, President Chen. Lu Fangfei immediately agreed. She immediately arranged for someone to notify the staff underneath. And Chen Wei took Chairman Zhang and some of the executives to the square outside. It's a good thing it's cloudy today and there's not much sun. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been good for photos. Before long, a large group of people quickly assembled in the square. Chairman Zhang and Chen Wei stood at the front. In the row behind them were Chairman Zhang's wife and Lu Fangfei, as well as some of the executives. Last to stand on top of the bench was a large group of employees. The person in charge of taking pictures was Lu Fangfei's secretary. Soon, a few photos were taken. A few group shots were born. It was this photo that brought Chen Wei's name directly to the nation's attention. After the photo shoot, it was time for lunch. Everyone went back to dinner. Chen Wei then drove Chairman and Mrs. Zhang to the Jinjiang Hotel. Chen Wei had just gotten off the bus with the crowd when he saw that the general manager of the Jinjiang Hotel was already waiting at the main entrance with his men. Dong Chen, this ceremony is very grand. Chairman Zhang said with a bit of surprise. Ha ha ha, please, Chairman Zhang, Chen Wei said immediately. Everyone quickly arrived in front of the hotel's general manager. Boss, Chairman Zhang, please come inside. The general manager spoke respectfully and made a gesture of please with his hand. Dong Chen, why did he call you boss? Chairman Zhang asked in surprise. Chairman Zhang, I forgot to tell you that this hotel is my property. Chen Wei immediately explained. Mr. Chen, you're really surprising people. This hotel is really something. And you're not a simple person either. Chairman Zhang immediately complimented. I'm average. Much worse than you. So let's go in. Chen Wei said. The group of people, led by the general manager, quickly arrived at the top floor's box that belonged exclusively to Chen Wei. Chairman Zhang looked at the luxuriously decorated box, and then looked at the young man Chen Wei, and couldn't help but speak with an exclamation. In our Chinese national dialect, we say that the waves after the Yangtze River push the waves before it. You're so good. You've swatted me on the beach. Chairman Zhang, you're too modest. You're the greatest entrepreneur in our China. You're the role model of our Chinese people. The pride of our Chinese people. Chen Wei immediately said. A few people just chatted for a short while shortly afterward, and soon there were meals being brought up one after another. Steamed sea bass, sautéed shrimp, squirrel mandarin fish, lion's head with crab meat, pickled vegetable and buckle meat, jumbo lobster, king crab. Looking at the tabletop which was full of flavorful dishes, Chairman Zhang swallowed his saliva. Chairman Zhang, let's have a little drink. Chen Wei asked. Forget it, no drinking on weekdays. Chairman Zhang immediately said something. The waitress at her side quickly poured everyone a cup of tea. Okay then. Then please eat the food. It's cooked by our best chef. I've eaten it before and it's very delicious. Chen Wei greeted. Chairman Zhang was not polite, and he directly clamped a piece of fish into his mouth. Everyone started eating too. Dong Chen, it is indeed delicious. It's much better than the dishes in some of the restaurants I've been to before. Chairman Zhang couldn't help but praise it. Next to her, Mrs. Zhang also took a piece of fish and then ate it. How about it? Mrs. Zhang, how does it taste? Chen Wei asked. It was so delicious. It was the best fish I've ever had, but it's also very oddly presented. Why is it presented like that? The chairman's wife asked. Ha ha ha, the dish you're eating, ma'am, is the famous squirrel mandarin fish. The texture is crispy and tender. The flavor is sweet and sour. Very tasty. The fish's tail is slightly raised, kind of like a squirrel. When it's hot, the marinade is poured over the fish's body, and at this time, it makes a snorting sound, as if the squirrel is screaming with joy. That's why this dish is called squirrel mandarin fish, Chen Wei explained. After the chairman's wife heard this, she picked up another chopstick of fish and ate it. After Chairman Zhang heard this, couldn't help it either, and ate another piece of fish. People couldn't stop praising that the food at this restaurant was delicious. Everyone stopped talking and concentrated on eating with their heads down. An hour later, everyone was done eating. Chairman Zhang, why don't I take you to the old streets of Shanghai to have a look around this afternoon? Chen Wei extended an invitation. Forget it, I'm busy at work right now and there's a ton of stuff waiting for me to take care of. Let's talk about it later. Chairman Zhang refused. Is it that busy of a job? Chen Wei asked curiously. You are also a shareholder of the company and a director, so I won't hide anything from you. Our company is preparing to list on the A-share market. This is something you should not say outside. It's a company secret. Chairman Zhang whispered by Chen Wei's ear. That's great. Hearing this news, Chen Wei was overjoyed. I'll keep it a secret. I'll never tell anyone. Right now, the company's market capitalization was more than $10 billion. If it goes public, the market capitalization will expand by at least 10 times. The PE ratios, at least, are all over 10 times or even 20 times. If you have $3 billion of stock in this company, and if it goes public and the stock price goes up 10 times, you will have $30 billion of assets in this company. If the stock price goes up 20 times, one would have $60 billion in assets in this company. I'll take a private jet back at 2 p.m., Chairman Zhang said immediately. Chairman Zhang, originally, I wanted to consult with you for a while longer. I'll learn a bit from you. Listening to you is definitely better than reading for 10 years. But your time is too precious, Chen Wei said modestly. You're good too, La. I should learn from you. Well, we're going to the airport soon, Chairman Zhang also said. Then let's give you a ride, Chen Wei immediately said. Fine, Chairman Zhang agreed. These cars, too, are cars sent out from the Shanghai branch. There weren't that many cars, so the company rented a few. Soon, everyone got into the car. These little cars drove in great numbers to the airport. Half an hour later, the group arrived at Pudong Airport. Chairman Zhang and the crowd soon boarded the plane. Lu Fangfei then got into Chen Wei's small car. Dong Chen, you're too powerful. You have so many shares in the company at such a young age. Lu Fangfei immediately spoke up. I'm average, Chen Wei immediately said. Lu Fangfei knew her boss was powerful, but her boss was not understanding. She's hinted at it many times. Why don't you pounce on your old lady? I'm trying to be the boss's wife. Chapter 160, Lu Fangfei may have said it on purpose. President Chen, what are you going to do this afternoon? Lu Fangfei asked. I'm ready to go home. What are you asking for? Chen Wei immediately spoke up. If there's nothing else, I'll treat you to a movie. Lu Fangfei made her meaning all clear. Suddenly, at this time, Chen Wei's cell phone rang. Chen Wei looked at it. It was a call from Su Jinglei. He also saw many of Su Jinglei's tweets. Chen Wei didn't answer it. Still wanting to air out Su Jinglei first. He felt a little sad that the stock market futures ticker was stuck away from him. I also wonder if we can get her back by throwing money at her. Chen Wei immediately pulled over and stopped the car. Chen Wei still secretly sighed, then entered the system to check Su Jinglei's profile. The universal scanning system is acquiring information about the other party. Name, Su Jinglei, age, 22, height, 172 centimeters, face value, 95, stature, 94, privacy, 1, intimacy, 78. In girlfriend status, Chen Wei was a bit shocked. It was 72 points before. How come it's up 6 points? What's the situation? Did her family say something? Seeing this, Chen Wei hurriedly sent a message to Su Jinglei. After a minute or two, neither Su Jinglei returned the message. Without returning the message, Chen Wei drove again. The cart was a long drive. Suddenly, Chen Wei's cell phone vibrated. Su Jinglei had called. Chen Wei hurriedly pulled over again. Hello? Chen Wei picked up. CO immediately began to babble. What's wrong with you? Chen Wei listened to the phone. Listened for many minutes. Suddenly, Lu Fangfei couldn't help but speak a little. And of course, she did so somewhat intentionally. Chen Wei, I'll get off here. Alright, Vice President Lu, you can get off here, Chen Wei immediately said. At this time, as soon as Su Jinglei heard the girl's voice, she suddenly hung up the phone immediately. Are you going to get a girlfriend later? Don't you know? There's a big beauty right in front of you. Lu Fangfei flirted. Don't you know? Rabbits don't do anything until they're in the nest. It's not good for us to fall in love up and down. Chen Wei immediately said. I could have quit my job for you, too. How come the heavens don't favor me? Lu Fangfei said a little and then got off the bus. Vice President Lu, you transfer those 2 photos to me. Chen Wei immediately shouted. Okay, Mr. Chen. Lu Fangfei said. For the past 2 days, Su Jinglei has been waiting at home for Chen Wei to come over and apologize voluntarily, but it had been waiting for a day or two, and the smelly man hadn't said a word of apology, nor had he sent a single tweet. If your girlfriend is angry, won't you even coax her? All he had to do was say something nice and promise not to mess around in the future. Even if he was lying to himself, she was willing to be kept lying. But what does it mean to be so heedless and to have to take the initiative to call in yourself? The more Su Jinglei waited, the more annoyed she became, the more angry she became, and the more she waited, the more she couldn't help herself. So a call was made to ask Chen Wei to see what he wanted. The phone either doesn't answer, or when it does, it talks about itself a whole lot. Chen Wei simply said a word or two and didn't apologize at all. It's so hard to have a voice, but I was surprised to hear a woman's voice again just now. Frightened, Su Jinglei quickly hung up the phone. Su Jinglei thinks that this woman is the queen of the main court and that she is disturbing them. At the thought of this, Su Jinglei's emotions instantly came up. She immediately burst into tears. Chen Wei hastily forwarded 2 photos to Su Jinglei first. After a while, he called Su Jinglei again. It took a few calls before Seo answered the phone. Didn't you ignore me? Weren't you picking up girls just now? Su Jinglei immediately spat out a few words. Scumbag, no wonder why you ignored me when I've been tweeting you all morning. Are you soaking with that woman? Su Jinglei preemptively complained about him. The chairman of our head office is here, and we've been receiving him all morning today. It's better to work. Chen Wei returned. The devil will believe you. Eating from the bowl and watching the pot. Is it because I didn't drain you dry? Su Jinglei spoke again. Are you crazy? Chen Wei didn't know how to reply in the face of such tigerish words. Let's just say that the schoolgirl, that side of things, is too fierce. He had always felt that Su Jinglei was just an innocent and well-behaved beauty who loved to be pampered. It's really a case of know your enemy. How could she suddenly be so open-minded? Is it because it's not face-to-face? Or 2 people who don't have a care in the world after they've had skin in the game? Chen Wei was puzzled. Su Jinglei actually looked at both photos. Quickly, another thought occurred to her. She found a beautiful woman in the picture here. Who is that pretty woman in the photo? Su Jinglei remembered the pretty woman in the photo and she immediately asked. It's the vice president of my company. Yeah, it's my ministry. It used to be my secretary. Chen Wei returned. Humph. There's something for a secretary to do and nothing for a secretary to do. Su Jinglei laughed in exasperation. Didn't you ignore me? Weren't you picking up girls just now? Su Jinglei immediately spat out a few words. No, she is my secretary. Chen Wei immediately said. Mr. Chen Wei, just how many female secretaries do you have? Su Jinglei spoke up. Just a female secretary. Chen Wei immediately said. Then how many female secretaries will there be in the future? Su Jinglei asked again. Not again. Well then, I recorded and screenshotted it. If you show up with a female secretary in the future, I'll make a poster of this chat and hang it on your doorstep. Chen Wei felt Su Jinglei's rushing resentment and hastened to comfort her. Baby, no matter what happens to other women, you'll always be number 1 in my heart. Humph. Net good words. Baby, don't be angry. I'll accompany you to pick up the car tomorrow. Okay? Chen Wei said again. Su Jinglei's own anger subsided a great deal at the thought of driving a top-of-the-line Porsche 911 tomorrow. So what are you going to do this afternoon? She wanted to run and stick to Chen Wei, but she tried to be as euphemistic as possible. I'm going home. Chen Wei answered honestly. I'm bored too. Su Jinglei spoke up to see if Chen Wei could understand her words. Mom taught Su Jinglei not to be too proactive and not to give herself away. That would make it look like you cared about the man and you would become passive. Su Jinglei moped around for a day or two, obsessing over it for a day or two. Su Jinglei finally decided to. Chapter 161, the 4th way is to endure for the rest of your life. Su Jinglei decided not to listen to her mom. Su Jinglei thought that her mom was nothing more than an ordinary person with no vision. Chen Wei wasn't her husband, so of course she wasn't in a hurry. Mom is just a high school graduate and she went to college. If you don't take the initiative yourself, in case Chen Wei is abducted by someone, where will you look for it and where will you cry? If you take a little initiative on your own, take a little initiative on your own, and take a little loss, what more face for your future? I'll be right with you. How about I come and keep you company? Su Jinglei immediately said a little. Not really. I still want to be quiet and think about the 2 of us, Chen Wei said. In case Su Jinglei came over and the intimacy value of 78 points like before still fell down, Chen Wei would really not be able to stand it. That stock market futures ticker card that's worth countless billions, those are real money. But I want to see you, Seo said immediately. But I don't want to see you because you'll be angry and jealous. And when you're angry, I'll be angry, and you'll keep me up at night. If you don't come, I won't be able to see out of sight, Chen Wei immediately said. He decided to back off. Then how about I don't get angry in the future, and I'll do whatever you say, Su Jinglei said. Chen Wei was puzzled. How could you possibly? From now on, you will be my master. I'll be good, and I'll never make you angry again. Su Jinglei only had good words to say. I still don't believe it. People have said that rivers and mountains are easy to change, but nature can't be changed. Chen Wei still didn't believe it. Then how about I write you 20 obedience cards? Su Jinglei said helplessly. That won't work either. Chen Wei was still afraid of being deceived. How about I write 30 obedience cards? Su Jinglei had to commit. That's about right. You write it and bring it. Chen Wei had to agree. As soon as she heard this, Su Jinglei was overjoyed. She got up in a hurry, brushing her teeth and washing her face. Immediately wrote 30 listening cards and signed them with my big name. She had made a special effort to dress up, in spite of her mother's objections. With a sweet youthful look in shibori white silk, she quickly stepped out of the house and took a drop. In less than 3 minutes, The drop came. She got into the car and soon arrived at the Townsend. She rang the door of Chen Wei's house. Chen Wei opened the door and sized up Su Jinglei. Su Jinglei was dressed in a JK outfit, which was really very pretty and very much in line with Chen Wei's taste. The white stockings were especially tantalizing on her slender legs. Su Jinglei, you're here? Chen Wei smiled and greeted. Bring the listening card. Chen Wei extended his hand. Su Jinglei immediately opened her bag and took out the stack of hearing cards. There's no way. So rich, so handsome, and that man is exceptionally capable. How many women can resist? He could have as many girlfriends as he wanted. She didn't mind, as long as he was there when he needed this man. After all, because he'd already said he'd have other women. There's no way to take a little loss just to make a lot of money. Though one has sworn that one will not be a mistress in this life, but one really can't let go of him. No way. Bear with me, a little intolerance goes a long way. Chen Wei took the listening card. It's still early. What are we going to do? Chen Wei asked. Do whatever you want. I agree. Su Jinglei angled her head and teased. Good. I've got a fire in my little tummy. Chen Wei immediately said a little, as he wrapped his arms around Su Jinglei, then put his hand into Su Jinglei's clothes. Don't. It's too early. Su Jinglei wanted to refuse. The two tossed it around a few more times, while Chen Wei's spirits were getting better. Su Jinglei was sleepy and fell asleep right away. There is no way. Chen Wei had to also accompany the sleep. Cannot sleep. He had to brush his cell phone and read a novel. In the back. Finally falling asleep. The two slept until 7 p.m. Chen Wei woke up from his nap first, and he woke up Su Jinglei again. What are you calling me for? I haven't slept well for the past day or two. Su Jinglei complained. I'm hungry. Aren't you? Chen Wei immediately said. I'm not hungry. I just had a bellyful. Su Jinglei immediately said. If you're not hungry, I'll go eat. Chen Wei said. Don't you dare. I want to eat too. Su Jinglei spoke up. The two then got up and washed up, walked out of his house and onto the street. The two went into a restaurant, ordered a few dishes, and ate. The two were soon full. The two then settled the bill and walked out. It's still early. What are we going to do? Co asked. Let's go watch a movie. Chen Wei said immediately. Okay. Su Jinglei agreed. Suddenly, Chen Wei's cell phone rang. Chen Wei took out his cell phone and looked at it. It was Lu Bingqian calling. Hey. Chen Wei answered the phone. Lu Bingqian quickly spoke up. Su Jinglei heard that it was a woman's voice, and the two appeared to be close. Co is angry again. This scumbag. With so many women. Now, there were 4 choices before her. The first is to turn around and leave right away yourself. The second is to scold Chen Wei himself before leaving. The third is to hold back and mention the Porsche. The fourth is to endure for a lifetime. You scum. I'll fight you. Su Jinglei thought for a moment. The heart aches, but it seems to be tolerable. After all, I wrote 30 listening cards myself. I don't have time today. Chen Wei immediately said. One certainly can't run away from one girlfriend to another on the brink. Chen Wei finally finished his call. Come on. Let's go watch a movie. Chen Wei said to Su Jinglei. The two quickly made their way to the movie theater inside the mall. It's still crowded and nicely decorated. The two went to buy the tickets together. Let's pack the house, Chen Wei said. After Chen Wei had money, the man gradually swelled up. He'd seen fewer movies before, and had yet to experience the feeling of a packed house. What's the point of chartering a theater? What a waste of money. Su Jinglei was a bit reluctant to give up. I estimated that the package came down to just under 25,000. Chen Wei hemmed and hawed. After the charter, he can do whatever he wants. Without any scruples. Brother Chen Wei, 25,000 yuan is my salary for 2 months. Su Jinglei didn't have the heart to say anything. I'm the one paying for it, not you. Why are you saving me money? Chen Wei was curious. Su Jinglei beamed her own mouth to show her displeasure. It costs you $25,000 to pack a show. You might as well give me the $25,000 and I'll take you to my room to watch it. Su Jinglei spoke up. Chapter 162. If I'm so good, why do you still hook up with other girls? Okay. Chen Wei immediately agreed. To Sio's room? Chen Wei stared straight into Su Jinglei's face. Her curved, soft facial bones carried a bit of baby fat, and her rosy red lips, gently pursed, made every man want to savor them. Okay, I'll give you $25,000 and let me know when your house is empty. I'll come to your house to watch. Chen Wei immediately agreed. Su Jinglei then realized that she had spoken wrongly and that she was leading the wolf into the house. She stole a glance at Chen Wei. I had just finished eating and saw his hungry face again. Su Jinglei spat at him with a red face. Good you scum. Come to my house. Not afraid that my parents will beat you to death. Su Jinglei immediately scolded. You're not afraid. What am I afraid of? You love me, Chen Wei said with a terse neck. Su Jinglei didn't dare to talk about this topic anymore. If we say this topic again, if it did, she would be the first to be killed if her parents found out. If you don't like the noise of this ordinary hall, we can buy a VIP hall. It's less crowded and quiet, and the service is good. Su Jinglei immediately suggested it. In the general lobby, you may have bad luck encountering uneducated small children who cry and scream, which may detract from the movie-going experience. There are even some that may appear to be in a relationship, where they are pushing their luck. What? There's a VIP hall here? Chen Wei asked. Of course, there's a VIP room here. However, it's 1 or 2 times more expensive. Su Jinglei spoke up. Alright then, I'll listen to you. Just pack a VIP hall. Chen Wei agreed. In the end, Chen Wei still chartered a small VIP hall. It cost over $10,000 to wrap one of these halls, but one can move one's hands in order not to be disturbed by others. It's money well spent. Chen Wei and Su Jinglei followed the attendant to the VIP lounge to wait for the movie. The two ate for a short while before the waiter said, "The movie is ready." The two then followed the attendant into a separate VIP passageway to the movie theater. This VIP hall, there are only about 20 seats in total. Each person has a separate couch that can be laid flat on the couch. Every 2 sofas were paired with a small coffee table in the center. Each small coffee table has a menu where you can order something to eat. A push bell at each seat to summon a waiter at any time, if you're getting food. And in this VIP room, with a separate bathroom, it's a pretty comfortable place to sit and watch a movie. Having money is good and the service is better. I can say that the service here is very attentive. Chen Wei chose the couple's seat in the last row, and Su Jinglei very consciously sat next to Chen Wei and snuggled in his arms. The movie started soon after and the lights dimmed. The stereo is louder here, and this ups and downs drama tugs at the heartstrings from time to time. It's a very good-looking romantic movie that has Chen Wei and Su Jinglei watching intently. Finally comes the climax where the hero and heroine kiss each other passionately. Watching the movie, Chen Wei is also stupid, especially in this kind of private in the dark VIP room. It just so happened that there was a beautiful and charming girl lying in his arms. Su Jinglei's petite body was tightly pressed against Chen Wei. The distance between the two was only 0.1 millimeters, and there were only 2 single pieces of clothing separating the two. Su Jinglei's body exudes a light body odor. Together with Chen Wei's golden kidneys, the fire is easily exuberant. Chen Wei's breathing was getting more and more rapid. He couldn't help but reach out and tease the girl in his arms now. His desire was getting stronger. Su Jinglei also wooed twice. She also 10 points put up a fight. Su Jinglei drew circles on Chen Wei's chest with her fingers. Then, it also tickled Chen Wei's neck with his own hair. And every now and then, she kissed Chen Wei's face, and her lips ended up imprinting on Chen Wei's lips. Chen Wei trembled and his fire intensified. Who let you dabble in womanizing? This is the punishment, Su Jinglei said flirtatiously in her ear. Where did Chen Wei, who was only 22 years old, stand this? His whole body rolled with heat and his eyes blazed with lust. He was a little out of his mind and immediately said something like, "Goblin, you're playing with fire. I'm going to play with fire. What can you do to me?" Su Jinglei smiled cheekily, her eyes full of teasing. "Believe it or not, I'll let you have your fill right away later." Chen Wei suppressed the lust in his heart. "Humph, aren't you afraid of the camera?" Su Jinglei winks. Not afraid in the slightest. It was only the reddened cheeks that betrayed her that she really wanted it again and was afraid of a camera. Chen Wei's heart stirred as he looked down at the beautiful girl in his arms. He thought about that morning, and how good Su Jinglei was with her mouth. Su Jinglei was shocked in her heart and hurriedly put her right hand against Chen Wei. She panicked, blushed, and immediately begged for mercy. "Brother, I was wrong. Not here. Weren't you having fun just now? Goblin, where are you running to?" Chen Wei didn't eat this at all. I don't dare anymore. I won't dare in the future. Su Jinglei said. "So what do you say?" Chen Wei said. Su Jinglei lightly bit her lower lip and spoke shyly. "Let's talk about it later when we go to the hotel." Su Jinglei said a little. This little movie theater was so dim you couldn't see much. 2 people are just exercising a little, and no one else can see them, for fear that the waiter might come in. Chen Wei also wanted to teach Su Jinglei a lesson at first, but Su Jinglei's appearance made him a little on top of his game, about to be unable to hold it down, and that's why he made that kind of request. "You're the one who's bad, making me feel bad all over," Chen Wei said. "You are wicked. You're shameless. You're the one who started it." Su Jinglei spoke up. "The most shameless one is you," Chen Wei said. "Shameless." Su Jinglei cursed in anger and shame. Soon after, she bit down hard on Chen Wei's arm. "I'm going to punish you for letting you molest people." Su Jinglei immediately said a little. "It didn't bite. It doesn't hurt at all." Chen Wei forced a smile. A movie was quickly watched. The two walked out of the VIP screening room. Let's go. Let's go home quickly, Chen Wei immediately said. Not going home. Let's go get a room, Su Jinglei said immediately. Okay, listen to you. You're so pretty and cute. I love you so much. Chen Wei immediately agreed. Really? Which one of your several girlfriends is your favorite? Su Jinglei immediately asked. Definitely like you best. In my heart, you're the best woman. I'm so nice. Why are you still hitting on other girls? Su Jinglei picked a pair of beautiful fox eyes and looked at Chen Wei without blinking. Chapter 163 I have so much money that I am not afraid of having a few children. Chen Wei was startled to hear this. He also felt that this question was very deadly, and that if he didn't answer it well, he might even get a demerit tonight, and he might not be able to hem and haw, either. He thought for a moment and spoke slowly. Let me tell you something. First of all, I'm not a scumbag. I'm just a little horny. Secondly, I think I'm strong in all areas and I'm capable of giving my favorite girls a warm home. Third, I have a big heart, and they can all live with it. That includes you, and you can live with it, Chen Wei said sincerely. The words, of course, are outrageously slaggy. Words as pretty as flowers, but they don't hide his philandering nature. When Su Jinglei heard this, she was a bit angry and immediately asked, if me and one of your girlfriends fell in the water, who would you save first? This life-giving topic. Women just have a lot of problems. Chen Wei thought for half a day before answering. This will never happen because I will always put your safety first and I do my best to arrange for bodyguards to protect you. If I must choose one, I will definitely save you first, Chen Wei immediately said. Singing still needs to be learned. Ding! System alert, Su Jinglei's intimacy +3. Not bad. Her intimacy value is finally back. It's at 81 now. Chen Wei took a long breath of relief. This time, his stock market futures ticker card could finally be used. The answer to such questions is simple, and perhaps all have standard answers. The answer is, you are most important. I must save you first. I must love you most. Just answer like this. Girls only want to hear words like yours and nothing else, even if it's a lie. If you mean what you say, then you can coax her. If you tell a lie, then there's no need to reason with her, because she heard what she wanted to hear the most. Of course, it's impossible to reason with women. Chen Wei and Su Jinglei strolled along the riverside walkway like lovers. Chen Wei was held by Su Jinglei walking on the street. A lot of people looked at them. They are really a good match. The streets are lit up on both sides and there are countless different kinds of snacks available. Su Jinglei bought a little snack, and she took a few to Chen Wei. Don't. I just want to eat you. Chen Wei immediately said a little. Hurry up and eat. This is pork waste. Eat enough to have the strength to work later. Su Jinglei immediately said a little. Not shy at all anymore. But she doesn't eat it herself, because if you don't pay attention, you'll get in a couple of chicken thighs and a couple of chicken wings. By the time she reacted, she had already snuck in 2 or 3 pounds of flesh. She made a vow in the first month of the year that if she didn't lose 98 pounds this year, her own mother would be fat as hell next year. For the sake of her own mother's life, she had to resist eating in the face of so many tantalizing snacks. Watching Chen Wei eat with gusto, she kind of wanted to eat too and kept gulping. Honey, taste it. Once or twice in a while doesn't matter, Chen Wei said a little. No. Otherwise, my efforts over the past 2 or 3 weeks will be wasted. Su Jinglei immediately refused. Yeah, well, you'll just put on another 10 pounds. And you must look pretty, too, so maybe all the meat will grow on your breasts. He. Touch it. It's more sensual too, Chen Wei advised again. He. You horny old man is bad, Su Jinglei scolded. It's okay. If you don't eat pork loin, just eat chicken. Chicken is all protein and won't get fat. Chen Wei said a little more. Don't, Su Jinglei said again. In the end, under Chen Wei's continuous deception and coaxing, Su Jinglei couldn't help herself, so she picked up a chicken leg and licked the sauce on the surface. After quenching his craving for a bit, he returned the chicken leg back to Chen Wei. Baby, are you sure you don't want to eat? Chen Wei asked. I really don't eat, Su Jinglei said with a small mouth. Looking at this schoolgirl's small mouth, Chen Wei couldn't help but think about it again. Baby, hurry up and follow me to the car, Chen Wei immediately said. Su Jinglei immediately understood what he meant and glanced at Chen Wei. No, you're all sweaty and haven't even taken a shower, Su Jinglei immediately said a little. Chen Wei immediately wrapped his arms around Su Jinglei's waist, keeping her close to his body as he felt his girlfriend's exquisite figure. Chen Wei immediately said a little. I can't help it. Let's go to the hotel now. Su Jinglei wriggled her body, her red lips pouting as she spoke in a coquettish manner. Little scumbag, you're showing your true colors now. Tell me, how many girlfriends do you want to have in the future? 3 or 4? because Chen Wei immediately said something. Can you stand it? People say there are only tired oxen, not plowed fields. A female can handle 2 or 3 males. Su Jinglei said twice in a row. Asterisk 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 off. Don't talk about it. Get a grip. You even pissed me off this afternoon. I'm still on fire even now. Chen Wei said again. Su Jinglei looked at Chen Wei for a moment and then spoke. Humph. Let's get you some girlfriends. I'm going to drain you dry later. I'm Superman. Who's afraid of who? Chen Wei immediately said nonchalantly. 10 a.m. The next day, Chen Wei woke up in the middle of a 5-star hotel. There was a sleeping schoolgirl sleeping next to her. Tossed around for 4 or 5 hours last night. No, 5 or 6 hours. By the time they went to bed, the two were exhausted. Su Jinglei in particular was even more tired. At this moment, she had to sleep. It's just nice to have gold kidneys. Chen Wei didn't wake her up and hugged Su Jinglei, quietly looking at the beautiful schoolgirl. She had long eyelashes, a white face, and a face like a peeled egg. Smooth, pretty collarbones that rose and fell with each breath. Su Jinglei really has the look of a closed flower and a sunken fish and wild goose. Chen Wei looked and always felt that love was not enough. The girl murmured, waking up slowly. Chen Wei, who had regained a lot of strength, covered up once again. It's really a blast. The two men scrubbed up and came downstairs fully dressed for breakfast. It's also almost 11 o'clock this time of day. By this time, hotel breakfast time was long past. However, Chen Wei 2 people down still have steaming buns, steamed buns, and soybean milk. Chen Wei sipped his soy milk and thought about how the little raincoat he bought last night hadn't even been used. He asked right away, honey, I'm not wearing a little raincoat. Does it really matter? It doesn't matter. I'm on a safe period these days. It doesn't matter. It's just that if I'm pregnant, I'll give birth. Su Jinglei touched her stomach and comforted Chen Wei. Chen Wei seemed to understand. Since she said it didn't matter, it didn't matter. In case you have one, don't be afraid to have it. With billions and billions of your own family's money, it's still easy to raise a few kids. Hey, 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 I want to be a dad. Chapter 164, 2 plants from the system. Ha ha ha, there's a possibility that I'm going to be a father. Chen Wei thought for a moment. It's so cute when kids are chubby. Kids are young, so it's just fun. Chen Wei thought about it for a moment. There was also the System Seconds mission today. He immediately entered the System Seconds interface. Ding! The gifts given to you by the system have been refreshed. You can choose 1 out of 3. Gift 1, 2 factory premises in Pudong New Area, worth 3 billion renminbi. Gift number 2, a Ferrari sports car for $27 million. Gift 3, a luxury helicopter worth $200 million. Which gift to choose? It's better to go with the plant. Chen Wei thought a lot. System, I choose gift 1. Chen Wei immediately made his choice. Good. The real estate license will be placed in your drawer shortly. The system said right away. Ha ha ha. His assets were getting bigger and bigger. Chen Wei couldn't help but smile. When you doze off on your own, a pillow is brought to you. What are you giggling about? Su Jinglei asked immediately after hearing this. I was just thinking about the double row exercise we performed. Chen Wei said with a random excuse. As soon as she heard this, Su Jinglei immediately blushed. Scum! Can you just say something like that? Su Jinglei spat. Hey, 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 hey. Sorry. Chen Wei immediately said. Alright, let's go pick up the car this morning. The two men then got into the car and put on their seatbelts. Chen Wei quickly drove the car, and it didn't take long to arrive at the Porsche 4 store. Luo Yan saw a Mercedes-Benz Big G driving over from a long way away. She didn't care at first. What the hell? Until the window was rolled down, revealing Chen Wei's face. As soon as Luo Yan saw it, she immediately smiled like a flower and ran to greet Chen Wei. Hey, here's my chance, thought Luoyan. Mr. Chen, you guys are here. Luo Yan Shang asked enthusiastically. Yeah, is our car ready? Chen Wei immediately said. It's all set up and licensed. We've also finished the inspection. We'll take you over for the handover ceremony. Luo Yan smiled and led the way in front. Luo Yan's figure was very good and really too attractive. Chen Wei couldn't help but look twice. What? There's a delivery ceremony? Chen Wei asked with a bit of curiosity. Of course we do. Such an expensive car. We have to advertise it too, okay? Also, we prepared some small gifts for you. I hope you guys like them. Luo Yan replied with a smile. Alright, you lead the way. Chen Wei nodded. Su Jinglei Young, she is the first time to buy a car. Here there is also the ceremony of delivery of the car. She would have been very happy mood. It becomes more excited. Su Jinglei took Chen Wei's hand and followed Luo Yan. The 3 men arrived at the delivery showroom. I saw a red sports car parked in the center of the hall. with a lot of balloons and flowers on the sports car, and a huge red butterfly ribbon on the front of the sports car. The car looked especially beautiful and the lobby looked especially festive. A line of red letters lit up on the upstairs display. Congratulations to Joyce Sui for her top-of-the-line Porsche 911. And we wish you a happy and prosperous life. There were also 6 bottles of champagne of different colors on one table and car keys on another box. The store's sales babes stood in 2 rows, each holding a salute. It's really ritualistic. There was also a very professional photographer who stood in front of the Porsche, signaling Chen Wei and Su Jinglei to lean in a little closer so that the photos would look a little better. Chen Wei and Su Jinglei stood in front of the car and did what the photographer asked. Start the salute. As the ceremonial flowers exploded, Su Jinglei stood in front of the Porsche sports car and snuggled into Chen Wei's arms. Soon the moment was frozen. This is a beautiful photo shoot. And Su Jinglei's mood is equally very beautiful. Now that her dream had come true, she smiled happily. Then, she hugged Chen Wei and kissed him fiercely, not caring in the slightest that there were so many people in here. System alert, Su Jinglei's intimacy +5. The system quickly made a sound. Together with last night and this morning's proof of love through action, the two exercised 5 times. Su Jinglei increased her intimacy value by another 5 points. Now with golden kidneys, you can fend off a lot of female goblins who come to your door. Now, more partners can be developed. Now there's 91 points of intimacy. Now it's perfectly fine to use stock market futures ticker cards. MS. Su, may I ask if I need to introduce you to the car's features? Luo Yan asked with a smile. This was something she was required to do according to the regulations. Okay, there are still a lot of operations I don't know about, Su Jinglei immediately said. Luo Yan didn't know if it was intentional or not, but she called a trainee sales beauty and let her sit in the passenger side to give Su Jinglei a serious explanation. Seeing that he had nothing to do, Chen Wei came to the next showroom to pass the time. He looked seriously at the other models of Porsche. Every car was beautiful, and he thought about getting himself a nicer Porsche as well. Luo Yan also followed. She smiled and said, Mr. Chen, this way please, I'll make you some tea. They might take a while. Let's sit and wait. Chen Wei thought about it for a while, and there is no rush to buy a car. He then followed the Luo Yan beauty, entered the VIP lounge, and then sat on the sofa. Mr. Chen, what to drink? Is it black tea or green tea? Also, we have coffee drinks here. Luo Yan smoothly ran her hand through her hair. Many beautiful women like to ruffle their hair. Luo Yan bent down again without thinking. This bending over revealed a spring color in her neckline. She was wearing a pretty little suit that could easily get naked. Chen Wei quietly peeked inside with emotion. This grain bag is so big. Have some tea, Chen Wei immediately said. Luo Yan thought for a moment and immediately said, alright, I'll make you a cup of Longjing tea. Chen Wei agreed and also said, are there any wolfberries? Put in 2 or 3 wolfberries if there are. Does Mr. Chen have to support his kidneys at such a young age? Isn't it better to plow at night? Luo Yan laughed a little. This beauty. You're so smart, Chen Wei immediately said. Luo Yan ordered the beautiful staff next to her. Make some tea. The beautiful staff next to him immediately went to make tea. Luo Yan graciously sat next to Chen Wei, and then tenderly, Mr. Chen, it seems like you're in a bit of poor spirits. My massage technique is very good. Let me help you massage your head and let you relax. Do you think it's good? Chen Wei was very interested when he heard it. He hadn't enjoyed it in all his life. Yeah, you still have this skill. Is the massage very effective? Chen Wei immediately said. Chapter 165, Massage at my home. Of course it works. Besides being a massage therapist, I can cook, I can arrange flowers, I can paint, also learn dancing, yoga, Luo Yan immediately said. Seeing that Chen Wei did not object, Luo Yan immediately took the initiative to put her hands on Chen Wei's shoulders, then gently lowered Chen Wei onto her lap. Chen Wei was also shocked for a moment. He couldn't imagine Luo Yan being so bold. He thought Luo Yan would stand and give himself a massage. What he didn't expect was to have his head resting on Luo Yan's thigh, and for her to massage himself like this. He had wanted to say something, don't be like this, and he immediately felt Luo Yan using her slender jade hand against her chin, and then gently massaging back and forth at the position of her ear. That felt especially comfortable. There was a tingling sensation on my face where it had been massaged. It's really a treat. No wonder massage parlors have so many customers. Chen Wei looked up, and what entered his eyes were the high mountain peaks that covered the sky, and he couldn't see Luo Yan's face at all. The woman's unique scent quickly entered Chen Wei's nose. Chen Wei soon had a little urge. He was a little pressed, but there were multiple women waiting for him to pamper, and he couldn't afford to waste his energy because this one didn't have a face value of 90 points or more. Soon, there were 2 people arguing in Chen Wei's head, and the little black man said, to have an erotic encounter with her. Little white man says, can't come once because you got too many women. Little whites and little blacks. 1 minute whites on top. The next it's blacks on top. The two villains fought it out. Chen Wei knew that for every physical pleasure, there was a chance for the girl to increase her intimacy value. Don't miss a good woman. Don't waste a bad one. Chen Wei couldn't help but think about it. However, Chen Wei silently recited the mantra of clearing the mind, closed his own eyes, and simply enjoyed Luo Yan's massage. Luo Yan was massaging diligently. After a while, Luo Yan pressed Chen Wei's head with her thumb and used 2 fingers to gently massage Chen Wei's head while rubbing it gently. Luo Yan smiled a little and said, I've also learned full body massage. It can help you boys soothe your muscles and bones and eliminate fatigue. If Mr. Chen is free, you can come to my house to try out the massage effect. I promise to let you enjoy it and make you have a comfortable time. Chen Wei's head moved a bit and resumed finding a comfortable position on the meat cushion to rest his head. It's very comfortable. When I'm free, I'll contact you and let you give me a massage, Chen Wei said calmly. Hearing these words, Luo Yan was secretly happy for a moment, thinking that there was still hope for her. She smiled and replied, okay, Mr. Chen, I'll wait for your notice. Chen Wei closed his eyes and continued to let Luo Yan massage him. Luo Yan was very smart and did not continue to chat. She was quiet. Chen Wei did head massage. Chen Wei saw Luo Yan really skillful and understanding. So want to be here, and then buy a car, is to throw in the plum, in return for the peachet. So, he immediately said something like, do you have any of those high-end, more expensive cars here? Mr. Chen, you're buying for yourself, right? Then I recommend the most popular Porsche Cayenne in our store. Luo Yan immediately introduced it enthusiastically. This car is too cheap. It's no good. And the people who drive this car are scumbags. It doesn't match my temperament. Chen Wei immediately refused. Is the Primera available? It's not a bad car. Luo Yan spoke again. The car is also too cheap. Forget it. I still like the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Or the Siebel Big Lizard. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Ah, Mr. Chen is so young that he can actually afford a Siebel Big Lizard. So powerful. Luo Yan's eyes immediately lit up. The Siebel Big Lizard was a several $100 million car. A toy for the super rich. For this kind of rich generation or second generation, she really wanted to take him down right away. Chen Wei looked at the 2 high mountains in front of him, saw Luo Yan's uncontrollable eyes, and was a bit uncontrollable himself. I got lucky and inherited just a little bit of assets. Chen Wei immediately said, Mr. Chen is too modest. If you want to buy a Rolls-Royce Phantom, why don't I take you there? I know such a Ford's manager. I can get you the biggest discount. Luo Yan spoke again. It's safe to say that sales is not a big circle. A lot of beautiful saleswomen intercommunicate. You give me a hand, I'll give you a hand. And, after pulling a few strings, you can get quite a bit of commission on the sale. Something like this helps others as well as yourself. A $10 to $20 million bill is something you can't get. If you can seize such an opportunity, you may be able to earn a year's salary. Therefore, Luo Yan put forward this idea. Siebel's Big Lizard wasn't something you could buy just because you wanted to, so Luo Yan suggested just buying a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Of course, it doesn't matter if the price is a little more expensive, it's just that it needs to be a higher-end current car, preferably one that can be driven away on the spot, Chen Wei said dashingly. Chen Wei has money now anyway. Luo Yan was very excited when she heard that and quickly said, okay, I'll ask for you now if she has a new car there. That person is my good sister. Luo Yan quickly stopped her massage and began to take out her cell phone, quickly made the call. This time, Su Jinglei also familiarized herself with her new car and made a call to Chen Wei. As soon as Chen Wei saw his cell phone ringing, he immediately stood up from Luo Yan's arms. He was afraid that Su Jinglei would bump into him lying in another woman's arms. She would definitely be jealous and angry again once she saw it. He immediately got up and headed out the door. Honey, I'll buy you another Rolls-Royce Phantom. Want one? Chen Wei immediately said. Why? I just bought one. Seo said immediately. Then if you don't want it, I'll buy it for me to drive myself. Chen Wei went along for the ride. But then, the car has to be registered in your name. You're the only one I trust, so use your ID to buy it. Chen Wei immediately was explaining. Hearing this, Su Jinglei was no longer surprised anymore and she accepted it. What's wrong with having a little more assets in yourself? She felt very happy about being the one for Chen Wei. Alright, I agree, Su Jinglei immediately said. However, she was still muttering in her mind. How did his great-grandfather get so rich? How did he have so many assets? But he was lucky to have stumbled upon such a rich second generation. Su Jinglei thought for a moment. August day. Noon. Blazing sun. A brand new red Porsche sports car was moving at turtle speed on the wide road. The driver is Jingle Seo. She didn't go behind the wheel of anything after she learned her driver's license, so no experience either way. Every now and then she came to a sharp stop, and then the cart came to a straight stop in the middle of the road. Chapter 166, Your boyfriend has good taste, he chooses the best cars and people. Soon the novice was back on the road. The car took off shakily, like a toddler. Su Jinglei has never driven a car since she learned her driver's license, and this is the first time in her life that she has owned a car. She drove with care, trepidation and apprehension, not daring to put the gas in the door at all. As soon as she saw the car in front of her she braked far away and stopped where she was, afraid that she would hit it if she couldn't control her car. Luckily, the two Ford stores are not too far apart. Su Jinglei finally drove the car to the Rolls-Royce 4S store. What was supposed to be a 15-minute walk took her 30 minutes by car. Chen Wei had arrived at the Rolls-Royce 4 store a long time ago. He was waiting for Su Jinglei outside here. When Chen Wei saw Su Jinglei parking her car, he actually pressed it across two empty spaces, and the person got out of the car. Chen Wei couldn't help but smile bitterly as he walked towards Su Jinglei. In the back, the two men walked hand in hand toward the 4 store. In fact, Luo Yan came even earlier than them. She dragged a pretty woman around 30 years old and waited at the door. Seeing Chen Wei and the others arrive, the pretty woman around 30 years old hurriedly ushered them in and immediately said, Mr. Chen, you're here. Welcome Mr. Chen. Welcome Miss Su. The two beautiful women smiled brightly and said hello. The pretty 30-year-old woman looked at Seo for a moment and didn't mind that she was parking her car recklessly. She parks in 2 spots if she likes, and the customer is God. Not to mention there are so many more spots. Hello, you guys, Chen Wei said. He looked at the 30-year-old beauty with his universal scanner and found that she also had a 90% face value, but getting a little older. He didn't want to double-team her himself. There's 30. People are too familiar, and in places, too big. Mr. Chen, let me introduce you. This is Long Maisie. She is the sales supervisor here. Luo Yan introduced. Hello Mr. Chen. Welcome to our store. Inside please. Long Maisie's attitude was very good, bowing slightly and reaching out to guide her. Just now, Swallow has already made your requirements clear to me. We now have 2 existing cars. One is a regular one and one is an extended version. The extended version is a bit more expensive. Long Maisie immediately spoke up. A man has to have the extended version, so let's get the extended version. Get the long one. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Hearing this, Long Maisie blushed a little. She's about 30 now. A lot of things, a lot of words. She knows what it means now. Okay, get the long one. As handsome and dashing as Mr. Chen. Either way it's long. It can't be short. Long Maisie immediately spoke up. As soon as Long Maisie said such a thing, Chen Wei was immediately surprised, never imagining that this beauty had so much guts. It really is an old driver bumping into an old driver. It's innate. There's nothing I can do about it. And there are times when it's a little bit of a problem. Chen Wei immediately said a little. Su Jinglei was aware of Chen Wei's strengths. As soon as she heard this, she blushed a bit. She slapped Chen Wei and immediately cursed a bit. You little slag. With all these girls here, can you stop driving all the time? Full of mouth. Chen Wei immediately hemmed and hawed, ready to change the subject. I'm sorry. I'm not driving anymore. I'm braking. I'll stop. Chen Wei immediately said something. It didn't occur to Luo Yan that she refused to let Chen Wei go. Luo Yan looked at Chen Wei with a smile, then spoke to Xiaoying. Hey, MS. Su has a car to drive. Of course. Do not know how hard it is for us women who do not have a car. Long nights sad Sometimes just want to sit a little car seat have no chance Sure enough, driving is still fiercer for women drivers. She's not shy at all. Su Jinglei ignored Luo Yan anymore and pulled Chen Wei. Brother, let's go see the car. I've never sat in a Rolls-Royce Phantom in my life. I'm so looking forward to it. Chen Wei immediately said. What's so rare about a Rolls-Royce? It can't fly. If it can fly, can you afford it? Su Jinglei laughed. As long as you're happy. I'm sure I can afford it. I'll just buy the moon and sun and give it to you. Chen Wei smiled again. No kidding. Let's get serious. How much does that enhanced Rolls-Royce Phantom cost? Su Jinglei said in a delicate voice. Long Maisie was walking in front to lead the way, and after hearing this, she immediately said, MS. Su, you can make a guess. You can guess 3 times, and if the guest prices won't differ by $1 million, I can do the honors of gifting you 3 fuel cards of 50,000 yuan each. Su Jinglei froze for a moment after hearing this. 1 fuel card was 30,000 yuan, and 3 would be 150,000 yuan. 3 gas cards could buy a regular VW. With all that expensive stuff being given away, that's a lot of money for the whole car. In Su Jinglei's mind, The Porsche was already the pinnacle of her life, her high point. Anything more expensive than a new car? She couldn't even think about. $9 million? Su Jinglei guessed as big as she could. It's still a big difference. Long Miko spoke up. Then $25 million? Su Jinglei let her imagination run wild now and immediately quoted a large number. Too much. Not that outrageous. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. It's only estimated to be around $19 million. Chen Wei spoke calmly. Hearing this, Long Maisie was very admiring, gently clapping her hands a few times, and immediately flattered. Sure enough, as expected of Mr. Chen, even without seeing the car, he can guess the price. Really knowledgeable and admirable. No wonder it's so outstanding. It's really a dragon amongst men. On the surface, Long Maisie looked like a person who was very amazed that Chen Wei was able to guess the price of the Rolls-Royce. But in her heart, she did not think so. This rich person is mostly very knowledgeable about the price of luxury cars, and it's no big deal if they can guess it this time. They are mostly used to driving luxury cars and even more used to seeing them. One pass, I guess. The car is indeed over $19 million. So expensive. This Rolls-Royce, Su Jinglei said in surprise after hearing it. Yeah, Rolls-Royce has a unique status in the automobile industry itself, and the goddess of celebration is even a symbol of identity and status. No Rolls-Royce, no tycoon. Your boyfriend has a very good eye. Whether it's choosing a car or a person, he only chooses the best. Long Maisie was very good at saying flattering things. The ass-kissing she did made Su Jinglei very happy to hear it as well. Su Jinglei looked at Chen Wei happily. We all talked and laughed and came into an exhibition hall. There was only one small black car parked inside this showroom. A car that glowed in the ornate lights. This Rolls-Royce is almost 6 meters long and 2 meters wide. It's a lot longer than an ordinary minivan. Did you buy this car? Chapter 167, Can't you get married with a child? The Rolls-Royce Phantom slumped peacefully, looking particularly calm and airy, radiating a magical sheen. The front has Rolls-Royce's iconic quadrilateral grille and 2 particularly nice headlights in front of the grille. Either way, it shows what sets the Rolls-Royce Phantom apart from the rest. The goddess of celebration at the front of the car seemed to be welcoming Chen Wei, Su Jinglei and the others. Mr. Chen, let me introduce you to this Rolls-Royce Phantom. The bare bones price is $10. $8 million, plus $2, $7 million in trim and $5, $9 million in options, for a total of $19. $4 million, Long Maisie introduced. When Su Jinglei heard this, she muttered, the options are all so expensive. They can buy my 5 Porsches. There weren't many people here. The hall was very quiet, and Su Jinglei's words quickly reached Long Maisie's ears. Long Miko laughed a little, put on her white gloves, touched the wheels of the car, and then introduced it. Did you know? This black polished wheel option costs $420,000 and is worth the equivalent of a BMW 5 Series. Rolls-Royce and BMW cars are both luxury brands owned by BMW, so you can compare the two. These two cars, one high and one low, are really worlds apart. The brightest roof star top at $700,000 is another BMW 5 Series, at $300,000 for motorized curtains. They are worth the equivalent of a BMW 3 Series. Long Maisie only reads a lot. Alright, supervisor don't read. Su Jinglei immediately shouted. After she saw such a noble Rolls-Royce, she instantly felt that her Porsche of more than $3 million didn't smell good anymore. There was no way. At this point, she just wanted to go sit on it and experience it. But there was a rejection the other day, so she was afraid to go up for it again. Before, that pretty sales dog-eyed, Chen Wei was quite calm and didn't feel much. Now that he was rich, money was just a number to him now. There was nothing to feel. It meant the same thing as what Papa Ma said. The main reason for buying this Rolls-Royce Phantom is to figure that it's very long and makes a great deal of sense. A lot of people will avoid their cars when this car is on the road. Chen Wei immediately called Long Maisie and asked her to open the invoice, so that she could get the contract and wait for the full payment to take it, and have Long Maisie write that the owner is Su Jinglei. Long Maisie was strange about this kind of thing. Having seen many such things, really rich people didn't even have a lot of assets to their name. Fear that some luxury cars and mansions will see the light of day and easily attract the attention of the authorities. Mr. Chen is really true love for Ms. Su. This love is too touching. What kind of trust is needed to put nearly $20 million of cars in Ms. Su's name? Long Maisie immediately spoke up. If only I had a boyfriend like that. Long Maisie added. After hearing Long Maisie's words, Su Jinglei looked at Chen Wei joyfully, her face full of happy and proud smiles, as if she had really found true love. Chen Wei was also very flattered after hearing this. Long Maisie had said every word to her heart, giving herself a lot of emotional value. Chen Wei quickly paid and the contract was worked out. Supervisor Long. When is the earliest time we can deliver the car? Chen Wei asked. Long Maisie immediately said. The car will be delivered tomorrow. Chen Wei immediately said. Okay, we'll come pick up the car tomorrow. Okay, no problem. Long Cheesy took the contract-related information and said to Su Jinglei, please sign here, MS. Su Jinglei quickly signed her big name, and after seeing another Rolls-Royce Phantom under her name, she had even more love for Chen Wei in her eyes. Before, she only thought that Chen Wei was a rich second generation, worth tens of millions of dollars only, but Chen Wei's performance in the past few days had impressed her. Su Jinglei realized that Chen Wei was definitely not worth tens of millions of dollars, but probably hundreds of millions or even billions. An average man who wants to reach the level of millions of dollars in assets may not be able to do so in his lifetime, plus good luck. If there are assets that break $1 billion, it takes even more luck, and it takes the whole family, all working together, to get them to the $1 billion mark. Su Jinglei guessed Chen Wei. His family may be deliberately pretending to be poor, to hide the fact that his family has billions of assets, and to raise Chen Wei poorly from a young age, and to cultivate Chen Wei from a young age. Like national husband Wang Song grew up thinking that his family was very poor, until after he went to college, he realized that his family was very rich and had tens of billions of dollars in assets. Yes, Chen Wei is like this national husband Wang Song. It was only after Chen Wei graduated from school that Chen Wei's family told Chen Wei that his family was rich. Then, Chen Wei went from a poor to a rich second generation. Her boyfriend turned out to be a rich second generation. The general public must have been very happy, but Su Jinglei could not be happy. It means that the mansion can't be entered. He can't marry himself if the door is not right. Just thinking about it makes Su Jinglei's heart ache a little. I wonder if the trick of finger marriage will work. Can she get married with her own son? I've also heard that there are some rich people who only want the child, not the child's mother. Find a boyfriend with no money. The heart is not happy. When you find a rich boyfriend, your heart is not happy. The more Su Jinglei thought about it, the more annoyed she became. People just have a lot of trouble. Having money can be troublesome. Not having money can be troublesome. And it is said that money can solve 90% of the problems. Can money solve so many problems? Soon, the paperwork for buying the car was all done. Supervisor Long and Luo Yan went out to talk about the share of the commission for selling cars. Chen Wei was still waiting for some of their bills and papers in the lounge. There was nothing much to do, so he swiped his cell phone. He quickly swiped to see Li Shishir on live streaming. This beautiful anchors was so pretty. He was afraid that Su Jinglei would find out, so he turned his head to look at Su Jinglei and found that Su Jinglei was worried. Chen Wei immediately asked, "Honey, aren't you happy about buying the car? If you don't like it, we'll return it." "I'm not upset. I'm just thinking about our future. Let's not retire the car," Seo said a bit sultrily. "Baby, in the future, I will love you just as much as I do now, so that you can be happy and have a good day," Chen Wei immediately said. "But I realized that the more familiar we get, what do I feel? You're getting farther and farther away from me." Su Jinglei immediately said a little. She realized that Chen Wei was getting richer and richer, and that Chen Wei had become unfathomable. Between us, the distance last night was all zero or all negative. Where it's far, Chen Wei immediately badgered a bit. Chapter 168. Can you love me for the rest of your life? Su Jinglei crushed Chen Wei and said, "You're too immodest. I'm talking to you seriously. Why do you take one day at a time? So I can't catch up a bit. You're scaring me a bit. Don't be afraid. No matter how much I change, I will always love you. My love for you will never change," Chen Wei immediately said. Maybe the assets on her body are showing more and more, so Seo is getting a little worried. Therefore, Chen Wei comforted Su Jinglei. "Don't think too much. You're the single most important woman to me. No matter how many women I have around me, you'll always and forever be the one I love the most. You will always be in the first place." Hearing Chen Wei's words of love, Su Jinglei leaned her body towards him for a bit, then snuggled into Chen Wei's arms and said quietly, "You're so handsome and so young, and your family is so good. I'm really a bit unworthy of you. I might not even be able to sit in the number one position." Hearing the heartfelt words of the schoolgirl beside him caused Chen Wei to be slightly stunned. Could it be that such a beautiful woman has moments of low self-esteem and lack of confidence? Chen Wei wrapped his arm around Su Jinglei's shoulders and kissed Su Jinglei's head. Then he immediately said something. "If you're not good enough for me in this world, then no one is. Do you want me to be a bachelor? 1,000 times worn. A horse's ass is not worn." Su Jinglei felt better after hearing that. Su Jinglei raised her own head and whispered in Chen Wei's ear, "Humph, you're just oily. You're like that when you cheat on other girls, aren't you?" She said that, but her heart was still happy. "I won't. I really won't," Chen Wei immediately said. "I don't lie. I say what I mean. I'm most sincere," Chen Wei said again. "Cootie. Only then would I believe you. Little scum. Su Jinglei laughed a little, looked at the man she loved more and more, and couldn't help but pout a little. Brother, you won't not want me, right? Chen Wei immediately said with a firm voice. I definitely won't. Then will you marry me in the future? Xiao stammered. You can follow me and become my woman, Chen Wei immediately said. Su Jinglei was smart enough to hear that Chen Wei was talking about following him and becoming his woman, not about marrying her. But Su Jinglei also understands that a man like Chen Wei may not know how many women he will have in the future. Chen Wei makes himself loved and hated. But one thing is certain, one has no reason to leave Chen Wei. Chen Wei is very good no matter his face value, financial strength, or body, all very attractive to Su Jinglei. And she also knew how tough that Chen Wei was. He was an ox that couldn't be tired. And once one meets a man like that in one's life and has a certain relationship with him, one really can't look at other men. Su Jinglei thought about it a lot. And Chen Wei knows he's a little scumbag and not a good person. Chen Wei also likes beautiful women and money. Of course, Chen Wei is not wrong. Besides, why is Su Jinglei so proactive? It must not be because of his charm. It must be because he has money. Otherwise, how could Su Jinglei be with herself? Ha ha. People have said, you covet my money, I covet your sex. Chen Wei also thought a lot, but since Xiao is a first-timer, that's fine. Just be a canary in your own captivity. If she's willing, if you follow me, I'll give you anything except that I can't marry you. Su Jinglei leaned into her arms and didn't say anything. Chen Wei then continued, of course, you can also choose to reject me, and I'll pay you a fortune if you do. As soon as Chen Wei said that, Su Jinglei looked at Chen Wei pitifully. Then will you always love me in the future? Won't abandon me? Su Jinglei asked. As long as you keep following me single-mindedly and won't betray me, then I will always have a place for you in my heart. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Now, let me ask you, can you love me? Chen Wei asked rhetorically. Of course I love you. Otherwise, why would I want to marry you? After Su Jinglei froze for a moment, she immediately replied. I realized that you don't love me much. Chen Wei spoke lightly. Loving someone can't be hidden. It will show through the eyes. I didn't find true love in your eyes. Only see you full of possessiveness. You just want to possess me. You want me to be possessed by you alone. No, husband, I just love you. Su Jinglei lowered her head and stamped on Chen Wei's lips. Brother, no, husband, forget it. I'm your person from now on. You have to love me well. Su Jinglei said. Chen Wei laughed and shook his head after hearing Su Jinglei's words. Su Jinglei thought about it again. She realized that other than physical pleasure, she didn't seem to have done anything for Chen Wei that moved him. On the contrary, only Chen Wei had already tolerated and accommodated himself many times. If you want to buy a bag, you promise to buy yourself a bag. If you want to buy clothes, you promise to buy yourself clothes. If you want to buy shoes, you promise to buy yourself shoes. If you want to buy a car, you promise to buy yourself a car. And if you want to buy a house, you promise to buy yourself a house. This rich young man who could afford a Rolls-Royce could be said to be obedient to himself and fulfill all his requirements. She herself is like a little princess, without the life of a princess, but with the temper of a princess. Oneself can't move without losing one's temper and playing small. At the thought of this, she realized with horror that she didn't seem to have truly loved Chen Wei. One is only one. I'm going to marry him and live the rest of my life with no food or clothes and no worries. Marriage, on the other hand, should be a testament to the love of two people. Su Jinglei sees the love that Chen Wei gives, but she herself has genuinely never given it. Now, even asking Chen Wei to marry himself, he was really going a bit overboard. At the thought, Su Jinglei became a bit pained, shaking her head painfully as she lowered her own eyes for a bit. Now, this look of the schoolgirl is very similar to before he graduated. When he graduated, he was asked by Lu Bingbing to prove to himself that he truly loved her, and at that time, he himself kept adding to Lu Bingbing like a licking dog. I don't know how to prove it to myself. All I can think about is pulling out my heart and holding it out to my favorite person. Ha ha, now it's the other way around. He himself became the licked party, and the schoolgirl became the licking party now. The beautiful schoolgirl looked dumbfounded and soulful, and had a mouthful of words. It's too good to be licked. Chen Wei wanted to have a good time. He had money and became the dominant party. It tasted too good. Fine. If you don't get married, you don't get married, but you have to love me for the rest of your life. Su Jinglei spat out. Chapter 169, Intimacy Value Plus 0. Chen Wei had just opened his mouth, wanting to continue, when at this time, Luo Yan and Long Meizi walked in. Chen Wei didn't want to be disturbed by the two of them and waved his hand at the two of them, signaling for them to go out. Luo Yan and Long Meizi saw that they understood and retreated in a hurry. In the reception room, the torture of Chen Wei soon rang out. Look at the king of gamblers. He has so many wives. Would his wives be jealous? Would they be unreasonable all day long? Do they clamor for a marriage license every day? If you truly love me, you should be all about me, not blackmailing me every day with the need to get married. A marriage license is just a piece of paper. It's the person that matters. What matters is who you marry. If you choose the wrong person, the relationship is finished behind. That marriage license is torn up, and in the end, you have the word divorced written on your marital relationship. Won't it be harder for you? Chen Wei said a little. Su Jinglei would have been a bit sad, and a bit self-conscious, and started to tear up, but after hearing that he wanted to be like the king of gamblers, her temper came up quickly, and she drove back the tears at once. Su Jinglei also wanted to control her temper and act gentle and generous like the emperor's proper lady, giving Chen Wei a very good impression, but it's easier said than done. She can't do this. The thought of her man having other women around her made her want to go up and bite those women. Uncles can be tolerated, but not aunts. Cannot get a marriage license? This point, she can compromise, but to Chen Wei has other women. This point, she cannot compromise. Su Jinglei considered it. From now on, she would squeeze Chen Wei dry every day. If he can still go out and play with women, count him out. A little impatience goes a long way. Hubby, I'll never mention marriage again, so don't be angry with me, Su Jinglei said in a pitiful tone. Chen Wei was immediately happy when he heard this. He thought it was because Su Jinglei had listened to himself. He touched Su Jinglei's head and stroked her hair. Following the example of the former jagged girl, he encouraged Su Jinglei a bit. I have no plans to get married now. However, if I want to get married in the future, I will definitely choose a girl who sincerely loves me very much. And you're my first candidate for marriage. If you can love me to death and follow me. Chen Wei said a few words. As soon as she heard that there was such a great big pie, Su Jinglei's eyes lit up, and she immediately nodded her head and said, okay, I'll make sure that my brother understands my feelings, and I'll be good to him. Well then, I am very much looking forward to your performance. Honey, I love you. I love you too. Chen Wei said a little, his heart now happy. The intimacy value shouldn't go down after that call. Maybe it should increase the intimacy value a little bit. He slowly waited for the system prompt, but there was no beep for a long time. Looking at Su Jinglei's expression was so sincere, with tears in her eyes, a look that if you don't give up, I won't leave. What's going on? The intimacy value just won't add up? What's going on? It's not right. How come when it comes to Su Jinglei, no intimacy value is added at all? What's the reason? After a few minutes, a system alert finally came. System prompt. Su Jinglei intimacy value +0. Grass. What's wrong with you? After talking for so long just now, didn't it do any good? Didn't you talk for nothing? Chen Wei immediately felt that a woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea, and a woman's mind is simply difficult to guess. In fact, what about Su Jinglei here? There is only a little bit of guilt, as well as the possessiveness of Chen Wei. She did not fall in love with him from the heart at all. Although Su Jinglei sincerely intends to grow old with Chen Wei, she didn't move her heart. She just didn't move her heart. Or maybe Chen Wei wasn't bad enough. Men aren't bad. Women aren't good. It's hard to tell what the emotion is. It might just be a feeling. Without that feeling, even if the other person is the richest man in the world, a woman will not develop deep feelings for him. There's just need. You need my color. I need your money. Each fulfills its own needs. With an intimacy value of 80 points, it proves that a woman will go on with a man no matter how rich or poor he is. If she had 100 points of intimacy value, even if that man was not a good thing and was a bad man, she would follow this man with her heart and soul and walk with him. Even if the whole world is against it and feels unworthy for her, she will follow this man until death do her part. What is love? It only calls for life and death. Also, it's said that women in love have 0 IQ. In fact, there are very many of these stupid women in the world. Once she falls in love with this bad man, she rises to the occasion and flies to the flame. In fact, so do men in love with 0 IQ. For the sake of his woman, the infatuated man will also rise to the occasion and fly to the flame. People also nickname such men dog lickers. Lick the dog, lick the dog, lick the dog and end up with nothing. Chen Wei used to be such a lickspittle too. Now, no longer a licking dog. How can one become a licking dog when one is already a person with a system? However, as his body strengthened and his abilities became greater, the objects of his infatuation increased a great deal. 1 life, 2 lives, 3 lives. It was better to solve the matter at hand first, and one had to think of a way to make Su Jinglei fall in love with herself. What should be used? Chen Wei thought for a long time, nor did he think of a good way. Congratulations on becoming the honored owner of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. May the goddess of celebration illuminate your glorious life. A row of beautiful sales girls shouted. In the midst of their blessings, Chen Wei waved to them and left the store with a smile. Honey, I have something to do. I'll leave first. I won't accompany you. I'll accompany you later. Chen Wei immediately said a bit, then sat in his Mercedes-Benz Big G. Su Jinglei saw Chen Wei leaving, with a reluctant face. Originally, she still wanted to pester Chen Wei, but her man said something was wrong, so she couldn't ask what exactly. One's man can't be there for oneself every minute of the day either. She had to drive home alone unhappily. Soon, she wanted to show off in front of her mom and dad again, and she had an extra Rolls-Royce Phantom to her name, and she was immediately in a good mood again, like the sky was clear. Wouldn't her mom's eyes bulge out if she saw a $19+ million car? Would it look like a big goldfish? Ha. Su Jinglei couldn't help but laugh. She imagined her mother's surprised face when she saw the car, and then drove it home with a thump. But it didn't occur to me that her mom wasn't home and her dad was instead. Come on, how did you get such a nice car? Su Wei growled, because he saw the keys to the car. Chapter 170, coming in for a surprise attack. This is from my boyfriend. Su Jinglei immediately said. Su Wei simply do not believe that there are people to send such an expensive car. Without saying immediately pick up the stick. Beat his daughter. Su Jinglei immediately burst into tears and said on the spot, I'm starting a hunger strike today. Chen Wei immediately drove the car. Suddenly, at this time, his phone rang. Chen Wei immediately answered the phone and said, Hello, which one? Hello, how are you? Are you Mr. Chen? I'm Li Yuer, the general manager of the Peace Hotel. A sweet female voice came from the cell phone, and Chen Wei's ears felt a little tingly. The voice is all so nice, so the person should be very good looking as well. Could it be that she's really a great beauty? Hello, Manager Li, I'm Chen Wei. Chen Wei said immediately. Mr. Chen, I received news 2 days ago that you wholly acquired the equity of the Peace Hotel. May I ask when it is convenient for you to be able to come to the hotel to guide your work? Li Yuer immediately spoke up. If you don't tell me, I've forgotten. I'll come to the Peace Hotel sometime. I'll contact you when I arrive. Yes, Mr. Chen, may I ask if we need to send a car to pick you up? Manager Li asked again. No, I'll drive myself. Alright, Mr. Chen, I don't have anything else to do, so I'll leave you alone. Li Yuer immediately spoke. Manager Li, please add my WeChat. In the future, it will be easier for us to communicate on WeChat. Chen Wei immediately said. Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll add you right away. Li Yuer hung up the phone. Chen Wei also pulled over and stopped his car. Chen Wei soon received a friend request from Li Yuer. Peace Hotel, Li Yuer. The avatar is the head of a beautiful woman who looks pretty good looking. Chen Wei immediately passed the friend request. Manager Li, send over a copy of your resume and your selfie. I want to get to know you first. Chen Wei returned to WeChat. He wasn't going to go straight into managing the restaurant, so he had to find a very reliable professional manager. Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll send it to you right away. Please wait. Manager Li immediately said. It didn't take long. Manager Li sent a WeChat with a photo and a resume. Mr. Chen, what was just sent is my resume and my selfie. Please take a look. Yes, I'll watch it right away. Chen Wei said. Soon Chen Wei clicked on the photo. Looking at this photo then, Manager Li was indeed a beautiful woman. There are curved willow leaf eyebrows, and a pair of soulful and clear big eyes, and her face is very beautiful. The face value should be above 90 points. Chen Wei immediately said. Use the universal scanning system. Yes, the system answered immediately. The universal scanning system is acquiring information about the other party. Name, Li Yuer, age, 25, height, 172 centimeters, face value, 94, stature, 94, privacy, 0, intimacy, 50. In the state of being a friend. Chen Wei looked at it. The first few numbers are very simple and easy to understand. This beauty, the value is so high. Privacy is 0, and there has not been a single time to play poker with someone. It's really a treasure on earth. Chen Wei spoke again. System, check the other party's loyalty for me. Ding. The system is inquiring. After 2 minutes, the voice rang again in Chen Wei's head. Li Yuer, loyalty 99%. The system said. With so much loyalty, this guy is available. Or you can develop her into your own harem. Ha. The two of you can ham and haw later. Chen Wei closed the photo again and clicked on Li Yuer's resume. The general manager of this Peace Hotel is a native of Kunshan, Jiangsu province, and is only 25 years old. Graduated from Nanjing A University, majoring in hotel management. She has 5 years of management experience in star-level hotels. Now that he found that Li Yuer's character was reliable and loyal, Chen Wei did not intend to replace him and was prepared to continue to let Li Yuer serve as the general manager of the Peace Hotel. Anyway, he wouldn't be involved in the management of the hotel, leaving professional things to professionals. After watching all this, Chen Wei drove the car again and drove to a restaurant. He had a lunch here first. After Chen Wei ate his meal, he prepared to make a surprise attack. He wanted to find out for himself whether this Li Yuer was reliable enough to continue to serve as the general manager of the Peace On Hotel. With this purpose in mind, he quickly followed the navigation to the Peace Hotel. He quickly arrived at the underground parking lot of the Peace Hotel. As a result, his car drove to the underground parking lot and the security guard at the entrance wouldn't raise the bar. "Master, please raise this railing," Chen Wei said. "Sorry, it's $40 for parking," the security guard said immediately. "I still have to charge for coming here to eat, and the charge is still so high. Is there something fishy about it?" Chen Wei secretly thought for a moment. "Do you have a standard for parking charges? $40 is too expensive," Chen Wei asked. "It's not expensive. Whether it's a local license plate or a foreign license plate, it's always $40. If you don't want to park, then drive away. Don't block the road." The security guard waved his hand impatiently and said. Chen Wei suppressed his anger and said, "I'm a guest who comes here to eat. A guest who comes to stay. Not free parking? Whether you are eating or staying in the hotel, all the usual charges. You stop not stop ah. You drive such a good luxury car. Is not bad this $2 ah," the security guard immediately said. Chen Wei did not want to waste words, immediately used WeChat sweep to pay 40 yuan, and then drove into the parking lot. I can't imagine that a small security guard would dare to charge a fee in a blatant manner. Little security guards certainly do not dare to do so. 100% is the meaning of the leadership above. Later meet with Manager Li. Ask a question, we'll know. Soon, Chen Wei parked his car. With a displeased expression, he stepped into the Peace Hotel in large strides. He soon came to the lobby of the hotel, where he stopped and looked around. The hotel is richly decorated and really has the look of a 5-star hotel. This hotel is one of the most upscale hotels in Shanghai, with not only rooms but also a restaurant. Shanghai locals are proud to have dinner at the Peace Hotel, and it's definitely a special honor to get married and have a reception at this Peace Hotel. Even before getting married, the women make it a condition of their marriage that they hold a banquet here. Chen Wei thought a lot. It's just a shame that the hotel management side is still. At this time, a pretty waitress lady came up and immediately asked, "May I ask if sir is for dinner or accommodation?" "If it's for dinner, both the first and second floors of our hotel are available for ordering. If you're checking in for accommodation, please register at the front desk over here." The pretty waitress lady was very welcoming and well presented. It doesn't matter what part of the world you're from. When you come, you'll be able to find where you're going quickly. Seeing everything here, Chen Wei has a little better view of the hotel's service attitude. Chen Wei asked, "I'm here to find someone. May I ask if your manager Li Yuer is in?" Chapter 171, she's even prettier than in the photo. "Oh, you're looking for our manager Li. May I ask your name?" The pretty waitress lady said. "My surname is Chen. My name is Chen Wei." Chen Wei immediately spoke. "Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll contact manager Li right away." The pretty waitress lady immediately picked up the walkie-talkie, and the other party quickly responded. "You bring him up, Mr. Chen. This way please, you come with me. Manager Li is waiting for you in the office." The pretty waitress lady immediately said and made a gesture of please. Chen Wei followed the waitress lady into the elevator to the 5th floor, and just as he stepped out of the elevator, a young woman in a white dress walked head-on. Excuse me, Mr. Chen. I didn't know you were coming right now. I didn't go downstairs to greet you. Please forgive me." Li Yuer bent her own waist and apologized. Chen Wei could tell at a glance that the woman in front of him was Li Yuer, and he said calmly, "It's okay, Manager Li. Let's go to your office and have a chat. I'm just going to make a surprise attack." "Mr. Chen, you startled me. This way please." Li Yuer said something and came to lead Chen Wei to the general manager's office. It's an office of about 40 square meters with a monarch orchid in it. The orchid is in full bloom. "Please sit down. Mr. Chen, what would you like to drink?" Li Yuer was busy greeting Chen Wei, fearing that there was still a hint of some kind of negligence. Anyone would be afraid of a leader coming to inspect their work. Those who are leaders are even more afraid of the higher-ups coming to inspect their work. You should know that Chen Wei is now the only shareholder and the only boss of the Peace Hotel. She was nominally the general manager, but in reality, she was a senior wage earner. Li Yuer doesn't have a little bit of shares in the hotel, and it's just a matter of the boss's word whether to dismiss her or not. "You don't have to be busy, Manager Li. Let's just sit down and have a chat." Chen Wei sat on the sofa and immediately spoke. "All right, Mr. Chen, do as you say." Li Yuer brought Chen Wei a cup of tea and added, "Enjoy." Then, she sat on the sofa opposite Chen Wei. Chen Wei's eyes were fixed on Li Yuer, realizing that this general manager was really pretty, even prettier than her photos. She is an unrivaled beauty and is truly amazing. Obviously, she has such a high face value, but she didn't pack herself well, and the selfie she sent to Chen Wei was quite ordinary. When Chen Wei saw the real person, he realized that this manager Li not only had a face, but was also very material. She had a very pretty googly-eyed face with fair and translucent skin and small, delicate features. What made the man's eyes shed even more was a large slit in her neckline that lit up a plate of bright snowy whites like a curved moon. The eye continues to look down into a deep valley, makes a man's nose bleed when he looks at it. I didn't realize that the Peace Hotel actually had such a special place. Chen Wei was secretly happy in his heart. Li Yuer was a bit on pins and needles as she was stared at by her boss for half a day. What was the point of sitting there for half a day without saying a word? Just staring at her? Is it that you find yourself in a poorly managed restaurant? Or is the owner bloodthirsty and thinking that way about her? It's possible. After all, you're pretty. And the owner was young. Only 22 or 23. The age of fire. There are few age boundaries between men and women. Could the boss really be looking at her as a big sister? Guess not. It's a mess. Li Yuer immediately said a bit. Mr. Chen, I thought you wouldn't come today. It's almost 11 o'clock. Why don't I open a room for you right away so that you can take a rest and eat later? After you've eaten, I'll come back in the afternoon to give you a report on your work. Wait a while, Chen Wei immediately said. He was very energized after taking the physique-enhancing liquid. It's still important to solve the problem. Manager Li, when I drove into the underground parking lot just now, the security guard told me about the $40 parking fee, and he said that it needs to be charged regardless of whether it's for dinner or lodging, regardless of whether it's a local vehicle or an out-of-town vehicle. They're all treated equally. Is this the rule of our management store? Chen Wei asked. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. This matter is my dereliction of duty. Li Yuer immediately stood up and replied in a bit of a panic. In fact, it's a legacy left behind by the previous owner. Li Yuer could never make that excuse. If we charge parking fees at this rate, our hotel's business will collapse sooner or later. Can your management meet and discuss the matter and reset the fees? Chen Wei said. He didn't go to blame Li Yuer. He could see that Li Yuer also had a hard time. A fee policy this bad, this stupid, is never something a professional manager would do. Mr. Chen. In fact, in the past, there was no charge when the former boss was there. This is because. Li Yuer stammered a bit as she said half a sentence. Chen Wei immediately said, don't be in a hurry. Manager Li, sit down and speak slowly. I have plenty of time. I'm the owner of the hotel. No matter what goes wrong with the hotel, I'll definitely help you out. Hearing this, Li Yuer's heart burst with joy. Some bosses will only blame their subordinates for not doing their job properly. Their own bosses are not very old but very sweet. Li Yuer was very moved. I'm going to work hard for him in the future. Li Yuer sat down and immediately stood up again, reporting right back. Mr. Chen, it's like this. We have a building in this hotel that was contracted to a boss to build. Both parties agreed to give $20 million a year. Until now, the former boss said that there are still the last 2 years unpaid. But boss Wen Haisheng says there are still 3 years left to pay. That's where the problem lies. The previous owner had lost too much money and had too much debt from running another company. Just couldn't really afford to pay for the construction. He then sold our restaurant as well. But the debt didn't go to closure. The former owner was also in debt and couldn't pay it back. So, this contractor came here to collect parking fees. In order to reduce the loss of our restaurant's customers, we can only subsidize the parking fees for our customers. Li Yuer immediately said a few words. Okay, Chen Wei said. It's not hard to blame Li Yuer for this. It's a historical legacy left behind by the previous boss. Chen Wei gestured for Li Yuer to sit down. Okay, I know. I'll take care of this problem. Don't let the parking problem affect the business of the restaurant. We can't lose a lot of money for a small reason. Chen Wei said. Restaurants are a service industry, and with bad service, customers won't come back for more, and there will be no repeat business. Then, in that case, you can't open your own restaurant. Parking and having to charge tens of dollars for the car may not seem like a big problem, but it is essentially a very serious impact on the mood of consumers. We're all here to have fun, not to have a bad time. Like when you first came in, if you were a lodging guest and you were subjected to the kind of dodgy security guards who wanted to charge you $40, you'd probably turn around and leave. No service industry is too small. Chapter 172 Manager Li, do you have a boyfriend now? Chen Wei thought a lot. I know, Mr. Chen. Subsidizing the fare is only a temporary expedient. This one has a very big impact on our hotel's business. I have also gone to negotiate with this contractor. However, they opened their mouths and asked for $60 million before they would give up ownership of the parking lot. That's too big an amount. And we don't have that much money sitting on our books. Plus I can't make the call. We can only stand by and watch them charging indiscriminately. We can only take one step and see what happens, Li Yuer immediately explained. Li Yuer was too beautiful. Chen Wei's attention had long been on Li Yuer. Li Yuer was like a carrion with dew, so small and delicate, so delicate and lovely. Looking at Chen Wei, he was tempted and couldn't help but want to take pity on her. I wonder if this beautiful Yukai will be able to get herself laid. Chen Wei looked straight at Li Yuer and quietly started scanning with the universal scanner. The universal scanning system is acquiring information about the other party. Name, Li Yuer, age, 25, height, 169 centimeters, face value, 94, stature, 95, privacy, 0, intimacy, 40, in a state of intimacy, with a 94 face. It's no wonder it looks so much better in person than in photos. In our real life, beautiful women whose face value can reach 90 points or above are already 1 in a million, or even 1 in 100,000. It can be said that Li Yuer 94's face value can be ranked in the whole of Shanghai. In particular, the privacy value is 0. It was even more of a surprise to Chen Wei. He was surprised to think that he could have such a beautiful woman in his big hotel. A 25-year-old can still keep her body intact. In this age of materialism, it is too rare. Too rare. What's more, Li Yuer herself is in the service industry. Any woman who has ever worked in a hotel guesthouse doesn't really believe in love, because she's seen too many non-couples come here to get a room. Does this manager Li not believe in love and men either? You know, beautiful women are a scarce resource. I don't know how many rich second-generation to chase. How come she hasn't been taken down by now at this age? Chen Wei was very curious. I wonder if he can take down Li Yuer by using his banknote ability on her. Chen Wei wanted to try and see if this beautiful Yukai could commit to him. The innate desire for conquest in boys once again piqued Chen Wei's interest. His interest in trying to explore this Li Yuer just grew stronger. Face value higher than 90 points, as well as intact body. At the same time, to meet these two conditions of the woman, he did not want to miss a single one. Chen Wei thought about getting into it. After having the golden kidney, and after taking the body enhancement oral liquid, his desire is also stronger. Mr. Chen. Seeing Chen Wei staring straight at herself, Li Yuer was flustered, as if she was carrying a pair of white rabbits in her arms, her heart jumping about. Oh, sorry, Mr. Li, I will find a way to solve this matter. This is my duty as a boss. Chen Wei immediately said. That's good. Thank you, Mr. Chen then. Thanks for the hard work, Mr. Chen. Li Yuer didn't know what Mr. Chen thought. Anyway, it's never wrong to pick on something nice to say. Manager Li, don't be polite. This is my part as the boss. Which developer is the one contracted to build our hotel? Chen Wei immediately asked. Reporting to Mr. Chen. This developer is called the Happiness Construction Company. The owner is called Wen Haisheng. He has developed several neighborhoods in the Pudong area. And in the Pudong area, he is considered to be a prestigious figure. Li Yuer reported honestly. Chen Wei laughed badly. In the Pudong area has a head. In other words, in the big Shanghai will not have much of a name. Such a general character he was willing to meet. He wanted to try to see if his words, a 10 billionaire in Shanghai, could be useful in Shanghai. You give me a few days. I promise to help you get the management of this underground parking lot within 5 days. Chen Wei immediately spoke to Manager Li. Mr. Chen, can you get it done in a few days? Manager Li was a bit taken aback. To be honest, she didn't know much about this new boss. However, she knew that the boss was supposed to be very capable in Shanghai. But it is very capable. But it does not necessarily mean that these 5 days can solve the problem of this underground parking lot. Of course, I can solve this problem within 5 days. What about in the future? The restaurant still needs Manager Li to take more trouble. Chen Wei's words gave Manager Li a peace of mind. It shows that the new owner is still willing to keep her on as the hotel's general manager. Boss, don't worry. As long as you solve the problem of the underground parking lot, I will definitely be able to manage the restaurant. Manager Li's pure eyes looked towards Chen Wei. Chen Wei immediately said, very well, Manager Li, I'm relieved that you're doing your job. You're a beautiful person and you manage the restaurant beautifully. Ha. Thank you for Boss Chen's trust. Thank you for the compliment. Manager Li revealed a smile. By this time, her mood had completely relaxed, and at first, she was worried that Chen Wei would exempt her, because she didn't get the underground parking lot right. It seems that he was overthinking things. The new boss is not only handsome, but he is also very considerate in what he does. Every word from the new boss spoke to her heart, as if it were like a spring breeze gently brushing over her heart. Her new boss gave her such a warm and cozy feeling. He must have saved the galaxy in his past life to have met such a new boss. All in all, he, himself, has been very lucky. He must do a good job in this job and run this restaurant well to be worthy of his new boss. Li Yuer thought a lot. A light smile on her pink face, very much like the flavorful actress in the movie. It's so beautiful. It made Chen Wei look mesmerized and think about it. The beautiful Yukai in front of him made him press on, and it was the way she smiled that mesmerized him. Chen Wei wanted to try it. Manager Li, do you have a boyfriend anymore? Chen Wei really couldn't help himself. Had to ask this question. If there's a boyfriend, that's a different story. Li Yuer immediately froze for a moment, immediately blushed again, and then said for a moment, I didn't. What's the boss asking for? Does he like me? Li Yuer didn't dare to think any further. If the new boss really has her in mind, will she reject it or not? Well, it's hard to say no. Li Yuer's heart fluttered faster. She hurriedly covered her chest with her hand, afraid that her boss would see her embarrassed state. No is good. One of my next decisions may affect you now. Chen Wei deliberately paused, then picked up his cup and took a sip of tea. It's delicious. Tea made by a pretty girl just smells extra good, Chen Wei secretly said in his heart. Chapter 173 has cancer treatment technology. Li Yuer was confused now. She asked curiously, Mr. Chen, what decision have you made? A very small thing. Chen Wei said, come over here a little. Chen Wei stretched out his finger and hooked it. Li Yuer obediently walked towards Chen Wei, and the two of them maintained a distance of 1 meter. It was close enough now that she felt a little shy. Yuer! Chen Wei shouted ambiguously. Hey! Li Yuer was a bit confused. Why did the boss call her like that? It was too intimate. Are they that close? Yuer, you don't mind if I call you that? Chen Wei immediately said. I don't mind. I don't mind. Mr. Chen, please feel free to call. Li Yuer was now a bit flustered and started sweating. How can you make it hot when it's obviously cool with the air conditioner on? Chen Wei looked up at the shy Li Yuer and immediately said, Yuer, I can give you 5% of the shares of the hotel. Ah, why? Li Yuer couldn't help but speak. The new boss is going to give himself a 5% stake in the hotel. This surprise is too big. The Peace Hotel is a famous hotel in Shanghai. The construction cost alone cost $1 billion. Not to mention the renovation costs and land transfer fees. It's the land of this hotel that's also worth over $1.5 billion too. 5% is actually a lot. It can feed her for the rest of her life. Li Yuer was so shocked by the news that she didn't know what to say. Such a surprise came so suddenly that she was not at all prepared for it. Is the boss trying to bag himself? Li Yuer looked at her boss dumbfounded. She was a little dumbfounded. A little dumbfounded. Chen Wei decided to continue to raise the stakes now, preparing to take down Li Yuer. Let's see if his banknote ability can work. He immediately stood up and approached Li Yuer. He looked at the Yukai in the white dress and immediately spoke further. Also, from next month onwards, I will give you a salary of 1,000,000 yuan per month. And in the future, I will add 100,000 yuan per month per year. Ah, boss. She hadn't expected the boss to give an even bigger surprise. Li Yuer grunted softly, her body going fast and soft. Seeing this, Chen Wei immediately wrapped his arms around Li Yuer's thin waist. Boss Chen, you're giving so much. It's too much. Li Yuer had a pair of big watery eyes, deeply affectionate. She looked at Chen Wei. I can't imagine that I am a wage earner. The boss is so generous, sending so much money to himself. Ha ha ha, I don't think it's much. Chen Wei's eyes gazed at Li Yuer. The two looked at each other with a delighted look. The other was too cute. Boss, so handsome. Boss is so cute. A beautiful woman would think so. The two were quickly lost. Boss, hold me. Li Yuer immediately said. Okay, I'm coming. Chen Wei immediately said. Chen Wei quickly went up and down, until 4 p.m. In the presidential suite of the Peace Hotel, on a wide double bed, Chen Wei turned around and touched a smooth beautiful body. I can't believe it went so well. It was so fast. You still have the money power yourself. It was only a short hour that passed from the first meeting to the first double row. This is arguably the fastest record for Chen Wei to get a girlfriend. I can't imagine that my own human money ability works so well. In her own arms, Li Yuer's soft body gave off a woman's unique body fragrance. The scent really made Chen Wei very topsy-turvy. Maybe because of the golden kidney. Plus taking the physique enhancement liquid, one's ability is particularly strong. And one finds that one has become a slag. As soon as he saw a very beautiful woman, Chen Wei would want to get into his head and conquer. Once conquered, he quickly experienced the joys of life. No wonder, when you have money, men go bad, because money is a man's guts, and with money, a man's guts are big. There are only 3 pleasures for a man: to have money, to have a beautiful woman, and to have power. What man doesn't want to get drunk on a beautiful woman's knee and wake up with the power of the world? Chun Wei had the system and definitely wanted to have all three. As soon as he got next to Li Yuer's white skin and smelled this unique body fragrance, he came to feel it again. The two started double teaming again. After all that physical work, I'm finally hungry. Boss, what do you want to eat? I'll prepare lunch for you. Li Yuer pushed Chen Wei away and wanted to get out of bed. She was still a little sore from just sitting up. Yo! Li Yuer cried out involuntarily. I'm sorry, Yuer, it's all my fault. Chen Wei said as he hugged Li Yuer from behind. It doesn't matter, it's okay, it's my own will, it's what you want. Li Yuer immediately said a little. I see it. Chen Wei immediately said. See what's going on? Li Yuer was a little confused. I can see that you actually love me, whether you love or not. I knew just now. Chen Wei said. Boss, you're bad. I'll ignore you. Li Yuer said with a red face. The boss is young and a high roller. Could it be true that he fell in love with this new boss the one time he met him? Just like the boss said. Is it possible that I'm a nymphomaniac? That's impossible. How did she fall so quickly when she clearly hated men? Perhaps the boss's ability to make money is so strong that he or she just can't resist. She felt the pleasure her boss gave her again before falling back into a deep sleep. Chen Wei also went back to sleep. Even though one has golden kidneys, one is fatigued. God can't be raging every day. There's always a time to stop. After an hour or two of sleep, he woke up right away. Suddenly, there came the sound of the system. Ding! The host has been given a chance to draw a prize at the mall. May I ask if the host is drawing a raffle now? Alright, I'll draw the prize right away. Chen Wei immediately said. Soon, a disc appeared with a graphic disc with a cursor that rotated above the individual items. The system mall has these commodities: large aircraft manufacturing technology, aircraft carrier manufacturing technology, satellite launch technology, human blood vessel clearing oil liquid manufacturing technology, human longevity enhancement liquid, photolithography machine manufacturing technology, tank manufacturing technology, intelligent driving system, cancer treatment technology. Finally, the cursor landed on the item human cancer treatment technology. Chen Wei was a bit puzzled. Which kind of cancer can this cancer treatment technology treat? Chen Wei immediately asked. Right now, this cancer treatment technology can only treat liver cancer, and the technology to treat other cancers can be developed subsequently. The system immediately spoke. Chapter 174, Manufacturing Technology for Flying Vehicles. About 10 million people die of cancer every year globally, and everyone talks about cancer. This market is a huge consumer market. The system reminded again. Hearing this reminder, Chen Wei was overjoyed that he could make a fortune with this technology. He is equal to having a money printing machine, and with this money-making machine in the future, who can compare with him? Chen Wei was a little swollen, a little excited. It was a good thing that there was a flowery, pink creature lying in his arms to quench the fire. Another hour passed. Two people got up like this. Wash up before going out for dinner. After eating the meal, Chen Wei immediately made a call to Zhang Wenbin, the chairman of Tianlong Real Estate. Elder Zhang. Hello? Chen Wei immediately greeted. Hello, little friend Chen. Why are you calling me today? Elder Zhang Wenbin said. Elder Zhang, I'm now the owner of the Peace Hotel. I'd like to learn more about the Happiness Construction Company from you. Can you help me with an introduction? Chen Wei was not polite and said directly. I know about this company. It contracted the construction of some buildings for our company. Its owner is called Wen Haisheng. I'm very familiar with him. Elder Zhang Wenbin said. Here's the thing. Supposedly, our hotel still owes him 2 years worth of fees still unpaid. $20 million for 1 year, and $40 million for 2 years. But Wen Haisheng, this person, says we owe him for 3 years. The previous owner couldn't afford to pay anymore, so now I'm the only one who can pay. I don't know if Wen Haisheng will be hard to talk to. Chen Wei spoke up. I'll help you in this matter. I'll make a phone call to him and ask you to pay a little less, so that he can come to you at once. Should I say something? He should listen. You helped me so much, I should also help you. Elder Zhang Wenbin said sincerely. It doesn't matter if I can reduce the money or not. The key is that I have to deal with this problem quickly and leave no loose ends. Chen Wei immediately said. Definitely a little less. I'll make a call to him myself, and I'll also call Deng Shuang, the general manager of our company. Let him assist. Elder Zhang Wenbin immediately agreed. Alright, thank you in advance, master. I'll come pay you a visit sometime. Chen Wei immediately said. Yes, my old man is waiting for your arrival. We're a forgotten friend. The two men then hung up. Chen Wei then prepared to leave the Peace Hotel. In the next 2 days, I'll settle the matter of this hotel. Don't worry. Chen Wei comforted Li Yuer. Okay, hubby. Li Yuer was still a bit shy. Honey, I'll come to see you often. Chen Wei hugged Li Yuer and kissed her before leaving the place. Chen Wei quickly returned to his house. What's up? Just pull out your phone and swipe it. And soon you're playing until 10:30 p.m. He realized that the pretty country stock market had opened. He also noticed that his Tesla stock holdings were starting to fall. In those years, Tesla Inc. was losing money. Chen Wei immediately entered the system and asked, "System, can I use my stock market futures quote card?" The system replied coldly, "Not yet. How come it's still not working? Hasn't that girlfriend of mine reached 90 points of intimacy with me? Isn't it said that once you reach 90 points, you can enable the stock market futures quote card?" Chen Wei was a bit confused and asked, "Because the host hasn't applied to enable the stock market futures ticker card." The system answered again immediately, "System, I'll immediately apply to enable the stock market futures quote card." Chen Wei immediately said, "Okay, the system will open the futures stock market ticker card for you right away. Please wait, it will take about an hour." The system replied, "Okay." Chen Wei replied, "How will this hour pass?" It was really sad. He was very much looking forward to the activation of the stock market futures quotation card. There's not much to do, so I just swiped the jitterbug. Watching the beautiful hostesses and listening to the great songs finally got through an hour. Chen Wei immediately entered the system and asked, "System, can we enable the stock market futures quote card?" Host, "It's already possible to enable the stock market futures ticker card." The system answered immediately. Chen Wei quickly exited the system. He soon saw a page of stock market futures ticker cards. Chen Wei immediately said, "Enable the stock market futures quote card." Chen Wei quickly heard a sentence. The stock market futures ticker card is in the process of being enabled. It can be officially enabled in 1 minute. Stock market futures ticker card. Which stock is used for the first application? Chen Wei thought for a moment. It's better to use it on Tesla stock. Since he has 5% of Tesla stock himself. Measure Tesla's market for the next few years for me right now. Chen Wei issued the instruction. Please wait. Testing Tesla for the next few years. After our tests, in 4 or 5 years, Tesla stock will rise more than 10 times. Chen Wei quickly got his answer. It can't be. Tesla has been losing money every year for years. A lot of people are desperately trying to sell its stock. Chen Wei expressed his skepticism and asked about the stock market futures ticker card. In the future, more and more people will use new energy electric cars, as well as he will go to other countries to expand the market. Tesla's sales will become bigger and bigger, and Tesla will earn more and more profit. The stock market futures quote card answered immediately. Chen Wei felt that the quote card made sense. There is still such a good thing. His share is still too small, right? Chen Wei thought for a moment. He quickly quit the stock market futures ticker card. Chen Wei quickly entered the system. He spoke to the system. "System, please help me get a pretty country securities trading account." "Okay, host, please wait." The system answered immediately. 10 minutes later, the system prompted, "Host, I've already set up a pretty country securities trading account for you." After hearing this, Chen Wei immediately transferred 1.5 billion renminbi. Let the system convert it to US dollars, and then transferred it to his US securities account. Chen Wei's 1 renminbi, 5 billion has turned into $210 million. Chen Wei looked at Tesla stock at $15 per share, and he immediately placed a pending order for 14 million shares. He now has a total of 6.5 billion yuan in Tesla stock now, roughly $930 million worth of Tesla stock. After buying the stock, it was late. Chen Wei started to go to bed. Time flew by and it was morning of day 2 again. Chen Wei immediately entered the spike system after waking up. Ding! The gifts given to you by the system have been refreshed. You can choose 1 out of 3. Gift 1, a gift of a pharmaceutical factory in Pudong New area, worth 5 billion renminbi. Gift number 2, a fleet of Ferrari sports cars for $900 million. Gift number 3, flying car manufacturing technology worth $12 billion. Please make your choice quickly. Host, Chen Wei thought for a moment. I was trying to doze off and a pillow was delivered. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. I would like to choose gift 1, the Pudong New Area Pharmaceutical Factory. But I want the flying car manufacturing technology more. I'll go with gift 3. The system immediately said, "Okay, the relevant flight manufacturing technology related information will be delivered to your bedside table later." Chapter 175, Buying a Villa for Su Jinglei. Chen Wei immediately put on his clothes and went to the bathroom for a wash. After washing up, he realized that he already had the flying car manufacturing technology information, a thick set of information, on his bedside table. Chen Wei thought for a moment. God really favors me. The only downside is that there are no techies yet, and there are no plants yet. Soon, he found 2 more copies of the plant's real estate license. There's the plant now. Hey, buy a set of villas today. Just give a set to Su Jinglei to give her a surprise. Chen Wei still went to the street and bought some breakfast. Then, ate it. Soon he was done with his breakfast. Now, one has the technology to cure cancer and the technology to build flying cars. Both of these are babies. Especially the flying car manufacturing technology can be great. Now, the Chinese have 200 or 300 million cars. If 10 million people could trade in their flying cars, think of the market. If we can sell to the whole world, the market will be even wider. Chen Wei thought a lot, but there were still important things to do. The first is to mention back the Rolls-Royce Phantom. He quickly went to the Rolls-Royce store to pick up the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Also, keep CO's intimacy value from dropping. What's the best way to keep it from going down? A surprise for her is to buy a villa for her. Chen Wei thought about it for a while. Chen Wei immediately took out his cell phone and swiped through the jitterbugs to find the villa that Su Jinglei was looking at. Chen Wei intends to create a little surprise to see if Su Jinglei can raise the intimacy value. Chen Wei quickly found the agent's contact information in Jitterbug. Chen Wei put the call through, and by the way, it was still the same agent from last time. Last time, Su Jinglei got angry and stood someone's agent up. However, last time, the call was made from Su Jinglei's cell phone. Hello, are you Gu? Yeah, I'm a Gu from the chain. Which one are you? The other party immediately said a little. I've got my eye on a villa on your Jitterbug and was thinking of buying it for my girlfriend. Has that villa been sold? Yet? Chen Wei immediately asked. Not yet. You want to buy it? Gu immediately said a little. I want to buy it. Send me the address. Chen Wei said. Okay, what's your last name, please? My last name is Chen. My name is Chen Wei. Okay, Mr. Chen. Our store is at No. 2, Middle Yangtze River Road. When you arrive, call me and I'll pick you up. I'm at the store. Okay, I'll be right there. He seemed to remember that a guest surnamed Chen had called a few days ago and was also going to look at the villa. Then, halfway down the road itself, the other person didn't show up. The other party called again and said they didn't have time. Is this man and woman the same pair? This Gu thought about it for a while and thought it was possible. Chen Wei quickly drove to the designated store, and as soon as he got out of the car, he made a phone call. Soon, a handsome, dapper young man in a suit ran out. He looked around and saw Chen Wei standing at one of the gates. Xiao Gu immediately revealed a fawning smile. For his own god has come. Xiao Gu came to Chen Wei with a smile on his face. I'm Xiao Gu. Are you Mr. Chen? Xiao Gu immediately spoke up. I am. Chen Wei answered immediately. Xiao Gu took the initiative to extend his hand and shook Chen Wei's hand. Welcome, come. Mr. Chen, take a seat inside. Xiao Gu immediately invited. Okay. Chen Wei followed Xiao Gu and walked into the store. Once inside the store, he looked around. This agency has a small storefront of 40 to 50 square meters. Here, there are 6 employees sitting in a row. There's also a manager's office at the far end. Several of the employees were very busy. Some working on their computers, others on the phone. Chen Wei sat quietly on the sofa. Soon, someone brought 2 glasses of water and placed them on the table. It's so hot today. Look, such a big sun. Xiao Gu immediately chatted a small talk. It's so hot, and you're even wearing a suit. Chen Wei immediately said. I also want to not wear it, but the company won't let me take it off, so I can't do anything about it. Xiao Gu screamed in agony. Can I take it off outside? Chen Wei asked. In the company, outside, you can't take it off, and if you do, you'll be docked wages. Xiao Gu replied with a few words. 2 people chatting a couple of small talk now. Well, let's not talk about anything else. Let's get down to business. I just want to buy a villa to give to a girlfriend. Chen Wei said it bluntly. Older brother. It's more troublesome if you secretly buy a house to give to your girlfriend. Xiao Gu immediately said. In that case, I'll pay the money and ask her to come over to sign. Chen Wei immediately said. Mr. Chen, if you buy a house and take out a loan, say in her name. Xiao Gu reminded. I'll pay in full. You go do the paperwork. Money is not a problem. How long will it take to get this piece done? Chen Wei immediately said. Okay, please bring your girlfriend's ID card account. Xiao Gu said. What with having to have an account and an ID? It's more trouble than it's worth. See if the system can help. Chen Wei immediately entered the system. System, please help me get a copy of Su Jinglei's ID card and account. Chen Wei immediately said. By all rights. The system was able to accomplish this task. Right? Okay, host, wait for 2 minutes first. After 2 minutes, I will put her account and ID card into your bag. After 1 day, the system will take back her ID and account. The system replied coldly. Yes, Chen Wei replied. Hey, I can't imagine that the system is so powerful that it can get into anything. 2 minutes later, Chen Wei opened his bag and found Su Jinglei's account and ID card. Chen Wei took out Su Jinglei's account and ID card and handed it to Xiao Gu. Alright, Xiao Gu, you go straight to get it. Money is not a problem. How long will it take you to get it done? Chen Wei immediately asked. Gu froze for a moment when he heard it, as if he was still dreaming. Even the villa has not even looked at. To buy and have not yet bargained Brother Chen, don't you want to see that villa? Xiao Gu asked in a hurry. Didn't I look at that cottage on your Shake Shack? I found it beautiful. Chen Wei immediately said. Brother Chen, you wouldn't be the house without even looking at it. You're just going to buy it. Xiao Gu asked with a bit of surprise. I mostly don't have time to go see it. Alright then, go see it now then. Chen Wei said. Brother Chen, you don't bargain either? Xiao Gu asked in surprise. This Chen Wei buys houses like cabbages and doesn't bargain. Is there such a person in the world? Is he a psychopath? Or is he here to joke around? He's not teasing me. Xiao Gu pondered in his mind for a long time. Chapter 176. Chen Wei immediately made a request. Mr. Chen, there's no bargaining on that house either? The little counselor spoke up. There's nothing wrong with that. Chen Wei said immediately. So you won't negotiate our agency fee either? And no bargaining? Nothing wrong with that. Aren't you a little nervous? Gu asked incredulously. How do you talk? Chen Wei got a little angry and spoke louder. Xiao Gu also spoke louder. And a few other salesmen probed and looked over. The two of them, Chen Wei and Xiao Gu, spoke loudly enough for everyone to hear them clearly. A few agents exchanged words and started talking. Do you think this person is a real rich kid or a fake rich kid who came here to amuse Xiao Gu? One of the agents spoke up. I also think this person is here to be funny. How can you not even take a look at a $50 to $60 million villa? Another agent spoke up. It's possible. The third agent spoke up again. Have you seen his car? I saw it. It looked like it was coming off a Mercedes Big G. People drive Mercedes-Benz Big Gs, and they can probably afford a $50 or $60 million villa. Say what you will. Gu also graduated from college and has been working for 3 years. He's also never seen a house bought like this. After meeting for 7 or 8 minutes, just because he watched a video, he said he would take $50 or $60 million to buy a villa to make his girlfriend happy. How is this possible? It must have come as a joke. If you had real money, you'd bring a group of people to buy a house. What bodyguards, counselors, girlfriends, plus the last time his girlfriend stood herself up. Gu bet. This person definitely has a nerve problem. Brother Chen, don't come to tease me. I'm an ordinary person. Don't I spend time mentally? And you didn't buy a house. If you are looking for someone to play with, you should just look for a beautiful agent to play with. Okay? Xiao Gu immediately said a little. I'm really not kidding. Chen Wei said in a serious manner. Aren't you kidding? This is a $50 to $60 million villa. Not a $500 to $600 villa. Brother Chen, what kind of person buys a house like you do? Like buying cabbages? Not even looking at it or picking it out. Xiao Gu said a little more. Chen Wei immediately said a little. If you don't believe me, I'll just go next door to the agency and ask. Xiao Gu simply didn't believe that Chen Wei was a person who could afford a villa. He saw that Chen Wei was very confident and pretended to be very decent. Immediately, he gamely said, Fine, you'll go to the agency next door. I'm not going to buy it from another company. I'll buy it from your company. And if I do, you'll run around naked for a bit. How about that? Chen Wei immediately said a little. Okay. If you buy it, I'll run around naked. Xiao Gu didn't believe Chen Wei could afford it at all. The two of them are talking louder too, because neither one of them was convinced anymore. Just at this time, the door to the manager's office opened and a beautiful woman walked out from inside. A pink suit with a white shirt. A pair of snow-white long legs were revealed under a tight skirt, and the whole person appeared pavilion. The dress is slightly sexy and the looks are very comfortable to look at. Chen Wei scanned it with a universal scanner. The system quickly made a sound. The universal scanning system is acquiring information about the other party. Name, Cynthia Fei. Age, 28. Height, 168 centimeters. Face value, 89. Stature, 90. Privacy, 0. Intimacy, 20. In passerby status. Sadly, not 90 points yet. Soon. This manager named Fei Chanxian came to Chen Wei and admonished Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu, what's wrong with you? Don't you know that you can't judge a book by its cover? Can't you measure the sea? Manager, this big brother said that he won't even look at a villa that costs $50 or $60 million in full payment. Just said he wants to buy it. Isn't that a joke? That must be teasing me. Xiao Gu defended. Fei Chanxian was slightly taken aback when she heard it. She was in the manager's office when she heard more noise inside, so she ran out to check it out. Now that I've heard Xiao Gu say that, it's indeed a big deal to buy a $50 to $60 million villa. Once heard this, Fei Chanxian originally angry face immediately became sunny, regardless of whether he is true or false. Anyway, the dead horse is a living horse. There may be a big surprise. Sorry, Mr. Chen, Our staff service is not good enough. If you have any requirements, you can talk to me. We will guarantee your satisfaction. Our company has all kinds of properties. Fei Qianxian immediately said. This employee of yours is so underestimating. He still thinks I'm joking and teasing you guys. How come you guys don't believe me when I tell the truth? Chen Wei immediately spoke up. I'm sure you can afford it. Fei Qianxian immediately said. To show our sincerity, how about we charge your commission at 75% off? There's no need to reduce the agency fee. I'm not short of money either. I just have one request. I want to see how he runs around naked. I'm very much looking forward to it. Chen Wei added. Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry. Our staff is relatively young and likes to joke around. Don't take it seriously. Running around naked is not good for our company. What about your commission? We'll charge you half. How about that? Fei Qianxian hurriedly apologized with a smile. No need to reduce any brokerage commissions. Then I'll make a request. Manager, you will be my intermediary. I don't want Xiao Gu to be this intermediary. What do you think? Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Fine. I'll agree to this request of yours. Fei Qianxian agreed with her mouth full once she heard this request. Who wouldn't be happy when she could receive so many commissions? Little cutie. It's only that she didn't agree to it. Gu regretted it as soon as he heard it. Beautiful manager. Let's go see the house then. Chen Wei made a request. Okay, let's go. Which villa are you looking at? The beautiful manager asked as she walked. It's this set yet. Chen Wei flipped over Shakeology and pointed to a video and said so. I know this villa. Let me take you there. The beautiful manager immediately spoke up. The two men got into the car one after another. In Chen Wei's car, the beautiful woman was next to the passenger side instructing Chen Wei how to drive. After 10 minutes or so, the two quickly arrived at the villa there. This villa is right on the banks of the Huangpu River. It's very well planted with flowers and plants. Good air and sunshine. It's like a little park here. The two went back inside the villa to look around. And it was also very nicely decorated. Chen Wei is very happy with the villa. Manager Fei, I'll buy this villa. Let's hurry back to your company to finalize the contract. Chen Wei immediately said. Really? Great. Manager Fei said happily. You have to realize that by closing this order, she could be in the millions of dollars at least. However, Chen Wei made another request. Chapter 177 Mr. Chen, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Manager Fei, I have a request for you. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Mr. Chen, just speak directly if you have any requests. Manager Fei immediately spoke. I'd like you to help me find a wedding company or an event planning company to go and arrange my villa to be a bit more romantic so that I can give my girlfriend a surprise. Okay? Chen Wei immediately said. Yes. You buy the villa and I'll definitely agree to this request. Creating a romantic atmosphere. This I know very well. A few years ago, several of my relatives relied on my help to chase after their girlfriends. Manager Fei immediately spoke up. Really? That's great. Chen Wei said happily. Then I've decided. I must buy the villa here. How much deposit do I have to pay? This villa is $55 million. Pay a 20% deposit. $11 million deposit. Manager Fei immediately spoke up. Alright, let's make a contract and I'll pay the deposit. Chen Wei immediately said. Chen Wei immediately and Fei manager they signed the agreement, paid the purchase deposit, and agreed that tomorrow after the owner came over, officially signed the contract, and then pay 90% of the house payment. This time, the other few sales looked at Chen Wei's eyes, and became respectful. This time, Gu regretted it. If the commission is 2%, he will also get half of the commission and will get $550. $000. What about the $550? $000 that's gone down the drain? This time, Xiao Gu will not be able to sleep tonight. An agent immediately said something. That little cutie doesn't even want the money delivered to his door. That order could be enough for him for 2 or 3 years. Another agent spoke up. The agent said anything. After seeing Chen Wei sign the agreement and having paid the deposit of $11 million, Manager Fei was sure that he was the rich man. Manager Fei treated him just a little better, a little more enthusiastically. Mr. Chen, are you free tonight? We have other houses for sale here. There are factory buildings, commercial buildings, and office buildings. I don't know if you're interested. How about we have a meal at noon to chat? Manager Fei immediately spoke up. As she spoke, she poured tea for Chen Wei, and she was able to bend as low as she could. Chen Wei and Manager Fei are both in the manager's office now. There's no one else here. As soon as the tea was poured, it was soon gone as soon as Manager Fei bent over. Chen Wei looked faintly at the 2 high mountains of Manager Fei, and the scenery on the high mountains was really good. The 2 mountains were small, delicate, and dazzlingly white. making Chen Wei lust for them. Chen Wei had seen a lot of scenery like this since he had money after having the system. Chen Wei glanced at it and quickly withdrew his eyes. He didn't have much of an idea for buns that weren't big enough, for beauties that didn't reach a face value of 90 points or more. Let's talk about this office building later, now that the house is bought. I'm short on money. Chen Wei excused himself. Then let's simply have a meal. How about not chatting about buying a house? You bought a villa. I got a commission. It's only right to treat you to a meal, Manager Fei added. She was going to use that as an excuse to then draw closer. Let's see if we can take Chen Wei down while we're eating. It would be okay for the two to communicate if they could take the man over dinner. Manager Fei thought that she had the looks of a city and a country, and not many people could resist, as long as she takes the initiative. Even if it's the richest rich kid, it will definitely all be taken down by her. But Chen Wei had a few beautiful women around him, and his tastes were spoiled, so he immediately said, I don't have time today, so I won't eat the meal. Let's talk about it later. But remember, what I've explained to you, you have to do it well. This matter, I will definitely do it well and make you satisfied. Manager Fei immediately said curtly, pay attention to make sure you get it right. It must be romantic. Money is not a problem. I will transfer the money to you. Chen Wei immediately said. After saying this, Chen Wei left this agency store. There was nothing much to do, so he drove to the Peace Hotel. Like last time, Chen Wei drove straight to the parking lot, and he was ready to take out his cell phone to pay the parking fee. The parking lot security guard, however, immediately saluted him. Hello sir, may I ask if you are eating or staying at the hotel? The security guard immediately said. I'll come and eat. Chen Wei said immediately. Sir, please come in. The restaurant is on the first and second floor of the hotel. Enjoy your meal. The security guard immediately said and raised the railing. That's a very good service. Is it possible that Mr. Zhang Wenbin has already taken care of the parking lot? That's pretty fast. Chen Wei secretly gave the security guard a nod in his heart, and then entered this hotel with doubts. He quickly arrived at the restaurant on the first floor. It was now lunchtime and many people were already coming into the restaurant one after another. The waiters are all busy, in and out, preparing for the upcoming dining rush. Chen Wei quickly spotted Li Yuer, who was in command. In the crowd, she was now wearing a pink cheongsam, and her two long thighs were wearing coloring stockings, which were really beautiful and valiant, revealing 1,000 daughters. Yuer, hard work. Chen Wei immediately walked over and said, Mr. Chen, what brings you here? Haven't eaten yet. Li Yuer immediately said. She didn't expect Chen Wei to suddenly come, and she couldn't hide her excitement and joy on her pretty face. Now Chen Wei was not only her boss, but also her man. Women who are just in love want to have their man with them every day. Hey, I'll stay here with you for a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Wei didn't avoid suspicion at all. He immediately hugged Li Yuer. Since he had decided to hand over the Peace Hotel to Li Yuer for management, he had to have his own practical actions to support Li Yuer's work, so that everyone could see that he was Li Yuer's backer and that he was her backstage. What about this? It will be easier for people to obey the management. Yuer, after everyone has eaten lunch, you convene and I'll spend a few minutes to give them a few words. Chen Wei immediately said. Okay, Mr. Chen, now I'll arrange your meal first. Li Yuer immediately said. She quickly arranged a private room for Chen Wei and ordered a few more dishes. Chen Wei was not polite, so he came to the box. Anyway, this is his own restaurant. How do you want to eat? Li Yuer was also eating with him. The food was all mountain and sea food, birds and beasts, and almost every one of them was a hard dish. The two of you had a hard time finishing the go-to meal. Chen Wei also could not help but move his hands and try to put Li Yuer on the spot. Wait until you've finished giving everyone a speech. Li Yuer immediately blocked Chen Wei's hand. Chapter 178. A 30% raise for each person. Another hour or so passed. The restaurant dinner rush was also long over, and the waiters were largely done with their work. Hubby, I'll gather everyone together and you give a speech. Li Yuer spoke. Okay, Yuer. Chen Wei nodded. Li Yuer walked out of the box and quickly gathered everyone. The waiters are all here. Everyone lined up neatly in 5 rows. Chen Wei and Li Yuer stood in front of each other, everyone facing each other. This is the new owner of our hotel, Mr. Chen. He owns 100% of the shares of our hotel. Everyone warmly welcomed Boss Chen to speak. Li Yuer introduced Chen Wei to everyone. Everyone was very enthusiastic and applauded very enthusiastically. One's new boss. People don't want to offend. Who wants to smash their own rice bowls? Not to mention that working at this hotel is not a bad paycheck and the work is easy. Chen Wei waved his hand to signal everyone to stop clapping. The applause soon stopped. Just now, Manager Li said the wrong thing. Since yesterday, Manager Lee already owns 5% of the shares of the Peace Hotel. She is now a shareholder of our hotel as well, Chen Wei said with a smile. As soon as everyone heard this, the waiters once again applauded enthusiastically, because Manager Lee was very nice to them all. Manager Lee also respects them very much and pays them a decent wage. Now, Manager Lee has become the small boss of the hotel. They naturally feel happy for Manager Lee, and they are more afraid to go against Manager Lee's management, and more to obey Manager Lee's management. As the new owner, I'd like to say on behalf of the restaurant that I've worked hard for everyone. Starting from this month, everyone will get a 30% raise each. Chen Wei was so happy that he couldn't help but be a bully. He was quick to pay his own employees. 30% may not seem like much, but it's actually a lot. There's an average salary of $15,000 plus 30%. That's an extra $4,500 a month per person. Chen Wei didn't care about the money now. He had tens of billions of dollars in assets right now. Besides, he now has a stock market futures ticker card. So sending this amount of money is nothing more than a hair's breadth. As soon as they heard that their new boss was going to give them a raise, the whole hall was abuzz. Nowadays, what is the most reliable and lovely in the society? Of course, only the RMB is the loveliest. One by one, each waiter slapped his hand so hard with excitement that it hurt. Our new boss is a good boss. Boss, so handsome and handsome. I want to give him a monkey. Are you dreaming? Can't you see that our Manager Lee is so beautiful? People are so beautiful. How can you still have your share? It's true that generous men are the most attractive. In the past, our Manager Lee never came close to men, and now I'm afraid they've gone dark. Many people were talking about it. In addition to envy, there was also jealousy and hatred. There was also the statement that he would work hard in the future and must obey Manager Lee's management. Chen Wei said a few words, then said no more, and then let the meeting adjourn. Mr. Chen, it's almost 2 o'clock now. I'll open a room for you, so you can take a rest first, Li Yue'er said. Now Li Yue'er was very excited because Chen Wei had brought her a huge surprise, and it was unthinkable that the new boss would really honor the 5% shares. No need for a room. Go to your office later and we'll sign this agreement, Chen Wei immediately said. After he finished speaking, he looked at Li Yue'er with a hint of a bad smile in his eyes. Wait a minute to Soon, Chen Wei and Li Yue'er arrived at the general manager's office. Just as he entered the room, there was a boom, and Manager Lee voluntarily unlocked the door as he closed it of his own accord. In the next second, a warm, jade-like red lip was attached to Chen Wei's lips. Okay, honey, let's get down to business and get the agreement signed first. Type up this agreement right away. 2 minutes later, Chen Wei immediately said something. Okay, hubby. After saying that, Li Yue'er went to the computer and began to crackle and type. It didn't take long to print out the 2 contracts in duplicate. The contract stated that Chen Wei gifted 5% of the Peace Hotel to Li Yue'er, with a monthly salary of 1 million yuan and an additional 2 million yuan per year. The 2 men quickly signed and the contract was official. As soon as Chen Wei signed, Li Yue'er kissed Chen Wei. She couldn't wait to release her infinite love, adoration, and envy for Chen Wei. She needed this man 10 times more now too. She had been conquered by Chen Wei and was now completely in love with him. Although Chen Wei was so many years younger than herself, Li Yue'er had completely lost her mind. Love has no age limit. Women in love have an IQ of 0 again. What did it matter that she was older than Chen Wei? What did it matter that Chen Wei was the boss? She thought, especially now. She wanted to make love to Chen Wei right now. Hubby, hold me well and tight. Li Yue'er hugged Chen Wei and murmured in a low voice. Her cheeks were very delicately flushed now, and her ears were very hot. She was already as ripe as a peach in the height of summer already, and as delicate as a dainty carrion. Here, she no longer called Chen Wei as Mr. Chen. Now she only wanted to be Chen Wei's woman. Even if Chen Wei had never said I love you to her, she doesn't care now. Now this man had given her so much. This was love for her, and she would die to enjoy it. Yue'er, I may not be able to give you the marriage you want, but I will give you endless love, Chen Wei said honestly. I know, having your love is enough. She immediately blocked Chen Wei's mouth with her own. Yue'er, I can give you anything except marriage, including love. I can give it to you. Chen Wei moved his mouth and spoke in a domineering manner. This voice was like a spring breeze that blew into Li Yue'er's ears, causing this charming woman to resist trembling. This voice can be said to be the most beautiful sound in the world. Li Yue'er needs love so much. I know. Why? You've been the best to me. You love me the most. What you've given me is more than enough. Li Yue'er's almond eyes were mesmerized and her breathing was a bit rapid as she spoke in a murmuring voice. This beautiful Yukai made Chen Wei explode right away. With a firm hug, he carried Li Yue'er to the desk. 2 long legs immediately came into view. Chen Wei breathed in sharply as he felt the charm of shredded meat for the first time. I didn't think that this beautiful girl wearing flesh-colored stockings to wear this kind of mood. This face value of 94 points of Shanghai. The killing power is extraordinary. Chen Wei quickly tore off the stockings on her body. The two fought for another 2 or 3 hours. Chapter 179 Buying Futures and Stocks. The two men battled for hours before drifting off to sleep. Slept until 7 p.m. The two of them washed up and then went to dinner. The two were in a private room. The meal on the table was colorful and delicious. Hubby, should we call 2 waiters? Li Yuer asked. Soon she felt stupid. She had said the wrong thing and hated to slap herself. And calling the waitress. What if her husband was mesmerized by the waitress? There were no tears to cry for herself. No waiter, just you serve. Chen Wei immediately said. How about a bottle of wine? Li Yuer asked again. No, I'll be driving later. I need to go back. Chen Wei immediately refused. Hubby, tonight, won't you accompany me for a bit? Li Yuer complained a bit. Haven't I fed you enough this afternoon? Chen Wei hemmed and hawed and laughed. I've got something going on tonight. I've got to do a little futures shopping. Or is it stocks? So I can't accompany you. Chen Wei immediately said. Oh, that's right. Li Yuer was still a bit disappointed. The two ate quickly. Chen Wei then left the place immediately. 40 minutes later, he was back in Townsend. The time quickly came to 9:30 p.m. He opened the flush. He looked at the futures for a moment. He has now had the system arrange for him to have a securities trading account. A futures trading account has also been arranged. He converted 3 billion yuan in cash into dollars. Of course, let the system do all that. Chen Wei immediately spoke to the system. System, enable the stock futures quote card immediately. Soon the system said, okay, the stock futures ticker card is being enabled. A minute later, the system alerted. The stock futures ticker card has been activated successfully. Then how about the system takes a look at the crude oil futures market for this period of time in the future? Chen Wei immediately asked. Yes, please wait a moment. In the next period of time, that is, within 6 days, oil will rise by 10%. The system immediately said. Upon hearing this, Chen Wei immediately used quantitative trading to buy $100 million in crude oil futures. Because the margin for crude oil futures is 10%. Chen Wei is equivalent to adding 9 times the leverage. He's equal to buying $1 billion in crude oil futures. Chen Wei is still a little apprehensive after buying. And do not know this futures market card. The system has not predicted accurately? If the prediction is wrong, then the $100 million could go down the drain. By this time, Pretty Country Securities was trading. Inside Tesla Musk's office, Engel, head of Tesla's securities division, was reporting to Musk. Boss, our stock company's stock is falling, but a guy named Wei Chen is buying our Tesla stock. If you buy it, you buy it. This little thing, is it worth reporting? Musk said in disbelief. Boss, he's bought a lot. He's bought $200 million. Engel reported again. $200 million isn't much. Our company has a market capitalization of $14 billion. Musk said. But you'll have to report back if he continues to buy. Okay, boss, I got it. Engel immediately said. Interesting. The Chinese bought so Tesla stock. Musk said. China has a population of 1.4 billion. China is a huge consumer market. This Chinese market is worth exploring. After Chen Wei bought the futures, there was nothing more to do, and he brushed up the jitterbug again. He found out again that Sissy Lee was on the air. As soon as he entered this live room, the live room soon lit up with the words level 62 Godly Prince Whitehore has entered the live room. These words, Li Shirshir saw it too, and she immediately shouted, Welcome brother Whitehore Prince. It's very rare that this Li Shirshir hasn't had a boyfriend. Chen Wei decided that he was going to take the girl who was the ultimate treasure. That's really good luck to meet a new anchor like that in this day and age. However, this information was definitely unknown to other men, and only the enlightened Chen Wei knew this kind of information. It's just nice to have your own universal scanning system, and this beautiful anchor woman is especially beautiful and gentle and lovely. This Li Shirshir definitely couldn't escape Chen Wei's clutches. Chen Wei didn't say anything and went straight to the gifts. White John Prince sends roses 1 by 1314. White John sends Little Star X 1314. Whitehore King gives away Porsche X10. Soon, Li Shirshir also saw the gifts. She immediately stood up and bowed. Thank you big brother Whitehore Prince. She immediately said. Prince Whitejohn hadn't come to her livestream in many days and hadn't sent any gifts. Whitehore Prince gives away luxury cruise ship. White John Prince sends out romantic camp. The Whitehore Prince sends out the sky mirror. The Whitehore Prince sends out a walk in the clouds. White John Prince gives away Jitterbug number 1. Prince Whitejohn sends Carnival X 1314. There are a total of 108 gifts here, and Chen Wei gave them all. The one that can give more than one gift at a time. He picks the largest number and sends 314. The ones that can only be delivered one at a time. He taps 10 times in a row for a 10-pack. This wave came down and swiped several million more. Which to Chen Wei. What is this several million? So many gifts. This special effect is so beautiful. Immediately, someone texted on the pop-up. Thank you brother White John Prince. Brother is wonderful. Li Shirshir shouted. There are expensive Shakeology gifts and cheap ones. There are $10,000 plus gifts and there are carnivals that cost $3,000 a pop. There's the $2.888 romantic carriage. And the $1.799 all the way. There are gifts in another place. Chen Wei still has some gifts left to give. He started delivering again. Whitehore Prince delivers Dream Castle. White John Prince sends out romantic carriage. The White John Prince delivers endless romance. White John Prince sends you all the way. Gee, this is a great gift. And this is a great special effect. It's a shame I'm not pretty. If I was, I'd go be an anchor too. Again, some fans are popping in. White John Prince sends for love to set sail. The Whitehore Prince gives away the love of his life. The Whitehore Prince delivers true love forever. Prince White John sends out star roses. The Whitehoring Prince sends out the heartbeat Cupid. Send out the moon over the sea. Give away the fantasy octave. Give away bicycle lovers. The public screen has beautiful gift effects for each gift given. Gee, that's so romantic. Gee, that's cool. OMG. So realistic. OMG. So nerdy and cute. Someone else is commenting again. Chapter 180, you go to PK, you'll win. With this huge wave of gifts bombarding her, Li Shirshir was a bit overwhelmed. This White John Prince is so cute and ho-hum. The special effects produced by these gifts were like Chen Wei had paid for her to put on a grand fireworks show. It was so mind-blowing. The online viewers in the livestream were also amazed by the wave of gifts. With so many gifts, it also drew a lot of people to go into the livestream. Wow, this gift special effect looks good. I watch Carnival every day, and I've seen less of these gifts, and someone has finally swiped these gifts. Yeah, just that fantasy castle. I especially like it. Yes, this dream castle I want to give her too, but it's too expensive. It's $888. I can't afford to give it away. Finally someone else is giving it away. This Whitehoring Prince isn't trying to paint the anchor with the Emperor set, right? What's an Empire set? I don't know yet. This Empire set is all about swiping every gift you can on the Jitterbug platform. An online viewer explained it, and many people then realized what an Imperial set was. Holy crap. So this is the Emperor's set. It's awesome. The main thing is that this anchor is too pretty. A new anchor needs a big brother with so much money. The White John Prince. There is also inside the mystery store. There are also gifts. After you upgrade, you can according to the conditions can be obtained. That special effect is old beautiful. Old handsome. There is also a gift inside called a dragon. That one dragon special effect is even more beautiful. Before there was a system. Chen Wei could only watch other people swipe gifts. And he could only be the Prince of White Johns. Now that he had a system and money, he could brush out gifts one by one that he had never thought of before. And it felt kinda cool. Chen Wei decided to continue with the gifts. White John Prince sends bunny ears, vintage bandana, pinchy face, lots of hot water, loving hugs, bear hat, like a curious baby. Li Shirshir pinched her face for a while and twisted her head to match the various special effects of the gift. After Chen Wei had delivered the interactive gifts, he came back to the mystery shop, which had a little bit of specific gifts, all with some qualifying conditions that needed to be met before they could be unlocked under certain special conditions. Many gifts have recharge thresholds. For example, that Divine Dragon gift with explosive special effects requires a recharge of $30,000 to unlock, as well as the Imperial Dragon Ranger and the Dragon 9 Days. Chen Wei had already filled up almost $10 million, and these gifts had been unlocked long ago. That's a nice special effect. I'll try it on instead. Chen Wei changed himself into a ducal suit, and once he did, he looked very elegant and handsome. Chen Wei took a look at how beautiful he was and started swiping gifts again. Prince Whitejohn sends out the Dragon Ranger. The White John Prince sends a romantic engagement. The Whitehore Prince sends out Subterranean Dragon in the Abyss. The White John Prince sends a promise of roses. Whitehore Prince gives away the dragon for 9 days. The Whitehore Prince gives away the Warlord Legends. These gorgeous gift effects are unrivaled. Plus the background music makes it even more ecstatic. The special effects on these gifts are so awesome and explosive. It's so dignified to swipe them. I've heard that the highest spending level for Shakeology is 75, which is also known as a full level of godliness and requires swiping almost 20 million. Chen Wei is now level 71. Level 75 is close at hand. There are still not many sentimental big brothers who actually swipe money. Chen Wei is ready to be a real emotional big brother for the sake of a beautiful woman. Under some of Chen Wei's money power offense, Li Shishir was once again moved. Chen Wei quickly received a system alert. Li Shishir's intimacy value +5. Li Shishir's intimacy value +6. The intimacy value is now at 71 points. Under Chen Wei's money power offense, Li Shishir's intimacy value kept rising. After all, she is still a school college student, has not seen any big scene, and is still a jitterbug newbie anchor, and is not a professional anchor, purely a random broadcast. I didn't expect this heaven-sent godly hoe, clunking Li Shishir all the way to the ground. Prince White John, would you like to order a song? Sissy Lee asked. White John Prince, not needed. Prince White Whore, hurry up and get to PK. Chen Wei decided that he wanted to take down Li Shishir earlier, so he let her go to PK. Chen Wei has seen those head big anchors fight PK before. It's really exciting and nice to watch. Both sides went back and forth and stumbled. Why do they go to PK fights? It's to make money, to get their online fans to recharge more and swipe more gifts. Some people could receive $10 to $20 million in gifts for one live broadcast. Of course all these gifts came through PKs, allowing those fan-godly heroes to reward them. Just now, Li Shishir played a handful of PKs, and Chen Wei swiped a few carnivals before it was over. It was too meaningless, and the addiction wasn't even over yet. Prince White John, go play PK, don't be afraid, Chen Wei said. Let me play PK? Okay, I'll connect right away. Li Shishir immediately said. Li Shishir usually play PK. There are not many people on the ticket. She does not have many fans. Come in to see is a poor student, or are some poor, which have any money to give her brush gift. Brush a $1 or $2 or more. It's a miracle to meet such a good big brother as Chen Wei during this time. What level of big brother is the White John Prince that comes with a Grand Slam and an Empire set as soon as he's on? Now that brother Shinhao had given the word to play PK, Li Shishir immediately and numbly began to connect. Soon, a small anchor was connected. The two hadn't had each other for more than a few moments before Lissy had lost the other. Chen Wei just swiped 2 or 3 carnivals. King White Whore, you continue to connect the dots. Soon, Li Shishir connected to a big anchor, and there were many people in the other party's live room, tens of thousands of people. Hi, pretty lady, how are you? Can we play a hand? Li Shishir greeted politely. On the opposite side was a beautiful beauty hostess. Where were her fans? There were more than 5 million. Chen Wei used the universal scanner to check the opposite side. The universal scanning system is acquiring information about the other party. Name, Kang Jiejia, age, 26. Height, 170 centimeters. Face value, 74. Stature, 75. Privacy, 100. Intimacy, 20. In passerby status. Chen Wei looked at it, and the real face value was only 74 points, and the body was only 75 points. But with the powerful addition of beauty, the opposite side became a 92 points of great beauty. No wonder she has so many fans. With more than 5 million fans, this universal scanner is a demon spotting mirror, sweeping out any demons and ghosts. Li Shishir's live broadcast, the beauty face is turned on very small, just a little bit of peeling and whitening. For a stunning beauty with a schoolgirl like Li Shishir, the beauty face was turned up. The effect was rather poor and looked strange. Do you have a big brother in your house? The other party immediately spoke up. In the past, there were few big brothers in my live room. Today, Li Shishir immediately spoke up. Before Li Shishir could finish her sentence, the opposite side of the room said, okay, let's close the mic and start. Chapter 181, how about a PK of the century? Sister, we haven't talked about how to punish yet? Li Shishir immediately spoke up. That's it then. Just do 10 squats for the loser. The other party said immediately. Okay then, let's start closing the mic. Li Shishir agreed. For this PK, the girls chose a 5-minute duration. Usually PKs between anchors are like this, and you can play dozens of PKs a day without knowing it. What about playing PK actually is the PK where the anchor bends over to pick up the money. This will allow a number of list 1 big brother, list 2 big brother, and online viewers to send gifts. Chen Wei has also started giving gifts. Prince Whitejohn sends Carnival X1. The first gift Chen Wei gave was Carnival. He spent $3,000 and the blood bar above the PK value turned into 60,000 votes. When you first start piking, the first gift given doubles the blood bar score. The second gift can't be doubled. Soon after, the opposite side's rank 1 big brother also sent out a Carnival. Both sides were at 60,000 votes now. Chen Wei was not to be outdone. Prince Whitejohn gives away Private Jet X1. Prince Whitejohn sends out Jitterbug 1 by 1. Where did he know that the opposite side of the list 1 big brother didn't want to lose either, and also immediately swiped a gift? What Chen Wei sends as a gift, the opposite side also sends as a gift. The two fought to a standstill. Soon. It's going to be 5 minutes. In the last few seconds, Chen Wei swiped a special gift. Flying Dragon. PK wins. In the end, the opponent couldn't brush this flying dragon in the sky anymore. And it was already time. Chen Wei had finally gotten a solid win this time. Li Shishir immediately said a little, "Thank you brother for the gift. Thank you brother for the airplane. Thank you brother for the flying dragon in the sky. We won. Brother Whitehore Prince is fantastic. Love you." Li Shishir felt happy when she was being guarded. Although he didn't know exactly what kind of person the White John Prince was, the good feeling towards him in his own heart was already growing little by little. Favorability increased. Intimacy increased. And she popped up with, "I love you yo." The opposite beauty queen quickly did her punishment. She started doing 10 deep squats. The opposite side quickly did 10 squats. Opposite the anchors list, one big brother suddenly quit. Rain God, Prince Whitehore. How about we have a PK of the century? Opposite list, a big brother said something about it. Chen Wei thought for a moment. Come on. Anyway, he has the money. He is not sure how to take Li Shishir. Is it not that he wants to sleep and needs a pillow? Chen Wei other no. But brush gifts unrestrained Prince White John, okay. Hit the cell phone PK. Prince White John, how do you decide to win? The Rain God answered quickly. Rain God, whoever has the most gifts in an hour wins. Prince White John, no problem. Yes. Prince White John, Psyche. Restart even the beautiful anchor woman from earlier. Now. Swipe your own gift for unlimited swipes. And you have to get Century PK up and running. Previously, Chen Wei has seen those anchors playing Century PK. Looks particularly cool. The live room of the carnival fireworks rain, floating non-stop. Now that Chen Wei has a system, he still doesn't PK fight. The female anchor that you support is going to take the #1 spot on the all jitterbug top 100 list. #1 on the popularity list, that would be awesome. Li Shishir immediately said, "Okay, big brother Whitehore Prince. I'll go to Century PK in a minute. Isn't it like those big anchors to talk with gusto? Brother, I'll act it out first. See if I look like I'm learning?" Opposite Miss Anchor. Do you have a ticket? I'm not going to play the game without a ticket. So I'll let you show your strength first. Okay. If you say yes, then I'll count to 3. And you guys start brushing. 321. Portia. 321. Carnival. 321. Jitterbug 1. 321. Airplane. Lish made a show of shouting a few times. Prince Whitejohn, this one can be. Well acted. I can beat the crap out of my opponent. The beautiful anchor woman on the other side of the room got a little angry. Fine. Come on. Soon. An online viewer spoke up. Ha ha ha. That's so funny. Wait. There's the PK battle of the century to watch soon. Anchor, you're pretty and have good acting skills. Why don't you go into theater? You can definitely become a top-notch star. Right. This kind of century PK is only interesting. Big brother Pungjiai's thoughts coincide with mine. And it's true that the heroes share the same opinion. Laughing, you've only spent a few dollars. Your spending level is only 6. And you're talking about heroes. The opposite side of the rain god heard after also angry. He immediately ready to invite a few other rich big brother. The strength of many people. He decided to white whoring Prince dry down. Don't steam your buns to get your breath back. Li Shishir immediately quit PK. And then reconnected to the other side. The other side picked up the peak right away. Chen Wei immediately charged $20 million into it. He thought for a moment. Rely on yourself to take down Sissy Lee tonight. And after you take down Sissy Lee, see what gifts you can swipe. You must have swiped more than $20 million in gifts yourself. PK officially begins. Right off the bat, Chen Wei came in with a shake 1, and then kept on giving it away. Prince Whitejohn sends out Jitterbug 1 by 1. The Whitehore Prince sends out Carnival X1. The Whitehore Prince sends out a Romantic Carriage X1, but there was no movement on the other side for half a day. Immediately, someone said something. Big brother list 1. Isn't it true that you've brushed too much? The opposite side hasn't moved in half a day. You're wasting it. Hurry up. There are still add-ons now. When there's a bonus, you can double your gift. Maybe, this opposite big brother of list 1 escaped. Say what you will. Just at this time, the opposite side on a piercing arrow, together with some other gifts. This time there is a bonus. A total of more than 30,000 votes out of the fight. Now, Li Shishir's popularity in the live broadcast room was also getting stronger. There were over 10,000 online viewers now. There were a lot of dudes and dudettes in the live room, and they all gave small gifts of 10 cents. Weishobu sends out small diamonds X1. Super Cutie sends out small diamonds X4. Beauty Lu sends out small diamonds X6. Chowda Wang sends small diamonds X20. Great. Chen Wei wasn't the only one fighting now. Many online fans had sent their own little gifts. They were going to fight side by side with Chen Wei. When Li Shishir saw these gifts, she was also very happy and touched. After all, gifts are light. A dime is love. Thank you big brother Wei Xiaobao. Love you yo. Thanks. Thanks for the super cutie gift. I hope you get cuter and richer. Thank you for the gift. Mrs. Lu, I hope you get prettier and prettier. Thanks for the gift from Chao Duong. I hope you have hundreds and hundreds of billions like the real Chao Duong. Seeing so many people following his charge, Chen Wei definitely had to show his leading brother's demeanor. Whitehore Prince gives away Carnival X10. Prince Whitejohn sends Carnival X20. Straight away, he add 20 Carnival. And with the 1.5x bonus, the blood bar immediately got 900,000 more votes, and dried out the opposite side of the blood bar. Chapter 182 put 100,000 plus big anchors in seconds. 900,000 plus votes to 30,000 plus is just crushing. 666. 20 Carnival straight up. The Whitehore Prince is so crazy. I'm impressed. It's like a cannon hitting a mosquito. They're only a cloud-piercing arrow. A lot of online viewers are talking. The rain god across the street saw it too. He said something dark in his mind. What has Li Shishir got to be a powerful list one big brother? She only has 20,000 to 30,000 followers. I'm the one with the power. I'm the one hitting mosquitoes with a cannon. Chen Wei finished brushing 20 carnivals and also entered the opposite live room to see if there was anything good to watch. As soon as Chen Wei entered the opposite side's live room, the opposite side's anchor saw the reminder of Chen Wei's entry. The anchor across the room said something right away. Welcome Duke Whitehore Prince. The big brother across the street came over right. Prince Whitehore big brother can give a little medical expenses brothers and sisters. Any shots? What's the big deal about 20 carnivals? We can definitely crush them. Rain God gives away Carnival X10. Brother Rain God has struck again. And this big brother is still very powerful, giving away 10 carnivals in one go. Rain God sends Carnival X20. Arab Prince gives away Carnival X10. Arabian Prince sends Carnival X20. Soon, the opposite side's blood bar came up and had surpassed Li Shishir's. Brother, hurry up Carnival. Li Shishir shouted. She was aware of Prince Whitehorish's strength. And Prince Whitehorish was her gaijin. Prince Whitehore's brother could have swiped a lot of gifts for her. Whitehore Prince gives away Carnival X10. Facing the opposite 100,000 plus big anchors, Chen Wei is also not afraid at all. He directly on the 10 Carnival. And now on the 300,000 blood now. Asterisk. This prince brother is too powerful. I want to recognize him as my righteous father above. Receive my child's worship. 6,666. 10 more Huazi brothers. You're too powerful. This is something to watch. Fei randomly fielded and connected to a small 18th tier anchor, and was beaten by all 10 of her opponent's carnivals. Seeing the 10 carnivals given out by the Whitehore Prince, the fans in Fei's live room were very surprised. What's that? 30 carnivals given away at once? Which one are you? Brother, did you swipe the wrong live room? You should know that this beautiful anchor only has over 30,000 followers. There's a super goddess across the street. I'm going. A word brother on 30 carnival. This I will also Brother, good brother, bad brother. You come to my live room to see me Fei followed suit and said, brother, hurry up carnival. All of you, get your asses together. It's not that far off. Scattered ticket brigade together give me chase. 100,000 plus live room. Everyone casually came to some loose votes are enough. A moment. They caught up with the votes. Hit more than 300,000 votes, but instead exceeded Li Shishir. After the opposite side caught up, Chen Wei sent out another 10 carnival. Whitehore Prince gives away Carnival X10. Chen Wei felt that he couldn't go on too much, and that he had to let the opposite side see the hope of winning. Otherwise, on 100 carnival to get up, the opposite live room loose tickets or no one will go on, to lead the other side by the nose. As soon as she saw that the opposite side had overtaken her, Phil immediately spoke up. Is there an older brother or sister at home in our family? Can you support the sister? This 100,000 plus lost to a nameless little sister. Then we will really lose face. Let's go. Our ranking 1 big brother is mighty. Our ranking 2 big brother is mighty. To show your strength, Fei shouted a lot. Soon someone was giving gifts. Mitsuwa Amikami gives away Carnival X1. Miss Nishiko is giving away Carnival X6. With you in mind giving away a Fiesta X6. Rain God gives away a Carnival X10. Phil's live room is still very much ticketed. After all, it is a big multi-million anchor. This is not all at once, shouting out several carnivals. Soon, Faye's boyfriend came to brush up on the carnival as well. Thank you, Mitsuha Amikami. Thank you Nishiko-sama. Thankful to have you in my heart big brother. Thank you big brother Pungwon. Big brother Rain God. Is there a big brother passing by? Give me a chase. I don't want to lose this hand. I want to see the sister across the street dance. Our Feija army is the best. Phil's side of the various gifts of the full. All kinds of special effects full. Everyone together to send. Together to fight to catch up. Eyes caught up and quickly passed. On her side, Lee Shirshir is still more than mediocre, as she didn't canvas at all, because there are powerful big brothers over here. On her side, she just needs to thank for the small gifts. Driven by Chen Wei. Many water friends followed Chen Wei on the ticket. Small stars, lollipops, sunglasses, small diamonds, and beer still brushed a lot. There were also a lot of swipes from the brothers who snagged the red packets at the blessing bag. Water friends follow the footsteps of the White Whore Prince. And 100,000 plus big anchors to play PK, or very watchable. Everyone initially thought that Lee Shirshir's side of the list 1 big brother was not much strength. Where did they know that Lee Shirshir's list 1 big brother could fight against 5? Fight against 6. With 1 brother White Whorish Prince. The opposite side's firepower is a bit fierce. He's already catching up. We should defend the tower, or else they'll steal it in a while. That's right. Big brother Pungwon. Big brother White Whore Prince. It's your turn to make a move. The scattered ticket brigade is out of bullets. Call big brother Pungwon to guard the tower. Don't let our beautiful poetry anchor be punished. Hey, hey, hey. This side of the list 1 big brother is really powerful. This fight is really cool. 100,000 plus can't beat Prince White Whore. Too much face. Prince White Whorish is the real godly big brother. Chen Wei in the last minute or two. No more hiding. When it was time to guard the tower, he quickly powered up. White Whore Prince gives away Carnival X10. Prince Whitejohn sends Carnival X20. Big brother Pungjai over there was not far behind after seeing it. Rain God gives away Carnival X10. Rain God sends Carnival X20. Prince Whitejohn sends Carnival X50. Rain God gives away Carnival X50. Prince Whitejohn sends Carnival X55. Rain God gives away Carnival X55. The public screen is full of carnival effects. It's really beautiful. Very beautiful. Lee Shirshir's PK value is the first to reach 2,000,000, and she wins outright. The lines quickly appeared on the public screen. Chen Wei swiped the carnival until he reached 2 million votes, and then he won outright. Rain God. That side of the chess game is missing a trick. He also didn't expect the White Whore Prince to be so fiery. In a normal PK match, there is a cap on the number of votes, and a handful of PKs can only be swiped up to a maximum of 2 million votes. Whichever side reaches 2 million votes first wins outright. The Rain God also wanted to keep brushing, but with limited bullets in hand, he couldn't. Faye was still impassionedly pulling votes when suddenly the public screen showed, PK failed. What? I lost here? The big brother across the street just straight up seconded me? Chapter 183, I just met you. Big brother you're hitting Faye too hard. Is my sister worth the 2 million votes you swiped to me? The blood bars are all add up for you, Fayer said in the live broadcast. Thank you big brother Pungwon for the carnival. Big brother Pungwon is so mighty. Prince White Whore is mighty and dominant. Prince White Whore is #1 in the world. Lee Shirshir shouted. Lee Shirshir intimacy value +5. Indeed, Chen Wei was like her gaijin, becoming that great god who guarded her. Just now the carnival rain came down strong and crushed 100,000 plus big anchors, which is really cool. Someone quickly said something about it. Prince White Whore is mighty and domineering. Prince White Whore is the best in the world. The prince is in. No surprises. The White Whore Prince is so awesome. He directly seconds Faye. Congratulations to Prince Whitejohn for upgrading again. This upgrade speed is too fast. It's like riding a rocket. We'll have to do it until level 74 tonight. I may have to work my way up to level 75 tonight, but I've been watching since I started at level 1 of the White Whore Prince. I witnessed the birth of a godly man. I've also been watching since Prince Whitejohn level 1, and Prince Whitejohn really has the power. A lot of waterbenders were posting pop-ups. After Sissy Lee won this PK, she had Faye from across the room perform a show and sing a song. At this time, Chen Wei also entered Faye's live room and sent a few carnivals as medical expenses. After all, he himself also followed Faye. People 100,000 plus anchors. She accompanied Lee Shirshir to play a hand, played a PK. The White Whore Prince is giving away Carnival X1 on Faye's livestream. Prince Whitejohn on Faye's live has given away Carnival X6. Chen Wei went straight to Faye with 6 carnivals. Welcome my White Whoring Prince big brother. White Whoring Prince big brother parachuted into Faye's live room and gave away 6 sexy carnivals. Brother Prince, you finally came to see Faye. Faye waited very hard. It's really hard to live this broadcast without brother. Thank me, big brother Prince. Everyone type out thank you Prince to me on the public screen. Let Prince feel the passion of our live room. Brother Prince, don't worry. We'll definitely put the arrangements in place for you. Come on. All the family members in the live broadcast room. Give some attention to the beautiful sister of anchor Lee Shirshir across the street. Big brother Prince gave a brush of 6 carnivals. We can't be bad. How many fans? 20,000 fans. Not enough. Keep it up. Get it up to 30,000 fans. With Fair mobilizing, Lee Shirshir's fans have risen to more than 50,000 fans. The fans of Fair's family were still very obedient. Plus Sissy Lee is very pretty too. White Johns, next time we get a chance, we'll play again. Okay, brother Prince, don't worry, as long as I'm online, you can contact me anytime. Big brother Prince, come sit in Fair's live room often when you have time. Come and have fun. The White Whore Prince sends the flying dragon to the sky. Chen Wei gave Fair another divine dragon after he left. The beautiful purple and red gift effects shocked the live broadcast room. The 6 carnivals just now are medical expenses. This is an expression of Chen Wei's recognition of Fair. It does feel better to play PK with a 100k10 live. When the opposite anchor shouted, Lee Shirshir's fans increased by tens of thousands. Chen Wei quickly exited this live broadcast. After connecting with Faye, Lee Shirshir connected with a few more random ones. However, none of them encountered a very big anchor. When people's big anchors are randomly playing the field, there are so many anchors in the broadcast room that everyone could be connected. So the probability of you being connected is very low. It's already lucky to be able to connect to a Faye. It's as hard as climbing up to the sky to connect to another big anchor. I didn't get a chance to connect it a couple times, so I don't anymore, and it's a pain in the ass to keep going to it. So, Lee Shirshir and the fans in the live stream started chatting to pass the time. Anchor, how tall are you? I'm 1.71 ya. Lee Shirshir immediately said. Anchor, what did you grow up eating? I grew up on cuties. Lissy answered again. Anchor, why are you so beautiful? Because I'm naturally beautiful and I have good genes. Lee Shirshir said. Anchor, what kind of boys do you like? I can't say about that one. I'm more of a feeler I guess. Lee Shirshir said a little more. White John, can you sing? Brother Prince. Of course I can. I'm a minor in acting. I can sing, dance, and I play the piano. Brother Prince, what song would you like to hear? I'll sing it to you right away. White Whore Prince, sing Fei Wong's Because of Love. Chen Wei thought that Fei Wong's Because of Love song was really nice and airy and spooky, so he immediately sent out this pop-up. Brother Prince, because of the song Love, I can sing. Brother Prince, wait a moment, I'll find a backing track. I don't have a sound card for my live broadcast. I'll just sing. Don't blame me if I don't sing well. Lee Shirshir also quickly found an accompaniment, and she hummed softly along with it. Here's a CD from the past. Listen to our love then. Sometimes I suddenly forget that I'm still in love with you. I can't sing like that anymore. You'll blush when you hear it. Although I often forget that I still love you. Because love doesn't grieve easily. That's why everything is happy. Because love simply grows. I'm still ready to go crazy for you. Because how can there be vicissitudes of love? That's why we're still young. Because love is in that place. As soon as she sang, Lee Shirshir's voice changed. It really kind of sounded like Fei Wong's singing voice. Lee Shirshir did study music, and had a good grasp of rhythm, an okay grasp of pitch, and a very beautiful tone. It's like you can get your ears pregnant when you listen to it. There's no sound card, but the sound is really good. Chen Wei lay on the sofa, listening to Lee Shirshir's song. More and more, he found Lee Shirshir adorable and stunning. Before there was a system, a goddess like Lee Shirshir would not dare to approach Chen Wei. This kind of school flower level beauty was something he couldn't even think of before. How many excellent competitors would he have to face? How good it was now that he had a system. And the schoolgirl directly took the initiative to sing a love song to himself, because Chen Wei immediately sent a pop-up. White Whore Prince, nice. The Prince of White Johns has such a good eye for finding such a treasure anchor woman. After singing this song, Sissy Lee came to feel like continuing a song. Brother Prince, I want to sing you another song. It's my best, my favorite. This song is I Just Happened to Meet You. Lee Shirshir said and immediately found the accompaniment and sang. Because I just met you. It's beautiful when you leave a trail. Lit. Windblown flowers shed tears like rain. Because I don't want to be separated. Because I just met you. Leaving behind a decade of promise. If we meet again, I think I'll remember you. We cried. We're laughing. Chapter 184, Preparing for the PK of the Century. Sissy Lee was getting into the mood and started to sing deeply. It's so good. Singing so vocally in such a simple setting. Sissy Lee is still very good at what she does. If Lee Shirshir had a sound card or something like that, she would have sung much better. The song that Sissy Lee sings is a song released by Lee Yigang in 16. Once released, the song quickly became a hit all over China. Chen Wei also loved this song and used to listen to it non-stop one night. White Whore Prince, it's a good song. As a reward gift, the White Whore Prince sends a piercing arrow x10. White John Prince sends thumping x10. Prince White John sends star rose x10. Li Shishir's singing kept on going, and Chen Wei's gifts kept on going. He kept giving out all sorts of gifts, and the public screen kept flashing beautiful purple and red special effects. It doesn't seem to cost anything to swipe a gift. It's only when you're rich that you can do whatever you want. It's really a godly man. So romantic. Can $1,000 buy a smile? Thank you, brother Prince, for so many gifts. This is the happiest day I've ever had as an anchor. Brother Prince is too powerful and domineering. Li Shishir shouted a few words. Can an anchor not be happy? Can you not be happy? There are so many beautiful women on Shake Shack. How many of them are treated like this? Many female anchors work hard to broadcast for 10 hours and earn only about $100, and some not even that much. There are also some beautiful hostesses who have received large gifts and have paid a great deal accordingly. There are few people who can swipe gifts as lavishly as Chen Wei. With the added power of Chen Wei's banknote ability, Li Shishir's live room quickly became the first in the Shake 100 list. It is now 9:0010:00 p.m., which is the prime time of the live broadcasting room. And many anchors are live broadcasting, all grabbing the first place in the top 100 list. These gifts are money, and everyone wants to get the most of it. However, so far, no one had swiped out more gifts than Chen Wei, and Li Shishir was still firmly at the top of the top 100 list. Because she reached the first place in the top 100 list, a lot of melon-eating water friends came into Li Shishir's live room. Chinese people just love to get together, and wherever there's a lot of action, there's a lot of people. Hey, the new anchor did it straight to number 1 on the top 100 list? Hey, it's UPK, did you make Faye's sister cry? Hey, I heard that there are godly men in this live room, so I've come to take a look. Prince White John, you're not running the guild, are you? If so, it's no fun. This god ho is also too rich. You've been on so many carnivals and swiped so many gifts. Anchor, won't you play a big PK again? Let us have a look. Can we fight the big anchors again? So that big brother list one can beat them in seconds. A lot of people started to fight the white whoring prince. They all wanted to take a look at the godly hero, and wanted to see the godly hero brush Kiowa's tempest with their own eyes. Chen Wei also had the exact same intention, and he planned to let Li Shishir make a big deal out of it. However, neither of them knew any big anchors, and they couldn't connect to a big anchor even if they wanted to fight. He was right in the middle of this dilemma when Faye connected again. Brother Prince, that Faye linked me again. Should I answer it? Chen Wei immediately returned it. White John Prince, pick up right now. Okay, Brother Prince, I'll take it. Li Shishir immediately said. Li Shishir quickly picked up the connection. This time it turned into a 4-person bureau. Besides Faye, there are 2 very big anchors. One is Tang Yi, one is Shu Ting. Both of them are 100,000 plus live streamers, the internet's celebrities. This Tang Yi, as well as Shu Ting and Faye are all from Hunan, and on the internet, they have a title, called Xiang San Mei. Chen Wei had sometimes seen the 3 of them live, and was considered an old acquaintance. Xiang San Mei 3 anchors in the same frame, so that the effect of the program is really pulled full. Live room constantly into the people. Crazy inhalation of traffic. If it wasn't for Chen Wei, Li Shishir definitely wouldn't have been able to enter this PK round. Just now, Chen Wei gave the medical expenses directly brushed 6 carnival. Faye surely know to hurry to hold the fire. See if Chen Wei can become their own list of 1 or 2 big brother. Hello, Faye, Tang Yi, Shu Ting 3 sisters. Li Shishir greeted Xiang Sanmei politely. The people were dragged in by Faye, who introduced the 2 men first. This is Sister Tang Yi. This is Shouting's sister. The reason why Faye pulled Li Shishir in was actually because she wanted to pull Chen Wei, a godly man, over. This is not the case. A few people in the same frame connected, fans scurrying upward to increase. The fans were talking about a fight, a PK of the century, and one of the 3 was just missing, so they came up with this White Whore Prince. The original list 1 big brother in the live room is not there. It does not matter. Find a teammate with a ticket. White John Prince has a ticket. It is not the same as their own ticket? This Phil is still very level-headed. We were looking for a PK of the century, and it's 3 short of 1, so we dragged you in. In a while, I'll team up with you, Tang Yi and Shu Ting in a group. What do you think? Faye spoke up. Faye's wishful thinking is clear and clear. It is not just right. Chen Wei is worried that there is no place to play, to fight this century PK. I like it. Chen Wei thought for a moment. he got on and posted pop-ups. White John, Psyche. You agree. As soon as Lee Shirshir saw that her rank 1 big brother had agreed, she immediately said, I agree. I have no opinion. Once he heard that Fair was going to be grouped with Lee Shirshir, Tang Yi quickly discovered some mysteries. Sister Fair, you're being a bit disrespectful. Isn't Sister Shirshir number 1 on the top 100 list? I see that her big brother has swiped a lot of votes. Sister shooting and I don't have many votes. How do you think this is going to play out? Number 1 on the top 100 list. I'm going to take a look. I'll go. It's really number 1 on the top 100 list. There's no way to fight this PK. Sisters and brothers. Sister Shu Ting said this as well. Tang Yi and Shu Ting's sister protested, but it was no use. The people were dragged in by Fair, and the two of them didn't know Lee Shirshir. But it doesn't matter. As long as someone upvotes them, they can split the money. Anyway, playing PK is just giving them money. It doesn't matter if you get beat up. You lose. It doesn't matter. What does it matter if you get beat up as long as you make more money? Alright. You two, don't dilly-dally. I don't know if you have tickets or not. Let's just close the mic and start the fight. Fair immediately said. Okay, the Battle of Siang Sanmei will now begin. PK match officially begins. 15-minute no-limit bout begins. This mega-designed PK is all about the 15-minute uncapped mode. Uncapped means you can't spike it anymore. It's not 2 million votes anymore. You can just swipe as many votes as you want. In fact, the only ones who swipe are the cuties. The anchors can't wait for you to hurry up and swipe the votes. Now, Fair and Lee Shirshir were in a group and were the red side. Tang Yi and Shu Ting were in a group and were the blue side. We'll see who the deer is. Chapter 185. It's raining carnival fireworks. The Battle of Shangmei. Charge. Sisters, brothers, do it boldly. Someone shouted. It's going to be a great night. Ha ha ha. And it's going to be fair. Fair organized this game. This game is so interesting. All three are big anchors. It's great. Heartfelt Faye. Got the thighs alright. I just went to that livestream and heard that hundreds of carnivals were swiped. Thousands of carnivals. Nobody's a cutie. It's not a sure thing. After all that brushing, and probably out of bullets, I guess there's a chance for both. In Lee Shirshir's live room, each of the three big anchors split a little bit of people into her live room. There were 30, 000 to 40, 000 more people in Lee Shirshir's live room all of a sudden. And many of them were carrying the three families fan light tags. Soon, all sorts of pop-ups went crazy. All of them were dominated by these people, saying everything. Welcome, everyone, welcome to the show. Thank you all for the gifts. And thank you for your attention. Lish spoke up. These new fans are still very enthusiastic, adding up to a lot of loose votes. 5, 000 or 6, 000 I think. On the public screen of Lee Shirshir's live broadcast, many small stars appeared, many big beers, and lollipops, and people sent roses. The White Whore Prince sends a bonus of 20, 000 jitterbucks. The White Whore Prince sends a bonus of 20, 000 jitterbucks. The White Whore Prince sends a bonus of 20, 000 jitterbucks. The White Whore Prince gives out 19, 999 jitterbucks in bonus packages. Seeing so many people in the live broadcast, Chenwei sent dozens of red packets in the live broadcast. Each red packet has $200. These red envelopes can be claimed immediately. No need to wait for a few minutes. Prince Whitejohn, everyone go grab the red envelopes. And when you've grabbed them, swipe gifts for your favorite anchors. After sending out red envelopes, Chenwei sent out red envelopes again. The White Whore Prince sends a bonus of 20, 000 jitterbucks. The White Whore Prince sends a bonus of 20, 000 jitterbucks. The White Whore Prince sends a bonus of 20, 000 jitterbucks. The White Whore Prince gives out 19, 999 jitterbucks in bonus packages. Some people were very lucky and snagged a $120 piercing arrow outright. A less lucky waterman can also grab a few dozen jitterbugs. As long as you have a fast internet connection, you won't have a problem grabbing hundreds of shake coins. Asterisk. It turns out that there really are godly men here. So many red envelopes. I can't grab them. I've sent hundreds of thousands of them. I love you. Big brother. 666. Thanks to brother Prince. I grabbed a lot of great beer. I love you. Ha ha ha. I grabbed 100 jittery coins too. Thanks to Prince Whitejohn. Thanks to the gods. I just grabbed a Porsche. I'll brush up to this live feed later. Most of the fans who grabbed the gifts and went back to their anchor's live room swiped them out. Anyway, everyone mains a companion. Grab as many jitterbugs as you can and swipe them out. In every live room, loose tickets abounded, and little gift boxes swiped the screen. Small beers, roses, and lollipops. My beautiful hostess, I grabbed the gift next door and came back to brush it for you. Are you touched? I swiped a gift for you. I grabbed the red packet over there. That gift can be grabbed in seconds. That one is really godly. There might be $100,000 red packet sent. No wonder. No wonder. Thayer wants to pull a budding anchor and group with her. So there's a white whoring prince there. A godly man. This prince of white Johns. What kind of god is he? How can he be so rich? How come I've never seen him before? How come such a rich big brother suddenly appeared? Bolstered by some big brother gifts and gifts from the loose ticket brigade, Blue reached over 1 million votes. It shows that Tang Yi and Shu Ting really do have a lot of big brothers. And the red side of the ticket is a little bit behind. Only a little over 500,000 votes. Most of which were from Faye's livestream. And the White Whore Prince's side hasn't even made a move yet. This time, Thayer and Li Shirshir's fans got anxious. They all began to swipe their screens, calling for the White Whoring Prince to make a move. White Whoring Prince Big Brother. Prince Big Brother. Don't send out red packets. Hurry up and get on the ticket. The opposite side has long since crushed us. We're being crushed by them. Brother Prince, hurry up and make a move to save Thayer. Without you, Thayer won't make it. Yeah, we're too far behind on the red side. Brother Prince, all my jittery coins are cleared. It's up to you to come out for the finale. Thayer and her fans were anxious. Only Li Shirshir was not. This was because Li Shirshir knew that Chen Wei would definitely make a move. Don't worry everyone. We're sure to win. With the prince, no surprises. I'm still worried. Brother Prince, the audition time is up. Should we fight? If we don't fight, we might not be able to catch up with them. Yes, Brother Prince, hurry up and make a move. Chen Wei also saw these. White Whore Prince gives away Carnival X10. Prince Whitejohn sends Carnival X20. Prince Whitejohn sends Carnival X50. Prince Whitehorse sends Carnival X100. Chen Wei struck out. If you don't strike, you don't strike. And when you do, it's a fatal blow. Soon someone said, he's coming, he's coming. Chen Wei came down miraculously like a god with a sky full of carnival fireworks raining down on him. Carnival special effects swipe like crazy in Carnival's 100 hit streak. Sissy Lee's live stream instantly went up to 100,000 plus followers. That's because most of the people from the other 3 live streams had run over here to see the fun. The God Ho has struck. The man of godlike existence. He's coming. He's coming. 100 carnival effects kept floating by in the live room. The live room was especially beautiful. A carnival counts 5 times the markup and becomes 45,000 votes straight away. Red's vote count immediately reached 5 million votes. Why are there so many people in Li Shirshir's live broadcast room anymore? Because people like to rub the lively especially when there is a divine hero out. Watching the carnival streak, it feels especially cool and comfortable. Water friends look comfortable. And the happiest is definitely Li Shirshir others only dry watching the part. And Li Shirshir is directly taking these carnivals into her own pocket. And this screen full of carnivals is a screen full of money. Thank you, Brother Prince, for the carnival fireworks rain. My goodness. No, enough is enough. Brother Prince, stop. There's so much. Li Shirshir shouted a few words. Chen Wei decided to up the ante. He's brushing up on the carnival again. White Whore Prince gives away Carnival X10. Prince Whitejohn sends Carnival X20. Prince Whitejohn sends Carnival X50. Prince Whitehorse sends Carnival X100. Soon, this brought the PK to its peak. Red has reached 8 million votes. The atmosphere is just blowing up. Chapter 186, 13 million versus 5 million. Okay, brother, no more. It's too much. Brother, stop it. This big brother is too handsome. Li Shirshir was in too excited a mood. Is Chen Wei the guardian angel sent to her from heaven? It's only been a few minutes, so I've swiped 600,000 yuan of gifts. And after deducting the platform's handling fee, Li Shirshir has earned 300,000 yuan. Make $300,000 in 3 minutes. What kind of concept is that? The money printing machine probably can't even keep up with that. The first 2 times, Chen Wei gave a wave of pavilions, brushed so many new gifts, and had so many good-looking special effects that made Li Shirshir feel that this man was too romantic and sentimental. And now, Chen Wei took Li Shirshir to play PK and directly swiped 200 carnival to guard her. This prince brother is so handsome and dominant. Is this what is known as the strength of a godly man? Is this a guardian sent to her by God? Or was it a guardian sent to her by God? I'll go. Straight up dry 200 carnivals. Brother Prince, you're amazing. 600,000 yuan is gone. 666. There are still upvotes like this? Is this one a public operating number? Only a public operating number would swipe money like this. Anyway, so the money would pour back into his pocket. I guess PKs like this are negotiated scripts. These could be full of setups. Prince Whitehore is so fierce. I feel like 200 carnivals isn't his limit. it just has the feeling of coming to an abrupt end. However, a Carnival 200 streak is really very dignified. He's really a tycoon. It's really a godly tycoon. White John Prince, righteous father on top. I am your long-lost son. My micro-signal is. The public screen said everything. Seeing that the Whitehore Prince's side had violently swiped 200 carnivals at once, and now had over 8 million votes, Faye looked confused. It wasn't just fair, even Tang Yi and Shu Ting on the opposite side looked confused. This scene was too scary. Brushing the carnival as if it didn't cost anything. Several of their anchors usually play PK, but often brush to play to more than 1 million votes, but that is several big brothers together brush out. You brush a few carnival. I brush a few carnival. The power of many people is big. Anchors need to work very hard to canvass for votes, and they don't always get that many votes with smoke coming out of their throats. That's a horrible thing to do, to have 200 carnivals and already swipe 8 or 9 million votes. Not even a level 75 godly man would brush like that. However, by this time, Chen Wei had also reached level 74. What's the situation? How did it dry up to more than 8 million votes all of a sudden? This is to the death. Did my prince brother make a move? It's so awesome. A handful of PK swipes out so many gifts, more than I have in a month. Prince brother, come and see Fair. Fair can't do without you. This 100,000 plus live room. Big gifts are not. Directly pull down your GDP. I and you are also a family. Fair shouted a little. Brothers and sisters, let's get on it too. Let's have some dignity votes, shall we? We're 100,000 plus. One person with the means to swipe a lollipop, and a bottle of beer if you're in a better position to do so. Let's get to 2 million too. Faye shouted again. Faye became a little envious and jealous in her heart, and began to desperately shout for votes. If she didn't shout for votes, it would be a loss of face. You can't let others see that you appear to be worse than Li Shishir, right? It's just a little bit worse. It can't be too much worse. At this time, the brigade of loose votes in Tang Yi's live room was still upvoting. Her ranking 1 big brother and ranking 2 big brother were also brushing up on the carnival. List 3 big brother, list 4 big brother also keeps brushing up on carnival. Don 1's top 1 big brother, the Trinity Hotel, also came over to support the 35 carnival. Thank you for the Triad restaurant. Triad restaurant. Only for dinner. I only love your house. If people are hungry, if they go to eat, they go to Triad restaurant. Dawn, I shouted a little. There were quite a few upvotes in Shouting's live room. She also had a few high-ranking big brothers in her live room, the least of which is level 50. A couple of list 1, list 2, list 3 big brothers aren't constantly brushing up on carnival either. Together, the two men's big brothers still can't be underestimated in terms of fighting power, adding up to more than 5 million votes. If there's still a big brother on the list to steal the tower, we might even win. However, it takes a lot of money to spend, depending on whether or not Big Brother is willing to do so. 15 minutes of park and it's almost time for the last segment that can be added. There's 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. It's now 5 million votes to 5 million. It was still a bit difficult for Tang Yi and Shu Ting to catch up with Fair and Li Shishir and the girls. Chen Wei felt that he still had to pay attention to it. If he was stolen from the tower it still wouldn't work. PK if he lost, it would be more than worth it. Anyway, you're not even close, so you still need to grab a gift. Whitehore Prince gives away Carnival X10. Prince Whitejohn sends Carnival X50. Prince Whitehore sends Carnival X100. The Whitehore Prince has given away another 100 carnivals. And with the final additions, the total number of votes has surpassed 13 million. Ah, why are you here again? My goodness, why are you here again with 100 carnivals? You're making me cry. God, I'm crying, Tang Yi shouted in the live broadcast. Ouch, it hurts me too. Brother Prince, why are you so hard? Shu Ting also shouted. Brother Prince, don't waste it. We've already won solidly. We were ahead by more than 3 million votes just now, and now we're all ahead by more than 5 million votes. We all have over 13 million votes now. Li Shishir also advised Chen Wei. Realize that 300 carnivals is $900,000. Sissy Lee made $450,000. All night. A new anchor who made $450,000. All in one night. Okay, we won. We won. We took it. Some of the water boys were shouting. Yeah, we PK won. Prince Whitehore. That's awesome. Truly divine. Brother Prince, come brush up in my live room. Brother Prince, I've private messaged you. Come play in my live room sometime. Brother Prince, swipe me 100 carnivals and I'll play with you for a year. Say what you will about the water boys. Chen Wei also looked at the pop-ups. After reading these pop-ups, and after PK's victory, he ran to the other 3 live streams and sent 10 carnivals of medicine for each of them. Prince Whitejohn gives away Carnival X10 on Faye's livestream. The Whitehore Prince gives away Carnival X10 on Donwan's livestream. The Whitehore Prince is giving away Carnival X10 on Scouton's livestream. This big deal. Directly giving away 10 carnivals of medicine. Xiang Sanmei's 3 live broadcasts of hundreds of thousands of people all at thanking the Whitehoring Prince. Chapter 187, 1-3 PK Battle. Thank you Prince Whitehore. Thank you Prince Whitehore. Thank you Prince Whitehore. There are thousands of such pop-ups. In the background, Chen Wei posted a pop-up. Prince Whitejohn, how about pulling me even for a second and I'll tell you something. Looking at the 3 Xiang Sanmei anchors, Chen Wei had a bold idea. Let's see if he can have another PK and single-handedly take on the big brother of the 3 of them. Hearing Chen Wei to connect, Fayer immediately acted. After all, Chen Wei have swiped 1 or 2 dozen carnival for her. Today's light revenue medical expenses have earned a lot. With money, you're the big brother. With money, whatever you say is right. Okay, brother Prince, I'll carry you right up. Fayer immediately said. Brothers, Prince Whitehore is really atmospheric. Every time he comes to Faye's live broadcast, the frame is just 10 carnivals. Who wouldn't love such a big brother? I really hope Prince Whitehore becomes my patron saint. What a blessing it would be for us 3 anchors to be guarded by a Whitejohn Prince. Come on, our young and handsome Whitejohn Prince is already on the mic. If Big Brother Prince has any instructions, Sister Fayer will definitely put them in place for you. Prince Whitejohn sends Carnival X2. Feeling very good about the flattering things Faye said, Chen Wei listened to them and he immediately sent Faye 2 carnivals. Sister Fayer, how about another PK fight? Chen Wei spoke up. You Xiang Sanmei in one group. Sure alone a group. How about I play 1 against 3? In the past, I've been in your live streams. I've seen you guys live. Seeing the 3 of you in the same frame today, I find it quite interesting. And I think I can entertain myself with you. Chen Wei said a bit more. Sure, how do you want to fight? Faye agreed. Anyway, how to play PK is also play. Might as well play some interesting PK. Chen Wei put forward this idea. Also out of the blue. Want to do a big ticket. I've only swiped 400 or 500 carnivals today. Not even 1,000. Originally, he wanted to swipe 10 or $20 million out, but it still seems a bit difficult. This is the time to up the intensity. Add a little extra, and see how well the 3 Shannon Sammies are cohesive. Brother Prince, it's okay, I have no problem. How do you want to play PK? Fayer will definitely play with you. Fayer said a little more. Soon Faye shouted again. Sister Tang Yi, Sister Shu Ting. Big Brother Prince gave the word to fight 1-3. Do you 2 think it's okay? However, in a while, you guys can't drag me down. My big brother is still very powerful. Sister Fayer, whatever you say, let's fight. It just so happens that we're in a group of 3 for a modern-day 3ing battle of Lubu. Tang Yi immediately said. Okay, dry. I'll call my big brother and sister right away for a meeting. Scouton said. Xiang Sanmei all agreed and decided to play this PK. Hunan girls are still very good. They felt that this was a great opportunity to attract traffic. Wait a minute. The live broadcast will definitely go crazy with fans. Soon, there were 600,000 people in the 4 live rooms combined. Come on, Xiang Sanmei, the 3 divas. The 3 divas battle the jitterbug god. Brothers, sisters, do it for me. This unprecedented PK of the century is absolutely wonderful and unparalleled. We absolutely cannot lose. If you miss it today, it will be hard to meet it in the future. All the family members in the live broadcast room share it with me. Continue to get on people. Get on people. Come on, go and break through to 300,000 people for me. 1 minute later, let's officially start the fight. Calling all big brothers and big sisters. Your Fayer needs you. If you don't come, Xiang Sanmei is going to be injured and broken up by them. The 3 big anchors began to seize the time and do the final mobilization. They took advantage of this last minute to give their fans a meeting and do the ideological work. Victory is only possible if we work together. Do all the people pick up the pieces? Chen Wei also returned to Li Shishir's live room, and the 2 of them had a small meeting as well. Psyche, don't turn off their mics in a while. Turn them all on and let everyone listen. It'll be fun for us to know the enemy and know ourselves so we can beat them. Although we are 1-3, but don't worry, I have plenty of bullets. You can just watch me play. The process may be ups and downs, but the result will definitely be a win for us. We are invincible in all attacks and battles. Chen Wei mobilized. It was only at this time that everyone realized. Li Shishir was Chen Wei's tool person. Chen Wei's marionette. Okay, brother, I trust you. In a while, I'll cooperate with you and play however you say. I feel like this PK. It's quite interesting. And I want to participate. I want to fight alongside you. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Shishir even raised her small fist. In fact, everyone is competitive. Okay, sure. Feel free to play. And let's work together to take down Xiang Sanmei. Also, brothers and sisters in the live room. Everyone with a loose ticket. On a loose ticket. Without a loose ticket. To see a hilarious. And don't bring those useless rhythms. We are just a handful of entertainment. Playing for fun. If you have money, take a money shot. If you don't, take a personal shot. Okay, I'm getting off the mic. I'm going to give my brothers, my sisters, a bonus right now. And it's all in the hands. Everyone. Chenwei quickly gave out a few red packets. Prince Whitejohn gives out 20,000 jitterbucks worth of red packets x 10. Prince Whitejohn sends out red packets worth 20,000 jitterbucks x 20. These red packets can be grabbed in seconds. And if you're lucky, you can grab a lot of them. Soon, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were non-stop. And the screen was full of Prince's Big Brother atmosphere. Thanks to Prince's brother's red envelope. A minute later, under Faye's hosting, this super exciting peak of the century officially began. Brothers, sisters, give it to me. Swear to defend Xiang Sanmei's honor to the death. All give me charge. Scattered vote brigade first. List 1, list 2, Big Brother brush carnival. Shake 1. Wait a bit when there is an addition to brush. Don't brush too early. When there's a bonus, all the big brothers and sisters will beat the carnival out of me and show the opposite side that this is the strength of Xiang Sanmei. Our Xiang Sanmei's family is invincible. Humph. You still want to fight 3-in-1. Today, even if you're a godly hero, we'll hurry up and waste you. Level 75 Sons of the Sky Dragon giveaway Carnival X10 on Faye's livestream. Level 75 Sons of the Heavenly Dragon sent Carnival X20 in Faye's live room. Phil PK votes, 963, 599. Sure enough, this PK battle of the century was really interesting, pulling out 960,000 votes at once. And even the 75th grade Big Brother came out to help. Chapter 188, The Final Sprint. Tang Yi and Shu Ting's live room also came to the list of the first Big Brother list of the second Big Brother. The first round of additions. Both hit more than 20 carnival, plus countless loose votes. The three people reached a total of more than 3 million votes. And Li Shishir sighed, because there is no closed mic. Can hear the opposite three anchors canvassing? Opposite what to say. This side can hear. This side staged a wave of eavesdropping. Ha ha ha. Faye is shredding again. There's no closed mic over here, but it's bugged out. Every word can be heard. Prince White Whore. Take a shot. Them up. Faye's so wild. They need to be cured. I'm ready to record the screen and wait for the carnival fireworks to rain down. A lot of fans are posting pop-ups. Chen Wei started to strike. Prince Whitejohn sends Carnival X50. Prince Whitehorse sends Carnival X100. 100 Carnival. Directly adding 1. 5 times. Hit 4. 5 million votes. Instantly crushing the other side across the board. It's still unbelievably dazzling and still gorgeous to see the stunning debut of 100 Carnival fireworks rain once again. However, another Big Brother came from the opposite side. It was quite a surprise. A level 75 godly Big Brother came to Faye's live room and he went straight for 60 Carnival. Benson gives away Carnival X60 on Faye's livestream. Sons of the Dragon send Carnival X50 in Faye's live room. The two level 75 Big Brothers struck a total of 110 Carnivals to turn back the vote. Brother Benson is a godly man who was swiped all over the internet. He happened to be passing by and saw that there was a PK and he helped out. This time, not only was Faye's side making an effort, but in addition, there were Big Brothers on Tang Yi and Shu Ting's sister's side as well. Sure enough, the first Big Brother of the list, the second Big Brother of the list, are back, and there are still some watching, waiting for the time to strike, waiting to steal the tower. Is this New Year's Eve? Triad Restaurant sends Carnival X40 on Tang Yi's livestream. Sandico gives away Carnival X10 on Scouten's livestream. These list 1 Big Brother, list 2 Big Brother, list 3 Big Brother swiped out 160 Jian. The atmosphere directly pulled full and exploded, accompanied by the battle song. All of these anchors began to thank Big Brother, shouting at the top of their lungs, and the public screen pop-ups were all Xiang Sanmei, Xiang Sanmei, Xiang Sanmei, Xiang Sanmei. This is the rallying cry of Xiang Sanmei. This is the cohesion of their family. It really was a hot battle. Chen Weiming clearly felt it. This good show is about to start. Xiang Sanmei, Xiang Sanmei, Xiang Sanmei. With the many Shinhao list 1 list 2 Big Brothers powering up together, it was an instant reversal. Li Shishir's live broadcast room had already been dominated by Xiang Mei's army of pop-up battle numbers. Xiang San wonderful is awesome. I can't believe I've overtaken you. Brother, you've been to 100 carnivals. Keep going. Brother Prince, let me report to you. The opposite side is already at 10 million votes, and our side is at over 4 million. Lissy shouted a little. Now that the bonus is gone, let's wait until the next round when it's available. Some fans are popping in too. The shouting across the street is so loud. I feel like I want to go across the street and deliver little hearts. When Chen Wei saw it, he began to speak as well. Prince Whitejohn, are we still adding up? Isn't it good that we rely on the real thing? He struck out quickly. The Whitehore Prince delivers the Carnival 100 strike. The Whitehore Prince delivers the Carnival 200 strike. Chen Wei quickly overtook the opposite side as soon as he swiped 200 Carnival. Chen Wei can Carnival brush non-stop. Can always brush 500, 600, 1000, 2000, 5000 are no problem. But it's a big gift, and big gifts can only be given one at a time, and you can't fight too much. You have to make the opposite side a little bit of face. You have to be a little bit of a human being. With no add-ons, it was a solid 200 carnivals with only 6 million votes, but, with the previous ones, it came to 11 million. There's a lot of votes left, but it's only over a million votes ahead of the other team. Who can catch up quickly? If the 3 live rooms were to work together, it wouldn't even take a minute to surpass Li Shishir's live room. Just at this time, the 2 godly big brothers in Faye's live room were sending out pop-up exchanges now. Level 75 Bunsen, brother son of the dragon. I have 40 more carnivals to brush up on and then I'm out. Level 75 son of the heavenly dragon. It's been a long time since I've met such a rich godly man. I'll accompany him. In Jitterbug, the 75th level of godhood has swiped a minimum of $20 million. And Big Brother Benson is one of the more famous level 75 godmothers in Shakeology, spending far more than $20 million. This time, he saw that Fayer had organized a PK game for Xiang Mei's battle, and he thought it was quite interesting and fun, so he stepped in. An inning like this is very, very rare. However, for this kind of purely sentimental swiping, they usually don't swipe too many votes. It's not like this anchor is their own. They empty their pockets and they're done. Big Brother Benchon, Big Brother son of the dragon, you've come just in time. You are the supreme emperor of Xiangsanmai. You are the guardians of Xiangsanmai. What? Brother Prince from the opposite side has struck again. How did he do another 200 carnival? This prince's family has a mind, but he can't brush it off like this. It's fine. It's fine. The opposite side isn't leading by much. Just an extra million votes. We can totally overtake it. Big brothers and big sisters who are in a position to do so brush up and move forward again. Ugh. Everyone loose votes on one. There's a bonus. Don't let the big brothers fight alone. Loose votes brigade charge me. Charge me to death. The 3 of them, Fayer, Tang Yi, and Shu Ting, were all shouting. The most thrilling moment has arrived. Brother Benson gives away Carnival X10, X20, X30, X40. Brother Sons of the Dragon sends Carnival X10, X20, X30, times X60. There are also some level 50s, 60s, and 70s big brothers giving away carnivals. The battle was fought, and it was fought with increasing intensity. Everyone's sprinting now. Chen Wei was alone facing the thousands of troops on the opposite side, surrounded by dozens of Carnival of the Gods. However, today is Chen Wei's must-win battle. No one is good enough. He has charged $20 million in endorsement. That's the bottom line for Chen Wei. Soon it was time to spell hand speed, which Chen Wei hadn't feared anyone, especially after practicing. After practicing, Chen Wei's hand speed became faster and faster. He could click a dozen times a second, and he swiped the carnival like crazy. So fast that it seemed as if he had the help of the gods. The Whitehore Prince delivers the Carnival 100 strike. The Whitehore Prince delivers the Carnival 200 strike. The Whitehore Prince delivers the Carnival 300 strike.